Transcending into the realm of Douluo, the protagonist finds himself burdened with the Dragon King's bloodline. However, due to the lack of proper awakening methods imparted by his elders, he remains unable to unlock this latent power. Moreover, having acquired an unknown force, he inadvertently aids the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in acquiring several Limit Douluos, leading to the obliteration of both his sect and his elders. The only survivor is the venerable Zhuang, the second grandfather from Shrek Academy. Despite the tragic fate, through relentless effort, the male lead ultimately achieves the status of Dragon God. Chapter 1. A Fortuitous Transmigration. Where am I? Li Chaoyang rubbed his temples, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Memories surged like a tidal wave. He could only recall being violently struck by a colossal truck, the jarring impact still reverberating through his body. Yet, the unfamiliar scenery before him filled him with confusion. Could this be heaven? No, that's not right. He gazed at the towering trees, 4 to 5 stories high, their branches intertwining and casting shadows that obscured the sun, allowing light to filter through in dappled patterns. And why has my body shrunk? Instinctively, Li Chaoyang touched his form, feeling the unfamiliar texture, a wave of unease bubbling within him. He then reflexively checked his vital parts, and sighed in relief he was still male, which eased his mind slightly. Ding! A melodious chime resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host Li Chaoyang, on your arrival in the Douluo continent. This system is a canine system as long as the host is sufficiently dog-like. Abundant rewards await. A canine system? I hope the tasks aren't too dog-like. Li Chaoyang muttered with a hint of exasperation. What functionalities do you possess, system? By the way, do you have a novice gift pack or something similar? Ding! Instantly, a luminous screen materialized before Li Chaoyang, displaying 3 succinct lines. Personal information, tasks, novice gift pack. His attention was immediately drawn to the novice gift pack, and without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to open it. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained a top-tier martial soul elemental staff on Awakened and level 1 soul mentor knowledge. It seems I have indeed entered the world of Douluo, Li Chaoyang murmured to himself. However, I find myself deep within the forest. What shall I do if I encounter a soul beast? I have no knowledge of the original host's family. Oh well, one step at a time. Thankfully, there's a river nearby. If I follow it, I should be able to find a village or town. He trudged along the riverbank, his diminutive frame struggling against the dense foliage. After what seemed like an eternity, he found himself still surrounded by thick woods, not a soul in sight. Exhausted, he collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. This isn't a canine system. I'm merely 6 years old. How can I survive without some basic supplies or gold soul coins? Li Chaoyang couldn't help but voice his grievances. Ding! Due to the host's apparent foolishness in failing to notice the package beside him when the system first appeared, an additional gift pack will be issued. What? There was a package back there? Why didn't you tell me? Li Chaoyang's eyes widened in regret. Ding! I assumed you could see such a large package. Ugh! Li Chaoyang sighed in resignation. Ding! Emergency gift package distributed. Host martial soul awakened. Innate full soul power, divine bestowed soul ring. Suddenly, a panel appeared before Li Chaoyang, visible only to him. Personal panel. Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 6. Soul power. Level 10 innate soul power, level 10 martial soul. Elemental staff items. None soul rings. None. Self-created. Soul skills. None. Physique. 0. Mental strength. 100. Why does my physique show 0? My mental strength is quite decent at 100. Li Chaoyang inquired, frowning. Ding! Due to the host's previous life as a fragile university student who lay idly in bed without any movement, your physique is recorded as 0. Generally, a level of 0 indicates an ordinary person, while 0 denotes a negative state. Thus, the host currently possesses considerable weakness. The mental strength reflects the enhancement of your soul due to your transmigration, resulting in a score of 100. Alright then, Li Chaoyang resignedly accepted this reality. System, I wish to absorb the divine bestowed soul ring. Are you certain? I am. Very well. I Chaoyang then sat cross-legged, and instantaneously, a white soul ring manifested above his head, gently enveloping him. The soul ring radiated a soft glow, gradually shifting to yellow. However, just as the divine bestowed soul ring was on the verge of transcending into a 100-year soul ring, it suddenly halted. Ah, system, what is happening? Why is my soul ring white? Li Chaoyang asked anxiously. Ding, host, due to your low physique, absorbing a soul ring exceeding 100 years would result in an explosion. Had I known, I would have delayed the absorption until after strengthening my body. What a pity, Li Chaoyang lamented. Ding, host, do not worry, this aligns with the system's designation. Being a dog system, it allows for your safe growth. Rest assured, this 10-year soul ring is the most formidable of its kind. Isn't it still just a 10-year soul ring? How frustrating. Let me check again. Li Chaoyang reviewed his personal panel once more. Personal panel. Host, Li Chaoyang.age, 6. Soul power. Level 11, innate soul power level 10. Martial soul, elemental staff. Items. None. Soul rings. First soul ring white. 0.99 years. Soul skills. Upgraded self-created soul skills. None. Physique. 3. Mental strength. 120. Upgrade. Allows any soul master to increase their level by 1 node. Levels gained in this manner cannot absorb soul rings or be sacrificed, can instantly restore 20 of maximum. Soul power, not bad at all. With my slender limbs, it seems I'm destined for a supportive role. Coupled with the knowledge of soul mentors in my mind, I should be able to protect myself adequately. However, the cultivation to become a soul mentor or soul master requires substantial funds. Unfortunately, I do not possess a single gold soul coin. I must devise a way to earn some. Li Chaoyang contemplated. 2 hours later, having enhanced his physique from absorbing the soul ring, Li Chaoyang returned to the location where he had awakened his soul power. He immediately spotted a package on the ground and briskly walked over to retrieve it. Chaoyang unwrapped the package, revealing a radiant token of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, along with a jet black emblem. What is happening? Am I truly affiliated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? He pondered, taken aback. As he continued to explore the contents, he discovered a letter, a map, and a pouch filled with golden soul coins. With eager anticipation, he opened the letter, which read, Chiang, until you have matured, you must steer clear of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. They have annihilated us due to the influence we pose to their status as the premier support sect in the world. You are destined to awaken a support martial soul, and without a powerful protector, you will surely fall victim to them. I advise you to seek refuge with your great uncle, a seasoned elder of the Shrek Seat God Pavilion, known as Elder Zhuang, a formidable super Douluo of the healing type. He should be able to safeguard you. Go to your great uncle without delay. And remember, do not seek vengeance until you possess formidable strength or reliable allies. Alas, Li Chaoyang sighed deeply. It seems that avenging my parents in this world will have to wait. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, very well. Fortunately, there was a map. Li Chaoyang meticulously studied it, and after an hour, he finally pinpointed his location. Why the heavens? He exclaimed, unable to restrain a curse. I was heading in the opposite direction from a soul hunting town. Unbelievable. Never mind. Now that I have some funds, I shall find a hotel and rest before anything else. With his spirits lifted, Li Chaoyang set off towards the town. Chapter 2. The Creation of Soul Guides. In a quaint little town, the Starlight Hotel stands quietly. Its exterior, steeped in antiquity, boasts a wooden structure that bears the marks of time, adding an air of elegance. Warm yellow light spills from the windows, casting a gentle glow on the street, as if beckoning weary travelers. At this moment, a young boy approaches the Starlight Hotel with heavy footsteps. His name is Li Chaoyang. He is slender, his face etched with fatigue and weariness from his long journey, yet the brightness in his eyes radiates with determination and tenacity, resembling the brightest star in the night sky. At last, Li Chaoyang arrives at the hotel entrance. He takes a deep breath, as if to expel the weariness of his journey, and then slowly steps into the hotel lobby. Inside, the crystal chandelier emits a soft glow, yet it fails to dissipate the tension and vigilance that hangs in the air. Li Chaoyang strides directly to the front desk, but due to his youth and insufficient height, he struggles to fetch a stool from a distance, carefully standing upon it just to meet the gaze of the staff at the desk. Finally reaching the hotel, he thinks to himself, now I can rest. I am utterly exhausted. His voice is somewhat hoarse, laden with fatigue. Standing at the front desk is a beautiful young lady, her figure graceful and her features exquisitely crafted, akin to a rose blooming in the dark of night. However, a barely perceptible glint of hostility flickers across her face. In this town of hunting stars, acts of violence and thievery are commonplace, especially with the proximity to the Stardoe forest, where danger lurks at every corner. Though Li Chaoyang's clothes are somewhat soiled, a closer inspection reveals they are fashioned from the rare silk of the soul beast, undoubtedly capturing the attention of the young lady at the front desk. She squints slightly, her gaze filled with scrutiny and caution, and slowly inquires, are you all alone, little one? Where are your family? A chill runs through Li Chaoyang as he keenly senses her underlying intentions. Yet, he remains composed, his lips curving into a confident smile as he slowly retrieves a token from his pocket. The token glimmers under the light, exuding a mysterious and noble radiance. It is the emblem of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Miss, I advise you to harbor no ill intentions, Li Chaoyang asserts. His gaze unwavering and his voice steady and resolute. Upon seeing the token, the young lady's expression instantly softens. Though the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect may no longer shine with the brilliance of 1,000 years ago, it still ranks as one of the top 3 sects, holding the second position. While the sect may not possess the same strength as in its heyday, it is still under the protection of a title Douluo. Moreover, its reputation for wealth is well-deserved, as the miraculous appraisal abilities of the Seven Treasures Pagoda have not faded. She muses inwardly, this young child, venturing alone near the Stardoe forest, may very well have a powerful guardian behind him. How could that be, little brother? Come, let me arrange a room for you. The young lady at the front desk quickly brightens her smile and warmly declares, the room is 5 copper soul coins per day. Li Chaoyang reaches into his pack and produces a gold soul coin, tossing it directly onto the counter. His package was filled solely with gold soul coins, devoid of any other denominations. Room 105 is yours, located on the 2nd floor. The receptionist efficiently completed the check-in process and handed the key to Li Chaoyang. Grasping the key, Li Chaoyang ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Although his steps were somewhat heavy, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. Finally, he could indulge in some well-deserved rest, he mused. Upon entering room 105, Li Chaoyang surveyed his surroundings. The room was tastefully decorated, exuding warmth and comfort. A plush bed adorned with pristine sheets and fluffy pillows beckoned him from the center. A fine landscape painting graced the wall, adding an air of elegance to the space. A soul lamp emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the entire room. There was nothing peculiar here. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Li Chaoyang placed his backpack on the bed and then stepped into the bathroom, relishing a soothing shower. The warm water cascaded over him, washing away the fatigue and grime of his journey. Once refreshed, he donned a clean set of clothes, feeling rejuvenated. I recall having a black token as well. I hope it is a spatial storage soul device, he mused aloud while drying his hair. He rummaged through his package and unearthed the black token, which felt cool to the touch and possessed a unique texture. Taking a deep breath, he infused it with his soul power. In an instant, a faint spatial fluctuation resonated, bringing joy to Li Chaoyang's heart. Indeed, it is a spatial storage soul device. Let us see what lies within. Eagerly, he probed the interior of the token with his mental energy. Inside was a space of approximately 50 cubic meters, filled with an array of items. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was stacked with stones, one after another, resembling a small hill. No, these are rare metals. Li Chaoyang's eyes lit up with surprise, thankfully. His knowledge as a level 1 soul mentor allowed him to recognize these materials. He counted meticulously, finding hundreds of pieces of varying sizes of rare metals. These were exceedingly precious resources on the Douluo continent, essential for crafting soul devices. Further examination revealed a carving knife among the assortment. The blade glimmered with a cold sheen, and the handle was adorned with exquisite patterns, unmistakably a fine artifact. Haha, now I can manufacture soul devices. Li Chaoyang exuberantly waved his arms, envisioning the day he would become a great soul mentor. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task: create a level 1 soul device and become a level 1 soul mentor. Reward: knowledge of all level 2 soul mentors. Finally, the system has presented a task. Excitement flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes, as if infused with boundless energy. All right, let us get started. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Li Chaoyang's face, yet he showed no inclination to rise. Furrowing his brows, he wore a troubled expression. I am defeated. How could I fail to successfully create a single soul device? It seems mere knowledge is insufficient. I must gain practical experience. 10 hours later, night descended, enveloping the entire town in darkness. Li Chaoyang's room was ablaze with light as he was wholly engrossed in the creation of a soul-guiding device. The chisel in his hand danced over the rare metal, gradually shaping intricate soul-guiding formations. As he approached the final steps of inscribing the formations, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly. Yet, his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Success was within reach, and Li Chaoyang silently rejoiced within, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. At that moment, an abrupt knock at the door shattered the atmosphere, followed by a delicate voice inquiring, "Dear guest, do you require special services?" Startled, Li Chaoyang's hand slipped, causing the chisel to carve a crooked line into the metal, resulting in the failure of the most critical aspect of the soul-guiding device. Enraged, he shouted, Go away. If you disturb me again, I shall summon the protector of my Seven Treasures Glazed Sect to deal with you." Upon hearing this, the woman outside turned pale with fright and hastily fled. Li Chaoyang, gazing at the failed device in his hand, lamented, "This cannot be right. I have lived this life and the last as a virgin, and in over 30 years, I have never even held a woman's hand. If only I had known, I would not have chased her away just now. The more he pondered, the more regretful he felt, and he could not resist opening the door, only to see the beauty vanish like the wind, exiting the hotel. Watching her retreating figure, he sighed helplessly. What a pity. I was so close to experiencing something new. With a resigned spirit, he returned to the task of crafting the soul-guiding device. Chapter 3, Level 1 Soul Mentor. After 2 arduous days and nights of relentless study and effort, Li Chaoyang finally succeeded in creating a Level 1 soul-guiding device, a soul-guiding pistol. Its description was remarkably sophisticated. Simply infuse the pistol with soul power, and its potency would vary according to the strength of the infusion. It could withstand the full force of a Level 19 Soul Master, inflicting damage comparable to that of a Level 15 Soul Master's ultimate technique. At last, I have achieved it. I am now officially a Soul Mentor, Li Chaoyang mused. In this realm, the youngest Level 1 Soul Mentor is typically 11 years old, while on the Sun and Moon continent, it is generally 10. Now, at merely 6 years of age, to have attained the status of a Level 1 Soul Mentor undoubtedly marks me as a prodigy among prodigies. Though it was the knowledge bestowed upon me by the system and the assistance of an adult soul that facilitated my ascent to this level. One must not forget that even the fated child of this world took 3 months to become a level and a half Soul Mentor. To achieve Level 1 in merely 2 days is indeed a testament to my extraordinary talent. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Chaoyang suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he collapsed, surrendering to a deep slumber. Was he poisoned? No, that was impossible. After all, when he first entered the hotel, many had eyed him with ill intent. However, upon revealing the token of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, many abandoned their murderous thoughts. Furthermore, his furious outburst the previous night had deterred any would-be aggressors, leaving none daring to provoke him further. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Li Chaoyang gradually regained consciousness. A notification chimed, congratulating the host for completing a task and achieving the rank of a Level 1 Soul Master, with the reward of Level 2 Soul Master knowledge points. Another alert announced a long-term system mission. All fears stem from insufficient firepower. The host was tasked with crafting 5 Level 2 fixed Soul Guide Bombs and 20 Level 1 Soul Guide Bombs, with the reward of a second Martial Soul Awakening, the nature of which remained random and the talent unknown. Subsequently, a system task titled First Bucket of Gold was issued, allowing for the sale of the newly created Soul Guides or engaging in other transactions, though it implied a slight concern over the host's youthful stature, suggesting that no one might be willing to trade with him. System, what do you mean? In what way am I small? Li Chaoyang protested indignantly. Host, you are merely 6 years old. Every aspect of you is small, the system mischievously replied. You infuriating system. Li Chaoyang could not help but exclaim in frustration. Another notification sounded, indicating the completion of a system task and rewarding him with a top-tier cultivation method, specifically one utilized within the inner academy of Shrek Academy. At last, I can acquire a method of cultivation again. Relying solely on meditation is quite taxing for someone like me, a university student from 2025, Li Chaoyang sighed with relief. To be honest, if you hadn't issued this task, I might have forgotten that I am indeed a soul master and still need to cultivate my soul power. It's exhausting to balance the cultivation of soul power with the crafting of soul guides. However, all of this was in pursuit of vengeance. For the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With that thought in mind, Li Chaoyang quickly donned his clothing, equipped himself with a Level 1 Soul Guide pistol, and exited the hotel. Upon stepping outside, he sought a seemingly fine restaurant and entered, eager to indulge in a hearty meal after 2 days of fasting. Typically, as soul masters ascend in rank, their need for sustenance diminishes, as they can absorb energy from the heavens and the earth to replenish themselves. For those above Level 10, going 2 days without food is hardly a concern. Nevertheless, ordinary humans still require water every 3 days and food every 3 weeks to sustain life. Upon entering the restaurant, Li Chaoyang deliberately displayed the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School token hanging from his waist to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Waitstaff, bring forth your finest dishes. I have plenty of money, he declared, slamming his coin pouch onto the table and then shaking the token at his waist. His actions were primarily motivated by a desire to ward off any potential threats. Observing Li Chaoyang's exquisite attire and the emblematic token of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, most patrons abandoned any thoughts of ill intentions. However, a middle-aged man and a young girl near the window were casting furtive glances in his direction. The man appeared to be in his 30s, though only he knew his true age, as a soul master's power can significantly alter one's appearance, making them appear younger. The girl, approximately 12 years old, likely bore her true age, as her soul power level remained low. As Li Chaoyang idly awaited his meal, his gaze wandered until it met that of a middle-aged man. A flicker of unusual light passed through the man's eyes before he approached Li Chaoyang, accompanied by a young girl. Chapter 4. An unexpected encounter with a prominent figure. Xiaodao, do take a look at that individual who just walked in. He possesses quite an intriguing demeanor, Yan Shaozhe remarked, narrowing his eyes as he focused on Li Chaoyang with keen interest. Ma Xiaodao curled her lip in disdain, retorting, "What is intriguing about him, teacher? He is merely a second-generation heir who relies on the influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to bully others. The members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have grown increasingly arrogant lately, as if they still reign supreme as they did 10,000 years ago." Yan Shaozhe sighed in resignation, gently tapping Ma Xiaotao on the head. You must not hastily judge others based solely on subjective impressions. Just because you perceive him as arrogant does not mean he is. I have a feeling that might merely be a fade. There could be underlying circumstances we are unaware of. Ma Xiaotao's eyes brightened at her teacher's words. Curiosity etched across her face. Really, teacher? You mustn't be teasing me. Yan Shaozhe nodded slightly, his expression earnest. It is quite likely true. Furthermore, this child, despite his young age, has already attained a soul power of level 11. Judging by his appearance, he is probably only 6 years old, having recently awakened his martial soul. His talent for cultivation is indeed impressive. His innate soul power is likely not low, perhaps at least level 9. Unfortunately, it seems his first soul ring is somewhat lacking in age. Otherwise, his soul power would surely be at level 12. Come, Xiaodao, let us engage him in conversation, Yan Shaozhe declared as he led Ma Xiaotao towards Li Chaoyang's table. Upon reaching the table, Yan Shaozhe smiled and addressed Li Chaoyang. Esteemed young friend, you possess an extraordinary demeanor. Might you be a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? May I inquire as to your name? Li Chaoyang felt a jolt within. Lifting his gaze to the middle-aged man before him, he immediately discerned that Yan Shaozhe was unlike anyone else in the small town, exuding an aura of nobility and strength, indicative of a soul master of considerable rank. Strangely, he sensed a subtle glow emanating from Yan Shaozhe. Steadying himself, Li Chaoyang replied, "Neither servile nor arrogant, out of courtesy. Should one not first introduce oneself when inquiring about another's name?" Yan Shaozhe was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Haha, I do apologize for my rudeness. My name is Yan Shaozhe." He gestured towards the girl clad in red beside him, who was none other than Ma Xiaotao. "This is my disciple, Ma Xiaotao." Li Chaoyang mused silently, realizing the truth in Yan Shaozhe's words, a powerful soul master with a light attribute martial soul, and his disciple in red attire, presumably possessing a fire attribute martial soul, indeed complemented one another. With a slight bow, Li Chaoyang said, "So you are the esteemed director Yan of Shrek Academy. What a coincidence, as I am also planning to head to Shrek. My name is Li Chaoyang." Yan Shaozhe raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "You intend to go to Shrek? Although your talent has been somewhat squandered, overall it is quite commendable. With diligent development, there remains a possibility for you to attain the esteemed title of a Douluo. However, Shrek Academy mandates a minimum spirit power of level 15 for enrollment. And given your age, it seems rather young, does it not?" Li Chaoyang hastily clarified, "Dean Yan, I am not attending Shrek for my studies. I am seeking the support of my great uncle. He is an elder at Shrek, known to others as Elder Zhuang." Yan Shaozhe was taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Descendant of Elder Zhuang? Remarkable. With proper guidance, even if you do not achieve the status of a healing system super Douluo like him, you should still be able to become a title Douluo in healing. "Are you from the healing sect?" Yan Shaozhe inquired further. Li Chaoyang's expression turned awkward as he scratched his head. "I suppose so. I have lost some memories and cannot recall many things clearly. Unfortunately, having only traversed here 3 days prior, he had not fully inherited the memories of this body, so he could only provide a general overview of his situation. I possess this token, which may reveal my identity, but I am uncertain if this soul guide token can indeed validate it," Li Chaoyang remarked, promptly retrieving a black token from his pocket. Yan Shaozhe took the token, scrutinizing it closely before nodding. "Yes, this token does confirm your affiliation with the healing sect. It is a symbol of the sect, reserved for core family members. All right. Now that we have established your identity, since you are also headed to Shrek, we might as well journey together," Yan Shaozhe suggested with a smile. "Certainly," Li Chaoyang readily agreed. "However, before we go to Shrek, I need to hunt for my 3rd spirit ring in the Stardoe forest with my disciple. Would you care to join us? Do not worry. We will only be on the outskirts of the forest, where safety is assured. Moreover, as a super Douluo, I can ensure both of you return safely even in the face of danger," Yan Shaozhe warmly invited. Li Chaoyang's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he replied, "Yes. I shall go to the Stardoe forest. Then we shall depart tomorrow." "Here, take this," Yan Shaozhe said, producing a token from his hand. "This is the Shrek token. As long as you present it, no one will dare to harm you. He handed the token to Li Chaoyang and continued. Given your grievances with the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect, it would be prudent not to frequently display their token. Encountering actual members of that sect might expose you. Alright. Xiao Tao, why don't you take Chaoyang for a stroll and foster some camaraderie? We shall gather here at 8 a.m. tomorrow to venture into the Star Do Forest and hunt for your third spirit ring, Yan Shaozhe instructed. Understood, master. Ma Xiaotao responded breezily before turning to Li Chaoyang, exuberantly stating, Come on, brother Chaoyang, let us explore this little town for some entertainment. It's fortunate you are not like those worthless members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. Otherwise, I would have to give you a beating. Li Chaoyang chuckled helplessly and followed Ma Xiaotao out of the restaurant, inquiring along the way, Sister Xiaotao, do you also have a feud with the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect? Ma Xiaotao's expression darkened as she replied indignantly, Yes, if it weren't for them, I would have been able to absorb the second spirit ring of 1,000 years. Were it not for certain exceptional circumstances, I would not have absorbed the second soul ring of a century. Alas, they have squandered my talent. Since that moment, I vowed to confront them at every opportunity. Their audacity has only grown, rendering them utterly contemptuous. Chapter 5. Transforming the future. The two individuals strolled side by side, emerging from the restaurant, which lingered with the enticing aroma of exquisite cuisine, stepping onto the quaint, rustic streets of the hunting town. At this moment, the sunlight cascaded like a delicate veil, gently illuminating the ancient cobblestone path with a scattering of golden glimmers. Each step taken seemed to echo with the whispers of time. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying with it the town's unique blend of subtle botanical scents and the warmth of life, playfully tousling their hair as if in jest. Ma Xiaotao, with her hands clasped behind her back, moved with the lightness of a fawn leaping through the forest, her lips curving into a playful smile. Turning to her companion, Li Chaoyang, her voice chimed melodiously in the air, reminiscent of silver bells. Brother Chaoyang, where shall we venture next? Although this town is small, it boasts numerous delightful spots, such as the mysterious antique shop, the exhilarating arena, and the picturesque lakeside, all of which promise endless enjoyment. Li Chaoyang pondered for a moment, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes, as if harboring plans and aspirations for the future. He responded earnestly, Sister Xiaotao, I wish to sell some rare metals. To me, these metals represent not merely wealth, but the hope for my future existence and strength. Oh, rare metals? Ma Xiaotao halted, tilting her head inquisitively, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Such items are not easily acquired, dear brother Chaoyang. Where might you procure these rare metals? In the realm of soul masters, they are highly coveted, and it is exceptionally challenging for the average individual to obtain them. Li Chaoyang's expression darkened slightly, as if he were recalling a painful past. He spoke slowly, Sister Xiaotao, these rare ores were bequeathed to me by my family. After my family was annihilated by the Seven Treasure Glazed School, I was left with nothing but myself and these rare minerals. My gold soul coins are nearly depleted, and with the need for sustenance and training, I must earn some money to sustain myself. If I have any surplus gold soul coins, I aspire to purchase a few first or second grade soul guiding devices. With these, my strength would significantly increase, providing me a measure of safety in this perilous world. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. She gently placed her hand on Li Chaoyang's shoulder, the warmth of her touch conveying boundless care and encouragement. With heartfelt sincerity, she remarked, Brother Chaoyang, soul guiding devices are ultimately external aids. To become a true powerhouse, one must not rely on such devices. They may hinder your growth. A genuine strong individual relies on their innate strength and indomitable will. Let me tell you, it is exceedingly difficult for a soul master to ascend beyond the rank of Super Douluo. The manufacturing process of soul guiding devices is intricate, requiring extensive time and effort from the design phase to material collection, followed by meticulous assembly and calibration. Each step drains precious training time, which is invaluable to a soul master, slipping away in an instant. Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he countered, Sister Xiaotao, you have a point, but the development of soul guiding devices is an inevitable trend in the course of history. We cannot reverse the progress of time. As the era advances, the emergence of soul guiding devices signifies the evolution of the soul master realm. Furthermore, soul guiding devices need not be exclusively linked to soul masters. Even those powerful beings above the Super Douluo level can utilize them. A healing Super Douluo can enhance their offensive capabilities with soul guiding devices, no longer relying solely on their healing powers when facing formidable foes, and can deliver substantial blows to their enemies. Assault-type soul masters can employ acceleration devices to enhance their speed, gaining the upper hand in battle and catching their opponents off guard. As long as they are used judiciously, There is no issue. It is challenging for soul masters to ascend to the Super Douluo level primarily because there is not a single level 9 soul master on the continent, and the development of soul guiding devices is not taken seriously. In contrast, on the Sun Moon continent, due to relatively inferior cultivation talents, lower quality martial souls, and innate soul power, there is an overdependence on potions and soul guiding devices. Yet, this also indicates that soul guiding devices can, to some extent, compensate for the lack of innate talent. Ma Xiaotao listened, momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of reflection, she raised her head and smiled wryly. You do make a valid argument. However, I still grapple with the notion that soul guiding devices are merely external aids. True strength comes from within. Nevertheless, your perspective has inspired new thoughts. Li Chaoyang leaned closer to Ma Xiaotao, his eyes shimmering with a lively brilliance, as though they contained boundless wisdom and creativity. Sister Xiaotao, as a supportive soul master, I rely on soul guiding devices for my safety when I am alone. If you are concerned about how they might affect your cultivation, I suggest you acquire a few defensive soul guiding devices. Once you learn to use them, it will be as effortless as eating or drinking and will not hinder your training. Who knows, one day, these defensive devices may very well save your life. Just as illustrated in the original text concerning the soul explosion incident involving a 5-ring soul king, which wreaked havoc and caused immense casualties. Had everyone possessed defensive soul guiding devices, a portion of the damage could have been mitigated, thereby reducing complications and potentially saving lives. As he spoke, Li Chaoyang mysteriously retrieved a soul-guiding pistol from the black token space device. Under the sunlight, the pistol gleamed with a metallic luster, emanating an air of enigma, as if concealing tremendous power. Sister Xiaotao, behold, this is the soul-guiding pistol I crafted just yesterday. Though it may appear modest in size, its power is formidable, capable of yielding unexpected results in critical moments. Ma Xiaotao's eyes widened in astonishment and admiration, her expression akin to witnessing the most wondrous marvel. Impressive. Brother Chaoyang, I never imagined you could create soul-guiding devices. You truly are a genius. The youngest level 1 soul master on the continent is typically 11 years old, and on the Sun Moon continent, it is 10. At such a young age, your achievements are boundless. Since you have chosen this path, coupled with your talent, I shall refrain from dissuading you. Later, I will speak with the teacher to introduce you to Dean Xian and Dean Xian. Both of them are level 8 soul mentors and hold the esteemed title of Douluo. They possess remarkable expertise in the crafting of soul tools and the cultivation of soul masters. Moreover, Dean Xian is a formidable super Douluo at level 96, a prominent figure in the realm of soul masters. They are bound to be impressed by your talent as a soul mentor, and they may even provide you with personal guidance. Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face radiating a brilliant smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the spring. He quickly replied, "Thank you, Sister Xiaotao. If I could receive their guidance, my skills in crafting soul tools and my prowess as a soul master would undoubtedly reach new heights." Ma Xiaotao waved her hand dismissively and responded with a smile. "It's nothing, little brother Chaoyang. You are indeed correct. It would be wise to acquire a few defensive soul tools for self-preservation, as it would not hinder my training time. Perhaps in future battles, these defensive soul tools could become invaluable allies." She declared, "Let us go and purchase some soul tools." The two walked along the street for a few minutes until they arrived at a bustling location. Before them stood an imposing edifice, with a large sign emblazoned with the word Star Trading Company. Chapter 6. The Shop, Part 1. Ma Xiaotao and Li Chaoyang walked side by side, their steps light and assured, like a perfectly synchronized duo, as they made their way directly to the front desk of the Star Trading Company. The trading floor was alive with activity, yet their focus remained unwavering, their purpose clear. With a calm demeanor and a hint of a smile gracing her lips, Ma Xiaotao spoke first, her voice melodious and clear. "We have some rare metals we wish to sell, and we are also interested in purchasing some soul tools." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly with the receptionist. The receptionist, with a sweet smile akin to blossoms in spring, responded chirpily, "Certainly, beautiful miss, and this adorable young brother as well. Would you prefer to handle the transaction for the rare metals first, or would you like to explore the soul tools?" Her gaze flitted between Ma Xiaotao and Li Chaoyang, imbued with warmth and attentiveness. She appeared completely innocent, for the attire Ma Xiaotao bore the insignia of Shrek Academy, universally recognized throughout Douluo continent. The authenticity of Shrek's uniform was seldom replicated, ensuring her credibility. Li Chaoyang, quick to react, exclaimed, "Let us sell the rare metals first." He mused inwardly that this task might be among the simplest of those assigned by the system. After all, selling items was far less complicated than those strange and peculiar tasks, whether it involved selling soul tools or other goods. As long as it adhered to legal and ethical standards, he was amenable. Of course, he had no intention of engaging in any absurd activities such as selling himself. He was not willing to compromise his integrity to fulfill a task. The receptionist responded gently, her voice like a soft breeze brushing over strings, bringing comfort to the heart. Li Chaoyang then retrieved the rare metals from his token, which shimmered with an extraordinary glow, unmistakably indicating their exceptional quality. A substantial amount of rare metals, weighing approximately 50 kilograms, was piled haphazardly at the front desk, emitting a dull thud. Young sir, you and your sister may wait in the lounge for a moment. We shall complete the inspection shortly, and then provide you with your soul coins, the front desk attendant said gently, her eyes filled with concern. Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaodao then made their way to the lounge. The lounge at the Star Exchange was simply yet warmly adorned, with several soft sofas arranged in a charming disarray, accompanied by a small tea table upon which sat a few steaming cups of tea. Given its proximity to the perilous Stardust Forest, such a lounge was indeed a rare find, especially in a city that was not a major urban center. The amenities here were quite commendable. After approximately 5 minutes, the front desk attendant approached, holding a soul card. Her steps were light, akin to walking on clouds, each movement radiating an elegant aura. Young sir, this is the soul coin you've earned from selling the rare metals. It totals to 27,899 soul coins, she chimed, her voice ringing like a silver bell. How much? Li Chaoyang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he could scarcely trust his own ears. His expression mirrored that of a destitute young man suddenly bestowed with a fortune, filled with astonishment and joy. Observing Li Chaoyang's astonished demeanor, Ma Xiaodao couldn't help but chuckle, her smile radiant like the sun. It's quite normal, she explained with a laugh. Once these rare metals reach the hands of a high-ranking soul master and are transformed into soul devices, their value multiplies significantly. Moreover, in larger cities, the prices are even higher due to the greater demand from a larger number of high-ranking soul masters. Li Chaoyang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, I suppose my knowledge is rather limited, he admitted, mentally marveling at the worth of these soul devices. Miss at the front desk, could you please take us to the soul device area? Ma Xiaodao inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The front desk attendant beamed, of course, my dear lady. Just then, a sudden notification echoed in Li Chaoyang's mind, resonating like thunder. Ding. Congratulations on completing the system task, your first pot of gold. You have received a top-tier cultivation technique. The system is now infusing it into the host. A jolt of surprise coursed through Li Chaoyang, akin to a fawn darting within his chest. He quickly queried the system, a hint of tension lacing his voice. System, this is rather abrupt. Could there be any abnormal circumstances? Will it hurt? He certainly did not wish to embarrass himself in front of others, nor endure pain from the infusion of the technique. The system reassured him, do not worry, host. The process is swift, without any abnormal phenomena, and will not be perceptible to others, nor will it cause you any pain. Simply await the infusion of the top-tier cultivation technique. The system's voice was steady and confident, granting Li Chaoyang a measure of comfort. That is reassuring, Li Chaoyang thought, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves. In the blink of an eye, the infusion of the top-tier technique was complete. Li Chaoyang felt a warm current coursing through his body, as if a mysterious force were transforming him from within. Eagerly, he examined his personal information. Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 6 years. Soul power, level 11. Innate soul power level 10. Items, none. Soul ring, first soul ring white, 99 years. Soul skills, upgrade, self-created. No other soul skills. Constitution, 4. Mental strength, 152. Martial soul, elemental staff. Cultivation method, top-tier cultivation technique. Upgrade, can elevate any soul master's level by 1. Note, the upgraded level cannot absorb soul rings or be sacrificed, capping at subdivine levels, quasi-divine, and can immediately restore 20 soul power to its maximum. Come on, little Chaoyang, Ma Xiaodao urged, her voice laced with a hint of impatience. All right, Sister Xiaodao. I was just lost in thought, Li Chaoyang replied, regaining his composure and offering an apologetic smile. Let us go, Sister Xiaodao, and see if there are any splendid soul-guiding devices available, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He was eager to explore the wonders that the soul-guiding device sales area had to offer. With that, Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaodao followed the front desk attendant to the soul-guiding device sales section. Inside, rows of display stands were meticulously arranged, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection. Various soul-guiding devices radiated with an array of hues. Some emitted an ethereal blue glow, while others shimmered with golden brilliance, each exuding an air of mystery. Each device was encased in what appeared to be an unbreakable glass, crystal clear and seemingly crafted from the purest of crystals. Affixed to the glass was a small card detailing the device's specifications, including its name, functions, usage instructions, and more. Chapter 7. The store too. Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Ma Xiaotao, exclaiming, Sister Xiaotao, look over there. So many soul-guiding devices. And the quality varies. Quite a few seem suitable for us. Without a second thought, he disregarded the front desk attendant standing nearby, pulling Ma Xiaotao along as he hurried to the nearest defensive soul-guiding device. Sister Xiaotao, this is a level 2 defensive mental type soul-guiding device. It can withstand mental skills cast by soul masters of up to level 3 and has mental control effects. I believe it's perfect for you, he enthusiastically explained. Ma Xiaotao smiled sweetly, her lips curling into a delightful grin as she replied, All right, little brother, since you say it's suitable, I shall take it. Time flew by, and 2 hours slipped away in an instant. Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaotao thoroughly examined soul-guiding devices ranging from levels 1 to 4. Ma Xiaotao, being rather generous, purchased 5 level 2 defensive soul-guiding devices in one go, 3 of which she gifted directly to Li Chaoyang. For Ma Xiaotao, a seasoned student of Shrek Academy, level 2 soul-guiding devices were merely trivial expenses. Had Li Chaoyang not been limited to the strength of a mere soul master, she would have considered gifting him level 3 devices as well. Additionally, she acquired 3 level 3 defensive soul-guiding devices and 1 level 4 defensive soul-guiding device. It is noteworthy that neither of the two purchased an offensive or speed-type soul guide. Li Chaoyang, intrigued, inquired about this, to which Ma Xiaotao explained that it would affect their cultivation. Thereafter, Li Chaoyang refrained from further questioning. According to his system task, he acquired several soul guides, including a secondary soul-guiding ray gun and a primary fixed soul-guiding projectile. The system issued a long-term task. All fears stem from insufficient firepower. The host is to manufacture 5 secondary fixed soul-guiding bombs and 20 primary soul-guiding bombs. The task rewards include the awakening of the second martial soul, with the awakening being random and the talent unknown. Although Li Chaoyang had already mastered the knowledge related to first and second level soul guides, the creation of soul guides is not solely reliant on knowledge. It necessitates extensive practice to enhance one's skills. The total cost of these 2 soul guides amounted to 4,000 gold soul coins, with the primary fixed soul-guiding projectile constituting the bulk of the expense, as it is indeed a formidable weapon capable of causing widespread destruction. Regrettably, the Star Trading Company did not offer any flying-type soul guides for sale. Otherwise, Li Chaoyang would have undoubtedly purchased one without hesitation. Furthermore, the acceleration-type soul guides available were all at least 3rd level, which were unsuitable for him. After completing their purchases and paying the gold soul coins, the two exited the Star Trading Company. As soon as they stepped outside, Li Chaoyang eagerly exclaimed, Sister Xiaotao, let us find an open space. I will teach you how to use these soul guides. Ma Xiaotao cheerfully responded, All right, Brother Chaoyang. I know a great spot. Follow me. After walking a few steps, Ma Xiaotao suddenly halted, turning to Li Chaoyang with a playful glint in her eyes. Wait, Brother Chaoyang, have you ever flown before? Li Chaoyang shook his head and replied honestly, No, Sister Xiaotao. Well then, let me take you flying. Ma Xiaotao declared, summoning her martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. 2 yellow spirit rings slowly circled around her, emanating a gentle glow. Onlookers cast envious glances, for Ma Xiaotao, at her young age, had already become a grand soul master. Undoubtedly a prodigy who had expended considerable resources, indicative of her wealth. Phoenix Shield, Ma Xiaotao called out, executing the embodiment skill that every beast soul master possesses. In an instant, a pair of phoenix wings sprouted from her back, adorned with resplendent crimson feathers. However, some areas of the wings faintly shimmered with black flames, a manifestation of the defect of her martial soul, the evil fire. Fortunately, Ma Xiaotao's soul power level was still low, preventing the malevolent flames from being overly potent. It would not be until she reached the Soul Emperor rank that the evil fire would truly begin to wreak havoc. With a slight misstep, she could become an evil soul master. Yet, if she could adeptly control this malevolent fire without succumbing to its influence, it would undoubtedly become a powerful ally. We are about to take off, Brother Chaoyang. As she spoke, Ma Xiaotao grasped Li Chaoyang's hand, flapping her wings and soaring beyond the boundaries of the hunting town. Chapter 8, Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaotao. After approximately 5 minutes of flight, they traversed a lush forest, ultimately arriving at an open area. All right, Brother Chaoyang. This is the place, Ma Xiaotao whispered. Okay, Sister Xiaotao, he replied. Li Chaoyang responded, his voice imbued with a hint of exuberance and anticipation. Ma Xiaotao alighted gracefully, and Li Chaoyang steadied himself in unison. He then surveyed the surroundings with keen eyes, swiftly making a discovery. Sister Xiaotao, look over there. There's a small earthen slope that is perfect for teaching you how to use the soul guiding device. Li Chaoyang exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. But all I bought were defensive soul guiding devices. A target wouldn't be of much use, Ma Xiaotao replied, somewhat puzzled. Li Chaoyang smiled slightly and explained, "You can use mine. I have purchased a secondary soul-guiding device. After all, it might come in handy in the future." "All right," Ma Xiaodao nodded in agreement. "Then let me teach you how to use the offensive soul-guiding device. It's quite simple," Li Chaoyang said confidently. 10 minutes later, under Li Chaoyang's meticulous guidance, Ma Xiaodao had already mastered the usage of the soul-guiding device. During this time, she even attempted a few shots with the soul-guiding rays, which astonishingly shattered the small hill where the target was situated. "Brother Chaoyang, this soul-guiding device is indeed quite fascinating. However, my teacher said that soul masters are dabbling in dubious paths and forbade me from playing with them. If it weren't for the fear of being discovered by my teacher, I would have wanted to buy some offensive soul-guiding devices myself. They are indeed quite effective," Ma Xiaodao remarked. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Li Chaoyang's lips. "Sister Xiaodao, you are still too conservative. Moreover, your teacher is rather stubborn." Before he could finish, Ma Xiaodao gently tapped Li Chaoyang's head, pretending to be angry. "No bad-mouthing my teacher." Li Chaoyang covered his head and quickly smiled apologetically. "All right, Sister Xiaodao." Moments later, Li Chaoyang suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Sister Xiaodao, since becoming a soul master, I have yet to engage in a true battle. Would you care to have a match with me? You? I recall you being an auxiliary-type soul master. Besides, I am merely a second-ring soul venerable without a soul ring, at level 30. Are you certain you wish to fight me?" Ma Xiaodao responded, somewhat astonished. A resolute smile adorned Li Chaoyang's face as he stated, "I am certain, Sister Xiaodao. Do not forget, I am also a first-level soul master, capable of combat. Furthermore, you can suppress your soul power to match mine. I merely wish to experience the sensation of battle to prepare for tomorrow's adventure in the Stardow Forest." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity and interest flickered in Ma Xiaodao's eyes. "All right, Brother Chuyang. I too wish to test the prowess of this talented soul master. I will suppress my soul power to match your level, to 11th rank. Fear not, I shan't hurt you," she said, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Seeing Ma Xiaodao's playful grin, Li Chaoyang felt a pang of unease. Initially, he had not intended to engage Ma Xiaodao in a duel. However, just moments ago, the system had unexpectedly emitted a notification sound. Beep. System task acquired. First battle. Engage in one combat encounter. Regardless of victory or defeat, participating once will yield system rewards. System reward. Knowledge of the soul guiding device. Knowledge again. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang nearly fainted, for such knowledge could only be realized through personal creation. How he wished for a finished product instead, which would save him considerable time for cultivating his soul power. Alas, he inwardly complained to the system. "Oh, dear system, could you not provide me with a ready-made product instead of requiring me to create one myself? How delightful it would be to receive a finished reward. If I must toil to realize these rewards, it will surely exhaust me." The system replied, "Ding. Host, you should find joy in the rewards provided by the system. I have already spared you the most tedious hours of acquiring knowledge on the path of becoming a soul mentor. You need only focus on crafting soul-guiding devices. If I were you, I would be waking from delightful dreams in the middle of the night." Li Chaoyang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. "But I am but a fragile college student transported from 2025. System. All I did in college was eat and sleep and eat, skipping early classes and neglecting evening study sessions. You want me to take action? Oh heavens. This is so difficult." Chapter 9. Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaodao, Part 2. "All right, Brother Chuyang, let us begin our contest," Ma Xiaodao said, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Very well, let the contest commence," Li Chaoyang responded with a steady demeanor and unwavering gaze. At that moment, the two stood facing each other, a distance of 50 meters separating them. A gentle breeze tousled their hair, but could not dispel the tension and excitement that hung in the air. In perfect sync, they shouted in unison, "The competition begins." No sooner had the words left their mouths than Ma Xiaodao unleashed her martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. Instantly, a powerful aura of level 30 soul power surged from her, reminiscent of a beast awakening from slumber. Two ancient, century-old yellow soul rings encircled her, bestowing her with an air of authority and grandeur. Li Chaoyang, undeterred, summoned his elemental staff martial soul. A 10-year white soul ring adorned him. Akin to a faint star in the night sky, he emanated an aura of level 11 soul power. Yet in comparison to Ma Xiaodao's formidable presence, his seemed quite dim. After all, Ma Xiaodao not only possessed 2 century-old soul rings, but was also a formidable assault-type soul master, while Li Chaoyang was merely an 11-level soul master who had only recently awakened, with considerable gaps in both experience and strength. Noticing the white soul ring on Li Chaoyang, Ma Xiaodao involuntarily smirked with a hint of disdain. In her eyes, a mere white 10-year soul ring posed little threat. Here I come, Brother Chuyang. Ma Xiaodao called out, her voice laced with provocation. Very well, Sister Xiaodao, Li Chaoyang replied with calm composure, neither humble nor arrogant. Ma Xiaodao immediately activated her phoenix shield, and a pair of fiery red wings sprouted from her back, resembling a phoenix reborn from flames. She soared into the air, a streak of red lightning racing towards Li Chaoyang. In this contest, Ma Xiaodao chose not to employ her strongest ranged attacks, but instead opted for close combat, wishing to gauge Li Chaoyang's adaptability. Before long, Ma Xiaodao was upon Li Chaoyang. Without hesitation, she raised her hand, a terrifying purplish-red flame enveloping it, as if ignited by the fires of hell. Immediately, she struck fiercely at Li Chaoyang with a punch, the wind from her fist whistling with a fierce momentum. Yet, Li Chaoyang remained unperturbed, swiftly activating his level 2 soul guidance shield. In an instant, a transparent barrier enveloped him. Simultaneously, a black soul handgun materialized in his hand. Indeed, this was the level 1 soul guidance handgun he had crafted the previous day. Taking a deep breath, Li Chaoyang gradually infused his soul power into the weapon. Then, with determination, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a terrifying beam of light from the barrel, like a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky. Unfortunately, Ma Xiaodao, agile in her movements, effortlessly evaded the soul-guided shot. Intriguing, yet still insufficient, Ma Xiaodao smirked mockingly after dodging the attack and proclaimed loudly. Without hesitation, she activated her first soul skill. Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from her, as if a slumbering giant beast had been awakened. The first soul ring glowed brilliantly, illuminating the surrounding air. Phoenix Fireline, Ma Xiaodao declared, her voice brimming with confidence and authority. A searing line of fire erupted from her mouth, akin to an enraged fire dragon, hurtling toward Li Chaoyang. Wherever it passed, the air ignited, crackling with sound. Upon witnessing this, Li Chaoyang activated his level 2 defensive soul guidance device once more. This time, he dared not hold back, channeling at least half of his soul power into the device. After all, his soul power level was too low to perfectly control this level 2 device. He had to rely on the quantity of his soul power to compensate for its qualitative inadequacies. If he were facing an ordinary soul master, such caution might not be necessary, but Ma Xiaodao's martial spirit was of such high caliber that he could not afford to be anything less than fully committed. The Phoenix Fire line collided violently with the level 2 device, exploding into a thick cloud of smoke that completely obscured Li Chaoyang's figure. Ma Xiaodao's expression shifted to one of concern. Gazing into the haze, she mused quietly. Li Chaoyang, being of lesser strength, must not sustain any injuries in this contest. Before long, the smoke began to dissipate. Li Chaoyang remained steadfast, albeit with a slightly pallid complexion, yet his gaze conveyed unwavering determination. Well done, Brother Chuyang. But perhaps it is time to conclude. Given the intensity of the level 2 device you just unleashed, you must be running low on soul power. Shall we transition this training match into an experience-building exercise? Ma Xiaodao suggested, relieved to see Li Chaoyang unharmed. No need, Sister Xiaodao, I still possess soul power. And I have yet to unleash my first soul skill. I wish to take this opportunity to familiarize myself with it. Li Chaoyang replied with resolute eyes, unhesitating in his response. Very well, Ma Xiaodao acquiesced, observing his steadfastness without further comment, merely nodding slightly. Li Chaoyang then illuminated his first white soul ring. In an instant, a white radiance appeared atop his elemental staff, resembling a resplendent star. Following this, the light from the staff danced like a spirited sprite, soaring toward Li Chaoyang before settling upon him. Li Chaoyang felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his body, resulting in an immediate elevation of his soul power level by 1 rank, with a 20% restoration of his soul energy. A wave of astonishment washed over him as he pondered. Surprisingly, there was no halving of the soul skill's effectiveness. Typically, it is expected that when an auxiliary soul master applies their own soul skill to themselves, the effect is diminished. Yet, why was this not the case for my soul skill? Perhaps it is due to the superior quality of my martial soul. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaodao gazed at Li Chaoyang, her expression one of utter disbelief upon witnessing his soul power ascend. She marveled internally. Such an extraordinary auxiliary effect. By common logic, if an auxiliary soul master's effect on themselves is halved, then a white soul ring's skill capable of elevating another's soul power by 2 ranks, alongside the additional restoration of soul energy, is nothing short of terrifying. Her face was a canvas of incredulity as she widened her eyes, fixated on Li Chaoyang, as if reassessing this seemingly frail, yet surprisingly remarkable brother. As for Li Chaoyang, he stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell of immobilization. In a moment of serendipity, he stumbled upon a miraculous revelation. His first soul skills upgrade possessed an astonishing special effect. Chapter 10, Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaodao. Chaoyang's first soul skill seemed to harbor the ability to be reactivated, which was indeed astonishing. Ordinarily, amplification-type soul skills could only be used once. Yet, here was a situation that defied such norms. Li Chaoyang's mind was a whirlwind of uncertainty as he hastily inquired of the system. System, what exactly is going on with my first soul skill? I distinctly feel that it may be used again. However, as far as I am aware, amplification soul skills in this world are typically limited to a single use. If I recklessly attempt to activate my first soul skill once more, will I inadvertently breach the rules of this realm and face dire consequences? Had he been in his inner world at that moment, his countenance would surely have been fraught with trepidation. The system, unhurried in its response, assured him, "Host, I have already informed you that this soul skill is the most powerful 10-year soul skill in existence. You may use it with complete confidence, as it will not infringe upon the governing rules of this realm." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's spirit soared, and he excitedly replied, "Then, does this mean I am invincible? With the ability to continuously restore soul energy and elevate my own rank, does this not embody an invincible presence?" The system regarded him with a gaze that seemed to say he was naive, and spoke within his inner world, "You are overly optimistic. This skill does have its limitations. Firstly, the upper limit for the elevation of your first soul skill is confined to your current stage's maximum. For instance, as a soul master, you can only ascend to level 19. Reaching level 20 would thrust you into the domain of a great soul master, rendering further elevation impossible. Secondly, there exists a prerequisite for utilizing the soul skill. The restored soul energy must exceed the consumed soul energy for the skill to be activated. Nevertheless, this arrangement may still yield a semblance of near-infinite soul energy. So what do you think, host? Is this first soul skill meticulously selected for you by the system? Not impressive? Li Chaoyang promptly responded, "Impressive, it is simply extraordinary. System, I shall bow in reverence. By the way, host, this soul skill can only be used on teammates once," the system added. Li Chaoyang responded nonchalantly, "It's merely a trivial matter. Your first soul skill is already extraordinary. Soon I shall be the most enduring individual on the Douluo continent." He then shifted his gaze toward the real world outside. "Sister Xiaodao, I am about to make my move. My first soul skill is remarkably powerful, so do brace yourself," he said with a beaming smile directed at Ma Xiaodao. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Ma Xiaodao furrowed her brows, revealing her displeasure. "I apologize, Sister Xiaodao. I just realized that my first soul skill is indeed quite formidable, and I wish to unleash it to its fullest potential. Here I come." Li Chaoyang hurriedly clarified. "What is happening? Has he lost his senses? To what extent can a decade of soul skills reach?" Ma Xiaodao pondered silently. Suddenly, Li Chaoyang grasped his elemental staff and executed his first soul skill twice in quick succession. The first white soul ring flickered rapidly, and two beams of white light, like ethereal sprites, swiftly coursed into Li Chaoyang's body. In an instant, his soul power surged back to its peak, and his soul power level rose by 1, not 2. Seeing this, Ma Xiaodao was left astonished, her mind racing. He has leveled up again? How is this possible? Wait, Brother Chuyang. Have you employed some life-threatening forbidden technique or the methods of a malevolent soul master? This is merely a training match. There is no need for such desperation. Ma Xiaodao questioned, her expression tense. There's nothing of the sort, Sister Xiaodao. I am simply utilizing the effects of my soul skill, not any life-threatening or sinister technique. Li Chaoyang quickly explained. But is this effect not a bit too miraculous? Ma Xiaodao still found it hard to believe. Perhaps my first soul ring possesses an exceptionally pure bloodline. Li Chaoyang contemplated after a moment. Now, come, Sister Xiaodao, prepare to take my strike. As soon as he finished speaking, he retrieved a second-level attack soul-guiding device from the token soul guide. With dual guns in hand, he grinned and aimed at Ma Xiaodao, saying, "Here it comes, Sister Xiaodao." In the distance, Ma Xiaodao's expression turned serious, her entire being tensed and ready for action. Li Chaoyang's gaze was sharp as he steadied his aim, decisively pulling the trigger. In an instant, two chilling beams of white light erupted from the soul-guiding guns, shooting toward Ma Xiaodao like lightning. With a sudden change in expression, Ma Xiaodao felt her soul power surge and immediately activated her first soul skill. First soul skill? Phoenix Fire Line, she declared, as a searing line of fire erupted from her hands, radiating intense heat, colliding fiercely with the two white, soul-guiding beams. The two immense forces met in a spectacular explosion of dazzling light, followed by a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped everything around them. Nevertheless, Li Chaoyang showed no signs of hesitation. Disregarding the consumption of his soul power, he pulled the trigger again before the smoke had fully dissipated, unleashing two more soul-guiding beams aimed directly at Ma Xiaodao. At that moment, Ma Xiaodao was completely focused on the movements within the smoke, unprepared for Li Chaoyang's swift follow-up attack. As the smoke began to dissipate, she abruptly realized that two terrifying beams were hurtling toward her. Startled, Ma Xiaotao instinctively sought to evade them, but it was already too late. Had she not deliberately suppressed her soul power during this training match, her prowess would have allowed her to detect the danger in advance and effortlessly dodge the attack. Regrettably, the die had been cast. Despite her desperate attempts to avoid the onslaught, the two soul-guided rays struck her wings. Fortunately, only her wings were injured. Had they hit her body, the consequences would have been dire, for the damage inflicted by a second-tier soul-guiding device was at least equivalent to that of a level 20 soul master. With her wings wounded, Ma Xiaotao lost her balance and plummeted to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner, her face hitting the dirt in a comical display. Li Chaoyang, witnessing Ma Xiaotao's fall, immediately wore a look of concern and hurriedly inquired, "Sister Xiaotao, are you all right?" Rising from the ground, Ma Xiaotao wiped the dirt from her face and shot Li Chaoyang an annoyed glare, replying, "I am fine, Brother Chaoyang. However, I shall now unleash my full strength. So do take care." After all, as the pride of Shrek Academy, being injured by a level 14 support-type soul master was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Even though this support-type soul master was soon to join Shrek, it did little to quell her sense of indignation. "Phoenix Protection, second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix," Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, as her second soul ring illuminated in an instant. In that moment, she appeared to be enveloped in a searing flame, exuding an aura that surpassed that of a level 30 soul master, ascending to the mid-level of a 35 rank. Then, with a swift motion, she transformed into a blazing meteor, hurtling toward Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to relax for an instant and promptly activated his second-tier defensive soul-guiding device. A transparent shield rapidly enveloped him, successfully blocking Ma Xiaotao's onslaught. Ma Xiaotao continued her relentless assault upon the soul-guiding shield, each strike imbued with immense force, causing sparks to erupt from the shield as if it might shatter at any moment. In this tense moment, Li Chaoyang, sheltered behind the soul-guiding shield, continuously unleashed his first soul skill. As he did so, his soul power level gradually ascended, ultimately reaching level 19. Upon attaining this level, Li Chaoyang's mastery over the second-tier soul-guiding device became unprecedentedly proficient, enabling him to withstand Ma Xiaotao's ordinary attacks with stability. Seeing that her typical assaults were ineffective against Li Chaoyang, Ma Xiaotao was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. She mused to herself, "Fortunately, this soul skill can only elevate to its current maximum threshold, otherwise it would be utterly outrageous. No, even outrageous cannot adequately describe it, it's simply otherworldly. Such enhancement effects could only be possessed by a 100,000-year soul ring. What caliber of 10,000-year soul beast could possibly bestow such a formidable soul skill?" Realizing that her ordinary attacks were futile, Ma Xiaotao took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Brother Chaoyang, let us determine the victor with one final strike." "All right," Li Chaoyang replied without hesitation. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. With a fierce cry, Ma Xiaotao unleashed her Phoenix Fire Line, empowered by her soul technique, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a blazing fire dragon, hurtling towards Li Chaoyang. Undeterred, Li Chaoyang brandished his dual pistols once more, channeling all his soul power into them. In an instant, the pistols radiated a brilliant light. He pulled the triggers, and two soul-guided beams shot forth like arrows released from a bow, aimed directly at Ma Xiaotao. The beams collided with the Phoenix Fire Line in midair, igniting a breathtaking confrontation. As the beams of soul guidance gradually dimmed, as if being devoured by an unseen force, the fervent Phoenix Fire Line, resembling a phoenix reborn from flames, grew increasingly resplendent, slowly overpowering the beams with its fierce momentum, surging towards Li Chaoyang. The standoff lasted but a few fleeting seconds. Ultimately, the soul-guided beams exhausted their energy, vanishing into the air, while the Phoenix Fire Line merely lost a shade of its brilliance, continuing its relentless advance toward Li Chaoyang. After all, how could a combined assault from a level 2 soul-guided device and a level 1 soul-guided device contend with the full force of a rank 30 quasi-soul master? Even after the beams had weakened the flames, the Phoenix Fire Line remained steadfast, undeterred in its assault against Li Chaoyang. Observing the dissipating beams, Li Chaoyang refrained from utilizing his soul-guided device for another offensive. With a decisive thought, he swiftly switched to a level 2 defensive soul-guided device, which activated a transparent shield before him in an instant. Fortunately, due to the previous weakening inflicted on the Phoenix Fire Line by the two beams, the defensive capabilities of the level 2 device were sufficient to withstand this searing strike. The Phoenix Fire Line collided heavily with the level 2 defense shield, erupting in a shower of sparks and clouds of smoke that enveloped Li Chaoyang entirely. Ma Xiaotao, witnessing the impact, felt a stirring in her heart and called out, "Brother Chaoyang, let us call it a day for the training match." It's getting late. We should head back. In truth, she harbored no worries. Fully aware that Li Chaoyang's primary soul technique possessed an astonishing recovery speed, thus she had no fear of injury. From within the smoke, Li Chaoyang's distinct voice resonated. All right, Sister Xiaotao. Hearing his response, Ma Xiaotao's lips curled into a slight smile as she summoned her martial spirit, unfurling her magnificent phoenix wings, which generated a powerful gust that dispersed the smoke surrounding Li Chaoyang. He emerged slowly from the haze, rubbing his eyes and coughing, making his way toward Ma Xiaotao while brushing off the dust clinging to him. Moments later, he stood before her, saying, Sister Xiaotao, you should have utilized the soul-guided device for defense just now. Had you done so, you wouldn't have sustained any injuries. Ma Xiaotao scratched her head sheepishly, admitting, it completely slipped my mind that I had a defensive soul-guided device. I promise to remember next time. She responded with a hint of nonchalance. As the conversation concluded, Ma Xiaotao took to the skies with Li Chaoyang, their wings unfurling as they soared into the heavens, heading towards the distant horizon. A mere 10 minutes later, they gracefully descended in front of the hotel where Li Chaoyang resided. I shall see you at the restaurant tomorrow, dear Chaoyang, Ma Xiaotao said with a cheerful smile. All right, Sister Xiaotao, Li Chaoyang replied with a beaming grin. With that, Li Chaoyang turned and entered the hotel, while Ma Xiaotao once again spread her wings and took flight into the distance. Upon returning to his hotel room, a sudden alert resonated in Li Chaoyang's mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the system task of your initial battle. You are rewarded with knowledge of your destined soul guide device. Immediately, a vast torrent of knowledge surged into Li Chaoyang's consciousness, as if a tidal wave had crashed upon him. The system infused him with an entirely new understanding. Once the infusion concluded, he felt a slight pressure in his head and promptly reclined on his bed, contemplating inwardly. It is fortunate that this knowledge has been directly implanted into my mind. The crafting of a destined soul guide device is indeed intricate. Had I been required to learn it piece by piece, I would have surely faltered. Yet, the actual creation appears to present an even greater challenge, alas. After resting for half an hour, Li Chaoyang suddenly sprang up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He recalled the experience he had amassed while crafting soul guide devices previously. He had garnered significant insight into the creation of a level 1 soul guide device, which greatly increased his chances of success. After all, a level 1 soul guide typically only required the engraving of a core magic array, which could be replicated with relative ease. Resolute in his decision, Li Chaoyang immediately immersed himself in the creation of the soul guide device. He skillfully gathered the materials he had used before, mindful that the previous failures were mainly due to issues with the core magic array. Armed with the lessons learned, he noticeably quickened his pace in crafting the soul guide device. 3 hours later, Li Chaoyang gazed at the 4 level 1 soul guide devices he had just completed, a proud smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, I am truly a genius. With that, he cradled the 4 devices and fell onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaotao had returned to the hotel she shared with Yan Shaozhe. Upon her return, instead of heading directly to her own room, she made her way straight to her teacher, Yan Shaozhe's quarters. Chapter 13, Rest. Ma Xiaotao arrived at Yan Shaozhe's door. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and gently knocked, her tone imbued with gravity. Teacher, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. The door opened, revealing Yan Shaozhe's warm smile. Oh, it is you, Xiaotao. What brings you here so early? He stepped aside to allow his disciple entry. Teacher, I have discovered, Ma Xiaotao began, but before she could finish, Yan Shaozhe abruptly raised his right hand, delivering an unequivocal gesture to halt. The smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a palpable seriousness that sent a shiver down her spine. Yan Shaozhe's piercing gaze fell upon Ma Xiaotao like a tangible force, his voice low and solemn. Xiaotao, why do I sense the presence of a defensive soul guide device emanating from you? His brow furrowed, unmistakable displeasure evident in his tone. Are you considering a shift in your path to become a soul guide master? Without waiting for Ma Xiaotao's response, Yan Shaozhe's emotions became fervent, his voice suddenly rising with a heart-wrenching roar. The path of a soul mentor is utterly impassable. Throughout history, has there ever been a level 9 soul mentor who transcended the constraints of level 97? Their potential is alarmingly limited, Xiaotao. In contrast, how many epic-defining divine powerhouses have emerged from the pure path of a soul master? Do you truly expect those cold, metallic contraptions to aid you in breaking through your limitations? They will merely become heavy shackles on your journey as a soul master, hindering your growth. Teacher, I believe that soul tools and soul masters are not mutually exclusive. Ma Xiaotao attempted to argue, her voice urgent. Soul masters can also learn to use soul tools. They can effectively enhance our combat abilities. Enough. Yan Shaozhe's roar resounded like thunder, violently interrupting his disciple. His chest heaved intensely, clearly agitated. As he patted his chest a few times to somewhat calm his breath, he gazed at the stubborn disciple before him, his eyes filled with complexity, which eventually transformed into a heavy sigh. Xiaotao, you should return and rest. Reflect on this matter thoroughly. If you remain perplexed, he paused, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. Upon your return to Shrek, I shall assist you in clarifying your thoughts. Ma Xiaotao's heart felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. She had thought her teacher would be the one to understand her best. Yet his reaction was so unexpected. A wave of profound disappointment and grievance surged within her, and she pursed her lips, remaining silent as she turned away, swallowing all her words about the genius soul mentor Li Chaoyang. This scene was not uncommon within Shrek Academy, with a legacy spanning millennia and profound depth. Bolstered by the glory of divine ancestors, a deeply ingrained notion had taken root in the minds of most teachers and students. The path of a soul mentor is ultimately a sidetrack, and only the pure path of a soul master leads to true greatness. The indoctrination of this belief was suffocatingly powerful. Meanwhile, at 4 o'clock in the morning, before dawn had broken, Li Chaoyang opened his eyes punctually. A glance at the soul tool clock on his bedside revealed that the hands had just passed 10 minutes past 4. He understood well the significance of soul power levels. Without sufficient strength to support him, he would struggle to make any progress in this continent. Sitting cross-legged, Li Chaoyang calmed his mind and began to circulate the supreme cultivation technique rewarded by the system. The pure soul power slowly flowed through his meridians. And after completing a full cycle, a sensation of indescribable ease and comfort enveloped him. He could distinctly feel a subtle, yet solid increase in his soul power. Indeed, I am one step closer to level 12, Li Chaoyang silently mused. Although he possessed the formidable enhancement of his first soul skill, he did not allow himself to become complacent. He was acutely aware that the potential of soul skills ultimately had its limits. Only by breaking through the barriers of major realms could their true might be unleashed. Each breakthrough in a major realm was akin to ascending to the heavens. And apart from diligent and persistent practice day after day, there was no other path. By 7 o'clock in the morning, his training concluded. Li Chaoyang gradually retracted his energy, feeling invigorated and spirited, as if he had just enjoyed a refreshing and restorative sleep. It seemed feasible to replace some of his sleep with deep cultivation in the future. It would both rejuvenate his spirit and enhance his skills, he contemplated. After a brief and simple morning routine, he stowed his limited luggage into the portable storage soul guide and departed from the hotel, making his way towards the familiar restaurant he had visited the previous day. In just a matter of 10 minutes, the restaurant came into view. Li Chaoyang immediately spotted Yan Shaozhe seated by the window. Opposite him sat Ma Xiaotao, whose visibly despondent demeanor was reflected in her listless poking at her food. With a slight smile, he approached quickly, without any pretense, and directly seated himself at the table, reaching for a steaming bun from the steamer and taking a hearty bite. Chapter 14. The Douluo Forest Soul Hunting. After their meal, Yan Shaozhe grasped both Ma Xiaotao and Li Chaoyang by the hands, his figure darting like lightning as they soared through the skies above Hunting Soul Town, plunging into the embrace of the Douluo Forest. The periphery of the Douluo Forest revealed a relatively open area. Yan Shaozhe descended slowly, placing the two of them securely on the ground. His expression remained calm, his gaze penetrating as he addressed them. This journey into the Douluo Forest for soul hunting shall serve as your trial. Unless you face a life-threatening crisis, I shall not intervene. In unison, Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaotao responded, understood. Yan Shaozhe nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao, having prior experience in hunting for soul rings, you shall lead Li Chaoyang in pursuing soul beasts. Understood, teacher, Ma Xiaotao replied cheerfully. No sooner had Yan Shaozhe's words left his lips than his figure flickered and vanished from the sight of Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaotao. As Yan Shaozhe departed, Li Chaoyang unhesitatingly retrieved 2 soul-guided pistols from his spatial soul guide, expertly wielding one in each hand. He turned to Ma Xiaotao, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Sister Xiaotao, where shall we head next? Your third soul ring must be from a 1,000-year soul beast. Can we handle it? Ma Xiaotao laughed heartily, patting her chest. Fear not. A mere 1,000-year soul beast is nothing. I have already brought several to their knees. After all, as a student of Shrek Academy, Ma Xiaotao was well aware of the institution's esteemed reputation in soul master education. The championship throne of the Continental Soul Master Competition had long been firmly held by Shrek. Moreover, Ma Xiaotao was considered a prodigy within the academy. Given her current strength, dealing with a newly emerged 1,000-year soul beast would be a trivial matter. Come on, Zhuang. Follow me. I am somewhat familiar with this area. I obtained my first soul ring nearby. Stay close behind me, call out if anything arises, and fire if danger approaches. Ma Xiaotao instructed, setting off deeper into the Douluo Forest. All right, Sister Xiaotao, Li Chaoyang replied, closely trailing behind her. They journeyed onward for quite some time, when Ma Xiaotao suddenly halted, her expression grave. Zhuang, there seems to be a gathering of soul beasts ahead. We must proceed with caution and be ready for battle. Understood, Li Chaoyang affirmed, gradually channeling his soul power, his muscles tensing in preparation for any imminent confrontation. Not good. Over a dozen hundred-year soul beasts are charging towards us. Ma Xiaotao exclaimed loudly. In that fleeting moment, Ma Xiaotao had already awakened her martial soul. Her form akin to lightning as she swiftly grasped Li Chaoyang and leapt into the air, soaring up a towering tree that stood 50 meters tall. Li Chaoyang could barely comprehend the rapid motion before he was lifted by an overwhelming force. Had it not been for Ma Xiaotao's quick reflexes, covering his mouth with her hand, he might have cried out in alarm. Ah, help! What is happening? Why am I flying? Perched atop the tree, Ma Xiaotao gazed into the distance and remarked, it seems this group of century-old spirit beasts is fleeing, all of them fire rhinoceroses. They must have encountered their natural enemies. Brother Chaoyang, I hope the pursuing spirit beasts are the ones we seek. After Ma Xiaotao spoke, she noticed Li Chaoyang's silence and turned to look at him, only to be taken aback. Li Chaoyang had turned pale, hunched over the tree trunk, retching uncontrollably, the breakfast he had consumed earlier now expelled. A surge of concern gripped Ma Xiaotao's heart as she hurriedly inquired, Brother Chaoyang, are you all right? After a bout of vomiting, Li Chaoyang gasped for air and replied, I'm fine, Sister Xiaotao. It was just a bit overwhelming earlier. The rapid ascent had induced a sensation of weightlessness akin to jumping from a high building, causing Li Chaoyang to lose his balance and succumb to nausea. If only Ma Xiaotao could have employed a spirit power shield, as Yan Shaozhe did, he would not have suffered such embarrassment. Regrettably, her spirit power was still too weak to achieve this, and even if she had possessed the ability, the urgency of the situation would have rendered her unable to think of it. After all, her mind was solely focused on 7 imperative words: escape with Li Chaoyang. Chapter 15, The Hunt in the Douluo Forest, Part 2. Li Chaoyang's stomach churned once more, and he could no longer suppress the urge, expelling the contents with a loud heave. Once he regained some composure and lifted his head, he turned to Ma Xiaotao and asked, Sister Xiaotao, have you spotted any spirit beasts? With a composed expression, Ma Xiaotao responded, it is a 1,000-year-old fire leopard. Sister Xiaotao, that is a fire-type spirit beast. Is it the one you desire? Li Chaoyang's face lit up with his characteristic grin, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ma Xiaotao gently shook her head, stating no. What I seek is a fire attribute spirit beast capable of flight. All right, Li Chaoyang pondered briefly before his eyes brightened, pointing towards the distance. Sister Xiaotao, there is a volcano over there. Let us head in that direction. Perhaps we will encounter a flying fire attribute spirit beast. Yes, let us go. Up we go. Ma Xiaotao replied decisively. With that, she took hold of Li Chaoyang and ascended towards the volcano, albeit at a much slower pace than before. After all, if they moved too quickly, Li Chaoyang would likely find himself in another dizzying predicament. Meanwhile, deep within the volcano, a small spirit beast with 3 eyes called out in a high-pitched voice, its round eyes filled with confusion. What is happening? What is it, Rue Beast? Inquired a 3-headed canine spirit beast, its heads turning in unison as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Indeed, this yellow small spirit beast was none other than the imperial Rue Beast, the 3-eyed golden lion. The 3-headed canine soul beast is the formidable Red King, a powerful entity with an impressive cultivation of 200,000 years, known as the 3-headed red demon mastiff. The emperor's auspicious beast, named the 3-eyed golden lion, stands as a unique existence within the Douluo forest, holding an esteemed position and possessing extraordinary abilities. With the dual attributes of supreme fire and supreme light, it boasts a cultivation of nearly 15,000 years, yet can rival ordinary soul beasts of 100,000 years. As the emperor's auspicious beast, it embodies the fortune of the Douluo forest. In its habitat, the growth rate of all soul beasts is doubled, and the likelihood of 100,000-year soul beasts breaking through their bottlenecks is also increased by 50%. This remarkable ability renders it an object of reverence and protection among all soul beasts. Its body is cloaked in golden fur, resembling translucent crystal that radiates an enchanting glow. Its overall form resembles that of a lion, yet its 4 paws are dragon-like, each stepping upon a sphere of golden flames. Its muzzle is longer than that of ordinary lion-type soul beasts, beneath which lies a layer of fine golden scales. It possesses 3 eyes. In addition to its normal pair, there is a vertical pupil located at its brow. The normal eyes shimmer with a golden light, while the vertical pupil emanates an eerie red glow. The Red King is a super soul beast in the Douluo forest, ranked 8th among the 10 fierce beasts, possessing immense strength and authority. Its true form is that of the 3-headed red demon mastiff, characterized by the hellfire attribute of the fire element. nearing the pinnacle of supreme fire. And it carries a trace of pure-blood, true dragon lineage. With a cultivation nearing 300,000 years, it serves as the guardian of the three-eyed golden lion, tasked with ensuring the safety of the emperor's auspicious beast. Measuring over 5 meters in length, it boasts a robust physique, resembling a lion, but featuring 3 identical large heads, each with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. Its terrifying canine teeth exude a crimson golden sheen, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. Suddenly, the three-eyed golden lion emitted a cry of anguish, its small frame trembling slightly. Observing this, the Red King became flustered, anxiously circling the three-eyed golden lion, yet utterly at a loss for a solution. In desperation, the Red King resorted to a special means, sending a signal for help to Emperor Tian and to the nearest bear monarch. Silently, the Red King prayed within. May Lord Emperor Tian be able to rectify this situation. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaotao and Li Chaoyang had already flown to a gathering place of flame bird soul beasts. Ding! A system task was triggered. Assist Ma Xiaotao in capturing the third soul ring. Reward: Healing Domain, Beginner. A crisp system notification echoed in Li Chaoyang's mind. He felt a surge of joy. The reward for this system task was quite generous. Maintaining his signature smile, he addressed Ma Xiaotao. Sister Xiaotao, do you wish to capture any of the flame bird soul beasts here? Ma Xiaotao nodded slightly, surveying the flock of flame birds around her, and replied, yes. But there are quite a few soul beasts. Let us wait a moment and act individually. All right, Sister Xiaotao, Li Chaoyang obediently responded. Time passed quietly, and in merely half an hour, 1,000-year flame bird soul beast detached from the group and flew out alone. Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed to Ma Xiaotao, Sister Xiaotao, 1,000-year soul beast has flown out. Ma Xiaotao's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on the fiery bird, exclaiming, I see it. This soul beast suits me perfectly. It must be around 2,000 years old, a splendid find. Let us proceed. With that, Ma Xiaotao soared into the air once more, with Li Chaoyang following closely behind, both moving stealthily in pursuit of the flaming bird. Unaware of the imminent danger lurking behind it, the fiery bird continued its flight, eventually landing beside a pool of magma. What a splendid opportunity. We shall strike simultaneously at its wings, Ma Xiaotao whispered to Li Chaoyang. Understood, Sister Xiaotao, Li Chaoyang replied, gripping his soul-guiding device firmly, his eyes reflecting determination. 3, 2, 1 now. At Ma Xiaotao's command, Li Chaoyang unhesitatingly raised his dual pistol-like soul-guiding devices and pulled the triggers towards the bird's wings. Simultaneously, Ma Xiaotao activated her martial soul, her 2 soul rings shimmering with brilliant light. With a fierce cry, her first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, surged forth like a blazing dragon, aimed at the bird's wings. In a moment of unexpected turn, the fiery bird raised its leg, resulting in 3 precise attacks striking not its wings, but elsewhere. The bird barely had time to emit a cry before it collapsed, unconscious. What just happened? Why is this fiery bird so feeble? Li Chaoyang remarked, staring at the fallen creature with a look of bewilderment. Sister Xiaotao, perhaps you should choose another soul beast for your soul ring. Ma Xiaotao furrowed her brow and replied, let it be this one. The fiery bird is among the most suitable soul beasts for me. However, I am perplexed by its condition. As long as it doesn't affect my intelligence, it should suffice. It shouldn't. I think I saw the fiery bird raise its leg. Perhaps it was just about to relieve itself, Li Chaoyang said earnestly. Ma Xiaotao, taken aback by his absurdity, found herself at a loss for words. Such peculiar incidents seemed to follow them. We should first eliminate the soul beast and absorb the soul ring, Li Chaoyang suggested, regaining his cheerful demeanor. Indeed, we must prioritize that. As we are still within the Stardow Forest, too close to the gathering place of soul beasts, Ma Xiaotao affirmed, unleashing her first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Aimed at the bird's head, the fiery bird was struck instantly, falling lifelessly to the ground. A purple soul ring slowly ascended from its corpse, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaotao sat cross-legged to absorb the 2,000-year soul ring, while Li Chaoyang stood vigilantly by her side, ready to protect her. Chapter 16, The Fall of the Phoenix, Part 1. An hour passed quietly, and at last, Ma Xiaotao successfully absorbed the soul ring. During this time, a few hundred-year soul beasts, oblivious to their fate, approached with malice towards Li Chaoyang and the absorbing Ma Xiaotao. However, empowered by the upgrade of his first soul skill, he repelled the intruding soul beasts with his dual pistols, wielding his 19th level soul power. Oh, how exhilarating. My level has soared to 32. Brother Chaoyang, from this day forth, I am officially a soul master. In the future at Shrek Academy, feel free to seek my assistance. I am quite capable of resolving most matters. Ma Xiaotao said with an easy laugh. All right, Sister Xiaotao. By the way, what is your third soul skill? Li Chaoyang inquired, his face brimming with anticipation. Ma Xiaotao gazed earnestly at Li Chaoyang and replied, "Brother Chaoyang, it is rather impolite to inquire about another's soul skills. If one encounters individuals with ulterior motives, it could potentially lead to conflict. Do you understand, Brother Chaoyang?" "Got it," Li Chaoyang responded with a cheerful grin, scratching his head with his right hand. Ma Xiaotao observed his demeanor and continued with her characteristic candor. "However, considering your efforts in assisting me to obtain my soul ring and providing protection, I shall divulge it to you. My third soul skill is called Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring. When unleashed, it elevates the temperature of flames by 100, expands the attack range by 50, increases attack power by 50, and enhances flight speed by 100. Ma Xiaotao tilted her head skyward as she spoke. In Li Chaoyang's eyes. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao's nose seemed to radiate a glow, as if it had slightly elongated due to her excitement. Before long, Li Chaoyang gently urged Ma Xiaotao forward, saying, "Sister Xiaotao, we should depart. We need to leave the Stardow Forest and return to Shrek Academy." "Yes, it is indeed time to leave. There is still a gathering place for soul beasts nearby, so we must exercise caution," Ma Xiaotao responded. With that, Ma Xiaotao and Li Chaoyang set off towards the direction of Shrek Academy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task of assisting Ma Xiaotao in obtaining her third soul ring. You have received the reward, Elementary Healing Domain. Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 6 Soul Power. Level 11. Innate Soul Power Level 10. Items, none soul rings. First soul ring white, 99 years. Soul skills, upgraded self-created soul skills. None physique, 6 mental power, 192 martial soul. Elemental staff cultivation technique, top tier cultivation technique. Knowledge of fate soul guidance device. Domain, elementary healing domain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiong, do you think the auspicious beast will encounter any trouble? Zhuang asked, his expression filled with concern. It shouldn't, right? Xiong replied, his face betraying immense anxiety, his voice trembling slightly. Xiong, a fearsome beast of 47,000 years, belonged to the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear clan, known as the Destruction King of the Soul Master Realm and the Destroyer of the Jungle. He possessed partial bloodline of the Golden Behemoth, characterized by an extreme affinity for gold. He stood as a super soul beast of the Stardow Forest. The leader of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear clan, a king among bear-type soul beasts, ranked 6th among the 10 fiercest beasts, and a formidable force only second to Emperor Tian. His overwhelming offensive capability allowed his massive claws to even rend space itself. Xiong's imposing figure stood 15 meters tall, cloaked in a dense and heavy dark golden fur. His arms were extraordinarily long, hanging down at his sides, with length surpassing his knees, robustly muscular, and his shoulders bulging like small hills, exuding a chilling aura. Why does the fortune of the auspicious beast fluctuate so much? Could it be that the divine realm or humans are meddling? Xiong pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. That is possible. I suspect it is humans. Wang said with a fierce expression, his teeth clenched. At that moment, the imperial divine beast suddenly stirred, transforming into a beam of golden light. Both Xiong and Wang were momentarily taken aback. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the golden light emitted by the imperial divine beast had already teleported away. This is bad. Someone intends to harm the divine beast. I will pursue it swiftly. Xiong quickly informed Tian and the Lord. Wang urged anxiously. Without waiting for Xiong's response, Wang transformed into a streak of light and darted off in pursuit. Chapter 17. The Death of Yan Shaozhe. The Fall of the Phoenix. Tu Xiaotao, Chaoyang, flee from there at once, run. Yan Shaozhe shouted urgently to Ma Xiaotao and Li Chaoyang. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao and Li Chaoyang were making their way towards Shrek when Yan Shaozhe's sudden call left them momentarily stunned, their minds blank, unable to respond. Instinctively, they turned to look at Yan Shaozhe, who was now enveloped in his martial spirit, a pair of yellow wings unfurling from his back. His body was adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, radiating a mysterious and potent luminescence as he soared towards them. Li Chaoyang gazed at Yan Shaozhe in this form, remaining rooted in place, his eyes filled with confusion. Ma Xiaotao, however, reacted a fraction quicker. She regained her composure in an instant and, without hesitation, manifested her martial spirit, eager to escape with Li Chaoyang. Yet, it seemed that all was too late. A yellow orb of light streaked through the sky like a meteor, arriving before Li Chaoyang in the blink of an eye. Indeed, this yellow orb was none other than the imperial divine beast. Yan Shaozhe had keenly sensed this overwhelming and disquieting aura just moments prior. The intensity of this aura had reached the level of a 200,000-year-old soul beast. Approaching Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaotao with the astonishing speed of an unparalleled rank 97 agility type super Douluo, thus culminating in the scene before them. The aura of the yellow orb continued to ascend, establishing a connection with Li Chaoyang at an indescribable pace. Once this connection was forged, it seemed to be governed by a mysterious and potent force, one that no being in this world could thwart. Even a rank 99 agility-type title Douluo would appear feeble in the face of such power. Perhaps only a deity could intervene in such matters. At that moment, the yellow orb was surrounded by countless yellow tendrils extending like agile appendages, intertwining closely with Li Chaoyang. If someone knowledgeable about the forces of fate were present, they would be astonished to observe that the fortune of the yellow orb and Li Chaoyang was surging at an extraordinary rate. In the next instant, the aura of the yellow orb abruptly surpassed the threshold of 300,000 years, its terrifying presence sweeping towards Ma Xiaotao and Yan Shaozhe like a surging tide. Ma Xiaotao felt a jolt of alarm and immediately activated all her soul-guiding devices. However, the second and third-tier devices shattered instantly under the onslaught of this horrifying aura. Turning to dust, the fourth-tier defensive soul-guiding device managed to withstand the pressure for a brief second due to some special effects, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force and shattered with a resounding crash. In this critical moment, Li Chaoyang seemed to gain a fragment of agency in his connection with the Imperial Divine Beast, slightly retracting his aura. This led to Ma Xiaotao suffering only some internal injuries, which were treatable, as well as extensive external wounds, ultimately causing her to collapse to the ground. After withstanding the terrifying pressure from the 35,000-year soul beast, Yan Shaozhe did not dare to linger for even a moment. He swiftly carried Ma Xiaotao to a location over 10,000 meters away from the light sphere and Li Chaoyang. Simultaneously, he exerted his full strength to release his aura, driving away all surrounding soul beasts. He hastily administered to Ma Xiaotao a top-tier healing elixir, then, without hesitation, flew back to closely observe the situation of Li Chaoyang and the light sphere. During his flight, Yan Shaozhe pondered to himself. Fortunately, Xiaotao possessed a defensive soul guide, otherwise, just the thought of it brought tears to his eyes. From these tears, it was evident that Yan Shaozhe had long cherished Ma Xiaotao, as if she were his own daughter. He sighed inwardly, reflecting, perhaps I was indeed mistaken. Soul guides undoubtedly hold their own value. At that moment, Yan Shaozhe exhaled deeply, putting an end to his chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, a hint of looseness appeared in the 95-level bottleneck that had troubled him for over a decade. In truth, Yan Shaozhe's talent was remarkable, surpassing many. And he stood on par with the current Sea God Pavilion Master, the 99-level Limit Douluo. Otherwise, how could Muin disregard the fact that Yan Shaozhe was the son of his rival and take him as a disciple? However, due to the influence of the dark elements within his bloodline, Yan Shaozhe's state of mind had encountered issues, preventing him from breaking through the 95-level bottleneck. Should he overcome the constraints of his mindset, his ascent from 95 to Limit Douluo would surely be swifter than Muon's by numerous folds. At that moment, the connection between Li Chaoyang and the Emperor Rue Beast continued. The Emperor Rue Beast beheld all of Li Chaoyang's memories from this life, aside from the system, while Li Chaoyang was granted insight into the entirety of the Emperor Rue Beast's past. Just then, Yan Shaozhe sensed the terrifying power emanating from the 35,000-year aura and flew back once more. Gazing at the incredible scene before him, he murmured, "What kind of power is this that is so fearsome?" A fleeting thought of greed quietly flickered across Yan Shaozhe's mind. Indeed, that terrifying aura originated from Li Chaoyang and the Emperor Rue Beast. Chapter 18. The Death of Yan Shaozhe and the Fall of the Phoenix. Yan Shaozhe continued to observe the Emperor Rue Beast and Li Chaoyang for a while longer, yet remained utterly perplexed, failing to perceive the enigmatic force of destiny. At this moment, a mad thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What would happen if this seemingly calm situation were to be disrupted? In an instant, the greed in his eyes surged like a tidal wave, increasingly intensifying and gradually taking control. Yan Shaozhe no longer hesitated. With a flash of brilliance surrounding him, 9 soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet, and the overwhelming aura of a 95-level title Douluo instantly swept forth like a tempest. Following that, his 8th soul ring suddenly lit up, radiating dazzling light. 8th soul skill, Phoenix Judgment. Yan Shaozhe uttered a low cry, and a luminous phantom of a phoenix gradually materialized behind him, gaining solidity and charging towards Li Chaoyang and the Emperor Rue Beast with the might to annihilate the heavens and earth. At this critical moment, a furious roar echoed from afar. "Impudent, despicable humans, I knew it was you who harbored ill intentions towards the sacred beast." The voice of the Red King, resonant and filled with wrath, thundered like a storm. As he witnessed Yan Shaozhe's attack approaching, the Red King unhesitatingly ignited his own vitality, forcefully employing the technique of instantaneous movement. In an instant, he appeared like a wraith before Li Chaoyang and the Imperial Sacred Beast. resolutely shielding them with his own body against Yan Shaozhe's 8th soul skill, Phoenix Judgment. A painful howl escaped the Red King's lips as he bore the brunt of the 95th level titled Douluo's formidable attack, a task far from simple. The overwhelming force surged through him like a torrential flood. Damn you, Yan Shaozhe, daring to harm the sacred beast, I will see you perish. The Red King's voice reverberated, causing the very air around him to tremble slightly, as the terrifying aura of a 200,000-year-old ferocious beast was unleashed like a crashing wave. The flames enveloping the Red King intensified, their temperature soaring dramatically, a terrifying augmentation born from the combustion of his life force. In this moment, he was fighting with all his might. The imperial sacred beast represented the absolute taboo of the Star Dough Forest. Should it fall, the annihilation of the entire spirit beast realm would merely be a matter of time. Yan Shaozhe, perish. The Red King bellowed. Infernal fire, domain of earth fire. With a fierce thrust of his hands, a formidable domain erupted from him, surging forth like a tidal wave towards Yan Shaozhe, enveloping him in the blink of an eye. The color of the flames surrounding the Red King shifted dramatically to a blackened crimson, resembling the molten lava of the underworld, exuding a chilling aura. The temperature around him surged once more, reaching an apex of fiery intensity, a force of unparalleled might. Enveloped by this terrifying domain, Yan Shaozhe felt the ultimate fire consuming his soul power as if it were a relentless parasite, instantly draining a quarter of his energy. His eyes widened in terror, and he thought to himself, what an appalling domain. Yan Shaozhe dared not exhibit a hint of complacency. He promptly unleashed his own domain of light, attempting to counter the earth fire domain. However, in comparison to the Red King's earth fire domain, his light domain was but a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the full moon, utterly incomparable, barely managing to slow the rate at which his soul power was consumed. There must be some misunderstanding between us, Yan Shaozhe feigned calmness, stating, misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. To lay a hand on the sacred beast is a capital offense. The Red King's gaze burned with intensity as he locked eyes with Yan Shaozhe, as though he wished to devour him whole. In an instant, the Red King transformed into a terrifying fireball, resembling a blazing meteor, hurtling towards Yan Shaozhe. Damn it, the inherently malevolent spirit beast. Yan Shaozhe cursed vehemently. Then come. I too wish to witness the prowess of a 200,000-year-old spirit beast. With a mighty shout, Yan Shaozhe activated his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, and in a burst of radiant light, transformed into a colossal luminous phoenix, soaring high in an attempt to evade the Red King's initial assault. Seeing his attack evaded, the Red King remained undeterred, once more transforming into a meteor, pursuing Yan Shaozhe relentlessly. As Yan Shaozhe fled desperately ahead, the Red King pursued closely behind, the distance between them rapidly closing. After all, Yan Shaozhe is a formidable assault-type super Douluo, not a speed type, and thus lacks the advantage in velocity. At this moment, the Red King, in a bid to protect the divine beast, has already ignited the fire of life, exerting its utmost effort. Realizing that he cannot evade the Red King's approach, Yan Shaozhe turns to unleash his soul skill, preparing to confront the Red King head-on. Thus begins a breathtaking battle. Chapter 19, The Fall of Yan Shaozhe and the Phoenix's Descent. With a voice resonant as thunder, Yan Shaozhe announces, 8th soul skill, Phoenix Judgment. His soul power surges forth with his furious shout. Calculating in his mind, he aims to deliver a fatal blow akin to the one that previously injured the Red King. Earlier, the Red King had recklessly withstood the attack in its haste to rescue the Imperial Divine Beast, showing no defense. However, the situation has now changed. With the bond of the Imperial Divine Beast no longer present, the Red King will not repeat the same mistake. Yan Shaozhe's 8th soul skill strikes like a blazing meteor, instantly hitting the Red King. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke rises, enveloping the Red King's figure completely. Before the smoke dissipates, 9 towering pillars of flame, akin to roaring dragons, charge fiercely towards Yan Shaozhe. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Yan Shaozhe swiftly evades like lightning, simultaneously activating his 1st soul skill, Phoenix Fire, and his 3rd soul skill, Phoenix Shield. Although the soul rings of these 2 skills are not particularly high in age, they are still enhancement skills and can exert a degree of effectiveness in such an intense confrontation among high-level soul masters. As the smoke surrounding the Red King gradually disperses, a shocking scene unfolds. 3 Red Kings stand proudly. In unison, they declare, their voices rumbling like thunder, Yan Shaozhe, today I shall savor the taste of your heart. The Red King's face is filled with a wicked grin, having unleashed its ultimate skill, the clone technique, now with clones possessing full battle power. One Red King is already a headache for Yan Shaozhe. Now, The darker aspects of his psyche begin to take hold. He contemplates, my soul power is depleting rapidly. It seems my only option is to flee. Yet, as this thought surfaces, he slaps himself fiercely, rebuking his own cowardice. How can I be so timid? Li Chaoyang is a descendant of Elder Zhuang and a member of Shrek. How can I stand idly by while others face peril? Moreover, my disciple Ma Xiaotao is behind me. In that instant, Yan Shaozhe's brighter side reasserts dominance. Red King, I grant you one final opportunity, leave now, and I shall treat this as if it never occurred. Should you persist in your folly, you shall meet a most gruesome end today. Do not presume that 300,000-year soul beasts can match me. His gaze sharpens, filled with menace, his voice as frigid as ice. Enough of your prattle. How many times must I say it? Dare to harm the divine beast, and for you, Yan Shaozhe, there is only the path to death. Come and fight. The three Red Kings, enraged, charge at Yan Shaozhe like three blazing meteors. No longer exchanging words, the true battle for survival has commenced. In his gaze, the shrewdness of a merchant vanished in an instant, replaced by the resolute and daring demeanor befitting Dean Shrek. It was an expression unafraid of death and undaunted by adversity. Yan Shaozhe simultaneously unleashed his dual arm soul bone abilities, both formidable skills of 90,000 years. The right arm's soul bone skill, the Phoenix Sealing Array. The left arm's soul bone skill, the Gale Explosion. Yan Shaozhe roared with fervor, his voice resonating through the air, causing it to tremble. The right arm's soul bone skill activated in a flash, a brilliant radiance enveloping and sealing one of the Red King's avatars. Meanwhile, the other two Red Kings collided head-on with the left arm's soul bone skill, unleashing a tempestuous gale and scattering flames, as Yan Shaozhe temporarily subdued both Red Kings. Observing this, Yan Shaozhe charged without hesitation toward the Red King ensnared by his right arm's skill. The sealing effect inherent in the right arm's soul bone skill was a boon, and he understood this was a prime opportunity. He invoked his self-created soul skill. Conqueror of the world, taught to him by Mu En, intending to strike down this Red King in one fell swoop. However, before his attack could reach the Red King, it unexpectedly opted for self-destruction. At the moment of his assault, Yan Shaozhe was blinded by a searing white light, initially believing it to be a defensive maneuver. By the time he realized the Red King intended to self-destruct, it was already too late. With a thunderous explosion, Yan Shaozhe was hurled away, bloodied and battered. His injuries unmistakably severe. You are truly insane, he uttered weakly, his voice laced with a mixture of helplessness and fury. The explosion of the Soul Beast's avatar had incinerated 8,000 years of the Red King's existence, a staggering loss for any Soul Beast. The other two Red Kings broke free from the Gale Explosion's grasp, roaring, I told you, you must die. The only fate for those who provoke the divine beast is death. Regional Devourer. Once more, the Red King unleashed a skill that consumed its life force to augment its power, compensating for the loss incurred from the self-destruction of one of its avatars. In that moment, Yan Shaozhe frantically channeled his soul core, striving to extract the last vestiges of soul power. His reserves were nearly depleted, and he pondered whether to ensure the safe escape of Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaotao. He would have no choice but to resort to that which he dreaded. Deep within his heart, a shadowy figure beckoned him, a being strikingly similar to Yan Shaozhe himself. Indeed, it was the embodiment of his darker self. At this moment, the connection between our protagonist and the Emperor Beast of the Phoenix finally came to an end. Phoenix, are you all right? The Red King asked anxiously. I am unscathed, however. That human just now is quite extraordinary, replied the Emperor Beast. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang, having observed the unfolding situation, rushed to Yan Shaozhe's side. Director Yan, are you all right? He promptly activated his healing domain to assist Yan Shaozhe. The astonishment was evident in Yan Shaozhe's eyes as he realized that the young man before him, despite his tender age, possessed a domain, an unparalleled talent. What a pity it would be for him to perish here alongside me, Yan Shaozhe thought to himself. Embrace your demise. The Red King declared viciously, unleashing flames that surged toward Yan Shaozhe. Just then, Li Chaoyang activated his first soul skill, enhancing Yan Shaozhe. First soul skill upgrade. Li Chaoyang exclaimed. A child's first soul skill? How is this possible? Yan Shaozhe was astounded. His soul power level had been elevated by this soul master's decade-long skill, and his soul power had also recovered by 20%. A genius, a true genius. I must ensure he survives to reach Shrek, Yan Shaozhe resolutely thought. The Phoenix Avatar. Chapter 20. The Death of Yan Shaozhe, the Fall of the Phoenix. Yan Shaozhe's soul power surged, and the brilliance of the Phoenix Avatar intensified. Fiery flames coalesced before him, forming an impenetrable barrier that effortlessly repelled the Red King's torrent of flames. The Red King's previously crimson eyes widened in disbelief. Every word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. How is it possible that you have already reached level 96? After a brief moment of shock, the Red King's gaze hardened, ablaze with resolve and madness. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. One Red King devoured another like a ravenous wolf. In an instant, the Red King's aura surged explosively, distorting the surrounding air with its formidable power. Three-headed hellfire. The Red King roared skyward, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the heavens. Suddenly, the temperature soared. As if one had been cast into the depths of a purgatory, trees ignited spontaneously, their flames illuminating the sky with a fierce glow. Simultaneously, the surrounding space twisted and warped, revealing phantasms of hell, permeated by a chilling, terrifying aura. The three-headed hellfire erupted from the Red King's mouth like a torrent of molten lava, sweeping toward Yan Shaozhe with cataclysmic force, incinerating everything in its path to ashes. I am no longer the same. Yan Shaozhe's gaze burned with intensity, as his soul core spun wildly. The overwhelming aura of peak level 96 radiated forth like a surging tide. In the hierarchy of soul masters, the difference between levels 96 and 95 may seem minimal. Yet the disparity in strength is akin to a chasm. Their soul power differed by a full 30%. It is no exaggeration to claim that a level 96 powerhouse could utterly dominate a level 95. Yan Shaozhe's soul power surged once more as he unleashed the awe-inspiring sovereign's descent. He moved like a flash of lightning, instantly plunging into the onslaught of the three-headed hellfire, which surged like a frenzied dragon. With a single strike, he shattered the terrifying flames into a multitude of fragments. In the next moment, he shot forward like a cannonball, charging toward the Crimson King. With another strike, akin to the might of a sovereign, an overwhelming force erupted forth, crashing down upon the Crimson King before he could evade. The impact struck him fiercely, causing blood to spew from his mouth as his body flew backward like a kite with severed strings, toppling numerous towering trees before finally coming to rest. At this juncture, the Crimson King's breath flickered like a candle in the wind, rapidly waning. After all, the ferocious beast's strength, accumulated over 200,000 years, equated to a power level of approximately 95 to 96 in human terms. In this battle, the Crimson King had been relentlessly consuming his life force, and now he was nearing his limit, the flame of his existence on the verge of extinguishing. Struggling to rise from the ground, the Crimson King's eyes were filled with resolve and tragic determination. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength and charged toward Yan Shaozhe, unleashing a deafening roar. For the auspicious beast, for the spirit beasts, today you shall surely perish. Having uttered these words, the Crimson King made an utterly mad decision to ignite his soul core, preparing for a self-destructive confrontation with Yan Shaozhe. Madman, is this truly worth it? Yan Shaozhe gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, the darker aspects of his heart began to gain the upper hand, a glimmer of malice flickering in his gaze. For the spirit beasts, nothing is unworthy. The Crimson King's voice resounded like a thunderous bell, imbued with boundless sorrow and determination. Dragon God, I have done my utmost, he cried, expending the last ounce of his strength in a final shout. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a gentle yet powerful surge of life energy swept through like a spring breeze, instantly healing half of the Crimson King's grievous wounds. However, the absence of his essence could not be easily remedied by this life energy. Restoration would depend solely on the Crimson King's gradual recuperation. Simultaneously, a powerful and domineering aura of ultimate golden energy descended like an invisible mountain, firmly suppressing the soul core within the Crimson King that was on the brink of self-detonation. Indeed, the newcomers were Biji, Xiongjun, and Ziji. Biji, the matriarch of the Emerald Swan clan, boasted an impressive cultivation of 590,000 years, making her the most formidable healing spirit beast within the Stardow Forest. Her healing abilities were unparalleled, akin to a divine being descending to earth, capable of instantly mending grievous injuries and even reviving those on the brink of death. With a gentle yet resilient disposition, she served as a guardian angel of the forest, using her benevolent spirit to halt wars and heal wounded spirit beasts, earning the respect and admiration of many, thus being hailed as the kindest of spirit beasts. Ziji, with a cultivation of 300,000 years, possessed a unique dragon lineage that rendered her combat prowess comparable to that of a 400,000-year spirit beast, ranking among the top 10 ferocious beasts. Her true form was that of the Hell Dragon, also known as the Abyssal Dragon King or the Demon Queen, and she was the leader of the Abyssal Dragon clan. Ziji excelled in dark and fiery attacks, each of her strikes imbued with the immense pressure of her dragon heritage and domain skills. Her combat style was ferocious and devastating, resembling a demon emerging from the abyss, a being that instilled terror throughout the Stardow Forest. Xiongjun, the chieftain of the Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear clan, loomed like a mountain, exuding an imposing aura. His gaze burned fiercely as he glared at Yan Shaozhe, bellowing, "Zhuang, indeed. I acknowledge you. Now, allow me to bring this farce to an end." With that, he charged towards the fleeing Yan Shaozhe like an enraged bull. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of Xiong Jun, Bai Ji, and Ziji, a wave of despair surged within Yan Shaozhe. At that moment, he understood all too well that failure to escape would lead him to a certain demise. Fortunately, with the severely injured Zhuang ahead, he felt a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he feared he might truly be ensnared this day. Chapter 21. The Death of Yan Shaozhe. The Fall of the Phoenix. At this moment, Yan Shaozhe had hastily fled with Ma Xiaotao and Li Qiaoyang. His soul power surged around him, and the radiance of his martial spirit blazed like a stream of fire as he raced towards Shrek Academy. The howling winds roared past his ears, yet his heart was tumultuous, akin to turbulent tides. He pondered to himself, is the auspicious beast truly that significant? Alas, Zhuang, a man of iron will. Yet ultimately, Yan Shaozhe's thoughts came to an abrupt halt, and a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. Suddenly, the dark side within him erupted like a surging undercurrent. The darkness coldly addressed Yan Shaozhe's light side. "Zhuang, merely a laughable fool. In the eyes of Di Tian, he is nothing more than a dispensable pawn. What is there to admire? To risk everything for a beast? It is the height of absurdity. Soul beasts are ultimately just that, soul beasts. Even after 200,000 years of cultivation, even taking human form, their foolishness remains unchanged. In the face of self-interest, one's own safety is paramount." The words of the dark side pierced Yan Shaozhe's heart like venomous thorns, as the dark aura within him spread unchecked. Just as he was ensnared by this inner turmoil, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Dark gold fearclaw. Xiong Jun's voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. 5 terrifying claw marks tore through the sky, and where they passed, the very fabric of space seemed to be cleaved apart, leaving behind clear traces of destruction. Yan Shaozhe was jolted from his chaotic thoughts, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Danger. Extreme danger. The dark gold fearclaw bear, with over 400,000 years of power, possessed strength comparable to a newly ascended Limit Douluo at level 99. Should this strike land, it would spell his demise. Yan Shaozhe's gaze fixed intensely on the 5 fearsome claw marks, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Ninth soul skill," he roared, as all his soul power surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam, converging into this singular strike. Once this ability was unleashed, he would be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. Phoenix Annihilation Light. A beam of phoenix light, piercing through heaven and earth, erupted from Yan Shaozhe, carrying an aura of cataclysmic destruction, hurtling towards the dark gold fearclaw in the sky. Though he maintained his 7th soul skill, the phoenix true body, this strike appeared insignificant in the face of the Limit Douluo's terrifying power. The Phoenix Annihilation Light collided with the dark gold fearclaw, and in an instant, brilliance erupted, with energy raging uncontrollably. However, the Phoenix's apocalyptic radiance merely diminished the formidable aura of the dark golden claw, which was swiftly extinguished. The residual force surged forward like an overwhelming tide towards Yan Shaozhe and his companions. Gazing at the approaching terror, Yan Shaozhe was engulfed by a profound despair. Am I truly destined to meet my end here today? Not at all. You still have me. Embrace my power. Forsake those 2 unconscious children, and you shall surely escape unscathed. The dark bloodline surged violently within Yan Shaozhe, relentlessly stimulating his senses. Indeed, Li Qiaoyang had also succumbed to unconsciousness. Earlier, he had unleashed Yan Shaozhe's 1st soul skill, causing his soul power to ascend sharply before plummeting, leading his body to succumb to a protective unconsciousness. Yan Shaozhe sighed deeply, resolutely proclaiming within his heart, "Then let it come." He advanced with unwavering determination, tightly enveloping the dark bloodline. "Yet, you are not worthy to control me. My fate is mine to dictate, not the heavens, nor you." Yan Shaozhe's inner voice resounded with defiance and resolve. At that moment, his conviction to save Li Qiaoyang and Ma Xiaotao solidified like rock. Visions of his deceased father, mother, and the wise mentor Mu In, along with the loving anticipation of his wife Kai Meyer, filled his mind. Bolstered by this steadfast belief, Yan Shaozhe's state of mind seemed to shatter an invisible shackle, propelling him to the 96th level. Coupled with Li Qiaoyang's previous enhancement of soul skills, his soul power surged to the 97th level, recovering considerably with the elevation. Yet, when compared to the ancient bear lord of over 400,000 years, the chasm remained vast. In an unknown location, a figure cloaked in fiery red murmured softly, "Indeed, young one, quite remarkable. If only your state of mind could break through once more, I could finally unburden myself and seek her." As he spoke, a crystalline tear slipped from the corner of his eye, falling silently into the stillness of the space. Chapter 22. The death of Yan Shaozhe. The fall of the phoenix marked the end. Ultimately, Yan Shaozhe's form suddenly transformed into a profound darkness, melding directly into the shadow beneath him, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Yet, could the dark golden claw of the Bear Lord be so easily eluded? No. That terrifying claw was not to be underestimated. Yan Shaozhe's right arm had suffered grave injury, hanging limply and unable to rise. However, amidst this dire moment, a glimmer of good news emerged. Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaodao had just been sent away by Yan Shaozhe using his second martial soul, the Dark Phoenix. This Dark Phoenix was exceptionally unique, harboring a trace of spatial power. Just moments ago, Yan Shaozhe had harnessed the innate ability of the Dark Phoenix to teleport Ma Xiaodao and Li Chaoyang thousands of meters away, granting them a fleeting chance of survival. Yan Shaozhe, I truly did not foresee that you possess a dual martial soul, and one that stands as a nemesis to Shrek, harboring such a sinister essence. The Bear Lord laughed heartily, his mirth laced with derision and contempt. Yan Shaozhe, you have now fallen victim to my dark golden claw and are grievously injured. Even if you were to summon your second spirit, which possesses no soul rings, the only fate that awaits you is death. A fierce murderous intent emerged on Xiong Jun's face, as if Yan Shaozhe were merely a fish on his chopping board. Today, I shall avenge my fallen spirit beast brethren. With a thunderous roar, Xiong Jun's voice reverberated like a clap of thunder, echoing throughout the Star Do forest. Even in death, I will ensure your suffering. Come forth. Unfazed, Yan Shaozhe responded loudly. At the same time, Yan Shaozhe summoned his two spirit forms, a luminous phoenix and a shadowy phoenix, the former significantly larger than the latter. With resolute determination, he ignited his 9 soul rings, invoking Shrek's secret technique of ring ignition. This skill emulates the Haotian sect's ring explosion technique, boasting comparable power but with dire consequences, rendering the consumed soul rings unusable for a year. In an instant, Yan Shaozhe's aura surged dramatically, as if a war god had descended. Meanwhile, from a distant location, a mysterious voice whispered, "Let me lend you a hand, though it may draw attention. Today's watchman will not trouble me." Yan Shaozhe felt an unknown force surge within him, and his two spirit forms began to merge. In the next moment, they fused into one. Yan Shaozhe marveled internally. This is a spirit fusion technique, and not the legendary kind, but rather a self-fusion technique. The external world remained oblivious to the monumental change occurring within Yan Shaozhe, taking less than a blink of an eye. His two spirits had perfectly merged into a radiant dark phoenix. The moment the phoenix emerged, it released a melodious cry that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, reaching the depths of the Star Do forest. Ditian, the sovereign of the spirit beast world, murmured to himself, "How can this be the aura of the luminous dark?" At the same time, the Silver Dragon King was roused by the cry, and she commanded, "Ditian, investigate this matter at once. How could there be the presence of a divine beast? Go quickly." "Yes, my lord." Ditian replied with utmost reverence, then unfurled his enormous dragon wings and soared into the spatial rift he had opened. Self-fusion of spirits, coexisting in light and darkness. Yan Shaozhe bellowed. This time, his self-fusion technique did not clash head-on with the tearing claw. Yan Shaozhe understood that even if he were to withstand the tearing claw, his demise was inevitable. Instead, he chose to exert all his strength in hopes of severely wounding Xiong Jun, buying time for the children to escape. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yan Shaozhe suddenly burst into laughter. In that moment, he seemed to grasp many truths, achieving a breakthrough in his state of mind. This breakthrough propelled his soul power level to 97, and combined with the amplification previously provided by Li Chaoyang, his manifested soul power reached an impressive 98. Yan Shaozhe mused inwardly, that young man truly is terrifying. He slowly closed his eyes. Although there were many things left undone, he had come to understand so much in this moment. His mentor once remarked that he lacked something. Now, he finally comprehended what it was. In the next moment, Yan Shaozhe's body was ruthlessly torn apart by the sky-tearing claw, plummeting heavily from the heavens to the ground. Upon landing, his form swiftly dissipated, ultimately shattered entirely by the terrifying destructive force of the sky-tearing claw. Meanwhile, Xiong Jun found himself in a dire predicament. He could hardly believe that Yan Shaozhe's martial soul fusion technique would prove so formidable, capable of directly sealing off space. At that moment, panic seized Xiong Jun, for he understood all too well that he could not withstand this assault and would inevitably suffer grave injuries. Just as the situation grew increasingly perilous, a rift in space suddenly opened. A pitch-black dragon claw emerged from within, accompanied by a commanding voice that resonated through the air, Dragon God Claw. Chapter 23, Phoenix Nirvana. Amidst the turbulent aftermath of the fierce battle, The dragon god claw unleashed by Di Tian descended like divine retribution, effortlessly overwhelming Yan Shaozhe's symbiotic strike of light and darkness. Although that symbiotic attack was powerful, it merely compared to the full force of a peak title Douluo at level 98, and before Di Tian's nearly invincible dragon god claw. It ultimately appeared too fragile. As Di Tian witnessed Yan Shaozhe's figure gradually dissipate from this realm, he turned to Xiong and inquired, Xiong, what on earth transpired? Xiong dared not conceal any detail, recounting the events to Di Tian in full. After listening, Di Tian could not help but exclaim, humans truly possess extraordinary potential. That martial soul fusion technique harbors the essence of the light and dark phoenix, a top-tier divine royal bloodline among the Phoenix clan. Alas, let us depart, Xiong, and seek the mythical beast, for Yan Shaozhe has already vanished. Understood, Xiong responded. On the third day after Di Tian and Xiong's departure, miraculously, Yan Shaozhe's figure began to reassemble gradually in the very spot where he had once disappeared. It turned out he had invoked the Phoenix Nirvana, a life-saving soul skill that a light Phoenix soul master could use only once in a lifetime. Yan Shaozhe silently rejoiced. Fortunately, I still possess this means of survival. He summoned the Dark Phoenix and soared towards the direction of Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaotao. Upon seeing the two unharmed, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. Subsequently, Yan Shaozhe led the pair on their journey back to Shrek Academy. During their return, a ripple suddenly stirred in Yan Shaozhe's spiritual sea, and a fiery red figure quietly materialized, exuding an undeniable authority. The figure addressed Yan Shaozhe. Young man, you are quite impressive. 3,000 meters to your right. There are students from your academy. Deliver these two children to them and allow them to escort you back to the academy. In return, I can offer you some opportunities. Yan Shaozhe was taken aback, hastily inquiring with respect. May I ask who you are, esteemed elder? I am Ma Hongjun, the Phoenix god who ascended to divinity a millennium ago. I see great potential in you and wish to nurture your abilities. However, while you are commendable, you are not yet ready to inherit my divine position. I must first put you to the test. The fiery red figure spoke slowly, and soon after, Ma Hongjun's form emerged from the radiant light. Yan Shaozhe was left in profound astonishment, never imagining that he would be recognized by a deity. After all, only deities possess the ability to silently infiltrate the spiritual sea of this formidable 97th level Super Douluo. Moreover, the visage of the individual before him strikingly resembles that of the statue in Shrek Square. Yan Shaozhe promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your esteem, elder." Having uttered these words, he dashed to the right without hesitation. Upon recognizing that the leader of the group was none other than Zhang Lishuan, he called out to her, who stood poised and ready. Lishuan, it's me. Din Yan. Zhang Lishuan exclaimed in astonishment. What has happened to you? How have you changed so drastically? And your level has even risen. She inquired, her heart filled with confusion. Lishuan, listen to me. I have important matters to discuss. First, upon your return, please inform the guild master that I will be taking a leave of absence for several years. I have caught the attention of an incredibly powerful individual who wishes to teach me. Furthermore, take these two children back with you. Also, I command you to conclude whatever tasks you are currently engaged in immediately. Return to Shrek at once, and convey my message along with these two children. Do you understand? Yan Shaozhe asserted with utmost seriousness. Shaozhe, what is the matter? Just then, a beautiful woman gracefully descended from a tree, Yan Shaozhe's wife, Kai Meyer. It was she who had just spoken those words. Upon seeing his wife, Yan Shaozhe enveloped her in a tight embrace, his voice trembling. My dear, I have missed you so much. Kai Meyer, observing the near tears in Yan Shaozhe's eyes, playfully teased, look at you, so grown yet still crying. Aren't you afraid Lishuan and the others will mock you? At that moment, Zhang Lishuan and her fellow students averted their gazes, unwilling to witness the tender exchange between Yan Shaozhe and Kai Meyer. Lishuan, please assist me in requesting leave as well. I wish to accompany Din Yan. Kai Meyer said to Zhang Lishuan. If both of you leave, what will happen to the martial soul department? Zhang Lishuan asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Let Xianlao handle it. By the time I return, I will be able to safeguard Shrek for 300 years without worry, Yan Shaozhe declared confidently to Zhang Lishuan. Upon hearing Yan Shaozhe's words, excitement sparkled in Zhang Lishuan's eyes. Indeed, these two children are of great significance. Xiaotao, without question, is my disciple. As for this lad, he is undoubtedly a peerless talent who, once grown, can also protect Shrek for 3 centuries without concern. Moreover, he is of Shrek's direct lineage, a descendant of Elder Zhuang. It is imperative that these two children are safely returned to Shrek, Yan Shaozhe reiterated with grave seriousness. Understood, Din Yan. Lishuan will certainly fulfill this task. Zhang Lishuan affirmed resolutely. With that, Yan Shaozhe took Kai Meyer by the hand and departed. Chapter 24. Shrek. Zhang Lishuan stood quietly, her gaze following the receding figures of Yan Shaozhe and Kai Meyer until she let out a soft sigh. She then turned to her group of eager junior students and gently said, "Let us return to the academy. The soul-hunting mission will have to wait for another time." "Yes, senior sister." The students of Shrek Academy chorused in unison, their voices crisp and harmonious, reverberating through the air. A day later, "We have finally returned." Zhang Lishuan stood before the gates of the academy, gazing at the familiar architecture, a flicker of weary satisfaction shimmering in her eyes as she softly spoke. What was originally a journey of 2 days had been condensed into a single day by the relentless efforts of the group, under the explicit instructions of Dean Yan, who had urged them to travel day and night. The weariness of the road transformed into the joy of return. "Take them to the medical room for a checkup to ensure everyone is well. I have matters to attend to," Zhang Lishuan commanded, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "Understood, senior sister," the students of Shrek responded in unison, dispersing to their tasks. Zhang Lishuan then moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of light as she soared towards Sea God Island. She gently rang a special bell, signaling the convening of the Sea God Pavilion meeting. Upon hearing the bell, the esteemed elders of Shrek Academy paused their activities, their figures flickering as they hastened towards the Sea God Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the first to arrive was the esteemed titled Douluo, Song Yunji, a formidable soul master of the super agility system from the class of 97. She appeared before Zhang Lishuan like a gentle breeze, her presence ethereal. "Lishuan, what troubles you? Has something occurred? I thought you were on a soul-hunting mission. Why are you back so soon? Did you encounter a 10,000-year soul beast?" "No, this mission was led by Mayer. Such a predicament should not have arisen," Song Yunji inquired, her string of questions reflecting her concern and confusion. Zhang Lishuan smiled gently, responding, "No, Elder Song. I encountered Dean Yan on the way. He instructed us to conclude our soul-hunting task and return." "I see," Song Yunji replied, her brow furrowed as she seemed to ponder something deeply. "By the way, Dean Kai accompanied Dean Yan," Zhang Lishuan added. At that moment, a figure resembling a vagabond staggered into the room, clad in tattered clothing and bearing a haggard visage. Yet with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, he approached Zhang Lishuan and asked, "Could it be that Yan Shaozhe and Mayer have defected?" This man was none other than the esteemed Xian Lao from the class of 98, whose martial spirit was the gluttonous divine bull. Though often reckless in conduct, he was a significant figure within Shrek Academy. Upon hearing his words, Song Yunji's expression darkened, and she swiftly delivered a slap to Xian Lao. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The force of her soul power sent him flying. "I would sooner believe you to be a supreme elder of the Spirit Hall than accept that Yan Shaozhe and Kai Meyer would betray us," Song Yunji declared, her voice laced with unwavering trust in Yan Shaozhe and Wang Meyer. "What is going on, Elder Song?" At that moment, a gentle voice interjected, and a titled Douluo of the class of 97 entered the room. It was Lu Lao, the mother of Kai Meyer. Lu Lao glanced at the airborne Xian Lao, her brow furrowing as she asked, "What has Xian Lao done to provoke you this time?" "You should calm down." With a huff, Song Yunji replied, "If you knew what he said, you would likely summon your martial spirit to settle the score with him." Lu Lao, now more perplexed, inquired, "What did he say?" "He claimed your daughter and son-in-law have defected from Shrek," Song Yunji articulated, each word deliberate. Lu Lao, upon hearing this, paused for a few moments, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She summoned her martial spirit, the formidable mammoth, its colossal form radiating with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red soul rings, a testament to her extraordinary prowess. "Xuanzi, perish!" roared old Lu as he charged toward Elder Xian. In an instant, the newly risen Elder Xian was sent flying by the massive mammoth, propelled out of the inner courtyard and into the outer courtyard. Fortunately, just before landing, Elder Xian managed to react, soaring into the air and preventing any damage to Shrek's outer courtyard. After sending Elder Xian tumbling, old Lu prepared to unleash his 7th soul skill to teach Xuanzi a lesson, only to be subdued by a surge of radiant energy. "Rest assured, Yan Shaozhe and Kai Meyer have not betrayed Shrek. The golden ancient tree has just informed me that Yan Shaozhe has gone to undergo divine trials." Kai Meyer, likely concerned for Shaozhe, has accompanied him, spoke an elderly man in a wheelchair, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This man was none other than Mu'en, the master of the Sea God Pavilion. Upon hearing the pavilion master's words, the flames of fury in old Lu's eyes were instantly extinguished, replaced by excitement and joy. "Is that truly the case? Marvelous!" she exclaimed, her voice trembling with elation. The individuals present were taken aback, astonished that Yan Shaozhe had such an opportunity. "There can be no mistake. The golden ancient tree spoke directly to me. Moreover, The golden ancient tree is connected to the divine realm. It is indeed reliable. Yan Shaozhe. This young man appears to have transcended his previous limitations. With this, we need not worry about Shrek's future for the next 300 years, Muin declared. Now, let us convene a meeting of the Sea God Pavilion to discuss who will oversee the martial spirit department. With both the positive and negative deans absent, this position cannot remain unmonitored. With that, the group paid no further attention to Elder Xian, who had been ejected from the inner courtyard, and proceeded directly into the Sea God Pavilion. Although not all members had gathered, discussions regarding the future of the martial spirit department had already commenced. Chapter 25. The Sea God Pavilion in the outer courtyard. Elder Zhuang was diligently attending to the injuries of students and had yet to arrive at the Sea God Pavilion for the meeting. His skilled hands and focused gaze revealed a healer's compassion in every movement. Very well, you should return tomorrow, and you will be fully healed. Elder Zhuang said gently to an injured student, his eyes filled with concern. Thank you, Elder Zhuang, the injured student replied, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Not at all, it is my duty. I have important matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Elder Zhuang responded with a warm smile, turning to depart. At that moment, students from the inner courtyard, returning with Zhang Lishuan, rushed into the infirmary, carrying the unconscious Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaodao. Elder Zhuang, please save them. One of the inner courtyard students pleaded anxiously. You young ones are so rash. Let me see. Elder Zhuang sighed, though he immediately set aside his tasks and hurried forward. However, upon recognizing the two unconscious figures as Li Chaoyang and Ma Xiaodao, he was momentarily stunned, disbelief flickering in his eyes. My dear grandson. Elder Zhuang's voice quivered with excitement, and his hands trembled involuntarily. He swiftly appeared before Li Chaoyang, immediately commencing a thorough examination of his entire being. After a brief moment, Elder Zhuang let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, his grandson was not gravely harmed. Without hesitation, Elder Zhuang summoned his 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, radiating brilliantly. Suddenly, his 9th soul ring illuminated, activating his 9th soul skill, Life Revival. A surge of overwhelming vitality surged into Li Chaoyang's body, mending his wounds. The surrounding students were utterly astonished. Who was this child that could compel Elder Zhuang to employ such a precious 9th soul skill for healing? It is worth noting that each of Elder Zhuang's soul skills is limited in usage over a given period. Elder Zhuang, there is also a student of Dinyan here, who, like that child, is unconscious, a student from the inner academy reminded. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuang glanced at the unconscious Ma Xiaotao and, without a moment's hesitation, shared half the effect of his soul skill with her. After a while, Elder Zhuang spoke. Let us place both of them on the sickbed. They will awaken shortly. I have pressing matters to attend to and have already delayed for too long. With that, Elder Zhuang soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, heading towards Sea God Island within the inner academy. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, Lu Xian remarked, Yan Shaozhe entrusted you with 2 children. One is Ma Xiaodao, and the other is a direct descendant of Shrek. I was unaware that there were still members of Shrek outside. Lu Lao inquired with confusion. I suspect they must be spies of the Sun Moon Empire, or perhaps lackeys of the Spirit Hall, Xian Lao nonchalantly replied while munching on a chicken leg. At that moment, Elder Zhuang hurriedly arrived and overheard Xian Lao's words. He was instantly filled with indignation. Xian Lao, you are the true spy of the Sun Moon Empire. It is rumored outside that you are a high elder of the Spirit Hall. Is that not true? Elder Zhuang, why are you so angry? Qian Duo quickly asked. The boy who returned with Li Xian is a member of my healing sect, and he is also my grandson. Elder Zhuang retorted, seething with discontent. Oh, so he is your descendant, everyone exclaimed in astonishment. I never anticipated that after the healing sect suffered a setback from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, there would still be descendants left. Alas, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has been too meticulous, leaving no evidence behind. Otherwise, Elder Zhuang lamented. His eyes filled with bitterness and helplessness. I would have sought justice. Yet, it is also possible that he is a spy of the Sun Moon Empire. What if he misjudged? Xian Lao muttered under his breath, turning his head away. Though Xian Lao's voice was low, all present, including Zhang Lixian, possessed the strength of tidal Douluo and heard him clearly. Xuanzi, I shall confront you. Elder Zhuang bellowed, instantly enraged. He summoned his martial spirit, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, shining with dazzling brilliance. Calm down, Elder Zhuang. Xian Lao has been drinking. Do not lower yourself to his level. The others urged hastily. Zhang Lao even embraced the visibly agitated Elder Zhuang, repeatedly advising, calm down, calm down. Xuanzi, my healing sect has had its ancestors serving as elders in the Sea God Pavilion for 18 generations, safeguarding Shrek for over 5,000 years. If I hear you utter another word claiming my grandson is a spy for the empire of the sun and moon, I shall take it upon myself to confront you during your slumber and detonate myself alongside you, consigning us both to the depths of hell." Elder Zhuang exclaimed vehemently, his eyes ablaze with determination. The elder was genuinely enraged, and upon witnessing this, Elder Xian had no choice but to seal his lips and remain silent. Chapter 26. Journey to the Soul Guidance Department. "Very well, this matter is thus settled," Mu Yin declared with an air of authority, his voice steady and powerful. "Elder Lu shall assume the position of Dean of the Martial Soul Department, while Elder Zhao will serve as Vice Dean. This arrangement shall stand for the time being, and further discussions will ensue upon the return of Shaozhe and Meyer. As for Elder Zhuang's descendants, they will be entrusted to his personal tutelage. In my capacity as the head of the Sea God Pavilion, I hereby announce the conclusion of this assembly. The meeting is adjourned. Xuanzi, mind your tongue, and refrain from uttering words that could undermine our unity, lest you wish to face my wrath. I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." With these words, Mu Yin cast a commanding gaze over the assembly, exuding an undeniable authority. In the outer courtyard, "Brother Chaoyang, you have finally awakened," Ma Xiaotao exclaimed joyfully, hastening to the bedside of Li Chaoyang, her eyes brimming with concern. "Sister Xiaotao, where are we?" Li Chaoyang inquired, rubbing his eyes, his voice laced with the lingering drowsiness of sleep. "We have arrived at Shrek Academy," Ma Xiaotao said with an exuberant smile, playfully patting Li Chaoyang on the shoulder. "Wonderful. By the way, where's Dean Yan?" Li Chaoyang suddenly recalled something and quickly posed the question. Ma Xiaotao shook her head, an expression of helplessness crossing her face. Just then, an elderly man slowly entered the room. It was Elder Zhuang, Li Chaoyang's great-uncle. He bore a kind visage, and his eyes radiated warmth. "Dean Yan is currently on a mission and will be away for at least 4 to 5 years. However, do not worry. He will return safely," Elder Zhuang reassured softly, his tone imbued with comfort. "That is good to hear, great-uncle. Thank you." Li Chaoyang responded with a sweet smile, his eyes filled with gratitude. Elder Zhuang gently tousled Li Chaoyang's hair and said, "Rest well. Taking care of your health is of utmost importance." For days later, Li Chaoyang was finally able to rise from his bed and move freely. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to access his task panel. Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 6 years. Soul Power, Level 11. Innate Soul Power Level 10. Items, none. Soul Ring. First Soul Ring, white, 99 years. Soul Skills, upgraded self-created soul skills, none. Constitution, 8. Mental Strength, 222. Martial Soul, Elemental Staff. Cultivation Method, Supreme Cultivation Technique, Knowledge of Destiny Soul Guidance Devices. Domain, Healing Domain, Beginner, Fate Domain. The Fate Domain can be activated to enhance one's fortune and strengthen mental power. This domain was acquired during Li Chaoyang's fateful encounter with the auspicious beast. Shrouded in mystery and power, Li Chaoyang pondered within himself. Fate is indeed a curious phenomenon. To declare it useful seems elusive. Yet to dismiss it as futile overlooks the fact that this domain can enhance mental strength, proving to be a significant advantage. Now that I have arrived at Shrek, I need only wait 6 years for the main storyline to unfold. Ding. System task issued. Proceed to the Soul Guidance Department to create a Level 2 Soul Guidance device, thereby successfully becoming a Level 2 Soul Mentor. Reward, knowledge of a Level 3 Soul Mentor. Ding. Long-term system task, create a personal Soul Guide device. Reward, an upgrade of 1 level for the personal Soul Guide device. Ding. System task, seek mentorship from Qian Duoduo or Xian Liner. Reward, a year's supply of the external soul bone, the Eye of Fate of the Emperor Beast. So many tasks. Li Chaoyang was taken aback, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the words external soul bone Emperor Beast. He was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. This was the soul bone of the Emperor Beast. Its quality was undoubtedly exceptional. Although its age was slightly lower, external soul bones could indeed be enhanced over time. This reward was simply too generous. With this thought in mind, Li Chaoyang no longer hesitated and promptly sought out Elder Zhuang. He inquired about the location of the Soul Guide Department and expressed his status as a Level 1 Soul Mentor, eager to further his studies there. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuang's eyes glimmered with a hint of pride, and he immediately offered his support. He not only provided detailed directions to the Soul Guide Department, but also handed Li Chaoyang a golden card, instructing him to procure some rare metals necessary for creating the Soul Guide device. Additionally, he presented Li Chaoyang with a token from the Shrek Academy, which would facilitate his activities within the institution. Gratefully accepting the token with both hands, Li Chaoyang bowed deeply to his great-uncle before making his way toward the Soul Guide Department. Upon arriving, he gazed at the slightly antiquated architecture before him, a twinge of confusion surfacing in his heart. Is this truly the Soul Guide Department? a place for crafting high-tech soul guide devices. It appeared less advanced than the martial soul department. Ah, well, as long as I can create the soul guide device, that is what truly matters. Li Chaoyang approached the entrance and gently swiped the token given by his great-uncle at the card reader. With a soft beep, the door slowly opened. At that moment, a middle-aged man behind him paused, his gaze fixated on the token, a flicker of surprise and curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 27, Qian Duo Duo. Li Chaoyang stepped slowly through the mystique-laden doorway of the Soul Guide Department, marking his inaugural venture into this wondrous realm where technology intertwined with magic. He navigated the intricate corridors, his eyes scanning the nameplates on the various doors, until he finally discovered an unoccupied laboratory for the manufacture of soul guides. At last, he found it. This place was indeed well concealed. Li Chaoyang exhaled a sigh of relief, his tone a mixture of weariness and newfound liberation. He contemplated that he must first complete the tasks assigned by the system to successfully create a Level 2 Soul Guide device within the Soul Guide department, and then meticulously craft a personal Soul Guide device. Afterward, he would seek out Qian Duoduo or Xian Liner to study under their tutelage. After all, it had been quite some time since he last worked with soul guides, and his skills had become somewhat rusty. He needed to quickly regain his proficiency. At that moment, a middle-aged man silently approached the doorway of Li Chaoyang's laboratory. Peering through the window, he focused intently on Li Chaoyang, reflecting inwardly. This young lad, despite his youth, possesses the courage to learn the craft of soul guide creation. Such determination is truly commendable. Once he officially enrolls at Shrek, I shall devise every possible means to recruit him into the soul guide department. The middle-aged man observed silently for several minutes. Though he found Li Chaoyang's somewhat clumsy techniques unconvincing and doubted his ability to successfully manufacture a soul guide, he shook his head and quietly departed. Time passed imperceptibly, and half a day later, Li Chaoyang gazed upon his creations with a beaming smile that was difficult to conceal. On the table lay 5 exquisite first-level soul guides, 2 somewhat rough yet promising first-level half-soul guides, and 1 second-level soul guide that, despite its failure, still demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. As he contemplated the failed second-level soul guide, he mused inwardly. The first-level soul guides are sufficient for now, yet my current mental and spiritual energy is too feeble to support the completion of a second-level soul guide. Wait, I still possess soul skills. How could I have forgotten such an important matter? Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang summoned his martial soul, the elemental staff, which was enveloped by a brilliant white soul ring that radiated a soft and mysterious glow. He activated his first soul skill for an upgrade, and in an instant, his soul power surged to level 19. With a proud smile, Li Chaoyang exclaimed, "Upgrading is truly exhilarating. Once I reach the rank of Title Douluo, it would be tantamount to breaking through to the ultimate Douluo." His grin stretched nearly to his ears, and his eyes sparkled with boundless aspirations for the future. Feeling the overwhelming surge of soul power within him, Li Chaoyang still yearned for more. Thus, he activated the domain of fate, experiencing a significant enhancement in his mental strength, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. "Let us get to work," he murmured to himself, fully immersing himself in the creation of the soul guide, his hands deftly maneuvering among the various materials like an exceptionally skilled dancer. An hour later, a middle-aged man emerged from his laboratory, stretching and pondering aloud, finally off work. "It's already 11 o'clock. What shall I eat tonight?" As he walked, lost in thought, he unknowingly arrived at the door of Li Chaoyang's laboratory. What is going on? Is that child still here? Peering through the window, he was astonished to see Li Chaoyang engrossed in his work. He muttered to himself, "This child should be resting at this hour. How can he still be manufacturing soul guides? He is truly reckless." Annoyed, the middle-aged man pushed open the laboratory door and stepped inside. However, upon entering, he was taken aback, a flicker of shock and elation crossing his eyes as he marveled inwardly. What is happening? A domain that can enhance mental strength. This child is a genius in soul guiding. Wait, wasn't he his soul master level 11 when I entered? Could it be that he possesses a soul skill to enhance his soul power level? A genius, truly a genius. Just when Yan Shaozhe is away. And the old fellows Lu and Zhao certainly wouldn't dare to compete for a student with me. This child is mine. I shall take him as my disciple. Oh, I must quickly inform my wife about this. Without delay, the middle-aged man promptly contacted his wife using a communication soul guide. "Dear, I've encountered a genius in soul guiding, possessing a domain that enhances mental abilities." An excited voice responded, "What? Keep an eye on him. I'll be there immediately." At that moment, Li Chaoyang suddenly exclaimed, "I have finally completed my first level 2 soul guidance device. I have become a level 2 soul master at last. It seems that becoming a soul master is not as difficult as it appears." Hearing Li Chaoyang's words, a middle-aged man behind him swiftly moved to his side. his movements as quick as the wind. He seized the Level 2 soul guidance device from Li Chaoyang's hands, examining it closely, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Subsequently, he addressed Li Chaoyang. Did you create this soul guidance device all by yourself? At that moment, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Li Chaoyang respectfully replied, yes. Master. The middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter. Ha! I am Qian Duo, the Vice Dean of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy. Would you be interested in joining our department? I would personally teach you and take you as my disciple. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's heart soared with joy, secretly pondering. How fortuitous that this opportunity has presented itself. He then performed a standard gesture of apprenticeship, stating, disciple pays respects to the master. Qian Duo replied with a smile, very well. Your methods of crafting soul guidance devices still need refinement, but fear not. I will instruct you thoroughly tomorrow. For now, you should rest. You are still a child, and it is crucial for you to get a good night's sleep. Of course. Master, Li Chaoyang replied obediently. Just then, Li Chaoyang's stomach let out a sudden growl, and he awkwardly scratched his head, saying, Master, I have not eaten anything today. Qian Duo, with a serious tone, advised, why are you neglecting your meals at such a young age? Come, I shall treat you to some roasted soul beast meat. With that, the two of them walked side by side out of the soul guidance department. However, Qian Duo completely forgot about his wife, Xian Liner, who had asked him to wait. Chapter 28, Soul Guidance Devices. Come, child, come here, let us dine at this establishment. It is my treat. I frequent this barbecue place, where the soul beast meat comes from beasts that are at least 100 years old, and the flavor is exquisite. Come, step inside, child, Qian Duo warmly beckoned, his face beaming with delight. Certainly, master, Li Chaoyang obediently responded. By the way, what is your name? With your demeanor, you must be a direct descendant of Shrek. May I inquire which esteemed family you belong to? Qian Duo asked with eager anticipation. I am a descendant of Elder Zhuang, and my name is Li Chaoyang. He replied respectfully. Ah, so you are a descendant of Elder Zhuang. How splendid, how splendid. Truly a rarity, Qian Duo exclaimed, his eyes narrowing into slits from joy. Satisfied in his heart, Qian Duo felt assured that as long as this child was a genuine descendant of Shrek, he need not worry about him being a spy sent by the Sun Moon Empire. The two enjoyed half an hour of delightful soul beast barbecue. Just as Qian Duo was about to put away his communication soul guidance device and inform Li Chaoyang, come, Chaoyang, I will escort you home. An unexpected foot suddenly appeared above Qian Duo's head, sending him flying through the air. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Qian Duo's wife, Xian Liner. Initially, Qian Duo had informed Xian Liner of his discovery of a talented soul master, which had filled her with joy and excitement. However, she searched the teaching building of the soul guidance department twice, yet there was still no sign of Qian Duo or the so-called genius soul master. Subsequently, Xian Liner used her communication soul guidance device to message Qian Duo, waiting patiently for a response that never came. Anger surged within her as she felt deceived by him. Initially intending to head home for a restful sleep, she unexpectedly encountered Qian Duo on her way back. In an instant, her pent-up fury transformed into a fierce flying kick, sending Qian Duo sprawling. Who dares to attack Qian Duo at Shrek? He exclaimed, infuriated as he rose, showcasing his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. He glared fiercely at the one who had kicked him. However, when he realized that the assailant was his wife, his imposing demeanor instantly crumbled, and his soul rings dissipated. Wife, what's the matter? Qian Duo asked, bewildered. Weren't you supposed to wait for me in the soul guidance department? Why did you come out, Qian Duo? Xian Liner retorted angrily. With that, she summoned her martial soul, the Azure Flame Dragon, exhibiting the same configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. The child was hungry, so I brought him out for a bite. Dear, Qian Duo explained meekly. Upon hearing his words, Xian Liner's expression softened, and she smiled at Li Chaoyang, saying, come on, my child, let us go get something delicious. Dean Xian has already taken me to eat, Li Chaoyang replied, somewhat apprehensive. Oh, well then, let me take you home, Xian Liner said cheerfully. Watching his wife and Li Chaoyang depart, Qian Duo felt a twinge of unease and quietly followed behind them. Meanwhile, in another realm, the Phoenix Secret Realm, Yan Shaozhe and Kai Meyer were undergoing their divine examinations. Yan Shaozhe was facing the Phoenix 9 trials, while Kai Meyer was tackling the Phoenix 6 trials. Although Kai Meyer possessed exceptional talent, her martial soul was the evil-breaking dragon spear, not the Phoenix. Had she been gifted with a Phoenix martial soul, her innate abilities would have likely placed her in the 7 trials, or even the 8 trials. At that moment, the first trial of the Phoenix descended. 2 red cards floated down from the heavens, landing before Yan Shaozhe and Kai Meyer. Upon reading the contents of the divine examination, both were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, realizing their challenges were remarkably similar. The first trial for Kai Meyer stated, break through the shackles of the heart and become a level 6 soul master within 6 years. Reward, an increase of 1 level in soul power. Conversely, Yan Shaozhe's requirement was, break through the shackles of the heart and become a level 8 soul master within 6 years. Reward, an increase of 1 level in soul power and a 10% increase in affinity with the Phoenix deity. Yan Shaozhe and Kai Meyer shared a sigh. Well, we must give it our all, Yan Shaozhe remarked. The rewards for the divine examination are quite enticing. Following the incident where Ma Xiaotao narrowly escaped due to a soul guidance device, he had completely revised his opinion on them. Now, let him create the soul guiding device. He harbors no significant resistance, merely perceiving the challenge as somewhat formidable. Meanwhile, Kai Meyer continues to hold a bias against soul guiding devices, her perspective remaining unchanged. Chapter 29, 5 years later. 5 years have swiftly passed, like a fleeting shadow, in a room cluttered with various soul guiding device components and blueprints. Li Chaoyang's face radiated with excitement, his hands trembling slightly as he delicately cradled a newly crafted fixed soul guiding artillery shell. How splendid! I have finally succeeded in producing a first-level fixed soul guiding artillery shell. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, his voice rising slightly in joy. Now, only time remains to validate its power. Alas, I still have not managed to create a second-level soul guiding artillery shell. I wonder how long it will take to conquer this hurdle. He murmured to himself, his tone imbued with the joy of success, intertwined with a hint of yearning and helplessness for loftier ambitions. Throughout these 5 years, Li Chaoyang has been akin to a parched sponge, fervently absorbing knowledge of soul guiding devices, dedicating day and night to relentless study. With remarkable tenacity and innate talent, he has accomplished all tasks except for the creation of soul guiding artillery shells and his innate soul guiding device, steadily progressing along the path of soul guiding device manufacturing. Character information: Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 11 soul power, level 20, innate soul power level 10. Items: none soul rings. First soul ring, white, 99 years. Soul skills, upgraded self-created soul skills. None physique, 18 mental strength, 1322 martial soul. Elemental staff cultivation method, top tier cultivation method. Knowledge of innate soul guiding devices. Soul bone, Emperor's auspicious beast. External skull, 999 years. Soul mentor level, level 3 domain. Beginner healing domain, fate domain. The second soul ring has been delayed for half a year. It cannot be postponed any longer. It is time to seek my teacher's assistance in obtaining the soul ring. Li Chaoyang whispered to himself, then set aside his work and, with a buoyant stride, made his way directly to Qian Duoduo's office. Teacher, I am ready to obtain my second soul ring. Upon seeing Qian Duoduo, Li Chaoyang beamed with youthful exuberance. Qian Duoduo, engrossed in the creation of soul guiding devices, looked up with a playful smile upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words. Oh, you've finally come to the realization of acquiring a soul ring. That's no small feat as it happens. There is a soul hunting team heading to the Stardow Forest. You can accompany them. By the way, Qian Duoduo suddenly appeared to recall something, raising his head with a serious expression directed at Li Chaoyang. Recently, the Shrek Academy, along with the Body Sect, Haotian Sect, and Seven Treasure Glazed Sect, has jointly initiated a Genius Soul Master competition. I have enrolled you. You can participate in the competition for the 12-year-old category, and you are allowed to use soul guiding devices. You must prepare thoroughly. What? Teacher, hasn't the Body Sect always been a reclusive sect? Why have they suddenly emerged? Li Chaoyang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Qian Duoduo set aside his tools and patiently explained, Chaoyang, while it is undoubtedly crucial to learn the art of crafting soul guiding devices and to cultivate as a soul master, one must not neglect the world beyond these walls. Isolating oneself from reality is simply impractical. 5 years ago, the Body Sect unexpectedly appointed a new young master. 2 years ago, news emerged that the sect leader, Poison Immortal, had successfully transcended to the rank of Limit Douluo, and their vice leader, Jin Peng, has also reached level 98. Concurrently, information about the Body Sect's reemergence into the world has circulated. Moreover, a year ago, the sect leader personally visited Shrek to express a desire for collaboration, as both Shrek and the Body Sect share a common adversary in the Sun Moon Empire. By the way, the young master of the Body Sect is participating in this year's Genius Soul Master Tournament, and it is rumored he has already attained the rank of Soul Zun. So be cautious when facing him, Chaoyang. For specific details regarding the hunting squad, you may consult Ma Xiaotao, as you are familiar with her. Very well. I shall seek out Sister Ma Xiaotao, Li Chaoyang replied with a cheerful smile, before turning to leave Qian Duoduo's office. As he stepped out, a voice suddenly echoed in Li Chaoyang's mind. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the system mission. Achieve second place in the Genius Soul Master Tournament. Note: only second place yields rewards, while first place is fruitless. Reward: 1 resurrection card. Note: the revived individual will undoubtedly obey the host's commands, with a power limit below divine level. Wow. Such a splendid reward. It seems that second place is within my grasp. If I can resurrect a Limit Douluo, I shall become invincible. Li Chaoyang thought excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In the inner courtyard of Shrek, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a mosaic of shadows on the flagstone path. After 5 years of diligent training, Ma Xiaodao had finally earned her place as a student in the inner courtyard through her unwavering effort. She resided in a cozy little house, suffused with a subtle fragrance of flowers. Li Chaoyang arrived at Ma Xiaotao's dormitory and gently knocked on the door, calling out, "Sister Xiaodao, open the door quickly. I've come to play." Inside, Ma Xiaodao was busy organizing her belongings. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's voice, her face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. She hurried to the door, flung it open, and embraced Li Chaoyang with fervent warmth. "Finally, you've come to visit me, little brother Chaoyang. It's been 6 months since you last came by. I thought you had forgotten about me. So, what brings you here this time?" Li Chaoyang's voice was barely a whisper, laced with a hint of distress. "Xiaodao, please let go of me. I can't breathe." Though Ma Xiaotao initially did not grasp the gravity of his words, the sight of his state caused her expression to drain of color, her lips quivering as she struggled to voice her concern. In a flurry, she released Li Chaoyang. "I'm so sorry, little brother Chaoyang. I didn't realize." Ma Xiaotao apologized sincerely, her eyes filled with remorse. Once freed, Li Chaoyang gasped for air, taking deep breaths to regain his composure. He waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "It's quite all right, Sister Xiaodao." In that moment, Li Chaoyang couldn't help but marvel internally. What an overwhelming embrace. Chapter 30. The Soul Hunt. Dear Sister Xiaodao, I wish to partake in this soul hunting expedition as well. I have just reached level 20. Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice brimming with anticipation. Ma Xiaotao's lips curled into a confident smile as she replied, "That is splendid. Just gather at the Shrek Square tomorrow. The teacher leading us this time is the esteemed Xian Lao, a level 98 master. With him at the helm, our soul hunt will undoubtedly be secure and safe." However, the exhilaration on Li Chaoyang's face was swiftly replaced by concern. Furrowing his brows, he said, "Sister Xiaodao, I've heard that Xian Lao isn't particularly reliable when leading missions. Perhaps you could discuss with the academy about changing the leader?" Ma Xiaotao, perplexed, tilted her head and inquired, "What is wrong with Xian Lao?" "I haven't heard anything about that," Li Chaoyang hastily explained. "I heard from Sister Lishuan that during her quest for the 8th soul ring, it was Xian Lao who led the team. Unfortunately, they encountered a 100,000-year soul beast, and Xian Lao vanished, leaving only a soul sage with 7 soul rings to confront that formidable creature. Ultimately, only Sister Lishuan, who secured that 100,000-year soul ring, survived." Ma Xiaotao's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a thing happened, but it seems unlikely they would change the leading teacher, as the other elders have their own tasks to attend to. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chaoyang replied earnestly, "Then I shall seek out Din Qian and Din Xian to request additional high-grade defensive soul tools. It is better to be prepared." Ma Xiaotao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "That may not be necessary." Yet, Li Chaoyang maintained a serious demeanor, insisting, "It is indeed essential. I have also heard that Xian Lao is a high elder of the Holy Spirit sect. Just hearing that name suggests it isn't a benevolent organization. Sister Xiaodao, I must take my leave now. See you at Shrek Square tomorrow." With a wave, he hurried off towards the residences of Din Qian and Din Xian, intent on acquiring the defensive soul tools. The following day, at Shrek Square, sunlight bathed the area, illuminating the eager faces of the gathered students. Li Chaoyang wore a storage soul tool ring on each hand, gifts from Din Qian and Din Xian. Clearly, they were aware of Xian Lao's past exploits, and certainly, there were more than just Lishuan's tale. "Sister Xiaodao, I'm over here," Li Chaoyang exclaimed, spotting Ma Xiaotao and waving his arms excitedly. Ma Xiaotao smiled in response. "Yes? Little brother Chaoyang is here. Now that everyone has arrived, let us share our soul hunting aspirations. I seek a strength-type soul beast of 20,000 years," one student announced first. When it was Li Chaoyang's turn, he declared loudly, "I desire a 1,000-year holy-type soul beast." Ma Xiaotao frowned slightly upon hearing this and curiously asked, "Little brother Chaoyang, why have you chosen a holy-type soul beast? Does it align well with your martial spirit?" Ma Xiaotao was not surprised by Li Chaoyang's ambition to acquire a 1,000-year soul ring, for under the substantial resources provided by Din Qian, Din Xian, and Elder Zhuang, It would be rather unexpected if the second soul ring were anything less than 1,000 years. With a confident smile adorning his face, Li Chaoyang explained, Sister Xiaotao, my martial spirit is an elemental staff, and I can manipulate any element. The sacred is also an element, and indeed, it is a highly advanced one. Utilizing a soul beast of the sacred category as a soul ring, I am certain I will acquire an exceptional soul skill. Ma Xiaodao nodded and replied, I see. That works. Just then, a figure staggered into view from a distance. It was a disheveled man, his hair unkempt, clothes in disarray, and a wine jug in hand, occasionally taking a swig. Indeed, this individual was Elder Xian. As he drank, he mumbled indistinctly, Are you all prepared? Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Very well, let us depart. Upon finishing his words, Elder Xian soared into the air with remarkable speed, a testament to his status as a peak Douluo of level 98. However, he flew in the wrong direction. Elder Xian, the direction is incorrect. The group exclaimed in unison once more. Chapter 31, Soul Hunting 2. In the mixed region of the Star Doe Forest, ancient trees towered, their intertwined branches casting dappled shadows, and the air was thick with a primal and mysterious aura. Elder Xian walked steadily at the forefront of the group, his booming voice echoing through the forest. Recently, there have been rumors circulating outside, claiming I am a high elder of the Holy Spirit cult, and that executing missions with me guarantees casualties. Such nonsense. How could a dignified peak Douluo of level 98 fail to protect his own students? Among the group, Li Chaoyang listened to Elder Xian's words, silently pondering, is that really true? Just then, a sudden voice echoed in Li Chaoyang's mind. Ding. System task. Survive under the supervision of the level 98 Super Douluo Elder Xian. Reward. Increase the lifespan of external soul bones by 1,000 years. Damn. Li Chaoyang couldn't help but curse internally, filled with suspicion. Could it be that Elder Xian was truly a high elder of the Holy Spirit cult? Why had this system task to survive under his command suddenly emerged? Alas, what a fate. I suppose I must hunt for my own soul rings in the future. Encountering Elder Xian would be disastrous. Safety first, safety first. With this thought, Li Chaoyang hastily retrieved 3 level 4 defensive soul tools and 1 level 7 triggered defensive soul tool from the storage soul guide gifted by Qian Duo and Xian Liner. Clutching them tightly in his hands. That should be sufficient for protection, right? He felt a lingering uncertainty in his heart, contemplating quietly. Elder Xian halted, turned to the group, and said, All right, during this soul hunting expedition, I will remain behind you, not straying too far. You can rest assured. With that, he vanished from their sight in an instant. Li Chaoyang gazed in the direction where Elder Xian had disappeared, his anxiety intensifying, silently praying, Oh no, I hope we do not encounter a 10,000-year soul beast. At that moment, Ma Xiaodao boldly patted Li Chuyang on the shoulder and said, All right, younger brother Chuyang, stay behind me. I will protect you. Li Chaoyang looked gratefully at Ma Xiaodao and handed her an 8th level soul tool, saying, Here you go, Sister Xiaodao. This 8th level soul tool is for you. Once activated, it can unleash a defensive soul skill that can withstand the attacks of a titled Douluo for 10 seconds. However, one must at least attain the soul sage level to unleash their full potential. Sister Xiaodao, I have a premonition that this soul hunting expedition will certainly encounter problems. You must exercise caution. Xiaodao received the soul guide device, her face adorned with confusion. Could it be? Isn't there Elder Xian? At that moment, Elder Xian was far removed from the hunting party, contemplating what kind of soul beast barbecue he would indulge in. No sooner had she spoken. A formidable and terrifying aura suddenly emanated from ahead of the hunting team, causing a collective shiver among the members. An unspoken thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that just after Elder Xian departed, a 90,000-year-old soul beast has appeared? Surely, this beast cannot have been summoned by Elder Xian. Before them materialized a pitch-black panther soul beast, exuding an aura of malevolence. Its crimson eyes brimmed with insatiable greed, fixating on the group as though they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. To their astonishment, the soul beast spoke, at most, a soul sage. It seems that after feasting upon you, I shall transcend to 100,000 years. The hunting team, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily summoned their respective martial souls. Their optimal soul ring configurations shimmering with resplendent light, each radiating their unique essence. Yet, compared to the overwhelming presence of the 90,000-year-old beast, they appeared woefully inadequate. In that critical moment, a flash of white light surged forth, revealing a middle-aged woman who appeared like a specter before them. Her soul ring sparkled, with a configuration of 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, showcasing her formidable prowess. The terrifying aura of level 96 enveloped the area instantaneously. With a mere wave of her hand, She sent the 90,000-year-old Black Panther flying. The beast emitted a piercing cry as it vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Turning to face the group, the woman surveyed them and inquired, "Where's your supervising teacher?" Xiao Tao's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Auntie, is that you? How is master?" Kai Meyer regarded Xiao Tao, a gentle smile gracing her features. "Oh, little Tao, your teacher is quite well. Do you not have a supervising teacher with you?" Xiao Tao's expression fell as she replied, "We do. It's Elder Xian. But he seems to have wandered off." Kai Meyer shook her head in exasperation, her thoughts reflecting, Elder Xian is at it again. I must find time to discuss this with the elder. Since I have no pressing matters at hand, I shall lead this soul-hunting expedition, Kai Meyer declared. Cheers erupted from the group. From now on, I wish to partake in no missions alongside Elder Xian. I have a strong suspicion that he was the one who lured that 90,000-year-old soul beast here. Furthermore, regarding that so-called Holy Spirit sect, the group began to voice their grievances in a cacophony. Kai Meyer covered her face, realizing she must speak with the sect leader promptly, otherwise, Shrek's reputation would be at stake. Chapter 32, The Peril of Elder Xian. The Phoenix Fire Line. In an instant, searing flames shot forth like agile serpents, striking the 20,000-year-old Firebird soul beast with pinpoint accuracy. The bird's head erupted under the fierce impact of the Phoenix Fire Line, bursting open like a watermelon, blood and feathers scattering in a shocking and gruesome display. "All right, Xiao Tao, quickly absorb the soul ring," Kai Meyer urged. "Ah, finally. I've managed to clean up after that rascal Elder Xian." She gently clapped her hands, a look of resignation upon her face. "As for you, the divine attribute soul ring you seek is exceedingly rare. By a stroke of fortune, in the very place where Shaozhe and I once faced trials, there exists a congregation of divine steeds. However, the presence of countless soul beasts in that region over the past 100 millennia complicates matters, thus necessitating a temporary postponement of your soul ring quest. First, I shall escort the other students back to Shrek Academy, and thereafter accompany you on your endeavor to hunt for soul rings," Kai Meyer patiently elucidated to Li Chaoyang. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Li Chaoyang's eyes, yet he summoned his spirit and replied, "Of course, Dean Kai. However, I must partake in the upcoming Genius Soul Master Tournament, and time is of the essence. Might there be any spatial attribute 1,000-year soul beasts in this vicinity?" "Spatial attribute soul beasts, you say? I recall having encountered an ancient dragon nearby, approximately 1,200 years old. Allow me to seek it out for you," Kai Meyer mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Remain here and await my return. Fear not, for I am not as unreliable as old Xian." With that, Kai Meyer vanished into the air, swiftly soaring towards the location of the ancient dragon she remembered. Meanwhile, in another area, old Xian was seated beside a crackling campfire, wholly absorbed in roasting a 3,000-year-old ferocious wild boar king. The boar sizzled under the flames, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Ah, how delightful. If only I could savor a roasted pig from 100,000 years ago, that would be truly splendid. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, nearly drooling as he basked in the euphoria of his culinary endeavor, completely oblivious to his students and the mission at hand. Not long after, Kai Meyer returned, dragging a half-lifeless ancient dragon behind her. "Chaoyang, begin the absorption process. Once completed, I shall return you all to the academy," she instructed, tossing the ancient dragon onto the ground. "Certainly," Li Chaoyang exclaimed, his face illuminating with a radiant smile, brimming with excitement. A day later, at Shrek Academy, Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow and pondered aloud. "Sigh, Sister Xiao Tao, have we forgotten something?" "Surely not. Did you misplace your soul guide device?" Ma Xiao Tao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, Li Chaoyang smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. "I recall now, it was old Xian who lost it." Upon her return to Shrek Academy, Kai Meyer soared directly into the inner courtyard and subsequently emitted a distinctive signal to convene a meeting of the Sea God Pavilion. Within the Sea God Pavilion, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. "Ah, Meyer, what brings you back this time? Have you encountered difficulties with Shaozhe's divine examination?" "The Academy will lend its full support," Muin said, gliding towards her in his wheelchair, his voice steady and gentle. "There are indeed some intricate matters at hand. I may require your personal assistance." Kai Meyer respectfully responded with a bow. "What is it that necessitates my old bones to take action?" Muin inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in curiosity. "It pertains to the first assessment of Shaozhe's divine examination, which presents a considerable challenge, requiring him to advance to an 8th-level soul master. He is currently a 7th-level soul master, and to progress, he needs a substantial quantity of 8th and 9th-level soul guide device blueprints. The standards for 8th-level soul masters demanded by the divine examination are even more stringent than those of the Sun Moon Empire. Presently, Shaozhe's skills are on par with those of Dean Xian and Dean Xian. However, with only a year remaining until the divine examination deadline, time is of the essence. Kai Meyer lamented with a sigh of resignation. Indeed, the assessment by the Phoenix God is truly unique. It does not evaluate combat prowess, but rather one's temperament. Once Shaozhe breaks through to the 9th level of Soul Mentor, he shall automatically inherit the position of the Sea God Pavilion's leader. Murin spoke with a profound gaze. By the way, Pavilion Master, there is also the matter concerning Elder Xian. Kai Meyer hesitated to continue. Sighing, Murin pressed his forehead in exasperation, his face a mask of helplessness. This time he encountered a soul beast of 90,000 years. Had I not fortuitously passed by, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kai Meyer recounted the events succinctly. As soon as the Sea God Pavilion meeting concludes, I shall discipline him. Murin's expression darkened significantly, his tone laced with indignation. At that moment, a middle-aged woman entered the Sea God Pavilion. Upon seeing Kai Meyer, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes as she swiftly approached and embraced her tightly. Oh, my dear daughter has returned, but where is Shaozhe? Elder Lu said with a warm smile, her eyes brimming with affection. After the conclusion of the Sea God Pavilion meeting, Qian Duo and Xian Liner felt a mix of excitement and concern. The exhilaration stemmed from Yan Shaozhe's potential breakthrough to the 9th level of Soul Mentor. Should he succeed, under his guidance, they too might aspire to reach that level. Moreover, as a senior figure in Shrek and the heir of the Sea God Pavilion, once he recognizes the significance of soul tools, he would undoubtedly promote their development vigorously, leading to the resurgence of Shrek's soul engineering department, compelling even the most obstinate old-timers to yield. Their apprehension, however, arose from their lack of rapport with Yan Shaozhe. Having him teach them about soul tools felt like inviting lifelong ridicule. He might even demand they call him master, otherwise, he would refuse to teach. Upon returning to their respective laboratories, Qian Duo and Xian Liner sank into their office chairs, both simultaneously reflecting that their pride would have to be set aside for the sake of becoming 9th level soul mentors. If calling him master a few times could grant them that status, then so be it. Elsewhere, after the Sea God Pavilion meeting, Murin wasted no time and soared directly out of Shrek Academy, racing towards the Star Dough Forest. At that moment, Elder Xian remained seated by the campfire, savoring roasted meat, oblivious to the encroaching danger, murmuring in delight. Hee, this is truly delicious. I shall catch a few more shortly. Chapter 33, Murin teaches Xuanzi. Deep within the Star Dough Forest, an aura of mystery and peril enveloped the surroundings, towering ancient trees obscuring the sun, and in the shadows, countless eyes seemed to observe any intruders. At that moment, Elder Xian moved like a bolt of lightning through the woods, suddenly locking onto a 1,000-year-old wind bird ahead. The bird, graceful in form with shimmering wings, was poised to take flight, but found itself firmly ensnared by Elder Xian's aura. Haha, where do you think you're going? Come, be my meal. Elder Xian laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the silent forest. Before his laughter faded, his hands danced like phantoms, executing a jaw-dropping skill. In an instant, the feathers of the wind bird drifted down, its innards precisely extracted, and shortly thereafter, the bird was skewered upon a branch. Meanwhile, with a flick of his fingers, Elder Xian conjured a cluster of flames that ignited spontaneously, filling the air with an enticing aroma of grilled delicacies. As Elder Xian immersed himself in the process of roasting the soul beast meat, an overwhelming and fierce presence abruptly descended upon him. A hand, as powerful as an iron claw, pressed down on Elder Xian without warning. Startled, he swiftly regained his composure, his spirit energy surging as he summoned his martial soul. The gluttonous divine bull. Radiance shimmered around him as 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings emerged in succession, encircling him and exuding an immense aura of authority. Elder Xian inhaled deeply and forcefully unleashed his essence, attempting to repel the individual who restrained him. However, his intentions were swiftly thwarted. The presence was as immovable as a towering mountain, and to the opponent, his level 98 spirit power was merely a gentle breeze. The person was none other than Muin, his countenance cold and unyielding, reminiscent of an iceberg, radiating an aura that kept others at bay. Xuanzi, it was quite the challenge to find you. What are you doing here? Muin's expression remained impassive, yet his voice pierced like ice. Upon recognizing Muin, Xuanzi's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, relieved that he was not confronted by a formidable member of the body sect. Thus, he nonchalantly continued roasting the soul beast meat and replied, Master Uncle, I am merely enjoying some grilled meat. You know my martial soul requires sustenance, otherwise, my combat capability diminishes. Upon hearing Xuanzi's response and witnessing his casual demeanor, Muin's ire surged to its zenith. His brows furrowed, and fury ignited in his gaze as he bellowed. Is this the reason you neglect your students' lives while you indulge in grilling? Mu Wen's words struck Elder Xian like a heavy hammer, awakening him to the reality of his negligence. Suddenly, he recalled the purpose of his outing, inwardly lamenting, "Indeed, I came out to hunt for souls. What a disaster. No, it cannot be that every time I leave, ancient soul beasts appear. Surely, there aren't that many 10,000-year soul beasts. How could I chance upon one the moment I step out?" Xuanzi feigned calmness, trying to reassure himself. However, scarcely had he uttered these thoughts when Mu En's overwhelming presence unleashed its might. A colossal handprint materialized, resembling a small mountain, descending upon Xuanzi and his roasting endeavor. In an instant, Elder Xian and the grill were sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "You are truly a remarkable individual, Xuanzi. Yes, it seems you haven't encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, but they have encountered you, just a step away from a 9,000-year soul beast. Had Meyer not fortuitously appeared, it would have resulted in a complete annihilation. If I hadn't watched you grow, I might have suspected you were an elder from the Holy Spirit sect. Come, Xuanzi. I see you are not far from level 99. Let me assist you in your breakthrough." Mu En's voice, filled with unbridled fury, reverberated through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. With that, Mu En clapped his hands forcefully against his wheelchair, launching himself into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, his aura transformed dramatically. His once stooped form straightened, and his visage rejuvenated, as if time itself were reversing. A resplendent holy dragon emerged behind him, its body radiating a blinding light. The soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red illuminated sequentially, exuding a terrifying aura of level 99. In an instant, the sky transformed. The once somber forest was enveloped in a golden glow, resembling a vast ocean of gold. An overwhelming pressure surged towards Xuanzi like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him. Observing Mu En's demeanor, Xuanzi's heart tightened, recognizing that his master was genuinely enraged this time. He dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, and swiftly unleashed his martial soul. The gluttonous divine bull, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings shining brightly, bracing himself to confront Mu En's wrath. Mu En uttered no further words, acutely aware that reasoning with Xuanzi was futile. This fellow had a poor memory, and only sheer force could instill lasting lessons. The holy dragon behind him emitted a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the forest. Immediately, the dragon's form expanded from 20 meters to 100. Its colossal body casting a shadow over the land while emanating a chilling aura. "Dragon Emperor's evil breaking destruction," Mu En bellowed, his voice resonating like a great bell. This technique was Mu En's signature move, built upon the foundation of sovereign authority, combined with the primordial power of the holy dragon martial soul, capable of vanquishing all malevolent entities and continuously evolving with his cultivation. Now, executed by Mu En at level 99, this technique had attained an incomprehensible level of power, such that even Emperor Tian would not dare to confront it head-on. The holy dragon behind Mu En expanded once more, simultaneously splitting into 9 entities. Yet its size remained unchanged despite the division. 9 colossal dragons, bearing their fangs and claws, radiated a dreadful aura as they charged toward Xuanzi. He dared not to be complacent, fully aware of the terror this move could unleash. He had been taught a harsh lesson by it in the past. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his 7th soul skill, the manifestation of his martial soul. In that moment, his body grew to an enormous size, and all attributes received a significant boost. Clenching his fists, he braced himself to withstand Mu En's Dragon Emperor's evil-breaking destruction. However, the might of this technique surpassed Xuanzi's expectations. The 9 dragons collided with him like meteors, and he felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending his body flying uncontrollably. He traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. His master was indeed furious and serious now, Xuanzi mused inwardly, his demeanor shifting from that of a carefree wanderer to one of gravity and focus, ready to embrace this confrontation. Chapter 34, Mu En's Lesson for Xuanzi. As Xuanzi's soul power surged, the unique 10,000-year 9th soul ring suddenly illuminated, its brilliant radiance shining like the blazing sun. 9th soul skill, Gluttonous Divine Bull. He roared, and a majestic apparition of the gluttonous divine bull materialized in the void behind him. This ethereal form seamlessly merged with Xuanzi, transforming into a bull 34 times larger than before, standing proudly amidst the heavens and earth, exuding a fearsome aura. The gluttonous divine bull spoke with a voice like thunder. "Master, be cautious. I shall give it my all." Having spoken, it raised its head and let out a long, piercing roar, a sound so powerful it seemed capable of shattering the very mountains and rivers. The terrifying aura of peak level 98 surged forth like a tidal wave. In the skies, a brilliant yellow light spread out like an oncoming tide, yet it was fiercely restrained by the golden radiance emanating from Muin. The yellow glow, under the impact of the golden light, continuously shrank as if gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand around its throat. In the next moment, the Taotai Divine Bull, transformed from Xuanzi, charged towards Muin with the force of an unleashed arrow, carrying an overwhelming momentum. Muin maintained a calm demeanor, swiftly forming seals with his hands to unleash his ultimate technique, Sovereign of the Realm. Suddenly, his aura surged magnificently, his body expanding instantly, resembling a towering mountain rising from the earth. Following this, a colossal hand descended like a dark cloud obscuring the sun, striking towards the Taotai Divine Bull with tremendous force. A thunderous boom echoed as the Taotai Divine Bull was sent flying like a cannonball, tracing a long arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Retreating thousands of meters and leaving deep gashes in the earth, dust swirling as if a cataclysm had transpired. Meanwhile, deep within the starry forest, in a mysterious and tranquil place, a massive black dragon slowly opened its eyes, radiating an aura of terror. Its eyes resembled profound, cold pools, exuding boundless majesty. What is happening? I sense the presence of Uncle Tao Dai. Wan Yao Wang. Could you perceive what is unfolding outside? The dragon's deep voice resonated through the air. Yes. Emperor Tian. A colossal tree, towering 500 to 600 meters, swayed slightly in response. This giant tree was Wan Yao Wang, its branches and leaves rustling, as if performing a mysterious sensing technique. After a brief moment, Wan Yao Wang spoke. Emperor Tian. It is Xuanzi from Shrek and Muin engaged in battle. Should we intervene to eliminate them? Emperor Tian pondered for a moment before replying. There is no need. Their strength is formidable. Attempting to kill them would come at a significant cost. Moreover, Shrek has recently seen the emergence of a divine heir. Though merely a second-tier deity, it is best not to provoke them to avoid exposing our master's whereabouts. By the way, how is the Red King's injury? Wan Yao Wang sighed softly. He has at most 20 more years to live. At this moment, Xuanzi lay battered and bruised upon the ground, blood staining the earth beneath him. In stark contrast, his opponent Muin appeared unscathed, save for a few minor tears in his clothing. Xuanzi, do you not realize your mistakes? Muin gazed coldly at the fallen Xuanzi, his tone imbued with authority. I understand now, master. Xuanzi replied weakly, his heart yearning for the one-sided battle to conclude swiftly. Observing Xuanzi's lack of resolve, Muin frowned slightly and remarked, you have merely tasted the pain. This is far from sufficient. It seems I must be more severe this time. With a furious shout of Sovereign of the Realm, Muin's soul power surged once more, his body expanding dramatically as if an invincible war god had descended. Xuanzi, seeing that familiar colossal hand approaching again, instinctively attempted to evade. However, this time, it was entirely different. In this decisive strike, Muin not only unleashed formidable soul power, but also infused it with the boundless mental strength of his 99th level earthly limit. This terrifying mental force descended upon Xuanzi like an invisible mountain, rendering him immobile. The blow inflicted a grievous wound upon Xuanzi's mental prowess, leaving him with no hope of recovery for at least a year or two. Observing Xuanzi, who lay prostrate like a broken doll, Muin's fury began to subside. With a graceful motion of his right hand through the air, a fissure in space materialized, forming a spatial passage. Muin seized Xuanzi and swiftly dragged him toward the Sea God Pavilion. In the Soul Guide Laboratory, Li Chaoyang was brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy. At long last, he had successfully crafted his innate soul guide, the Level 1 Elemental Mayfly Cannon. He danced with glee, akin to a child who has received a cherished toy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and creating an innate soul guide, elevating its level by 1. The voice of the system resonated in Li Chaoyang's mind. Almost immediately, the Elemental Mayfly Cannon flickered with brilliance, undergoing a transformation, and ascended to a Level 2 soul guide. Eagerly, Li Chaoyang perused his character information. Host, Li Chaoyang age, 11 soul power, level 23, innate soul power level 10, items, none soul rings. First soul ring, white, 99 years, soul skill, upgrade. Second soul ring, 1000 years, 1400 years, soul skill, space. Self-created soul skills, none physique, 19 mental power, 3392 martial soul, elemental staff cultivation method, top-tier cultivation technique. Knowledge of innate soul guides. Soul bone, imperial auspicious beast external skull, 2000 years, soul master level. Level 3 innate soul guide. Elemental mayfly cannon. Level 2, domain. Healing domain, elementary, fate domain. The soul skill space allows the user to open portals for teleportation, with the distance and number of portals determined by 1's level. At present, Li Chaoyang could simultaneously open 4 portals for a maximum teleportation distance of 20 meters, a skill unparalleled in both combat and escape scenarios. Surveying his panel, Li Chaoyang felt a swell of satisfaction. Indeed, I am destined for victory in the Genius Soul Master Tournament, where I aim for the 2nd place. He mused, determination glimmering in his eyes. Li Chaoyang swiftly gathered his necessities and, with a confident stride, made his way toward Shrek Plaza, ready to embark on his journey in the Genius Soul Master Tournament. Chapter 35, The Genius Soul Master Tournament. Li Chaoyang arrived at Shrek Plaza with buoyant steps, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, where he noticed 4 individuals standing sparsely around the square. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the lively and playful Mu Beibei, the forthright and exuberant Su Sanji, the honest and simple He Kaitu, and the uniquely charismatic Zhou Yi. Teacher Zhou, will you be leading the team for this Genius Soul Master Tournament? Li Chaoyang inquired with a radiant smile, his enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, that is correct, Zhou Yi replied, his lips curving into a smile as well. Oh, Teacher Zhou, Li Chaoyang jested, with such exquisite beauty, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Why do you don such an unsightly mask? Now that the class is absent, why not remove it? Zhou Yi shrugged helplessly. Alas, I have grown accustomed to it. It is not so easy to discard. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi slowly raised her hand and removed the mask. In that instant, a breathtakingly beautiful visage was revealed, captivating all who beheld it. By the way, Chaoyang, for the upcoming Genius Spirit Master Tournament, you are the sole contestant representing our academy in the under-12 category. I have heard that there are several spirit elders in this age group. Zhou Yi spoke with a hint of gravity. Su Sanchi's eyes widened in astonishment as he leapt to Zhou Yi's side, exclaiming, there are spirit elders in the under-12 group? Then surely the under-15 group must have spirit sects. Indeed, there are spirit sects, though they are of a lower rank. With your strengths, along with Beibei and Kaitu, you should prevail against them, Zhou Yi responded calmly. Su Sanchi sighed in relief, patting his chest, and said, that is a relief. If a low-ranked spirit king were to appear unexpectedly, Beibei and I would be in dire straits. By the way, Teacher Zhou, the elder leading this expedition, isn't Elder Xian. Is he? Li Chaoyang asked cautiously, his eyes filled with apprehension. Li Chaoyang harbored lingering fears regarding Elder Xian. The last time they undertook a mission with him, a 90,000-year-old soul beast had appeared right after Elder Xian departed. Had it not been for Dean Kai's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The thought of facing Elder Xian again filled Li Chaoyang with dread, and he silently vowed, if I am present, let there be no Elder Xian. If there is an Elder Xian, I shall not be. Rest assured, this time there is no elder leading the team. The Genius Spirit Master Tournament is held in Tianhun City, which is quite safe, Zhou Yi reassured with a smile. That is splendid news. As long as it isn't Elder Xian leading, I would even go alone, Li Chaoyang said, visibly relieved, his smile returning. Zhou Yi, Su Sanchi, and Kaitu were taken aback, pondering, what is going on? Being led by an elder from the Sea God Pavilion is a privilege sought after by many. Why does this boy seem to disdain it? On the other hand, Mu Beibei appeared unfazed, clearly having heard numerous tales about Elder Xian. Let me tell you. Li Chaoyang cleared his throat and began recounting the harrowing experience of their last mission with Elder Xian. Upon hearing his story, incredulous expressions adorned the faces of the group. Li Chaoyang added, I speak only of Elder Xian. Do not conflate him with the other elders. The other elders are exceptionally kind and responsible. I advise you all, if you must undertake a mission with Elder Xian, ensure you are equipped with high-level defensive spirit tools. The safety of your life should always be paramount. The group nodded in agreement, taking Li Chaoyang's words to heart. Well then, it is time to set off for Tianhun City. Let us take the horse-drawn carriage, Zhou Yi announced. The group responded in unison, boarding the carriage as they journeyed towards Tianhun City. 2 days later, at the Grand Hotel in Tianhun City. We have arrived. Please place your luggage in your respective rooms. Then join me to register for the spirit battle, Zhou Yi efficiently instructed in the hotel lobby. Yes. The group replied in unison. Soon, Li Chaoyang and his companions organized their luggage and followed Zhou Yi to the Heavenly Do Soul Arena. The registration area was bustling with activity, filled with a constant stream of people. In the midst of the crowd stood a boy with fiery red hair, exuding arrogance as he ridiculed those around him. Ah, you must be from the body sect? You certainly look the part. Where's your young sect master? Afraid of me? The greatest talent from the Sun Moon Empire, Xiao Hongshan, and too scared to show up? Xiao Hongshan crossed his arms and shouted at a diverse group of individuals before him, his eyes brimming with disdain. Could it be? The Sun Moon Empire's representatives are here for this Soul Master competition? Su Sanshur furrowed his brow, astonishment evident on his face. Yes, but only 2 of them. Both from the 12-year-old category, Zhou Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Su Sanshur perked up, enthusiastically wrapping an arm around Li Chaoyang's shoulders. Chaoyang, look at how arrogant those Sun Moon Empire folks are. If you get the chance, make sure to teach them a lesson, so they understand the might of Shrek. Understood. Senior Su, Li Chaoyang nodded resolutely. Soon after, they completed their registration and returned to the hotel to rest and prepare for the competition the following day. Chapter 36, Li Chaoyang and Xiao Hongqian. The next day, as the horizon began to blush with the faint light of dawn, the morning sun gently cascaded across the earth like a fine veil. Zhou Yi, armed with crucial information about the day's competition, hurried towards the hotel where Li Chaoyang was staying. Li Chaoyang's opponent today was no ordinary contender. His talent and strength possessed the formidable potential to challenge for a top 3 position, and Zhou Yi could not afford to be complacent. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Zhou Yi knocked on the door and called out, Li Chaoyang, are you awake? Your opponent today is exceptional. Get up quickly. The first match is yours. Inside, Li Chaoyang, stirred by Zhou Yi's voice, groggily sat up in bed and donned his clothes, still half asleep. He glanced at the clock on the table and muttered to himself, it's only 8 o'clock. Why am I being woken up so early? Although Li Chaoyang had traversed to the Douluo continent for 5 years, his late-night habits remained stubbornly intact. Moreover, he often chose to sleep at night, unlike other prodigies who utilized the nighttime for soul power meditation and cultivation. Consequently, his soul power had only reached level 23. Dragging his weary body toward the door, he opened it, bleary-eyed, and asked Zhou Yi, what's the matter, Teacher Zhou? It's only 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Come on. The competition starts at 8:30. You haven't even gotten out of bed yet. Do you think that's normal? Bei, Sanshur, Kaitu, and the others are already at the Soul Arena. Zhou Yi exclaimed, a mix of urgency and annoyance on his face. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang instantly awakened and said, then let's hurry. Wait. Let me finish conveying the information. Your opponent today is the top talent from the Sun Moon Empire, Zhou Yi said with a serious expression. Without allowing Zhou Yi to finish, Li Chaoyang confidently replied, oh, Xiao Hongqian, I'm quite familiar with him. His martial soul is the 3-legged golden toad. No need for further explanation. Let's go. Li Chaoyang had perused the original text, and not just once. He possessed an intimate understanding of the character's mannerisms, soul skills, and their effects. Xiao Hongqian is indeed a soul master, Zhou Yi interjected. No worries. I am aware of his weaknesses, Li Chaoyang replied confidently. The Heavenly Soul Great Spirit Arena, a stage for the battles of talented soul masters, was charged with an atmosphere of fervor and tension. Before the commencement of the competition, the king of the Heavenly Soul Empire delivered a rousing speech, and soon after, the contest officially began. In the center of the arena stood a middle-aged man with an air of pride. Beneath him, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black soul rings shimmered with mysterious brilliance, showcasing his formidable power. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man declared, silence. His voice, bolstered by soul power, resonated throughout the arena like a mighty bell, instantly transforming the previously boisterous crowd into utter silence. Now, let us welcome the contestants for the first match, Xiao Hongqian from the Sun and Moon Empire and Li Chaoyang from Shrek. The middle-aged man announced, raising his voice. As the words echoed, Li Chaoyang and Xiao Hongqian stepped onto the stage with resolute strides. In the spectators' area, Meng Hongqian clenched her fists, her eyes alight with anticipation as she silently cheered for her brother. Go, brother. Su Sanshur, wearing a concerned expression, turned to his companion Bei and asked, do you think Chaoyang can manage? His opponent is a soul master. Mu Bei furrowed her brow as she recalled her past encounters with Li Chaoyang. Do not underestimate Li Chaoyang. I once battled him when I was a 3-ringed soul master, and he was merely 1-ringed, yet I could not defeat him within an hour. If the match had prolonged, I might have even been vanquished. Su Sanshur, astonished, exclaimed, such prowess. On the competition stage, the middle-aged man cleared his throat and proclaimed, let the names be declared. Xiao Hongqian, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, announced, Xiao Hongqian, level 35 control system soul master. Li Chaoyang, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied with dignity, Li Chaoyang, level 23 support system great soul master. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's level and profession, Xiao Hongqian could not help but burst into laughter. Li Chaoyang, is there no one else from Shrek? If I recall correctly, you are the only one here from Shrek. Ha ha ha. You should just concede. A mere level 23 support system great soul master is merely seeking his own demise. My opponents are only the heir of the body sect and the second most talented Long Outyin. We shall see. Li Chaoyang's gaze remained steadfast, undeterred by the mockery. Both sides. Prepare. The middle-aged man called out once more. Xiao Hongqian waved his hands, summoning his martial soul, the three-legged golden toad, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings glowing brightly around him. In his other hand, he wielded a second-level soul-guiding pistol, his expression brimming with disdain. With a smirk of derision, Xiao Hongshan taunted, "I won't even need to exert my full strength to defeat you. A soul-guiding pistol will suffice. I will finish you within a minute. Ha ha ha, the waste of Shrek, just wait. The next champion of the Continental Senior Soul Master competition will undoubtedly be from our Sun and Moon Empire. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang quietly summoned his martial soul, the elemental staff, yet refrained from calling forth his soul rings. Are you so terrified by the third ring soul master that you dare not summon your soul ring? Perhaps you should descend yourself. Let me extend a gesture of participation to you. Xiao Hongshan continued to taunt. Li Chaoyang, however, ignored the provocation and stood silently in place. Enough. The voice of the middle-aged man interrupted Xiao Hongshan's mockery. The match begins. At the command, Xiao Hongshan swiftly conjured a secondary defensive soul-guided shield, enveloping himself within it. Remarkably, he then closed his eyes, appearing utterly relaxed. In his estimation, it would require at least a high-ranking Great Soul Master, particularly one of the assault type, to breach such a shield. He held no belief that a level 23 support-type Soul Master from the Doa continent could ever penetrate his secondary defensive soul device. At that moment, Li Chaoyang's gaze sharpened. He swiftly retrieved nearly 100 soul-guided cannons from his spatial soul device, aligning their barrels directly toward Xiao Hongshan. In the arena of intense and electrifying soul master combat, nearly 100 soul-guided cannons stood imposing, most of which possessed secondary capabilities, while a select few glimmered with the brilliance of third-level soul devices. With a deep rumble, the barrels of the cannons coalesced into a blinding white light, followed by an explosive roar that seemed to alter the very fabric of the heavens. A kaleidoscope of colors intertwined with the various effects of the second and third-level cannonballs, cascading toward Xiao Hongshan like a meteor shower. Yet, at this crucial moment, Xiao Hongshan remained oblivious, eyes tightly shut, unaware of the impending peril. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the referee finally intervened. In a flash, he appeared before Xiao Hongshan, surrounded by 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black soul rings, exuding an overwhelming aura. 6th soul skill, Earth Magic Bear S Shield. The referee declared with authority, as his words echoed. A colossal shield formed from earthy light materialized, effortlessly absorbing the barrage of Li Chaoyang's cannons. As the dust gradually settled, the referee's voice rang out clearly. I announced that in the first match, Li Chaoyang of Shrek Academy is the victor. Xiao Hongshan, momentarily stunned, initially believed he had won. It was only upon hearing Li Chaoyang's name that realization dawned, and his expression darkened significantly. Referee, I have yet to make a move. How can I have lost? Surely there has been a mistake. It should be he who surrenders. Xiao Hongshan protested loudly. His words elicited an uproar of laughter from the audience, akin to a tsunami of mirth. Ha ha ha, this lad from the Sun Moon Empire is truly amusing. He claims to be the greatest genius of the Sun Moon Empire. Yet he was defeated in an instant. The laughter pierced through the linked defensive soul-guided shield, striking Xiao Hongshan's eardrums. With a face ashen, Xiao Hongshan turned to the referee, voice laced with reluctance. Referee, I need to understand what transpired just now. The referee, upon hearing this, stifled his amusement, his expression turning serious. Just moments ago, Li Chaoyang unleashed nearly 100 soul-guided cannons upon you while you were in deep meditation. Had I not intervened in time, your secondary defensive soul-guided shield would not have withstood that onslaught. You would have likely been obliterated. Now, if you wish to compete again, you must first leave the arena. You have already lost this round. It's time to step down, as the second match is about to commence. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hongshan finally grasped the situation's entirety. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, he descended from the stage, his demeanor marked by embarrassment. Approaching his sister, Meng Hongshan, he sought a modicum of solace. Sister, you didn't mock me just now, did you? However, Meng Hongshan regarded him with disdain. I do not know you. We are not close, and I have no desire to become the subject of others' ridicule. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan's expression darkened further. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached and patted him on the shoulder. All right, you did not lose unjustly. Even if you faced him directly, it would not be easy to win. That fellow named Li Chaoyang is quite formidable. Achieving a third-level soul master at level 23 and mastering the artillery combat technique is indeed exceptional. If you are dissatisfied, you may seek him out for a rematch. This man was none other than Master Ma, the instructor leading the talented soul masters from the Sun and Moon Empire. A peak 8th level soul master. Master Ma, I still wish to argue a few points, Xiao Hongshan began. Yet, Master Ma interrupted. Enough. Li Chaoyang is indeed a strong adversary. Reaching the level of a third-level soul master at level 23, while excelling at artillery combat, is exceedingly rare in the Sun and Moon Empire. You have barely scratched the surface of this technique. How can you hope to compete? Xiao Hongqian was taken aback. In the Sun and Moon Empire, only those with extraordinary talent could wield the artillery technique so proficiently. The fact that Li Qiaoyang could do so left him astounded. Very well, I shall challenge him now, he declared gravely, determination etched on his face. With that, he turned and hurried towards the Sky Soul Grand Hotel. Indeed, Li Qiaoyang had returned to rest after the match, as 8 o'clock was still too early for him. Chapter 38, The Rematch with Li Qiaoyang, Part 2. At noon, the scorching sun filtered through the mottled leaves, casting dappled light upon the window ledge of the dormitory. Ah, that was a splendid sleep, Li Qiaoyang murmured as he gradually awoke, stretching widely and musing. It's time to seek some food. With that, he nimbly got out of bed and made his way downstairs, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. However, just as he reached the ground floor, a frantic figure rushed towards him, seizing his hand. Li Qiaoyang, at last, I've found you. Come with me for a duel. I am still unconvinced from our last encounter, Xiao Hongqian exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency, eyes burning with the desire for battle. Wait a moment. I was just about to have lunch, Li Qiaoyang replied, exasperated. No, you must duel with me today, or I shall not let you leave, Xiao Hongqian insisted, his resolve unwavering. Just then, a notification chimed in Li Qiaoyang's mind. System task, defeat Xiao Hongqian. Reward, healing domain upgraded to intermediate level. Taken aback, Li Qiaoyang pondered. This reward is quite appealing. I might as well indulge him in a match. All right, let us have another go, he conceded reluctantly. Let us go. This time, I will surely defeat you, Xiao Hongqian declared, exuberantly pulling Li Qiaoyang forward as they strode ahead. Not far from them, Ming Hongqian, the sister of Xiao Hongqian, wore a worried expression as she addressed the elder Ma. Elder Ma, do you think Xiao Hongqian will not lose again? Is there any safety concern? Ma furrowed his brow and replied slowly, there should not be any safety issues, but Xiao Hongqian seems hesitant to speak. Half an hour later, in an open space outside Tianhun City, the atmosphere was charged with tension, as if it could ignite the very air. Come on, Li Qiaoyang, I will not lose again. This time, you will be the one to lose, Xiao Hongqian boasted boldly, his eyes brimming with provocation. As his words fell, Xiao Hongqian waved his hands and summoned his martial soul, the three-legged golden toad. In an instant, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath him, enveloping him in a mysterious and powerful aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qiaoyang summoned his elemental staff martial soul, manifesting 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 purple, steadily encircling him. Upon witnessing Li Qiaoyang's soul ring configuration, Xiao Hongqian's vigilance surged, and he inwardly muttered, what is this? 1 white and 1 purple, lacking even 100-year yellow soul ring. If this prodigious soul master reveals this during battle, how could I afford to be careless? He wore an expression of utmost caution, every muscle tense, having already suffered a defeat at the hands of this young man. Suddenly, 2 Gatling soul-guiding devices emerged behind Xiao Hongqian, their gun barrels glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Fire erupted, and a barrage of bullets rained down upon Li Qiaoyang. These 2 Gatling soul-guiding devices belonged to the 3rd tier. When unleashed with full force, they could inflict tremendous damage equivalent to that of a mid-level soul master. Li Qiaoyang remained composed, promptly activating his second soul skill, Spatial Passage. In an instant, a profound spatial corridor appeared before him, seemingly capable of devouring all. The bullets shot by Xiao Hongqian vanished into this passage as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Without delay, Li Qiaoyang, wielding his elemental staff, made a gentle sweep. The next moment, a similar spatial passage materialized behind Xiao Hongqian, redirecting the bullets that were originally aimed at Li Qiaoyang back towards him. Fortunately, Xiao Hongqian had devoted 150% of his focus to this victory. Just as the bullets were about to strike him, he activated his 5th-level invincible shield with a sudden burst. The shield emanated a soft yet formidable glow, successfully blocking all the bullets. Such wealth. An invincible shield deployed at will. Without even needing a 4th-level soul shield, Li Qiaoyang couldn't help but comment. He contemplated seriously. I must take this more seriously, otherwise, I might not be able to subdue Xiao Hongqian. After all, he is sparing no expense to ensure victory, utilizing a high-value invincible shield that is essential for survival. In the next moment, Li Qiaoyang's second soul ring flickered brightly, and his figure vanished from sight within the space. Where did he go? Xiao Hongqian exclaimed in confusion, his eyes wide as he scanned the surroundings, yet he could not locate Li Qiaoyang anywhere. At that moment, behind Xiao Hongqian, nearly 100 beams of white light suddenly emerged, resembling sharp blades, surging forth with an intimidating momentum. Fortunately, Xiao Hongqian had maintained a heightened state of alertness, In this critical juncture, he activated his invincible shield once more. You wretched wealthy individual. I wonder how long you can endure, Li Chaoyang mused in the shadows, his resolve to fight growing ever stronger. Chapter 39, Mission Failure. I shall see how long you can sustain your spatial abilities. Once your soul energy is depleted, it will be my moment to strike with a thunderous blow. Zaya Honkin calculated silently, a glimmer of cunning evident in his gaze. Li Chaoyang unleashed his full might, the barrage resembling a tumultuous ocean, crashing down upon Zaya Honkin. This relentless onslaught persisted for a full minute, yet Zaya Honkin stood his ground, instantly activating the invincible shield, which stood like an impregnable fortress, enduring the fierce assault for a whole minute as well. At last, Li Chaoyang's soul energy was utterly exhausted, his form swaying slightly, weariness and resignation etched upon his face. My dear Honshin, what was the necessity of this? You utilized an entire minute of invincible shield, 15 times, no less. How many precious resources must that have consumed? Li Chaoyang exclaimed, incredulity evident in his tone. Zaya Honkin's lips curled into a smirk, emitting a series of harsh, mocking laughs that pierced through the still air. He taunted. Out of soul energy are we? Today, let me show you, primitive of Douluo continent, what a true soul-guiding device entails. His tone dripped with disdain and triumph. Before the words left his lips, Zaya Honkin flipped his wrist, retrieving a weakened soul-guiding cannon from his spatial soul guide. The cannon shimmered with mysterious and resplendent light. A level 4 soul-guiding device, exuding an unsettling aura. Primitive of Douluo continent, this battle is as good as won. Zaya Honkin laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with arrogance and pride, as if victory was already within his grasp. In an instant, a yellow beam shot forth from the cannon like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Li Chaoyang. The air tore apart wherever it passed, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Li Chaoyang reacted swiftly, activating a level 2 flying soul guide, soaring into the sky like an arrow loosed from a bow, attempting to evade this lethal strike. However, the soul guiding ray seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, equipped with tracking capabilities, relentlessly pursuing Li Chaoyang. Primitive of Douluo continent, this battle is mine. Zaya Honkin shouted once more, his voice echoing through the air, filled with provocation. Li Chaoyang, realizing the soul-guiding ray was tenaciously on his tail, felt a sense of foreboding. In desperation, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes, his first soul ring illuminated instantaneously, radiating a dazzling brilliance. First soul skill upgrade, Li Chaoyang bellowed, his voice resonant like a mighty bell. In that moment, a tremendous force surged into his body like a roaring tide, instantly replenishing 20 of his soul energy and elevating his soul energy level by 1 rank. He felt invigorated, as if he had been revitalized. Primitive? I find this phrase more suitable to describe yourself. Today, I shall unveil to you the true essence of the soul guidance device, the elemental mayfly cannon. Li Chaoyang's gaze was stern, his voice resonating with an undeniable authority. Elemental flames. With a graceful flourish of his hands, 2 petite orbs materialized, suspended in midair, emanating a soft yet enigmatic glow. Soon after, a singular eye slowly opened on each orb, its hue transforming to a blood red, as if ablaze with an inferno, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Release, Li Chaoyang commanded, his tone resolute. In the next moment, 2 torrents of fire, reminiscent of hell itself, erupted from the orbs, carrying an overwhelming force that instantaneously consumed the weakened soul guidance cannon fired by Xiao Hongchun, obliterating it entirely. The flames surged forth like a roaring dragon, unrelenting, charging towards Xiao Hongchun, distorting the very fabric of space in their wake. Xiao Hongchun's expression changed drastically, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. He hurriedly reactivated his invincible shield, which enveloped him in a gentle glow. What is the mentality behind this task? Another invincible soul guidance shield. Li Chaoyang lamented inwardly, his brows furrowed, frustration etched across his face. I'm done, I'm famished. Just as Li Chaoyang contemplated conceding, he mused that it was merely a healing domain, with future opportunities for enhancement surely to come, and the task bore no time constraints, rendering haste unnecessary. I'm starving, he thought. Li Chaoyang prepared to take flight, using a level 3 soul guidance device. Wait a moment, what was that device you just used? I've never seen one before, Xiao Hongchun suddenly inquired, curiosity and longing sparkling in his eyes, as if he had discovered a new world. It is a soul guidance device of my own creation, Li Chaoyang replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride in his tone. No, can you teach me? Xiao Hongchun instantly donned a beguiling expression, his eyes brimming with anticipation, resembling a child yearning for candy. Not a chance, for I am an original inhabitant of Douluo continent. Li Chaoyang retorted with a teasing smile playing on his lips, a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. In the next moment, he ascended into the air. Just then, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, and amidst the dreamlike radiance, a middle-aged man and a young girl appeared. "All right, Hongchun, let us go," the middle-aged man said, his voice steady and commanding. Indeed, this man was Master Ma, his gaze tranquil, as if everything lay within his dominion. "Brother, let us depart. If you continue this battle, you will lose. You've exhausted all the invincible soul guidance devices bestowed by grandfather," Meng Hongchun remarked, her voice melodious, yet laced with concern. The following day, sunlight bathed the earth, ushering in a warmth that felt inviting. "Brother Chaoyang, how about making a deal?" Xiao Hongchun proposed, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "What sort of deal?" Li Chaoyang responded, his face alight with interest, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "I am aware that you are a soul mentor. How about this? There are no level 9 soul mentors in the Douluo continent, so if you join my Sun and Moon Empire, I will find you a top-tier level 9 soul mentor, one of the top 3 in the Sun and Moon continent. You could teach me about your soul guiding device. What do you say?" With a playful tone laced with temptation, Hongchun spoke. "Forget it. My only family now is an elder from Shrek Academy. Are you serious about having me join the Sun and Moon Empire?" Li Chaoyang replied, a hint of resignation evident on his face. "Never mind, it's my turn now. To be honest, my luck is truly dismal. My next opponent is from the Body Sect." Chapter 40, Exceeding Limits. The same judge from yesterday stood in the center of the competition stage, his voice resonating as he announced, "Now, please have the next contestants take the stage, Long Outyin from the Body Sect and Li Chaoyang from Shrek Academy." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chaoyang and Long Outyin slowly ascended the stage. Li Chaoyang silently lamented, "My luck is abysmal. First, I faced the number 1 genius of the Sun and Moon Empire, and now I encounter the second genius of the Body Sect. Alas, this child has it tough." He could not help but sigh deeply in his heart. "Both sides, prepare." The judge called out. Li Chaoyang took a deep breath, summoning his elemental staff soul, surrounded by 1 white and 1 purple soul ring. Long Outyin, on the other hand, merely trembled slightly, instantly enveloped by 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. It was not that he lacked a martial soul. Rather, his martial soul was peculiarly his skin. That earlier tremor signified the moment he summoned his martial soul. In the viewing area, a beautiful young lady clad in splendid royal attire softly inquired, "Zhinzhan, do you think Outyin can win?" This person was none other than Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Of course. How could the second genius of the Body Sect lose to a mere 2-ring soul master? Zhinzhan confidently responded. On the competition stage, the judge declared, "The match begins." No sooner had he spoken than Long Outyin flashed forward, appearing instantly before Li Chaoyang and delivering a kick. Li Chaoyang reacted swiftly, activating his level 3 defensive soul guiding device at the last moment. How swift? Is Long Outyin a strong attacker or a swift attacker? Li Chaoyang thought, astonished. The next instant, cracks began to appear on his level 3 defensive soul guiding device. What? How is this possible? Li Chaoyang was astounded that Long Outyin's casual strike nearly shattered the level 3 defensive device, which should only be breakable by someone at least of the Soul Sect rank. Truly a worthy second genius of the Body Sect. Li Chaoyang was shaken to the core. Before long, his level 3 defensive soul guiding device was completely shattered. Li Chaoyang hastily activated his second soul skill, Space, narrowly evading Long Outyin's attack. "Interesting," Long Outyin remarked with keen interest. "But you are not the only one who can teleport." With those words, Long Outyin invoked the teleportation skill from his left leg soul bone. In a flash of white light, he appeared above Li Chaoyang, delivering another kick. Li Chaoyang quickly activated another level 3 defensive soul guiding device. However, this time, the defensive device shattered like glass almost instantly. Long Outyin's foot struck heavily against Li Chaoyang, sending him crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Chaoyang felt a surge of blood and coughed up a mouthful of crimson. On the spectator platform, Su Sanshur anxiously exclaimed, "It's over. Chaoyang's luck has run out. Long Outyin's attacks are nearly on par with his own. Let us believe in Chaoyang." However, beads of sweat had already begun to form on Mu Beibei's forehead. On the competition stage, the smoke had yet to dissipate. Suddenly, 100 beams of white light burst forth from the haze, aiming directly at Long Outyin. Indeed, Li Chaoyang had unleashed his artillery strategy once again. Alas, this time, his opponent was Long Outyin. Long Outyin activated his first soul skill, his body instantly towering 3 times its original height, reaching a terrifying 8 meters. His right hand shimmered with light. Annihilation Palm. Long Outyin bellowed as he thrust his palm forward, creating a colossal imprint that effortlessly blocked all of Li Chaoyang's incoming projectiles. This maneuver was not merely a soul skill, but rather a combat technique, a self-created soul skill of the Body Sect. How unreasonable! A soul sovereign exhibiting an attack at the pinnacle level of a soul sect, and a wide-area attack at that. It seems the second place is becoming increasingly elusive. It appears I must go all out, Li Chuyang mused. Brother Outyin, I must concede your genius. However, I cannot afford to lose this match. So I must apologize in advance. I am compelled to employ some underhanded tactics, Li Chuyang remarked with a sinister smile directed at Long Outyin. Long Outyin was taken aback. But in the next moment, he sensed a formidable life energy emanating from Li Chuyang. Domain of healing. Li Chuyang shouted, and suddenly, he was enveloped in a soft green glow. As Li Chuyang's healing domain activated, his first soul skill erupted in a brilliant radiance. The injuries inflicted by Long Outyin's fierce kick began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, as if time itself were reversing, and the pain vanished in an instant. Impressive. You possess a domain. Shrek truly harbors hidden talents, producing exceptional individuals. I foresee that you could become a super Douluo of the support system in the future. Yet, alas, you remain a support-type soul master. Here we stand on the competition stage, in a one-on-one duel. I refuse to believe your healing capabilities can be boundless. Moreover, I doubt your healing speed can surpass my assault, Long Outyin declared fervently. No sooner had he spoken than Long Outyin's right foot unleashed tremendous force, akin to a cannonball being fired, propelling him towards Li Chuyang in the blink of an eye. Annihilation palm. Long Outyin roared, his voice echoing across the arena. A colossal imprint surged with overwhelming power, hurtling towards Li Chuyang, as if it sought to pulverize all obstacles in its path. Seeing this, Li Chuyang did not hesitate to deploy his second soul skill, space. In an instant, his figure vanished like a wraith, successfully evading the fierce palm strike. The blow landed heavily, producing a deafening crash, and a deep imprint appeared on the competition ground, with dust swirling around. I shall see just how much soul power you possess to sustain this battle. After all, you are merely a 23rd level Great Soul Master. Long Aotion's lips curled into a slight sneer. Annihilation palm. He bellowed once more, his figure darting forward like lightning towards Li Chuyang. Yet, Li Chuyang remained composed, deftly employing his spatial soul technique to narrowly evade the onslaught. Thus, time progressed, second by second. A minute later, a mocking smile graced Long Aotion's face as he remarked, "Have you exhausted your soul power? A support-type soul master with such formidable life-preserving abilities is indeed rare." However, today, before he could finish his sentence, Long Aotion suddenly sensed something amiss with Li Chuyang. He noticed that Li Chuyang's soul power level was gradually rising, increasing a full 5 levels. It is known that an elevation of even a single level during battle is an extraordinary occurrence, making this situation utterly perplexing. Long Aotion was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the ever-glowing first soul skill of Li Chuyang, and his expression shifted instantly. He pondered inwardly, something is off. This lad's first soul skill must possess some peculiarities. Observing Long Aotion halt his assault, a flicker of intrigue crossed Li Chuyang's eyes, and he spoke, "Brother Aotion, you truly deserve the title of the second prodigy of the body sect, discerning so quickly. While I cannot rival your offensive prowess, my endurance is something you could scarcely hope to match. Behold, elemental ephemeral fire attack." In an instant, 2 small orbs materialized beside Li Chuyang, their eyes slowly opening. Subsequently, 2 streams of terrifying flames erupted from these orbs, sweeping towards Long Aotion like twin fire dragons. Caught off guard, Long Aotion suffered the impact of the twin flames, stumbling backward several meters, his steps faltering. Seeing this, Long Aotion hastily activated his second soul skill. Instantly, his physical attributes surged once more, akin to a beast awakening, as he charged directly at Li Chuyang. Yet again, his strike was in vain. Li Chuyang once more evaded the attack, using his spatial soul technique. "I refuse to believe you can maintain this." Long Aotion's brows furrowed, his expression growing increasingly grim. In the spectators' area, the atmosphere grew tense as the match remained tightly contested. "Zhen, how many more times do you think Li Chuyang can utilize his soul skills? If he can truly keep this up, wouldn't Aotion be destined to lose?" Vina inquired, her face etched with worry. "It seems unlikely he can sustain it indefinitely. However, if Aotion does not exert himself fully, he may indeed face defeat," the girl named Zhen replied, her brow slightly furrowed. "Using all his strength? But should he triumph over Li Chuyang that way, he would also find himself eliminated in the next round due to the backlash. The repercussions are too severe, and he would fail the task assigned by the sect leader," Vina remarked, her expression darkening. On the arena, Long Aotion had been pursuing Li Chuyang for a full 2 hours. Li Chuyang, panting heavily, floated in midair with the aid of a level 3 flying soul guide. Exclaiming, "Impressive, brother Aotion. To maintain such high-intensity assaults for 2 consecutive hours is commendable. Had I not needed to win this match, I would have withdrawn long ago. Wait, can your soul skills truly be used continuously? Long Ao Tian, breathless and panting like a bull, questioned loudly. Brother Ao Tian, just admit defeat. You cannot outlast me. I can persevere for at least another 2 hours. Li Chaoyang was also panting, yet his tone exuded a steadfast resolve. Internally, he lamented, I am utterly exhausted. I had thought that possessing infinite endurance would exempt me from the need for physical training. It seems, however, that I must indeed enhance my fitness, otherwise, I may perish not by the hands of my adversary, but rather by the very soul techniques I wield. Is your soul technique not utterly shameless? It is simply excessive, Long Outyin exclaimed, disregarding his own image as he voiced his complaints loudly. Shameless? Excessive? You, a soul master, can unleash the offensive power of a soul king for 2 continuous hours, and you dare to claim I am excessive? Li Chaoyang retorted defiantly, raising his voice. The spectators in the observation area had long since lost their patience, with some even beginning to doze off. The referee, wearied and stifling a yawn, privately lamented. Had I known, I would never have taken this job. These two have managed to drag this out for 2 hours, and it appears they could continue indefinitely. There are many more matches ahead. This is nothing short of prolonged overtime. A pained expression crossed the referee's face. After all, throughout these 2 hours, Li Chaoyang and Long Outyin had merely repeated the same sequence of Long Outyin's attacks and Li Chaoyang's teleportation, devoid of any innovation. After yet another of Long Outyin's attacks was evaded by Li Chaoyang's teleportation, his expression shattered completely, and he bellowed, I've had enough. What a ridiculous task. To hell with it. Unity of heaven and man, second awakening. In an instant, Long Outyin unleashed his full power. His aura surged like a tidal wave, and the sweat that had accumulated around him from prolonged combat transformed into steam, rising gracefully into the air. After being subjected to such torment for 2 hours, enduring relentless high-intensity attacks with no hope of victory, anyone would reach their breaking point. Chapter 42, New Hidden Cards. A mysterious and formidable aura surged around Long Outyin as he invoked the powerful secret technique of unity of heaven and man. In an instant, he appeared to be infused with boundless strength, visibly expanding to 10 times his original size. At that moment, he towered nearly 30 meters high, resembling a majestic mountain standing resolute in the arena, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Immediately, a dazzling silver light enveloped him, signifying his second awakening at the silver level. As the brilliance shimmered, Long Outyin's aura ascended like a surging tide, ultimately stabilizing at the realm of Soul King. Cursed insect. I shall see how you evade my attack in this form. Long Outyin glared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared. Overlord slash. With a thunderous shout, he propelled himself from the ground, launching into the air like a cannonball. As he ascended, he raised his hands high and swiftly merged them. In an instant, his hands transformed into a gleaming giant blade. A colossal and terrifying aura emanated from this weapon, as if it could rend anything asunder. Seeing this, Li Chaoyang's heart sank. He instinctively sought to activate his second soul technique to evade this lethal strike. However, Long Outyin burst into arrogant laughter. Evade? Go on. Try to evade. My formidable technique, the Overlord slash, possesses the capability to seal off space. I am eager to see where you can flee. In the blink of an eye, Long Outyin, akin to a bolt of black lightning, surged forth with a cataclysmic force, ruthlessly aiming his strike at Li Chaoyang. Furrowing his brow, Li Chaoyang contemplated. It appears I can no longer hold back. I must unveil my ultimate trump card. Spiritual domain. Li Chaoyang intoned, and in that instant, a mysterious and potent aura emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. Utilizing his soul bone skill, spiritual strength, Li Chaoyang unleashed an overwhelming power. In the next moment, a tidal wave of mental energy surged forth from within him, as if intent on devouring the very world itself. This mental force originated from the imperial spirit beast skull, 2,000 years, affixed to him, whose soul bone skill, spiritual strength, could compel the control of any adversary with a mental capacity inferior to his own. Note, can only control one individual. The mental energy surrounding Li Chaoyang rolled toward Long Outyin like a raging tide, swiftly ensnaring the oncoming figure. Under the influence of spiritual strength, Long Outyin's massive form was manipulated by an unseen hand, involuntarily hurtling toward the edge of the stage. With a resounding crash, Long Outyin plummeted to the ground, unconscious. It was revealed that Long Outyin had been engaged in battle for 2 continuous hours, during which Li Chaoyang had astutely depleted his mental reserves. Coupled with the activation of the spiritual domain, Li Chaoyang's mental prowess received a significant augmentation. Consequently, controlling the mentally exhausting Long Outyin was a trivial task for him. The referee, witnessing this spectacle, was overwhelmed with emotion. nearly brought to tears as he declared, "I announce that Shrek's Li Chaoyang is the victor." The audience erupted in astonishment. "Wait, Jinjin, did you just see what transpired?" Vina exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "It must be a head-related soul-bone skill, quite fascinating indeed. Moreover, he possesses a mental domain, a dual domain. This is the hallmark of a top-tier genius. It's a pity he is a support-type soul master. Otherwise, once he reaches a higher level, I would genuinely relish the opportunity for a spirited duel with him," came the enthusiastic response from the individual named Jinjin. "Finally, it's over. I am utterly exhausted." Li Chaoyang silently sighed in relief. He descended from the arena, and as soon as he reached the ground, Su Sanshur approached with a carefree demeanor, placing a hand on Li Chaoyang's shoulder and grinning. "Well done, Chaoyang. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. I feel I would struggle to contend with you now." Returning to the hotel, Li Chaoyang wearily reclined on his bed, reflecting quietly, "Alas, I have exhausted my final card. I have merely defeated the second-ranked genius of the body sect. The first must surely be even more powerful. If I do not encounter the first genius in the finals, I could find myself in dire straits. Furthermore, others are now aware of my vulnerabilities. Should they acquire any soul-guiding devices capable of manipulating space, I would be rendered utterly powerless. No, I must go out and seek vengeance." In the next moment, Li Chaoyang seemed to have made up his mind, sitting up abruptly from his bed and racing out of his room to pursue his goal. On the third day, the competition resumed. Chun Xing of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was set to battle against Li Chaoyang from Shrek. The contenders took their positions, ready to commence the fight. "Oh, today's opponent is from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. I can certainly collect a bit of interest today," Li Chaoyang mused internally, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 43, Collecting Interest. At last, Li Chaoyang faced off against a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The grudge against the sect burned like an intense flame within his heart. Today, he would finally reclaim a measure of that debt. The referee's booming voice resonated throughout the arena. "The match begins." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chun Xing swiftly produced an exquisite small box from within his robes. Channeling his soul power with both hands, he gradually infused it into the box, which suddenly soared into the air like a spirited bird. It then began to spin rapidly, emitting strange flashes of light. In the blink of an eye, a massive white dome enveloped the arena, forming an impenetrable cage that ensnared Li Chaoyang, leaving him with no means of escape. "Ha ha, Li Chaoyang. Did you ever imagine that I could acquire this rare spatial confinement soul guide? Though its duration is merely 5 minutes, it is more than sufficient to deal with you, a support-type Grand Soul Master. As a formidable assault-type Grand Soul Master, I shall easily vanquish you," Chun Xing declared, his face brimming with arrogance and contempt. In the next instant, Chun Xing brandished his martial spirit, the seven-kill sword. The blade glinted with a chilling light, seemingly infused with boundless murderous intent. 2 yellow soul rings encircled him, resembling a ferocious beast as he charged toward Li Chaoyang. The seven-kill sword sliced through the air with a fierce wind, striking down upon Li Chaoyang. Yet, Li Chaoyang remained unperturbed. He retrieved a second-tier melee soul guide, the Thunder Giant sword, from behind him. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung the sword forcefully, causing it to clash violently with the seven-kill sword, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks that successfully deflected the blow. In truth, given Li Chaoyang's prowess, had he employed an artillery strategy, he could have effortlessly defeated Chun Xing with the simultaneous fire of nearly 100 soul-guided cannons. However, such an approach would obliterate Chun Xing in the barrage, prompting the referee, in his duty to protect the contestants, to intervene. Consequently, Li Chaoyang could not exact the proper toll for the enmity he bore. Thus, he resolutely forsook the artillery strategy and opted for close combat with Chun Xing. The two began to grapple, their swords entwining, the clash of their powers sending tremors through the surrounding air. Just as the contest remained undecided, a steely resolve flashed in Li Chaoyang's eyes. He suddenly infused his soul power into the Thunder Giant sword. In an instant, terrifying lightning surged forth like roaring dragons from the sword, coursing along the seven-kill sword and striking Chun Xing like a bolt of lightning. Chun Xing, sensing an overwhelming force approaching, could scarcely react and could only retreat hastily. Steadying himself, a fierce glint flickered in Chun Xing's gaze as he bellowed, "First soul skill, Sword of the Vanguard." In an instant, the seven-kill sword radiated a brilliant light, exuding an astonishing sword aura. This aura seemed capable of cleaving through the air, instantly enhancing the sword's sharpness and lethality. Chun Xing once again wielded the seven-kill sword, resembling an enraged lion as he lunged fiercely toward Li Chaoyang. In his heart, Li Chaoyang mused, "There is no time to linger. I must collect my interest and return to the hotel for some rest." With this thought, He resolutely activated his fate domain, just as a powerful and mysterious mental force was about to emanate from him. He unleashed the second skill of the Emperor's spirit beast's external skull, mental concealment. This was a special ability he acquired when the skull ascended to a millennium soul bone. In that moment, his formidable mental power and the aura of his domain were cleverly concealed. Li Chaoyang's fate domain was already unique, primarily enhancing mental power, and the mental concealment skill integrated the power of fate. Unless one were a superpower of level 98 or above, it would be imperceptible. Fortunately, among the powerful present, there were no beings of level 98 or higher, as the Jin Peng and Poison Immortal of the Body sect had already returned to their sect to procure healing herbs for Long Outyin. Thus, Li Chaoyang was free to wield his mental power at will in the arena. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful mental command, akin to invisible hands, firmly controlling Chen Xing. He skillfully diminished Chen Xing's perception of himself, while significantly amplifying his awareness of the battle, successfully diverting Chen Xing's attention. Under the guidance of Li Chaoyang's mental force, Chen Xing was entirely oblivious to the subtle changes in his soul power. Taking advantage of this, Li Chaoyang manipulated Chen Xing's body, causing his soul power to flow in reverse. Chen Xing, unaware of any anomaly, fell like a kite with its string cut, collapsing directly toward Li Chaoyang. Meanwhile, half of the blood vessels in his body could not withstand the immense pressure, bursting forth in a torrent of blood that stained the ground crimson. The referee was momentarily stunned, and the audience was equally astonished. Their minds flooded with a colossal question mark. What on earth just transpired? Amidst the bewilderment, Li Chaoyang feigned innocence, exclaiming loudly, "Referee, I did nothing at all. We only had a single collision. My Thunder Giant sword could not possibly inflict such damage or yield this effect." "I understand," the middle-aged referee replied, regaining his composure. He quickly approached Chen Xing, extending his hand to assess his condition. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he subsequently announced loudly, "Chen Xing, due to reckless cultivation or the practice of malevolent techniques, has caused his soul power to reverse, resulting in the explosion of blood vessels. Therefore, in this match, Li Chaoyang is the victor." Instantly, the audience erupted into a cacophony of discussion, each voice clamoring to express their thoughts. Ultimately, Li Chaoyang emerged victorious. The referee chose not to complicate matters, for Li Chaoyang's technique was remarkably sophisticated. Anyone with discernment could recognize the signs of reversed soul power. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and it was evident that the referee did not believe this grand soul master could achieve such a feat. Chapter 44, The Night. The confrontation between Li Chaoyang and Chen Xing had concluded, and in the arena, no one obstructed Li Chaoyang's departure. After all, at that moment, Chen Xing appeared as though he had succumbed to the perils of his own cultivation, leading nearly everyone to conclude that the issue lay solely with him. This injury was tantamount to being completely severed from the realm of title Douluo. It is worth noting that a full recovery from such a grievous wound would demand no less than 7 years. The younger one is during this critical period of cultivation. The more significant the impact of this 7-year delay. Even if the injury ultimately healed, it would undoubtedly leave lingering scars, obstructing the path of future cultivation. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhun, do you think this might be the work of Li Chaoyang? Vina furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with uncertainty as she whispered, "It must be him. I refuse to believe such coincidences exist in this world. This individual is extraordinary. Should you encounter him in the subsequent matches, exercise utmost caution. Prepare several defensive soul tools, just in case," the girl named Zhun advised with a grave expression. In the ensuing competitions, Li Chaoyang seemed to be favored by the heavens, encountering no formidable opponents as he surged ahead, seamlessly advancing into the playoffs and securing a place among the top 64. According to the tournament schedule, he needed to win just 5 more matches to fulfill his objective. In the hotel, Li Chaoyang, your opponent for tomorrow's playoffs has been confirmed, Zhou announced as he hurriedly entered the room, his tone laced with seriousness. "Who is it?" Li Chaoyang inquired, setting down his belongings and looking up with curiosity. "It is the young master of Outyin sect," Zhou replied, his brow furrowed with increasing gravity. "The young master?" Li Chaoyang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "However, do not be overly concerned. This young master is currently only a great soul master. Although her soul rings may be more numerous than yours in terms of strength, she is certainly no match for you. Relax, and do not be so tense," Zhou reassured him upon noticing his unease. "Understood, Teacher Zhou," Li Chaoyang nodded slightly, responding softly. However, the worry occupying Li Chaoyang's mind was not about defeating his opponent. His thoughts drifted far away, recalling events from the original narrative. It is crucial to recognize that this young master of Outyin sect is none other than the daughter of Tang San, the sea god who ascended to divinity a millennium ago. Given Tang San's profound and meticulous nature, coupled with his ruthless methods, he would undoubtedly have orchestrated intricate plans for his daughter, plotting in secrecy. What if Tang San were also a transmigrator? Would he, upon discovering that Li Chaoyang shares a similar origin, resort to drastic measures to safeguard his grand scheme, meticulously woven over countless years? The more Li Chaoyang pondered, the more unsettled he became, a chill creeping from his feet to the crown of his head. Observing Li Chaoyang's forlorn and anxious demeanor, Zhou Yi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not be so tense. Focus on preparing for the match. The outcome is not of paramount importance. By the way, there is an auction tonight. Would you like to join and enjoy the festivities? It might help alleviate your stress and prevent it from affecting your performance tomorrow." "Perhaps not, Teacher Zhou. I have something exceedingly important to attend to this evening, so I shall forego the auction. Enjoy yourselves." "Teacher Zhou, I must take my leave." Li Chaoyang spoke with a hint of apology in his voice. Having uttered his words, he made no further delay, striding directly out of the hotel towards the establishment where Xiao Hongqian resided. Indeed, his purpose for this visit was to seek assistance and embark on a journey of extraordinary fortune. As Li Chaoyang exited the hotel, the night had already fallen. The sky was as dark as ink, seemingly obscured by an immense black curtain. It was approximately 10 p.m., and the city lay shrouded in silence beneath the darkness. The night enveloped the city like an unyielding layer of ink, heavily pressing down upon it. Not a single beam of moonlight pierced through the leaden clouds, and the world felt as though it were being tightly held shut by an invisible, yet overwhelmingly powerful hand. The streets were deserted. Streetlights flickered weakly in the gloom, casting dim, erratic glimmers akin to the final gasps of a dying man, projecting mottled shadows that resembled grotesque monsters, clawing and writhing in the dark. Suddenly, Li Chaoyang halted in his tracks, a surge of intense unease swelling within him. He pondered to himself, "Something is amiss. The atmosphere feels strange." In the next moment, he seemed to sense a dangerous presence, his gaze sharpening instantaneously. Without hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit, the elemental staff, tightly gripping it in his hand, and promptly unleashed his second soul skill, space. In an instant, a deep, slightly mocking voice resonated through the pitch-black night. Intriguing. Chapter 45, The Arrival of Fortune. The night was as thick as viscous ink, profound and enigmatic, the vast, impenetrable darkness resembling an immense black satin, seemingly embroidered with countless unknown stories, awaiting the fortunate to uncover them. Amidst this boundless void, seemingly capable of devouring all, an elderly man with white hair slowly emerged. His silhouette appeared particularly upright and striking against the night, akin to a beacon, yet emanating a chilling aura. Surrounding the old man were 9 dazzling soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, intertwining and reflecting one another, resembling the most splendid galaxy in the night sky, exuding a breath of the tidal Douluo that sent shivers down one's spine. This aura surged forth like a tumultuous tide, unreservedly crashing towards Li Chaoyang. He felt an immense and intangible pressure descending upon him like a towering mountain. Despite summoning all his strength to struggle against it, he realized he was ensnared by an invisible shackle, unable to move even a finger, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath in a state of utter disarray. The old man's piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the very soul of a person. He spoke coldly, his voice akin to an icy blade on a frigid night. "Sharp and chilling, boy, today marks your demise. However, I am merciful by nature and shall grant you an opportunity to leave a final word." Beads of sweat, as fine as pearls, dotted Li Chaoyang's forehead and trickled down his cheeks. He laboriously lifted his head, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness, his voice trembling like leaves in the wind. "Senior, I have not provoked you." The elderly man gently stroked his snow-white beard, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, reminiscent of lightning in a frigid night, sending shivers down one's spine. "Very well, I shall grant you a clear demise. You have crippled my grandson Qinxing's cultivation, and today I shall take your life. Do not speak of Qinxing's soul power flowing backward as if it were unrelated to you. How could I, as his grandfather, be unaware of his training? It must be you, young man, who has secretly conspired against him, employing insidious methods." Li Chaoyang, summoning every ounce of strength, hoarsely shouted, his voice seemingly forced from the depths of his throat. "Senior, even if you do not believe me, please consider that I am from Shrek. The reputation of Shrek as a protector is renowned throughout the Douluo star. Should you truly harm me, the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek, regardless of whether they are conservatives or radicals, will not take this lightly. They will undoubtedly seek justice on my behalf. Shrek Academy has always been known for its fierce protection of its own. They may tolerate their disciples bravely sacrificing themselves in brutal trials, yet they shall never condone the covert murder of their own. Should such an incident occur, the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek will surely unleash a tempest, engaging in fierce negotiations with the forces behind the assassin. When it comes to protecting their own, Shrek is undoubtedly the second best in the world, with the only rival being the Body Sect. Upon hearing these words, the old man curled his lips into a mocking cold smile. As frigid as the winter wind, I care not for such matters. If you dare to harm my grandson, you must be prepared to face your death. Final words? Humph. You just threatened me. You need not hope for such an opportunity. With that, a fierce killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes, like two sharp daggers. He suddenly swung his long sword, unleashing a sword aura as sharp as lightning, roaring towards Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang felt himself firmly locked by an overwhelming aura. His second soul skill rendered as powerless as a caged bird, unable to even make a move. Just as the sword aura was about to descend with the force of thunder, a dazzling brilliance suddenly erupted from the distance, akin to a rising sun illuminating the dark night sky, shattering the old man's sword energy. Within the radiance, a figure of a middle-aged man flickered into existence beside Li Chaoyang, a specter appearing as if summoned. This man was none other than Yan Shaozhe. Chinching, you truly have regressed in your ways, daring to strike at a child. Yan Shaozhe's voice was steady and powerful, resonating like a mighty bell, carrying an undeniable authority that echoed through the night sky. Upon witnessing this, Chinching's expression changed dramatically, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like scattered beads. He stared in horror, his voice trembling as he uttered, Yan Shaozhe, how could you be here? Though Chinching was a titled Douluo of the 92nd rank, a formidable figure on the Douluo continent, he always felt inadequate in the presence of Yan Shaozhe. 7 years ago, he could still somewhat gauge Yan Shaozhe's depth, but now he found him utterly inscrutable. As if standing before an unfathomable mountain, a terrifying thought quietly arose in Chinching's mind. Has this old fellow already broken through to the 99th rank? In truth, while Yan Shaozhe has yet to ascend to the legendary pinnacle of the 99th level, he has already reached the zenith of the 97th level, demonstrating his remarkable talents and formidable strength through the extraordinary techniques of the ultimate Douluo. He is indeed worthy of being the next heir of the Sea God Pavilion. A future legend. I do not care what your reasons are. Those who dare to harm my Shrek disciples will find only one path, death. Yan Shaozhe declared imperiously, his voice resonating like thunder across the heavens. The aura emanating from him, reminiscent of an ultimate Douluo, surged forth like an erupting volcano, rendering Chun Xin incapable of standing upright. His legs weakened, forcing him to crouch, his face etched with terror and despair, adorned with 6 black and 3 red soul rings. Such a fearsome configuration is exceedingly rare in the present Douluo continent, a true rarity. The red soul rings burned like flames, exuding an aura of chilling terror. Such a formidable arrangement could only be rivaled by Yan Shaozhe's grandmother, Yi Shishui. Indeed, she is renowned as the most influential figure across the continent. Never to be seen again, descend into hell. I shall reign supreme. Yan Shaozhe proclaimed with authority, his voice echoing with the might of a war god. As he pressed his right hand downward, it seemed as though the very fabric of the universe quivered in response. Above Chun Xin, a colossal handprint appeared, immense as a mountain, descending with an earth-shattering force, obliterating Chun Xin and leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. Well, the matter is resolved, my young friend. Yan Shaozhe spoke to Li Chaoyang, his tone softening slightly. Rest assured, the Academy does not intervene in students' personal affairs. He added, thank you, Dean Yan, for your understanding. By the way, I heard that you have become a soul master. Do you have any time recently? I wish to propose a transaction that you would find most advantageous. Li Chaoyang summoned his courage to say, his eyes brimming with hope. Yan Shaozhe's expression shifted to one of keen interest, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, oh, intriguing. Do share. At long last, the long-anticipated enhancement Li Chaoyang had been waiting for had arrived. Chapter 46, The Haotian Hammer. The following day, the sun bathed the land in golden light, the sky clear and unblemished, as if the heavens themselves were cheering for the upcoming battle in the Genius Soul Master Tournament, where the top 64 would compete for a place in the 32. Li Chaoyang, fueled by determination and a confident smile illuminating his face, strode steadily onto the arena of the Genius Soul Master competition. This stage, a vessel of countless dreams and honors of soul masters, now radiated with a mysterious and alluring glow. The referee, an experienced and stern middle-aged man, surveyed the arena with piercing eyes. His resonant voice boomed. In the Genius Soul Master Tournament playoffs, from the 64 to the 32, Haotian Sect's Zhuang Donger faces Shrek's Li Chaoyang. Both parties, prepare yourselves, the match begins. With the referee's command, the atmosphere in the arena instantly grew taut with anticipation. Li Chaoyang wielded an elemental staff. Surrounded by 2 soul rings, one white and one purple, radiating a harmonious glow that underscored his unique soul power. In contrast, Wang Donger moved with grace, adorned with two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, resembling a resplendent flower blooming on the competition stage, exuding an aura both mysterious and formidable. As the match commenced, Wang Donger decisively made her move, swiftly deploying a spatial confinement soul guide. In an instant, a colossal white dome materialized, resembling an invisible cage that ensnared the entire arena. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Li Chaoyang stood bewildered, pondering the situation. How could this be? Wasn't Wang Donger restricted from using soul guides by Tang San? The original narrative clearly stated that contact with a soul guide would induce nausea. What was happening? Why did it deviate so drastically from the protagonist's established parameters? Winged guillotine, Wang Donger exclaimed, her form darting forward like a bolt of lightning as she unleashed her first soul skill, launching a close-range assault on Li Chaoyang. The fierce momentum seemed poised to overwhelm him. Resolving to set aside his thoughts, Li Chaoyang steeled himself, determined to secure victory in this match before unraveling the mystery. Without hesitation, he summoned his two elemental floating cannons, declaring, "Fire attack." Two terrifying flames surged forth, akin to roaring fire dragons, imbued with searing heat and immense power. Hurtling towards Wang Donger. Unfazed, she executed a graceful spin, her exquisite wings slicing through the flames as if they were mere wisps of smoke, extinguishing them effortlessly. The flames dissipated beneath her wings as if they had never existed. That feeble attack is insufficient. With your spatial abilities nullified, I shall simply eliminate you, she proclaimed confidently. Second soul skill, Light of the Butterfly Goddess. Wang Donger's second soul ring ignited, and a yellow orb of light coalesced in her hands, teeming with rich elemental energy. Reminiscent of a miniature sun on the verge of eruption, radiating dazzling brilliance. Without hesitation, she hurled the orb towards Li Chaoyang. As the orb neared him, it abruptly transformed into a multitude of guillotine blades, cascading like a torrential rain of sharp edges, mercilessly descending upon Li Chaoyang. The sheer volume of blades instilled a chilling dread. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Li Chaoyang swiftly activated a level 3 defensive soul guide, channeling energy into it fervently. Simultaneously, his first soul skill illuminated, initiating the restoration of his soul power. However, the onslaught of blades proved overwhelming. The level 3 soul guide shattered under the relentless assault. In a critical moment, Li Chaoyang decisively activated another level 3 defensive soul guide, barely managing to withstand Wang Donger's second soul skill. Truly, she was the daughter of the sea god. Yet, her attack seemed far too potent. It was inconceivable that she could so easily breach a level 3 soul guide. Could the influence of the sea god be at play? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Li Chaoyang's face, his heart brimming with uncertainty and concern. However, the reality was far from his apprehensions. Wang Donger's strength had significantly surpassed her original portrayal. In her youth, she often played alongside the main disciple of the Benti sect, Jinjin, who was a fervent devotee of cultivation, embodying an unparalleled passion and dedication. Under Jinjin's influence, Wang Donger, like a moth drawn to a flame, advanced in her training at a remarkable pace, far exceeding her original development. Now, she had reached the 30th level of soul power, becoming a quasi-soul venerable, a striking contrast to her mere 21st level upon entering Shrek Academy in the original tale. After several attempts with her second soul skill, Wang Donger discovered that Li Chaoyang's third-level defensive soul guide was astonishingly abundant. Despite shattering over a dozen of them, she had yet to inflict any substantial damage on him. I refuse to believe this. She gritted her teeth, her eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. With a flourish of her hands, she summoned her second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. The moment the Haotian hammer appeared in her grasp, the audience collectively gasped in awe. Indeed, it is the sect of Tang San from 10,000 years ago, the unrivaled Haotian sect of that era. Someone exclaimed from the crowd. Though the Haotian hammer lacked soul rings, she had mastered its formidable techniques, fully capable of unleashing the offensive power characteristic of an assault-oriented soul master. Come, Li Chaoyang. Let us see if you can withstand this. Wang Donger called out, her voice resonating throughout the arena. Haotian hammer, raging tempest, she cried, her form darting forward like a flash of lightning, wielding the Haotian hammer as she charged at Li Chaoyang. The momentum seemed as if it could upheave the entire arena. Thus, a thrilling confrontation entered its most intense phase. Chapter 47, The Ice and Snow Assault. The Haotian hammer in Wang Donger's hand struck with tremendous force, relentlessly pounding against Li Chaoyang's seemingly indomitable third-level defensive soul guide. Initially, the soul guide managed to hold its ground, requiring 3 consecutive strikes from Wang Donger to shatter one. However, as the blows accumulated, by the time the 4th strike landed, the Haotian hammer seemed to harness some profound transformation from the very essence of the world. The quantitative change quietly metamorphosed into a qualitative one. Each strike fell like a collapsing mountain, obliterating Li Chaoyang's third-level soul guide with a single blow. At this moment, Li Chaoyang felt as though his heart was cleaved by a sharp blade, the pain unbearable. That was a third-level defensive soul guide, valued at over 1,000 gold soul coins in the market. Although the items he utilized were self-made and cost far less, each one represented his toil and dedication. The culmination of time and effort, now rendered to nothing beneath the might of the Haotian hammer. Li Chaoyang pondered in distress. This cannot continue. I must devise a strategy. If this persists, I will surely face ruin. How I wish I were the grandson of Jing Hongqian, effortlessly wielding an invincible shield, having as many as I desire. Alas, Tang Sen has left a contingency within Wang Donger. Should I rashly employ a mental attack, my life may be at stake. My trump card must not be recklessly utilized to avoid being countered. What to do? What to do? I need to find a solution. As Li Chaoyang anxiously pondered his predicament, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Wang Donger's feet, and a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. Eureka! In the next instant, Li Chaoyang commanded his 2 elemental floating cannons to aim at the ground, intoning ice and snow attack. 2 beams of freezing light surged forth like dragons emerging from the sea, instantly encasing the ground in ice. The icy layer spread rapidly, transforming the entire competition platform into a resplendent skating rink. Unbeknownst to Wang Donger, she perceived this as merely Li Chaoyang's final, futile struggle. She swung the Haotian hammer once more, effortlessly shattering a level 3 soul guiding device, the hammer count now reaching 26 strikes. A sense of triumph welled within her. She felt that with one more strike, she could simultaneously breach Li Chaoyang's defenses and claim victory. With a victorious smile gracing her face, Wang Donger proclaimed aloud, Li Chaoyang. It is all about to end. However, fate is fickle. As Wang Donger landed on one foot, she inadvertently slipped and fell heavily upon the ice. The accumulated layers of the Haotian hammer shattered, rendering her efforts futile. Cursed. To defeat you, I have incurred a loss of at least 20,000 gold soul coins. Li Chaoyang seethed, his face contorted with rage. Step down, Wang Dong. Storm attack. He bellowed, unleashing a terrifying gale from both elemental floating cannons, which spiraled into a colossal tornado, sweeping the beleaguered Wang Donger off the competition platform. The referee, witnessing the turn of events, announced loudly. In the playoffs from 64 to 32, the match between Haotian Sect's Wang Donger and Li Chaoyang concludes with Li Chaoyang as the victor. Congratulations to Li Chaoyang on advancing to the top 32. In an instant, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, cheers echoing throughout the arena. After the match, Li Chaoyang hurried off the stage, making a beeline for Yan Shaozhe to continue their transaction. Meanwhile, Wang Donger was assisted off the stage by her fellow female disciples of Haotian Sect and made her way to the resting area of the body sect. With a face full of grievance, she turned to her companion, Jinjin, and lamented, Jinjin, I lost. You must avenge me. That man is utterly lacking in chivalry. How could he let such a beautiful girl as I suffer such humiliation on the competition platform? Wang Donger fumed. Jinjin gently patted Wang Donger on the shoulder, offering consolation. There, Donger, take the time to heal. When I face Li Chaoyang, you shall come and watch. I will surely bring him down, rest assured. I will exert my utmost effort to avenge you. With that, Jinjin brandished her small pink fist, her eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Chapter 48. The heartfelt conspiracy within a laboratory imbued with the essence of futuristic technology, light and shadow danced in a dreamlike tapestry. As various precision instruments flickered with an ethereal blue and mysterious glow, seemingly whispering the profound secrets and endless enigmas of technology. Li Chaoyang, your performance this time is commendable. Would you be interested in taking me as your mentor and joining the martial soul department rather than the soul guidance system? Yan Shaozhe remarked with a warm smile. His gaze filled with admiration and approval, akin to the gentle rays of the sun cascading upon Li Chaoyang. Let it be, Director Yan. You bear the weight of the divine examination, a matter of great significance to the heavens and the earth. How could you possibly find leisure to diligently guide your students? Perhaps it is best to cease this endeavor. Li Chaoyang shook his head slightly, his tone sincere and resolute, his expression revealing a touch of maturity and composure. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last engaged in a heartfelt conversation with that girl, Xiao Tao. Alas, once this divine examination concludes successfully, I shall return to the academy. Yan Shaozhe's demeanor darkened slightly, his voice tinged with an unmistakable sense of melancholy, as if memories long buried by the sands of time surged forth in his heart. Very well, Li Chaoyang, the skills I have imparted to you, you have mastered entirely. The knowledge you have shared with me, I have also assimilated. Thus, our exchange reaches its conclusion. Li Chaoyang, I must take my leave. I wish you triumph in this battle of talented soul masters, and may you secure that coveted first place. Yan Shaozhe spoke to Li Chaoyang, his gaze imbued with hope and encouragement, as if it could transcend time and space to behold Li Chaoyang's future brilliance. Upon hearing Yan Shaozhe's words, Li Chaoyang's lips twitched slightly, and he inwardly muttered, "Please do not curse me. What I desire is the second place in the battle of talented soul masters." Sigh. It matters not. Given my current strength, I am confident of a near-certain victory in this competition. Sleep, sleep. What kind of serious person practices soul power in the dead of night? With that thought, Li Chaoyang returned directly to his hotel. Once in his room, he collapsed onto the bed, soft as a cloud, and swiftly fell into a sweet slumber, his even breathing resembling a lullaby of the night. Li Chaoyang, open the door. What are you doing? What time is it? You have a competition today. Zhou Yi pounded on the door, his voice filled with urgency and concern. Akin to an ant on a hot stove, Zhou Yi knocked for quite some time, yet the room remained unresponsive, as if it were a silent void. Resolute, he kicked open the door to Li Chaoyang's room. With a deafening crash, the door swung open. Zhou Yi strode to Li Chaoyang's bedside and yanked the still sleeping fairy-like Li Chaoyang from his dreams, sprinting toward the Tianhan Grand Soul Arena. Fortunately, Li Chaoyang had fallen asleep in his clothes. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unimaginable. Teacher Zhou, what time is it? I'm still so sleepy. I want to sleep. Li Chaoyang murmured groggily, his eyelids feeling as heavy as lead, as if glued shut. What time? There are only 10 minutes left until your competition starts, and you have yet to arrive. Do you wish to forfeit outright? Zhou Yi, infuriated, bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder within the room. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Li Chaoyang instantly awoke, exclaiming in alarm. What? Am I late? Teacher Zhou, hurry up. His voice brimmed with terror and urgency, resembling an ant on a hot stove. I know, just wait. Zhou Yi's feet quickened, his pace hastening further, his figure weaving through the streets like a specter. At last, with only a minute remaining before the competition commenced, Li Chaoyang arrived at the Tianhan Grand Soul Arena. He hurried onto the stage, ready for battle, his steps slightly frantic yet imbued with determination. Fortunately, the opponent he faced was the weakest among the 32 participants. He effortlessly triumphed in the competition, advancing smoothly, with the joy of victory radiating from his face like a blossoming flower. After stepping down from the stage, Li Chaoyang murmured to himself, I'm utterly exhausted. I need to catch up on sleep. As he spoke, he made his way toward the hotel, his steps somewhat sluggish, as if fatigue had drained him of all strength. At that moment, an enigmatic dark red aura began to envelop him, unnoticed and invisible to him, as well as to others, including the 99th level Limit Douluo. Something within Li Chaoyang seemed to have transformed, as if he had forged a connection with an unknown force. Just then, his attention was captured by a young girl standing quietly, like a lily blooming in a secluded valley, intently observing the competition on the stage. Her complexion resembled the delicate and warm luster of jade, crafted from shattered moonlight, with her fingertips glimmering softly like mother of pearl, embodying nature's finest artistry. Her brows arched like distant mountains cloaked in twilight, reminiscent of a subtle ink-wash painting, exuding an ethereal beauty. Yet, the vermilion mole at the corner of her eye was strikingly vibrant, as if a celestial artist had inadvertently spilled a box of rouge, leaving a vivid mark that sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky. Her lips were exquisitely shaped, the upper lip slightly curled, as if harboring untold playful secrets, while the lower lip was plump and reminiscent of a freshly unfurled peony petal, evoking a longing to gently touch that delicate lip bead and feel its silken softness. She was breathtaking. Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled instantly, akin to two brilliant stars twinkling in the night, and he secretly thought, what a beautiful girl. No, I must go to sleep now. I am utterly worn out. Why am I even admiring such beauty? Yet something felt amiss. Oh, forget it. I shall just go to sleep. Li Chaoyang could not help but steal a few more glances, his gaze drawn like iron filings to a magnet. Reluctant to part until he could no longer find an angle to behold her, at which point he reluctantly withdrew his eyes. In his heart, he muttered, if only I had a spiritual detection skill like the original character Hui Yuhao, I could see her more clearly. How enchanting she is. On his way back to the hotel, without that captivating sight, Li Chaoyang quickened his pace and soon returned to the hotel. He collapsed onto the bed, and the dark red aura intensified. Before long, he drifted into slumber, experiencing a dream that burst forth in his mind like splendid fireworks. As night fell, Li Chaoyang awoke, exclaiming to himself that sleep was truly refreshing, his voice imbued with satisfaction and contentment. He recalled the girl he had encountered at the viewing platform, breaking into a foolish grin. his smile akin to the warmth and brilliance of spring sunshine, murmuring, "So beautiful." Gradually, the dark red aura surrounding him began to dissipate. Li Qiaoyang thought to himself, "No, I cannot let a woman hinder my speed in drawing my sword. I must forget. Indeed, it has been quite a few days since I arrived in the city of heavenly souls, yet I have yet to visit its grand marketplace. After all, it is the capital of a nation, and surely it must be replete with treasures. I shall venture forth to explore." Li Qiaoyang descended the stairs and made his way to the nearby shopping mall. His steps were brisk and purposeful, imbued with a sense of curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. In a distant realm, a crimson figure sat upon a throne within a grand hall. This figure tapped lightly on the armrests of the throne and mused to himself, "Quite impressive, indeed. Tang San's technique is remarkably effective." Li Qiaoyang arrived at the marketplace, surveying the array of goods that sparkled before his eyes like stars in the night sky. He thought to himself, "This is splendid. The selection is quite extensive. My word, the quality of this whale gelatin is exceptional, a true gem among treasures, and the price is reasonable. I shall take it. This soul-guiding device is also commendable. Crafted in the Sun Moon Empire, with exquisite design and masterful craftsmanship. Yes, I must have it." His voice brimmed with excitement and joy, akin to that of an adventurer who has unearthed a hidden trove. Meanwhile, Wang Donger and a girl named Jinjin were also perusing the marketplace. "Jinjin, today you must accompany me in purchasing a number of items to mend my wounded spirit," Wang Donger playfully implored, her voice ringing like a silver bell. "All right, let us indulge a bit. It has been quite some time since I last shopped," Jinjin replied with a smile, her expression as radiant and enchanting as flowers in the spring. In the shadows, a figure clad in black, emanating an aura of death, observed the girl named Jinjin. The darkness of his attire was profound, and the deathly presence that surrounded him cast a chilling pall. He turned to another figure in black and asked, "Are you prepared?" "Black 3? His voice was low and sinister, as if summoned from the depths of hell. The other figure responded, "I am ready. This time, we shall surely capture that girl and compel her to join the holy sect. With her, the sect will rise to new heights." His tone was rife with greed and ambition, as though envisioning the glorious future of the holy sect. Their laughter erupted, a cacophony reminiscent of the call of night owls, reverberating ominously in the darkness. At this moment, a long-awaited voice from the system echoed in Li Qiaoyang's mind. "Ding! Congratulations on receiving a system task. Thwart the actions of the Holy Spirit sect within the Heavenly Soul Grand Mall. Reward, Elemental Mayfly Cannon, Level 1. The voice resonated like celestial music in his thoughts. Li Qiaoyang pondered, "System, I am merely a great soul master at present. Are you certain I can thwart the Holy Spirit sect's plans? Dispatching tasks like this? The power of evil soul masters is formidable. Nevertheless, I shall give it a try. The reward seems worthwhile." Chapter 49. Danger. After accepting the task, Li Qiaoyang did not hesitate to summon his self-crafted Level 3 reconnaissance soul-guiding device. With a flash of brilliance, he soared into the sky like an arrow released from its bow, his keen gaze sweeping the heavens, determined to uncover the whereabouts of the lurking evil soul master. Not long after, 3 figures clad in black stood silently in the shadows. Their silhouettes seemed to merge with the night, leaving only 3 pairs of glimmering eyes directed towards the distance, where Wang Dong, the young master of the Haoyan sect, stood alongside Jin Jun, the young master of the body sect. One of them spoke in a low, resolute voice, laced with an unmistakable determination. "Eldest brother, second brother, the time has come. We must take action." The tallest among them nodded slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, only one remnant of the body sect remains. Second brother, use your area attack to divert everyone's attention. I will restrain that lone survivor. Third brother, your task is to abduct the girl from the body sect. Move." With that, the 3 figures flickered and transformed into wisps of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, the second brother suddenly materialized in the center of a grand marketplace, surrounded by 9 soul rings, revealing him to be a titled Douluo. His configuration of 3 yellow, 1 purple, and 5 black soul rings showcased his formidable prowess. Behind him, a black crow flapped its wings, ready to take flight, the embodiment of his martial soul, the bloodthirsty crow. A terrifying aura erupted from his being, forcing those with low soul power and ordinary individuals to kneel, unable to rise. The elder's 8th soul ring suddenly ignited, and he shouted, "8th soul skill, bloodthirsty demon array." In an instant, a massive magical array spread from beneath the elder's feet, causing soul masters below the rank of soul sage to faint. Blood oozing from their features and mingling with the array, causing its range to expand endlessly. The black-clad elder's soul skill could grow indefinitely, as long as there was blood or continuous infusion of soul power. Stop! Despicable evil soul master. How dare you bully the weak? What face do you have to stand in this world? A voice filled with rage echoed, and an elder wielding a soul-breaking spear charged forth, none other than Yang Tian, a descendant of Yang Wudi from a millennium ago. His soul rings flickered with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, signifying his extraordinary strength. Without exchanging pleasantries with the evil soul master, Yang Tian launched an immediate attack. His soul-breaking spear pierced through a massive character for destruction, aimed directly at the black-clad elder. Taken by surprise, the elder was sent flying by the blow, causing the vast array to finally cease its expansion. Yaozhe, you have some audacity. To dare stir up trouble in my territory, today marks your demise. Yang Tian's eyes widened in fury, filled with grief. It turned out that his grandson had also been caught within that array moments ago and had been drained of blood due to insufficient soul power. Behind Yang Tian, a colossal figure emerged, similarly grasping a soul-breaking spear. Kill! Yang Tian's voice erupted in a thunderous roar, his eyes blood-red, as if he intended to unleash all his rage and sorrow. Seeing this, Yaozhe also activated his martial soul true form, engaging in a fierce battle with Yang Tian, their clash becoming an intricate dance of conflict. In the distance, upon the appearance of the blood-red array, the members of the body sect swiftly led Zhen and Wang Dong out of the skill's range. Wang Dong turned to the person beside him, affectionately known as Big Head Uncle, and inquired with confusion, "Big Head Uncle, what is happening?" The man, whose head was noticeably larger than that of an average person, replied gravely, "It is an evil soul master. This is bad. We are in danger. They seem to be targeting us." The individual in question is none other than Langya from the original text, possessing the prowess of Contra. In the relatively diminutive nation of the Heavenly Soul Empire, he could have rampaged without restraint. Yet at this moment, Langya was drenched in sweat, his anxiety palpable. Chapter 50, Peril 2. Just then, a shadow emerged slowly, indeed. The cloaked figure was the leader of the trio from earlier. "Zhizhou, how could it be you? What are your intentions?" Langya inquired, his gaze piercing and voice grave. "What I intend to do will soon be revealed to you," Zhizhou replied, his voice hoarse and deep, echoing as though from the realm of the dead. With that, he summoned his martial spirit, the human-faced demon spider, encircled by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, shimmering with a mysterious and terrifying luminescence in the darkness. The human-faced demon spider. Wang Dong and Zhen exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with fear. "I never expected you to have broken through to the rank of title Douluo. Nevertheless, I will not allow you to harm the young master in the slightest. Come, let me test your abilities against my challenge." Langya roared, his voice echoing across the land. A brilliant light surged from Langya's forehead, as if his mind were filled with an invisible force that expanded it several-fold. His 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings glimmered like stars. Langya ceased his words and directly unleashed his ultimate state, martial spirit true body, silver second awakening. In an instant, Langya's already formidable aura surged once more, his mind expanding further, the radiance intensifying. Behind him, a colossal phantom of a brain emerged, seemingly embodying boundless wisdom and power. Originally possessing an 89th level of soul power, Langya's strength now ascended to a new zenith through the dual enhancement of martial spirit true body and silver second awakening, sufficient to confront a title Douluo head-on. "Prepare for battle." 6th soul skill, mental storm. Langya bellowed, an invisible storm of mental energy sweeping forth, rushing toward Zhizhou. Upon witnessing this, Zhizhou's eyes narrowed with gravity. He had not anticipated Langya's decisive and full-force assault. However, being a seasoned warrior himself, Zhizhou did not hesitate to declare, "Martial spirit, true body." In an instant, Zhizhou transformed into a gigantic human-faced demon spider, its 8 spider legs thrashing like steel whips, exuding a chilling aura. Langya's 6th soul skill, mental storm, struck fiercely against the human-faced demon spider, sending it staggering back several meters, its legs carving deep furrows into the ground. Quite intriguing indeed. No wonder you are a genius of the abyssal sect. I must admit, I cannot easily subdue you. However, demon spider domain, Zhizhou shouted, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A unique and eerie aura emanated from Zhizhou, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield and ensnaring Langya within. Langya realized he was trapped within the domain and instinctively sought to escape. Yet, after several attempts, he found himself unable to break free from its constraints. Even utilizing his 6th soul skill to strike against the domain proved futile. "Do not resist in vain. As long as I do not wish for you to leave, you shall not escape," Zhizhou sneered. Langya turned, his gaze fierce, and roared, "Then I shall first vanquish you." 8th soul skill, mental crush. Beyond the realm, A dark figure silently descended, shrouded by 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, encircling a formidable skeletal elephant spirit. "Who are you?" Jinjin boldly inquired, stepping forward. "I am known as Bone Curse," the figure replied with a sinister grin that sent chills down the spine. "By the command of the master, I have come to extend an invitation for you to visit the Holy Spirit sect. I kindly ask for your cooperation, young lady." "Impossible!" Both Jinjin and Wang Dong exclaimed in unison, their voices resolute and unwavering. In the next moment, they summoned their respective martial spirits. Wang Dong's spirit. The radiant goddess butterfly adorned him with 2 rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, resembling angelic wings that radiated a pure and dazzling light. Meanwhile, Jinjin's martial spirit manifested as a fiery red silhouette behind her. It was a towering figure engulfed in blazing flames, not of ordinary orange-red hue, but a profound and enigmatic azure, reminiscent of hellfire, exuding an alarming heat. Each flicker of the flames was accompanied by the crackling sound of air being violently consumed, as if the very world trembled at its emergence. Simultaneously, 2 purple and 1 black soul rings adorned Jinjin, imbuing her with an air of mystery and authority. Chapter 51, The Perilous Encounter. Bone Curse's eyes suddenly gleamed with fierce golden light, tinged with a hint of admiration. "Truly remarkable, a favored one of the master. You have already achieved level 39 at such a tender age, boasting a soul ring configuration of 2 purple and 1 black, coupled with a martial spirit of utmost fire. The rise of the holy sect is imminent." As he spoke, Bone Curse slowly raised his right hand, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming soul power that ensnared Wang Dong and Jinjin, rendering them immobile. Just as Bone Curse's hand was about to make contact with them, a brilliant white light flashed, and the figures of Wang Dong and Jinjin vanished into thin air. Indeed, at that critical moment, the protagonist Li Chaoyang arrived just in time. Without hesitation, he activated his second soul skill, Spatial Transfer, instantly bringing them to his side. Li Chaoyang's gaze shifted between Wang Dong and Jinjin, and a jolt of recognition struck him as he identified Jinjin as the radiant young lady from the viewing platform. Quickly regaining his composure, he urged, "Run. Damn it. An annoying little insect has appeared." Bone Curse seethed, his teeth clenched in anger. With a swift motion, he positioned himself before the trio, sneering. "A mere soul master thinks to escape the pursuit of a soul Douluo? Enough games. First soul skill, Bone Spike." As his words fell, the ground erupted, and countless sharp bone spikes burst forth like bamboo shoots after rain, lunging towards the 3. Jinjin stepped forward, her 3 soul rings glowing simultaneously. First soul skill, Blazing Flames. Second soul skill, Flame Transformation. Third soul skill, Incarnation of the Fire God. Jinjin unleashed 3 amplifying soul skills in succession, her aura surging dramatically, as if the fire god himself had descended. "Fire Fist," she cried, unleashing a terrifying surge of ultimate flames that incinerated the bone spikes utterly. Li Chaoyang silently praised her. "So impressive. Quite remarkable. Indeed, the essence of ultimate fire. However, you have already fallen into my trap. Ha ha." The Bone Curse chuckled malevolently, his eyes glinting with the light of a devious scheme fulfilled. Indeed, the first soul skill of the Soul Douluo was not so simple. A bizarre magic circle suddenly materialized beneath Jinjin, radiating a ghostly glow. However, just as the magic circle was about to take effect, a flash of white light appeared, and Jinjin vanished from her original spot, reappearing beside Li Chaoyang. "Curse you, it's you again. Always thwarting my plans. I shall eliminate you first." Bone Curse seethed with murderous intent, unable to contain his fury. "With just you? If you wish to face us, I suggest you maintain a distance for ranged attacks. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety," Li Chaoyang calmly instructed. Without hesitation, he activated his 2 domains, Fate Domain and Healing Domain. Simultaneously, he upgraded his first soul skill, enhancing his soul power while swiftly replenishing his consumed energy. Not only that, but he also cast upgrades for Wang Dong and Jinjin, who were momentarily stunned by the immense effect of this powerful soul skill. In the next instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the trio vanished once more, skillfully evading Bone Curse's lethal strike. "Now is not the time to be astonished by my soul skills, my dear companions. This is a battle of life and death. Please focus," Li Chaoyang said with a hint of exasperation. Wang Dong and Jinjin, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality and simultaneously apologized. "Sorry." Previously, when Wang Dong and Jinjin had seen Li Chaoyang's first soul ring shimmer in white for a decade, they had held him in contempt. Yet at this moment, experiencing the formidable effect of his first soul skill firsthand, their perceptions were utterly transformed. Unbeknownst to each other, they thought, "Is this truly a 10-year soul skill? Is there not a missing 10,000 behind it?" To elevate one's soul power while restoring 20% of it is simply astonishing. Chapter 52, Battle of the Dragon Emperor. Seeing his attack once again thwarted, Bone Curse's inner turmoil surged like a tidal wave. You insufferable brat, you have thoroughly enraged me. Martial soul, true form. Bone Curse's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. In an instant, the brilliance of his seventh soul ring surged magnificently, dazzlingly bright, and his form transformed rapidly into an enormous, imposing bone elephant. This bone elephant emanated a chilling aura, as if forged from the hardest bones in existence. Every inch of its skin exuding an air of unassailable authority. Second soul skill, Light of the Butterfly God. Wang Donger cried, her voice ringing clear yet imbued with formidable power. Fire Meteor Shower. Jinjin declared defiantly, her tone filled with determination and resolve. The two fierce attacks surged forth like lightning, almost simultaneously targeting the bone elephant. However, upon striking its form, the assaults seemed to vanish into the abyss, inflicting not a shred of damage upon the creature. Futile. The defense of a soul Douluo level martial soul true form is beyond the reach of you inexperienced children, Bone Curse scoffed, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze dripping with disdain. In the next moment, the bone elephant's trunk, as thick as pillars, lashed out like two colossal serpents, accompanied by a howling wind, directly aimed at Wang Donger and Jinjin. Before the two could react, Li Chaoyang's soul-guided cannonballs rained down upon them like a tempest. This time, he wielded not ordinary shells, but rather first, second, and third-level fixed-position soul-guided projectiles. These munitions, imbued with terrifying power, forced the bone elephant to stagger backward. Simultaneously, Wang Donger and Jinjin were enveloped by a mysterious force and transported to Li Chaoyang's side. Impressive. Wang Donger gazed at Li Chaoyang, her eyes brimming with admiration and awe. Infuriating little brat. I shall eliminate you first. 8th soul skill, Bone Transformation. Bone Curse seated, his eyes bulging with fury as he bellowed. The 8th soul ring on the bone elephant shimmered with a blinding radiance, emanating an overwhelming pressure that suffocated the air around them, akin to an invisible mountain that rendered Li Chaoyang immobile. A dreadful beam erupted from the elephant's trunk, pulsating with an eerie glow, seemingly capable of devouring all in its path. The 8th soul skill, Bone Transformation, represented the bone elephant's most formidable and singular control technique. Should one be struck by the bone transformation ray, their body would swiftly petrify, immobilized like a statue frozen in time. As the bone transformation ray hurtled toward him, Li Chaoyang felt no hesitation. After all, life took precedence, and the outcome of the contest could be deferred. Without a moment's doubt, he withdrew his soul rings and his elemental staff soul weapon. Then, an overwhelming dragon might erupted from Li Chaoyang, as if a slumbering behemoth had awakened, radiating a cataclysmic aura. His entire form rapidly underwent mechanization, a swift transformation that dazzled the eye. Upon completion, Li Chaoyang launched skyward like a cannonball, deftly evading the bone transformation skill. His body was enveloped in dark purple crystalline armor, the metallic surface glimmering with liquid starlight, reminiscent of the most resplendent stars coalescing in the night sky. 12 sets of vector thrusters elegantly unfurled from his back, resembling the thorny wings of a dragon, with a cerulean flame coalescing into a flowing stream of draconic energy, blazing with fervent heat. The shoulder armor, shaped like a dragon's head, was adorned with energy conduits resembling hardened scales, while dark golden optical lenses contracted into slitted pupils, emitting a cold, piercing light. 3 sets of dark red energy conduits extended from his jaw, exhaling a pale violet plasma, as if a dragon were breathing, radiating a mysterious and potent aura. Indeed, this was the Battle Dragon Emperor, Li Chaoyang's second soul weapon from the adventure of Douluo. He had acquired this formidable spirit through a transaction with Yan Shaozhe, exchanging his knowledge in crafting second-level fixed-position soul-guided shells for 5 such projectiles, thereby completing a system task that stemmed from the dread of insufficient firepower, which rewarded him with this powerful soul. In return, Yan Shaozhe gained Li Chaoyang's knowledge of his innate soul device. Initially, Li Chaoyang sought to collaborate with Xiao Hongchun, but the latter declined, leading to an unfulfilled transaction and a failure to obtain external assistance. Such immense power, Li Chaoyang murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. He unleashed the might of the Dragon Emperor, a formidable aura that surged forth like a tidal wave, as if intent on enveloping the entire world. Casting a glance at the bone elephant, he contemplated, this is the perfect moment to test its power. The Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension. In an instant, the right hand of the Dragon Emperor transformed into the shape of a dragon cannon, radiating a chilling brilliance that seemed capable of devouring all. With his hand raised high above his head, The soul power of the heavens congealed around the Dragon Emperor's right hand like a relentless tide, compressing and purifying with fervor. A terrifying force of attraction emanated from the dragon cannon, shattering the space surrounding the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension, with fragments of reality cascading down like snowflakes. Simultaneously, a powerful force of annihilation surged outward like a tumultuous wave, obliterating everything in its path. The bone elephant was momentarily taken aback, its massive form trembling slightly. Eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Wang Dong and Jinjin were equally stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if witnessing the most inconceivable spectacle. The three of them murmured in unison, "Ultimate destruction, ultimate space." Chapter 53, The Dragon Emperor's Alternate Dimension. In Li Qiaoyang's hands. The Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension radiated with exceptional brilliance, its power fully charged, and it transformed into a piercing beam of light, shooting towards the bone elephant like a bolt of lightning. The bone elephant, caught in a moment of daze, was jolted back to reality just as the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension, akin to a lethal meteor, hurtled towards it. Yet, it was already too late to evade. It could only brace itself and endure this terrifying blow. Upon contact with the bone elephant, the force of annihilation surged forth like a raging tide. The true essence of the bone elephant's martial soul began to tremble violently under the impact of this power, and soon, it started to flicker and fade like a candle in the wind, disintegrating into nothingness. Initially, when attempting to defend against the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension, the bone elephant was still in a state of bewilderment, unable to mount an effective response to the sudden assault. It was only as its martial soul was on the brink of complete dissolution that it awakened from its stupor, realizing the terror of the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension. Only by relying on profound soul power could it hope to withstand such a force, as ordinary defenses were utterly futile against the true damage inflicted by the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension. However, by the time it grasped this reality, it was already too late. Ultimately, the true essence of the bone elephant's martial soul was utterly annihilated by the cataclysmic force of the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension. Li Qiaoyang's move. The Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension was undeniably ruthless. For those unaware of its nature, encountering such an attack for the first time would undoubtedly result in suffering and severe injury. As the true essence of the bone elephant's martial soul shattered, it endured unprecedented damage. Blood erupted uncontrollably from its mouth, and it swayed perilously. "Damn you! I will make you pay." The bone elephant howled in desperation, its eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Yet, it seemed that fate had no intention of granting it an opportunity for retaliation, as the bone elephant had yet to unleash its soul skill once more. The skies abruptly shifted, heralding a tempestuous change, accompanied by a wave of searing heat that rushed forth. Following this, countless fiery meteors cascaded down like a torrential rain, wielding a cataclysmic force aimed directly at the bone elephant. 8th soul skill, Fiery Meteor. A voice, both cold and authoritative, resonated from the heavens. A venerable elder clad in white stood suspended in the air, encircled by 9 resplendent soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, emanating an aura that instilled trepidation. This individual was, astonishingly, a title Douluo, a formidable being of great renown. The reinforcements from the Heavenly Soul Empire had finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon witnessing this, Li Qiaoyang and his companions felt the tension that had coiled within them begin to ease, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, the bone elephant, having sustained devastating blows to its martial spirit and now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, lay on the brink of demise. The relentless bombardment of the title Douluo's 8th soul skill, Fiery Meteor, left it utterly defenseless. Amidst the infernal blaze, the flicker of life within the bone elephant gradually extinguished, leading to its untimely demise. The elder in white turned slowly after the bone elephant's fall, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the 3 individuals before him, simultaneously channeling his soul power to keenly assess their auras. After a brief moment, the elder felt a quiet sense of relief. Fortunately, the trio was unscathed. Otherwise, given the formidable and terrifying backgrounds they possessed, any one of them would be beyond the reach of the relatively weaker Heavenly Soul Empire. The elder then spoke, his voice steady and resonant. "I am the esteemed Fire Douluo of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Your safety now rests in my hands. The remaining 2 evil soul masters have already been dispatched by our empire's other offerings for eradication. However, given the lurking dangers in this area, we cannot ascertain if other evil soul masters are still concealed nearby. Thus, you 3 should accompany me at once." Upon hearing this, Li Qiaoyang and Wang Dong simultaneously cast their gazes toward Jinjin, who nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting trust and determination. Subsequently, both Wang Dong and Li Qiaoyang nodded in agreement. uniting in their acceptance of the Fire Douluo's proposal. After all, as the young master of the body sect, Jinjin had deep ties with the Heavenly Soul Empire, which was known to be its protecting sect. It was reasonable to assume that she was acquainted with the Fire Douluo. Thus, under the guidance of the Fire Douluo, the three were escorted back to the Heavenly Soul Grand Hotel. Wang Donger and Jinjin each secured a room at the hotel, while Li Chaoyang returned directly to his own accommodation, collapsing onto his bed and slipping into a deep slumber. In his mind, the presence of at least one title Douluo guarding the Heavenly Soul Grand Hotel assured him of his safety. Moreover, considering the body sect's protective tendencies, Li Chaoyang was confident that they had dispatched at least one super Douluo to secretly safeguard the hotel. Consequently, the Heavenly Soul Grand Hotel had undoubtedly become the safest place at that moment. At this juncture, Li Chaoyang's thoughts were singular: to sleep, for he was utterly exhausted. The following day, Li Chaoyang awoke early, a rarity for him. After a quick wash, he prepared to venture out for breakfast. Upon entering the lobby, a familiar figure caught his eye: Old Song. Li Chaoyang felt a surge of joy as he quickly approached Elder Song, respectfully inquiring, "Elder Song, what brings you here?" Elder Song smiled gently, responding amiably, "I happen to be here to attend to some business matters. Upon hearing about the attack by the evil soul master last night, I hurried over. Originally, the Sea God Pavilion believed this operation was foolproof and entirely secure, which is why no elder accompanied you. However, the recent surges in the minor activities of the Holy Spirit sect have caused considerable concern." At this point, a fierce glint flashed in Elder Song's eyes, as if he intended to eradicate the evil soul master lurking in the shadows. After a brief moment, he softened his gaze, looked at Li Chaoyang, and gently patted his shoulder, encouraging him. "By the way, the Genius Soul Master battle has been postponed for 3 days. It will resume then. You must strive diligently, lest you disappoint everyone's expectations." 7 days later, the curtain of the Genius Soul Master battle gradually descended, culminating in the final showdown between Li Chaoyang and Jinjin. Yet, fate seemed to play a cruel jest on Li Chaoyang, for he remained ensconced in the realm of dreams, missing this highly anticipated peak duel. Consequently, Jinjin emerged victorious by default, claiming the crown of the Genius Soul Master battle. Within the hotel, the serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a crisp notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and securing second place in the Genius Soul Master battle. As a reward, you have received 1 resurrection card. Li Chaoyang contemplated. At last, the system task has reached its conclusion. He then gently tapped, and his personal panel gracefully unfolded before him. Character information: Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 11 years. Soul power, level 24, innate soul power capped at level 10. Items: resurrection card. Soul rings. First soul ring, pure as snow white, 99 years. Soul skill is upgrade. Second soul ring, deep as night purple millennium ring, 1,400 years. Soul skill is spatial manipulation. Self-created soul skills: Dragon Emperor Otherworldly, Pearl Dragon Emperor Cannon. Repeated mention to emphasize its power. Dragon King Shield, Dragon King's Thunderous Wing. Physique: 31, has reached the Soul Sovereign realm. Mental strength: 3792. Martial soul, Elemental Staff, War Dragon Emperor. Cultivation method: Supreme Cultivation Technique, Knowledge of the Destined Soul Guiding Device. Soul Bone, Imperial Beast External Skull, 2,340 years. Soul Mentor level, level 3. Destined Soul Guiding Device, Elemental Mayfly Cannon, level 3. Domain, Healing Domain, Beginner, Fate Domain. Li Chaoyang scrutinized his panel, filled with satisfaction and pride. The War Dragon Emperor Martial Soul is truly extraordinary. It has elevated my physique to the level of a 31-level Soul Sovereign, which is quite remarkable. Just as he prepared to indulge in another delightful nap, an unexpected knock on the door abruptly interrupted his pleasant reverie. Li Chaoyang's expression turned sour, resembling one who had consumed bitter melon, as he muttered to himself, "Let me see which unwitting individual dares to disturb my peaceful dreams." With that, he strode purposefully to the door and flung it open. However, when he beheld the figure standing outside the door, the shadow upon his face dissipated in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile akin to sunlight. "Ah, Jinjin, what brings you here? Please, come in, come in." Li Chaoyang greeted warmly. Jinjin was momentarily taken aback by Li Chaoyang's sudden transformation, and then inquired, "I hope I am not interrupting your slumber?" Li Chaoyang instinctively nodded and murmured an affirmative. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, waving his hands in denial. "No, no. How could that be?" Jinjin, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel bemused. Is sleep truly that significant? Aren't the prodigies of Douluo continent known to substitute sleep with meditation? Well, I am not quite accustomed to replacing sleep with meditation, which is why. Li Chaoyang chuckled awkwardly. "No wonder you possess innate full soul power. Yet you are only at level 24. By the way, I came to challenge you to a duel. You did not participate in the finals of the Soul Master battle, so I wish to rectify that. Jinjin stated candidly. Alright, but may I ask your name? I still do not know it. I have only heard Wang Donga refer to you as Jinjin. Li Chaoyang inquired curiously. My name is Li Yijin, Jinjin replied. Ah, Li Yijin. The leader of the Poison Sect bears the surname Poison. How did you become the sect master? Li Chaoyang continued to probe. It is simply because this young lady is naturally beautiful and exceptionally talented, Li Yijin replied with a proud smile. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang and Li Yijin engaged in a light-hearted conversation as they made their way toward the Grand Soul Arena. Meanwhile, deep within the distant Stardow forest, a colossal white dragon slowly opened its immense eyes, its deep voice reverberating through the forest. Daitian, have you located the suspected descendant of the Zhuang, Mietianlong? I have found it, yet not entirely. It is a human soul, the same individual who previously connected fates with the spirit beasts. I can assert with absolute certainty that this human's soul has no connection to Uncle Zhuang, for it is composed of high-density metal. The only aspect potentially linked to the Dragon Clan is that this individual's soul emanates a pressure of the Dragon King level, Daitian respectfully responded. Being able to connect fates with spirit beasts, Daitian, the next time he visits the Stardow forest, bring him to me. The Silver Dragon King pondered for a moment before speaking. Yes, my lord, Daitian replied respectfully. In an even more distant location, what an intriguing young man. Chapter 55. The final battle, the Grand Soul Arena, a renowned sanctuary of competition within the realm of Soul Masters, was currently enveloped in an electrifying atmosphere of tension. Li Chaoyang and Li Yijin, two exceptionally talented young Soul Masters, stood proudly upon the competition stage as a thrilling confrontation was about to commence. The spectator stands were packed to capacity, the air filled with fervent chatter. An elderly man clad in green robes, his eyes reflecting curiosity and scrutiny, turned to the elder beside him and asked, Old Jean, is this the little fellow who defeated Long Outyin? He appears rather unremarkable, and his strength does not seem particularly outstanding. The venerable elder in the green robe is none other than the illustrious immortal Poison of the Body Sect, whose reputation reverberates throughout the Soul Master realm. Old Jean, with a faint smile, slowly articulated, Old Poison, do not underestimate him. This young lad is an auxiliary Soul Master, yet possesses the exceedingly rare spatial soul skill, akin to a mysterious envoy who commands the fabric of space, capable of traversing between reality and illusion in the blink of an eye. Even more astonishing is his mastery of dual domains, which, when synergized, grants him an inexhaustible endurance in battle, resembling an unrelenting combat machine. Furthermore, he is a level 3 soul mentor, and through his adept manipulation of soul tools, his combat prowess rivals that of an ordinary soul king. A flicker of surprise danced in Immortal Poison's eyes as a slight smile curved his lips, revealing an intrigued expression. Oh, it appears he possesses quite the capability. The atmosphere on the competition stage grew increasingly tense. Li Chaoyang, his gaze resolute, fixed his eyes on Li Yijin and declared, Come forth, let me witness the true extent of your strength as the young master of the Body Sect. As his words echoed, a flash of light emanated from Li Chaoyang's hand, and his elemental staff spirit manifested. In an instant, 2 soul rings, one white and one purple, shimmered around him, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. Ding! A crisp system notification resonated within Li Chaoyang's mind, presenting him with a task, defeat Li Yijin. Reward, map of the mysterious realm. A thought sparked in Li Chaoyang's mind as he pondered. It seems I must harness the power of the War Dragon Emperor for this battle. Otherwise, this system task may prove insurmountable. Meanwhile, Li Yijin, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a powerful shout and summoned his soul spirit. A fiery figure materialized behind him, engulfed in roaring flames that seemed poised to consume the entire world. Following this, 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, lit up in succession around him, resembling 3 enigmatic runes that showcased his immense power. An overwhelming aura of seething flames erupted from Li Yijin, akin to a volcanic eruption that caused the very platform of the competition to tremble. Li Chaoyang felt the intense and ferocious energy and couldn't help but furrow his brow, marveling internally. What sort of soul spirit is this, capable of emanating such a terrifying presence? The match commenced. With the referee's command, Li Yijin instantly ignited his first 2 soul rings, his figure darting forward like lightning towards Li Chaoyang. He bellowed, First soul skill, Flames Surge. Second soul skill, Flames Transform. These 2,000-year soul skills, both enhancement abilities, propelled Li Yijin's already formidable aura to unprecedented heights, reaching the mid-level of the Soul King tier. The terrifying momentum seemed capable of crushing all in its path. In the blink of an eye, Li Yijin was hovering 5 meters above Li Chaoyang, launching a powerful punch imbued with destructive force, as a colossal flaming fist descended upon Li Chaoyang with devastating intent. The flames raged fiercely, scorching the surrounding air, distorting it and producing a sharp, whistling sound. Li Chaoyang's heart raced, acutely aware of the formidable power behind this strike. With no other recourse, he swiftly executed his second soul skill, spatial teleportation. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing elsewhere, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Humph. Let's see how far you can escape, Li Yizhen declared, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he waved his hands and shouted, "Lava domain, activate." In that moment, the entire arena was enveloped by a terrifying lava domain. The searing magma surged like a tumultuous river, radiating an oppressive heat that was almost suffocating. Li Chaoyang felt a sudden decline in his attributes, a 10% drop, as if ensnared by an invisible force, rendering his movements sluggish. Understanding that the most effective counter to a domain was to wield one of his own, Li Chaoyang swiftly unleashed his dual domains, Fate Domain and Healing Domain. Within the Fate Domain, mysterious energies flowed, seemingly capable of controlling all causality. The Healing Domain, on the other hand, emanated a gentle glow, capable of mending wounds and restoring vitality. Alas, Li Chaoyang's dual domains were primarily supportive, while Li Yizhen's lava domain was aggressive, infused with the terrifying essence of ultimate fire. Under this dual pressure, Li Chaoyang's domains struggled to maintain their efficacy, heavily suppressed. Flame Meteor Shower. Li Yizhen, standing amidst the lava domain, resembled a deity commanding flames. With a chilling smile, he bellowed. In an instant, countless terrifying flaming meteors descended from the sky above the arena, akin to a cataclysmic meteor shower. These flaming meteors, imbued with searing heat and formidable power, distorted the very fabric of space as they passed, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. Li Chaoyang silently lamented his fate. How he wished to possess the powerful spiritual detection skill of Hui Yuhao from the original tale. With such an ability, he could effortlessly discern the trajectories of the flaming meteors, skillfully dodging this all-encompassing assault. Unfortunately, he lacked such prowess, and facing the overwhelming barrage of flaming meteors, he found himself unable to execute such precise maneuvers. This strike would be difficult to evade entirely, even with his spatial soul skills. Just at that critical moment, a flash of white light erupted beside Li Chaoyang. 100 soul-guided beams, radiant as lasers, shot forth from him, soaring towards the flaming meteors in the sky. These beams, imbued with immense power, sought to intercept the terrifying meteors, striving to carve out a sliver of hope for Li Chaoyang. Chapter 56. The final battle after enduring 2 rounds of tempestuous bombardment and interception. Li Chaoyang finally succeeded in curtailing Li Yizhen's dazzling and fiery onslaught reminiscent of a meteor shower. "I'm about to unleash my full firepower, so be cautious, Xinjin," Li Chaoyang said, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone laced with playful mockery. With that, he unhesitatingly retracted his elemental staff soul, summoning his second martial soul, the Dragon Emperor, and merging with it. In that instant, a chilling, terrifying aura surged forth from within Li Chaoyang, enveloping the surroundings. Although his second martial soul, the Dragon Emperor, had yet to be augmented with any soul rings, its extraordinary attributes of ultimate destruction and ultimate space alone were sufficient to unleash a cataclysmic power comparable to that of a high-ranking soul master. Dragon Emperor Cannon. Li Chaoyang emitted a low growl, his right hand transforming into a fearsome dragon cannon. Terrifying energy surged wildly at the cannon's mouth, coalescing into a brilliant beam of light that shot directly towards Li Yizhen. As she beheld the Dragon Emperor cannon, imbued with terrifying destructive and spatial power, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Without hesitation, she activated her third soul skill, the Fire God Incarnation, elevating her state to its zenith. Concurrently, the fiery giant behind her underwent a transformation. The flames shifted from red to blood, ultimately condensing into a colossal fiery sword that fell into Li Yizhen's grasp. The first of the 7 supreme techniques of fire, the Fire God Slash. With a delicate cry, Li Yizhen unleashed a strike that embodied all her soul power, vowing to forge ahead unrelentingly. The horrifying flame slash collided with the Dragon Emperor cannon, the ultimate fire clashing with the ultimate destruction and the pinnacle of space, intertwining and colliding in the void, ultimately triggering a cataclysmic explosion that shrouded the heavens in thick smoke. Yet, in the next moment, a red light pierced through the haze. The Fire God Slash struck once more towards Li Chaoyang. Evidently, in the previous clash, the Fire God Slash had proven superior. Dragon Emperor Shield. Li Chaoyang shouted urgently. At that moment, he had no time to gather energy to unleash the Dragon Emperor's dimensional shift, and could only hastily summon the Dragon Emperor Shield for defense. Another wave of smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring everyone's vision. As the smoke began to dissipate, Li Yizhen swiftly retrieved a level 6 healing soul tool, rapidly restoring her soul power. Her gaze remained sharp, fixated on the gradually dispersing smoke, wary of any lapse in attention. However, just before the smoke fully cleared, a thunderous voice reverberated throughout the arena. Dragon Emperor's dimensional shift. Instantly, a colossal energy sphere, woven from the essence of ultimate destruction and spatial force, hurtled towards Li Yizhen as if heralding the apocalypse. Li Yizhen was momentarily stunned, sensing the terrifying power of this strike, far surpassing even the previous fire god slash. Regrettably, this fleeting moment of distraction cost her the chance to evade the Dragon Emperor's dimensional shift, leaving her immobilized beneath its overwhelming pressure. Just as the Dragon Emperor's dimensional shift was about to strike Li Yizhen with devastating force, a green light suddenly flashed, positioning itself before her. Indeed, it was the indomitable Poison Immortal. Surrounding him were dazzling soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 3 red, exuding an imposing aura. Poison Immortal directly harnessed his formidable soul power, forcibly suppressing the terrifying force of the Dragon Emperor's dimensional shift, causing it to gradually dissipate into nothingness. Upon witnessing Poison Immortal's emergence, Li Yizhen felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was acutely aware of the terrifying might of the Dragon Emperor's dimensional shift, especially since she had exhausted her soul power in executing the fire god slash. Although she had replenished some with the level 6 healing tool, it was far from sufficient to withstand such a formidable attack. "Well done, kid. You have triumphed," Poison Immortal exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he addressed Li Chaoyang. "Ding. Congratulations on completing the system task. Defeat Li Yizhen. Reward, Map of the Mysterious Secret Realm." Chapter 57, the main storyline. As time flowed on a year later, the main storyline of the unparalleled Tang sect of Douluo continent surged forth like a mighty tide. Within the serene and solemn inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, Li Chaoyang languidly reclined on his bed, his hands tightly clutching the enigmatic map of a mystical realm he had chanced upon a year ago, meticulously comparing it to a map of the entire continent. His gaze was intense and unwavering, as if he sought to imprint every intricate line of the map into his memory. However, after more than an hour had elapsed, he ultimately succumbed to despair, collapsing onto his bed, filled with frustration and confusion. How perplexing. Where on earth could the locations on this map possibly be? A year has passed, and I have nearly memorized this map, having compared it with the continental map countless times, yet I remain utterly lost. Alas, could it truly be concealed upon that mysterious continent across the seas? When will I become powerful enough to exact vengeance for the deep blood feud? Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, Li Chaoyang gently activated his personal interface. The character information vividly materialized before him. Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 12 years, soul power, level 29, innate soul power level 10. Items, none, soul rings. First soul ring white, 99 years, soul skill, upgrade. Second 1000 year, 1400 years, soul skill, space, self-created soul skills, Dragon Emperor's dimensional, Dragon Emperor's cannon, Pearl Dragon Emperor's cannon, Dragon King's shield, Dragon King's thunderwing. Constitution, 45, mental power, 5491, martial soul, elemental staff, Battle Dragon Emperor, cultivation method, top-tier cultivation technique. Knowledge of life soul guidance devices, soul bone, Emperor's auspicious beast external skull, 3340 years, soul mentor level, level 4, life soul guidance device, elemental mayfly cannon, level 4. Items, resurrection card. In addition, there was the mysterious map of the mystical realm, along with his domains, healing domain, beginner, fate domain. Li Chaoyang stared blankly at this information when a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a system task. Recruit Hui Yuhao as your disciple. Reward, mysterious map of the mystical realm. Li Chaoyang mused to himself. This reward, yet another map. Could it not provide me with navigation? I wonder if it is the same as this one or an entirely new map. Nonetheless, having something is certainly better than nothing. The system's issuance must hold some purpose. Very well, I shall set forth to the Star Do Forest. With no further contemplation, he sprang up with agility, striding resolutely out of his dormitory. His destination was the outer academy of Shrek. Rather than heading directly to the Star Do Forest, he intended to first seek out Mu Bebe and Tangya. After all, in the original narrative, it was in the Star Do Forest, while hunting for spirits, that Hui Yuhao encountered Mu Bebe and Tangya. The Star Do Forest was vast and boundless, its expanse surpassing even the largest empire on the Douluo continent, the Star Do Empire. Searching for an individual within this immense forest was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Without the guidance of fortune, one might spend an entire lifetime without uncovering a trace. Upon arriving at the outer academy dormitory, Li Chaoyang refrained from recklessly entering to seek Mu Beibei. Instead, he proceeded directly to the entrance, approaching an unassuming elder. Indeed, this individual was none other than the most formidable janitor on the Douluo continent, Mu En, the great-grandfather of Mu Beibei. Li Chaoyang's face was adorned with a broad smile, and with a tone that blended respect and a hint of playfulness, he inquired, "Grandfather Muen, could you possibly employ your mental prowess to discern whether Senior Beibei is present? I have heard that Senior Beibei intends to venture into the starry forest for trials. It has been a year since I engaged in earnest combat, and my hands are itching to practice." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Muen gently patted his shoulder, feigning annoyance as he replied, "To use mental perception to locate Beibei would be an invasion of privacy, wouldn't it? Moreover, this building houses female dormitories. How could you suggest such a thing? Ah, has Senior Beibei departed?" Li Chaoyang continued to smile as he asked. "Indeed, he left yesterday. You have come too late." "Young man," Muen responded with a chuckle. "I see. Well then." Li Chaoyang's face betrayed a hint of disappointment as he murmured. He then turned and slowly departed. Wandering aimlessly towards the Shrek Square, Li Chaoyang strolled leisurely. Yet his mind was a tempest of thoughts. What method could he possibly employ to find Hui Yuhao and fulfill this system task? At that moment, a hammer engulfed in blazing flames, akin to a burning meteor, suddenly crashed down not far in front of him. The unexpected assault startled Li Chaoyang, causing him to retreat 3 steps, his heart nearly leaping from his throat as he exclaimed, "You scared me to death." Chapter 58. The Return of Yan Shaozhe. Li Chaoyang squinted slightly, his gaze swiftly scanning the fiery hammer that had struck with great force, while he keenly sensed the intense power it harbored. After a brief moment, a smirk graced his lips as he jested, "Oh, isn't this an amusing spectacle conjured by the two of you? You certainly gave me quite the fright." No sooner had he spoken than 2 dashing young men appeared before him in an instant, as if a gentle breeze had swept through. One, a blue-haired youth, crossed his arms and wore a playful smile, initiating the conversation. "Hey, old friend, long time no see. This is a special greeting we prepared just for you." Quite a surprise, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow and huffed in annoyance. "Surprise? More like a scare. You nearly frightened the soul out of me. Besides, I am of the support class. My constitution isn't robust enough to withstand such enthusiastic greetings." Li Chaoyang scrutinized the 2 individuals before him, then closed his eyes to attune to the aura radiating from them. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a mischievous grin appearing as he queried, "By the way, Wang Dong and Li Yizhen, why are you both dressed as boys? Is there some peculiar inclination at play?" Wang Dong and Li Yizhen exchanged a glance, their eyes widening in indignation. In the next instant, both summoned their martial spirits and soul rings, a powerful aura emanating from them. Behind Wang Dong, a resplendent and dazzling goddess butterfly danced gracefully, as she exclaimed, "Li Chaoyang, what nonsense are you spouting? Dare to speak again, and you shall see. We merely possess such beauty that we fear attracting unnecessary trouble, hence this desperate measure. Moreover, we are not in the same dormitory, and still do not know who our roommate is. I hope it isn't a slovenly person." Li Yizhen was enveloped in flames, resembling a fiery war god. With a chilling tone, he added, "Indeed, let us not encounter those who lack decorum." Li Chaoyang blinked in curiosity and inquired, "Oh, is that so? Aren't you 2 in the same dormitory?" The 2 responded in unison, "No." Wang Dong was the first to elucidate. "When we registered earlier, the teacher assigned each of us a dormitory number. One was 111, the other 112, and then we simply parted ways." Li Chaoyang stroked his chin and pressed further. "Did the teacher not react in any noteworthy manner at that time?" Both shook their heads in unison. "No, what of it?" Li Chaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "But standing behind you are 3 Limit Douluos, with such a formidable background. Do you not comprehend the advantage of wielding a little privilege?" Li Yizhen furrowed his brow and hesitated. "Isn't that rather inappropriate?" Li Chaoyang smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and teased, "Oh, reluctant to utilize privilege? Do you perhaps wish to see bare-chested boys? If that is the case, this young master would not mind sacrificing a bit of charm." With that, he patted his chest provocatively. Li Yizhen's expression darkened instantly, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Uncle Jean, seize him." Just as Li Chaoyang was about to summon his martial soul, a wave of formidable soul power surged forth, pinning him down and rendering him immobile. In terror, he shouted, "No, I have realized my mistake." Li Yizhen crossed his arms and coldly declared, "Uncle Jean, take him to the Shrek Grand Soul Arena. I intend to teach him a proper lesson." Wang Donger also waved her fists, excitedly exclaiming, "I want to join in too. 2 against 1. Let him understand our prowess." In the blink of an eye, a burly bald elder appeared, effortlessly lifting Li Chaoyang with no words exchanged. He continued to exert his soul power pressure, firmly restraining Li Chaoyang to prevent him from escaping with spatial abilities. At that moment, the bald elder seemed to sense something and instinctively turned his gaze toward the distance. There, an unkempt elder was pushing a person in a wheelchair, slowly approaching. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than Xuanzi and Muin. Xuanzi and Muin nodded at the bald elder from afar. Then in a flash, they vanished from sight. They were well aware of the situation and trusted that the members of the body sect merely intended to give Li Chaoyang a minor lesson. After all, Shrek and the body sect were currently in a phase of collaboration, and neither side would readily harm the direct descendants of the other. The bald elder withdrew his gaze, no longer pondering the matter, and proceeded to carry Li Chaoyang, closely following Wang Donger and Li Yizhen as they strode towards the Grand Soul Arena. Just as the four were nearing their destination, a graceful woman and a composed middle-aged man happened to pass by, witnessing this scene. Their expressions shifted to surprise. They recognized Li Chaoyang, but failed to identify the other 3 individuals. As the 2 individuals beheld the bald elder of the 98th rank, their brows furrowed tightly. A surge of terrifying soul power emanating from them, akin to an invisible mountain, forcefully pressing down upon the 4. In Chapter 59, the Vice President of the Soul Guidance Department, the bald elder felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him like a tumultuous tide. His expression hardened, and with a ghostly swiftness, he appeared directly before the quartet. Suddenly, he waved his hand, causing the suffocating pressure to dissipate like wisps of smoke. With a fierce countenance and piercing gaze, he fixed his attention on the beautiful woman and the middle-aged man across from him, inquiring solemnly, "May I ask, who are you esteemed individuals?" At that moment, the bald elder had already formed a judgment. The middle-aged man possessed unfathomable strength, having at least reached the formidable realm of early 99th rank. The beautiful woman, too, was extraordinarily powerful, boasting at least a 97th rank cultivation. While he was unafraid of a one-on-one confrontation, the presence of 3 others requiring his protection necessitated caution in his actions. Taking a deep breath, the elder unleashed an aura from within that surged like a tempest, clashing against the energies of the middle-aged man and the woman, creating an invisible contest. However, it was evident to the discerning eye that the bald elder appeared somewhat disadvantaged in this confrontation. Yet would he retreat? This was the Shrek Academy, the place renowned for housing the most titled Douluos on the continent. He firmly believed that should the situation escalate, Shrek would undoubtedly intervene. At that juncture, Li Chaoyang glanced up at the 2 figures, a flicker of recognition crossing his eyes. In an instant, he appeared beside them as if teleporting. Indeed, the duo was none other than Yan Shaozhe and Kai Meyer, with whom Li Chaoyang had long been acquainted, thus he could not be mistaken. Observing this, the bald elder reached out to grasp, but was timely halted by Li Yizhen. "Let it be, Uncle Jean, for now, spare them. The other 2 are likely also from Shrek," she stated. Li Chaoyang swiftly moved to Yan Shaozhe's side, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Yan Shaozhe frowned slightly and apologized to the bald elder. "My apologies, Elder Jean of the body sect. My partner and I have not returned to Shrek in 6 years and are not well acquainted with the current circumstances. As for this young man," he shifted his tone, inquiring, "Where is this young man?" Before he could finish his question, a disheveled old man strolled over leisurely, chuckling. "Ah, Shaozhe, that young man has already departed. My apologies, friends from the body sect." Shaozhe was unaware of the situation. "Now, Shaozhe, Meyer, let us return to the Sea God Pavilion. You have been away for quite some time." With that, Xuanzi, Yan Shaozhe, and Kai Meyer took flight like eagles soaring into the sky, heading towards the Sea God Pavilion. Watching their retreating figures, the bald elder inquired, "Young master, what about this matter?" Li Yizhen smiled faintly and replied, "Let it go. My intention was merely to spar with him. Come, let us head to Shrek to change our accommodations." Outside Shrek City, on a tranquil grassy expanse, Li Chaoyang languidly reclined. Muttering to himself, "I am utterly exhausted. The continuous use of spatial skills has been too taxing. Nevertheless, I am relieved to have escaped. Yet, how shall I complete this task? One can merely venture to the nearest soul-hunting town to the Duke of the White Tiger in hopes of fortune." With this thought, Li Chaoyang refrained from utilizing his spatial skills for travel. Instead, he retrieved a self-crafted level 4 flying soul guiding device from his storage soul guide. With practiced ease, he donned the device and leaped into the air, soaring like a bird taking flight, ascending towards the clouds en route to the Stardow Forest. Meanwhile, an important meeting was convening within the Sea God Pavilion. "Old Lu, observing Yan Shaozhe, smiled warmly and remarked, "Ah, Shaozhe, you and Mayer have finally returned. This old body of mine can finally rest, no longer burdened by concerns regarding the martial soul department." Ha! Upon hearing this, Kai Mayer's expression subtly shifted as she addressed her mother, saying, "Mother, it seems you may have to endure a bit longer. Shaozhe and I must undertake our 6th assessment to become the deans of the Soul Guidance Department." At this revelation, Qian Duo and Xian Liner, who had initially thought the meeting was merely a spectacle, were taken aback. Qian Duo, having just taken a sip of water, spluttered it out upon hearing the news. The two exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming in unison, "What?" Their eyes instantly flared with indignation, as if ready to ignite with fury. Inwardly, they cursed. "Well done, Yan Shaozhe. With your prominent brow and large eyes, one would think you a paragon of virtue, yet here you are, usurping the livelihoods of your longtime classmates." Upon witnessing the expressions of Qian Duo and Xian Liner, Muin furrowed his brow and stated, "I support this." This only served to heighten the ire of Qian Duo and Xian Liner, whose expressions suggested they might erupt in anger and confront Yan Shaozhe in a fierce altercation. A tempest seemed to be brewing quietly. Chapter 60, Master of the Sea God Pavilion. Muin's gaze slowly swept over the tense faces of Qian Duo and Xian Liner. Then he gently tapped the table, his voice steady and resonant, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He began, his tone laced with an undeniable gravity. "Currently, the Sun and Moon Empire has surreptitiously given rise to a level 10 Soul Master, whose prowess is formidable enough to engage me in battle all day without yielding an inch." At this declaration, the countenance of those present in the Sea God Pavilion shifted dramatically, the weight of concern settling upon each heart like dark clouds. Muin did not pause, continuing, "Moreover, within a single day, he can wield soul-guiding devices to launch attacks on other targets. Unless one is a super Douluo, it is exceedingly difficult to withstand the might of even a single strike. Additionally, during my recent infiltration of the Sun and Moon Empire, I suspect I discovered a level 10 fixed-position soul-guiding shell. The catastrophic consequences of such an explosive device are beyond imagination. No one could endure its wrath." The faces of those in the Sea God Pavilion grew increasingly solemn, as if one could wring water from their expressions. Muin further added, "Consider this. Should the Sun and Moon Empire truly initiate conflict, where would this singular level 10 fixed-position soul-guiding shell be aimed?" The expressions of the assembly darkened like ink, reminiscent of the sky before a tempest. "Shrek, it must be Shrek," Muin declared with unyielding conviction, his tone imbued with undeniable certainty. At that moment, Elder Xian could no longer restrain himself and interjected, "Then why do we not devise a way to steal it?" However, before he could finish speaking, Muin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Impossible. The 10th level fixed soul-guided artillery shell is currently in the possession of that 10th level soul master. To seize it by force would be most unwise. Moreover, Kong Deming carries at least a double-digit number of 9th level fixed soul-guided artillery shells. If he fights for his life, no one can stop him. Duo, Liner, Shrek, the 3 great empires, and indeed the entire Douluo continent, are in dire need of a formidable leader at this moment. Shaozhe has passed the divine examination. We must do everything in our power to assist him. Furthermore, he is himself a 9th level soul master, with boundless potential to become a 10th level soul master. Not to mention, Shaozhe's strength has reached 99 levels. Today, in my capacity as the 2025th president of the Sea God Pavilion, I announce that Yan Shaozhe will serve as the president of the 2026 session of the Sea God Pavilion, concurrently holding the positions of Dean of the Soul Guidance Department and Dean of the Martial Soul Department. Kai Meyer, do you consent? A bead of cold sweat appeared on Kai Meyer's forehead, yet she resolutely replied, President, my 6th examination is also to become the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Very well, Kai Meyer, Qian Duo, and Xian Liner, you 3 shall serve as Vice Deans of the Soul Guidance Department. As for the Martial Soul Department, it will remain under the supervision of Elder Liu. I hope everyone can set aside personal grievances and unite to face this adversity. This moment concerns the survival of Shrek and the original 3 great empires. Duo, Liner, you both must learn from Shaozhe and Meyer, striving to become 9th level soul masters as soon as possible, to assist Shaozhe diligently and harbor no resentment. Muin's words were filled with expectation and authority. Yes, President. Duo and Liner replied in unison, their voices brimming with determination and resolve. Shaozhe, your divine examination must not be so simple, right? Pray tell, what task must you complete? Muin turned to Yan Shaozhe, his gaze inquiring. Yan Shaozhe's expression grew solemn as he slowly said, my 6th examination is indeed significant. I must cultivate 5 9th level soul masters. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then they exclaimed in unison, "What? Cultivate 5 ninth-level soul masters?" Mu in turned to Qian Duo, asking, in the soul guidance department, who can accomplish this task? I, along with Liner and Fan Yu, can give it a try. However, Fan Yu suffered some injuries in his youth, making it difficult for him to break through to the 90th level. Qian Duo responded. President, I can also contribute. I am already an 8th level soul master, Kai Meyer quickly added. Mu In nodded slightly, scanning the faces of those present. Very well. I will find a solution for Fan Yu's old injuries. As for the last candidate, his gaze swept over the group, seemingly searching for something. At that moment, Yan Shaozhe's eyes brightened, and he spoke up. Teacher, I have an excellent candidate in mind. With his talent, as long as his level keeps pace, he will undoubtedly become a 10th level soul master. Chapter 61, The Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. Everyone turned their attention to Yan Shaozhe. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he said, Li Chaoyang. Qian Duo furrowed his brows and remarked, Li Chaoyang's talent in soul-guided devices is indeed remarkable. He is already a 4th level soul master. However, considering he is an auxiliary-type soul master, will his progress toward becoming a 9th level soul master not be somewhat sluggish? Yan Shaozhe smiled faintly, his gaze filled with unwavering certainty. How fortunate you are to be Li Chaoyang's mentor. His talents far exceed ordinary imagination. I firmly believe that it won't be long before Li Chaoyang becomes a level 9 soul master. Furthermore, this is merely the beginning of his potential. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. As he spoke, Yan Shaozhe focused his thoughts and retrieved a fan emanating a gentle light attribute from the depths of his spiritual sea. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Xuanzi was the first to voice his uncertainty. Isn't this merely a level 6 soul guiding device? What makes it special? Qian Duo observed intently for a while before slowly articulating. In my estimation, this soul guiding device is at most equivalent to a level 7. What is its true novelty? Yan Shaozhe's smile deepened as he replied. This is no ordinary soul guiding device. It is a personal soul guiding device developed independently by Li Chaoyang. Do not underestimate it. This device possesses growth attributes, advancing alongside the cultivator's strength. Moreover, it is incredibly convenient to use, as it can be stored within one's spiritual sea. Its growth potential is astonishing. I have a faint feeling that it may even reach the level of a level 10 soul guiding device, possibly evolving into a semi-divine artifact in the future. The only challenge lies in its complex manufacturing process, as the personal soul guiding device must achieve a high degree of compatibility with both the individual and their martial soul. Although there are numerous restrictions, this precisely underscores Li Chaoyang's extraordinary talent in the realm of soul guiding devices. Muin nodded slightly, solemnly stating, Then it is settled. Soon, the meeting of the Sea God Pavilion concluded, and the news of Yan Shaozhe's promotion to the Pavilion Master spread like wildfire from Shrek Academy to every corner of the continent. In the Stardew Forest, in the area closest to the Duke White Tiger's estate, Li Chaoyang had been searching tirelessly for 3 whole days, yet he still found no trace of Mu Bei, Tenya, or Hui Yuhao. He inwardly lamented, Why must my fate be so arduous? After 3 days, I have yet to see a single person. Alas, at least I have not encountered any 10,000-year-soul beasts. Perhaps I should continue searching in the direction of Shrek. Before Li Chaoyang could take flight again, a deep, dark void unexpectedly appeared ahead, resembling a mysterious abyssal gate of the cosmos. From within the black hole, a colossal black dragon claw slowly emerged, exuding a chilling and terrifying power that shattered the surrounding space like fragile glass. Upon witnessing this, Li Chaoyang's heart sank as he sensed impending danger. Just as he was about to activate his second soul skill, Spatial Shift, to escape, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force akin to a mountain's weight surge toward him, immobilizing him completely. He crashed heavily to the ground, his elemental staff martial soul slipping from his grasp and landing some distance away. At that moment, the formidable Golden Bear Monarch also made its appearance. From within the black hole, a terrifying black dragon head gradually emerged, and in the blink of an eye, a massive black dragon surged forth from the void like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, this soul beast was none other than the infamous beast god, Emperor Tian, of the Stardew Forest. The vast expanse of the starry forest was originally shrouded beneath a heavy blanket of clouds, yet at this moment, it appeared as though an invisible hand had suddenly torn it asunder. A colossal shadow, invoking a sense of awe, descended with the tumult of thunder. It was a black dragon, exceeding 100 feet in length, its scales as dark as ink, adorned with ethereal blue star patterns that seemed to encapsulate the resplendent stars of the vast night sky within its armor. When it unfurled its wings, the dark golden patterns embedded in its membrane flared to life, reminiscent of molten lava awakening from a deep slumber, exuding a fierce and scorching aura. Its molten gold vertical pupils coldly surveyed from above, and a menacing scar slashed across the corner of its right eye, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night. Adding a touch of ferocity to its otherwise majestic visage, Tian, the chieftain of the Black Dragon clan and one of the 9 dragon kings, stood as the supreme ruler of the starry forest, revered as the beast god and ranked atop the list of the 10 fiercest beasts. With an impressive cultivation of 890,000 years, he possessed an extraordinary mastery of the dark attribute, rivaling that of a demigod. Chapter 62, The Cavern at the Bottom of the Lake. The terrifying pressure emanating from both Xiangjun and Tian bore down upon Li Chaoyang like 2 invisible, yet immensely heavy mountains, rendering his body rigid and immovable, as if he were shackled by unseen chains. Xiangjun spoke first, his voice deep and resonant, echoing like distant thunder. Tian. He is the human who was fated to be intertwined with the auspicious beast last time. Oh. A glimmer of interest flickered in Tian's eyes as he surveyed Li Chaoyang with keen curiosity. Young one, you must possess dual martial souls. Return your shattered staff, that I may behold the true form of your second martial soul. Tian's demeanor turned serious, his gaze piercing, as if he could penetrate Li Chaoyang's very soul, making it evident that failure to comply would result in dire consequences. Very well, esteemed elder, please relieve me of this pressure, Li Chaoyang replied. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face, embodying the essence of a fawning minion. All right, Xiangjun, release the pressure, Tian commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, both Xiangjun and Tian simultaneously withdrew the overwhelming weight pressing upon Li Chaoyang. In an instant, he felt a lightness, as if he had emerged from an unfathomable abyss. Although a thought of utilizing his spatial soul skill to escape flickered through Li Chaoyang's mind, it was swiftly quelled by reason. After all, both Xiangjun and Tian possessed combat prowess at the pinnacle of the Limit Douluo realm, a terrifying level capable of effortlessly shattering space itself. A single misstep could lead to his demise within his own soul skill, an end shrouded in mystery. Thus, he could only obediently heed the commands of these 2 formidable soul beasts, perhaps even uncovering a sliver of hope in the process. With a thought, Li Chaoyang summoned his battle dragon Emperor Martial Soul. In that moment, a tremendous pressure surged forth like a roaring tide, a unique aura possessed by high bloodline dragons, radiating an air of dominance as if proclaiming, "Who else but I?" This formidable presence surged directly toward Tian and Xiangjun, causing their expressions to shift dramatically, revealing shock and disbelief in their eyes. They truly did not anticipate that this seemingly ordinary human lad harbored such a formidable draconic lineage within him, one so potent that it could transcend numerous realms and impose a suppression upon them. Truly, this was a bloodline of the Dragon King caliber, exceptional in every sense. However, this overwhelming pressure merely subdued a fragment of the power residing within the bloodlines of Emperor Tian and Bear Monarch. To escape the grasp of these 2 apex soul beasts relying solely on this slight suppression would undoubtedly be a fool's dream. Emperor Tian, after a moment of careful contemplation, nodded and said, "Young man, come with us. There is someone who wishes to meet you." No sooner had the words left his lips than his colossal dragon claw, resembling a massive hand that could block out the sun, reached out towards Li Chaoyang. In an instant, Emperor Tian unleashed his mystical prowess, opening a profound and abyssal black hole. This black hole appeared as a portal to another mysterious realm, exuding an aura that instilled trepidation. With the swiftness of a shooting star, Emperor Tian and Li Chaoyang plunged into the black void, followed closely by Bear Monarch without hesitation. As the black hole gradually vanished, the once tranquil periphery of the Star Doe forest reverted to its former serenity, as if nothing had transpired. Shortly thereafter, at the innermost depths of the Star Doe forest, beside the mystical and enchanting lake of life, a black hole materialized in the sky without warning, resembling a gigantic black gemstone embedded in the azure expanse. Moments later, Emperor Tian and Bear Monarch emerged from the void, their figures illuminated by the sunlight, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. As Emperor Tian descended above the lake of life, he threw back his head and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the core of the Star Doe forest like the rolling of mighty thunder, as if to shatter the very heavens and earth. With a solemn expression and a voice resonant as a great bell, he commanded, "All beings, retreat. None shall approach the lake of life, by even a step. Important matters are at hand, and silence is imperative. Those who defy this order shall face the annihilation of 9 clans." Upon hearing Emperor Tian's decree, the Red King, Bear Monarch, and countless other soul beasts exhibited no hesitation, immediately retreating like a receding tide. Their gazes were filled with reverence and submission, daring not to show any defiance. Once Emperor Tian confirmed that all had withdrawn, he led Li Chaoyang into the depths of the Lake of Life. Inside the lake, the water was frigid and oppressive. Fortunately, Li Chaoyang was shielded by Emperor Tian's soul power, which enveloped him in a translucent barrier that provided a small sanctuary amidst the overwhelming pressure. Without this protection, even the simple act of breathing would have been an insurmountable challenge for Li Chaoyang. Uncertain of how long Emperor Tian guided him through the lake, Li Chaoyang felt as if time had come to a standstill. Yet, he was acutely aware that Emperor Tian intended to introduce him to the Silver Dragon King's embodiment of wisdom. After all, within the entirety of the Star Doe Forest, only the Silver Dragon King was afforded such an esteemed privilege. At last, Emperor Tian led Li Chaoyang to the terminus, arriving at an enchanting cavern beneath the Lake of Life. This cavern was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a dreamlike underwater palace. In stark contrast to the damp and shadowy nature of other lakebed caverns, this space brimmed with lush, verdant flora, thriving under the nurturing waters, radiating an extraordinary vitality. Within the cavern, adorned with verdant stones, there emanates a soft yet eerie vitality, as if these gems are wondrous treasures birthed by the very essence of nature. Should Li Chaoyang's intuition not deceive him, these green stones are none other than the fabled gold of life. This extraordinary metal, exceedingly rare, resembles an ethereal spirit of the cosmos, encapsulating an unimaginably vast reservoir of life energy. Chapter 63, The Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. Tian stepped into the profound depths of the lake's cavern, his imposing aura suddenly retracting as he knelt upon one knee, displaying utmost reverence. With head raised, his voice trembled with awe. "My lord, I have brought forth the one you seek." No sooner had he spoken than the fabric of space nearby seemed to be rent by an unseen blade, revealing an abrupt rift in reality. From within this fissure, a voice emerged, cool and ethereal, as though it could penetrate the very depths of one's soul. Tian, bring that young man forth. I wish to converse with him privately. You may withdraw. Tian hastily acquiesced. Yes, my lord. With a grand gesture, he cast Li Chaoyang into the rift as if he were a mere object. Subsequently, Tian vanished, retreating silently. In the enigmatic realm within, Li Chaoyang finally found a moment to breathe. Throughout the preceding journey, aside from the fleeting instant, he summoned the War Dragon Emperor's martial spirit. He had been utterly immobilized by Tian's oppressive force, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Now he gradually stirred his numbed legs, inwardly lamenting, "Ah, what relief! Maintaining a single posture for so long is indeed quite uncomfortable. Young man, you appear rather unfazed." A chilling female voice suddenly resonated. Turning towards the sound, Li Chaoyang beheld a magnificent silver dragon coiled nearby. Indeed, this resplendent creature was none other than the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, the embodiment of the dragon god's wisdom. The dragon's entire form gleamed silver, as if sculpted from the purest secret silver, stretching over 300 zhang in length, exuding grandeur. Each scale shimmered with a meticulously polished sheen, edged with a haunting blue luminescence, concealing boundless mysteries. Its head was held high, adorned with spiraled horns that pierced the heavens, crackling with tiny arcs of electricity, as if proclaiming the majesty of the cosmos. Its eyes, deep as amethyst, possessed slit pupils that appeared to swirl with celestial rivers, dazzling and impossible to gaze upon directly. Along its spine, 2 rows of formidable bone spines stood proudly, extending from the nape to the tip of its tail. Each spine was approximately a zhang in length, glimmering with a metallic chill, sharp enough to rend asunder any obstacle. As it unfurled its wings, their span obscured half the expanse of space. These wings were not of the traditional membrane structure, but were woven from countless silver feathers, each as sharp as a blade, stirring a tempest with the gentlest flap, causing the very air to tremble. Suppressing his astonishment, Li Chaoyang inquired, "Esteemed elder of the dragon clan, what business do you have with a humble grand soul master such as myself? Do you seek my life? If so, feel free to speak candidly." The Silver Dragon King's lips curved into a subtle smile, barely perceptible, as she replied, "Certainly not. I have summoned you for a matter of great significance. Rest assured, this endeavor is entirely safe. I shall ensure your protection." "Oh." Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together and inquired with a smile, "My Lord Silver Dragon, may I ask what the task entails, and what of the reward?" At this moment, Li Chaoyang had already regained his composure. It was evident that this task could only be accomplished by him, likely requiring his second martial soul, the Battle Dragon Emperor. And it was of utmost importance to the Silver Dragon King, perhaps a mission that could aid in the restoration of his injuries. The Silver Dragon King chuckled lightly and replied, "You are quite the bold young lad. Very well, I shall not waste many words. I possess a hidden realm filled with destructive power, which can only be safely traversed by one endowed with formidable destructive attributes. Fear not, for among the entire continent, your destructive property is the mightiest, making you the one most likely to succeed in this endeavor. Your objective is the source of life at the heart of this realm. Simply retrieve it, do you understand? As for the reward, I see your soul power is nearing level 30. By enduring the trials within the hidden realm, you shall undoubtedly break through to level 30. At that time, upon presenting the source of life, I can offer you a ferocious beast as a sacrifice, ensure your safe passage, and even grant you the status of a friend in the Stardew Forest. What say you? How can I trust that you will ensure my safe departure? Are you not planning to betray me once the task is completed? Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow and questioned. The Silver Dragon King's expression turned cold, his voice authoritative. Our dragonkin are not as treacherous as your humankind. At this juncture, you have but two paths: complete the task or perish. Li Chaoyang could only manage a bitter smile, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. The disparity in strength was too vast. Had he been a titled Douluo, even at level 90 with the 9th Spirit Ring, he would have dared to challenge the Silver Dragon King. After all, with the upgrade of his first spirit skill, he could elevate his soul power to 99 and unleash infinite output, a force not to be underestimated. Yet now, at merely level 29, he had no choice but to submit. Chapter 64, The Purple Radiance Destruction Dragon King. Li Chaoyang hurriedly nodded in agreement, eagerly stating, "Absolutely, I have complete faith in you. My Lord Silver Dragon, please, lead me into the hidden realm." In truth, his heart was laden with resignation and bitterness. How could he willingly yield? Yet, he found himself with no alternative. He harbored deep-seated grievances that remained unavenged, the hatred for his parents' demise piercing his heart like a dagger, compelling him to avoid death at all costs. Thus, under the formidable pressure of the Silver Dragon King, he chose temporary compliance. Seeing this, the Silver Dragon King nodded with satisfaction. In an instant, the colossal silver-white dragon, resembling a mountain, began to shrink dramatically and transform. The once fearsome dragon form dissolved like a fleeting dream, morphing into the visage of an 18-year-old maiden amidst the play of light and shadow. This maiden was none other than Gu Yuna. Her silver hair flowed like the luminous moonlight, cascading gently over her shoulders, with strands shimmering with delicate silver glimmers, as if each thread contained fragments of the galaxy, resplendent and enigmatic. Her skin radiated a lustrous sheen akin to cold jade, casting a soft pearlescent glow in the dim space, both delicate and warm. Her neck was elegantly arched like that of a swan, refined and elongated. The contours of her shoulder blades were subtly visible beneath the sheer fabric, reminiscent of an ice sculpture, exuding an aura of chilling nobility. Upon witnessing the transformation of the Silver Dragon King into a humanoid form, Li Chaoyang found himself utterly captivated, his gaze fixated on Gu Yuna, silently marveling. Truly, she is Gu Yuna. The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, paid no heed to Li Chaoyang's astonished expression, with a gentle wave of her delicate hand. A peculiar radiance flickered and a profound, enigmatic spatial tunnel materialized before her. This tunnel resembled a vast, ravenous maw, exuding an irresistible allure, as if it could devour all that approached it. With an air of nonchalance, the Silver Dragon King spoke. "Let us proceed, little one." As she finished her words, she gracefully lifted her hand once more, enveloping Li Chaoyang in a resplendent soul power barrier. This barrier radiated a soft yet formidable light, akin to an unyielding shield, closely safeguarding Li Chaoyang within. Simultaneously, it gently lifted him, allowing him to ascend slowly into the air. The Silver Dragon King moved with fluidity, transforming into a streak of light as she traversed the mysterious spatial tunnel. Following her, Li Chaoyang, cocooned in the soul power barrier, floated like a delicate feather, propelled by the arcane force through the tunnel. Ding! A melodious system notification chimed in Li Chaoyang's mind. "Congratulations! You have received a system task. Gain the recognition of the Purple Radiance Destruction Dragon King. Reward: a right arm soul bone of the 100,000-year Purple Radiance Destruction Dragon." Upon glimpsing this reward, a spark of elation flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes, his lips curling into an involuntary smile as he reveled internally. 100,000-year soul bone, no less. From the Purple Radiance Destruction Dragon, this is utterly exhilarating. Before long, Gu Yuna led Li Chaoyang into a space shrouded in darkness. Here, not a sliver of light penetrated, resembling the most profound corner of the cosmos, silent and mysterious. "This is the place," Gu Yuna announced, her voice echoing through the stillness, imbued with an ethereal quality. Li Chaoyang slightly closed his eyes to absorb the atmosphere around him, then opened them wide in astonishment, exclaiming, "Such overwhelming destructive power. This force surpasses even the utmost annihilation. Indeed, this is divine-level destructive power." The disparity between divine and non-divine is as vast as heaven and earth, Gu Yuna replied with serene composure. Now, summon your martial soul and begin to acclimate to this environment. With a focused thought, Li Chaoyang summoned his second martial soul, the Battle Dragon Emperor. Instantly, a formidable aura emanated from him, and amidst a burst of brilliance, the ethereal image of the Battle Dragon Emperor materialized behind him before merging with him. However, at that moment, the soul power barrier surrounding him suddenly shattered with a crisp sound, dispersing into specks of light in the air. A terrifying, unparalleled pressure of destruction, akin to an invisible mountain, bore down upon Li Chaoyang. This oppressive force was overwhelming and tyrannical, as if it sought to crush all existence. Yet, Li Chaoyang remained unyielded. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination, he seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, quietly attuning himself to this formidable pressure. His body trembled slightly, yet his will stood resolute, immovable as a mountain. Not long after, Li Chaoyang fully acclimated to the pressure and was able to move normally. Simultaneously, he felt a warm current surging within him, and remarkably, his soul power level directly broke through to level 30, with slight enhancements to both his physical constitution and mental strength. After all, his Battle Dragon Emperor martial soul possessed the ultimate destructive attributes, granting him unparalleled advantages in adapting to and absorbing this force of annihilation. Gu Yuna observed Li Chaoyang with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Well done, your performance is commendable." Subsequently, with a casual wave of her hand, a spatial passage re-emerged before them. Gu Yuna extended her hand into it, and, moments later, retrieved a silver scale. This scale emanated a gentle yet formidable radiance, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns that seemed to encapsulate infinite secrets. Indeed, it was the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King, imbued with Gu Yuna's immense divine power, making it an unparalleled choice for protection. Without hesitation, Gu Yuna handed the scale to Li Chaoyang, who promptly accepted it with gratitude. She regarded him earnestly and said, "This scale can safeguard your life, ensuring your survival in this space. Explore swiftly. You shall encounter no danger. Should peril arise, I shall intervene." "Thank you," Li Chaoyang replied appreciatively. Gu Yuna displayed no further expressions, simply opening another spatial passage. In a flash, she stepped inside and vanished from sight. Li Chaoyang watched her departure, silently muttering to himself, "She truly is an aloof character. Nevertheless, I shall set her aside for now and focus on uncovering the treasures within this space. The 10,000-year soul bone is of utmost importance, along with my fierce beast sacrifice." With this thought, he couldn't help but drool in anticipation. Soon, Li Chaoyang awakened from his daydream, returning to reality. He took a deep breath and cautiously stepped in a chosen direction. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, and he felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall. In an instant, an overwhelming force of destruction, akin to an enraged beast, lunged towards him, striking him with tremendous impact. Li Chaoyang felt an immense power surging forth, causing his body to uncontrollably retreat several steps, nearly toppling to the ground. Chapter 65, Black Smoke. Li Chaoyang was abruptly repelled by a robust and irresistible force. And where he had once stood firmly, a thick, inky black mist surged forth, deep and enigmatic. This black mist seemed as if it possessed life, swirling and transforming endlessly, as though it were brewing untold horrors. Before long, the mist coalesced into a lithe, imposing black panther, exuding an aura of terrifying destruction. The chilling and ferocious energy radiating from it seemed capable of ruthlessly devouring all vitality in the world, instilling a profound sense of dread. Li Chaoyang's gaze sharpened. Akin to a glimmering cold star, and without the slightest hesitation, he decisively summoned his innate soul-guiding device, the elemental floating cannon. At this moment, he had already ascended to a level 4 soul engineer, and through his diligence and innate talent, the number of his elemental floating cannons had reached 4. They hovered around Li Chaoyang like loyal sentinels, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of dazzling colors, akin to 4 guardian stars emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. Li Chaoyang's countenance was stern, his gaze revealing unwavering determination and courage. With a sudden flourish of his hands, for flames, as fervent as wildfire and swift as meteors, pierced the sky with a cataclysmic force, striking directly at the black leopard. The conflagration collided violently with the dark mist, producing a deafening roar and sending a massive plume of thick smoke spiraling upwards. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Li Chaoyang was astonished to discover that the black leopard remained unscathed, standing proudly as if the fierce onslaught had merely been a gentle breeze that left no mark upon it. Undeterred, Li Chaoyang unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks, including ice, wind blades, and thunder. The frost descended like a chilling frost, encasing everything in its path in an instant. The wind blades sliced through the air with unparalleled sharpness. The thunder roared like a furious dragon, exuding overwhelming might. Yet, regardless of the elemental assault, none could inflict the slightest harm upon the black leopard. Its coat was as smooth as glass, and not a single hair was ruffled by the force of the attacks. Li Qiaoyang's efforts were nothing more than mere tickles to it. Furrowing his brow, a hint of gravity flickered in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Could this black leopard be immune to all forms of attack? Oh, but I have one more trick up my sleeve." As the black leopard sensed Li Qiaoyang's momentary distraction, a glint of cunning flashed in its eyes. Like a phantom in the night, it transformed into a shadow and lunged towards Li Qiaoyang with the speed of lightning, aiming to deliver a fatal blow while he was off guard. Fortunately, Li Qiaoyang reacted swiftly, as agile as a nimble cheetah. He regained his composure in an instant. His mind already formulating a plan. With a flick of his right hand, it morphed into the shape of a dragon cannon, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. As if harboring boundless power, he bellowed, "Dragon Emperor Cannon." Immediately, an energy sphere, woven from the essence of utter destruction and spatial manipulation, soared through the heavens like a radiant meteor, bearing the might to obliterate all in its path, aimed directly at the black leopard. As the energy sphere traversed, the very fabric of space contorted and deformed, as if being molded by invisible hands, while time seemed to halt, plunging everything into an abyss of darkness and annihilation. At the moment the Dragon Emperor cannon struck, just as the black leopard lunged towards Li Qiaoyang, it unleashed a piercing wail, a sound shrill and jarring, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Its form gradually faded, like a fleeting dream, ultimately dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind an eerie silence. Li Qiaoyang exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally loosening as he mused. Indeed, only the power of absolute destruction can vanquish such a creature, otherwise it would not have sought me out. However, just as Li Qiaoyang believed the ordeal had concluded and his taut nerves began to relax, the gaseous energy that the black leopard had transformed into swiftly reassembled in the blink of an eye, rushing towards him like a specter. His expression filled with dread, his eyes wide as saucers. He thought to himself, "What is happening? Could this be poison?" He dared not to delay and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, his expression grave as he conducted a thorough self-examination. His soul energy flowed through his body like a gentle stream, repeatedly coursing over every minute detail. Yet he found no signs of anomaly. A sense of unease gnawed at Li Qiaoyang. The evident danger was not what frightened him, but rather the lurking unknown. Akin to a venomous serpent concealed in the shadows, silent and poised to strike fatally at any moment. Li Qiaoyang inwardly lamented, "It's over. Have I been infected by something vile?" The more he pondered, the more his dread intensified, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He hastily retrieved the reverse scale bestowed upon him by the Silver Dragon King, which radiated a mysterious and noble aura, as if infused with boundless power. Channeling his spiritual energy into it, he cried out in a trembling voice, "Great Silver Dragon King, save me. I've been tainted by something foul." In the next moment, the reverse scale emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling like a resplendent rainbow, its light expanding rapidly to envelop Li Qiaoyang. The illumination was warm and gentle, seemingly capable of dispelling all darkness and fear. Before long, the vibrant glow dissipated, and the ethereal yet authoritative voice of the Silver Dragon King echoed in Li Qiaoyang's ears. "Did you not sense the elevation of your soul energy?" Taken aback, Li Qiaoyang then attuned himself to his own soul energy, discovering with astonishment that it had indeed surged, a torrent of power coursing within him, filling him with unparalleled exhilaration. Yet, his worry lingered as he remarked, "But that dark mist earlier seemed anything but benign." The Silver Dragon King, exasperated, responded with a hint of resignation in her crystalline voice. "Did you not perceive that the dark mist was pure destructive energy?" A light dawned upon Li Qiaoyang, akin to a sudden revelation, as he rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. "What you say seems to hold true." The Silver Dragon King, exasperated to the utmost, conveyed a touch of irritation in her tone. "If I had any other options, I would have surely eliminated you first before seeking another. Now, creatures in this realm can only be vanquished by the attribute of destruction. The black mist produced upon their demise is exceptionally pure destructive energy. You may absorb it to elevate your soul energy level, and even attain the utmost intensity of destructive attributes. Should your talent be sufficient, you might even forge a domain. Take your time." With that, the Silver Dragon King vanished like a fleeting dream. Li Qiaoyang called out to the empty air, "Thank you. You nearly terrified me. I thought it was some poison." With newfound resolve, his eyes burned like flaming embers as he muttered to himself, "Let us indulge in a banquet of destruction. I shall claim it all. Dragon Emperor Esperage. Domain, domain, domain." as he unleashed a barrage of the Dragon Emperor's might. Every spot struck in the obsidian expanse birthed a black leopard, yet these phantasmal creatures faded almost instantaneously into vapor under the assault of Li Chaoyang's onslaught. As the mist formed, it once again converged, flowing into his body like a gentle stream. Li Chaoyang felt the energy within him surge like a tempestuous tide, exclaiming in exhilaration, "Ah, this is delightful. It is imperative that no corner is overlooked. I shall sweep through every inch of this dark secret realm with the Dragon Emperor cannon," Li Chaoyang exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with fervent enthusiasm. To traverse the entirety of this shadowy expanse with soul techniques is an arduous endeavor for most soul masters, akin to scaling an insurmountable peak. However, Li Chaoyang wields the first martial soul, the elemental staff, and his initial soul skill allows him to replenish his soul power. This is akin to an inexhaustible source of energy, enabling him to unleash relentless firepower. The sole drawback lies in the expenditure of his physical stamina, yet in this moment, he is consumed by an insatiable desire to elevate his soul power, rendering such concerns trivial. For the next 3 days, Li Chaoyang oscillated between unleashing cannon fire and resting. He would at times wield the dragon cannon like a deity of war, delivering formidable assaults, and at other times, he would sit cross-legged to recuperate. Throughout this period, he could distinctly sense the enhancement of his soul power, a force burgeoning within him, instilling a profound sense of confidence and strength. Chapter 66. Collapse. At last, after a protracted span of 3 days, Li Chaoyang, with unwavering determination, thoroughly scoured the entire space. In this moment, the once dim realm was left with only a mysterious black spatial tunnel, resembling a profound passageway leading to an unknown world. Over these 3 days, Li Chaoyang felt his soul power surge like spring shoots breaking through the earth, escalating far beyond a mere level increase. However, he had reached the 30-level threshold, and the ascent seemed shackled by invisible chains, rendering his progress imperceptible, leaving him unaware of the extent of his advancement. The only source of regret was that, despite enduring numerous trials, he had yet to acquire the formidable ability known as Domain. With a thought, Li Chaoyang accessed his personal panel. The character information was displayed clearly. Host, Li Chaoyang age, 12 years soul power, level 30, innate soul power level 10, items, none soul rings. First soul ring, white, 99 years. Soul skill, upgrade, second soul ring, 1000 year, 1400 years, soul skill space. Self-created soul skills, Dragon Emperor Dimensional, Continuous Dragon Emperor Cannon, Dragon Emperor Shield, Dragon King Thunderwings. Constitution, 53 Mental Strength, 88-48 Martial Soul, Elemental Staff, Battle Dragon Emperor. Cultivation Method, Top-Tier Cultivation Technique, Knowledge of the Innate Soul Guidance Device. Soul Bone, Imperial Auspicious Beast External Head Bone, 12,000 years. Soul Mentor Level, Level 4 Innate Soul Guidance Device, Elemental Mayfly Cannon, Level 4. Items, Resurrection Card for the Deceased, Mysterious Secret Realm Map. Domain, Primary Healing Domain, Fate Domain. Upon closer inspection, Li Chaoyang discovered that the age of the Imperial Auspicious Beast's external head bone had indeed surpassed 10,000 years, endowing him with a new skill, the Imperial True Fire. This skill, astonishing in its description, allows for the seamless fusion of the ultimate flame with mental strength, launching a fierce assault on the opponent's soul. A slight smile graced Li Chaoyang's lips, a fleeting expression of satisfaction, soon to vanish. He pondered silently within. Indeed, his strength had significantly increased. Yet it was regrettable that he had not attained mastery over a domain. It seemed he had been solely focused on slaying monsters to elevate his levels, neglecting the opportune moments for enlightenment, which was truly a pity. Li Chaoyang's gaze gradually shifted towards the enigmatic spatial tunnel. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed with caution, then unhesitatingly infused a substantial amount of mental energy into the Silver Dragon King's reverse scale, directly posing a question to it. The reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King flickered slightly, and a chilling voice resonated in Li Chaoyang's mind. Enter. Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King's words, Li Chaoyang did not hesitate for an instant. His figure flickered, and he stepped directly into the spatial tunnel. Once he entered the tunnel, he swiftly arrived in an entirely new realm. This new space, while still predominantly black, was noticeably smaller than the previous one. Without delay, Li Chaoyang transformed his right hand into the dragon cannon state, casually surveying his surroundings. After selecting a direction, he fired a shot without hesitation. In an instant, the cannon roared, shattering the space in that direction and giving birth to a brand new expanse, identical in size to the original. Undeterred, Li Chaoyang then fired successive shots from the Dragon Emperor cannon towards 3 other directions of the original space. However, The outcome this time was starkly different. The three targeted directions did not shatter. Instead, they manifested three imposing purple giant dragons. The purple destruction dragon possessed an elongated body, gliding through the darkness like a nimble purple lightning. Its dark purple scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, and the spines along its back resembled inverted blades. Emanating a chilling aura, its double horns loomed, ignited by ghostly purple flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all in existence. With elongated golden eyes akin to split thunder patterns, it exuded boundless majesty and coldness. When it spread its wings, the membrane sparkled with star-like brilliance, resembling the twinkling stars of the night sky. Its sharp claws left scorch marks in their wake. This creature was one of the few possessing the ultimate destructive attributes among powerful soul beasts. By heavens! Li Qiaoyang couldn't help but exclaim. These three purple destruction dragons had existed for at least 30,000 years. Such soul beasts, bearing the true dragon bloodline, possessed strength comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. This was a dire situation. Immediately, Li Qiaoyang's expression turned serious as he swiftly summoned his elemental staff spirit, unhesitatingly employing his second soul skill, space. Just as he teleported away, three terrifying beams of ultimate destruction materialized where he had stood moments before. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Li Qiaoyang silently rejoiced. How perilous. Fortunately, I used my second soul skill in time. It appeared he could only rely on the sustained team now, with infinite endurance. Time slipped away quietly amidst the fierce battle. For hours later, as the colossal form of the last purple destruction dragon fell with a thunderous crash, transforming into a cloud of black mist that gradually flowed into Li Qiaoyang's body. He finally triumphed over these three formidable dragons, thanks to the sustained team, after an arduous 4-hour struggle. Yet, in the next moment, the invincible Li Qiaoyang also collapsed, his strength entirely exhausted from the preceding battle. Chapter 67, Familiarity. After regaining a modicum of energy, Li Qiaoyang gritted his teeth and prepared to confront 4 more purple destruction dragons. After an intense battle, he finally succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. He pondered to himself, I cannot continue like this. I will surely perish here from exhaustion. This place is exceedingly time-consuming. I must search for any peculiarities. Before long, Li Qiaoyang's strength began to recover. He rose to his feet once again, but this time, he chose not to recklessly disrupt the fabric of space. Instead, he began to meticulously observe the existing realm before him. Furrowing his brow, Li Qiaoyang mused internally. There appears to be nothing particularly extraordinary here. Logically, this should be my first visit, yet I am overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. How strange. Never mind. I shall focus on finding Gu Yuna without further delay. With that thought, Li Qiaoyang directed his mental energy into the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King. In an instant, the reverse scale radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling and resplendent. Little ghost, what troubles you now? Gu Yuna's voice, tinged with impatience, resonated from the luminous glow. Li Qiaoyang quickly donned a flattering smile, saying, Great Silver Dragon King, the purple radiance annihilation dragon in this second realm is formidable. I cannot defeat them. Do you possess any means that might allow me to pass through? Gu Yuna huffed lightly and replied, In truth, both the first and second realms harbor special paths. However, I am unaware of their exact locations. If memory serves, there was originally a map of this secret realm, though it has long since been lost. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Li Qiaoyang's face as he remarked, I see. Very well. Subsequently, he stored the Silver Dragon King's reverse scale in his soul tool, his demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon. Instead of continuing his search for clues, he opted to lie down on the ground, adopting a posture of surrender. Reclining with his legs crossed, he muttered, A map. If only I had a map, this task would be so much simpler. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he sat up abruptly, exclaiming, Wait, the secret realm map. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished through the spatial passage, returning to the previous realm. Upon arriving back in the black space of the first realm, Li Qiaoyang began to scrutinize his surroundings with increasing excitement. His eyes widened as he shouted, Yes, yes. Exactly. He then retrieved the mysterious secret realm map obtained from completing a system task and began to compare it meticulously. The terrain of the first realm matched the map precisely, down to the finest detail. A radiant smile spread across his face, as bright as the sun in spring. Without hesitation, he sprinted back to the second realm, summoning his second martial soul, the Battle Dragon Emperor. Following the route indicated on the map, Li Qiaoyang commanded the Battle Dragon Emperor to unleash a powerful Dragon Emperor cannon in that direction. With a thunderous explosion, the space shattered instantaneously. Yet instead of the purple radiance annihilation dragon, a brand new realm emerged. Just as I suspected, This mysterious secret realm map obtained from the system is indeed the map of the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon's domain. Li Chaoyang shouted with exhilaration. An hour later, after a challenging exploration, Li Chaoyang successfully traversed the second space. The end of the second space revealed a spatial passage, which on the map displayed 3 distinct areas, suggesting this was indeed the final trial. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chaoyang strode confidently into the passage. Upon entering, he found himself in a realm of darkness. Yet unlike the previous 2 spaces, the depths of this one were suffused with an enigmatic green luminescence, alluring and mysterious, as though concealing boundless secrets. Li Chaoyang surmised that this must be the location of what Guyu Na sought. With this thought, he summoned his Dragon Emperor martial soul once more and resolutely advanced toward the verdant glow. This time, he refrained from using the Dragon Emperor cannon to clear his path, as the third area on the map lacked designated routes, leading him to speculate that perhaps such drastic measures were unnecessary. As he neared the source of the green light, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the air, reminiscent of an ancient beast, imbued with unyielding majesty and strength. The roar surged like an invisible tidal wave, propelling Li Chaoyang back to the edge of the space, where he struggled to regain his balance and come to a halt. Li Chaoyang slowly raised his gaze, directing it toward the origin of the thunderous dragon's roar. In an instant, a colossal purple destruction dragon materialized before him. Its size so immense it was nearly twice that of the dragon he had encountered in the second space, resembling a towering mountain that bridged the heavens and the earth. Li Chaoyang observed intently, calculating that this purple destruction dragon's cultivation must have reached at least 100,000 years, its oppressive aura palpable in the air, rendering his breath momentarily suspended. It seemed he was on the brink of an unprecedented battle. Sweat unconsciously began to bead on his forehead, trickling down his cheek. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed a fierce barrage of the Dragon Emperor's cannon, akin to a meteor streaking through the sky, aimed directly at the purple destruction dragon. To his astonishment, the dragon did not evade this fierce onslaught, instead bracing itself to absorb the impact. Doubts began to swirl in Li Chaoyang's mind. This purple destruction dragon was indeed peculiar. After all, if it were a typical 100,000-year soul beast endowed with terrifying destructive power, not even a pinnacle Douluo of level 98 could hope to contend with it. After being struck by the Dragon Emperor's cannon, the purple destruction dragon exhibited signs of pain. Each attack unleashed by Li Chaoyang's Dragon Emperor harbored unparalleled destructive force and spatial energy. Even a soul beast of such a dragon-like caliber as the purple destruction dragon would find it arduous to withstand the dual assault of these extreme attributes. However, what perplexed Li Chaoyang further was that, instead of retaliating as he had anticipated, the purple destruction dragon remained motionless, seemingly entranced and rooted in place. Li Chaoyang couldn't help but feel a momentary shock, pondering to himself, what is the true intention of the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon? In that instant, a brilliant green light surged forth from the very core of the space, illuminating the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon's head like a sharp sword. A miracle occurred. The wounds on the dragon's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it had completely returned to its former state, followed by a thunderous dragon roar that resonated through the heavens. Fortunately, Li Chaoyang was prepared this time, with his unwavering will and profound cultivation. He withstood the powerful shockwave and was not thrown off balance by the roar. The Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon chose not to launch a direct assault, instead remaining still, as if waiting for something, awaiting Li Chaoyang's next move. Li Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback, secretly relieved that the dragon would not attack unprovoked. If it had truly gone on the offensive, given his current strength, he would have scarcely had time to utilize his first martial soul's spatial soul technique. After carefully observing the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon for a while and confirming that it showed no signs of aggression, the weight in his heart finally lifted. It appeared that this final trial was a test of his own offensive prowess. Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to restore his soul power and mental energy with all his might. Soon, under his focused recuperation, his strength was fully restored. Both his physical and soul energies reached their peak state, akin to a beast poised to leap into action, ready to embrace new challenges. Li Chaoyang spoke no further, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he fixed his sight on the dragon's head. Suddenly, he struck again with an unparalleled Dragon Emperor's dimensional assault, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, crashing down upon the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon. The terrifying energy erupted upon impact, unleashing a cataclysmic wave. However, to his astonishment, only minor wounds appeared on the dragon's head, which were swiftly healed by the green light emanating from the depths of space. Li Chaoyang felt a surge of confusion. Something was amiss. Logically, Any being struck by the Dragon Emperor's dimensional assault should find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such overwhelming destructive power and ought to be utterly annihilated. Could it be that the head was not the dragon's weak point? Chapter 69, Insufficient Foundation. Li Chaoyang's thoughts churned in turmoil, and after a moment, a chilling dread seized him. This is impossible. His mind raced, plummeting into a frigid abyss. The Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon had clearly made no defensive maneuvers. The extreme destructive nature of the attack should have been countered only by an even greater force to withstand the Dragon Emperor's dimensional assault. Yet that level of damage was far from what he should have inflicted. Fear coiled around his heart like creeping vines. The outcome of that strike shattered his understanding, leaving him shaken even in his perception of his own power. He stood there, frozen, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Had it not been for the binding of the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon, this protracted state of bewilderment would have sufficed for his demise 100 or even 1,000 times over. Instinctively, he retreated a step, as if to escape this suffocating reality. Yet, in the next instant, a deeper resolve overwhelmed his fear. He lunged forward, flames reigniting in his eyes. Once more, he soared into the air, his right arm raised triumphantly above his head. At the dragon cannon, the cataclysmic energy vortex of the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension surged forth, frantically coalescing as the ultimate destruction and spatial fluctuations tore through the air. Boom! The second Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension roared forth, hurtling towards the colossal dragon form. However, an even more heart-stopping scene unfolded. The massive maw of the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon opened wide, swallowing the terrifying energy that could obliterate mountains. As if it were a mere morsel, a deep, resonant thud echoed from its throat, as wisps of gray-black smoke, tinged with the essence of annihilation, lazily escaped between its teeth. Amidst this suffocating silence, a clear, chilling golden numeral 3 suddenly materialized upon the dragon's brow. Li Chaoyang's pupils constricted. The remaining number of attacks? A fleeting thought flashed through his mind, and he instantly comprehended. The numeral above signified his last remaining chance. Once it reached 0, this terrifying beast would regain its freedom. And given its demonstrated power and his earlier provocation, the outcome would be nothing short of his utter obliteration. No soul beast would tolerate the repeated taunts of the weak, let alone one of such magnitude. There was no time for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Li Chaoyang summoned his soul power once more. The third Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension unleashed its fury. This time, it was met not with a silent devouring roar. The Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon emitted an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves, far from formless, coalesced into visible, substantial purple-black sound waves, sweeping forth like a hammer of destruction. Li Chaoyang's once proud Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension shattered like fragile glass under the onslaught of this pure sound wave, vanishing without a trace. The terrifying impact struck Li Chaoyang with brutal force, causing him to grunt and stagger back several steps, his vital energy surging, draining the last vestige of color from his face. How could this be? An overwhelming sense of powerlessness and deeper fear engulfed him. At this moment, the numeral above the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon had changed from 3 to the cold and glaring 2. Twice. He had but 2 opportunities for attack remaining. In his current state, even if he exerted every ounce of his strength for 2 more assaults, the result was inevitable. The number would mercilessly descend to 1. Then to 0, marking his demise. He dared not contemplate further, as the instinct for survival eclipsed all else. In a flash, he unhesitatingly slipped into the second space. The second space. As soon as he landed, it felt as if all his bones had been extracted, his legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Cold sweat soaked his back, and his heart raced furiously. Trembling, he reached into his storage soul guide and retrieved the iridescent reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King. Without hesitation, he infused his spiritual power into it. The reverse scale hummed, and a brilliant array of colors erupted, enveloping his entire being in a gentle yet mysterious embrace. Moments later, a voice, cool yet laced with a hint of languor, resonated directly within his consciousness. "Why are you so quick to find me again?" Li Chaoyang, momentarily disregarding her teasing tone, spoke with a raspy urgency born of survival. "Lord Silver Dragon, I can't harm it. The Purple Huang Mietian Dragon of the third trial renders my attacks completely ineffective. What should I do?" The light of the reverse scale flickered steadily, as Guyuna's voice exuded a serene understanding. "You are too hasty, Li Chaoyang. Your ultimate destructive attribute is inherently unstable. The reckless absorption of such an abundance of pure destructive force may appear to enhance your power, but it is akin to piling massive stones upon rotting wood, only hastening its collapse. What you require is consolidation, a firm foundation, rather than a singular pursuit of power." Her tone paused, seemingly lost in distant memories. the weight of unspoken sorrow subtly woven into her words. However, given your current strength, reaching the third trial is commendable. The last individual who dared to challenge this place was a true dragon soul beast that broke through 100,000 years 5,000 years ago. It experienced a rare mutation upon ascension, inadvertently awakening ultimate destructive power. It was, aside from you, the only other challenger in the secret realm. It had traversed the first trial in 3 days and spent 3 years enduring the trials of the second. As for the third trial, Gu Yuna's voice grew somber. As if touching upon a painful memory she wished to forget. It did not emerge. It perished within. Had Li Chaoyang been able to witness Gu Yuna's expression at that moment, he would have been struck by the profound pain that flickered across her exquisite countenance. That soul beast was a true dragon, possessing divine blood. The last to emerge from the dragon egg brought back from the divine realm by Emperor Tian during the Dragon God War. In the Stardow Forest, many such true dragon soul beasts once hatched, but due to the relentless hunting by human warriors, only the Purple Princess and the Hellish Dragon remained. The light of the reverse scale dimmed momentarily, bearing the silent regret of its master. Chapter 70. The Sacrifice. Soon, Gu Yuna gradually withdrew from the depths of sorrow, lifting her gaze to Li Chaoyang, her tone imbued with a blend of firmness and tenderness. Little one, first calm yourself and allow for some reflection. As long as you perform as you usually do, you will undoubtedly pass the trial. Have you not already broken through to level 30? I shall summon that beast willing to sacrifice itself for you, while also compressing your soul power to further solidify your foundation. By the way, should you ascend to godhood in the future, do not forget to revive him. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Li Chaoyang's lips, and he responded eagerly, rest assured. Lord Silver Dragon, I will remember. Yet, he inquired, what exactly is this beast? Gu Yuna parted her ruby lips and replied slowly, the Red King. The very beast you inadvertently injured while teaming up with Yan Shaozhe last time. Li Chaoyang's smile blossomed further, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Oh, so it is the Red King. Lord Silver Dragon, why did you specifically choose him? The Red King is one of the 10 fearsome beasts. How powerful he must be. Gu Yuna sighed lightly and explained, his origin has been damaged, and his time is short. Nevertheless, he still harbors ambitions, wishing to exert a final effort in the twilight of his life. Li Chaoyang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but express his sentiments. It seems he is indeed a loyal individual. At that moment, a spark of realization lit up Li Chaoyang's eyes as if he had recalled something of great significance. He hastily inquired, by the way, esteemed Silver Dragon King, the Dream Eye Silkworm has not escaped, has it? Gu Yuna paused slightly, her brow furrowing in curiosity as she replied, what is it? It has not escaped. But is there something unusual? And how did you come to know of the Dream Eye Silkworm's existence? Li Chaoyang chuckled softly, feigning mystery. That is something you need not concern yourself with. I have my own channels. This is a secret, you see. Of course, Li Chaoyang was well aware that his source was the original novel, a fact he could not disclose to Gu Yuna. Upon hearing this, a playful smile graced Gu Yuna's lips. Oh, how intriguing. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chaoyang continued, esteemed Silver Dragon King. It would be prudent for you to refrain from absorbing its life energy for the time being. It seems it has developed thoughts of escape, wishing to merge with the so-called Destined One. I would prefer that this process does not occur prematurely. I suggest you have Emperor Tian supervise it personally, otherwise, it may escape at any moment. The Destined One? Gu Yuna's brow furrowed as she fell into contemplation. Observing her reaction, Li Chaoyang quickly added, it is now impossible to win over the Destined One. That individual is named Hui Yuhao, and he has already drawn the attention of Tang San, the sea god and Shura god from 10,000 years ago. Furthermore, Tang San has abducted Hui Yuhao's mother's soul. We are no longer aligned with him. Understanding dawned upon her. A sharp glimmer flashed in Gu Yuna's eyes, as if she had discerned a truth. Please wait here for a moment. With that, she vanished in an instant. Before long, Gu Yuna had arranged everything. First, Emperor Tian was closely monitoring the Dream Eye Silkworm, ensuring it had no opportunity to escape. Second, she had dispatched the King of all Demons to investigate Hui Yuhao's background and movements. Third, she returned with the Scarlet King, prepared to make further arrangements for Li Chaoyang. Chapter 71. The Offering. Li Chaoyang remained seated in silence, diligently compressing his soul power. Soon, a mysterious spatial tunnel, akin to a magical door that silently opened in the dark of night, suddenly appeared before him. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yuna and the Scarlet King emerged from the tunnel, walking with steady and imposing steps. Li Chaoyang raised his gaze, calmly meeting their eyes, while Gu Yuna slightly lifted hers to lock onto his. After a moment, Gu Yuna parted her crimson lips, her voice cold and resolute. All right, Scarlet King, prepare yourself. Let us commence the offering. Upon hearing this, the battle-scarred body of the Scarlet King trembled slightly. It bowed its ancient head, showing utmost respect as it said, "I shall obey the command of my sovereign." With that, the Scarlet King turned its fearsome yet complex head towards Li Chaoyang, glaring fiercely as it growled, "You. It is you. Let bygones be bygones. You must complete this assessment. Otherwise." Within the depths of the Crimson King's eyes, two terrifying beams of red light suddenly erupted, resembling the hellish flames of the netherworld, instilling a chilling dread. Li Chaoyang's expression shifted sharply, and he respectfully bowed, responding, "I shall undoubtedly exert my utmost effort and fulfill the entrusted task, esteemed Crimson King. By the way, Senior Gu Yuna, may we venture forth to carry out the sacrifice? I harbor no intention of fleeing. You may have Emperor Tian and the others monitor us closely." Li Chaoyang wished to test whether he could seize an opportunity, for he found solace in the idea of possessing such fortune within himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yuna's cool voice echoed once more indeed. In her eyes, a mere level 30 soul master, when faced with the pursuit of a 890,000-year-old true dragon soul beast, was akin to an ant attempting to escape the grasp of a dragon. It was utterly impossible. Having spoken, Gu Yuna gracefully lifted her delicate hand, reopening a spatial passage. The portal exuded a profound glow, as if connecting to another mysterious realm. Without a shred of doubt, Li Chaoyang, Gu Yuna, and the Crimson King stepped into the passage. The core of the Star Do forest resembled a sanctuary shielded by enigmatic forces. Emperor Tian seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly unfurling his colossal dragon wings, which blotted out the sun and appeared capable of stirring the very winds and clouds. In an instant, he surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, racing towards the outside world. Simultaneously, in the mixed region of the Star Do forest, in the volcanic area under the Crimson King's dominion, the seething magma churned violently at the volcano's mouth, emanating an unnerving heat. A spatial rift appeared unexpectedly above this region, and soon after, Li Chaoyang, Gu Yuna, and the Crimson King emerged slowly from the fissure. Gu Yuna cast a final, deep glance at the Crimson King, her previously cool demeanor becoming increasingly grave. She addressed the Crimson King, saying, "Let us commence here." "As you command, my lord," the Crimson King replied in a deep voice. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's words, Li Chaoyang's expression turned serious as he summoned his first martial soul, the elemental staff. The staff bore two soul rings, one white and one purple, shimmering with mysterious light as they gradually enveloped Li Chaoyang. Before long, the entire form of the Crimson King ignited in flames. These flames were not the regional fire he typically commanded, but rather a blaze imbued with boundless power and a tragic sacrificial essence. In the next moment, a towering pillar of fire erupted from the Crimson King, soaring like an enraged fire dragon into the heavens, instantly staining the sky a shocking crimson. As if the very heavens wept for this somber scene. Before long, a massive pillar of fire descended from the sky, bearing the force to obliterate the earth, striking down towards Li Chaoyang with unerring precision. In that instant, the space surrounding Li Chaoyang and the Crimson King seemed to hit a pause button. Everything fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen, and the world around them remained utterly still. At that moment, all powerhouses above level 98 across the continent seemed to sense this extraordinary surge of energy, collectively lifting their gazes toward the direction of the Star Do forest. Within the Shrek Academy, Xuanzi furrowed his brows slightly and inquired of his companion, Muen, Elder Muen, given the commotion, could this be a beast's sacrificial offering? Muen nodded slightly, his expression grave as he replied, "Indeed, it is a sacrificial offering by a ferocious beast." A flicker of excitement crossed Xuanzi's eyes as he prepared to speak. But Muen raised his hand to gesture for silence, saying, "Our foremost task now is to fully assist Shaozhe in passing the divine examination. The matter of the beast's sacrifice is not our concern. Let us not forget that the beast god, Emperor Tian, resides within the Star Do forest. Even if we rashly venture forth, we may not reap any benefits." Meanwhile, in the Soul Engineer department, Yan Shaozhe teasingly addressed Qian Duoduo, "You are being rather foolish. You still haven't reached level 9 as a soul mentor, while Xian Liner has surpassed you by a week. Perhaps it's time to consider someone else." Qian Duoduo, incensed, puffed out his beard and was about to retort when he noticed Yan Shaozhe's expression shift abruptly to one of seriousness as he gazed towards the direction of the Star Do forest. Instantly, Qian Duoduo's demeanor grew grave, and he asked, "What is it, Shaozhe?" Yan Shaozhe replied in a low voice, "It is the beast's sacrifice. I must consult with the teacher regarding our next steps." With that, in the blink of an eye, Yan Shaozhe vanished like a wraith from the Soul Engineer laboratory. Chapter 72, The Sacrifice in the Tiando Empire, within the hall of the main body sect. The bald Elder Jean wore a serious expression as he turned to the elderly man beside him, who sported a receding hairline and sparse green hair, and urgently inquired, "Sect Master, what do you make of this sky ablaze with red light?" However, the poison immortal Sect Master, without allowing him to finish, impatiently waved his hand and calmly stated, "News has already arrived from above. This matter does not require our concern." In the Haotian sect, situated atop a majestic peak, a muscular middle-aged man frowned deeply and addressed his companion, "Elder brother, with such a significant event as a beast sacrifice, I wish to investigate further." The companion raised a hand to halt him, his brow furrowed. "An order has come down from above prohibiting our interference." Sigh. "I can only hope that the ferocious beast is not acting out of desperation but is willingly offering itself, as we would." Deep within the depths of the evil spirit forest in the Sun-Moon Empire, a figure clad in black, shrouded in darkness, gazed into the distance. A hint of regret flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Alas, the distance is too great, otherwise." Within the palace of the Sun-Moon Empire, an elderly man with white hair and beard, his gaze profound, slowly turned his eyes towards the Star-Do forest. Su Tianran, seated in a wheelchair, perceptively noticed the old man's movement and instinctively followed his gaze towards the Star-Do forest. Inside the mysterious and profound region of the Star-Do forest, Emperor Tian, after enduring numerous tribulations, finally arrived at the site of the Red King's sacrifice. With a flicker, he transformed into human form and quietly approached Gu Yuna from behind. Standing respectfully, "Emperor Tian, how fares the Dream Eye Silkworm?" Gu Yuna's cold voice resonated. Emperor Tian promptly replied, "I have ordered the myriad demon kings to keep a close watch. There will be no mistakes." "Good." Gu Yuna nodded slightly, her expression serene. At that moment, a mysterious black orb appeared abruptly above the sacrificial altar where Zhuang was offering his tribute to Li Qiaoyang. Tian's expression changed drastically. Filled with terror as he exclaimed, "What is that? I can sense a divine aura emanating from it. Could it be that the divine realm has taken note of our actions?" Gu Yuna remained composed, utilizing her formidable mental strength and divine sense to assess the situation. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes as she declared, "This entity does not originate from the divine realm. Such an aura does not exist there. It is highly likely a fragment of divine consciousness from a powerful being of another dimension. Allow me to capture it." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yuna moved to act. However, the black orb seemed to possess a will of its own, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly entering Li Qiaoyang's body, merging seamlessly with him. Indeed, this black orb was a fragment of the divine consciousness belonging to the necromancer Ilex. Li Qiaoyang had intended to attract it during his sacrificial ritual, and to his astonishment, he had succeeded. Although the system had issued a task for him to accept Hui Yuhao as a disciple, the fragment had not yet fallen into Hui Yuhao's possession. Thus it could hardly be deemed a snatching of a disciple's belongings. After all, Hui Yuhao was completely unaware of this matter. In this world, only Li Qiaoyang was privy to it. Perhaps even the heavens were aware, but the earth remained oblivious. At that moment, Wang's voice resonated within Li Qiaoyang's sea of consciousness. "Young one, it seems an anomaly has intruded. However, let us not dwell on it for now. My time is limited, so tell me, which piece of soul bone do you desire?" Without hesitation, Li Qiaoyang replied, "The right leg bone." Wang responded, "Very well." With that, Wang ceased to hesitate and concentrated all its power into forming the soul bone. It understood that, with merely 200,000 years of cultivation, and considering Li Qiaoyang's dual martial souls and extraordinary attributes, he would inevitably possess soul bones and soul rings of at least 100,000 years in the future. Moreover, among the soul bones it could provide, the leg bone boasted the highest quality. The towering beam of light gradually dissipated as Wang completed the sacrificial offering. Slowly closing its eyes, its form transformed into countless molecules, dispersing into the cosmos. Generally, there are 3 methods of soul beast sacrifice. The first is the most ordinary, allowing the soul of the beast to be preserved, enabling rebirth. The second involves a soul sacrifice, which tightly binds the destinies of the sacrificer and the recipient, allowing the former to reside within the latter's sea of consciousness. The third method is a complete sacrifice, as Wang was currently undertaking. It released all its power, along with its soul, sacrificing itself entirely, rendering it incapable of rebirth or cohabitation with the recipient. This third method of sacrifice is profoundly cruel, yet it exemplifies Wang's unwavering loyalty and devotion to Gu Yuna, steadfast until death. Chapter 73, The Fourth Sacrifice. Shortly thereafter, a resplendent light shone forth, as a 100,000-year red soul ring gradually coalesced above Li Qiaoyang's head, resembling a blazing sun. Simultaneously, his right leg radiated a dazzling crimson glow, as if a mysterious and formidable power surged within. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth from Li Qiaoyang like a tidal wave. causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to tremble. Mere moments later, the resplendent red soul ring, symbolizing supreme glory and power, settled firmly upon him. While the soul bone at his right leg successfully completed its absorption, allowing a new and formidable force to circulate quietly within him. At this moment, Li Chaoyang was encircled by 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 purple, and 1 red, representing a fearsome configuration. Notably, the red soul ring was no ordinary artifact. It shimmered with a brilliant hue, adorned with 2 golden rings, clearly indicating that it was a soul ring from a fearsome beast, aged an astonishing 200,000 years. In this vast and boundless world, an individual possessing such a terrifying soul ring, once they mature, would undoubtedly achieve extraordinary feats, likely ascending to the revered status of a Limit Douluo, towering over the realm of soul masters and casting a gaze upon all beings below. Taking a deep breath, Li Chaoyang gradually completed the absorption of the soul ring, eagerly exploring the 2 powerful skills it bestowed, alongside the 2 unique abilities contained within the soul bone. The overwhelming and surging power left him in quiet admiration. Simultaneously, his soul power, bolstered by the sacrifice of the ferocious beast, the Red King, skyrocketed like a rocket, ultimately reaching an astonishing level of 39. While level 39 may seem juvenile in a world brimming with formidable beings, it is noteworthy that the Red King had devoted nearly all its energy to fortifying Li Chaoyang's foundation. Only a minuscule fraction of energy remained, supplemented by the black mist, which propelled him to this realm. With a mere thought, Li Chaoyang accessed his personal panel, revealing a series of clear and staggering details. Character information: Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 12 years. Soul power, level 39. Innate soul power, level 10. Items: none. Soul rings. First soul ring, white, 99 years. Soul skill, upgrade. Second soul ring, purple, 1,400 years. Soul skill, space. Third soul ring, red, 200,000 years. Soul skills, crimson demon shield, hellfire. Self-created soul skills, Dragon Emperor's other dimension, Pearl Dragon Emperor cannon, Dragon King's shield, Dragon King's thunderwing. Physique, 61. Mental power, 10,086. Martial soul, elemental staff, Battle Dragon Emperor. Cultivation method, top-tier cultivation technique, knowledge of innate soul guide devices. Soul bones, Emperor's auspicious beast external head bone, 13,888 years. Region, 3-headed mastiff right leg soul bone, 200,000 years. Soul mentor level, level 4. Innate soul guide device, elemental mayfly cannon, level 4. Items: resurrection card, mysterious secret realm map. Domains: healing domain, beginner, fate domain. Soul skill explanations: crimson demon shield. This skill can be cast on allies or oneself, providing an incredibly resilient shield capable of withstanding 3 powerful attacks. Hellfire. Upon activation, this skill enhances the fire attribute of an ally's attributes. If the ally already possesses a fire attribute, it significantly amplifies its strength. Additionally, it boosts all of the ally's attributes by 40. Region, 3-headed mastiff right leg soul bone skills, crimson demon domain. Upon the release of this domain, the surrounding space becomes enveloped in a golden crimson mist. This mist harbors potent soul force toxins, capable of diminishing the operational efficiency of an opponent's soul power, rendering them unable to unleash their full potential in battle. Concurrently, it augments one's own attack power and speed, empowering the user as if they were a tiger with wings. The domain is also accompanied by formidable mental pressure. Lower-tier soul masters who find themselves within it will experience a brief state of dizziness. Call of Destiny. Within 1 year, a human target may be marked. During this year, one can unconditionally teleport to the side of that target, with the soul power consumed varying according to distance. This skill is a veritable lifeline, providing Li Chaoyang with a formidable safeguard in a world rife with peril. Li Chaoyang gazed at the soulbone skill, Call of Destiny. A subtle smile gracing his lips as confidence radiated from him. He pondered inwardly. It must be due to the Crimson King possessing such a formidable skill that the Emperor Tian and the others arranged for his protection of the Divine Beast. After all, being near the Divine Beast not only extends one's lifespan, but also enhances the speed of cultivation and increases the probability of overcoming tribulations. With so many benefits, who wouldn't be tempted? The more Li Chaoyang thought, the more he felt his conjecture was sound. After meticulously reviewing his personal panel, Li Chaoyang focused his mind and entered the sea of consciousness. His gaze fell upon the mysterious orb, and he silently contemplated. Let us see if I can procure a piece of the essence of life from you. If not now, then I shall have to wait until the Soul Master Tournament to acquire it through auction. Chapter 74, Domain of Destruction. Before long, Li Chaoyang gracefully emerged from his sea of consciousness, as if he had merely experienced a fleeting and wondrous dream. At this moment, Emperor Tian and Gu Yuna stood before him like two majestic deities, silently observing him. A gentle smile graced Gu Yuna's lips as she looked at Li Chaoyang with soft eyes, softly inquiring, "How does the skill bestowed upon you by the Crimson King fare?" Li Chaoyang scratched the back of his head, his face alight with a radiant smile as he replied, "Quite well indeed. I am thoroughly satisfied." Emperor Tian, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, displaying impatience as he coldly interjected, "If you are satisfied, then cease your dawdling and swiftly proceed with the trial." "Understood. I shall complete the task with utmost speed," Li Chaoyang promptly responded respectfully. In the next moment, Gu Yuna gently placed her delicate, fair hand on Li Chaoyang's shoulder, slightly closing her eyes to sense his current physical condition. After a brief moment, she slowly opened her eyes and softly remarked, "By the way, a small black orb quietly entered your body. However, there is no need for concern. It is likely a fragment of consciousness, seemingly devoid of memory. It will greatly benefit your future growth and even your path to divinity." "Thank you, esteemed Silver Dragon King," Li Chaoyang said with a beaming smile, expressing his gratitude. With a gentle wave of her hand, a space portal radiating mysterious light appeared before Li Chaoyang. "There is no need for further thanks. Swiftly proceed with the trial," Gu Yuna stated calmly. "Certainly, esteemed Silver Dragon," Li Chaoyang continued to respond with a cheerful smile. And then, with a flicker of his form, he dashed like a streak of light into the spatial passage, returning to the second space. Emperor Tian gazed at the direction in which Li Chaoyang had departed, slightly tilting his head to inquire of the nearby Gu Yuna, "My lord, do you truly place such trust in this human boy?" Gu Yuna gently shook her head, her gaze profound and distant, as she slowly replied, "It is not merely trust in him, but rather the fate of the auspicious beast and the choice of the Dragon King's relic compel us to place our faith in him. Furthermore, what is the current status of the human named Hui Yuhao?" Emperor Tian bowed slightly and respectfully answered, "My lord, Hui Yuhao remains within the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. Recently, he has just broken through to level 10, and it is likely he will soon venture into the Stardow Forest." Gu Yuna's eyes instantly sparkled like stars twinkling in the night sky as she stated, "Good. Once he steps into the Stardow Forest, ensure that no soul beasts over 10,000 years old draw too near." Emperor Tian replied with utmost reverence, "Yes, my lord. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly elapsed. During this month, Li Chaoyang, through unwavering perseverance and extraordinary talent, successfully refined and condensed his soul power. Not only that, but he also traversed all regions of the second space, defeating the 30,000-year-old Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon and collecting a substantial amount of black mist. His soul power level skyrocketed like a rocket, achieving a successful breakthrough from level 39 to level 40, officially becoming a quasi-soul sect. Moreover, he still had considerable energy remaining. If he were to seek out a 1,000-year soul ring for absorption at this moment, his soul power level would reach at least level 45. Generally speaking, soul masters possessing extreme attribute martial souls experience a notably slow progression between levels 30 and 70. However, this trend seemed entirely ineffective in Li Chaoyang's case. In just over a month, he ascended from level 30 to level 40, a feat that could only be described as that of a prodigy. Throughout this month, Li Chaoyang's gains extended beyond mere minor enhancements to his external soul bones. He unexpectedly acquired a powerful domain, Destruction Domain. This was comprehended during the process of absorbing the black mist and sensing the pure destruction elements. Once activated, the Destruction Domain would imbue any attack with destruction attributes. It could suppress the opponent's attributes by 10 and reduce their attribute affinity by 20, while simultaneously enhancing his own attack power by 100. At this moment, Li Chaoyang felt his strength surging, brimming with confidence, as if he lacked nothing and possessed the capability to conclude this trial and successfully navigate the third space. Chapter 75. Ancestor of the Subdragons. Li Chaoyang walked steadily, slowly traversing the enigmatic spatial tunnel. As the light before him flashed, he found himself within the interior of the third space. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a colossal, awe-inspiring purple radiance annihilation dragon coiling in the air. Its head adorned with the glimmering numeral 2, signifying its 10,000 years of ancient existence. Li Chaoyang fixed his eyes upon the gigantic dragon, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "It is time to end this, little one." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Chaoyang's expression sharpened, and with swift precision, he formed hand seals, calling out in a low voice, "Dragon of War, manifest." In an instant, a radiant light surged forth as his battle dragon Emperor Martial Spirit was summoned, exuding an aura of fierce majesty. Shortly thereafter, Zhuang moved, perfectly merging with the battle dragon emperor, his entire being erupting with an overwhelming destructive power, as if he could rend the very fabric of this world asunder. In the next moment, the pair of violet dragon wings behind him trembled violently, propelling him skyward like a bolt of lightning. Standing tall amidst the clouds, his gaze fierce and resolute, he intoned, "Domain of fate, awaken. Domain of destruction, manifest. Soul skill of the right leg, crimson demon domain, arise." As his words fell, the three formidable domains surged forth like a tempest, enveloping the entirety of the space around him. The terrifying forces of these domains intertwined and layered upon one another, elevating Zhuang's attack power to a chillingly fearsome level. His eyes narrowed, and his right hand transformed into an omnipotent dragon cannon, raised high as he declared with deliberate enunciation, "Dragon Emperor's otherworldly dimension." In that moment, an unparalleled destructive force and an immense spatial energy coalesced in his grasp, forming a colossal vortex of energy that warped the very space surrounding it. Compared to the Dragon Emperor's otherworldly dimension he had unleashed a month prior, this strike was of an entirely different caliber. The previous iteration was merely a fade, grand yet lacking substance. Now, this strike not only boasted an awe-inspiring magnitude, but also contained the terrifying power to annihilate, truly embodying both beauty and efficacy. Once the energy of the Dragon Emperor's otherworldly dimension had fully gathered, Zhuang's gaze flashed with intensity as he unhesitatingly directed this fearsome energy toward the 100,000-year-old purple radiant annihilation dragon. The dragon, initially intent on struggling for a final resistance, found itself ensnared by an unyielding force, utterly unable to execute any skills, forced to witness the approach of the attack imbued with boundless destructive power. In the next heartbeat, the Dragon Emperor's otherworldly dimension soared forth like a brilliant meteor, instantly engulfing the purple radiant annihilation dragon. Under the weight of such a terrifying assault, the dragon had little hope of survival. It is important to note that, relying solely on its physical form, it was nearly impossible to withstand such extreme destructive attributes, even for a formidable, true dragon soul beast. Only through the harnessing of potent energy could one hope to counter this force of annihilation. Before long, the once mighty 100,000-year-old purple radiant annihilation dragon vanished completely from this realm, leaving behind an eerie silence. Zhuang, observing the defeat of the dragon, exhaled a sigh of relief and stretched languidly, murmuring to himself, "At last, it is over." At that moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task and earning the recognition of the purple radiant annihilation dragon. Reward: a soul bone from the right arm of the 100,000-year-old purple radiant annihilation dragon." Zhuang smiled gently, glancing down at the soul bone emanating a mysterious glow in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Quite commendable. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he placed the soul bone into his storage space. After securing the soul bone, Zhuang lifted his gaze towards the core source of life within the entire space. Contemplating silently, he mused, "This must surely be my next task." Upon contemplating this, Zhuang ceased his hesitation, extending his hands and gently placing them upon the source of life. However, the moment his hands made contact, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing his consciousness to vanish in an instant, as if he were plummeting into an endless abyss. When he regained awareness, he found himself within his own sea of consciousness. Zhuang slowly opened his eyes, gazing upon the vast expanse of his spiritual ocean. In this boundless realm, a terrifying dragon had emerged. It was a true dragon of colossal stature, exuding an imposing aura, as if it were the sovereign of this domain. Its body was adorned with deep purple crystalline scales, each glimmering with a mysterious and chilling light, while arcs of purple electricity danced between the gaps, suggesting a tempest brewing beneath. The dragon's head was fearsome, with horns resembling inverted swords entwined with enigmatic dark patterns, emanating a disquieting presence. Its eyes blazed like burning suns, fierce and frigid, seemingly capable of piercing through any soul. With its gaping maw revealing fangs akin to sharp daggers, it exhaled a sulphurous purple breath, warping the very fabric of space in its wake. Its limbs were robust and powerful, with claws like hooks glistening with a metallic sheen, their tips flickering with an otherworldly light, as if harboring boundless destructive force. The muscles of its legs bulged like solid rock. Each step it took sent ripples through the surrounding space. As it unfurled its wings, they overshadowed the sky, their membranes adorned with intricate purple patterns, resembling a celestial map of mystery. When it flapped, it stirred a tempest of purple wind, intertwining lightning and flames to create a breathtaking spectacle. Its tail, thick and serpentine, bore a sharp, gleaming tip, leaving behind purple afterimages as it lashed. producing a piercing sound that seemed capable of tearing through one's eardrums. Indeed, it was the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon King, an entity of unparalleled majesty and fearsome strength. It was the progenitor of the subdragons, born from the dragon god. As Li Chaoyang's gaze met that of the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon King, it felt as if countless stars swirled between them. The dragon spoke in a deep, resonant voice that transcended the boundaries of time and space. Though I know not how you acquired the map to my clan's treasures, its presence in your hands signifies that either you or your ancestors have been favored and recognized by the dragon god in a past life. Nevertheless, the dragon clan is now waning, and I, this old dragon nearing the end of my days, must exert my remaining strength. Young one, I wish to propose a trade. I am willing to sacrifice my last vestige of energy to empower your second soul. In return, on the day you ascend to divinity, could you restore me to life? Furthermore, when the Spirit Beast clan calls upon you, I hope you will stand with us against external foes. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of resolve and joy flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes, and without hesitation, he responded, Esteemed Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon King, I accept your offer. This transaction is undoubtedly a lucrative one for me. At the very least, I will gain the support of the Spirit Beast clan, making the acquisition of soul rings a far more effortless endeavor. Despite Li Chaoyang's profound awareness that agreeing to the conditions set forth by the Purple Destruction Dragon King could lead to antagonizing the exalted beings of the divine realm, he stood undaunted in the world of Douluo, now under Tang San's dominion. The path to divinity was destined to be fraught with challenges. Tang San, in a bid to solidify his position, had even resorted to using his only daughter as leverage to abduct the destined child of fortune, Hu Yuhao. How could he possibly tolerate the existence of Li Chaoyang, a potential threat? Moreover, Tang San's divine authority as the sea god was inherently reliant on the power of belief. Should an uncontrollable entity ascend to divinity within the Douluo realm, it would undoubtedly jeopardize the stability of his divine status, potentially inviting a calamity of demotion. Thus, Li Chaoyang's ambition to attain godhood was irrevocably intertwined with enmity towards Tang San and the entire divine hierarchy. Yet, Li Chaoyang felt no fear. Rather, he perceived this transaction as a lucrative opportunity. The Purple Destruction Dragon King, pleased with Li Chaoyang's prompt acquiescence, expressed a glimmer of satisfaction. Excellent. Let us commence. However, I have expended too much energy and can no longer condense a soul bone. Also, remember to deliver the source of life to the Silver Dragon King to aid her recovery. Li Chaoyang solemnly nodded. Rest assured, my Lord Purple Destruction Dragon. I shall keep this in mind. With that, he summoned his battle dragon Emperor Martial Soul without hesitation. In the next moment, a towering purple beam of light surged towards the sea of consciousness, imbued with potent destructive power, continuously expanding Li Chaoyang's mental expanse, as if to purify his very soul. Outside, within Shrek Academy, Muan, Yan Shaozhe, and Xuanzi simultaneously exhibited expressions of astonishment, each pondering, how is this possible? A ferocious beast is being sacrificed. Let us hope that the one making this sacrifice is not someone we know. This sentiment echoed not only among the powerful of Shrek Academy, but also resonated with the elites from the other four great empires, all of whom sensed this extraordinary aura and speculated inwardly. In the Star Dough Forest, the colossal black dragon, Emperor Tian, appeared to sense something amiss, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion as he murmured to himself, it seems he has succeeded. Before his words could fully dissipate, the black dragon transformed into human form and vanished in an instant, seemingly hastening to witness a significant moment. Within Li Chaoyang's sea of consciousness, the celestial beam had fully descended upon him, revealing a terrifying purple golden soul ring that emerged slowly, radiating a brilliance akin to the stars. In the following moment, Li Chaoyang stretched out his limbs, and a formidable aura erupted from him, shaking the very fabric of his mental ocean. Exhaling deeply, a satisfied smile graced his face. Delightful. Upon completing the sacrifice and regaining his composure, he swiftly grasped the source of life and exited the newly manifested spatial passage from the Purple Destruction Dragon King's secret realm, embarking on a new journey. Chapter 77, The Dream Ice Silkworm. Clutching the source of life, Li Chaoyang stepped steadily through the enigmatic spatial passage. As he set foot upon this land, the scenery opened up before him, revealing the shores of the Lake of Life. At that moment, Emperor Tian, accompanied by Xiong and other formidable beings, came into view. Tian nodded slightly, a smile of approval gracing his lips. His voice steady and powerful. You have performed admirably, earning the recognition of the Purple Emperor Dragon King. From this moment forth, you shall be a friend of the Star Dough Forest. Now, please hand over the source of life. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chaoyang reverently presented the source of life to Tian. Upon receiving it, Di Tian willed a spatial portal into existence, and together with Li Chaoyang, they ventured towards the location of Gu Yuna. Traversing the depths of the spatial tunnel, they arrived at the serene and enigmatic underwater cavern where the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, was recuperating. This place exuded tranquility and mystery, as if concealing endless secrets. Di Tian, without further ado, directly offered the source of life to Gu Yuna. Upon receiving it, Gu Yuna's face blossomed with a joyful smile. She turned to Li Chaoyang, her tone laced with approval. "Little one, you have indeed done well. Speak, what else do you desire?" In high spirits, Gu Yuna had initially presumed that Li Chaoyang would have to wait 30 years to become a super Douluo before he could access the third space. To her astonishment, he had achieved it at the 40th rank. The source of life was of paramount importance to her, sufficient to restore half of her injuries. Though only half, it would grant her the freedom to move without the constraints of her wounds. A glint of cunning flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, "I wish to slay the heavenly dream ice silkworm and absorb it as my fourth spirit ring. Additionally, I seek to ascertain the precise location of Hui Yuhao. Lastly, if I could obtain a fragment of the life gold, that would be splendid." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's desire for the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Di Tian's expression darkened. Just as he was about to interject, Gu Yuna gently gestured for silence. With a profound gaze directed at Li Chaoyang, she inquired, "What leads you to such a notion?" Li Chaoyang responded earnestly, "You must sense it, or perhaps the divine beast has also detected it. The fortune of the heavenly dream ice silkworm is rapidly ascending. This is due to its future sacrificial bond with Hui Yuhao, who is destined to become Tang San's ally and, inevitably, our adversary. Therefore, I cannot allow it to fall into enemy hands. Moreover, should you contemplate directly eliminating Hui Yuhao, I advise against it. The child of fate cannot be easily slain. For every ferocious beast you send, an equal number will encounter unforeseen circumstances or be vanquished by passing powerhouses. The sole method to diminish the child of fate's fortune is to weaken it." Gu Yuna pondered Li Chaoyang's words, recognizing the undeniable rise in the heavenly dream ice silkworm's fortune. Not only she, but even the imperial divine beast, the three-eyed golden lion, had sensed it. After a moment, she spoke slowly, "You are correct. Let us proceed as you suggest. As for Hui Yuhao's location, follow Di Tian. I shall instruct him to guide you. However, to request the life gold is rather audacious. That shall not be granted." Upon hearing Gu Yuna acquiesce to most of his requests, Li Chaoyang's heart swelled with joy, and he promptly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Silver Dragon King." Immediately thereafter, Gu Yuna waved her right hand gently, and a radiant spatial tunnel materialized before Li Chaoyang. Without hesitation, the three of them, she, Di Tian, and Li Chaoyang, stepped into the tunnel. As they reappeared, they had arrived at the confinement space of the Dream Ice Silkworm. The surroundings were enveloped in powerful seals, within which the Dream Ice Silkworm was bound, unable to move even slightly. This seal was personally set by Gu Yuna, otherwise, it would be impossible to restrain the Dream Ice Silkworm, the most formidable spirit entity beneath the gods of the Douluo world. Gu Yuna turned to Li Chaoyang, her tone calm, yet resolute. "Proceed without hesitation. I shall assist in sealing any excess energy afterwards." Chapter 78. The trial concludes. Li Chaoyang did not utter a single word. With a swift motion, he summoned his battle dragon martial soul. In an instant, a wave of pressure surged forth. He unleashed the formidable skill, Dragon Emperor's Dimension. And the overwhelming energy surged like a torrential flood, instantly engulfing the weakest million-year-old soul beast, the Dream Ice Silkworm. As the Dream Ice Silkworm was devoured, a resplendent platinum soul ring, shimmering like the stars, gradually emerged. Simultaneously, a mysterious 100,000-year head soul bone appeared before him. The fate of the Dream Ice Silkworm was indeed peculiar, as if it had been ensconced in a beautiful dream, growing in an ethereal realm, ultimately achieving 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Yet, who could have foreseen that it would meet a merciless end in this seemingly glorious, yet ephemeral existence? Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang swiftly took action, summoning his primary martial soul, the elemental staff. The staff flickered with an unusual light, directly attracting the million-year soul ring of the Dream Ice Silkworm, preparing for absorption. Gu Yuna, with her keen gaze, remained vigilant regarding Li Chaoyang's movements. Upon witnessing him begin to absorb the soul ring, she gracefully raised her delicate hand. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful magic array formed, placed directly upon the soul ring he was absorbing. This array acted as a robust barrier, sealing away much of the soul ring's immense energy, leaving only the portion that Li Chaoyang could absorb unaided. Time flowed quietly, and after a day, Li Chaoyang finally succeeded in absorbing the sealed Dream Ice Silkworm's soul ring. At this moment, his aura was grand and powerful, as if an invisible force surged within him. However, just as he completed the absorption, the surrounding space suddenly warped, and a mysterious passageway materialized. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yuna stepped forth, her demeanor graceful and her presence extraordinary, akin to a celestial being descending. Gu Yuna spoke softly, her voice cool and melodious. Do not absorb the soul bone just yet. Signs of instability in your foundation have emerged, requiring some time to stabilize. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's face broke into a beaming smile, respectfully responding, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed Silver Dragon King." A subtle smile graced Gu Yuna's lips as she continued, "Ditian, please escort Li Chaoyang to find Hui Yuhao." As her words fell, the space beside Li Chaoyang twisted once more, and a spatial tunnel appeared. From within, a deep and respectful voice resonated, "Yes, my lord." Subsequently, a colossal black dragon claw emerged from the spatial tunnel, seizing Li Chaoyang and whisking him away. Gu Yuna silently observed the closure of the spatial tunnel, her mind swirling with thoughts as she murmured to herself, "You resemble him so closely." Within that enigmatic spatial tunnel, Li Chaoyang addressed Emperor Tian, cautioning, "Emperor Tian, do not draw too close to Hui Yuhao, as it may attract the attention of the divine realm. Please position me at a distance of 100 units from Hui Yuhao and indicate the direction." The colossal black dragon nodded slightly, acknowledging the request. After concluding his exchange with Emperor Tian, Li Chaoyang's thoughts stirred, prompting him to access his personal panel. Character information: Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 12 years. Soul power, level 49. Innate soul power, level 10. Items, none. Soul rings. First soul ring, initially white, 99 years. Soul skill, upgrade. First soul ring, purple gold, 1,000,000 years, divine level. Second soul ring, 1,400 years, soul skill, space. Third soul ring, 200,000 years, soul skill, crimson magic shield, regional flame. Fourth soul ring, platinum, 1,000,000 years, soul skill, mental detection, mental sharing, energy purple crystal, mental interference. Self-created soul skills, Dragon Emperor other dimensional, Pearl Dragon Emperor Cannon, Dragon King Shield, Dragon King Thunderwing. Physique, 74, Spiritual Power, 40, 326, Martial Soul, Elemental Staff. Battle Dragon Emperor. Cultivation Technique, Supreme Cultivation Method, Knowledge of Personal Soul Guidance Devices. Soul Bones, Emperor Beast External Head Bone, 24, 555 years. Regional Three-Headed Mastiff Right Leg Soul Bone, 200,000 years. 1,000,000 year. Dreaming Ice Silkworm Head Bone, 100,000 year. Purple Flame Destruction Dragon Right Arm Bone. Soul Mentor Level, Level 4. Personal Soul Guidance Device, Elemental Mayfly Cannon, Level 4. Items, Resurrection Card, Mysterious Secret Realm Map. Realms, Primary Healing Realm, Fate Realm, Destruction Realm. Mental Interference. Areas covered by mental interference experience a significant decrease in skill release accuracy, and spiritual power will diminish sharply. Energy Purple Crystal. When used on oneself, it restores only 1's injuries and soul power, excluding stamina, when used by others. It not only restores their injuries and soul power, excluding stamina, but can also slightly elevate their level. After meticulously reviewing his skill panel, a confident smile graced Li Chaoyang's lips as he mused, "It appears that my greatest limitation in combat remains my stamina. Diligent training is still a necessity." Chapter 79. Hui Yuhao. Before long, Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian reached a mere 100 units from Hui Yuhao. Gently, Emperor Tian placed the unconscious Hui Yuhao on the ground and extended a finger, steadily pointing in a direction, informing Li Chaoyang. That direction indicates Hui Yuhao's current location. Li Chaoyang followed Emperor Tian's gesture with his gaze and nodded slightly, solemnly stating, "Remember, do not allow formidable or high-quality century-old soul beasts, as well as 10,000-year soul beasts, to approach this area." Emperor Tian's expression turned resolute as he replied, "Rest assured, I have already driven any powerful soul beasts over 10,000 years old, along with those possessing unique bloodlines, far away." Li Chaoyang nodded once more and declared, "Then I shall set forth." With that, he flicked his wrist, retrieving a flight-type soul guidance device from his spatial storage device. With deft movements, he skillfully donned the soul guide device. In an instant, a surge of soul power enveloped him, propelling him skyward like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the direction of Hui Yuhao. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Star Doe forest, beneath a towering ancient tree, a young boy hurried along his path. This lad possessed a tall and slender frame, his pallid skin hinting at a certain frailty, reminiscent of the delicate snow that begins to melt in the winter sun. His tousled black hair fell casually over his forehead, swaying gently in the breeze. His eyes were deep and mysterious as night, seemingly harboring infinite stars and secrets. His high nose bore strong lines, and when his thin lips were pressed together, they conveyed a sense of stubbornness and resolve. Clad in simple black attire that wrapped around his slender form, he appeared particularly gaunt against the wind, yet exuded a unique resilience. Indeed, this individual was none other than Hui Yuhao, the child of fate. At that moment, as Hui Yuhao focused intently on his journey, he suddenly heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Instantly, he straightened his back, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Wonderful. This will improve my life." With that, he quickened his pace, darting like the wind to the riverbank. With a thought, he summoned his martial soul, the spirit eye. The moment his martial soul manifested, the world before him became brilliantly clear. The entire river transformed into a crystal vision, where every grain of sand and stone, every blade of grass and tree was vividly discernible. At this moment, with just a glance, he could ascertain whether fish inhabited the riverbed. Hui Yuhao carefully retrieved his mother's cherished relic, the white tiger dagger, from his pack. This dagger was no ordinary weapon. It was a level 2 melee soul guide, razor-sharp and emanating a faint chilling glow. Empowered by both the spirit eye and the white tiger dagger, Hui Yuhao moved with grace, weaving along the riverbank like a fish in water. With practiced ease, he swiftly caught a dozen plump fish. Approximately 10 minutes later, Hui Yuhao expertly kindled a fire, skewering the prepared fish over the flames. The fire blazed brightly, illuminating his focused visage as the fish sizzled and dripped their oils into the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. Not far off, a melodious female voice chimed in, "Bebe, it smells delicious. Let's go take a look." A steady male voice responded, "Xiaoya, this is the Star Dough Forest. It's not quite appropriate to wander off looking for others." The girl, arms crossed and chin slightly raised, replied, "What did you just call me?" Indeed, this girl was Tangya, and the boy was Mu Bebe. The two had been lingering on the outskirts of the Star Dough Forest for over a month, assisting Tangya in acquiring her third soul ring. Mu Bebe chuckled helplessly and replied, "Xiaoya, teacher. That's more like it." Tangya responded with satisfaction, before taking Bebe's hand and leading him towards the spot where Hui Yuhao was grilling fish. From a distance, Tangya noticed that the one grilling the fish was merely a child, her eyes instantly lighting up as she hurried to Hui Yuhao's side, smiling brightly as she said, "Little friend, those grilled fish look quite appetizing. May I buy 2 with money?" At that moment, her mouth watered at the sight, and had Bebe not been behind her, she might have already succumbed to the temptation. Hui Yuhao observed Tangya's expression, which was filled with unrestrained desire, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he replied, "If you wish to eat, then indulge yourself. I have caught plenty, and you need not worry about the cost." Upon hearing these words, Tangya's eyes sparkled like the brilliant stars in the night sky, and she exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, little friend. What is your name?" As she spoke, she seized a roasted fish and devoured it voraciously, as if fearing it might take flight. At that moment, Mu Bebe approached with a warm smile. "I am Mu Bebe, and this is Tangya. We hail from Shrek Academy. Do not be concerned, little brother. We are good people, though Tangya does have a penchant for gluttony." Upon hearing Bebe mention Shrek Academy, the tension within Hui Yuhao dissipated instantly, replaced by a sincere smile as he said, "It's nothing, brother Bebe. I have caught plenty of fish for you to enjoy as well. By the way, my name is Hui Yuhao." Chapter 80, Joining the Tang Sect. At the very moment Hui Yuhao softly uttered his name, a melodious voice resonated from the heavens, like a celestial melody gently caressing everyone's ears. "Hui Yuhao, greetings. Oh, brother Bebe, sister Tangya, you are both here as well." Without further ado, the voice's owner appeared, the dashing Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang descended gracefully from the clouds, akin to an ethereal being, retracting the mysterious flying soul guide that glimmered with an enigmatic light, and stood firmly before the group. Mu Bebe, taken aback, inquired, "Haven't you been engrossed in research within the soul guidance department? What brings you here today?" Li Chaoyang chuckled, scratching the back of his head, and replied, It's a long story. Over the past year, I have been so absorbed in researching soul guides that I have neglected practical experience. I intended to hone my combat skills, and, upon hearing that you and Sister Tangya were heading to the Star Dough Forest to hunt for soul rings, I sought to join you. However, upon my arrival, the gatekeeper informed me that you had set off a day prior. I decided to give up, but to my surprise, I encountered you here in the Star Dough Forest. What a coincidence. By the way, this is... "Oh, just a chance passerby," Mu Bebe said dismissively. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined Hui Yuhao from head to toe, exclaiming, "I see. Your eyes are truly captivating. May I inquire what your martial soul is?" Hui Yuhao smiled modestly and replied, "My martial soul is the spirit eye." Li Chaoyang's excitement was palpable as he responded. The spirit eye, that is an exceptional martial soul, ideally suited for becoming a soul master. Would you be interested in giving it a try? Hui Yuhao's expression grew hesitant. A soul master? That seems to require a considerable amount of financial backing, of which I possess little. Moreover, my innate soul power is quite low. Li Chaoyang laughed heartily. Wrapping an arm around Hui Yuhao's shoulder with bravado, do not fret about finances. While initial investments are indeed necessary for a soul master, in the later stages, you can generate wealth by selling the soul guides you create. Besides, a soul master's success does not solely rely on innate talent. One can also elevate their soul master rank through medicinal pills. Very well, you may take me as your master. I will cover your initial funding and your soul ring. What do you say? With these words, Hui Yuhao fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, Tanya could no longer contain herself, holding a half-eaten grilled fish. She exclaimed to Li Chaoyang, Hui Yuhao was the one I set my sights on first. I intended to recruit him into the Tang sect. How can you steal him from me? Seeing this, Mu Beibai wished to soothe Tanya but found herself at a loss for words. Li Chaoyang, with a slight smile, responded, his apprenticeship under me does not seem to conflict with joining your Tang sect, does it, Tanya? Upon hearing this, Tanya's expression softened instantly, and she returned to her grilled fish. Li Chaoyang pondered quietly. He did not wish to disrupt the original narrative too much, for the power of the Tang God King was not something he could easily provoke. Hui Yuhao looked towards Li Chaoyang, his eyes shimmering with indecision. Observing this, Li Chaoyang continued, though the Tang sect now consists of only the two of you before me, its techniques continue to be passed down. The purple crystal magic eye is particularly suitable for soul masters with eye martial spirits like yours. Additionally, there are skills such as Xiantian Gong, ghostly shadows, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, Xianyu hand, and the art of hidden weapons, all of which are quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao fell into contemplation once more. Tanya, noticing his silence, set down her grilled fish again and said, though our Tang sect has fallen into decline, we still have one guaranteed spot each year for Shrek Academy. Hui Yuhao's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement at this revelation. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I agree to join the Tang sect, and am willing to take Li Chaoyang as my master. Hui Yuhao's decision to join the Tang sect was influenced by the stories of its glorious past that his mother had shared with him before her passing. Moreover, she had fervently wished for him to join Shrek Academy and excel there. As for Li Chaoyang, it was his promise of financial support to aid Hui Yuhao in hunting soul beasts and providing a path to power and revenge that resonated deeply within him. Chapter 81, The God-Eater Wind Baboon. Li Chaoyang did not require Hui Yuhao to perform any elaborate rituals to become his disciple. They merely established a master-disciple relationship. A notification echoed in Li Chaoyang's mind, congratulating him on the completion of the system task. Accept Hui Yuhao as a disciple. Reward, mysterious secret realm map. With a thought, he examined the mysterious map, secretly hoping it would lead to a Dragon King's secret realm. After Hui Yuhao completed his apprenticeship and successfully joined the Tang sect, the four of them gathered around the campfire, leisurely savoring the delicious grilled fish. However, as they ate, Li Chaoyang felt that the quantity was somewhat lacking. Thus, he took out a soul guide device and fired several rounds, resulting in a dozen fresh fish appearing in response. Hui Yuhao, witnessing the astounding power of the soul guide device, widened his eyes in astonishment. At that moment, he resolved firmly to learn the art of soul guides. Tanya, noticing Hui Yuhao's dazed expression, was briefly taken aback, but promptly urged Mu Beibai to teach him the techniques of the Tang sect. As Hui Yuhao embarked on his journey to master the Tang sect's techniques, he was immediately struck by their formidable power, leaving him momentarily astonished. Particularly, the purple crystal demon eye proved to be immensely beneficial, allowing him to distinctly perceive the enhancement of his mental strength during his training. For Hui Yuhao, a spirit master of the mental attribute, this development was undeniably crucial. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall quietly enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, Li Chaoyang had brought along 2 tents for their soul hunting expedition, and he graciously offered one to Hui Yuhao. The four of them nestled into their respective tents, peacefully drifting into slumber. It was not due to their lack of caution. Rather, Mu Beibai had strategically scattered the droppings of powerful soul beasts around their camp, instilling a sense of deterrence that kept the lesser soul beasts at bay, as they remained on the periphery of the Star Doe forest. As dawn broke, Li Chaoyang, Hui Yuhao, Mu Beibai, and Tanya set forth on their quest to hunt soul beasts. Mu Beibai led the way, clearing the path, while Li Chaoyang maintained vigilance on the right flank, and Tanya took up a protective stance on the left. Hui Yuhao, whose strength was relatively weaker, was secured in the center of their formation, creating a triangular arrangement focused on his protection. At that moment, a 10-year wind baboon suddenly appeared before them. Just as Mu Bei was about to summon her martial soul to engage, she was taken aback to find the baboon completely motionless. It turned out that Li Chaoyang had firmly positioned his 4 elemental dung beetle cannons against the baboon's head. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the cannons, the baboon broke into a cold sweat and instinctively raised its hands above its head. The baboon lamented internally, "This is not how the story is supposed to unfold. Logically, I should be on the verge of defeating the future god of emotion, Hui Yuhao, thus bringing glory to my lineage and earning the title of the mightiest godslayer. What on earth is this cannon that's larger than my own head?" Recognizing the wind baboon, Li Chaoyang showed no intention of holding back. After all, this baboon was rumored to possess the title of God Eater. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and in an instant, flames erupted into the sky, obliterating the baboon into ashes. Tangyo observed the scene and remarked, "Was such force truly necessary?" "It was merely a 10-year-old wind baboon." Li Chaoyang responded with conviction, "I will never underestimate any opponent. Giving it my all is the greatest respect I can show." However, this was merely a facade for his true thoughts, which he kept concealed within. Upon seeing the God-Eater wind baboon reduced to cinders, Li Chaoyang approached to check for any soul bones. Tangya interjected, "It is just a 10-year soul beast. How could it possibly yield a soul bone?" Yet, in the next instant, Tangya beheld something that would be etched in her memory forever. Chapter 82. Tangya absorbs the soul ring. Suddenly, a head soul bone radiating an extraordinary luster manifested above Li Chaoyang's right hand, while at his feet, a 10-year soul ring, as luminous as jade, gracefully ascended, exuding a soft and enigmatic glow. This spectacle rendered Tangya and Mu Bei speechless, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. In the realm of soul masters, it is nearly impossible for a 10-year spirit beast to produce a soul bone. The condensation of a soul bone requires an immense reservoir of energy, which a 10-year spirit beast evidently lacks. Consequently, within the continent, nearly all soul masters are convinced that a 10-year spirit beast could never yield a soul bone. For this reason, a 10-year soul bone is even rarer than the exceptionally precious 100,000-year soul bone. After all, the latter might occasionally grace the highest auction houses, while the former is as elusive as a fleeting dream, difficult to find. As Hui Yuhao beheld the profound astonishment etched on Tangya and Mu Bei's faces, a flicker of confusion and curiosity stirred within him. After all, he had only recently entered the world of soul masters and possessed scant knowledge regarding soul bones. Li Chaoyang smiled gently, effortlessly placing the soul bone into his spatial soul device with a graceful motion. He then turned to Hui Yuhao and kindly remarked, "The head soul bone of this 10-year wind baboon is of insufficient age and would not significantly benefit you. Hence, I shall not bestow it upon you. Your journey ahead is long, and you shall undoubtedly encounter superior soul bones." Hui Yuhao nodded in response, harboring no covetous thoughts. After all, the soul bone was a trophy of Li Chaoyang's hunt, and he naturally felt no desire to claim it. Tangya and Mu Bei, noticing the exchange, also refrained from further comment. After all, it was merely a 10-year soul bone. Aside from its rarity, it held little extraordinary merit. It was possible that upon absorption, it may not even grant a single soul skill, rendering it quite insignificant. After a brief respite, the 4 companions resumed their journey. However, at that moment, an unexpected system notification resounded within Li Chaoyang's mind. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a system task. Resolve Ma Xiaotao's evil fire problem. Reward: a divine bestowed soul ring. Li Chaoyang felt a stir of realization as he pondered, "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about Sister Xiaotao? Upon returning to the academy, I must help her suppress that evil fire." Just as he was deep in thought on how to tackle Ma Xiaotao's predicament, suddenly, the trees beside him quivered slightly, and a massive serpent lunged forward, its gaping maw wide open, fiercely charging at him. Mu Bei reacted swiftly, instantly sensing the disturbance near Li Chaoyang. Yet, when she observed his dazed expression, as if his soul had momentarily departed his body, a sense of alarm gripped her heart. She could discern that Li Chaoyang was lost in thought, his spirit entirely absent, leaving behind merely a shell in motion. Her heart raced, and just as she was about to summon her martial soul to assist him, she witnessed a pair of magnificent dragon wings erupting from Li Chaoyang's back. These wings belonged to the War Dragon Emperor, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty and power. With a gentle tremor of the wings, a formidable shockwave radiated outward, rendering the approaching giant serpent unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Indeed, what Li Chaoyang had manifested was the Dragon Emperor's thunderous wings, a technique known for its extensive control effects. Although he had not summoned his martial soul, the mere presence of the War Dragon Emperor's bloodline was sufficient to incapacitate the millennium-old mandala serpent. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Bei felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart, exhaling deeply in relief. Li Chaoyang, with one foot firmly planted on the head of the colossal serpent, coldly declared, "You dare to launch a surprise attack on me? Truly pathetic." At this moment, Tang Ye and Hui Yuhao, as if awakening from a dream, turned their gazes towards Li Chaoyang's foot. Just as Li Chaoyang prepared to crush the giant serpent's head, Tang Ye suddenly interjected, "This is a mandala serpent of 1400 years. It is perfect for me as a soul ring. Allow me to slay it." Li Chaoyang nodded in response, retracting his foot and ceasing the torment of the mandala serpent. Observing this, Tang Ye immediately activated her martial soul, 2 yellow soul rings enveloping her with a gentle glow. She drew a sharp dagger from her storage soul guide and without hesitation, ended the life of the millennium-old mandala serpent. A purple millennium soul ring slowly ascended from the serpent's lifeless body, radiating an alluring sheen. Tang Ye sat cross-legged, beginning to channel the soul ring, preparing to absorb this invaluable millennium soul ring. Her face beamed with determination and anticipation, as though she could already envision the impending enhancement of her powers. Chapter 83, The Search for Soul Beasts. An hour slipped by unnoticed, and Tang Ye successfully absorbed the soul ring. With a sudden leap, she erupted with a radiant smile, joyfully bounding towards Mu Beibei, exclaiming, "Yay, Beibei, I've broken through to Soul Master." Mu Beibei opened her arms with a smile, embracing Tang Ye and gently patting her back, saying, all right, little Ye, we still have Hui Yuhao and Li Chuyang with us. We remain in the Stardo Forest. And though we are in the outer region, the danger is still considerable. Let us not forget, we must assist Yuhao in obtaining a suitable soul ring." Hearing this, Tang Ye gradually quieted down. She approached Hui Yuhao, lightly patting his shoulder, her gaze earnest and sincere as she proclaimed, "Brother Yuhao, now that you have joined our Tang sect, we shall ensure you acquire the most fitting soul ring for you. So do not worry." Hui Yuhao looked at Tang Ye with gratitude, nodding vigorously as he replied, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoya." At that moment, Tang Ye seemed to suddenly recall something, striding over to the mandala serpent's corpse and began to strike it. Mu Beibei, witnessing this, hastily remarked, "Xiaoya, this is merely a millennium mandala serpent. Logically, it should not yield a soul bone." However, Tang Ye, with a defiant expression, retorted, "I refuse to believe it. Li Chaoyang's 10-year soul beasts can produce soul bones. I will not accept that my millennium soul beast cannot." At this juncture, Li Chaoyang interrupted their dispute, stating, "Enough. The commencement of Shrek Academy is but a few days away. Here is the plan. I will swiftly don the flight soul guide and venture forth to locate a suitable soul beast for Yuhao. You two should escort brother Yuhao towards the academy. I assure you, before we reach Shrek Academy, I will ensure Hui Yuhao absorbs a fitting first soul ring." Mu Beibei pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, "Let us proceed with this plan, otherwise, brother Yuhao may not gain entry into Shrek Academy." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Chaoyang swiftly donned his flying soul guide, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from its bow, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Before his departure, he entrusted Mu Beibei with a tracking positioning soul guide, enabling her to locate the 3 of them after successfully hunting a soul beast. Upon witnessing Li Chaoyang's departure, Tang Ye ceased her actions of tormenting the corpse and hurried to Mu Beibei's side, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "Will Li Chaoyang be all right venturing into the Stardo Forest alone?" Mu Beibei reassured her, "There is no need to worry. He is a level 4 soul master." Upon hearing the words level 4 soul master, Tang Ye's expression shifted to one of distress, exclaiming loudly, "A level 4 soul master? Does that mean his soul power has reached at least the soul sovereign level?" Hui Yuhao quietly listened from the side, his face betraying no change in emotion, for he was entirely ignorant of the intricacies of soul masters, let alone their level classifications. Mu Beibei nodded, stating, "Indeed, were it not for his specialization in the support system, I would not be confident in my ability to defeat him. However, his combat prowess is by no means inferior to mine." Tang Ye lowered her head in disappointment, murmuring to herself, "So he is that formidable. I had intended to invite him to join Tang's sect, but it seems that hope is lost." Mu Beibei gently patted Tang Ye's shoulder, saying, "Fear not, for you have me and Yuhao by your side. Let us proceed. We are still on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest, where numerous century-old soul beasts roam, posing significant dangers. Time is of the essence. We must stick to our plan and head towards the academy." Tang Ye and Hui Yuhao both nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the trio set forth on their journey towards Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang continued to soar through the skies. He unleashed the terrifying pressure of the Battle Dragon Emperor, and in an instant, not a single soul beast dared to approach the perilous expanse of the Stardo Forest, let alone attack him. As Li Chaoyang floated in the air, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, pondering what type of soul beast would be suitable for Yuhao. Chapter 84, Hui Yuhao's Fortune. Li Chaoyang glided effortlessly through the heavens, his thoughts meandering like wispy clouds. He racked his brain for a considerable time, but was unable to pinpoint a soul beast that met his desires. Ultimately, he resignedly shook his head, opting to abandon the pursuit of the perfect soul beast in favor of one of a slightly lesser age. With this thought, a sly and mischievous smile crept onto Li Chaoyang's lips. He then waved his hand gently, summoning forth his elemental staff, Martial Soul. In an instant, intertwining rays of white, purple, red, and platinum light enveloped him, bestowing an air of mystery and authority. Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang activated his fourth soul skill, Spirit Detection. Bolstered by the formidable power of his peak spiritual force, his perception surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly encompassing every inch of land and every fallen leaf within a 15-mile radius. The faint sound of rustling leaves was crystal clear to his ears, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. The realms of mental prowess are delineated as follows: the Spiritual Origin Realm, 0 to 50 points. The Spiritual Communication Realm, 51 to 500 points. The Spiritual Sea Realm, 501 to 5,000 points. The Spiritual Abyss Realm, 5,001 to 20,000 points. The Spiritual Domain Realm, 20,001 to 50,000 points. And the Divine Origin Realm, above 50,001 points. At this moment, Li Chaoyang possessed an extraordinary mental strength, reaching the zenith of the Spiritual Domain Realm with an impressive 40,326 points, allowing him to stand above all others. With the precise aid of his mental detection skill, Li Chaoyang quickly discovered a terror bear approximately 350 years old. A satisfied smile graced his face as he inwardly rejoiced. This soul beast's age was just right, and the resulting soul ring and skills would not be overly formidable, perfectly aligning with his intentions. With a gentle wave of his hand, he summoned an elemental floating cannon, and a chilling blue light instantaneously shot forth, firmly encasing the terror bear in ice. He then employed the spatial soul guiding technique to ensnare the bear, before soaring through the skies towards the direction of Hui Yuhao, Mu Beibei, and Tanya. Li Chaoyang soon beheld Hui Yuhao and his companions from afar, having expended little time in his pursuit. To prevent Hui Yuhao from encountering a better soul ring option, he maintained the activation of his mental detection skill. However, to his astonishment, when he was still 15 kilometers away, he discovered that Hui Yuhao had already commenced the absorption of a soul ring. A curse slipped from his lips. Damn it! What is going on? Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang activated his fate domain. Instantly, his mental power surged to unprecedented heights, propelling him into the Divine Origin Realm. At that moment, the detection range of his fourth soul skill, Mental Detection, expanded to 30 kilometers, placing everything within his grasp. Focusing intently, Li Chaoyang gazed towards the direction where Hui Yuhao was absorbing the soul ring. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Damn you, Emperor Tian! Was it not said that all the 10,000-year spirit beasts of the mental type had been summoned deep into the Stardow Forest? How did this one come to be?" It turned out that the soul ring Hui Yuhao was absorbing originated from a soul beast that had just ascended to 10,000 years. This beast had sustained grievous injuries during its tribulation and had been hanging by a thread. Nevertheless, it clung to life with indomitable will and a fervent desire for existence, waiting in place for 3 long years. At last, it awaited a suitable sacrificial spirit beast, even though this child's talent was not remarkable. Yet, in the eyes of this 10,000-year soul beast, with the sacrifice of a 10,000-year soul beast, even the weakest human could transcend the shackles of the tidal Douluo and live for over 200 years. For a creature still yearning for life, that was ample enough. As Hui Yuhao and his companions drew near, the 10,000-year soul beast unhesitatingly unleashed 2 mental shocks, instantly incapacitating Tanya and Mu Beibei, while Hui Yuhao stood bewildered. Commencing the sacrificial process, Li Chaoyang, witnessing this, could not help but sigh deeply. The fortune of this child of destiny is truly outrageously strong. To encounter a dying 10,000-year soul beast in such circumstances, he took a deep breath and retrieved the heavenly reverse scale from his storage space, subsequently channeling his mental energy into it ceaselessly. In an instant, a profound and enigmatic black hole emerged beside him, seemingly connecting to another unknown realm. Chapter 85, Dialogue. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man slowly stepped out from the black hole. He was none other than the transformed Emperor Tian, exuding an ethereal aura as if he were subtly merging with the very fabric of the world around him. With a sweeping glance, Emperor Tian's gaze fell upon the ice-enshrined bear of terror held in Li Chaoyang's hand. He then moved gracefully to Li Chaoyang's side and softly inquired, "Is there something significant afoot?" Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Did you not claim that all soul beasts of over 100,000 years of spiritual type had been summoned to the core of the Stardow Forest?" Emperor Tian, looking bewildered, nodded affirmatively, Indeed, I did gather all the spiritual-type soul beasts of that age to the core area. How could a 100,000-year soul beast appear on the outskirts? Li Chaoyang nodded once more for confirmation. Then his fourth spirit ring shimmered, activating his second spirit skill, spiritual sharing, establishing a mental connection directly with Emperor Tian. Upon sensing the source of the spiritual energy, Emperor Tian did not resist. The moment the spiritual sharing took effect, the scene before Emperor Tian shifted, revealing Hu Yuhua, 15 kilometers away, engaged in a sacrificial ritual with a 100,000-year soul beast. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Tian's expression turned exceedingly strange, and he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? At such a close distance, I sensed nothing of the sacrificial commotion. No, this is absolutely abnormal, even in the lake of life. I should have been aware of it." He scrutinized the soul beast more closely, his brows furrowing. That soul beast is a three-eyed monster that has just survived a heavenly tribulation. This is highly irregular. I didn't even hear the sound of its tribulation. Li Chaoyang sighed deeply at Emperor Tian's observations and declared, "From now on, I will accompany him whenever he hunts for spirit rings. The next time he seeks to obtain a spirit ring, I will contact you. We cannot allow him to grow unimpeded any longer." Emperor Tian nodded in agreement, contemplating silently. The pace at which this young man is advancing is truly astonishing. Initially, Emperor Tian had doubted that a mere 12-year-old child, who was not even a soul master, could be the child of fortune, but now he believed. After a moment of reflection, Emperor Tian suddenly proposed, "Why don't we simply eliminate him?" Li Chaoyang's expression turned grave as he replied, "No, Hu Yuhua is the child of fortune. He is not so easily dispatched. Acting recklessly could easily alert him. Furthermore, do not forget that the great deity of the divine realm, King Tang, will undoubtedly leave behind a contingency with Hu Yuhua. You cannot kill him, and it is highly likely that King Tang will mark you as well. If that happens, the Silver Dragon King will be in peril." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Emperor Tian felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, abandoning the notion of killing Hu Yuhua. He asked, "What then should I do?" Li Chaoyang replied solemnly, "For now, we must not startle the prey. We need to continuously weaken Hu Yuhua's strength and thwart his path to ascendance. Additionally, there is one crucial matter. You must ensure that the Emperor Rue beast does not encounter Hu Yuhua." Emperor Tian, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" Li Chaoyang elucidated that the fortune surrounding Hu Yuhua was exceptionally potent and distinctly of human origin. If he were to encounter a soul beast with comparatively feeble luck, he would undoubtedly seize its fortune entirely. Tian, filled with indignation, retorted, "He dares." Li Chaoyang, with a weary smile, replied, "Let us not dwell on whether he dares or not. The most crucial task at hand is to ensure that the two do not meet. Otherwise, propelled by Hu Yuhao's immense fortune, the Emperor Rue beast may very well sacrifice itself to him." Tian nodded, placing his trust in Li Chaoyang's words, for the vastness of Hu Yuhao's fortune had already been substantiated. Furthermore, Tian was aware that both of them shared a common adversary, Tang San. After gazing into the distance for a moment, Tian said, "Should anything arise, contact me at any time using the reverse scale." Li Chaoyang acknowledged, and soon after, Tian opened a black hole, his figure vanishing within it in an instant. Once Tian departed, Li Chaoyang sighed deeply, muttering to himself, "I underestimated the situation." With that, he set off swiftly in the direction of Hu Yuhua, accompanied by the frozen, frightened bear. Chapter 86. The actor Li Chaoyang's speed of flight was remarkably slow, akin to a snail's crawl, and could be aptly described as tortoise-like. At that moment, he hovered calmly in midair, patiently awaiting Hu Yuhua to complete the arduous process of absorbing the first soul ring, intending to join him once all settled down. Meanwhile, Hu Yuhua was wholly focused, immersed in the challenging endeavor of assimilating the first soul ring. Time trickled by, and after a full 2 hours had quietly elapsed, Hu Yuhua, through sheer willpower and resilience, successfully integrated the first soul ring into his body. Gradually rising to his feet, Hu Yuhua inhaled deeply, and with a thought, summoned his spirit martial soul. In an instant, a softly radiant soul ring materialized, securely encircling him. This soul ring, while predominantly white, subtly bore a hint of pale yellow, reminiscent of the hazy dawn light at the horizon. Instinctively, Hu Yuhua clenched his fist, feeling a newfound and formidable power surging within him. Accompanied by the unique aura of an 11th level soul master, he slightly tilted his head back, murmuring, "What immense power." However, Hu Yuhao's heart was rife with confusion. Furrowing his brow, he pondered internally, "What is going on? I recall my mother telling me that a white soul ring signifies a 10-year-old soul beast. Yet the beast that sacrificed itself for me clearly claimed to be 100,000 years old. How can this be?" He decided to wait for the three-eyed brother to awaken before seeking clarity on the matter. The soul ring that was intended to be sacrificed to Hui Yuhao was originally meant to be a formidable entity of 100,000 years. However, due to Hui Yuhao's dire physical condition, the prolonged malnutrition rendered his body akin to a dilapidated building, incapable of withstanding the overwhelming and terrifying energy surge of a 100,000-year soul ring. Reluctantly, the three-eyed monster had to opt for self-sacrifice, forcibly sealing away most of its own cultivation. This, in turn, resulted in the seemingly ordinary white first soul ring now adorning Hui Yuhao, while the three-eyed monster was plunged into a deep slumber. At this moment, Hui Yuhao suddenly recalled that he was not alone in this place. He quickly cast his gaze towards the direction of Mu Beibei and Tangya, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he murmured to himself, "Fortunately, Beibei and Xiaoya are still unconscious. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome if they had witnessed the astonishing spectacle of the soul beast's sacrifice." With this thought, Hui Yuhao no longer hesitated and walked directly to the side of Tangya and Mu Beibei. He gently leaned down, checking their breathing, and upon sensing their steady and rhythmic breaths, he finally felt at ease, letting out a long sigh as he said, "Thankfully, there is still breath." Having said that, he used both hands to carefully drag Tangya and Mu Beibei to the base of a tall and sturdy tree, allowing them to rest under its protective shade. Just as Hui Yuhao had settled Tangya and Mu Beibei, Li Chaoyang finally arrived in a flurry, carrying a frightened bear. From a distance, he spotted Hui Yuhao along with the unconscious Tangya and Mu Beibei, and his heart jolted with alarm as he hastened towards them, concernedly inquiring, "Brother Yuhao, what has happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Seeing Li Chaoyang approach, Hui Yuhao's eyes sparkled with surprise as he hurriedly replied, "It seems we encountered an attack from a soul beast. As for what transpired afterward, I am not entirely certain." Li Chaoyang, upon hearing this, immediately displayed a look of sheer terror, his eyes widening and mouth agape as he exclaimed, "What? Such a thing has occurred." Without hesitation, he tossed the frightened bear beside Hui Yuhao, saying, "This is the soul beast I specifically sought for you. Prepare quickly and begin the absorption. I will stand guard to ensure everything goes smoothly." With that, Li Chaoyang swiftly formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations, and instantaneously activated his healing domain. A gentle radiance emanated from him, enveloping Tangya and Mu Beibei like a warm veil, commencing the restoration of their injuries. Hui Yuhao quietly observed Li Chaoyang's actions, noting how the previously pained and contorted expressions of Tangya and Mu Beibei gradually softened, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, "Brother Chaoyang, I have already absorbed a soul ring." Li Chaoyang, feigning surprise, widened his eyes even further, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, exclaiming, "What? You have already absorbed a soul ring?" Hui Yuhao nodded earnestly, saying, "When I awakened earlier, I encountered a soul beast on the brink of death, and, realizing I could not miss this opportunity, I killed it and absorbed its soul ring." Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow and replied, "Show me your soul ring." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's request, Hui Yuhao summoned his martial soul, Spirit Eye. In an instant, the white soul ring reappeared, securely encircling him. Li Chaoyang, upon seeing Hui Yuhao's soul ring, raised his voice intentionally, exclaiming, "What? A white 10-year soul ring? Goodness! Well, this isn't a monumental issue, but it seems you will find it quite challenging to gain recognition at Shrek Academy in the early stages." Hui Yuhao, filled with confusion upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, couldn't help but inquire, "Why is that?" Li Chaoyang feigned a sigh, adopting a concerned demeanor, and replied, "Generally speaking, soul masters with a decade-long soul ring tend to achieve limited success in the future. However, there is no need for excessive worry. My very first soul ring was also 10 years. If you diligently train your body, by the time you acquire your second soul ring, aim for one that spans a millennium, there is still a significant chance for a remarkable turnaround." Although a flicker of disappointment crossed Hui Yuhao's heart after hearing Li Chaoyang's words, the thought that his soul ring was not merely a decade but an immensely powerful one spanning 100,000 years reignited the flame of hope within him. A radiant smile blossomed on his face as he cheerfully declared, "I will strive to train hard, Brother Chaoyang." Chapter 87. Return to Shrek. Time passed quietly, and an hour slipped by in an instant. Under the influence of Li Chaoyang's miraculous healing power, Mu Beibei and Tangya gradually rose to their feet. Once Mu Beibei noticed Tangya had steadied herself, she turned her gaze toward Li Chaoyang and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Brother Chaoyang. Had it not been for your assistance, both Xiaoya and I would have faced dire consequences today." After speaking, Mu Beibei quickly approached Tangya and recounted the harrowing events that had just transpired. Before long, with Mu Beibei's support, Tangya made her way to Hui Yuhao's side. She gently patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder, offering comfort, "Young Brother Yuhao, ease your mind. This is merely your first soul ring. The journey ahead is still long." Hui Yuhao nodded slightly in response, assuring her, Sister Xiaoya, I am fine. You need not worry about me. Tangya nodded once more at Hui Yuhao before turning to express her gratitude to Li Qiaoyang. Subsequently, the four took a brief rest at their location. Once their strength had somewhat recovered, they set forth towards the direction of Shrek Academy. Along the way, due to Hui Yuhao's relatively low soul power level and limited stamina, their pace was rather slow, taking them approximately 3 days to reach Shrek City. Had it only been Li Qiaoyang, Mu Beibei, and Tangya, they would have returned to Shrek Academy in a single day. Upon arriving at the gates of Shrek City, Li Qiaoyang halted and addressed Mu Beibei, Brother Beibei, I have some matters to attend to. You all take Yuhao to register at Shrek. Mu Beibei nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, I will ensure that Yuhao's registration goes smoothly. Hearing this, Li Qiaoyang turned to Hui Yuhao and said, Yuhao, I will come find you in the evening at the dormitory. We shall meet at the dorm entrance, and I will take you to explore the Soul Guidance Department. By the way, here's this. With that, Li Qiaoyang retrieved a heavy bag from his storage soul guide, filled with gold soul coins, and tossed it gently into Hui Yuhao's hands. Li Qiaoyang patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder, encouragingly stating, This is your startup capital. Work hard. The future holds great promise. Looking at the bag brimming with gold soul coins, Hui Yuhao felt his eyes well up with emotion as he excitedly responded, I will, Brother Qiaoyang. As soon as the words fell, Li Qiaoyang moved swiftly towards the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Hui Yuhao gazed at the receding figure of Li Qiaoyang, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, Mu Beibei gently patted Hui Yuhao on the shoulder, smiling as she said, All right, Yuhao, let us go. It's time to register. Hui Yuhao then returned to his senses and nodded cheerfully. Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard of Shrek, Li Qiaoyang strolled through its familiar paths, murmuring to himself, It has been a long time since I returned to the inner courtyard. How nostalgic it feels. Over the past year, he had either secluded himself in the Soul Guidance Department, living in isolation, or ventured into the Star Doe Forest for arduous trials, enduring countless hardships. He headed directly towards the dormitory area for the inner courtyard students, searching for the figure of Ma Xiaodao. However, after a long while of searching, he still could not find her. With a long sigh, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Just then, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette in the distance. A graceful young lady. Li Qiaoyang's face instantly lit up with a smile as he hurried towards her, affectionately saying, Sister Lishuan, did you miss me? Indeed. This person was none other than Shrek Academy's most gifted talent, the head sister of the inner courtyard, Zhang Lishuan. Upon turning to see Li Qiaoyang, Zhang Lishuan's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Ah, it's little brother Chuyang. You haven't returned to Shrek Academy in such a long time. What is the matter? Aren't you continuing your studies in the Soul Guidance Department? Li Qiaoyang lowered his head slightly, feeling a bit shy as he replied, Oh, Lishuan, please don't tease me. By the way, I have important matters to attend to. Where is Sister Ma Xiaodao? Zhang Lishuan inquired, What do you need Ma Xiaodao for? She is currently training in the secret base of Lord Yan. Li Qiaoyang's heart stirred as he asked, Lord Yan? Could it be that Elder Mu has handed over the position to Director Yan? Zhang Lishuan nodded gently. Li Qiaoyang immediately became excited, exclaiming, Director Yan is truly fortunate. By the way, Lishuan, please take me to find Sister Xiaodao. I have a way to suppress her evil fire. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lishuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? That is wonderful. Let us hurry. With that, she grabbed Li Qiaoyang's hand, and together they soared into the air, racing towards the Soul Guidance Department of the outer courtyard. Chapter 88. Evil Fire 1. Before long, Zhang Lishuan gracefully led Li Qiaoyang into the realm of the Soul Guidance Department, filled with an aura of mystery and technology. Curious, Li Qiaoyang asked, Sister Lishuan, why have you brought me to the Soul Guidance Department? Zhang Lishuan smiled slightly, explaining, Oh, you may not know yet, but Lord Yan has become a level 9 Soul Master and is now also serving as the head of the Soul Guidance Department. Li Qiaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, That is fantastic. Shrek finally has a level 9 Soul Master at the helm. His excitement was palpable. Soon, Zhang Lishuan brought Li Qiaoyang to the enigmatic laboratory of soul devices belonging to Yan Shaozhe. Zhang Lishuan gently raised her hand and knocked on the door, which was immediately answered by a steady and powerful voice. Come in. Following this, Zhang Lishuan gracefully entered Yan Shaozhe's laboratory accompanied by Li Qiaoyang. Upon stepping into the lab, Li Qiaoyang's gaze was captivated by the intricate and enigmatic soul guiding formations. His eyes widened in curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings, as if he had been transported into a fantastical realm. At that moment, Yan Shaozhe was wholly absorbed in etching the soul guiding formations, his focused expression suggesting that the entire world had shrunk to just him and the formation before him. After half a minute, Yan Shaozhe finally paused in his work, slowly lifting his head to regard Zhang Lishuan and Li Qiaoyang. A slight smile graced his lips as he said, Ah, It is Zhang Lishuan, and Li Chaoyang as well. When Yan Shaozhe uttered Li Chaoyang's name, his voice involuntarily rose a notch, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and excitement. Yan Shaozhe had missed Li Chaoyang immensely. After all, his divine examination task required him to cultivate 5 ninth-level soul masters, and Li Chaoyang was the final and crucial piece of this intricate puzzle. In the Shrek Academy, individuals with soul master talent were exceedingly rare, often either taking too long to cultivate or failing to meet Yan Shaozhe's stringent requirements within a limited time frame. Yan Shaozhe briskly stepped away from his workstation, approaching Li Chaoyang with lively strides. He embraced Li Chaoyang wholeheartedly, his eyes alight with joy and expectation as he exclaimed, "You must stay here and learn about soul-guiding devices. Furthermore, your rapid advancement is truly astonishing." At that moment, Yan Shaozhe's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and hope for Li Chaoyang's potential. Li Chaoyang scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful as he responded, "I've recently encountered some fortuitous opportunities, which have accelerated my level progression. I will dedicate myself to studying soul-guiding devices, but, Master Yan, I have already commenced my studies at the Outer Academy and cannot remain here indefinitely. Moreover, I have come to address Sister Xiaodao's malevolent fire issue. I possess a method to effectively suppress it." Yan Shaozhe's eyes brightened once more as he excitedly replied, "Excellent. Let us proceed at once. As for your studies in soul-guiding devices, follow my lead." Li Chaoyang, eager and enthusiastic, declared, "I could not wish for anything more. You are the first 9th-level soul master of Douluo continent. It is an honor to learn from you." Yan Shaozhe nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Enough talk. Let us be on our way." With that, he waved his hand lightly, opening a spatial passageway before them. The passage shimmered with mysterious light, as if leading to another realm. Upon witnessing Yan Shaozhe's actions, Li Chaoyang could not help but marvel inwardly. Limit Douluo. No wonder my emperor's external spirit bone's mental concealment ability has failed here. He can discern my current level. Truly, he is the heir of the deities. Come, stay closely behind me, Yan Shaozhe commanded, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Thus, Yan Shaozhe, Li Chaoyang, and Zhang Lishuan stepped forward into the spatial passageway that Yan Shaozhe had effortlessly opened. Chapter 89, Malevolent Fire 2. Li Chaoyang, Yan Shaozhe, and Zhang Lishuan ventured together into a mysterious realm, radiating with brilliant light. As Li Chaoyang surveyed his surroundings, he was overwhelmed by the resplendent illumination and could not help but inquire, "Director Yan, what place is this?" Yan Shaozhe smiled slightly and explained, "This is a cultivation space infused with the essence of light, which I attained through arduous trials. The abundant light soul power here greatly enhances my cultivation speed. Moreover, it can suppress the malevolent fire within Xiao Tao to a certain extent. Thus, I arranged for her to cultivate here." The trio continued deeper into the luminous expanse, and as they progressed, the potency of the light intensified, seemingly capable of purifying all impurities in the world. Upon reaching a certain point, Yan Shaozhe suddenly halted, gazing at Li Chaoyang with a look of astonishment, contemplating. It is understandable that Zhang Lishuan, nearing the title of Douluo, has yet to summon her martial soul to contend with this overwhelming light. But why does Li Chaoyang, merely a high-level soul master, not summon his martial soul in response? A glimmer of insight crossed Yan Shaozhe's eyes, and he then spoke. "Chaoyang, you possess considerable talent. For the upcoming Continental Advanced Academy Soul Duel competition in a year, would you be interested in the position of main team member? If you can reach the 5th Ring Soul King realm by then, I will ensure you are appointed as a key player on the main team. What do you say?" Li Chaoyang sighed softly and replied, "Reaching level 50 in a year feels rather hasty. My soul power has been increasing too rapidly lately. I need time to consolidate my foundation. Moreover, I intend to become a level 6 soul engineer soon, which will make my training even more pressing. There is also a matter I wish to keep confidential for now. You will understand in due course. I shall serve as the deputy team member instead, for I am still young and will have another opportunity in the next competition." Yan Shaozhe and Zhang Lishuan exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. They understood that Li Chaoyang's rapid ascension in levels was indeed remarkable and that a period of consolidation was necessary. Furthermore, they harbored no doubts regarding his swift progress. Firstly, as a direct descendant of Shrek, his identity and background were impeccable following Elder Zhuang. Secondly, they had thoroughly examined Li Chaoyang's physique and found no traces of drug use or indications of talent depletion. Thirdly, they had ruled out the possibility of him employing the methods of evil soul masters in his cultivation. Although Zhang Lishuan could not discern the path of Li Chaoyang's cultivation, Yan Shaozhe, as a Limit Douluo and inheritor of divine power, had already probed him with his divine energy and was convinced that his soul power enhancement was unrelated to evil practices. Seeing Yan Shaozhe's benevolent demeanor towards Li Chaoyang, Zhang Lishuan also set aside her concerns. While utilizing his divine energy for inspection, Yan Shaozhe perceived even more. He mused inwardly. It seems that this generation of Shrek is about to embrace a new pinnacle. Soon, the three of them reached the very core of this luminous realm. Raising their eyes, they beheld a young girl engrossed in her cultivation at the most radiant point, clad in a vibrant red garment. She was enveloped by enigmatic and mysterious purple-black flames, resembling a fire spirit emerging from the depths of the underworld, exuding an extraordinary beauty and strength amidst the light. At that moment, Yan Shaozhe stepped forward, his voice calm and gentle as he called out, "Xiaotao, come out. I have come to see you." Deep in her cultivation, Ma Xiaotao heard her master's familiar and warm voice and promptly ended her practice without hesitation. She intended to dash towards Yan Shaozhe with her usual carefree exuberance. However, just as she took a step, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Chaoyang. In an instant, her eyes sparkled, and she abruptly redirected her attention, joyfully running towards Li Chaoyang without a second thought. Chapter 90, Evil Fire 3. With a heart full of joy, Ma Xiaotao swiftly approached Li Chaoyang and enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming with a bright voice, "Brother Chaoyang, it has been quite a while since I last saw you. Today, I am so glad to finally meet you." Li Chaoyang, taken aback by the sudden embrace, paused for a moment before replying, his cheeks flushed. "Sister Xiaotao, I have come with something very important to discuss." Ma Xiaotao tilted her head, curiosity glimmering in her beautiful eyes, and asked, "Oh, what is this important matter, Brother Chaoyang? Do tell me." Li Chaoyang's expression turned serious as he said, "Sister Xiaotao, I am here to help you resolve the issue of the evil fire." "Really? That is wonderful," Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, and embraced Li Chaoyang once more. He felt breathless, his face turning crimson as he softly murmured, "Sister Xiaotao, I can hardly breathe." Upon hearing his words, Ma Xiaotao snapped back to reality and quickly released him, gently rubbing the back of her head with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, Brother Chaoyang. I got too carried away and couldn't control myself." Li Chaoyang waved his hand with a smile. "It's quite all right, Sister Xiaotao. Please take a step back, and I will resolve your evil fire issue." Ma Xiaotao complied, stepping back 5 paces. At that moment, Zhuang Lishuan appeared, her brows slightly furrowed as she inquired, "Brother Chaoyang, what method do you intend to use to resolve Xiaotao's evil fire issue?" With confidence, Li Chaoyang replied, "Watch closely, Sister Xiaotao. You only need to release all the evil fire." Just as Ma Xiaotao was about to respond, Li Chaoyang waved his hands, summoning the elemental staff spirit. He then stood tall and declared loudly, "Field of Destruction." In an instant, a terrifying aura of annihilation surged forth from Li Chaoyang. This field of destruction collided violently with the surrounding realm of light, devouring and obliterating the luminous elements as if it were a ravenous beast. Seeing this, Yan Shaozhe's expression shifted as he reached into the field of destruction, carefully sensing its energy. After a moment, he sighed in admiration, "Not bad, Chaoyang. You have acquired another field. The number of fields you possess is nearly rivaling my old bones. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older." Turning to Ma Xiaotao, who had yet to unleash her evil fire, he urged, "Xiaotao, release the evil fire." Chaoyang's field possesses a powerful destructive attribute capable of devouring and annihilating all forms of energy. Rest assured and unleash your power. Nothing will go amiss. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet a shadow of concern crossed her face as she suddenly recalled something. "Xiaoyang, can he withstand it?" With genuine worry, she glanced at Li Xiaoyang. Sensing her unease, Li Xiaoyang offered reassurance. "Do not fret, Sister Xiaotao. Have you forgotten my soul technique? I possess boundless soul power. Trust in me." Despite his comforting words, Ma Xiaotao hesitated, replying, "But..." Li Xiaoyang firmly interrupted, "There is no but, Sister Xiaotao. Just proceed." With his words resonating in her mind, Ma Xiaotao resolved to step into the realm of annihilation and began to release the malevolent fire that had long been pent up within her. Initially, concern for Li Xiaoyang lingered in her heart, fearing he might not endure the strain. However, upon witnessing the malevolent fire being swiftly devoured and obliterated by the realm of annihilation, her worries began to dissipate. Seeing Li Xiaoyang's relaxed demeanor allowed her to finally set her apprehensions aside. As an hour passed in silence, the malevolent fire within Ma Xiaotao was nearly consumed by Li Xiaoyang's realm of annihilation. Yet, due to the prolonged release of her malevolent power, her soul energy had been severely depleted. Most of her energy was spent resisting the encroachment of the realm, while a portion was mercilessly devoured. Consequently, her complexion had grown pale. Noticing her pallor, Li Xiaoyang felt a pang of alarm and decisively closed the realm. With a swift motion of his hands, Li Xiaoyang summoned his soul rings. Simultaneously, a glimmer flickered at the crown of his head. 3 soul rings, 1 white, 2 purple, and 1 black, encircled him. Indeed, The flash of light had signified Li Xiaoyang activating the soul bone skill, spiritual concealment, from his imperial beast external skull. This skill altered the appearance of his soul rings, changing them from one white, one purple, one red, and one platinum to one white, two purple, and one black, successfully deceiving Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan. As for Yan Shaozhe, he was not so easily fooled, being a rank 99 soul master. He immediately discerned the deception and had clearly seen the brief flash atop Li Xiaoyang's head. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Yan Shaozhe mused. This soul ring and soul bone are indeed intriguing. Chapter 91. The caught-peeping old man Li Xiaoyang raised his head and bellowed with a voice like thunder. Fourth soul technique. Energy purple crystal. Instantly, the fourth soul ring, as dark as ink, glimmered with mysterious and ethereal light. This was merely an illusion. In a flash, a purple crystal materialized in his palm, the energy purple crystal imbued with an enigmatic power. Resembling the frozen thunder of the night, the deep purple crystal appeared nearly black. Yet at the edges, it shimmered with a cold, silvery brilliance, reminiscent of a deep azure spring. Countless hexagonal crystal clusters stacked upon one another, resembling a tower of dreams constructed from crystal. Its surface was adorned with delicate fissures akin to spider silk, and within each crevice flowed liquid purple light. The violet radiance occasionally coalesced into luminous orbs suspended in midair, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. At other times, it transformed into ethereal strands of light, silently weaving through the crystalline clusters, tinting the surrounding air with a profound purple mist, dreamlike and surreal. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyang grasped the energy amethyst and directly embedded it into Ma Xiaotao. This scene left Yan Shaozhe and Zhang Lishuan utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhang Lishuan, prompting her to instinctively step forward to thwart Li Xiaoyang's actions, only to be halted by Yan Shaozhe's raised hand. With a composed demeanor, Yan Shaozhe slowly remarked, Ma Xiaotao is not bleeding. Moreover, she shares an excellent rapport with Li Qiang, who would never commit any wrongdoing against her. Furthermore, I can distinctly sense that the crystal summoned by Li Qiang's fourth soul skill harbors immense energy and vibrant life force. As soon as the energy amethyst made contact with Ma Xiaotao's body, it unleashed a torrent of powerful, yet gentle energy, fervently supplying her with soul power and vitality. Within mere seconds, her previously ashen complexion began to regain its rosy hue, akin to flowers blooming in the spring. Zhang Lishuan, witnessing the astonishing speed of recovery brought forth by the energy amethyst, widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "The recovery rate of this soul skill is truly remarkable." Half a minute later, Ma Xiaotao slowly opened her eyes, filled with joy and relief. At that moment, she had completely returned to her former self. Not only that, but she had also ascended a level in her soul power. Prior to this, she had been at the pinnacle of level 65. And under the potent stimulus of the energy amethyst, she had successfully achieved a breakthrough. Rising to her feet, Ma Xiaotao gently sensed the once rampant evil fire within her. And then, in a fit of excitement, she embraced Li Qiang, her voice brimming with delight. "This is wonderful, Brother Qiang. My evil fire has diminished significantly. Now I can finally cultivate without the constant fear of it erupting." Li Qiaoyang's face beamed with a radiant smile as he replied, "Sister Xiaotao, with this energy amethyst, you need not worry about your evil fire for at least 2 years. Even if it flares up again or begins to accumulate, you can always come to me." With an expression of fervor, Ma Xiaotao waved her small fists and declared earnestly, "Thank you, Brother Qiang. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me, and I will ensure they receive a sound thrashing." "All right, Sister Xiaotao," Li Qiaoyang nodded with a smile. He then turned to Yan Shaozhe, his expression serious, and said, "Director Yan, I have discovered a genius in the soul engineering department. Although his soul power is somewhat low, his first soul ring is white. Yet both his martial spirit and talent in soul engineering are of top-tier caliber, particularly in the mental aspect. I shall bring him to the soul engineering department shortly. I wish for him to join directly." Yan Shaozhe nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes as he replied, "Very well. I am eager to see what kind of soul engineer genius would compel you to recommend him so fervently." As night quietly descended, like a vast expanse of black silk, it gently enveloped the entire campus. Li Qiang bid farewell to the soul guidance department and briskly made his way to the freshman dormitory. From a distance, he spotted the watchful old man at the gate, standing still like a silent statue. A playful smile crept across Li Qiaoyang's lips as he strode towards him with great strides. Intentionally elongating his voice, he teased, "Oh, Master Mu, is that you? What are you secretly observing here?" In response, the gatekeeper, Muin, slowly opened his eyes in feigned indignation, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about, Qiang? I was merely resting my eyes, not spying." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's lips curled slightly, emitting a series of hissing sounds, as if silently expressing his skepticism. Chapter 92, The Fight. With a smirk, Li Chaoyang slowly replied, "Your mental prowess has already spread like a tide, enveloping the entire square in front of the dormitory. And you still claim not to be peeking?" Muwen's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his gaze darting towards Li Chaoyang, filled with disbelief. Without hesitation, Muwen reached out and gently yet firmly placed his hand on Li Chaoyang's shoulder. His eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had discovered a rare treasure, exclaiming, "Young man, your mental strength has reached the pinnacle of the spiritual domain, rivaling that of an old man like me. Truly formidable for one so young." Li Chaoyang smiled subtly, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and inquired, "Then, Master Mu, what captivating spectacle were you observing just now?" A playful smile graced Muwen's lips as he replied, "I was just watching two little rascals in a scuffle." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's heart jolted, suddenly realizing something, and he could not help but exclaim loudly, "A fight?" He pondered internally. Wait, if my memory serves me right, in the original story, only Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao had engaged in a fierce battle. However, under my persuasion, Wang Dong should have been sharing a room with Li Yizhen. Could the plot have changed? With this thought, Li Chaoyang summoned his elemental staff spirit without hesitation, radiant light shimmering around him as though a deity had descended. Noticing this, Muwen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Young man, you're not thinking of joining in the fun, are you? The highest level among those fighting is only 33. Li Chaoyang shook his head and laughed, saying, "Master Mu, you jest. I am already at level 49. How could I possibly interfere in the antics of children? Besides, as a support-type soul master, I should remain at the rear, providing assistance to my teammates." Muwen snorted in response, saying, "Support type? An ordinary soul king would hardly be your match." Li Chaoyang scratched the back of his head, feigning humility as he replied, "Master Mu, you flatter me. It's not that exaggerated." However, he felt a sense of pride within. A mere soul king would be but an easy target for him. "By the way, Master Mu, let me show you something interesting." Li Chaoyang suddenly changed the subject, grinning widely. No sooner had he spoken than brilliant soul rings of white, two purple, and black adorned him, dazzlingly radiant and utterly captivating. As Muwen focused intently, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "Your soul ring is indeed remarkable." Li Chaoyang feigned a sigh of resignation, replying, "Ah, yet another who has discerned it. My soul bone is truly unwieldy. It draws far too much attention." Upon hearing this, Muwen chuckled softly twice, but refrained from inquiring about the origins of Li Chaoyang's possessions, for he recognized that Li Chaoyang belonged to Shrek Academy, which sufficed for him. Soon after, Li Chaoyang's black soul ring radiantly brightened, resembling a brilliant star in the night sky. Fourth soul skill, mental detection, Li Chaoyang proclaimed with a deep voice. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated another aspect of his fourth soul ring, the ability for shared mental detection. Muwen pondered briefly. In an instant, the entirety of the plaza before the new student dormitory, from the minutest speck of dust to the distant scenery, vividly materialized in the minds of Li Chaoyang and Muwen. Both were momentarily taken aback, as if they had been transported into an entirely new realm. Muwen was the first to regain his composure, marveling, "Chaoyang, your soul skill is truly extraordinary. In battle, it is akin to a divine ability. What is the maximum range of this skill? Furthermore, how many individuals can share the vision?" However, after Muwen spoke, he received no response from Li Chaoyang. Turning to look, he found Li Chaoyang in a daze, seemingly struck by some profound revelation. Gently shaking Li Chaoyang's shoulder, he finally stirred, asking, "What is it, old Mu? I was momentarily lost in thought, and did not catch what you said." Muwen furrowed his brow, reiterating, "I asked, what is the maximum range of your skill? And how many people can share the vision?" Li Chaoyang recollected himself and replied, "In all directions, the maximum range is 30 kilometers, in a straight line. It can extend to 120 kilometers. As for the number of individuals, the more, the better." Upon hearing this, Muwen repeatedly expressed his admiration. "Excellent, excellent." Just then, Li Chaoyang frowned and inquired, "Old Mu, what is the situation with those two individuals?" Chapter 93, Healing Old Mu. Muwen nodded slightly, his gaze distant, and spoke slowly, "Those two are roommates in the same dormitory." At this, Li Chaoyang's voice escalated in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Roommates?" Indeed, the two he witnessed fighting were none other than Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. With remarkable speed, Li Chaoyang continued, "If I recall correctly, the radiant goddess butterfly martial soul has always been possessed solely by females, hasn't he it?" Muwen's brow furrowed slightly, his expression grave as he nodded. "That is indeed the case. But why has the academy arranged this? Does the body sect not also have a girl disguising herself as a boy? How could they not be in the same dormitory?" Li Chaoyang's face was awash with confusion, his brow tightly knitted as he muttered incessantly. Muin turned his gaze toward Li Chaoyang and asked, "Do you know these two?" Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang nodded affirmatively. Muin sighed softly, an air of helplessness and seriousness enveloping him as he slowly articulated, "The Academy had no choice. This arrangement was personally requested by the 3 sect masters of the Body Sect and the Haoyan Sect. After all, they are 3 Limit Douluos. Although Shrek Academy harbors no fear of them, there is truly no necessity to engage in conflict over this matter. Furthermore, given the increasingly rampant activities of the Sun and Moon Empire along the border, I fear that hostilities may soon erupt." Upon hearing Muin's words, Li Chaoyang's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with alarm as he questioned in bewilderment. "What? The Sun and Moon Empire is about to go to war?" At that moment, his heart raced with trepidation. The plot of the original work had begun to shift, and the advantage he once held due to his knowledge of the storyline was gradually slipping away. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he asked, "Did they not voice any objections?" Muin nodded slightly, replying, "Of course, there were protests. Yet, the 3 sect leaders insisted on our cooperation in this charade, leaving us with no alternative. By the way, the girl from the Body Sect is your roommate, as specifically requested by them." Li Chaoyang's face was a picture of astonishment as he widened his eyes and remarked, "It's fine. I mostly rest and sleep in the Soul Guidance Department's laboratory." At that very moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded quietly. Black and red wisps of gas began to emanate slowly from Li Chaoyang's body, dreamlike yet imbued with an enigmatic aura. However, none present were able to perceive it. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang's thoughts drifted afar. The exquisite figure of Li Yizhen involuntarily surfaced in his mind, as if drawn by an invisible force, plunging him into a deep reverie. He stood there, transfixed for an entire half-minute before snapping back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. Suddenly recalling that he had important matters to discuss with Muin, he hastily turned to her and said, "Elder Mu, could you release your malice so that I may observe it?" Muin slightly turned her head, her gaze reflecting a hint of surprise as she looked at Li Chaoyang and inquired, "How did you come to know of this?" However, she conceded, "Indeed, I can release it." Li Chaoyang lifted his chin slightly, a confident smile gracing his face as he declared, "I am the strongest support-type soul master in this world." No sooner had he spoken than he resolutely activated his domain of fate. In an instant, a vast and mysterious power surged forth, and Li Chaoyang's mental strength swelled dramatically, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Muin gently closed her eyes, savoring the power of the domain and experiencing the surge in Li Chaoyang's mental strength. She could not help but open her eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impressive, Chaoyang. Your mental strength has surpassed mine in this domain. Alas, it seems I am indeed growing old. No wonder." At that moment, Li Chaoyang's mental strength had surpassed 50,000, successfully entering the realm of divine essence and attaining a godly height. A look of contentment and satisfaction spread across Muin's face, and she finally set aside her concerns regarding the legacy of Shrek. Noticing that Muin had yet to release her malice, Li Chaoyang urged, "Elder Mu, please release your malice. I can help you heal." Muin turned to him, her eyes filled with care and concern, saying, "Let it be, Chaoyang. I appreciate your intention. It would be best to wait until you reach the rank of title Douluo before attempting this." Li Chaoyang observed that Muin seemed somewhat doubtful of his own capabilities. With unwavering determination, he decisively activated his domain of destruction. Once again, Muin felt the surge of a powerful and enigmatic force emanating from Li Chaoyang, and his smile widened, internally marveling. "Splendid, splendid. What is this?" In an instant, Muin felt an overwhelming power flood into his body, enabling him to rise from his wheelchair. His excited gaze was fixed intently on Li Chaoyang, his eyes brimming with barely concealed astonishment. Seeing Muin standing, Li Chaoyang raised his chin slightly, a hint of pride illuminating his expression as he proclaimed, "The power of destruction is formidable. I see it. Rest assured, I possess boundless spirit energy and shall surely assist you in resolving your issues." Muin nodded with a smile, for as the former head of the Sea God Pavilion, he had always paid keen attention to the talented disciples within the academy and was well aware of Li Chaoyang's numerous soul abilities. At that moment, his gaze towards Li Chaoyang was filled with gratitude and anticipation. Chapter 94, Departure of the Soul Guidance Department. Unable to contain his excitement, Muin exclaimed, "Let us proceed to the Sea God Pavilion. The success rate is considerably higher there." Li Chaoyang, observing Muin's exuberance, smiled gently and replied, "Not so fast. I have matters to attend to. By the way, I have something for you. Absorb this first. It is the energy purple crystal, your 4th soul skill." With that, A crystal radiating a mysterious violet glow appeared in the palm of Li Chaoyang's hand. He gently extended it towards Mu Yin. Upon receiving the energy purple crystal, Mu Yin's gaze flitted between it and Li Chaoyang. A playful smile forming on his lips as he teased, "Your fourth black 10,000-year soul ring has indeed illuminated thrice." Li Chaoyang, upon hearing this, briefly exhibited a hint of embarrassment, then chuckled. "Oh, Mu Lao, do not fixate on such trivial details." Mu Yin pondered to himself. It seems that during the 2 sacrifices in the Star Do Great Forest, one must have been dedicated to Li Chaoyang. And the sacrificial soul beast was certainly no ordinary 10,000-year beast. While lost in thought, Li Chaoyang suddenly reached out, swiftly seizing the energy purple crystal from Mu Yin's grasp and decisively embedding it within Mu Yin's body. Mu Yin did not resist, fully aware that Li Chaoyang's actions were intended to heal him. In the next moment, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Mu Yin's eyes, as if stars were twinkling within them. After a short while, the once gray strands of his hair began to reveal hints of black, and he appeared revitalized and spirited. With a voice tinged with excitement, Mu Yin stammered, This is yet another miraculous technique. My strength has returned to its peak state, though alas, I still lack the ability to absorb malevolent energy." Li Chaoyang gently waved his hand, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. I will assist you in addressing the issue of absorbing malevolent energy shortly." Upon hearing this, Mu Yin's face broke into a relieved smile as he nodded. "Very well. I shall await you at the Sea God Pavilion." Li Chaoyang nodded slightly, watching as Mu Yin's figure flickered and vanished into thin air. Li Chaoyang was astonished. Impressive. He did not even activate a spatial passage, instead teleporting directly away. After a brief moment, Li Chaoyang returned to his thoughts. Turning to observe the fierce battle between Wang Donger and Hui Yuhao, he contemplated, "It is time to bring this farce to a conclusion." Having spoken, Li Chaoyang's third and second spirit rings illuminated in succession, radiating a dazzling brilliance. He proclaimed in a deep voice, "Third spirit ability, Crimson Demon Shield. Second spirit ability, Space." In an instant, the power of the Crimson Demon Shield manifested as a layer of fiery protection, enveloping Hui Yuhao and Wang Donger securely within. This flame shield was impervious, successfully thwarting the spirit abilities they directed towards each other. At that moment, Li Chaoyang swiftly appeared between them. He urged, "Donger, do me a favor, he is my friend." However, Wang Donger was relentless, exclaiming passionately, "Our battle is not yet finished." Li Chaoyang offered a gentle smile and continued, "Let it go, Donger. You haven't even used your second spirit ability. Once you do, Yu Hao will surely be defeated. Come now, Yu Hao, let us depart. There is no need for further conflict. After all, you both share a dormitory and will live together for 6 years." With that, Li Chaoyang swiftly moved beside Hui Yuhao, grasped his hand, and turned to leave. As they walked, he remarked, "All right, let us go to the Soul Guidance Department. The headmaster is eagerly awaiting your display of talent." Hui Yuhao, taken aback by this revelation, felt a jolt of surprise. The headmaster of the Soul Guidance Department was at least a titled Douluo-level powerhouse. He hesitantly inquired, "Am I really capable?" Li Chaoyang nodded resolutely and reassured him, "You absolutely can." As he spoke, he urged Hui Yuhao to quicken his pace, leaving Wang Donger behind, ruffled by the cold wind. She shouted, "Wait, Li Chaoyang, have you forgotten about me?" Watching Li Chaoyang and Hui Yuhao recede into the distance, Wang Donger simmered with indignation. She muttered to herself, "How dare Li Chaoyang ignore me? I must seek out Li Yizhen to help me take my revenge." Chapter 95. Hui Yuhao's talent before long. Li Chaoyang led Hui Yuhao to the Soul Guidance Department. Pointing ahead with a smile, he said, "Yuhao, this is the Soul Guidance Department. Do not underestimate it. Although its architecture may not be as grand as that of the Martial Soul Department, it is currently in a rapid phase of development. Let me share a secret. The first 9th-level soul engineer of the continent emerged from this very department." Hui Yuhao gazed in bewilderment, asking, "Just how powerful is a 9th-level soul engineer?" Li Chaoyang pondered for a moment before responding. To put it in perspective, a 90th-level 9th-level soul engineer can confront a 95th-level soul engineer head-on without losing ground. Do not think of this as merely a 5-level difference. In the realm of titled Douluos, the disparity is akin to that between heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Such incredible strength." Li Chaoyang nodded slightly, and then led Hui Yuhao to his exclusive laboratory. Subsequently, he employed a special soul guidance device to send a message to Yan Shaozhe, inviting him to witness the future talent of the Soul Guidance Department. Before long, 5 individuals entered Li Chaoyang's private laboratory. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Chaoyang could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Wait, how is it that all of you are here?" At that moment, a jovial, rotund middle-aged man stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Ah, Chaoyang, We heard you have discovered a prodigious young talent. We are all quite curious about someone who can earn such high praise from a genius like you. Hence, we couldn't resist coming to see for ourselves. Li Chaoyang managed a resigned smile and replied, Very well, Dean Xian. Indeed, these 5 individuals are the most formidable soul masters from Shrek Academy. He continued, There is the 9th level soul master Yan Shaozhe, alongside Qian Duo, Kai Meyer, and Xian Liner, as well as a pinnacle 8th level soul master, Fan Yu, who is yet to ascend to the 9th level due to an injury. Turning his gaze to Hui Yuhao, Li Chaoyang gently urged, Yuhao, summon your martial soul so they may witness it. At this, Hui Yuhao snapped out of his stupor. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his spirit, martial soul, and a white soul ring gradually encircled his head. Upon witnessing Hui Yuhao's martial soul and soul ring, and sensing his soul power level, the 5 individuals furrowed their brows in concern. Just as Yan Shaozhe was about to speak, Li Chaoyang interjected, Ladies and gentlemen, let us step outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with you. With that, Li Chaoyang led Yan Shaozhe and the others out of the laboratory. He turned back to Hui Yuhao with a smile, saying, Brother Yuhao, please wait a moment. It won't take long. Hui Yuhao was deeply touched by Li Chaoyang's consideration. He never anticipated that Li Chaoyang would go to such lengths for him. The 5 individuals offered no resistance, allowing Li Chaoyang to usher them out of the laboratory. At the entrance, Li Chaoyang summoned his elemental staff martial soul and immediately employed a spatial soul skill to seal the space around the laboratory entrance, ensuring that their conversation remained private. Xian Liner, perceiving Li Chaoyang's actions, scoffed, Is such caution truly necessary? He is merely a waste. With a first soul ring that is a white 10-year soul ring, and he is only level 11 at the age of 12. Upon hearing Xian Liner's remark, Li Chaoyang's eyes widened in anger as he retorted, Waste? If the members of the body sect were to hear such words, they would laugh at you for eternity. The 5 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion. Kai Meyer inquired, Chaoyang, what exactly makes him so special? Li Chaoyang's demeanor grew serious as he replied slowly, Let me put it this way. If the body sect did not have their heir who possesses the ultimate fire, Hui Yuhao would undoubtedly be appointed as the next sect leader. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, Hui Yuhao could even contend for the position of sect leader of the body sect. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the faces of the 5. As if they had just been told an incredible tale, Li Chaoyang gazed at the 5 illustrious figures before him, renowned on the Douluo continent for their extraordinary prowess. A subtle smirk graced his lips, tinged with a hint of jest and resignation, as he remarked, I must commend you all. Despite being formidable forces in this realm, it seems I possess a greater understanding of soul knowledge than you do. The 5 exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion as they queried in unison. What do you mean by that? With a nonchalant gesture, Li Chaoyang placed his hands on his waist and, with a serious demeanor, elucidated. Common spirit eyes are not of the mental type. Even if they were to mutate, they could never transform into a mental type. However, Hui Yuhao's spirit eyes are indeed of the mental type, which suggests a singular possibility. His soul is not merely spirit eyes, but rather a remarkable amalgamation of spirit eyes and brain. Such a unique soul, upon its second awakening, is virtually guaranteed to manifest the power of silver rank. When he ascends to the title Douluo rank and his soul awakens anew, it is highly probable that he will reach the golden tier. What do you think? His talent is quite formidable, isn't it? Yan Shaozhe furrowed his brow slightly, and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Indeed, this talent is exceptionally powerful. However, when compared to the ultimate fire, it appears to fall slightly short. Is there any crucial information you have yet to disclose? Li Chaoyang nodded gently, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Indeed, there is more. I have probed Hui Yuhao's spirit and sensed the aura of a second soul within him. And the quality of this second soul is undoubtedly high, most likely the ultimate ice. However, it has yet to awaken. By the way, let us refrain from disturbing him for now. Allow him to awaken it through his own strength, and he may achieve unexpected results. Li Chaoyang's words were not mere rhetoric. He had indeed perceived the nascent second soul within Hui Yuhao with his formidable mental power at the divine origin level, though its precise origin remained elusive for the moment. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, excitement flickered in the eyes of the 5, akin to the discovery of a rare treasure. Qian Duo could no longer contain himself, springing to his feet and exclaiming, with such extraordinary talent, what are we waiting for? Let us quickly bring him to our side. We must not allow that fellow Yan Shaozhe to snatch this gem for the soul system. As the words left his lips, Qian Duo suddenly realized his gaffe. Quickly turning to Yan Shaozhe with an awkward scratch of his head, saying, My apologies, Shaozhe, I misspoke. Please do not take it to heart. The group fell into a moment of silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense. At that moment, Xian Liner stepped forward, her brows slightly furrowed as she questioned, "Wait a moment. I specifically employed my mental power to thoroughly examine his body and did not sense the presence of a second soul within him." Upon hearing Xian Liner's remark, Li Chaoyang tilted his head slightly, a trace of pride illuminating his countenance. "Dean Xian, your mental power is still somewhat lacking." Just as Xian Liner was about to retort, she noticed Li Chaoyang's expression shift, and in an instant, he unleashed his domain of fate. In that fleeting moment, his mental power surged like a tidal wave, reaching an astonishing realm of divine origin. Intense mental fluctuations radiated from Li Chaoyang, spreading rapidly outward like an invisible storm engulfing the entire space. The 5 individuals were taken aback by the sudden surge of formidable spiritual power, feeling an overwhelming force enveloping them, rendering them immobile under its precise suppression. Yan Shaozhe was the first to regain his composure, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Excellent. A spirit master of the divine origin realm. This level surpasses my own. It seems Shrek's future is indeed bright and worry-free." Li Chaoyang rubbed the back of his head, a bashful grin appearing as he replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Dean Yan." Subsequently, the 5 returned to the laboratory. Yan Shaozhe turned his gaze towards Hui Yuhao, his eyes filled with warmth and anticipation, saying, "Yuhao, why don't you demonstrate your soul skill first?" Hui Yuhao nodded, his expression resolute. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "First soul skill, analysis." In an instant, a mysterious force radiated from Hui Yuhao, causing a level 3 soul guide on Li Chaoyang's desk to levitate gracefully into the air. Simultaneously, an immense influx of knowledge surged into Hui Yuhao's mind. With his eyes gently closed, he meticulously assimilated this newfound wisdom. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, confidence gleaming within them. He swiftly grasped a pen from the desk and began to sketch fervently on paper. His strokes were fluid and precise, as if each line encapsulated boundless wisdom, depicting the intricate structure of the level 3 soul guide. 20 minutes later, a blueprint rested in Yan Shaozhe's hands. He scrutinized the drawing, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. The blueprint was flawless, a creation born of Hui Yuhao's soul skill. Yan Shaozhe nodded appreciatively, stating, "Indeed, your talent as a soul engineer is remarkable. With diligent practice, you undoubtedly have the potential to become a level 9 soul engineer. Congratulations on joining the soul engineering department. Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will support you." Hui Yuhao, flushed with excitement upon hearing Yan Shaozhe's words, promptly replied, "I will, Dean Yan. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 97, Healing Muin. Yan Shaozhe nodded slightly, his gaze filled with hope as he encouraged, "Work hard. The morning classes in the martial spirit department will proceed as usual. In the afternoon, come to the soul engineering department to immerse yourself in the knowledge of soul guides." Hui Yuhao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously. He then strolled alongside Li Chaoyang towards the dormitory. Qian Duo gently stroked his chin, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he murmured, "This little fellow is exceedingly well suited for the extreme individual soldier program. At last, a fitting candidate has been found." Yan Shaozhe's lips curled into a slight smirk, teasingly remarking, "Ah, old Qian, your vision seems lacking. Right before you stands a ready-made extreme individual soldier, yet you still have your eye on an unassuming newcomer." As Li Chaoyang and Hui Yuhao walked partway, Li Chaoyang paused, an apologetic expression crossing his face as he said, "Yuhao, I have some other matters to attend to. You may head back on your own." Hui Yuhao nodded understandingly and said, "All right, see you tomorrow." With that, he walked alone in the direction of the dormitory. Li Chaoyang gazed at Hui Yuhao's receding figure, pondering silently. The first plan was progressing quite smoothly. By offering Hui Yuhao wealth, he had successfully deterred him from purchasing grilled fish to obtain the Xianshui Dan, thereby diminishing Hui Yuhao's potential and soul master rank. The second plan had also been flawlessly executed, allowing Hui Yuhao to develop significantly in the soul guidance department, thus decelerating his soul power advancement. Next, task 3 awaited. One must find a way to lessen Hui Yuhao's attachments. He could be made to sleep in the soul guidance department, just like me. This might sever that so-called Haodong power and significantly weaken his cultivation speed. If possible, it would be wise to inform him of Wang Dong's identity as a female. Yes, that notion is quite astute, along with other considerations. Li Chaoyang immersed himself in his plans to weaken Hui Yuhao, murmuring to himself, "Perfect. This plan is truly impeccable." Without further ado, he set off towards the Sea God Pavilion. Upon concluding his thoughts, Li Chaoyang retrieved a flying-type soul guidance device from his storage space, and with a flash, he dashed toward the Sea God Pavilion like a streak of light. 20 minutes later, Li Chaoyang landed steadily before the Sea God Pavilion. At that moment, beneath the Tree of Life, 3 individuals stood quietly, Xuanzi, Muin, and Yan Shaozhe. Li Chaoyang broke the silence first. A casual smile gracing his lips as he said, "Come on, old Mu, the sooner we begin, the sooner we finish. I still have to get back to sleep." Immediately, Li Chaoyang's expression turned serious as he summoned his element staff martial soul. In an instant, 3 soul rings, 1 white, 2 purple, and 1 black, circled around him like brilliant stars. Xuanzi frowned slightly upon seeing Li Chaoyang's soul rings, an unusual expression crossing his face, while Mu In and Yan Shaozhe appeared unfazed, as if they had long been accustomed to such sights. Mu In smiled gently and remarked, "Chaoyang, there is no need to alter the color of your soul rings here." Li Chaoyang shook his head slightly, replying, "What if someone sees it and spreads the word? I could be ruined." Mu In and Yan Shaozhe exchanged knowing smiles and fell silent. "Old Mu, it's about to begin," Li Chaoyang said, his demeanor becoming serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chaoyang's first soul ring illuminated, and simultaneously, 3 powerful and mysterious auras radiated from him. Domain of fate, domain of destruction, domain of healing, upgrade. Li Chaoyang roared skyward, his voice echoing across the landscape. In the next moment, bolstered by the strength of the 3 domains, Li Chaoyang's presence surged to its zenith, resembling a majestic mountain that evoked awe. The domain of destruction surged forth like a raging tide toward Muin, enveloping him instantly. Consequently, a ferocious aura emanated from Muin, akin to a fierce beast roaring. However, this fierce energy, in the face of the destructive force, was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, continually devoured and obliterated. 2 hours later, the violent aura surrounding Muin had been completely consumed. After all, as the Limit Douluo, Muin had long since eradicated much of the easily removable malevolence, leaving only a small amount of deeply rooted negativity within his internal organs, which could be completely purged in a mere 2 hours. Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang employed the 4th soul skill, Energy Amethyst, 3 times. In an instant, 3 radiant beams of light flashed, and the 3 energy amethysts embedded themselves directly into Muin's body. Miraculously, his once graying hair transformed into a lustrous black, and his visage appeared rejuvenated as if time itself had reversed, exuding a vibrant vitality. In this instance, Muin absorbed the 3 energy amethysts, a process that astonishingly consumed half an hour. As the minutes quietly passed, Muin's previously slightly hunched back gradually straightened, and he stood firmly, simultaneously emanating a formidable aura as he successfully broke through his realm. He ascended from the quasi-demigod stage to the demigod level. Within the realm classification of the Limit Douluo, the steps from quasi-demigod to demigod, and then to true god were as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Yet Muin had smoothly taken this crucial step. Slowly turning his gaze towards Li Chaoyang, a gentle smile graced his face as he said, "Thank you, Chaoyang. You have helped me stand tall once more. Here, I bestow upon you this dragon pearl. However, remember, do not absorb its power directly. First, use the power of destruction to thoroughly eliminate the negativity within, and only then proceed with the absorption. Perhaps this dragon pearl will aid you in your future endeavor to break through to the Limit Douluo." Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly looked at the dragon pearl, carefully extending his hand to receive it while respectfully saying, "Thank you, Elder Mu." Muin smiled, his expression brimming with satisfaction and joy. It was the happiest smile he had worn in a century, reminiscent of the last time he felt such delight in the company of Yi Shishui. After safely placing the dragon pearl into the soul guide, Li Chaoyang secretly reveled in his good fortune. "Excellent. I've just snatched another opportunity from Hui Yuhao." Just as the 4 were basking in their happiness, Zhang Lishuan hurriedly burst in. Her expression was fraught with urgency, completely disregarding Li Chaoyang's presence as she spoke directly. "Not good, Elder Mu, Guild Master, Elder Xian. The Sun Moon Empire has declared war on the Star Luo Empire, and among their ranks are high-level evil soul masters." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang, Muin, Xuanzi, and Yan Shaozhe all furrowed their brows in unison, exclaiming, "What?" Xuanzi was the first to turn to Muin, but Muin gently pushed him toward Yan Shaozhe, saying, "Guildmaster, shall we engage in this battle?" Yan Shaozhe turned to Muin, observing his lack of response before looking back at Xuanzi, resolutely stating, "Yes, we must fight. However, our primary target will be the evil soul masters. Yet should any forces from the Sun Moon Empire dare to strike, we will respond." At this juncture, a fierce glint flashed in Yan Shaozhe's eyes. Xuanzi then inquired, "Who shall we send?" Without hesitation, Yan Shaozhe declared, "I will go alone. I wish to use this opportunity to gauge the disparity between myself and the soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire." "Very well, it is settled." Yan Shaozhe, after finishing his words, turned to Li Chaoyang and inquired, "Chaoyang, could you spare me a few pieces of that purple crystal?" Ding. Congratulations on receiving a system task. Assist Yan Shaozhe in winning the ultimate battle. Reward, the divine artifact, the Linglong Pagoda. Upon seeing the term divine artifact, Li Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback, internally exclaiming, "Goodness, isn't that the essence of Li Jing, the father of Neza?" Noticing Li Chaoyang's peculiar expression, Yan Shaozhe remarked, "If you don't have it, that's fine." Before Yan Shaozhe could finish, Li Chaoyang hastily replied, "I have plenty, as many as you need. This energy purple crystal has no storage time limits, no usage restrictions, and no side effects." Immediately, the first and fourth soul rings on Li Chaoyang's body began to flicker wildly. This unexpected spectacle left Yan Shaozhe and his companions in a state of astonishment. Li Chaoyang thought to himself, such a powerful control artifact must be mine. Before long, nearly 100 pieces of energy purple crystal appeared before Yan Shaozhe. Upon witnessing this remarkable collection, the corners of the mouths of Yan Shaozhe and his companions twitched, fully aware of the astonishing recovery capabilities of these energy purple crystals. At that moment, Li Chaoyang had already collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, he said, "Wait, Director Yan, don't leave yet. I still have one skill left to use." Using the elemental staff to support himself, he stood up, and his right leg shone with brilliance. Li Chaoyang announced loudly, "Right leg soul bone skill, summon of destiny." In an instant, a cascade of colorful light fell like a shooting star, landing steadily upon Yan Shaozhe. Yan Shaozhe did not resist, allowing the radiant light to take effect. However, he did not perceive any immediate changes from the colorful glow, only sensing an additional spiritual mark within him. Turning to Li Chaoyang, he inquired, "Chaoyang, what purpose does this soul bone skill serve?" Li Chaoyang replied, "You must have felt the mark within you already." Yan Shaozhe nodded. Li Chaoyang continued, "Once you activate this mark, I can instantly teleport to you, regardless of the distance. I will then be able to create energy purple crystals by your side. The only limitation is your stamina." Chapter 99, The Red-Black Fog. Xuanzi slightly parted her lips. Her voice laced with curiosity. "Can you teleport others?" Li Chaoyang scratched the back of his head and replied with a hearty smile, "I cannot. Being able to teleport myself is already quite remarkable. By the way, Director Yan, once you reach the front lines, feel free to unleash your full potential." A radiant smile spread across Yan Shaozhe's face as he nodded gently and with a graceful wave. All the energy purple crystals created by Li Chaoyang were instantly stored within his soul-guiding device. With excitement glimmering in his eyes, Yan Shaozhe declared, "I shall take the lead. I cannot allow the evil soul masters to harm innocent civilians." No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling white light suddenly flashed, and as the light dissipated, Yan Shaozhe's figure vanished without a trace. Li Chaoyang watched the direction of Yan Shaozhe's departure, and seeing no further matters to attend to, he exited the Sea God Pavilion and headed directly toward the Soul Guidance Department of the Shrek Outer Academy. At that moment, a mysterious black-red mist began to envelop Li Chaoyang, unseen by anyone. Contemplating his thoughts, he resolved to visit Li Yijin. Her graceful figure quietly materialized in his mind. Without hesitation, he decided to proceed, as it was, after all, his own dormitory. Why not take a look? With determination in his heart, he set forth in the direction of the freshman dormitory. However, just as he ventured a short distance, the red mist dissipated silently. At that instant, a voice of a middle-aged man resonated within his mental realm. "Child, halt your steps. You are under control." Li Chaoyang was taken aback, instantly entering his spiritual sea. Following the voice, he beheld a black pearl floating serenely, the voice emanating from the spirit of the deceased calamity, Ilex. Li Chaoyang respectfully bowed to the black pearl and inquired, "Elder, how am I under control? Why was I completely unaware of it?" Ilex replied slowly, "It is precisely because you are unaware. The one controlling you possesses formidable power. Were it not for our current symbiotic relationship, I would never dare to provoke such a powerful being. His strength is akin to mine in life. Alas, times have changed, and I am now but a remnant consciousness." With a heavy sigh, he lamented. Li Chaoyang, filled with confusion, asked, "How did that person control me? What is their purpose?" Ilex elucidated. "The one controlling you employs a fragment of consciousness to manipulate you. Every so often, it manifests as a red-black mist, visible only to those of divine caliber. Fortunately, that fragment lacks awareness. Otherwise, you would be utterly doomed. It serves two primary purposes. First, to intermittently invoke thoughts of the girl named Li Yijin, fostering an affinity that gradually ensnares your spirit. Second, to vie for control over your mental realm, which may be his contingency plan. Fear not, for with me by your side, he shall never gain even the slightest influence over you. By the way, the girl named Li Yijin is quite extraordinary. You must meet with her, maintaining a cordial relationship. Otherwise, the divine being may grow suspicious." Li Chaoyang stood there, struck by astonishment, internally exclaiming, "Am I to be ensnared like Tang San? That cannot be. Tang San has but one daughter. Yet, he has already divided her into two. What more could he possibly do to me? This is disastrous." Ding. System task issued. Uncover the mastermind. Reward, Dragon God Inheritance. Ding. System task issued. Annihilate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward, Level 1 God Inheritance. Chapter 100, Title Douluo Grand Tournament 1. Upon witnessing these system tasks, Li Chaoyang was instantly invigorated, his entire being brimming with energy. After all, it was the Dragon God, the supreme deity. Had it not been for the Dragon God's own misfortunes during the Dragon God War, the 5 divine kings would have never managed to slay him. And it is highly likely that they would have faced a devastating defeat at his hands. Li Chaoyang's heart surged with excitement as he fervently addressed the system in his mind. "It is the Sea God Tang San." The system coldly replied, "Incorrect." Li Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback, and quickly added, "The Shura God Tang San, Xiao Wu, the god of destruction, and the god of greed." Yet the system continued to respond with a string of errors. Incorrect, 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 incorrect. Feeling a wave of despair, Li Chaoyang pondered inwardly. None of the renowned divine beings from the original work were the correct answers. "It's over. It seems I have no hope for the Dragon God mission." He resignedly laid down on the ground, reflecting with a sense of helplessness that obtaining the power of the Dragon God was now a distant dream. His gaze shifted to the second task, the annihilation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This one seemed relatively simpler. To accomplish such a feat, if not one of the 5 great kings of the divine realm, the most formidable would be a concealed first-level god, or perhaps even a second-level god. A first-level god should possess the strength for self-preservation. However, the manner of execution bore a striking resemblance to Tang San's style. It was highly likely that this was a friend of Tang San's. Alas, it seemed inevitable that he would eventually confront Tang San. At that moment, a voice resonated in Li Chaoyang's mental sea. It was Ilex, speaking gently. "Young one, do not succumb to despair. Your life is not in immediate danger. I have sensed the laws of this world, which prohibit divine beings from descending from the divine realm. As long as you remain in this realm, I am nearly invincible and will surely protect you. You have ample time to prepare and grow. Although my interventions are limited, they will suffice for you to become self-sufficient." Noticing Li Chaoyang's despondency, Ilex could not help but offer words of comfort. Li Chaoyang promptly replied, "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. By the way, I am yet to learn your esteemed name." The black orb swayed slightly, as if arranging its demeanor, before responding, "I am the plague of souls, Ilex. As the saying goes, heaven did not give birth to me. Ilex, the eternal night shall last forever." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Ilex's declaration, Li Chaoyang pondered for a moment before saying, "Then, esteemed Ilex, I shall refer to you as Elder E." The black orb nodded slightly, producing a sound of affirmation. "Acceptable." A bead of sweat unconsciously formed on Li Chaoyang's forehead. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Li Chaoyang, and he inquired, "Elder E, could you assist me in annihilating them?" Ilex decisively interrupted, "No. My opportunities for intervention are exceedingly limited and must be reserved for divine beings." Disappointment washed over Li Chaoyang as he resignedly said, "Very well. I will seek to acquire a level 9 soul-guided cannonball. That method would be the quickest way to obliterate the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Subsequently, Li Chaoyang made his way back to the Soul Guidance Laboratory, not to steal a level 9 cannonball, but rather to rest, having no intention of seeking out Li Yizhen. At this moment, he needed to calm his thoughts, as the sudden emergence of a divine-level adversary required a moment of reflection. Meanwhile, at the border between the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire, Yan Shaozhe, possessing the strength of a Limit Douluo, raced swiftly and arrived at the residence of Duke Baihu Daihao. Just then, a troop appeared unexpectedly before him. These individuals were clad in the uniforms of Duke Baihu's army and carried flying soul guidance devices on their backs. Among the group, the individual standing at the forefront stepped forward first, his expression grave and respectful as he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, your majesty, and the purpose of your visit?" Yan Shaozhe replied, "I am the current master of the Sea God Pavilion, and I have come to vanquish the evil soul master." Following this, an aura unique to a level 99 Limit Douluo emanated from Yan Shaozhe. Just as the squad leader hesitated to speak, the sky above the White Tiger camp was suddenly rent asunder, and 3 brilliant, yet terrifying beams of light streaked across the heavens like meteors, accompanied by a cataclysmic pressure that shook the very earth beneath. With keen eyes, Yan Shaozhe fixed his gaze upon the ominous lights and roared, "Despicable! Those are level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Sun Moon Empire, how dare you recklessly launch 3 of these forbidden weapons, capable of threatening even a Limit Douluo?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Shaozhe summoned forth the majestic light phoenix from within, his soul power surging violently. 6 dark soul rings, as black as night, intertwined with 3 crimson rings, illuminating his formidable soul ring configuration. The torrent of light attribute soul power surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the battlefield with the overwhelming presence of a Limit Douluo. As the 7th soul ring shone brightly, Yan Shaozhe cried out, "Martial soul, true body." In an instant, his form fused with the light phoenix behind him, transforming into a dazzling silhouette that soared skyward, determined to protect this land on the brink of catastrophe. Meanwhile, at the edge of the White Tiger camp, Daihao gazed skyward, witnessing the 3 deadly shells, despair flooding his heart. Clenching his right fist tightly, he struck the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, why do we not possess a level 9 soul engineer? Why are we devoid of such world-destroying level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shells?" His gaze swept over the resolute soldiers around him, and a warm surge of emotion filled his heart. "You are all valiant warriors. Relay my final order, attack. Charge into the Sun Moon Empire's territory and avenge our fallen brothers." In an instant, the roar of the White Tiger Legion resonated like thunder, echoing even 10 miles away, a declaration of their defiance against fate and a challenge to their enemies. However, just as the White Tiger Legion was poised to charge forth like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, the light phoenix embodied by Yan Shaozhe had already arrived. Steadfastly positioned at the center of the camp, he raised his head and howled to the heavens. Self-martial soul fusion skill, light and darkness coexist. 8th soul skill, Phoenix Guardian. As Yan Shaozhe's voice reverberated, an invisible force seemed to soothe the entire White Tiger camp, causing the soldiers to halt in unison and raise their gazes toward the figure in the sky. The brilliance of Yan Shaozhe's 8th soul ring intensified, its blood-red glow showering each soldier with a warmth akin to sunlight, instilling an unprecedented sense of security within them. A colossal shield of light expanded rapidly from Yan Shaozhe, enveloping the entirety of the White Tiger camp. Though this Phoenix Guardian was a 10,000-year soul skill, it still appeared insufficient to withstand the combined assault of the 3 level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Yet, Yan Shaozhe's preparations extended far beyond this. At the very moment the radiant shield fully unfolded, a magnificent dark phoenix, cloaked in deep black, emerged silently behind Yan Shaozhe. 3 crimson soul rings encircled its form, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. The power of darkness, teetering on the brink of the ultimate limit, silently conveyed the extraordinary nature of this dark phoenix spirit. Witnessing this spectacle, Daihao stood frozen in astonishment, his heart overwhelmed with shock. He could hardly fathom that the current master of the Sea God Pavilion, the already renowned Yan Shaozhe, concealed such an astonishing secret, his dual soul spirits. Both of the highest caliber, Daihao had heard of Yan Shaozhe's ascension to the position of Sea God Pavilion Master, understanding that he was far more than the superficial title of a 95th level Super Douluo. Today's revelation confirmed his extraordinary prowess. With a 99th level Limit Douluo strength and dual top-tier soul spirits, he could not help but silently command. Truly the #1 academy on the continent, Shrek Academy, teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, unfathomable in depth. Chapter 102, The Tidal Douluo Chaos Battle 3. Yan Shaozhe's soul power surged around him as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. In an instant, the Phoenix Guardian manifested as a brilliant shield, enveloping the entire White Tiger Legion within its protective embrace. The shield seemed to possess a will of its own, radiating a mysterious and potent aura, as if proclaiming to the world its inviolability. Simultaneously, 2 phoenixes burst forth from behind Yan Shaozhe, one emanating a pure, holy light, reminiscent of a celestial messenger, the other shrouded in profound darkness, akin to a sovereign from the netherworld. They spiraled and danced in the air, interweaving as if partaking in an ancient and mystical ritual. In the next moment, light and dark, as if embodying the duality of yin and yang, attracted and merged with one another, ultimately coalescing into a singular phoenix, half resplendent with light and half imbued with deep shadows. This amalgamated phoenix tilted its head and emitted a resounding cry that reverberated through the heavens, its voice transcending the boundaries of time and space, carrying with it boundless majesty and power, echoing across every inch of the Ming-Do mountain range. Concurrently, the energies of light and dark surged forth like a tempestuous tide, radiating outward from the phoenix, causing the very fabric of space to quiver in its wake. In the next heartbeat, the phoenix flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of brilliance, darting toward the 3 9th-level fixed soul guidance cannons that resembled the eyes of death. Its speed was so extraordinary that it seemed to surpass the constraints of time, colliding with the soul guidance cannons in an instant. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire realm with blinding radiance. Harnessing the wondrous power of coexisting light and dark, Yan Shaozhe successfully intercepted the 3 9th-level soul guidance cannons, capable of annihilating everything. However, the very next moment, a terrifying shockwave surged forth like a roaring tide. This wave contained a terrifying force comparable to the full might of a 90th-level tidal Douluo, compressing the air into a sharp, whistling howl. Fortunately, Yan Shaozhe had prepared in advance. The 8th soul skill, Phoenix Guardian, served as an impregnable fortress, tightly safeguarding the entire White Tiger Legion within. The shockwave struck the Phoenix Guardian, producing a deep, resounding roar, yet ultimately failed to breach this protective barrier, allowing the White Tiger Legion to remain unscathed. Without the protection of the Phoenix Guardian, the mere shockwaves from the interception would suffice to obliterate the entire White Tiger Legion from this land. Yan Shaozhe stood still, panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his garments. He slowly turned his gaze towards the direction of the White Tiger Legion, secretly letting out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself. Fortunately, the Phoenix Guardian remains unbroken. Before long, 2 figures soared from the White Tiger Legion, namely Duke Dai Hao and Duke Zhu Xia. Their forms were agile, streaking through the sky like meteors, and they quickly arrived at Yan Shaozhe's side. Duke Dai Hao, with a face full of respect, slightly bowed and said, "Master Yan, today we owe our safety to your timely intervention. This kindness shall be etched in my heart. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I would brave any peril, be it the mountains of blades or the seas of fire." Master Yan, after such a strenuous journey, would you care to rest in my tent for a while? Yan Shaozhe, still gasping for breath, shook his head resolutely. Determination and fury gleaming in his eyes as he replied, "No need. Tell me, who launched the level 9 soul cannon at you? Where are they now? I must confront them." Seeing Yan Shaozhe's pale complexion from the exhaustion of his soul power, Dai Hao felt a wave of concern and urged, "Master Yan, you have already exhausted a significant amount of soul power to protect us. It would be wise to recuperate before making further plans." Yan Shaozhe shook his head once more, his gaze fierce as he declared, "You underestimate the Limit Douluo. The depth of a Limit Douluo's power is beyond your imagination. Simply provide me with the details." After a moment of hesitation, weighing the pros and cons, Dai Hao replied, "According to our investigations, it was likely the Evil Monarch Soul Master Legion and the Terror Claw Soul Master Legion. Only they possess level 9 fixed soul cannons in the vicinity, and they are currently located 70 miles to the south." Yan Shaozhe nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the south as he coldly stated, "Very well, I shall proceed." Just as Yan Shaozhe prepared to depart, Dai Hao respectfully asked once more, "Shall we join the assault with the White Tiger Legion? An additional force would enhance our chances of success." Yan Shaozhe scanned the crowd with a serious expression and replied, "No need. Your presence would only serve as cannon fodder. The lives of warriors are invaluable and should not be squandered. If you truly wish to participate, one must at least possess the strength of a tidal Douluo. I can proceed alone." With that, Yan Shaozhe ceased further conversation, his figure flickering as he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of the Evil Monarch Soul Master Legion and the Terror Claw Soul Master Legion. Dai Hao and Zhu Xia exchanged determined glances, nodding to each other before resolutely following in Yan Shaozhe's wake, like shadows trailing behind. Soon, Yan Shaozhe arrived at the outskirts of the camp of the Evil Monarch Soul Master Legion and the Terror Claw Soul Master Legion. Suspended in midair, he cast a cold, steely gaze upon the camp ahead, silently vowing, "You have chosen to bombard me with level 9 soul cannons. Today, I shall make you pay a heavy price and return this fire in kind." With a flash of brilliance, various fixed soul cannon launchers appeared around Yan Shaozhe, emerging like mushrooms after a rain. The launchers, with their peculiar designs, emanated a chilling and perilous aura, leaving Dai Hao and Zhu Xia, who had just arrived, momentarily stunned, secretly marveling at Yan Shaozhe's prowess and tactics. Taking a deep breath, Yan Shaozhe bellowed, "Empire of the Sun and Moon, how dare you covet my Shrek Academy? Today, I shall collect some interest." In the next instant, Yan Shaozhe's hands moved with remarkable speed, fervently channeling soul power into the fixed soul guiding cannons. Over 20 cannon mouths began to coalesce brilliant white light, which grew increasingly intense, as if it were poised to engulf the entire world. With a thunderous roar, the dazzling beams shot forth like lightning cleaving through the night sky, infused with boundless rage and strength. Hurtling towards the camps of the Evil Lord Soul Master Legion and the Terror Claw Soul Master Legion. Thus commenced a fierce battle. Chapter 103, The Chaos of the Tidal Douluo Battle 4. The more than 20 radiant white beams blazed through the night like meteors, carrying the force of devastation towards the camps of the Evil Lord Soul Master Legion and the Terrorclaw Soul Master Legion. Although Yan Shaozhe wielded only 8th level fixed soul-guided shells, the overwhelming might of the assault surpassed that of the previous 3 9th level fixed soul-guided shells. It was not due to a lack of 9th level weaponry in Yan Shaozhe's arsenal, but rather his reluctance to deploy such strategic weapons lightly, mindful of Shrek Academy's relatively nascent foundation. After all, the Academy's first 9th level Soul Master had only emerged in recent years, whereas the 9th level Soul Masters of the Empire of the Sun and Moon could trace their lineage back thousands of years. Their depth of heritage far beyond what Shrek could rival. As the 20-odd 8th level fixed soul-guided shells ascended, the airborne reconnaissance soul-guiding devices above the camps of the Evil Lord and Terrorclaw legions swiftly detected the impending threat and emitted a sharp, piercing alarm. This alarm reverberated through the entire camp like thunder, instantly rousing all slumbering soul masters. In the heart of both legions, 2 formidable Tidal Douluo, adorned with 9 rings and exuding immense pressure, soared into the air. They were the commanders of this operation, the Mad Bull Wang Ying, leader of the Evil Lord Soul Master Legion, and the Blade Soul Douluo Liao Menkai, captain of the Terrorclaw Soul Master Legion. In unison, the 2 legion leaders shouted, "Quickly activate the linked defensive soul guiding shield." Before long, the joint soul guiding shield of the 2 legions rose like a dome, enveloping the entire camp. Wang Ying and Liao Menkai breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on their hearts finally lifted. However, in the next moment, Yan Shaozhe's barrage of over 20 fixed soul-guided shells descended like a torrential rain, striking fiercely against the linked defensive shield. The strength of the Empire of the Sun and Moon proved formidable. Even in the face of such an unexpected assault, they were able to respond swiftly, activating such a powerful defensive formation. Within a 5-kilometer radius, the relentless bombardment of fixed soul-guided shells merely dimmed the brilliance of the linked defensive shield slightly, a testament to its resilience. Observing the intercepted shells, Yan Shaozhe's lips curled into a cold smile. Intriguing. No wonder they are among the 2 pillars of the 5 guardians of the Empire of the Sun and Moon, having just endured the baptism of artillery. The Evil Monarch and the Tyrant Soul Master Corps were remarkably unperturbed. The 2 formidable legions swiftly consolidated, transforming into an indomitable iron army. At this moment, the commanders of both legions convened. Wang Ying broke the silence first. "Liao Menkai, are you aware of the origin of the 8th level fixed position soul-guided shells from Duke White Tiger? Furthermore, the 3 9th level fixed position soul-guided shells we launched seem to have been intercepted mid-air. Who could be responsible for this?" Liao Menkai clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with anger and confusion. "This is suspicious. Could it possibly be the work of those parasites within the Empire?" Wang Ying shook his head in denial. "They lack the audacity for such a feat. I have heard that Shrek has produced a 9th level soul master. This might be linked to him." Upon hearing this, Liao Menkai scoffed. "A 9th level soul master from Shrek? In my opinion, they are merely mediocre. Given Shrek's emphasis on soul masters and its rating system, such a so-called 9th level soul master can at most be considered a peak 8th level in the Sun-Moon Empire." Before he could finish speaking, a resounding voice emanated from the northern expanse of the Evil Monarch and Tyrant Soul Master Corps encampment, akin to heavenly music, yet imbued with boundless authority and provocation. Clearly resonating in the ears of all present, "I have heard that the 5 guardians of the Sun-Moon Empire can rival Limit Douluos. Today, let me test your abilities and see if you truly possess such strength." Chapter 104. The Chaos of Tidal Douluos Grand Battle 5. Without a shred of doubt, the speaker was Yan Shaozhe. In an instant, a terrifying surge of light power cascaded from the north, sweeping toward the encampment like an overwhelming tide. The entire sky above the northern part of the encampment was instantly bathed in a resplendent golden hue, the brilliance expanding at an astonishing rate, as if seeking to envelop the entire world in this radiance. Standing proudly, Yan Shaozhe resembled an immovable deity, firmly positioned at the center of the sky enveloped in light. Despite his personal figure being as minuscule as a grain of sand in comparison to the vast expanse of the sky, the formidable aura emanating from him loomed like an invisible mountain, imposing an overwhelming, suffocating pressure upon every individual within the Evil Monarch and Tyrant Soul Master Corps. Wang Ying and Liao Menkai spoke in unison, their voices tinged with terror. "It appears this individual is indeed as the rumors suggest. He has already broken through to level 99. Cold sweat cascaded down their faces like rain. Immediately, Wang Ying shouted hoarsely, "Activate the linked soul-guided colossal cannon, tactical number 3. As his words fell, all members of the 2 Soul Master Legions moved with the precision of well-trained machinery, creating a scene of frantic yet orderly activity within the camp. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, 8 cloaked figures concealed themselves, their forms blending into the darkness, exuding a strange and eerie aura, as if they were one with the shadows. One of the figures cloaked in black slightly turned, whispering to the one standing at the forefront, "Master, should I lend them a hand?" The leader, whose voice was deep and frigid, resonated like a whisper from the depths of the abyss. "There is no need. Our holy sect is not a charitable organization. Why should we extend our aid? Moreover, Yan Shaozhe has already reached level 99, wielding a supreme light attribute martial spirit that possesses an innate restraint over us all. Even if we were to unite our forces, it would merely result in our futile demise. Let the evil lord and the Fearclaw Spirit Master's legion exhaust Yan Shaozhe's spirit power before we seize the opportunity to strike." The others nodded in agreement, affirming the master's perspective. Indeed, these individuals were members of the Holy Spirit sect, akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, ever poised to deliver a fatal blow to their adversaries. Meanwhile, Yan Shaozhe maintained a stern countenance, his eyes revealing unwavering determination and resolve. With a flourish of his hands, he affixed 9 soul rings, exceeding the normal proportions, onto himself. These 9 soul rings shimmered brightly. 6 were as dark as ink, exuding an aura of profundity and mystery, while 3 radiated a vivid scarlet, as if ablaze with unquenchable flames. 7th soul skill, martial spirit, true body, Yan Shaozhe proclaimed, his voice booming like thunder. He was resolute, for he faced 2 spirit master legions, each possessing power formidable enough to rival the Limit Douluo, leaving no room for complacency. Wang Yiheng, upon witnessing Yan Shaozhe activate his martial spirit true body, turned pale with dread and shouted, "Attack!" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a torrent of soul-guided rays, akin to a downpour, erupted from the 2 spirit master legions. Simultaneously, 2 linked soul-guiding cannons began to emit a deep, resonant roar, reminiscent of slumbering behemoths awakening to unleash their terrible energy. Yan Shaozhe regarded the deluge of soul-guided rays surging towards him with not a trace of fear. Instead of enduring the overwhelming assault, he executed a swift movement, employing his teleportation skill, evading the lethal barrage like a wraith. In an instant, he darted above the 2 spirit master legions, surveying the foes below as though he were a deity governing life and death. The 9th soul ring around Yan Shaozhe blazed to life, its crimson radiance engulfing the area surrounding the 2 spirit master legions, cloaking the world in a sanguine hue. With a cold demeanor, he proclaimed, 9th soul skill, Phoenix Annihilation Light. In that moment, a terrifying beam of light surged forth, akin to a celestial blade cleaving through creation, charging towards the linked soul-guiding shield. In the next heartbeat, the shield, already battered by over 20 level 8 fixed soul-guided artillery shells, shattered under the onslaught of this horrific light, disintegrating into countless fragments that fell like snowflakes. Yan Shaozhe laughed triumphantly. At last, the turtle shell has shattered. However, before he could catch his breath, the 2 linked soul-guiding cannons completed their energy accumulation. 2 beams of energy soared through the air like 2 enraged dragons, exuding a destructive force capable of annihilating the world. As they lunged fiercely toward Yan Shaozhe, the attack power of these 2 energy beams had reached the pinnacle of Douluo standards, distorting the very fabric of space in their wake, as if they intended to tear the entire world asunder. Observing the terrifying beams of energy, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Yan Shaozhe's lips, revealing a smirk of confidence. With an air of composure, he swiftly formed hand seals, and the 8th soul ring, a radiant crimson that had existed for 100,000 years, illuminated brilliantly. Without a moment's hesitation regarding the consumption of soul power, Yan Shaozhe fervently channeled his energy into the 8th soul ring, as if he were pouring every ounce of his strength into it. He proclaimed loudly, 8th soul skill, Radiant Extraction. In the next instant, a vast surge of radiant energy erupted from Yan Shaozhe, akin to a blazing sun, illuminating the 2 energy beams below. In the face of this overwhelming radiant energy, the 2 beams, with their formidable dual-level attack power, crumbled like fragile glass, instantaneously obliterated and vanishing without a trace. The members of the 2 soul-guided legions, witnessing their most potent attack effortlessly neutralized, fell into a state of panic, the atmosphere thick with fear and chaos enveloping every corner. Wang Yiheng's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible? He possesses such incredible strength." Just as the soldiers from both legions stood frozen in shock, an array of luminous meteors suddenly appeared in the sky above them. These radiant meteors, resembling brilliant stars with long tails, blazed downward toward the soul-guided legions, seemingly intent on obliterating the entire battalion. Yan Shaozhe made his move once more, unhesitatingly activating a soul skill, not the awe-inspiring 100,000-year soul ring ability. but rather the skill bestowed by his fourth soul ring. Although this fourth soul ring skill was merely a 10,000-year soul technique, at first glance, its attack power seemed inferior to his casual strikes. Yet, this skill excelled in its vast range. Under the formidable amplification of a 99th level Ultimate Douluo's immense soul power, each meteoric fragment descending from the heavens harbored the terrifying might of a full-force blow from a Super Douluo. In an instant, a torrential rain of luminous meteors cascaded from the sky, dense as falling dumplings. The radiant light illuminated the entire battlefield, as if to eradicate all darkness from the world. Under this overwhelming onslaught, the two soul-guided legions suffered devastating losses. Within the ranks, the soldiers' anguished cries intertwined with the explosive sounds of soul-guided devices, creating a cacophony of chaos. Wang Yiheng, his face a mask of terror, urgently called out to Liao Menkai beside him. "Run, Liao Menkai? The linked soul-guided shield is gone. With an ultimate Douluo attacking us so closely, we have no chance of victory." Liao Menkai's brow furrowed in thought for a moment, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes as he nodded and replied, "Split up and run." In the next instant, like startled birds, Wang Yiheng and Liao Menkai fled in opposite directions, one towards the east and the other towards the west. Despite being leaders of their respective legions and embodying the indomitable spirit of soldiers, who among them, having endured countless trials to reach the esteemed rank of title Douluo, does not cherish life, even if they must confront the severe repercussions of military law upon returning. The fact that they are 9th-level soul engineers and title Douluo means that their most grievous outcome will be a tarnished reputation and perhaps some physical discomfort. In comparison to the value of life itself, what are these tribulations? Yan Shaozhe paid little heed to the retreat of the two legion leaders. In his mind, the soldiers of these legions and their finely crafted equipment were far more significant than the lives of the two title Douluo. After all, title Douluo was not an insurmountable challenge for Shrek Academy. However, the Soul Engineer legions were no ordinary foes. Shattering the linked soul-guiding shield would not be a simple task. Yan Shaozhe understood that without the prior assault of over 28th-level fixed soul-guided artillery shells, relying solely on his 9th soul skill would require him to unleash 6 full-force strikes. This was no trivial feat. It involved the full might of a 99th-level Ultimate Douluo's 9th soul skill deployed 6 times. Moreover, the Soul Engineer legions were not lambs for slaughter. They could retaliate with countless soul-guided rays, forming a dense web of interception, along with the formidable attack of a linked soul-guiding giant cannon, capable of unleashing the power of a 99th-level Ultimate Douluo. Fortunately, there were only 5 such legions within the Sun Moon Empire. Yan Shaozhe pondered that if he could eliminate this evil monarch and the Terrorclaw Soul Engineer Legion today, it would surely inflict considerable pain upon the Sun Moon Empire. With a resolute gaze, Yan Shaozhe activated his 4th soul skill once more. In an instant, a radiant light surged forth like a torrential tide, enveloping the earth in its brilliance. The 2 Soul Engineer legions were nearly obliterated under this terrifying assault, leaving only the 2 legion leaders fleeing in disarray. In the distance, Dai Hao stood in stunned silence, his eyes filled with awe and reverence upon witnessing Yan Shaozhe's astonishing display. After a considerable moment, he gradually regained his composure and murmured to himself, "Is this the power of a 99th-level Ultimate Douluo? In such a brief span, he has annihilated 2 Soul Engineer legions. The millennium-old legacy of Shrek Academy truly surpasses all imagination." No sooner had Dai Hao uttered these words than the southern sky was shrouded in darkness, as if an invisible hand had forcefully torn a rift in the light. 8 figures clad in black cloaks materialized, each adorned with 9 soul rings that flickered with an eerie luminescence, seemingly harboring boundless malevolence and terror. Among them, 6 exhibited a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. One possessed a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, while the final figure displayed a chillingly formidable configuration of 6 black and 3 red, akin to Yan Shaozhe's own. However, his aura was only at the 98th level, significantly overshadowed by Yan Shaozhe's 99th level. Terrifying dark energy surged from the 8 individuals like a tumultuous tide, rapidly consuming the light in the air, creating a fierce confrontation between darkness and the radiant brilliance of Yan Shaozhe. In that moment, it felt as though the world was reduced to a fierce clash between light and shadow. Yan Shaozhe's gaze sharpened, and he spoke coldly. "Holy Spirit Sect, Zhongli Wu, you have finally made your appearance. Prepare to meet your demise, minions of the malevolent soul masters." As the words escaped his lips, a radiant aura emanated from Yan Shaozhe, erupting with the intensity of a volcano. The energy of light surged around him with a frenetic vigor, escalating to the formidable threshold of semi-ultimate brilliance. Amidst the fierce confrontation of light and darkness, in an instant, Yan Shaozhe's luminosity gained the upper hand, its resplendent glow resembling a multitude of sharp blades. Gradually driving back the encroaching shadows, Zhong Liwu removed the hood from his cloak, revealing a visage of terror. A countenance so grotesque it seemed to have emerged from the very depths of hell. With a chilling tone, he intoned, Yan Shaozhe, though you have ascended to the rank of Ultimate Douluo, your recent outburst has depleted nearly 3/4 of your soul power. How long can you sustain yourself with this remaining quarter? Do you truly believe that this fragment of energy will suffice for you to escape the pursuit of us eight? He continued ominously, mark your calendar, for this day next year shall be your last. Prepare to perish, Yan Shaozhe. Elders, heed my command. Let us eradicate Yan Shaozhe. The remaining 7 figures cloaked in black chorused in a chilling unison, indeed. Their voices resonated with an eerie terror, as though summoned from the abyss itself. In an instant, all 8 lunged toward Yan Shaozhe, their forms flickering like phantoms, imbued with insatiable bloodlust and malevolence, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves descending upon their prey. Cold sweat trickled down Yan Shaozhe's brow, cascading down his cheeks, and splattering upon the ground with a sharp sound. He knew the truth of Zhong Liwu's words. After consecutively employing his martial soul's true form, alongside the 8th and 9th soul abilities, combined with his own soul fusion technique, he indeed had only a quarter of his soul power remaining. Although this fraction was sufficient for him to take down 3 title dual-level evil soul masters in his final stand, he did not waver. His eyes brimmed with determination and resolve as he charged toward his adversaries, for he harbored a secret weapon, his last hope and the key to triumph over his foes. Chapter 106. Chaos among title Douluos. Upon the tumultuous battlefield, fraught with peril, Yan Shaozhe concealed an undisclosed secret weapon bestowed by Li Chaoyang, over 100 energy amethysts. This seemingly mundane object contained immense power, representing Yan Shaozhe's beacon of hope in the face of despair. However, he refrained from hastily deploying this secret weapon, for his acute instincts alerted him to the lurking presence of 2 terrifying entities, ultimate Douluos of equal caliber to himself. The unfathomable aura they exuded instilled in him a sense of trepidation, compelling him to remain vigilant. Moreover, he worried that should his soul power abruptly restore to its peak, Zhong Liwu and the other malevolent soul masters would undoubtedly sense the looming threat and scatter like startled birds. Should they disperse, even with his exceptional strength, he could at best eliminate one of them, if not leave them all unharmed. After all, those 2 ultimate Douluos lurking in the shadows were akin to twin blades poised to threaten his every move. Conversely, if he feigned weakness, he might entice the evil soul masters into lowering their guard, granting him the opportunity to vanquish 2 or 3 of them in a decisive strike. At this moment, the Dark Soul Masters observed a potential flaw in Yan Shaozhe, and without hesitation, all 8 of them simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits in their true forms. Instantly, 8 waves of malevolent and formidable energy surged skyward as they lunged at Yan Shaozhe like ravenous wolves. Yan Shaozhe's expression remained austere, devoid of any superfluous words, as he directly executed his master's original soul technique, Sovereign of the World. A colossal hand materialized from thin air, bearing a cataclysmic force as it struck towards the 8 adversaries. This hand appeared to be a divine judgment from the celestial realm, warping the very fabric of space in its wake. The 8 Dark Soul Masters, upon witnessing this, turned pale with fear, fully aware of the terrifying might of this ultimate Douluo's original soul technique, which they could not confront head-on. They scattered in all directions, desperately seeking to evade the impending doom. Observing their dispersal, Yan Shaozhe felt an unsettling premonition. In this critical moment, he had no choice but to randomly select one of the title Douluo-level Dark Soul Masters and directed Sovereign of the World towards that individual. The immense hand descended like a mountain, instantaneously striking its target. A piercing scream echoed as the Dark Soul Master perished on the spot, his body dissolving into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. Zhong Liwu, witnessing the demise of his subordinate at the hands of Yan Shaozhe, glared furiously, his eyes ablaze with wrath, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Damn it, I will make you pay with your life." In an instant, the aura of death emanating from Zhong Liwu surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire battlefield in this sinister energy. 3 spatial rifts abruptly manifested behind him, resembling gaping maws of darkness, exuding a chilling presence. From these rifts, a relentless tide of terrifying death and spectral energy poured forth, as if seeking to drag the entire world into an abyss of despair. In the next moment, 3 enormous skeletal claws erupted from the spatial rifts, followed by ghastly white bones and menacing bone wings. Indeed, Zhong Liwu had summoned 3 bone dragons. Each bone dragon radiated the formidable aura of a peak Douluo at level 98. Their massive forms crushed the ground beneath them like mere dust. Zhong Liwu's expression twisted with malice as he declared, Yan Shaozhe, I refuse to believe that 4 level 98 peak Douluos cannot overcome you. A level 99 ultimate Douluo with limited soul power. Prepare to die. 8th soul skill, Death Domain. In the next instant, both Zhong Liwu and the 3 bone dragons experienced a surge in their power, as if an invisible force propelled them to transcend their limits. The overwhelming energy caused the surrounding air to tremble, hinting at a potential breakthrough to ultimate Douluo status. Yan Shaozhe, startled by Zhong Liwu's explosive transformation, felt cold sweat trickle down his face. He silently resolved, I cannot hold back, or I shall surely perish today. Without hesitation, he ignited the remainder of his soul power, flames erupting around him, symbolizing the fire of the phoenix. He proclaimed loudly, 9th soul skill, Phoenix Annihilation Light. Simultaneously, Zhong Liwu shouted, 9th soul skill, Death's End. The 3 bone dragons opened their gaping maws, unleashing dragon breaths imbued with terrifying energy. These 5 assaults, each embodying the immense power of peak Douluo at level 98, collided with ferocity like 5 shooting stars. The battlefield erupted in a cataclysmic roar. A deafening roar shattered the silence. As if the very fabric of the world was being torn asunder, 5 formidable attacks collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light, while the powerful shockwave radiated outward like tumultuous ocean waves. In their wake, mountains crumbled and trees were uprooted. Unexpectedly, the 5 assaults reached a stalemate, each side equally matched, unable to gain the upper hand over the other. In the midst of this deadlock, the remaining 6 malevolent spirit masters perceived an opportune moment. They unleashed their ultimate move, the 9th soul skill. In unison, 6 potent attacks surged forth like ferocious dragons aimed at Yan Shaozhe, their terrifying aura instilling a sense of despair within him. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a clandestine dialogue unfolded. A tall, dignified middle-aged man, standing as upright as a pine tree, addressed a beautiful young woman. Shishui, Muin's disciple is truly formidable. To have advanced from level 95 to 99 in such a short span is remarkable. It's a pity he must meet his end today. With a sigh, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. The lovely woman cast a peculiar glance at the man, her eyes seemingly holding countless secrets. She remained silent, standing there quietly, her demeanor calm as still water. Yet the soul power and dual soul cores within her began to whirl chaotically, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to strike at any moment. Just as the 6th-titled Douluo's full force was about to descend upon Yan Shaozhe, a ghostly white tiger manifested before him, towering like a small mountain. The ethereal creature emanated a formidable aura, reminiscent of a guardian from the depths of hell. With a thunderous roar, the emergence of the ghostly white tiger introduced an element of unpredictability into this life and death struggle. Chapter 107, The Chaos of Titled Douluo, Part 8. Without a hint of error, the majestic, ghostly white tiger that now graced the eyes of the onlookers was the result of the martial soul fusion technique executed by Dai Hao and Zhu Juqing. As the magnificent beast quivered slightly, Dai Hao's calm and resolute voice resonated. Ghostly white tiger break. Upon utterance, the ghostly white tiger opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a brilliant beam of white light that shot forth like an arrow, bearing the might to annihilate all in its path. In an instant, brilliance erupted, and energy surged. The ghostly white tiger break, akin to a divine weapon descending from the heavens, successfully intercepted 4 of the 9th soul skills. However, the remaining 2 attacks, like cunning serpents, seized the moment and struck directly at the imposing form of the ghostly white tiger. Sustaining grave injury, the ghostly white tiger let out a deafening roar, its colossal body disintegrating in an instant. Dai Hao and Zhu Juqing, weakened by the blow, found their martial souls faltering. Both coughed up blood and plummeted to the ground, akin to kites severed from their strings, unconscious. Witnessing Dai Hao and Zhu Juqing's selfless act to shield him, Yan Shaozhe felt an inferno of rage ignite within him. His eyes widened, fury coursing through him as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, you have successfully provoked my wrath." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a blinding white light flashed across the scene. Yan Shaozhe moved like a bolt of lightning, swiftly extricating himself from the perilous clash with Zhong Liwu's soul technique. When he reappeared, a stone radiating a mysterious purple glow rested in his right hand. It was the energy amethyst. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Shaozhe resolutely embedded the energy amethyst into his own body. In an instant, a torrent of immense and boundless power surged forth from within him, his aura exploding with fervor. His soul power rapidly restored itself like a flood breaching its dam, regaining half of its strength in the blink of an eye, and continuing to ascend at an astonishing pace. With his head held high and his voice booming like a bell, Yan Shaozhe declared, 8th soul skill, Phoenix Judgment. A terrifyingly potent light, akin to a tumultuous tide, cascaded forth, aiming fiercely at Zhongli and the 7 others, along with 3 skeletal dragons. This was the overwhelming force unleashed by a level 99 Limit Douluo, a power so tremendous it seemed destined to illuminate the entire world. Under the onslaught of this dreadful light, Zhongli, along with the 7 and the 3 skeletal dragons, appeared as if ensnared by a binding spell, rendered utterly immobile and descending from the heavens to the ground. Indeed, the chasm between level 99 and those below was akin to an insurmountable divide. In an instant, the 3 evil soul masters among the 7, whose soul power did not reach the Super Douluo tier, crumbled before this horrifying force, vanishing without a trace like mere ants. In the shadows, Long Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he addressed Yi Shishui. Shishui, do you require my hand to eliminate Yan Shaozhe? Yi Shishui cast a peculiar glance at Long Xiaoyao and replied, you seem quite off today. You wouldn't have so readily contemplated killing someone before. Long Xiaoyao chuckled, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Is it not because I see this young man growing too swiftly? At this rate, he may pose a threat to you. Yi Shishui's countenance darkened, her voice icy as she retorted, no need to kill him. A lesson will suffice. Long Xiaoyao's expression turned troubled as he looked at Yi Shishui. Is this because of Muin? Yi Shishui's face hardened, and she barked, leave. Long Xiaoyao, however, wore a broad smile, quickly acquiescing, very well. Yet internally, he mused, now. That's the Shishui I know. Wait, I shall accompany you, Yi Shishui suddenly declared. In the next moment, she and Long Xiaoyao appeared before Zhongli and the others like phantoms, their imposing figures solidly blocking the fierce onslaught of Yan Shaozhe's Phoenix Judgment. In the following instant, a terrifying dark energy surged forth like a deluge of ink, rapidly engulfing 2/3 of the sky, relentlessly expanding like a colossal beast of darkness, mercilessly compressing Yan Shaozhe's radiant energy. Zhongli, witnessing Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao in the sky, felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes and struggled to rise from the ground. He respectfully addressed them. Mother, Uncle Long. Yi Shishui glanced back at Zhongli, instructing, return for now, I will handle things here. Zhongli nodded, hastily fleeing with the unconscious 3, like a pack of frightened dogs. Long Xiaoyao turned his gaze towards Yi Shishui, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he remarked, Shishui, the crystal possessed by that young man is quite extraordinary. It remarkably restores Yan Shaozhe's soul power at an impressive speed. What kind of rare metal could it be? I have never encountered it on your workstation. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Shishui replied, it is not a rare metal. It appears to be a soul skill. However, I have not heard of such talent emerging from Shrek. Chapter 108. Education. Yan Shaozhe, witnessing the 2 effortlessly dismantle his 8th soul skill, felt a ripple of astonishment wash over him, his surprise palpable. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired, may I ask, who exactly are you 2? Yet, the duo remained silent, resembling statues of reticence. Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao, their gazes piercing, focused intently on Yan Shaozhe, and simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits alongside their soul rings. Yi Shishui was adorned with 6 pitch-black soul rings that contrasted with 3 blood-red ones. Behind her loomed the blood-soul demon puppet, exuding a terrifying aura of darkness that surged forth like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyao showcased a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red soul rings, as the dark sacred dragon coiled beneath him, emanating an equally unsettling dark presence. The 2 energies subtly intertwined, creating a dance that seemed to challenge the heavens. Yan Shaozhe, fixated on their astonishing soul ring combinations, felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. This was not merely due to facing 2 Limit Douluos, it was also because their cultivation had reached the realm of demigods, and he was merely a quasi-demigod. In the vast realm of Limit Douluos, the distinctions between quasi-demigods, demigods, and true gods were akin to the arduous climb of a celestial ladder. Each step fraught with immense difficulty, the chasms between each level felt insurmountable. Taking a deep breath, Yan Shaozhe retrieved an energy purple crystal from his spatial soul guide and resolutely inserted it into his body. Instantly, his previously restored soul power surged forth like a roaring river, overflowing with vitality. His aura intensified, and the 9th red soul ring shone with dazzling brilliance. With a solemn expression, Yan Shaozhe declared, since we have crossed paths here, let us engage in some sparring. 9th soul skill, Phoenix World Annihilation Light. A terrifying burst of luminous energy surged forth, akin to the dawn's first light, aimed at Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao, seeking to dispel the darkness. However, just as Long Xiaoyao prepared to act, Yi Shishui interjected, allow me to take him on. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyao paused, casting a surprised glance at Yi Shishui. Then, Yi Shishui's seventh soul ring, the illustrious red 100,000-year soul ring, suddenly blazed with intensity. She coldly proclaimed, "Seventh soul skill, martial spirit, true body." The massive blood soul demon puppet materialized in the sky, resembling a harbinger from the depths of the netherworld. With a casual swing of its scythe, it effortlessly shattered Yan Shaozhe's ninth soul skill into oblivion. With a teasing smile, Yi Shishui remarked, "Young man, it seems your teacher has not adequately instructed you on the battles among Limit Douluos. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to enlighten you today." With a flicker, Yi Shishui surged forward like a wraith, darting towards Yan Shaozhe. In the heavens above, a colossal luminous phoenix engaged in a fierce clash with the blood soul demon puppet, their struggle illuminating the sky and reverberating through the firmament. Long Xiaoyao observed the battle from the sidelines, his expression darkening with increasing intensity. A subtle aura of malice towards Yan Shaozhe began to brew within him. He pondered silently. It appears I shall need to converse with Mu-In at Shrek soon. Long Xiaoyao's gaze grew ever colder, as if it could freeze all existence. In the air, the scythe of the blood soul demon puppet swept down violently, striking Yan Shaozhe's transformed luminous phoenix and sending it crashing to the ground. Yi Shishui's mocking voice rang out once more, "You, with this luminous phoenix, truly bring shame to your master." Yan Shaozhe struggled to rise, only to see Yi Shishui raise her right hand, coldly declaring, "Right arm soul bone skill, dark chains." Before her words could fully settle, several black chains emerged from the shadow of the luminous phoenix, entwining it like ethereal serpents, instantly binding it. The luminous phoenix thrashed in desperation, emitting cries as it sought to break free from the grip of the dark chains, yet they held fast, as if forged of iron. The ninth soul ring upon Yi Shishui's body, a resplendent red ring of 100,000 years, suddenly blazed with brilliance. She enunciated clearly, "Ninth soul skill, Hell's demon scythe." In an instant, a scythe imbued with dark energy materialized in the hands of the blood soul demon puppet. It raised the scythe high, and in that moment, the entire world seemed to darken, engulfed in an abyssal gloom that instilled a profound dread. Chapter 109. You have already chosen your path to death. The massive scythe, laden with a chilling intent to kill, descended upon Yan Shaozhe with the ferocity of death summons. With nowhere to evade, Yan Shaozhe's eyes suddenly shifted, and he swiftly retracted the luminous phoenix, a symbol of light and hope. Immediately, a deep and malevolent aura emanated from him as the dark phoenix soul manifested, awakening like a demon from the abyss. Surrounding him were 3 circles of blood-red soul rings, their vivid hues resembling coagulated blood, exuding a terrifying presence. Following this, the first and second 100,000-year soul rings on Yan Shaozhe ignited in brilliance, akin to 2 blazing suns erupting in the darkness. With a stern expression, he intoned, "First soul skill, dark incarnation, second soul skill, dark inferno." In an instant, the dark phoenix ignited with a terrifyingly potent black flame, a fire that seemed to emanate from the depths of the netherworld, brimming with inexhaustible destructive power. Wherever the flames swept, the very air twisted and contorted under their scorching intensity. In the next moment, the dark chains that had once ensnared Yan Shaozhe disintegrated before the might of the dark flames, crumbling like brittle twigs and dissipating into wisps of black smoke. In a flash, Yan Shaozhe vanished, slipping into the ground like a specter, leaving only a faint afterimage. Just as he submerged into the earth, Yi Shishui's ninth soul skill descended with the force of cataclysm, striking only the afterimage left by Yan Shaozhe, failing to harm him in the slightest. Yi Shishui was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Yan Shaozhe's second martial spirit, but her lips soon curled into a mocking smile as she burst into laughter. Half-step to the ultimate darkness. Your martial spirit indeed aligns quite well with the Holy Spirit sect. However, isn't it the case that such a martial spirit in Shrek Academy is typically regarded as that of an evil soul master? I never would have imagined you could ascend to the position of principal at Shrek Academy. How amusing this world is. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she continued, "How about this? Join my Holy Spirit sect, and I shall not only assist you in breaking through to the quasi-divine realm, but also grant you the role of sect leader. What do you say?" After a brief pause, she added, "You need not doubt me. I, Yi Shishui, am always true to my word." Yan Shaozhe scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "Do you truly believe I would fall for your nonsense? Sovereign of the world." As his voice echoed, a colossal handprint materialized from thin air, appearing as if forged from mountains, surging towards Yi Shishui with overwhelming force. The air crackled and shrieked as it was compressed in its wake. In truth, Yi Shishui's words were sincere. Had Yan Shaozhe acquiesced, she would have disregarded any opposition and insisted on elevating him to the position of sect leader. even if it meant ruthlessly silencing dissenters within the Holy Spirit sect. Facing the enormous hand, Yi Shishui remained unperturbed. With a graceful flick of her scythe, a sharp blade of light sliced through the air, obliterating the massive hand as if it were mere paper, scattering it into shimmering particles. At that moment, Long Xiaoyao, observing Yi Shishui's leisurely yet instructional demeanor towards Yan Shaozhe, struggled to contain himself. His eyes glinted with a fierce light, brimming with palpable killing intent as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Shishui, allow me to handle this." Without waiting for Yi Shishui's response, Long Xiaoyao activated his second, fifth, sixth, seventh, and ninth soul rings. The brilliance from the 5 soul rings surged forth, unleashing 5 enhancement skills simultaneously, one of which stemmed from a 100,000-year soul ring, causing the surrounding space to tremble with powerful energy waves. Empowered by these 5 augmentation skills, Long Xiaoyao's aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly reaching the quasi-divine tier. With his eyes wide open in fury, he bellowed, "Dark Ascending Dragon." Dark Ascending Dragon was a martial skill of Long Xiaoyao's own creation, and now, bolstered by the 5 enhancement abilities, this strike had attained the pinnacle of mortal might. In the next instant, the sky itself seemed to be shrouded by a massive black curtain, plunging into total darkness devoid of any light. 9 terrifying dark sacred dragons roared down from above, their colossal forms glimmering with an eerie light, exhaling black flames as they surged towards Yan Shaozhe with a cataclysmic intent. Yan Shaozhe, gazing at the 9 fearsome dragons, felt a surge of dread. He knew he could not withstand this assault. Meanwhile, Yi Shishui looked at Long Xiaoyao with astonishment, her mind swirling with confusion as she failed to comprehend why he harbored such murderous intent towards Yan Shaozhe. She pondered silently within her heart. Is it because that rascal, Yan Shaozhe, killed the titled dual-level evil soul master of the Holy Spirit sect? No, that cannot be right. Xiaoyao should be wishing for their demise instead. Regardless, Yan Shaozhe is in peril, and I must rescue him first. Just as Yi Shishui was about to take action to save Yan Shaozhe, she suddenly noticed that he had produced a fan from his hand. Yi Shishui's eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Is that a level 9 soul guide?" "No, it is more complex than that. It is a life soul guide." "Indeed. He is my grandson." At that moment, Yan Shaozhe gazed upon the 9 terrifying dragons in the sky, fully aware that even if he employed his martial soul fusion technique, it would be futile. The coexistence of light and darkness is a single target attack skill, capable of repelling at most 1 dragon. In desperation, Yan Shaozhe revealed his remaining trump card, the Life Soul Guide. With the Phoenix Fan firmly in hand and his gaze resolute, Yan Shaozhe infused his 3 soul rings into the fan. In an instant, the Phoenix Fan radiated a brilliant light, exuding a terrifying aura. Simultaneously, he retrieved 3 pieces of energy purple crystal, fervently absorbing their energy, as his soul power rapidly surged like a flood breaching its dam. Holding the fan, Yan Shaozhe made a powerful sweep towards Long Xiaoyao. In an instant, nearly 100 dark phoenixes erupted from the fan, soaring forth like a rain of black arrows, accompanied by piercing shrieks as they charged towards Long Xiaoyao. Each dark phoenix emanated an overwhelming presence, as if they sought to engulf Long Xiaoyao entirely. Chapter 110, The Crimson Smoke. The phantoms of nearly 100 dark phoenixes engaged in a fierce clash with the 9 ferocious dark holy dragons above the heavens. As if the world itself were rent with countless fissures by this extraordinary battle, the 9 dark holy dragons, wielding overwhelming power, gradually gained the upper hand. Their self-created soul skills contained the terrifying might of quasi-divine level, and even with Yan Shaozhe exerting all his effort, utilizing 3 invaluable energy purple crystals to amplify his soul power, he could only summon a few additional phantoms of dark phoenixes, unable to alter the course of the battle. As time flowed slowly, 4 of the 9 dark holy dragons had already been reduced to nothingness amidst the fierce collisions, leaving only 5, battered yet still exuding fierce hostility, eager to charge at Yan Shaozhe once more. However, Yan Shaozhe had wisely retreated, clutching the unconscious Dai Hao and Zhu Xia, akin to carrying the spark of hope as he vanished into the unknown shadows. Long Xiaoyao, witnessing Yan Shaozhe's escape, felt a pang of frustration within. He turned to Yi Shishui, only to find her expression dark and her gaze piercing, directed straight at him. Yi Shishui coldly inquired, "What were your intentions just now?" Long Xiaoyao managed an awkward smile, a flicker of pity and fear crossing his eyes, and replied, "I saw how hard you trained them, so I wish to lend a hand and lighten your burden." Upon hearing this, Yi Shishui's expression softened slightly. Yet she did not forget to admonish him, "Remember your actions today. Do not let regret come too late." With that, her figure flickered and she vanished from sight. Long Xiaoyao gazed in the direction Yi Shishui had departed, calling out sorrowfully, "Shishui, wait for me." Yet within his heart, he was already plotting to seek out his dear friend Muin for a proper exchange upon their return with Yi Shishui. On the other side, Yan Shaozhe, accompanied by Dai Hao and Zhu Zhu, evaded the White Tiger military camp in the bustling city, seeking refuge in a hidden cave. He was acutely aware of Long Xiaoyao's ruthlessness and dared not be careless. Yan Shaozhe retrieved 3 energy amethyst crystals from his spatial soul guide. He gently embedded 2 into Dai Hao and Zhu Zhu's bodies to aid in their healing and restoration of soul power, while the third was pressed against his own heart to accelerate his recovery and replenish his soul energy. He silently rejoiced at having received the energy amethyst crystals from Li Chaoyang. Otherwise, today's predicament would have been exceedingly difficult to manage. Meanwhile, within the prince's residence of the Sun and Moon Empire, Su Tianran sat in his wheelchair, diligently carving a soul guide device. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted him, and a graceful woman named Juzi burst in, breathless and filled with concern. She was the future war goddess of the empire, yet her expression was laden with worry. Su Tianran looked up, noticing her distress, and inquired, "What is the matter that has you so flustered? Is there news from the front lines? Or has Dai Hao met with misfortune?" Juzi took a deep breath and replied in a low voice, "No. It is the Evil Lord and the Terror Claw Soul Master Legion that have been completely annihilated, with only 2 Legion commanders managing to escape." Su Tianran's countenance changed abruptly, and the unfinished core formation in his hands was instantly crushed. How could this be? How could the White Tiger Legion possess such strength? Wasn't the Holy Spirit Church providing covert assistance? Who was behind this? Juzi softly answered, "It was Yan Shaozhe, the dean of Shrek Academy. He single-handedly faced 2 major Soul Master Legions, and even slew 4 titled Douluo-level evil Soul Masters." Su Tianran, seething with rage, let out a sinister laugh. "What a Shrek! Destroying my 2 major Soul Master Legions. This grudge cannot go unpunished. Juzi, you may leave." Juzi obeyed and quietly withdrew. Su Tianran then opened a drawer, lightly pressed a button, and the wall behind him slowly revealed a dark secret passage. Resolutely, he stepped inside, and after a considerable time, when he re-emerged, he was enveloped in thick black-red smoke, resembling a messenger from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling aura. Su Tianran malevolently muttered, "Shrek." Chapter 111, almost late. In the dormitory of the Soul Guide Department at Shrek Academy, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, gently illuminating Li Chaoyang's bed. He slowly awakened, stretching lazily on the bed and murmuring to himself, what a delightful sleep that was. Shortly thereafter, he could not suppress a long yawn, his sleep-laden eyes drifting to the alarm clock beside him. Rubbing his eyes, he mumbled groggily, "It's only 8:55, I can sleep a little longer." However, in that instant, a flash of inspiration struck him like a bolt of lightning. He jolted awake, exclaiming loudly, "Wait. Today is the opening day for the Outer Academy of Shrek, and class starts at 9 o'clock. This is bad." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Chaoyang swiftly summoned his elemental staff soul, and as the second soul ring flickered, a neat set of clothing materialized upon him. With urgency in his expression, he waved his elemental staff, and the space before him twisted, revealing a massive spatial passage that appeared out of thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chaoyang plunged into the passageway. Simultaneously, before the entrance of the Soul Master Department's teaching building, the energy of space surged tumultuously, akin to a roaring tide, as a mysterious spatial portal gradually materialized. Shortly thereafter, Li Chaoyang emerged from the passage, striding forth. Fortunately, at that moment, the entrance of the Soul Master Department was deserted. All students had already settled quietly in their classrooms, awaiting the commencement of lessons, thus averting any unnecessary panic. Li Chaoyang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply, contemplating to himself, "It is fortunate that I possess spatial soul skills. Otherwise, this situation could have become quite troublesome." However, just as he took a step forward, he suddenly realized a grave issue, his complexion paling instantaneously as he exclaimed, "Wait, I don't even know which class I belong to. What should I do? This is a disaster. If my homeroom teacher is Zhou Yi, then it's truly over." Just as Li Chaoyang was in a state of frantic anxiety, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Chaoyang, were you speaking about me just now?" Li Chaoyang shuddered, slowly turning around to face an elderly woman, the speaker. He cautiously inquired, "Are you Teacher Zhou?" Indeed, this person was Zhou Yi. Previously, Li Chaoyang had curiously asked Zhou Yi why she adorned herself in such an unappealing and aged manner. Zhou Yi had replied with utmost seriousness that excessive beauty lacked authority, and such an appearance exuded an air of gravitas. The elderly woman, Zhou Yi, nodded sternly and remarked, "The class is about to begin. What are you lingering here for?" Feeling embarrassed, Li Chaoyang scratched his head and replied, "Teacher Zhou, I have been exceedingly busy lately, and have yet to check which class I have been assigned to." "Is that all?" Zhou Yi's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Li Qiaoyang's thoughts. Li Qiaoyang muttered softly, "Teacher Zhou, how did you know?" Zhou Yi shot him an indignant glare and retorted, "Nonsense. If I hadn't remembered that you were a new student this year and made a special trip to check, you wouldn't be attending class at all. Come with me, you're in my class. And, did you oversleep again today?" Li Qiaoyang felt his face flush crimson with embarrassment as he stammered, "Zhe." At the entrance of classroom 1 for new students, Li Qiaoyang seized the moment and darted into the classroom ahead of Zhou Yi. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, the bell for class at 9 o'clock rang out cheerfully. Li Qiaoyang rejoiced internally, relieved that he had not arrived late. All the students in classroom 1, upon witnessing Li Qiaoyang's timely arrival, whether familiar with him or not, couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. A hushed murmur swept through the classroom. "This guy is truly impressive. He dares to arrive just as Zhou Yi's class is starting. I'm glad I did my research on Zhou Yi beforehand. Otherwise, I might have found myself in the same predicament, and that would have been disastrous." Indeed. Li Qiaoyang paid no heed to the chatter of his classmates and quickly scanned the classroom. Among the familiar faces, he spotted Hui Yuhao, Wang Donger, and Li Yizhen. Additionally, a little girl with green hair sat obediently behind Wang Donger. Li Qiaoyang offered a friendly smile to Li Yizhen before making his way to the last row of the classroom. After all, there were no vacant seats around the 3 acquaintances he knew, and the only remaining option was the last row, aside from the space next to the podium. Without hesitation, Li Qiaoyang took a seat, thinking to himself, "I certainly can't take Zhou Yi's spot. Although I am quite familiar with Zhou Yi, I must still show him some respect." Chapter 112, Establishing Authority. As Li Qiaoyang settled comfortably into his seat at the back, preparing to rest for a moment, Teacher Zhou Yi strode confidently onto the podium. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept across the classroom, deliberately searching for Li Qiaoyang. Upon spotting Li Qiaoyang's languid demeanor, as if he were on the verge of slumber, Zhou Yi's brow furrowed, and he raised his voice significantly, calling out, "Li Qiaoyang, stand up." No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhou Yi radiated an overwhelming aura, summoning forth his fiery dragon martial spirit. 2 yellow soul rings, 2 purple soul rings, and 2 black soul rings shimmered in succession around him, emanating an immense pressure that surged through the classroom like a tidal wave. Under this formidable influence, many present found it difficult to breathe, their bodies trembling involuntarily, with several collapsing to the ground. Surprisingly, however, 2 individuals remained steadfast against this oppressive force, utterly unfazed, Li Qiaoyang and Li Yizhen. Zhou Yi, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of astonishment and a hint of surprise within him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Li Qiaoyang. "Li Qiaoyang, do not presume that your exceptional talent grants you the liberty to act recklessly in my class or to sleep at your leisure. Now, I command you to leave and run 100 laps around the Shrek Square without using your soul power." Upon hearing Zhou Yi's directive, Li Qiaoyang experienced not a trace of anger. Rather, excitement flickered in his eyes. For the other students, running 100 laps around Shrek Square might seem a daunting task. But for Li Qiaoyang, it was a mere trifle. After all, although he was a support-type soul master, he consistently ran 700 laps at Shrek Square each week, a fact Zhou Yi was undoubtedly aware of, as Li Qiaoyang often ran alongside students from Zhou Yi's class. Thus, this seemingly monumental challenge of 100 laps posed no difficulty for him. Understanding that Zhou Yi was attempting to assert his authority, Li Qiaoyang decided to grant him the courtesy. With his head held high, Li Qiaoyang responded loudly, "Yes, Teacher Zhou." As he rose, he deliberately released his 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 purple, radiating a powerful aura befitting a soul master at level 39, which swept over the onlookers like a tempest. The class, taken aback by the sight of Li Qiaoyang's soul rings and the overwhelming pressure he exuded, stared in astonishment, murmuring their awe. "Goodness, he became a soul master at 12, and his second soul ring is purple. He is truly a prodigious talent." Even more astonishing was the absence of a single yellow soul ring on him. Was Teacher Zhou truly that formidable? To think that such a genius could be subdued. Upon witnessing Li Qiaoyang reveal his soul ring, Zhou Yi feigned anger and admonished, "Li Qiaoyang, cease using your soul power and retract your soul ring at once." Li Qiaoyang promptly responded with respect, "Yes, Teacher Zhou." He swiftly retracted his soul ring and skipped out of the classroom with a light-hearted gait. Zhou Yi observed Li Qiaoyang's departing figure, nodding slightly in approval, thinking to himself, "Not bad." He then turned his attention to the other students in Class 1, only to find them still gazing vacantly at Li Qiaoyang's retreating form. Frowning, Zhou Yi bellowed, "What are you staring at? You'll be running soon enough. If you wish to run more, continue watching." The students, startled by his words, shivered in fear and quickly averted their gazes from Li Qiaoyang. Sitting up straight with their eyes fixed firmly on the blackboard, Zhou Yi, satisfied, nodded and continued, since your arrival at Shrek Academy, those who have engaged in fights, please stand. Instantly, the classroom fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who had indeed been in a scuffle, remained seated, exchanging a knowing glance that conveyed a mutual understanding. Under no circumstances should they stand. Teacher Zhou was too formidable. Seeing that no one dared to rise, Zhou's expression darkened, and he coldly declared, "A bunch of useless individuals. Do you not comprehend that avoiding trouble is the mark of mediocrity? All of you will run 100 laps around Shrek Square, without utilizing your soul power. And you have 1 hour. Failure to complete this will result in expulsion." The students trembled at Zhou Yi's words, fleeing the classroom like startled birds, racing towards the playground. After all, Shrek Academy represented the finest educational resources across the continent, and none wished to face expulsion. They had long been aware of Zhou Yi's notorious reputation. And after witnessing his severe punishment of that three-soul venerable genius, they dared not gamble on whether he might truly expel them for this incident. Zhou Yi watched the students hastily depart, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 113. A request for leave on the first day of school. Half an hour later, Li Chaoyang had completed his 100 laps. After finishing, he utilized his spatial soul skill to teleport to a rooftop concealed from the view of any Class 1 student. He retrieved a reclining chair from his spatial soul tool, placing it steadily on the ground before reclining comfortably. Li Chaoyang mused to himself, witnessing others panting from exertion while I relax is truly a delightful experience. He then opened the system task panel, only to find that Yan Shaozhe's task remained unfulfilled. With a sigh, he remarked, "How is it that one task still lingers? Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao are Yan Shaozhe's grandparents. Surely, if they were to bicker, the elders would show some leniency." He pondered, "Perhaps I should lend a hand to the dean? After all, the reward promised by the system is a divine artifact." Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang stowed away the reclining chair, harnessed the spatial power of his second soul skill, and, aided by the fourth soul skill's mental probing, successfully made his way to Zhou Yi's side. After Li Chaoyang approached Zhou Yi, he gently patted her shoulder. Startled by this unexpected gesture, Zhou Yi spun around, her eyes flashing with indignation as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I had no idea it was you. I thought it was one of the old guardians from the Sea God Pavilion. Truly frightening." Li Chaoyang chuckled awkwardly, responding, "I apologize, Teacher Zhou. I have a small matter to discuss." With a playful grin, he gazed at Zhou Yi, finding it somewhat challenging to articulate his request. "Given our relationship, feel free to speak candidly," Zhou Yi encouraged. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's face brightened. "Well, Teacher Zhou, I would like to request a leave of absence." Zhou Yi's expression hardened as she retorted, "Absolutely not. You want to take a leave right after the semester begins? Do you think that's feasible? I will not approve it." With a hint of charm, Li Chaoyang pleaded, "Oh, come on, Teacher Zhou, please agree. I have my reasons, and I assure you that the higher-ups will consent." "What is the reason?" Zhou Yi inquired. Li Chaoyang offered an awkward smile and replied, "This is something I cannot disclose. It is quite confidential." "Then you might as well forget about that leave," Zhou Yi decisively stated. Li Chaoyang's eyes darted with a sudden idea. "Teacher Zhou, have you noticed that Teacher Fan hasn't he been home lately?" Zhou Yi, bewildered, responded, "How do you know that? Where is he? Do you truly know?" Li Chaoyang confidently assured her, "I am a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department and a future Level 9 Soul Master. Of course, I know where Teacher Fan is. Here's the deal. If I tell you where he is, will you grant me my leave?" Zhou Yi, contemplating, replied, "All right. After all, it has indeed been quite a while since Fan Yu returned home. I haven't even seen him for 3 months. I have sought news from Qian Duoduo and Xian Liner multiple times, even visiting my rival Mu Jin, yet to no avail. I have entertained various scenarios, even suspecting that Fan Yu might have offended someone he shouldn't have and face dire consequences." Li Chaoyang explained, "Teacher Fan is in the Sea God Pavilion, undergoing a seclusion due to matters that cannot be disclosed. Shrek Academy is wholeheartedly supporting his ascension to title Douluo and Level 9 Soul Master status. And this matter is strictly confidential, so please do not spread it around. Had I not recommended a top-tier genius to the Soul Guidance Department a few days ago, I wouldn't have been privy to this information." Zhou Yi let out a sigh of relief. "I see. However, that doesn't seem right. I recall he sustained serious internal injuries. For him to break through from level 87 to title Douluo, that could take an eternity. Am I not left in a state of waiting indefinitely? Moreover, his soul bones have long been fully utilized." She sighed again. Li Chaoyang, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, proposed, "Teacher, would you be interested in making a deal? I can assist you in meeting Fan Yu." Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly asked, "What is the cost?" Chapter 114. The Divine Origin Realm. Li Chaoyang's gaze grew resolute. his tone imbued with unwavering determination. From this day forward, should I require a leave, you must grant it. Zhou's expression hardened, and she replied firmly, that is utterly impossible. Do you think I am someone who easily compromises? Even if 5 years pass without your side, I shall not acquiesce to such unreasonable demands. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Chaoyang slowly extended a finger, prompting Zhou to involuntarily turn his gaze. How about once a week? A hint of cunning laced Li Chaoyang's words. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhou's eyes, and he hastily responded, yes, yes. Truly delightful. Li Chaoyang's face also broke into a joyous smile. Excellent. I shall take you once first, but it will only be for 10 minutes. Upon my return, I will take you again. This matter must remain confidential, remember. Zhou nodded fervently, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Then, Li Chaoyang unleashed his second soul skill. And in an instant, the two were transported to the shores of the sea god lake. The gentle breeze caressed the lakeside. With a commanding tone, Li Chaoyang summoned his elemental staff martial soul, the soul rings shimmering in a mesmerizing display of 1 white, 2 purple, and 1 black. Mental detection shared. As Li Chaoyang intoned softly, an invisible wave radiated outward. With the aid of this power, Zhou finally glimpsed the mysterious figure at the bottom of the sea god lake, the presence of Fan Yu. Zhou marveled. Your soul skill is truly remarkable. However, Teacher Zhou, wait for me to absorb a soul bone, and I shall be able to bring you to meet him, Li Chaoyang declared with unwavering confidence. Having said this, Li Chaoyang retrieved a dazzling soul bone, the head soul bone of the celestial dream ice silkworm, aged 1,000,000 years, from his spatial soul guide. Without hesitation, he began the absorption process, undeterred, as if nothing around him could disturb his focus. After all, with Zhou guarding him and being within the confines of Shrek Academy, who would dare to cause trouble? Half an hour later, Li Chaoyang successfully absorbed the 1,000,000-year soul bone, his mental power surging dramatically, dispersing like a tempest, causing Zhou to stagger back and snapping nearby trees in the process. At that moment, every title Douluo and above within Shrek Academy simultaneously sensed this extraordinary aura, directing their gazes toward Li Chaoyang's location and hastening towards him. Within the Sea God Pavilion, Xuanzi was about to rise to investigate when he was halted by Muan. In a grave tone, Muan remarked, it is Chaoyang's mental power that has broken through. He just absorbed a head soul bone of considerable age. Xuanzi, upon hearing this, looked at Muan in shock. Is this true? If his mental power breaks through again, then it would mean, I have no doubt. I witnessed it with my own eyes under the enhancement of the Tree of Life. Moreover, that soul bone originates from his 4th soul ring, Muan asserted confidently. On the shores of the Sea God Lake, after absorbing the soul bone, Li Chaoyang directly activated the realm of fate, his mental power experiencing another surge. Grasping Zhou's hand, he executed the head soul bone skill simulation, and in an instant, the two vanished from sight, racing towards the Sea God Pavilion. At this moment, under the enhancement of the realm of fate, Li Chaoyang's mental power had reached the mid-phase of the divine origin realm. As long as he activated the head soul bone skill simulation, no one within Shrek Academy would be able to detect his presence. Even Muan, empowered by the Tree of Life, would find it difficult to perceive him. Character information host, Li Chaoyang age, 12 years soul power, level 50, innate soul power level 10, soul rings, 1st soul ring, white, 99 years, 2nd soul ring, purple, 1,000,000 years, divine level, 3rd soul ring, 1,400 years, soul skill, space, 4th soul ring, 200,000 years, soul skill, red demon bodyguard. Hellfire, 5th soul ring, platinum, 1,000,000 years, soul skills, mental detection, mental sharing, energy purple crystal. Mental interference self-created soul skills, Dragon Emperor dimension, continuous Dragon Emperor cannon, Dragon King shield, Dragon King tremor wings physical attributes, constitution, 74, mental power, 50. 000, martial soul, elemental staff, war Dragon Emperor, techniques, top-tier cultivation techniques, knowledge of innate soul guiding devices soul bones. Emperor's auspicious beast external head bone, 34. 444 years, region's three-headed mastiff right leg soul bone, 200,000 years, 1,000,000 year dream ice silkworm head soul bone soul mentor level, for innate soul guiding device, elemental mayfly cannon, level 4, items, resurrection card for the deceased, mysterious secret realm map 2, elixirs, 100,000 years purple destruction dragon right arm bone, 10 years soul bone domains, healing domain, beginner, fate domain, destruction domain detailed explanation of dream ice silkworm head soul bone skills, Simulation perfectly mimics any aura and form, making it difficult for enemies to detect. Mental Shock releases a powerful mental shockwave, inflicting mental damage on enemies. Mental Space opens a mental realm where anyone with lower mental power than the user is forced into a state of confusion. Dream upon activating this soul skill. Sleeping restores all injuries. The longer one sleeps, the faster the recovery. Chapter 115. Solo Challenge. Not long after Li Chaoyang departed with Zhou, the location where he had absorbed the soul bone was approached by a group of tidal dual-level powerhouses from Shrek Academy. Their expressions were grave as they carefully examined the area for a long time, the atmosphere so tense it felt like it could drip with anxiety. Ultimately, it was Xuanzi who stepped forward to declare it merely a misunderstanding, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief before dispersing. At this moment, Li Chaoyang had already taken Zhou to quietly ascend Sea God Island using the simulation soul skill. They brushed past Muon without him noticing, as if they had never existed. Immediately after, Li Chaoyang flickered, stepping onto the Tree of Life and entering the Sea God Pavilion without hindrance. As soon as he entered, he unhesitatingly unleashed a mental attack, causing Zhou to fall into a deep slumber, allowing him a moment of rest. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang leisurely strolled through the Tree of Life, eventually locating Fan Yu's figure in a room at the top, gently awakening Zhou. The three convened and conversed for 10 minutes. After Fan Yu solemnly vowed, under the revelation of his martial soul, to keep their discussion confidential, Li Chaoyang again employed his abilities to put Zhou back to sleep. Then, he activated a spatial soul skill, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear at Shrek Square. At this moment, Mu-En beneath the Tree of Life slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound, murmuring to himself, "What has this boy done with Zhou? He has been gone for half an hour and has just now appeared in Shrek Square." With a sigh, he turned his gaze towards the apex of the Tree of Life, expressing his resignation. Indeed, it has gone a bit too far. Oh well, let it be. As soon as his words fell, Mu-En's figure flickered and vanished from sight, reappearing atop the Shrek Square. There, Li Chaoyang roused Zhou, smiling as he said, "Teacher Zhou, I must take my leave. The call of destiny awaits." With that, the radiance of his third spirit ring surged, and he disappeared in an instant. Zhou, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, murmuring after a moment, "What a remarkable individual." From a distance, Mu-En observed this scene, a slight smile curving his lips as he softly remarked, "That lad has gone to find Shaozhe." Oh well, no matter. It must be said that Mu-En was indeed impressive. Despite his spiritual power being far inferior to Li Chaoyang's, he could still keenly sense Li Chaoyang's movements. In the next moment, Mu-En vanished once more, like a phantom. Subsequently, the narrative unfolded much like the original text, with Zhou beginning to impart lessons to his students. However, unlike the original, the number of students Zhou expelled was significantly reduced. This was not due to a sudden change of heart or leniency on his part, but rather because many students were intimidated by his stern methods, too fearful to slack off as in the original story. Meanwhile, in another part, Li Chaoyang utilized the call of destiny, instantly appearing before Yan Shaozhe. The sudden appearance of Li Chaoyang startled Yan Shaozhe, causing him to tremble involuntarily. It was not that he was timid. Rather, Li Chaoyang's emergence was so abrupt and unexpected. Since taking refuge in this cave, Yan Shaozhe had remained in a heightened state of alert, constantly wary of any pursuing evil spirit masters, leaving no room for complacency. When Li Chaoyang invoked the call of destiny, his presence was completely restrained, rendering Yan Shaozhe utterly unaware. Thus, Li Chaoyang's sudden manifestation before him was enough to send his heart racing. Regaining his composure, Yan Shaozhe inquired, "Chaoyang, what brings you here? This place is still quite dangerous." Li Chaoyang scratched the back of his head, nonchalantly fabricating a response. "I sensed that you had paused after continuously absorbing the energy from the purple crystal, and fearing for your safety, I came to rescue you." Hearing this, Yan Shaozhe's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, "How could I possibly be captured? The person capable of doing so has yet to be born. By the way, I recall you possess healing abilities. Perhaps you could tend to those two first." Li Chaoyang glanced at the two figures and, perplexed, asked, "Who are these two?" Yan Shaozhe introduced, "These are Duke Baihu Dai Hao and Duke Yuming Zhu Xia. They were injured while trying to assist me just now." Upon hearing the name Zhu Xia, Li Chaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. What an amusing name. With that, Li Chaoyang activated his healing domain, beginning to treat Dai Hao and Zhu Xia. After half an hour, he paused the treatment, suddenly growing serious as he remarked, "Someone is approaching." Yan Shaozhe looked at Li Chaoyang in confusion, as he felt no unusual presence. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted as a large hole broke through the cave's ceiling, and a figure clad in black robes appeared at the entrance, none other than Long Xiaoyao. Long Xiaoyao spoke, "Good lad, Your spiritual power is indeed formidable, capable of perceiving my presence. As soon as his words fell, the entire cave began to shake violently, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous roar. Yan Shaozhe, finally responding, swiftly unleashed his martial soul's true form, grasping the unsuspecting Li Chaoyang, along with the unconscious Dai Hao and Zhu Xia, and soared into the sky, escaping the cave. With the three in tow, Yan Shaozhe landed steadily, adorned with 6 black and 3 red soul rings, emanating a remarkable aura. His expression tense, he glanced at Long Xiaoyao and said, "Senior, there is no need to escalate our relationship to such a rigid state. I can see that you are not an evil soul master." Long Xiaoyao scoffed disdainfully. "I merely feel that you pose a threat to my beloved, coupled with my own ulterior motives. Spare me the chatter. Today you must die." With that, Long Xiaoyao, encased in 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red soul rings, unleashed an overwhelming aura that shrouded the sky in darkness, obscuring all light. The demigod's might surged forth like a tidal wave, pressing down upon Yan Shaozhe, Li Chaoyang, and the others. It was evident that Long Xiaoyao was resolute in claiming Yan Shaozhe's life. Sensing the terrifying pressure from Long Xiaoyao, Yan Shaozhe unhesitatingly positioned himself before the others, releasing his own oppressive force to counteract Long Xiaoyao's. Under his full exertion, Li Chaoyang and the others were spared from being crushed by the demigod's overwhelming pressure. However, it was clear to all that Yan Shaozhe was severely restrained by Long Xiaoyao, firmly at a disadvantage. Yan Shaozhe turned to Li Chaoyang, speaking rapidly. "Li Chaoyang, quickly use your spatial soul technique to take Dai Hao and Zhu Xia and flee. This battle is beyond your capability." Li Chaoyang resolutely shook his head, then turned to face Long Xiaoyao, boldly proclaiming, "Long Xiaoyao, do you dare to engage in a one-on-one duel with Director Yin and me, the world's strongest support? If we win, you will let us go. If we lose, you may do as you wish. What say you?" Chapter 116, Support. A smirk played on Long Xiaoyao's lips as he chuckled lightly. "A 12-person duel? Now that is an intriguing proposal." Li Chaoyang, his expression unwavering, replied, "Indeed. Just you alone against the 2 of us." Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyao's smile broadened, proclaiming, "Very well. A 1-on-2 duel it shall be. Consider this your last words." No sooner had he spoken than a tempestuous force erupted from Long Xiaoyao, sweeping outward like a surging tide. Witnessing this, Yan Shaozhe stepped forward without hesitation, using his own power to shield Li Chaoyang and the others from the overwhelming pressure, though his form trembled involuntarily. Yan Shaozhe turned to Li Chaoyang, his eyes filled with urgency and concern, imploring, "Stop this foolishness, Chaoyang, and flee." Li Chaoyang, steadfast as iron, met Yan Shaozhe's gaze and replied earnestly, "I am not being foolish." He then turned to Long Xiaoyao, his eyes gleaming with determination, stating coldly, "This old man is destined to lose today. And remember, every action you take, you shall regret it." Li Chaoyang displayed no semblance of fear, for he possessed several hidden cards capable of directly eliminating Long Xiaoyao. The one who should feel trepidation was Long Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyao erupted into laughter, his voice resonating with disdain and arrogance as he declared, "I shall remember this well. Tomorrow, I will ensure that you receive paper offerings in tribute." In an instant, the 2nd, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 9th soul rings adorning Long Xiaoyao burst forth with resplendent light, akin to 5 radiant stars shimmering around him. Without hesitation, he unleashed 5 terrifying amplification skills, his aura soaring with unrestrained vigor. In that fleeting moment, Long Xiaoyao's presence and power ascended to the realm of quasi-deity. Resembling an invincible war god descended upon the mortal realm. At this juncture, Yan Shaozhe found himself struggling against the overwhelming pressure emanating from Long Xiaoyao, his form swaying perilously. Observing this, Li Chaoyang's eyes glinted with a frigid light as he coldly proclaimed, "Very well. Today I shall demonstrate the might of unparalleled support." With a flourish of his hands, Li Chaoyang summoned his elemental staff, his martial soul emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. Concurrently, the soul bone from his head, the dream of heaven, radiated a dazzling brilliance, resembling a brilliant star embedded upon his brow. With a solemn expression, Li Chaoyang intoned, "Skill simulation of the head soul bone." No sooner had he spoken than the heavens darkened, clouds thickening as thunder rumbled ominously. A colossal black dragon surged forth from the clouds, exuding an unfathomable dragon might, as if intent on engulfing the world itself. This dragon's might collided directly with Long Xiaoyao's oppressive aura, instantly nullifying it and granting Yan Shaozhe the much-needed respite he had been yearning for. Both Yan Shaozhe and Long Xiaoyao gazed in astonishment at the black dragon, exclaiming in unison, "Emperor Tian? How can this be?" After a moment of scrutiny, Long Xiaoyao curled his lips into a cold smirk, stating, "This is merely an illusion. You have only managed to dissipate my pressure. It does not alter the fate that awaits you both today." With that, Long Xiaoyao, embodying the dark sacred dragon, unleashed a terrifying breath of dragon fire, akin to a beam of annihilation, racing towards Li Chaoyang and Yan Shaozhe. Without hesitation, Yan Shaozhe activated his 7th and 9th soul skills, the true form of his martial soul and the phoenix annihilation light, meeting the dragon breath head-on. However, in the ensuing fierce clash, Yan Shaozhe found himself at a disadvantage, his form being forced to retreat repeatedly. Witnessing this, a glimmer of resolution flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes. He wielded his elemental staff with unreserved might, reverting the colors of his soul rings to their original hues of white, purple, red, and platinum. He bellowed. First soul skill upgrade. Third soul skill, Hellfire. Fourth soul skill, Mental Detection. Mental Sharing. In an instant, the first, third, and fourth soul rings surrounding Li Chaoyang erupted with brilliant light, resembling 3 dazzling stars shining upon him. 2 beams of light surged into Yan Shaozhe's body, one a white upgraded soul skill, the other a red Hellfire soul skill. The realms of mental detection and shared consciousness established an ethereal connection with Yan Shaozhe's psychic power, as if binding their souls together inextricably. In the next moment, Yan Shaozhe's combat prowess surged to the semi-divine realm, awakening him like an invincible war god. However, despite this newfound strength, he remained at a considerable disadvantage compared to Long Xiaoyao, who was firmly in the quasi-divine realm. Upon witnessing Li Chaoyang's maneuvers, a flicker of surprise crossed Long Xiaoyao's eyes, and he inwardly marveled. This young man possesses considerable depth. Furthermore, the peculiar configuration of soul rings clearly indicated that he had indeed made a sacrifice to the 10,000-year soul beast last time. Yet, before Long Xiaoyao's admiration could fully manifest, he beheld an even more terrifying spectacle. At that moment, 4 distinct domains, healing, fate, destruction, and crimson demon, materialized beneath Li Chaoyang's feet. Simultaneously, he sensed the unfathomable depth of Li Chaoyang's psychic energy, akin to an immense ocean, eluding any attempt to fathom its depths. Indeed, Li Chaoyang had activated the 4 domains, and his psychic power had reached the mid-stage of the divine essence realm, resembling an invincible god of assistance descending upon the mortal realm. In the realm of soul masters, the power of domains has always symbolized strength, and at this moment, the simultaneous manifestation of 4 such powers was unprecedented. The healing domain resembled a gentle spring breeze, capable of soothing pain and mending wounds. The fate domain was akin to mysterious celestial lights, enhancing psychic strength and facilitating advancement on a spiritual level. As for the destruction and crimson demon domains, although they could not unleash their full potential due to the significant disparity in levels between Li Chaoyang and Long Xiaoyao, they still served as faint flickers of light in the darkness, providing some degree of distraction. Long Xiaoyao, visibly astonished, fixed his piercing gaze upon Li Chaoyang, contemplating deeply. 4 domains and divine essence level psychic power, though he currently poses little threat to me, given time. He will undoubtedly blossom into an extraordinary ultimate soul Douluo of the support category. At that point, Shi Shui will surely feel threatened. This child must not be allowed to live. He must be eliminated post-haste. In an instant, Long Xiaoyao's aura intensified dramatically, his dragon breath surging forth like a tumultuous tide, overwhelming Yan Shaozhe's 9th soul skill and scattering it to the winds. He then unleashed the Dragon Emperor's annihilation, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving the sky, imbued with the might to obliterate worlds, successfully striking Yan Shaozhe, who had transformed into a radiant phoenix. Like a kite severed from its string, Yan Shaozhe was forcefully propelled back several hundred meters until a heart-wrenching cry of anguish pierced the heavens, marking the cessation of his retreat. Seeing this, Li Chaoyang felt an urgent pang of anxiety and shouted towards Yan Shaozhe, "Director Yan, are you all right?" In that critical moment, Li Chaoyang, relying on his acute mental detection, sensed an ominous presence stealthily approaching. Indeed, Long Xiaoyao had materialized behind him like a specter. Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang executed a spatial soul skill, swiftly evading Long Xiaoyao's attack. As Long Xiaoyao's strike missed its mark, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "Perhaps you should focus on your own predicament first." 8th soul skill, Black Dragon Slash. With those words, Long Xiaoyao's right hand instantly transformed into an exquisitely sharp blade, sweeping fiercely towards Li Chaoyang. In an instant, a massive wave of blade aura surged forth like a roaring dragon, imbued with a lethal intent, rushing towards Li Chaoyang. Though he intended to employ his spatial soul technique to evade once more, Li Chaoyang was horrified to discover that he was ensnared by an invisible force. Indeed, Long Xiaoyao's soul technique, honed over 100,000 years, possessed a formidable locking effect, firmly binding Li Chaoyang and compelling him to confront the strike head-on. At the critical moment, a dark phoenix descended like a celestial weapon, intercepting this fatal blow. Upon closer inspection, it was Yan Shaozhe, who had awakened his second martial soul. Yet, he too was sent flying by Long Xiaoyao's overwhelming assault, his form streaking across the sky like a shooting star. Long Xiaoyao gazed at Li Chaoyang with a mocking expression, taunting, "I wonder who will shield you from my attacks this time." Before his words could settle, Long Xiaoyao unleashed another black dragon slash, the blade aura resembling black lightning, bearing down upon Li Chaoyang with terrifying pressure. As the black dragon slash approached with alarming speed, a flicker of determination crossed Li Chaoyang's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignited over 50 energy amethyst crystals. In an instant, a radiant violet light surged skyward, forming an immensely robust purple shield. Boom! The black dragon slash struck the shield with a thunderous crash. However, bolstered by the immense energy of the 50 amethyst crystals, the purple shield remained steadfast, effectively obliterating the black dragon slash through sheer force. Witnessing this, Long Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Li Chaoyang responded with a cold smirk, declaring, "There is much more that is possible. The Imperial True Fire." Immediately, the Imperial True Fire skill, emanating from the skull of the Imperial Beast, activated instantaneously, unleashing two blazing flames that shot forth from Li Chaoyang's eyes like dazzling meteors. Sensing the formidable power of this strike, Long Xiaoyao dared not underestimate it, and promptly activated his fourth soul technique, the Black Dragon Shield, for defense. However, to his astonishment, the Imperial True Fire penetrated the Black Dragon Shield upon contact, as if it were non-existent, striking Long Xiaoyao directly. Upon being hit, a sigh escaped him. "What a pity. Your level is only 50. In the face of such a vast disparity, no soul technique of yours can inflict any substantial harm upon me. If you were to reach level 99, you would indeed become a worthy opponent. Alas, young one, you shan't live to see that day. Now that Yan Shaozhe lies unconscious, no one remains to protect you. Prepare to meet your end." In an instant, Long Xiaoyao's aura surged, preparing to launch a fierce assault upon Li Chaoyang once more. Clenching his fists, Li Chaoyang gritted his teeth and said, "You have forced my hand." It was evident that he was willing to risk everything for the artifact. Suddenly, a mysterious black dragon scale appeared in his hand, exuding an enigmatic aura. Channeling technique, arise, Emperor Tian. Li Chaoyang slammed the black dragon scale onto the ground, fervently pouring his mental energy into it while calling out loudly. Chapter 118, Mission accomplished. In an instant, a profound black hole materialized before Li Chaoyang, emanating a chilling and terrifying dragon aura that surged forth like a mighty tide. Witnessing this, Long Xiaoyao curled his lips into a disdainful smirk and proclaimed loudly, "Do not attempt to deceive me. I do not believe for a moment that you can summon Tian, nor do I trust that you share any camaraderie with him." Just as Long Xiaoyao, brimming with ferocity, prepared to launch an assault on Li Chaoyang, a colossal black dragon claw abruptly emerged from the depths of the black hole. The claw loomed like a moving mountain, descending with apocalyptic force as it struck fiercely at Long Xiaoyao. With a thunderous crash, Long Xiaoyao was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc through the air before finally regaining his balance after retreating hundreds of meters. As he steadied himself, astonishment washed over his face, disbelief evident in his eyes as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? It truly is Tian." In the next moment, the black hole expanded dramatically, as if intent on devouring the entire world. A majestic dragon head slowly emerged, followed by the entirety of its immense body, which resembled a towering mountain radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Tian's gaze pierced the surroundings, scanning the situation before turning to Li Chaoyang, his voice deep and authoritative as he inquired, "Whom shall I strike?" In that instant, Long Xiaoyao felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. Witnessing Tian seek direction from Li Chaoyang, despair surged within him, realizing his fate was sealed. Although Long Xiaoyao's strength had reached the quasi-divine level under the potent augmentation of 5 soul skills, placing him on par with Tian's standard combat prowess, the pure and unmatched dragon blood flowing through Tian's veins exerted a natural suppression over him, diminishing his power by more than 30%. Furthermore, Tian possessed augmentation soul skills, and his physical form was terrifyingly formidable, complemented by the dual soul cores of Yin and Yang, rendering his strength unfathomable. Long Xiaoyao understood all too well that he had no chance against Tian. At that moment, Li Chaoyang pointed decisively at Long Xiaoyao, declaring, "Strike him." Tian's cold gaze followed the direction of Li Chaoyang's finger, locking onto Long Xiaoyao. As panic coursed through him, Long Xiaoyao stumbled backward, his voice trembling with urgency. This is all a misunderstanding, truly. Yet, Li Chaoyang chuckled. Initially, it was indeed a misunderstanding, but let it continue. He then commanded, Ditian, eliminate him. Despite the jovial expression on Li Chaoyang's face, to Long Xiaoyao, that smile appeared far more terrifying than the visage of a demon. No sooner had the words left his lips than a thunderous and terrifying dragon roar reverberated through the skies above the Ming Do mountain range. Akin to a clap of thunder, the resonant dragon's roar seemed to embody boundless majesty and might. Wherever it echoed, all soul beasts within the Ming Do mountain range, regardless of their age, whether they were 10,000-year-old entities or ferocious beasts exceeding 200,000 years, trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, quaking in terror. This overwhelming pressure of bloodline dominance also affected Long Xiaoyao. He felt a powerful force surge forth like a tidal wave, instantly suppressing his strength by 40%. Coupled with the substantial depletion of his soul power from the earlier battle with Li Chaoyang, fleeing became an exceedingly arduous task for Long Xiaoyao. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted desperately towards the territory of the Sun and Moon Empire, each step laden with profound fear and panic. Upon witnessing Long Xiaoyao's flight, Ditian prepared to pursue, but Li Chaoyang restrained him with a hand, declaring, no need to chase. A single strike will serve as a lesson. Ditian grinned and replied, understood. Then, a fearsome black hole materialized before Ditian, warping the surrounding space with its formidable power. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a breath of unparalleled might towards the black hole. This breath shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, carrying with it an inexorable force of destruction. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyao, in his frantic dash, finally reached the borders of the Sun and Moon Empire. He paused, glancing back to confirm that Ditian was not in pursuit. And he quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, his taut nerves somewhat easing. Wiping the incessant cold sweat from his brow, he said with lingering trepidation, that was close. I nearly lost my wits. Who would have thought that this little imp could compel Ditian to act as an enforcer? Truly remarkable. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when a black hole unexpectedly appeared above him. The moment it manifested, Long Xiaoyao instinctively sensed impending doom. His heart sank as he contemplated fleeing. However, at that moment, the terrifying dragon's might bore down upon him like an invisible mountain, rendering him immobile. Despite being an ultimate Douluo with a dragon martial soul, his power seemed utterly impotent beneath this overwhelming pressure. Were it a different ultimate Douluo lacking a dragon lineage, the outcome would have surely been equally dire. Then, a dreadfully dark dragon breath cascaded down from the black hole like a waterfall, descending upon Long Xiaoyao. Under the weight of the true dragon's oppression, he found himself incapable of any resistance, helplessly watching as the dragon breath enveloped him. With this devastating strike, he felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if his very organs were being torn asunder. The impact left him gravely injured, collapsing to the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Chapter 119, Homeless on the Streets. The Ming Do mountain range, shrouded in mist, resembled an enigmatic painting. Ding. Congratulations on completing the system task. Assist Yan Shaozhe in winning the ultimate battle. Reward, Divine Artifact, Linglong Pagoda. Li Chaoyang gazed intently at the Linglong Pagoda, quietly suspended in the sea of consciousness, as the system's detailed description flowed through his mind like a stream. He pondered silently. Indeed, this exquisite pagoda can be deemed the most formidable artifact of control, a truly rare treasure. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang turned to Emperor Tian. His tone laced with a measure of respect. Senior Emperor Tian, might I trouble you to escort us four back to Shrek? Emperor Tian smiled subtly, his voice resonant like a bell. Of course, you are forever a friend of our Star Do forest. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. With that, Emperor Tian moved, gently lifting Li Chaoyang, Yan Shaozhe, Dai Hao, and Zhu Zhuqing, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the clouds, hastening towards Shrek. Considering the severe injuries of Dai Hao and Zhu Zhuqing, Li Chaoyang opted not to return them to the White Tiger Army camp, but decided to take them back to Shrek for recuperation. In the sky, as they sped through the air, Emperor Tian suddenly spoke, a hint of concern in his tone. Chaoyang, your soul power remains unstable. Are you perhaps eager to absorb the heavenly dream's soul bone? With an unsteady foundation, do not act in haste. I advise you to compress your soul power for a year. Once your foundation is stable, then proceed to absorb the fifth soul ring. Otherwise, your body may struggle to endure. Li Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback by these words, and then inquired, Senior Emperor Tian, my physical strength has already reached the soul sage realm. Is it still insufficient to bear it? Emperor Tian shook his head, his expression grave. No. The ultimate destructive power is not to be trifled with. Trust me on this. A year from now, you may come directly to the Star Do forest, where many 10,000-year-soul beasts will be willing to offer themselves to you, provided you can resurrect them after achieving divinity. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Li Chaoyang's eyes. I see, so I am quite popular after all. Rest assured, Senior Emperor Tian, as long as I ascend to divinity, I will certainly revive them. Emperor Tian and Li Chaoyang exchanged a knowing smile, their mutual understanding and trust needing no further elaboration. Just then, Li Chaoyang suddenly recalled something and hastily asked, "By the way, Senior Emperor Tian, have you found any new Dragon King secret realms? I happen to have discovered a map to one." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian's body trembled with excitement. Really? His exhilaration was palpable. Li Chaoyang nodded, then retrieved the mysterious map from his pocket and handed it to Emperor Tian. Taking the map, Emperor Tian examined it closely for a moment and remarked, "Although I cannot discern its contents, it is undoubtedly a map to the Dragon King's secret realm." Li Chaoyang, puzzled, queried, "Senior Emperor Tian, why can you not see it, while I can perceive it clearly?" Emperor Tian chuckled and explained, "It is because you have received the map's recognition, thus revealing its true form to you. As for me, I am not destined to behold it." "Huh. I now suspect you might be the illegitimate child of some Dragon King resurrected in the mortal realm." Li Chaoyang, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, "That is impossible. My parents are ordinary people, and my great-uncle is the elder of the Sea God Pavilion." At this, Emperor Tian ceased his jesting, adopting a serious demeanor. "Regarding the Dragon King's secret realm, we will report this to our lord and expedite our search. Now, we have arrived at the outskirts of Shrek City. You may enter using your spatial soul ability. If I were to enter, it could incite chaos." Li Chaoyang nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Emperor Tian." Emperor Tian smiled gently, then moved, effortlessly opening a black hole and diving into it, vanishing without a trace. Li Chaoyang gazed in the direction where Emperor Tian had departed, a warm surge swelling within his heart. He turned to the three individuals lying unconscious on the ground, letting out a wry smile. What a hassle. With that, he flickered, a cascade of white light appearing as he transported Yan Shaozhe, Dai Hao, and Zhu Xia from 50 kilometers outside the Shrek Academy to the entrance of the outer courtyard. However, after ensuring the three were settled, he found himself utterly exhausted from the repeated use of his teleportation ability, collapsing onto the ground. As he stared at the entrance of the outer courtyard, he pondered silently. Surely someone will come to greet us now that we are at the door. Yet, his hopes were dashed. At that moment, the entrance of Shrek was devoid of any presence. Firstly, the academy was guarded by numerous titled Douluos, rendering the need for a doorman unnecessary. Secondly, Shrek forbade the establishment of shops in the vicinity, silencing any commercial activity. And thirdly, it was currently class time, with students diligently engaged in their studies within the classrooms. Lying on the ground, Li Chaoyang gazed up at the cerulean sky, a bitter smile playing on his lips. He shook his head in resignation, closed his eyes, and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 120, Dai Huabin. The sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays illuminating the world in a brilliant glow. It was midday, and the students of Shrek Academy had just concluded their morning classes, spilling out of the classrooms. Li Chaoyang awakened languidly from a haze, his eyes still clouded with remnants of sleep. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he murmured to himself, "This sleep was quite uncomfortable. My stomach is beginning to protest. It's time to eat." With that, he groggily rose to his feet, preparing to head to the dining hall. However, as he took a step, he sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that beside Dai Hao and Zhu Xia lay a boy and a girl. The boy was Dai Hao's second son, Dai Huabin, while the girl was Zhu Xia's eldest daughter, Zhu Lu. To his astonishment, he found himself encircled by a group of students. In addition to Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, there were the inner courtyard's senior sister Zhuang Lishuan, the elderly Zhuang Lao who was treating the three, and Dean Kaimeyer. A wave of panic surged within Li Chaoyang as he contemplated, "I must have slept for at least 3 hours. This is embarrassing. How could I forget that the entrance of Shrek is usually quiet, bustling only during the arrival and departure of students, with not even a vendor in sight? What should I do now?" Just as he was racking his brain to alleviate this awkward situation, Dai Huabin suddenly caught sight of Li Chaoyang standing up. His eyes widened in fury, ablaze with rage as he shouted, "You bastard! What have you done to my father?" Before he could finish his sentence, Dai Huabin activated his martial spirit, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings shimmering around him, a declaration of his wrath and power. He lunged at Li Chaoyang like a frenzied tiger, swinging his heavy fist, a strike imbued with formidable strength, one that even an average soul respect would find difficult to withstand. Yet, Li Chaoyang merely extended a hand with nonchalance, effortlessly catching Dai Huabin's powerful blow. His gaze was as tranquil as water, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. At that moment, Li Chaoyang also overheard the distasteful words uttered by Dai Huabin. Instantly, his countenance darkened, eyes igniting with flames of fury, as he coldly inquired, "What did you just say?" As his voice faded, a pressure of soul power at the level of 50 bore down upon Dai Huabin like an overwhelming tide. Zhang Lishuan, witnessing this, attempted to intervene and prevent the impending conflict, only to be halted by the grave-faced elder Zhuang, who acted decisively without a hint of hesitation. Simultaneously, he ceased his treatment of Dai Hao and Zhu Xia, redirecting his full attention to the unfolding confrontation. Meanwhile, Xuanzi remained seated, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg, as if the chaos surrounding him bore no relevance to his existence. In that moment, Li Chaoyang grasped Dai Huabin's neck with one hand, hoisting him up like a helpless chick. He coldly reiterated, "What did you just say? Dare to repeat it?" Despite being restrained by Li Chaoyang, Dai Huabin exhibited no fear. He defiantly raised his chin and shouted, "You bastard, if you dare, kill me. I am the second son of the White Tiger Duke, you wretched commoner. Let me go?" His voice dripped with provocation and disdain. Li Chaoyang's gaze grew even colder as he replied, "Very well, you have spoken your piece. I shall oblige." With that, he tightened his grip, poised to end Dai Huabin's life. Just at that critical moment, a figure darted forth like lightning, positioning itself before Li Chaoyang. It was the recently arrived Dai Yaoheng, who exclaimed, "What do you intend to do to my brother?" Following this, a radiant light enveloped Dai Yaoheng, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, emitting a formidable aura. He charged at Li Chaoyang like a fierce lion, intent on rescuing his sibling. Observing Dai Yaoheng's aggressive advance, the students of the inner courtyard rushed to intervene. However, a terrifying pressure descended upon them like an invisible mountain, rendering them immobile. Indeed, the source of this oppressive force was Elder Zhuang. Zhang Lishuan anxiously remarked, "This doesn't seem right." Before she could elicit a response from Elder Zhuang, Xuanzi, still chewing on the chicken leg, mumbled nonchalantly, "There's nothing wrong at all." His tone was casual, as if this were merely a trivial scuffle. In the blink of an eye, Li Chaoyang evaded Dai Yaoheng's attack with effortless grace, moving with the agility of a swift bird, weaving through the onslaught. As Dai Yaoheng prepared to launch another strike, he suddenly realized something peculiar. No one was stepping in to stop him, despite the presence of numerous inner courtyard students. Including Elder Zhuang, Elder Xian, and the senior sister, they all stood by, seemingly unconcerned. Before Dai Yaoheng could comprehend the underlying reason, Li Chaoyang coldly remarked, "Your White Tiger Duke's people are truly lacking. I just risked my life to save Dai Hao, and yet you wish to kill me. How amusing, truly amusing." At that moment, Dai Huabin, firmly grasped by Li Chaoyang, remained outrageously defiant. He bellowed, "How dare you presume to challenge me?" His voice reverberated through the air, seemingly issuing a final provocation to Li Chaoyang. Chapter 121, The True Fire of the Emperor. Suddenly, Li Chaoyang's eyes erupted with a dazzling brilliance, shining like stars as they fixed intently upon Dai Huabin. With a glare that was as fierce as ice, Li Chaoyang declared, "Very well." No sooner had the words left his lips than a terrifying golden light burst forth from his gaze, resembling a surging torrent of gold, imbued with unparalleled might, striking directly at Dai Huabin's eyes. Though Dai Huabin appeared unaffected, quietly collapsing to the ground, appearances can be deceiving. The reality was far more complex. At that very moment, his soul and mental realm had ignited, an intense conflagration raging within his mind, threatening to consume his consciousness entirely. Indeed, this technique was the Imperial True Fire, the external skull skill Li Chaoyang had previously employed against Long Xiaoyao. Last time, due to the vast disparity in their levels, the technique had proven ineffective. However now, facing Dai Huabin, whose level and mental prowess were significantly inferior, its effects were nothing short of astounding. Dai Huabin's spiritual sea and soul were utterly defenseless against the consuming flames, left to suffer their wrath. Observing Dai Huabin's stillness, a disdainful smirk curled at the corners of Li Chaoyang's mouth as he casually discarded him to the ground. As if tossing aside an inconsequential trinket, Dai Yaoheng watched in horror as his younger brother inexplicably fainted, his complexion turning ashen, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. With wide, terrified eyes, he stammered, "What have you done to my brother?" Li Chaoyang, arms crossed and a wicked smile gracing his lips, nonchalantly replied, "I merely put this foul-mouthed trash to sleep. As for when he shall awaken, or what he might become upon waking, I cannot say." Immediately, a wave of formidable mental energy erupted from Li Chaoyang, crashing down upon Dai Yaoheng like a colossal tidal wave. He taunted, "What's the matter? Do you wish to avenge your brother? Go ahead, I wouldn't mind letting you take a nap as well." Upon hearing such a threat uttered openly, Dai Yaoheng felt a tightening in his chest, and instinctively took a step back. He could acutely sense the oppressive weight of Li Chaoyang's terrifying mental force, akin to an invisible mountain crushing down upon him, rendering him breathless. Furthermore, after Li Chaoyang's menacing words, Dai Yaoheng glanced nervously at Xuanzi and the others, only to find them utterly unfazed, their faces devoid of response. At this moment, Dai Yaoheng was gripped by fear, inwardly lamenting, "What kind of mess have I stumbled into?" Just then, Dai Hao suddenly regained consciousness. Upon waking, he spotted his second son sprawled on the ground at Li Chaoyang's feet. Instantly, a volcanic fury erupted within Dai Hao's heart. He paid no heed to his surroundings, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed, "You wretched creature! What have you done to my son?" Without hesitation, Dai Hao summoned his white tiger martial soul, and the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings adorned him like brilliant stars, emanating an overwhelming aura exclusive to a title Douluo, as if it sought to crush everything in its vicinity. In the next moment, he charged at Li Chaoyang like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, his 6th black soul ring suddenly illuminating with dazzling brilliance. Dai Hao roared, "6th soul skill, white tiger break." However, before he could fully unleash his soul skill, an immense pressure descended upon him like divine retribution. This terrifying force was formidable enough to pin Dai Hao to the ground, rendering him immobile. The source of this oppressive force was not the Elder Xian, nor the Dean Kai, nor even Elder Zhuang, but the recently awakened Yan Shaozhe. With a face full of rage, Yan Shaozhe's voice thundered, "Dai Hao, what are you trying to do? Are you declaring war on our Shrek Academy? I now truly regret having assisted your White Tiger Legion in fending off those 3 level 9 fixed-mounted soul cannons. However, it is not too late for regrets. We at Shrek Academy also possess level 9 fixed-mounted soul cannons and can easily return the favor." Pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, Dai Hao could only struggle to utter, He harmed my son." Yan Shaozhe turned to Elder Zhuang and Elder Xian, inquiring telepathically about the situation. Elder Xian leisurely munched on a chicken leg while conveying through spirit transmission, "He has inverted right and wrong and insulted Chaoyang a few times." Upon hearing this, Yan Shaozhe turned back to Dai Hao, his eyes filled with contempt and ire, coldly stating, "He deserves it. I could kill him right now for insulting a direct disciple of Shrek." Dai Hao's heart sank upon hearing Yan Shaozhe's words. He silently lamented, "What a fool. Why pick a fight with someone so formidable?" The disciples of Shrek were momentarily stunned by Yan Shaozhe's declaration, then erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. "What? This person has such a powerful background. If I am not mistaken, isn't that the head of Shrek speaking? No way, this is too exaggerated." They exchanged astonished glances, their faces a mix of shock and incredulity. It is well known that Shrek Academy is fiercely protective of its own, while not as extreme as the body sect. Their level of favoritism is enough to instill fear in many. Chapter 122, Departure from Shrek. Yan Shaozhe slowly turned his gaze to Li Chaoyang, then casually glanced at Dai Huabin, who lay on the ground. The moment his eyes fell upon Dai Huabin, his expression shifted in shock, as if he had witnessed something astonishing. He keenly sensed that Dai Huabin's spiritual sea was ablaze, as if a terrifying power was wreaking havoc within. Yan Shaozhe could not help but ponder, this lad, Li Chaoyang, has struck with such ferocity? However, it is indeed true that someone capable of rescuing me from the clutches of extreme Douluo could hardly be an ordinary individual. Without such fierce determination, how could one accomplish such earth-shattering feats? Subsequently, Yan Shaozhe turned to Li Chaoyang once more, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. "Chaoyang, for my sake, let this matter rest." In the distance, Dai Hao lay on the ground like a wounded beast. Upon hearing Yan Shaozhe's words, his taut nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He silently rejoiced in his heart. "I was truly impulsive earlier, having failed to notice the presence of so many veteran Shrek members. At last, this tempest seems to be abating." After hearing Yan Shaozhe's words, Li Chaoyang nodded slightly in agreement. Thereafter, he executed a spatial soul skill, his figure flickering before vanishing in an instant at the entrance of Shrek, leaving only a faint afterimage. Once Li Chaoyang departed, Yan Shaozhe also lifted the oppressive aura he had cast over Dai Hao. As the weighty pressure dissipated like a mountain being removed, Dai Hao immediately felt a lightness enveloping him, as if he had returned from the depths of hell to the realm of the living. At that moment, the latecomer Zhang Lishuan stepped forward and declared loudly, "Stop looking. It's all over. Everyone disperse." The Shrek students who had gathered around like a pack of greedy hyenas to witness the spectacle, the reluctant, began to leave the entrance of Shrek one by one following Zhang Lishuan's words. Among the crowd, someone muttered softly, "Hey, I haven't had my fill of this yet. Let's go quickly. That's the senior sister from the Inner Academy. Incredibly formidable. We shouldn't provoke her displeasure." The crowd buzzed with chatter, their voices gradually fading into the distance. Dai Hao rose and approached Dai Huabin without hesitation. He carefully lifted Dai Huabin, then closed his eyes, attempting to sense his son's injuries. However, no matter how hard he concentrated, he could not detect any signs of injury on Dai Huabin. Filled with confusion, Dai Hao repeated his attempts 3 or 4 times. But the result remained unchanged. He pondered in his heart, what trick is this? It is so strange that I cannot sense any injury whatsoever. In truth, this was not surprising. Dai Hao was merely a lackluster title Douluo, with his spiritual power barely reaching the initial stage of the Lingyuan realm, around 7,000 points. While Li Chaoyang wielded an attack with spiritual power of the Xinyuan realm, 50,000 points, a chasm that could not be crossed. How could he possibly perceive it? Yan Shaozhe, on the other hand, was different. His spiritual power had reached the peak of the Lingyu realm, 48,000 points. Although there exists a fundamental disparity between the Xinyuan realm and the Lingyu realm, with careful attention, one at the pinnacle of the Lingyu realm could still detect the faint traces of a Xinyuan realm spiritual attack. Dai Hao lifted his gaze to Yan Shaozhe. His eyes filled with urgency and hope. Master Yan, could you please check on my son's condition? Yan Shaozhe furrowed his brow and replied tersely, I am not a healing type soul master. I am an assault type. This level of injury is beyond my capacity. With that, Yan Shaozhe flickered and vanished without a trace. Seeing Yan Shaozhe disappear, Dai Hao turned to Elder Zhuang and Elder Xian, his eyes brimming with desperation. Elder Zhuang, I implore you, save my son. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuang's face contorted with fury, and he exclaimed, Rescue? Just moments ago, you wished to harm my grandson. And now you dare to ask for my assistance in saving your son? Absolutely not. As his words fell, both Elder Zhuang and Elder Xian vanished in an instant. Akin to 2 swift birds taking flight, Dai Hao watched the departing figures of Elder Zhuang and Elder Xian, letting out a resigned sigh, filled with regret. Oh, this is all your fault for your indiscreet tongue. Now, facing such consequences, you can only bear the burden yourself. Subsequently, Dai Hao retrieved an 8th-level flying soul guide from his storage device, accompanied by Zhu Zhu and Dai Huabin, transforming into a streak of light as they departed from Shrek Academy. In the soul guidance department, Li Chaoyang muttered to himself, his face flushed with anger. He surveyed his soul guidance laboratory, pondering to himself, I must expedite my advancement as a soul master. My current level 4 strength is far too inadequate to handle unforeseen circumstances. Resolving this, Li Chaoyang immersed himself fully in the creation of soul guides, dedicating himself entirely to enhancing his power. In the dormitory, what? Wang Dong, is that truly the case? Did Li Chaoyang incapacitate Dai Huabin? Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Hui Yuhao leapt from his bed, disbelief etched across his face. Wang Dong nodded affirmatively, stating, Yes. I witnessed it with my own eyes at the entrance of Shrek this afternoon. That Dai Huabin spoke too recklessly, and Li Chaoyang defeated him with a single move. Hui Yuhao, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, Incredible. Unable to contain his exhilaration any longer, he bolted from the dormitory, racing towards Li Chaoyang's location. Chapter 123, Spirited Resurgence, Swiftly. Hui Yuhao dashed out of the dormitory. His footsteps hurried as he made his way to Li Chaoyang's dedicated laboratory in the soul guidance department. Upon entering, he found Li Chaoyang engrossed in the meticulous crafting of soul guides. The intense focus on his face suggested that everything around him was irrelevant. With only the soul guide, he was occupying his entire world. Initially intending to stand quietly by, patiently awaiting Li Chaoyang's completion of his work before initiating conversation, Hui Yuhao was unaware that Li Chaoyang had activated his mental sensing skill, his acute awareness like an invisible net, capturing Hui Yuhao the moment he stepped into the laboratory. Li Chaoyang paused his work, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Hui Yuhao's, his expression softening as he gently inquired, Yuhao, what brings you here? Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of contrition crossed his face as he hastily replied, I apologize, Chaoyang. I intended to wait until you finished your work before interrupting you. Li Chaoyang smiled and shook his head. His demeanor relaxed as he said, No worries. Just speak your mind. Taking a deep breath, Hui Yuhao's gaze turned resolute and sincere as he declared, I am here to express my gratitude. Thank you for severely injuring Dai Huabin. Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile as he knowingly inquired, Do you harbor a grudge against Dai Huabin? Hui Yuhao nodded lightly, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Observing this, Li Chaoyang stepped closer, gently patting Hui Yuhao's shoulder and earnestly advising, If you have enmity with Dai Huabin, avenging yourself personally would be the most gratifying course of action. Since you have no classes this afternoon, let us seek out Dean Xian to learn about soul guiding devices. Without hesitation, Hui Yuhao nodded and obediently followed Li Chaoyang, ready for their journey. At that moment, Li Chaoyang suddenly seemed to recall something of significance, halting his stride. He turned to Hui Yuhao and said seriously, "By the way, Yuhao, I suggest you simply reside within the soul guidance department, thus sparing you the need to return to the dormitory. Your first soul skill aligns perfectly with the soul instructor. Why not challenge the record for the quickest ascent to a level 1 soul instructor? The rewards for breaking the record are indeed substantial and would greatly benefit you." A glimmer of curiosity crossed Hui Yuhao's eyes as he asked, "Is that truly the case? What are the rewards?" Li Chaoyang smiled slightly and patiently elaborated. "There's a reward of 500,000 gold soul coins, various rare metals, and personal instruction from level 7 or 8 soul instructors. Furthermore, you would attain the status of a permanent core disciple of the soul instructor. And remember, core disciples dine at Shrek Academy for free, regardless of the cost of the meals." Hui Yuhao's eyes sparkled like two radiant stars as he exclaimed, "Is all of this genuinely true, Brother Chaoyang?" With unwavering confidence, Li Chaoyang affirmed, "Absolutely. The record for the fastest ascent to level 1 soul instructor at Shrek Academy is 2 months. However, I firmly believe that with your first soul skill, you will achieve this feat swiftly, perhaps in less than a month." Hui Yuhao's face flushed with excitement as he declared, "Thank you. I will move in right away." With that, he dashed back to his dormitory like an arrow released from a bow. Li Chaoyang watched Hui Yuhao's retreating figure, silently contemplating. The plan is successful. He then shook his head lightly and made his way toward Qian Duoduo's laboratory. Upon entering Qian Duoduo's laboratory, the first person he encountered was not Qian Duoduo himself, but He Kaitu. At that moment, He Kaitu was quietly seated, fully engrossed in studying the knowledge of a level 4 soul instructor, his focused demeanor suggesting he was lost in the ocean of knowledge. As soon as Li Chaoyang stepped in, He Kaitu perceptively sensed his arrival. He lifted his head slightly, a hint of curiosity in his gaze, and asked, "Chaoyang, have you come to learn about soul-guiding devices from Din Qian?" Li Chaoyang nodded, and suddenly, a description from the original text regarding He Kaitu's martial soul flashed through his mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He approached He Kaitu, his fervent gaze akin to that of someone beholding the most precious treasure in the world. He Kaitu, taken aback by Li Chaoyang's unexpected enthusiasm, couldn't help but think to himself, "Why is this guy looking at me like that? Could he possibly be?" Upon contemplating this, He Kaitu instinctively took a step back. Li Chaoyang, noticing his reaction, quickly followed suit, exclaiming with excitement, "Kaitu, if I recall correctly, your martial spirit is of the food type, right?" He Kaitu nodded, a flicker of apprehension lingering in his heart. Li Chaoyang, brimming with enthusiasm, gesticulated animatedly, saying, "I remember your first soul skill enhances mental strength, doesn't it? Let us have 2. He Kaitu then sighed in relief, silently reflecting, "Fortunately, it's not requiring me as a person." In the next moment, the first soul ring of He Kaitu shimmered with dazzling light, and after 2 brilliant flashes, he softly declared, "First soul skill, mental elation cigar." A burst of white light flickered, and 2 cigars materialized in Ikeda's hands. Chapter 124, Jiang Nanan. Li Chaoyang, quick on the uptake, swiftly snatched the 2 enticing cigars from Ikeda's grasp. He elegantly placed one between his lips and, channeling his soul power, infused it into the cigar, which ignited in an ethereal blue flame. However, before Li Chaoyang could savor a puff, the cigar vanished as if it were a fleeting mirage, leaving only a wisp of barely perceptible smoke. Both he and He Kaitu stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with astonishment. Unperturbed, Li Chaoyang ignited the other cigar. But fate seemed to mock him as that one too disappeared without a trace in an instant. Just then, Qian Duoduo approached with steady steps, a knowing smile playing on his lips, and remarked, "Don't bother trying. Chaoyang, your mental strength is far too potent. Even if He Kaitu's cigars have a percentage enhancement effect, there is ultimately a limit to that augmentation." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes as he resignedly said, "So, that's how it is." Qian Duoduo chuckled softly, replying, "Li Chaoyang, you're here to learn about level 5 soul engineer knowledge, right? Come with me." Subsequently, Li Chaoyang immersed himself in the ocean of soul guide knowledge alongside Qian Duoduo for a duration of 5 hours. Upon exiting Qian Duoduo's laboratory, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed him in a luminous glow. He tilted his head slightly, pondering inwardly, "What shall I do next? Oh, I should visit the night market for some delicious food. It has been far too long since I last experienced that vibrant atmosphere." Upon arriving at the night market, he was greeted by a dazzling spectacle of lights and a cacophony of voices, accompanied by the enticing aromas of various delicacies wafting through the air. Li Chaoyang first purchased a cup of fragrant milk tea and then leisurely strolled through the market. Shortly thereafter, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure. He spotted Hui Yuhao standing by a grill, skillfully flipping grilled fish, his focused demeanor reminiscent of an artist crafting a masterpiece. A hint of confusion stirred within Li Chaoyang. This doesn't add up. Hui Yuhao should no longer be in need of money. Why is he still grilling fish here? He thought to himself. No, I must interrupt him. Otherwise, Su Sansher's Xian Shui Dan may be at risk of going awry. That simply cannot be allowed. Upon contemplating this, Li Chaoyang quickened his pace and approached Hui Yuhao, smiling as he inquired, Hui Yuhao, are you selling grilled fish? Hui Yuhao looked up and, upon spotting Li Chaoyang, his face instantly illuminated with a radiant smile. He excitedly replied, Brother Chuyang, not at all. It's just that Senior Bei and Senior Tangya wish to savor the grilled fish I prepared. Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with interest as he exclaimed, I see. May I have one to taste? Hui Yuhao cheerfully responded, Of course. You may have as many as you desire. I have prepared plenty. He promptly handed Li Chaoyang a beautifully grilled fish, golden and crispy, exuding an enticing aroma. Li Chaoyang took a gentle bite, savoring the tender fish meat that melted in his mouth, its exquisite flavor delightful beyond compare. As he relished the grilled fish, he silently contemplated the arrival of Zhuang Nannan. Approximately 10 minutes later, a stunning blonde beauty appeared before Hui Yuhao, as if descending from the heavens. This enchanting figure was none other than Zhuang Nannan. Possessing a breathtaking beauty, her skin was as fair as snow, imbued with a delicate blush reminiscent of freshly blossomed peach petals, tender and alluring. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, resembling a deep lake, imbued with a hint of vivacity and mischief. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings dancing in a gentle breeze. Her straight and delicate nose resembled a finely crafted hillock, adding depth to her visage. Her lips were a vivid red, akin to blooming rose petals, and when she smiled, 2 faint dimples graced her cheeks, exuding a sweetness that evoked a sense of closeness, as though the entire world brightened with her smile. Zhuang Nannan's exquisite beauty momentarily rendered Li Chaoyang and Hui Yuhao, 2 inexperienced youths, speechless, their gazes fixated upon her, as if ensnared by an enchantment. Li Chaoyang was the first to regain his composure, inwardly marveling, Truly, she is the most beautiful girl in the Outer Academy. If it weren't for my brotherhood with Su Sansher, I would certainly vie for her attention. He hastily remarked, My apologies, Senior Zhuang Nannan. But the grilled fish we have is for our gathering, not for sale. At that moment, Hui Yuhao also came to his senses and smiled, saying, Since you wish to eat, Senior, I shall give you 2. He quickly handed Zhuang Nannan 2 grilled fish. Just then, a golden soul coin shot through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at the grilled fish. As the coin was about to strike the fish, a peculiar light flashed past Li Chaoyang's head. In an instant, both the golden soul coin and its thrower seemed to be frozen in time. As if caught in a moment of stillness, Li Chaoyang thought to himself, this must be the skill of the Emperor's auspicious beast, the mental strong will. Indeed, the one who had thrown the coin was Su Sansher. Earlier, upon witnessing the interaction between Zhuang Nannan, Hui Yuhao, and Li Chaoyang, a wave of jealousy surged within him, filled with envy and reluctance, as if someone were coveting his precious treasure. Li Chaoyang perceptively sensed the unusual demeanor of Su Sansher and promptly employed his mental transmission technique, whispering, Sansher, you must not act so recklessly. Hui Yuhao and I were merely engaged in a casual conversation with senior sister Zhuang Nannan, harboring no ulterior motives. However, your overzealous actions will only incite her disdain further. Once senior sister Zhuang departs, I shall release you and provide a thorough analysis to offer you some advice. Upon receiving Li Chaoyang's mental transmission, Su Sansher was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Chaoyang's mental prowess was so formidable. It is worth noting that such a technique is typically only wielded by those of the Soul Saint rank. With this realization, Su Sansher exhaled a sigh of relief, inwardly contemplating that as long as his intentions did not concern Zhuang Nannan, all would be well. Shortly thereafter, Su Sansher attempted to employ mental transmission to seek Li Chaoyang's assistance, hoping for a reprieve. However, after numerous attempts, he suddenly remembered that his mental strength had not yet reached such heights, rendering him incapable of executing such an advanced technique. At that moment, Tangya and Bei fortuitously passed by, and they immediately noticed Su Sansher, frozen in place and unable to move. Bei approached with a puzzled expression, leaning closer to Su Sansher and lowering his voice. What on earth are you doing, Sansher? Why aren't you continuing your rather obsessive pursuit of Zhuang Nannan, instead opting to stand here in stillness, as if performing some form of avant-garde art? As he spoke, Bei playfully poked Su Sansher's cheek, but Su remained unresponsive, as though under a spell. Seeing this, Bei felt a twinge of disbelief and mused to himself, let us see just how composed you can remain. He then resolved to escalate his antics. Lowering his gaze, a mischievous grin crept across his face as he chuckled. I'll make you engage in this performance art while ignoring me. Hee. There was an unmistakable air of cunning and playfulness in his smile. Suddenly, Bei seemed to have an epiphany and quickly turned to Tangya, saying, Xiaoya, why don't you go find Hui Yuhao? I have a matter to attend to with Sancher. Without hesitation, Tangya nodded in agreement, stating, all right, you both carry on. To her, the notion of two grown men together posed no significant concern. Thus, she confidently made her way towards Hui Yuhao, not glancing back, fully trusting Bei Bei. As Bei Bei watched Tangya's receding figure, a wicked smile returned to his face as he turned to Su Sancher, declaring, now it's just the two of us. No one can intervene. While to outsiders, Bei Bei's grin might appear somewhat charming, to Su Sancher, it resembled the sinister smile of a demon, evoking sheer terror. Within, Su Sancher fervently cried out, do not approach me, you wretched male companion. I knew your courtship of Tangya was merely a ruse to mask your true identity. Nanan, save me. Your future husband is in peril. Accursed Li Chaoyang. Accursed Bei Bei. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, beads of cold sweat began to form on Su Sanchi's forehead, cascading down his cheeks. At this critical moment, Bei Bei's claw reached for Su San's vital points as she whispered, this is what you get for ignoring me. To Su San. Her voice resembled the sinister whispers of a demon, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. In his heart, he cried out desperately for help. Just as Bei Bei's hand was about to make contact, Li Chaoyang's mental transmission timely interrupted, stating, Bei Bei, I'm here too. Surprised by the transmission, Bei Bei paused momentarily. Li Chaoyang continued. I noticed that Su San's approach to pursuing Zhuang Nanan was rather extreme, so I intervened to calm him down. I intended to release him after Zhuang Nanan left, and teach him more conventional methods of courtship. This is hardly a performance art. Bei Bei, astonished, nodded in understanding and remarked. I see now. She attempted to respond via mental transmission, but her spiritual power was insufficient for success. Reluctantly, she turned to Su San, patted his shoulder, and said with a hint of regret, what a pity. I didn't realize Li Chaoyang's spiritual prowess was so formidable. Next time, let's find a more private place to converse. With that, Bei Bei skipped off to find Tangya. Su San watched her retreating figure, exhaling a sigh of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. He shouted in his heart, Bei Bei, you fickle heartbreaker, come back. Chapter 126, The Education of Love. At this moment, Hui Yuhao and Li Chaoyang were present. Tangya's eyes sparkled, her mouth watering as she exclaimed, Yuhao, your grilled fish is simply exquisite. The flavor is exceptional. Bei Bei nodded in agreement, smiling, indeed. This grilled fish is unparalleled. Just then, Li Chaoyang stood up, his expression gentle as he said, Yuhao, I'll take my leave now. Hui Yuhao and Bei Bei quickly responded, goodbye. Chaoyang. Tangya also intended to bid farewell, but Hui Yuhao's grilled fish was too delicious. Her cheeks were stuffed like a little hamster, leaving her only able to emit vague murmurs, presenting an adorably comical sight. Li Chaoyang strode forward and, 10 minutes later, arrived in front of Su San. There. Su San was immobilized by a binding spell, unable to move. Li Chaoyang waved his hand, dispelling the enchantment. As soon as Su San regained his freedom, he anxiously jumped and shouted, where's Nanan? Darn you, Li Chaoyang, you've made me lose track of her. His voice seemed capable of shattering the very air. Li Chaoyang, feeling a headache from Su San's incessant complaints, furrowed his brow in frustration. He then employed a powerful mental command, enveloping Su San in an invisible force that compelled him to quiet down once more. Li Chaoyang patted Su San's shoulder and said, come, Senior San. I will take you somewhere to discuss the proper way to pursue Sister Nanan. With that, Li Chaoyang seized Su San's right arm. In an instant, a radiant white light flashed, and the two vanished into thin air. Li Chaoyang had utilized spatial soul skills to teleport them. The next moment, they appeared by the shores of the sea god lake. A gentle breeze caressed them, and the lake's surface shimmered like a vast mirror. Though Su Sancher found himself physically immobilized, a tempest of turmoil raged within him. He pondered silently. Such formidable spatial abilities. I recall that only a Limit Douluo can wield spatial power with such ease. Isn't Chaoyang's martial spirit classified as an auxiliary type? How is it possible for him to possess such terrifying spatial prowess and facilitate long-distance spatial teleportation? At that moment, Li Chaoyang's voice broke the silence. All right, Senior Sancher. I shall now. However, do refrain from making any abrupt movements. If you agree, just nod your head. A minute passed, and Su Sancher internally screamed, please, release me. Another minute slipped by in eerie stillness, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A crow cawed overhead, yet no further action ensued. It was only then that Li Chaoyang seemed to awaken from a trance, scratching the back of his head and apologizing. My apologies, Senior Sancher. I completely forgot that you were immobilized and unable to do anything. Su Sancher felt utterly speechless, his expression as bitter as if he had consumed a mouthful of gall. Shortly thereafter, Li Chaoyang lifted the immobilization spell, followed by an enlightening discourse that was nothing short of captivating. The details of that encounter could fill volumes, but I shall omit them for brevity. 3 hours later, Su Sanxue resembled a forsaken bride newly entered into a monastery, weeping inconsolably upon the ground. Through his sobs, he asked, "Xiaoyang, do I still have a chance?" Li Xiaoyang, with a reassuring smile, responded, "Of course you do. I am well aware of the traditions of your Xinyuan sect. Given how far you've come with Zhuang Nannan, there is certainly still hope." Su Sanxue continued to lament, on the verge of voicing his doubts, when suddenly, a girl clad in vibrant red approached with a beaming smile. "Hey, what are you two doing here? It's been ages." Upon seeing her, Su Sanxi's eyes widened in terror, as if he had encountered the most fearsome sight imaginable, and he let out a piercing scream. "Ah?" In his panic, he slipped and fell directly into the sea god lake, splashing water everywhere. Indeed, the newcomer was Ma Xiaotao. Confused, she gazed at the lake and then turned to Li Xiaoyang, inquiring, "Xiaoyang, am I truly that frightening?" Li Xiaoyang stifled a laugh and replied, "Not at all. He might just be a bit overly excited to see you." Drenched and disheveled, Su Sanxue clambered out of the lake, hair plastered to his face. With a look of sheer horror directed at Ma Xiaotao, he stammered, "Hello, Senior Xiaotao. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave now. I have matters to attend to." With that, he bolted away, his speed akin to a fleeing prey pursued by a ferocious beast. In truth, Su Sanxue had contemplated slipping away discreetly while submerged in the lake, but he knew all too well the dire consequences if Ma Xiaotao were to catch him. Even now, he could vividly dream of her seeking him out to unleash her wrath. Although Ma Xiaotao was undeniably stunning, the ordeal was far too harrowing to reflect upon. Ma Xiaotao chose a spot to sit, disregarding Su Sanxi's antics, and began to engage in a delightful conversation with Li Xiaoyang. Chapter 127, The Selection of the Class Leader. The following day, the gentle morning light streamed into the room as Li Xiaoyang stirred from his slumber, leisurely rising from the warmth and comfort of his bed. He stretched languidly, savoring the delightful onset of a new day. Still somewhat drowsy, Li Xiaoyang reached for the alarm clock, squinting at it, when suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh no. It's 8:59. His voice carried a hint of panic and frustration. In an instant, the second spirit ring around him shimmered with brilliance, casting a resplendent white light that flickered like a dream. This ethereal glow first illuminated the bed, then in the blink of an eye appeared in the restroom, swiftly darted through the dining hall, and ultimately settled in Classroom 1. At the back of Classroom 1, the white light burst forth, and as the radiance dimmed, Li Xiaoyang found himself firmly in his previous seat, his movements fluid and seamless. Next, with his mouth slightly agape, a spatial portal quietly opened. He deftly expelled the mouthwash he had been holding into it, his action both natural and swift. Glancing at the time again, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Perfect. It was exactly 9 o'clock, he was not late. This second soul skill of mine is truly invaluable, a necessity for both home and travel, ensuring punctuality for class. With that, Li Xiaoyang began to relish the buns he had purchased from the Shrek dining hall, their aroma enticing him further. Suddenly, a crisp bell rang out, shattering the momentary tranquility within the classroom. Teacher Zhou entered with measured steps, surveying the room before speaking. "Students, today marks the 3rd day since our semester began, and our primary task is to elect a class leader. Li Xiaoyang, please stand." Upon hearing Teacher Zhou's voice, Li Xiaoyang felt a jolt of anxiety, hastily concealing the half-eaten bun behind him. Flustered, he stood up with a mouthful of food, mumbling indistinctly here. Immediately, the class turned to look at Li Xiaoyang, who was still chewing. Suddenly, a student couldn't contain themselves and burst into laughter. This laughter ignited a chain reaction, and the classroom erupted into a chorus of mirth. The sound of laughter swelled like a tide, resonating throughout the space. Seeing Li Xiaoyang in such a predicament, Teacher Zhou shook his head in exasperation. He rapped his knuckles on the desk, and once the class quieted down, he stated, "Li Xiaoyang possesses the highest spirit power in our class. I propose we elect him as our class leader. However, if anyone believes they possess the strength and wishes to challenge him, they may do so, provided they can defeat him." As soon as he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The students began to engage in hushed discussions, their voices a soft buzz reminiscent of bees. If I recall correctly, on the eve of our school year, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao had a skirmish, and Wang Dong was at rank 3. Doesn't that imply that the person at the back is also a rank 3 spirit master? Indeed, I saw that too. I assure you, Li Xiaoyang is far from ordinary. Yesterday noon at the entrance of Shrek, Li Xiaoyang swiftly eliminated Dai Huabin from Class 5 with a single move. It is worth noting that Dai Huabin is a sole master of the 3rd ring. How is this young man so formidable? I was initially considering that with my 26th level soul power, I might contend for the position of class leader. Upon hearing the chatter from the audience, Teacher Zhou Yi's expression darkened, and his brows knitted tightly in irritation. Channeling his soul power, he amplified his voice and declared, "Silence." His voice boomed like a thunderclap throughout the classroom, causing an echo that left everyone momentarily deafened. In an instant, the room fell silent, as if a spell had been cast, leaving the students in a state of unease. Who dares to challenge Li Chaoyang? Teacher Zhou Yi surveyed the room with a piercing gaze, his voice resonating with authority. A profound silence enveloped the space, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, both Li Chaoyang and Li Yizhen spoke simultaneously. Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow and stated, "I do not wish to be class leader. I have no time for such matters." His tone carried a hint of resignation. Conversely, Li Yizhen's eyes sparkled with determination as he proclaimed, "I want to challenge Li Chaoyang." His voice brimmed with fighting spirit. Turning to face Li Yizhen, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a faint smile as he proposed, "How about this? The loser becomes the class leader. What do you say?" Li Yizhen glanced back, nodding in agreement, his eyes radiating confidence. "Absolutely. This time, I shall emerge victorious." His words rang out with conviction, as if he had already secured his triumph. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a system task. Allow Li Yizhen, the original soul master, to experience the prowess of a soul engineer. Defeat him using a soul-guided device to earn an elemental floating cannon, level 1. Upon seeing the system's task notification, Li Chaoyang found himself pondering. Defeating Li Yizhen, a master of the extreme fire attribute, with a soul-guided device? This may prove challenging. My current soul engineer level is merely 4, while Li Yizhen was already a 39th level soul master a year ago. Surely he must have advanced to at least the soul sect by now. And with that extreme fire attribute, how can I possibly compete? With this thought, Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Chapter 128, The Battle for Class Leader, Part 1. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's bold declaration that the loser must assume the role of class leader, Teacher Zhou Yi felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, momentarily losing his composure. Once he regained his senses, he glanced around, only to see Li Yizhen nodding in agreement. Zhou Yi opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Taking a moment to gather himself, Zhou Yi inhaled deeply and announced, "Very well, I consent. Gather at the Grand Soul Arena." Within the Grand Soul Arena, the atmosphere was charged with excitement and tension. At this juncture, Li Yizhen and Li Chaoyang stood at opposite ends of the competition platform, akin to two battle deities, poised for confrontation. The audience roared with anticipation. Not only were there students from Class 1 and Teacher Zhou Yi present, but also three formidable figures whose presence resonated like the depths of the abyss. Among them was a bald, green-haired elder whose hair appeared eerily vibrant under the lights. Another was completely bald, his shiny head glistening in the sunlight, and the last was a sight to behold, disheveled and ragged, resembling a beggar. Indeed, these three were none other than the legendary poison immortal, Jin Peng, and Xianzi. Xuanzi was the first to break the silence, his gaze piercing as he turned to Dushi and Jinping, saying, "Is your sect planning to relocate to Shrek? You two have been here for over a month. Are you not concerned about any internal strife within your sect?" Upon hearing this, Dushi turned to Xuanzi, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Relocating the sect to Shrek? That is indeed an intriguing proposition." Xuanzi's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Just consider it a passing remark. Do not take it to heart." Dushi sighed softly, a trace of helplessness in his demeanor. "We are left with no choice." The atmosphere atop the competition platform grew increasingly tense. A middle-aged referee stepped forward, his gaze intense and voice resonant. "I am Zhang Hanlin, the referee for this match. Please introduce yourselves." Li Chaoyang spoke first, his voice firm and powerful. "Li Chaoyang, support type, level 4 soul mentor." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang, Li Yizhen paused slightly before proclaiming loudly, "Li Yizhen, assault type, level 45 soul master." Zhang Hanlin nodded, announcing, "The match begins." As his words echoed, a fiery figure suddenly emerged behind Li Yizhen, an aura of terrifying flames radiating outward as if to ignite the entire platform. His 2 purple and 2 black soul rings shone with dazzling brilliance, resembling 4 resplendent stars. In contrast, Li Chaoyang merely summoned his elemental mayfly cannon, its petite form appearing rather inconspicuous amidst the blaze. The students in the audience gasped in unison at the sight of Li Yizhen's soul rings, engaging in animated discussions. How is it possible? The first soul ring is purple, and the third is black. Perhaps it is some family secret. And the intensity of this martial spirit's flames has likely reached its zenith, if it can be passed down, and she is also a beauty. Instantly, a greedy glint appeared in the eyes of many students as they gazed upon her, as though they beheld an invaluable treasure. At that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, weighing upon the wayward thoughts of the students like an immense mountain. They felt an overwhelming force pinning them down, as if bound by invisible shackles. Just then, Dushi flashed into view before them, his gaze sharp as he coldly remarked, "Your thoughts are rather amusing. Tell me, where is your family? I would like to have a word." Wang Dong observed this scene, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Deservedly so. He then turned his attention back to the competition platform, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At that instant, Hui Yuhao, standing beside Wang Dong, suddenly inquired, "Wang Dong, why hasn't Chaoyang released his soul rings?" Wang Dong glanced at Hui Yuhao, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You know him? He intends to defeat Li Yizhen using a soul guidance device. However, the victor will undoubtedly be Li Yizhen." Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared beside Hui Yuhao, revealing a graceful woman, Xian Liner, whose elegance was akin to that of a celestial being. She smiled gently, saying, "What Wang Dong said is accurate. Observe closely and learn well." Li Chaoyang's combat prowess as a soul mentor is formidable, often utilizing soul-guiding devices to triumph over adversaries of higher ranks. Both individuals are exceptional talents, and this match promises to impart invaluable lessons. On the arena, Li Yizhen ignited the first 3 soul rings, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. He proclaimed loudly, "First soul skill, Flame Surge. Second soul skill, Flame Transformation. Third soul skill, Incarnation of the Fire God." In this chapter of consumption warfare, 3 amplifying soul skills layered upon Li Yizhen like resplendent stars, causing his aura to surge like a tumultuous tide. In an instant, he transformed into an intensely blazing figure, engulfed in flames that seemed poised to consume all in their vicinity. With a sudden push off the ground, his strength appeared capable of shattering the earth itself, and he darted forward like a specter, arriving before Li Chaoyang in an instant. Li Chaoyang's heart raced in surprise, his thoughts flashing like lightning. Such speed. This is beyond imagination. In the next moment, the temperature of the flames in Li Yizhen's hand surged dramatically, coalescing into a searing sun in his palm. He bellowed with a voice like thunder, "Flame Fist." Immediately, his fist, enveloped in a terrifying inferno, surged forth like a roaring fire dragon, charging fiercely at Li Chaoyang. Once again, Li Chaoyang mused inwardly. The temperature of this fellow's flames has intensified. The heat is nearly unbearable. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. But as it emerged, it was instantly vaporized into wisps of steam by the scorching heat, dissipating into the air. Subsequently, a flash of light enveloped Li Chaoyang, and nearly 100 soul-guiding cannons materialized around him, exuding a chilling and dangerous aura. With a resounding roar, the cannons unleashed a dazzling display, sending a barrage of projectiles hurtling towards the flame fist like shooting stars. In an instant, the flames collided violently with the cannonballs, erupting in a deafening cacophony. Although the extreme heat of the flame fist naturally countered the soul-guiding devices, Li Chaoyang managed to disperse the oncoming attack through sheer volume, scattering the fiery fragments like fireworks across the sky. Seeing this, Li Yizhen's hands ignited with renewed intensity, as if 2 blazing suns were dancing in his grasp. He unleashed a relentless series of flame fists, engaging in a breathtaking exchange with Li Chaoyang's nearly 100 soul-guiding cannonballs. The arena was alight with flickering brilliance, flames and projectiles intertwining as if heralding the apocalypse. Li Chaoyang observed the unfolding spectacle, contemplating, "How intriguing, engaging in a war of attrition. Let us see who can endure longer." With that thought, he retrieved a mysterious energy amethyst emitting an ethereal glow from his spatial soul-guiding device, unhesitatingly embedding it within himself. In an instant, his radiance intensified, and the 100 soul-guiding cannons shimmered anew, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky. Thus, the 2 fiercely exchanged blows for 10 minutes. The arena thick with acrid smoke and searing heat, as if time itself had come to a standstill. On the spectator platform, Hui Yuhao, filled with curiosity, turned to the nearby Xian Liner and inquired, "Director Xian, how is it that Li Chaoyang possesses such abundant soul power? Can I achieve such terrifying firepower?" Xian Liner smiled gently and replied, "As for soul power, do not harbor such thoughts. It is a unique soul skill of Li Chaoyang. However, regarding that firepower, with diligent training, there remains a chance for you to attain it." Immediately, a look of yearning filled Hui Yuhao's face, brimming with boundless aspirations for the future. On the competition stage, the 2 continued their fierce exchange. Originally, Li Yizhen intended to deplete Li Chaoyang's soul power, but unbeknownst to him, Li Chaoyang skillfully transformed it into a strategy that drained his own resources. At this moment, Li Yizhen began to gasp for breath, his rhythm becoming increasingly erratic. This scene was keenly captured by Li Chaoyang, who silently acknowledged, "The consumption is nearly sufficient. It is time to conclude this battle." With formidable mental strength, Li Chaoyang adeptly concealed the elemental floating cannons, allowing them to stealthily emerge behind Li Yizhen. The four elemental floating cannons, like assassins lurking in the shadows, unleashed a terrifying surge of thunderous power, for bolts of lightning striking towards Li Yizhen like violet flashes. Li Yizhen was taken aback, his thoughts momentarily thrown into disarray. How is this possible? I felt nothing at all. The four bolts of lightning accurately struck Li Yizhen, causing the flame fist in his hand to falter. Subsequently, without the flame fist to defend against them, nearly 100 soul-guided cannonballs rained down upon the utterly defenseless Li Yizhen. At the critical moment, the referee, Zhuang, bellowed, "Fourth soul skill, spatial lock." The fourth purple soul ring among his 8 soul rings shone brilliantly, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings, exuding an air of majesty. Instantly, white walls of light materialized around Li Yizhen, fortifying him like a sturdy bastion. The barrage of nearly 100 soul-guided cannonballs struck the white walls, generating a massive cloud of smoke that billowed into a giant mushroom cloud over the arena. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the white walls surrounding Li Yizhen vanished. Zhuang stepped forward, his expression grave, and declared, "The victor of this match is Li Chaoyang." No sooner had he spoken than Wang Donger in the audience erupted like a powder keg, shouting, "Another sneak attack. What else can you do but ambush? I propose a rematch." Li Chaoyang glanced at Wang Donger, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he made a playful face, and said, "Not a chance. A win is a win." Then, with a flash, Li Chaoyang vanished from the arena like a streak of lightning, leaving Wang Donger alone, still shouting in protest. 3 months drifted by, and in the class led by Zhou Yi, after enduring numerous changes, only 78 students remained. Compared to the dismal outcome of merely 67 students left in the original narrative, this was indeed a commendable result. Much of this turnaround could be attributed to Zhou Yi's thunderous reprimand directed at Li Chaoyang at the beginning of the term. A commanding shout that acted as a watershed moment, subtly altering the class's trajectory. In the classroom of Class 1, the atmosphere hung heavy with tension. Zhou Yi stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over the students before him, and he began to speak slowly. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and our class still comprises 78 members, which indeed surpasses my initial expectations. Soon, the journey into the second year will commence, and 2 crucial assessments await you. The first will be the final examination of this semester. The pass rate for this assessment is set at 50, which implies that half of the students will regretfully depart amidst this fierce competition. The format of the new student assessment bears little difference from the past. With the segment of 3-person soul battles remaining intact, we will arrange the groupings appropriately in due course. The second assessment will be the entrance examination. The requirements for this examination are twofold. First, the soul power must reach level 20. Second, it will tentatively include a comprehensive evaluation of other abilities. Hui Yuhao sat quietly in his seat. Upon hearing the requirement of level 20, his body shuddered slightly, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, and cold sweat involuntarily seeped from his palms. Over the past 3 months, he had exerted every ounce of effort in his cultivation, managing to elevate his soul power by 4 levels. For an ordinary soul master, a 4-level increase in 3 months might be commendable. However, Hui Yuhao's starting point was rather low, having commenced his arduous ascent from level 11. Presently, his soul power had merely reached level 15. The precious soul-enhancing elixirs that could have expedited his progress, as well as the Xian Shui Dan that could enhance his physique and potential, had been artfully intercepted by Li Chaoyang. Although Hui Yuhao had successfully shattered the record for level 1 soul masters through his own endeavors, the 500,000 gold soul coins he possessed were largely expended on rare metals, with the remainder saved for future material purchases. After all, the path of a soul master is inherently a costly pursuit reserved for the affluent. Furthermore, Hui Yuhao remained entirely oblivious to the existence of the soul-enhancing and Xian Shui elixirs. A month hence, Shrek Academy will welcome a new semester. Given his current cultivation pace, it is utterly impossible for him to elevate his soul power to level 20 before the semester commences. Upon contemplating this, Hui Yuhao's expression grew increasingly grim, his brow furrowing tightly as if shrouded in a veil of gloom. Sitting beside him, Wang Donger inadvertently caught a glimpse of Hui Yuhao's countenance. She merely shook her head gently, refraining from offering words of comfort. After all, the connection between Hui Yuhao and her now differed significantly from the intimacy depicted in the original narrative. The primary cause of this shift could be attributed to Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang had cunningly lured Hui Yuhao to spend the night in the soul engineering department with sweet words, and since then, their relationship had gradually become distant. It must be noted that Li Chaoyang's scheme to undermine Hui Yuhao had been executed with remarkable success. He acted like a hidden hand, deftly manipulating the threads of fate, rendering Hui Yuhao's journey of cultivation fraught with obstacles and challenges. Zhou, once again raising his voice, proclaimed, "Next, you must carefully consider the direction of your future cultivation as soul masters. This choice is of paramount importance. It will not only serve as a significant basis for your final groupings, but will also act as a crucial reference for tailored instruction once you advance to the second year. Now, after selecting your direction, please write it down and submit it." As Zhou Yi's voice faded, the audience below began to pick up their pens, contemplating and diligently filling out their choices. Li Chaoyang unhesitatingly marked the support system, for his main cultivated martial spirit was the elemental staff, whose characteristics decidedly rendered the support system the most suitable direction for him. After a moment of contemplation, Hui Yuhao inscribed the control system on his paper. Li Yizhen opted for the offense system, while Xiao similarly selected the control system. Wang Dong, considering that his relationship with Hui Yuhao was no longer as intimate as in the original narrative, ultimately chose the offense system instead of the control system. Before long, all the papers were submitted to Zhou. He meticulously reviewed the documents in his hands and then stated, "The group assignments are as follows. Li Chaoyang, Wang Dong, and Hui Yuhao comprise one group. Li Yizhen, Xiao, and Dandan form another. All right, that concludes the groupings. Hui Yuhao and Xiao, please remain." Upon hearing Zhou Yi's summons, a visibly apprehensive Hui Yuhao and the lively and charming Xiao slowly approached him. Zhou Yi's expression was somewhat serious as he regarded the two, sternly inquiring, "Pray tell, why have you both chosen the control system? From the characteristics of your martial spirits, it seems you would be far better suited to the support system." The vivacious Xiao was the first to respond, her bright eyes twinkling as she spoke with clarity. "Teacher Zhou, my second martial spirit, the Nine Phoenix Ritual Flute, is exceptionally compatible with the combat style of the control system." Zhou, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, a hint of approval gracing his countenance as he replied, "Your reasoning is quite compelling. You have persuaded me. You may leave." Xiao, hearing this, immediately beamed with a radiant smile, akin to a joyful fawn, bounding away with glee. Zhou then turned his attention to the serious-faced Hui Yuhao, asking, "Yuhao, what compelled you to select the control system? Given your martial spirit, the support system appears to be the more fitting choice." Hui Yuhao lifted his head slightly, his lips moving as if to speak, yet he hesitated. Chapter 131. Hidden Weapons. Zhou gazed at the somewhat despondent figure of Hui Yuhao, letting out a gentle sigh before inquiring softly, "Yuhao, are you troubled by the requirement to reach level 20 for the second-year commencement?" Hui Yuhao's expression was grave as he nodded with difficulty, bitterness and helplessness lacing his voice. "Teacher Zhou, I currently possess only level 15 soul power, and with the assessment a month away." His words trailed off, choked with emotion. Zhou waved his hand lightly, his eyes brimming with encouragement and affirmation. "I have long recognized your talent. In just 3 short months, your soul power has increased by 4 levels, a pace that is truly rare, even among geniuses. As for the level 20 requirement for second-year students, there is no need for you to overly fret. Each class's homeroom teacher has the authority to recommend one exceptional student to bypass the assessment, and I intend to recommend you. Strive diligently and do not disappoint my expectations." Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao trembled slightly, lifting his head abruptly, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. He bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Teacher Zhou." The original text indeed mentioned that homeroom teachers possess the privilege of recommending one exceptional student to pass the assessment directly. This honor was originally meant for a student named Song Qinghan, yet Zhou astutely leveraged it to facilitate Song Qinghan's entry into the Soul Guidance Department. Under Zhou Yi's earnest guidance, Hui Yuhao's path as a soul master quietly transformed, shifting from the control system to the new realm of support. At the entrance of the freshman teaching building, sunlight poured down, illuminating youthful figures. Wang Donger, quick-witted and agile, seized the moment to catch Li Chaoyang, who was about to teleport away. Li Chaoyang turned, looking innocently at Wang Donger. "What is the matter? Keep your distance. I am not a male companion." Upon hearing this, Wang Donger's brows furrowed in frustration. "You're the one acting like a male companion." No, this is infuriating." Seeing her reaction, Li Chaoyang smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Don't be angry. Speak your mind. What do you need from me?" Wang Donger took a moment to calm herself and replied earnestly, "I'll settle the score with you later. By the way, we are in the same group for the final exam. I want to discuss the tactics for the 3-person soul battle." At this, Li Chaoyang's smile widened, his right hand lifting lightly, his index finger pointing to his own face. Confidence and pride radiated from him as he declared, "I, Li Chaoyang, am now a level 6 soul mentor. Even if you look down on soul mentors, you should understand that a level 6 soul mentor's strength can rival that of a 6-ringed soul emperor. Besides Li Yizhen, the highest levels in our entire grade are merely soul venerables, and there are only 3 of them, none of whom are on the same team." He waved his hand dismissively and continued, "The freshman final exam is merely child's play, lacking any challenge. I have no desire to participate." Wang Donger tilted her head thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Chaoyang's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Wang Donger, in turn, turned to find her close friend, Li Yizhen. 20 minutes later, having undergone profound education from Zhou Yi, Hui Yuhao exited the teaching building. As he emerged, he noticed Tang Ye and Mu Beibei rushing towards him with great enthusiasm. Tang Ye's face radiated a brilliant smile as she turned to Hui Yuhao and said, "Little Yuhao, I have heard that the final exams are approaching. I know your soul power is still low, so here, take this." With that, she tossed a delicate storage soul guide towards Hui Yuhao. Quick as a flash, he caught it steadily, but a look of confusion crossed his face. "Senior Tang Ye, what is inside this?" he inquired. With a mysterious smile, Tang Ye replied, "What lies within are the unparalleled hidden weapons of the Tang sect, sufficient to assist you in successfully passing your final exams." At her words, Hui Yuhao shook his head helplessly. "Senior Tang Ye, the use of soul guides is prohibited during the final assessments." Waving her hand dismissively, Tang Ye explained, "The Tang sect's hidden weapons are indeed concealed weapons, not soul guides. The use of hidden weapons is not forbidden in the final assessments. Now, do your best in the exams." Chapter 132, the final exam soon. The solemn day of the final assessments for new students arrived. The Great Soul Arena was bustling with activity, the atmosphere exceptionally vibrant. At this moment, Hui Yuhao and Wang Donger had arrived at the competition venue, awaiting the impending duel. Hui Yuhao paced slowly within the arena, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as he seemed to search for a familiar figure. Noticing this, Wang Donger furrowed her brow and said impatiently, "Hui Yuhao, why are you flitting about like a headless fly? You're making my eyes dizzy." Hui Yuhao halted and turned to Wang Donger, worry etched across his face. "Li Chaoyang hasn't he arrived yet?" Wang Donger waved her hand nonchalantly, her expression calm. "With Li Chaoyang's lazy demeanor, when have you ever seen him walk properly? Don't worry. He will definitely appear in a flash right before the match begins." Hui Yuhao nodded slightly, smiling as he remarked, "That's true. Brother Chaoyang always uses space soul skills to travel, appearing and disappearing at will." After saying this, Hui Yuhao took a moment to steady his slightly anxious heart and sat beside Wang Donger, patiently awaiting the start of the competition. As time quietly slipped away, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Li Chaoyang, Wang Donger, Hui Yuhao, along with Bao, Feifei, and Dada, please gather on the competition stage. The announcement echoed 3 times throughout the Great Soul Arena. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao quickly sprang to his feet and scanned the surroundings. Yet he could not find the person he was hoping to see. He hurriedly reached out to stop Wang Donger, who had already walked a short distance away, and said anxiously, "Wang Dong, Li Chaoyang still hasn't arrived." Wang Donger remained as calm as still water, showing no signs of distress. "Oh, don't mind him. Li Chaoyang surely heard the announcement just now. Perhaps as soon as we step on stage, we will see him flash in with a burst of white light." Despite her reassurances, Hui Yuhao felt a twinge of doubt, mixed with a sense of urgency. Observing his demeanor, Wang Donger patted his shoulder in comfort. "You must trust him. He will certainly do just that." With that, Wang Donger led Hui Yuhao onto the competition stage. Meanwhile, Bao Feifei and Dada also made their way up from the opposite side of the stage. On stage, Wang Donger looked at Hui Yuhao's nervous expression and smiled. "Don't worry. Li Chaoyang is a trickster. When they call out the names, he will surely show up." Upon finishing her words, Wang Donger confidently closed her eyes, as if everything were within her grasp. At that moment, the referee's voice resounded. "Li Chaoyang, Wang Donger, Hui Yuhao, Bao, Feifei Dai, both sides are named." As the referee's words fell, Hui Yuhao was about to speak, but was interrupted by Wang Donger, still with her eyes shut. "I told you. The referee mentioned Li Chaoyang, so he must have arrived." Following this, Wang Donger summoned her bright goddess butterfly martial soul. A kaleidoscope of radiant colors dispersed, enchanting and breathtaking. Truly one of the most beautiful martial souls on the continent. With a yellow and 2 purple rings surrounding her, 3 soul rings adorned Wang Donger, showcasing her remarkable strength. She gazed at her opponents, Bao, Feifei, and Dai, and mused aloud. "Isn't the martial soul configuration of this adversary rather unimpressive? 1 pig, 1 fire crane, 1 deer, 1 with 2 rings, and 2 with 1 ring. Simply pitiful." Without turning back, she commanded, "Li Chaoyang, just activate a mental detection soul skill for me. No need for you to join in." Hui Yuhao, who had just released his martial soul, heard her words and was about to respond, but was again interrupted by Wang Dong. "Hui Yuhao, you needn't participate. I can handle this alone." With that, she was enveloped in the dazzling light of the bright goddess butterfly and charged directly toward Bao, Feifei, and Dai. Undeterred, The trio simultaneously advanced toward Wang Donger. At that moment, an unsettling feeling washed over her, and she sensed something amiss. She quickly turned around and shouted, "Li Qiaoyang, what are you doing? My spirit." However, before she could finish her sentence, she was left in shock. Indeed, she had not seen the figure of Li Qiaoyang. Rather, he had not arrived at all. Seeing Wang Donger frozen in surprise, Bao, Feifei, and Dai felt a surge of joy. Activating their most powerful soul skills and directly sending the petrified three-ring soul master Wang Donger off the competition stage. Once Wang Donger was ejected, the outcome was evident. Li Qiaoyang, Wang Donger, and Hui Yuhao's team had lost. After all, relying solely on Hui Yuhao, they could not withstand the combined assault of Bao, Feifei, and Dai. Chapter 133, Haotian Sect. The referee's resonant voice suddenly echoed throughout the vast battle arena. Li Qiaoyang, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, Bao, Feifei, Dai victorious. In the spectator area, Zhou Yi's gaze was firmly fixed on the arena. Observing Wang Donger's somewhat flustered maneuvers, he recalled that Li Qiaoyang had not even made an appearance. Likely still lost in slumber. A look of utter exasperation crossed his face. At that moment, Mu Jin sauntered over leisurely to Zhou Yi's side, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, and mockingly remarked, "Oh, Teacher Zhou, is this the #1 seed team you had such high hopes for? They've already met with disaster in their first match. If this were an elimination round rather than a round robin, they would have to pack up and leave in disgrace." Ha ha ha. A three-ring soul master unable to defeat a one-ring soul master. It's utterly ridiculous, simply laughable. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yi was struck by Mu Jin's acerbic remarks, feeling as if a resounding slap had landed upon his face, igniting an instant burning sensation upon his cheek. Deep down, he recognized that although Mu Jin's words were harsh, they bore an undeniable truth. Wang Dong's actions this time were indeed foolish, especially as the match had commenced without him confirming the presence of his teammates. Zhou Yi let out a cold snort, his countenance darkened as if it could drip with melancholy, and without a backward glance, he strode away. Witnessing Zhou Yi's hasty retreat, Mu Jin's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained, piercing the air like a night owl's shriek. Ha! The sound pricked Zhou Yi's ears like a needle, causing his face to burn even more intensely. Compelled by an impulse to escape this embarrassing arena, he quickened his steps. In the resting area, a healing spirit master was intently focused on mending Wang Dong's injuries. Typically, one would maintain a serene silence during treatment to facilitate recovery. However, Wang Dong was the exception. His mouth ran like a machine gun, incessantly spewing vitriol towards a certain individual. Soon, Hui Yuhao hurriedly approached Wang Dong, his expression grim. He anxiously inquired, "Wang Dong, are you all right? Alas, what are we to do? Li Qiaoyang has yet to make an appearance." At the mention of Li Qiaoyang, Wang Dong's fury ignited, his voice rising several decibels as an avalanche of unflattering epithets cascaded forth. For the sake of brevity, we shall omit the torrent of invective that flowed like a relentless river. Hui Yuhao, bracing himself, endured Wang Dong's tirade for a full half-hour. When Wang Dong finally ceased his verbal assault, panting and exhausted, he placed his hands on his hips and declared vehemently, "Hui Yuhao, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall personally teach him a lesson, ensuring he remains bedridden for a year." Hui Yuhao hesitated, attempting to interject. But, yet Wang Dong interrupted him with rapid-fire words. "Rest assured, I can handle the final exams alone. I will elevate you to new heights. So do not worry about the rest." As soon as his words fell, the healing spirit master completed Wang Dong's treatment. Revitalized, Wang Dong sprang from his seat like a coiled spring, still muttering curses as he strode purposefully out of the grand arena. Hui Yuhao watched Wang Dong's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh, ultimately deciding to let the matter rest. After all, Li Qiaoyang's behavior had indeed crossed the line. Upon exiting the grand arena, Wang Dong unhesitatingly retrieved a firework from his storage soul guide. He raised the firework high above his head with both hands, his soul power surging within him like a tempest, igniting the fuse in an instant. With head held high, he bellowed, a piercing arrow through the clouds. 1,000 troops come forth to meet. As he finished speaking, the fuse of the firework crackled and quickly burned down. In a split second, a fireball shot forth from the firework, soaring into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, a tremendous explosion erupted, scattering the fireworks in a brilliant display. The brilliance was dazzling, akin to the resplendence unleashed by an unparalleled soul skill. The three monumental characters of the Haotian sect, seemingly etched with the supreme glory of the sect, stood majestically in the light, exuding an unparalleled authority that rendered the heavens and the earth pale in comparison. As these three characters materialized above Shrek Academy, they immediately captivated the attention of all students, teachers, and esteemed elders within the academy. Many gazed upwards in astonishment and confusion, their faces reflecting a mixture of shock and curiosity. In the fleeting moment following the explosion of fireworks, the previously clear and cloudless sky became shrouded in dark, tumultuous clouds. These clouds rolled like surging waves, as if an ancient behemoth lay dormant within their depths. Lightning occasionally flickered within the clouds, each flash resembling a dragon weaving through the billowing mass, casting enormous shadows upon the earth that inspired a sense of awe. Chapter 134, Collaboration at Wang Dong's side. Two radiant lights suddenly ignited, reminiscent of shooting stars streaking across a night sky. Two middle-aged figures materialized from thin air. One of them, with muscles bulging like a coiling dragon and bronze skin radiating strength and resilience, was none other than Titan, the second master of the Haotian sect. He possessed the combat prowess of a peak semi-divine being, though still restrained by seals. His true form had evolved into a divine beast, the Titan Great Ape, exuding an overwhelming presence. The other, with flowing blue hair cascading like a waterfall, possessed a handsome visage and an extraordinary aura. He was Niu Tian, the Grand Master of the Haotian sect and Titan's brother. He too boasted the combat strength of a peak semi-divine being, albeit sealed, his true form being the enigmatic sky blue bull python. Upon seeing Titan and Niu Tian, Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with delight as he rushed towards them, embracing both figures tightly and affectionately calling out, "Uncle, second uncle." Titan looked down at Wang Dong, his gaze filled with tenderness. He spoke first, his voice deep and resonant. "Donger, have you suffered any grievances at Shrek?" Hearing this, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Wang Dong's eyes. He cleverly stimulated his tear ducts with his soul power, producing a few crystalline tears, and gazed up at Titan with a tone of playful complaint. "Yes, second uncle, you must avenge me." Upon seeing Wang Dong in tears, Titan's heart ignited with fury. He stamped his foot, and the ground cracked open, stones scattering. A terrifying aura unique to a Limit Douluo enveloped the area, causing the Shrek students, who had initially been spectators, to collapse in fear. Noticing this, Xuanzi, Elder Song, and Elder Lu, who had been concealed in the shadows, could no longer remain seated. They swiftly appeared before Titan, working in unison to block the soul power he had unleashed, shielding the students behind them. Elder Lu and Elder Song quickly sprang into action, one directing the crowd to disperse, while the other transported the injured students to the infirmary for treatment. Seeing Xuanzi emerge, Titan's eyes flashed with disdain, and he intensified his pressure, directing it solely towards Xuanzi. He coldly demanded, "Xuanzi, the young master of the Haotian sect has been bullied under your watch. Do you not owe us an explanation?" Feeling the mountainous pressure from Titan, Xuanzi's expression shifted slightly. Yet he stood firm, forcing himself to respond. "Might I inquire who has offended student Wang Dong?" As the words left his lips, a bead of cold sweat silently trickled down his forehead. Xuanzi pondered to himself. The Haotian sect truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect on the continent a millennium ago. Should a re-evaluation of sects occur today, Haotian sect would undoubtedly retain its position as the unrivaled leader. Titan gazed at Wang Dong with a look as gentle as flowing water and softly said, "Wang Dong, speak boldly. With your uncle and second uncle backing you, no one from Shrek can thwart your quest for vengeance." Upon hearing Titan's words, a flicker of excitement sparkled in Wang Dong's eyes as she exclaimed, "It's that rascal Li Chaoyang. Not only has he provoked me this time, but he has also tormented me for an entire month, infuriating me to the point of cursing him daily." Titan's eyes gleamed with determination as he responded, "Excellent. Very well." Hearing Wang Dong's remarks, Niu Tian, who had been silently standing nearby, felt an irk of anger rising within him. He coldly remarked, "To provoke Wang Dong for a month. This is how you educate your students at Shrek? Do you not exercise any restraint?" Following this, Niu Tian unleashed his oppressive aura without reservation, sweeping over Shrek's city like a tempest. Under this immense pressure, Xuanzi was forced to the ground, unable to move. Within a 5-kilometer radius around Niu Tian, the structures of Shrek's city crumbled, and the Grand Soul Arena vanished from sight as if it had never existed. Fortunately, with Elder Song and Elder Lu evacuating the crowd, the casualties were mitigated. Xuanzi, feeling the terrifying weight of Niu Tian's pressure, was taken aback. He hurriedly summoned his soul weapon, the devouring divine bull. With his martial soul manifested, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings gleamed around him, barely countering the oppressive force from Niu Tian and Titan, allowing him to rise from the ground. Gasping for breath, Xuanzi apologized, "I sincerely apologize. Shrek has indeed been lax in its discipline." However, no sooner had Xuanzi spoken than a brilliant pillar of light ascended from the direction of Shrek's inner courtyard. This pillar radiated the vast and mysterious aura of the sea god, as if it were a conduit to another realm. Within the pillar, a figure gradually emerged, Mun. Dressed in resplendent attire, he exuded an extraordinary air, akin to the sea god descending upon the mortal realm, imbued with infinite majesty and power. Chapter 135, Cooperation 2. Before long, the resplendent blue-golden pillar, emanating a mysterious and regal aura, dissipated like a fleeting dream. Within the pillar, Mun flickered, appearing before Niu Tian and Titan like a specter. The aura surrounding Mun surged, akin to the tumultuous tides, completely neutralizing the heavy pressure released by Niu Tian and Titan. Where their energies clashed, the air shimmered with ripples. Titan smirked slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain and mockery as he rumbled, "The light of the sea god. A demigod level is indeed somewhat impressive." As his words fell, Titan and Niu Tian exchanged glances, shedding any pretense of restraint. Their auras surged dramatically, awakening like a long-dormant dragon, releasing a terrifying and overwhelming demigod peak presence that swept through the space, causing it to tremble. Sensing the unfathomable levels of the two men, Mun's brow furrowed slightly, and a trace of seriousness flickered in his eyes as he inquired, "What brings you, esteemed sect leaders?" Undoubtedly, at this moment, Muon is engulfed by trepidation. Were it not for Yan Shaozhe's absence from the academy, Muon, given his disposition, would have undoubtedly sought the company of the divinely empowered Yan Shaozhe to confront the two formidable leaders of the Haoyan sect. Presently, although Muon, bolstered by the light of the sea god, has barely reached the pinnacle of quasi-deity status, he finds himself at a disadvantage against titans like Titan and Niu Tian. He could at most achieve a stalemate with one of them, and that would be contingent upon their refraining from employing divine powers. Should they unleash their divine might, Muon would stand no chance of retaliation. His defeat would merely be a matter of time. Niu Tian, disinterested in further discourse with Muon, shifted his gaze to Xuanzi, his eyes conveying an unmistakable command, urging him to elucidate the situation to Muon. Subsequently, Xuanzi employed a mental transmission technique, and after his explanation, Muon finally grasped the sequence of events. At that moment, a recollection from a month prior surfaced in Muon's mind, echoing the words of Li Chaoyang, as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the darkened sky. Nodding slightly, Muon, with a solemn expression, declared, "Indeed, Li Chaoyang has erred in this matter. We, the Shrek, shall no longer intervene. However, I implore both sect leaders to refrain from further undermining Shrek and to spare the innocent." Upon hearing Muon's words, Titan and Niu Tian nodded slightly, indicating their consent. Wang Dong, his eyes alight with excitement, cheerfully exclaimed, "Come on, Uncle Titan, Uncle Niu, let us seek out that scoundrel Li Chaoyang." Titan thumped his chest and proclaimed, "Fear not, Donger, I shall ensure that we give that rascal Li Chaoyang a thorough lesson." No sooner had he spoken than Titan and Niu Tian, along with Wang Dong, soared into the sky like three majestic eagles taking flight. As Muon observed their receding figures, a grimace of profound distaste crossed his face, akin to the bitterness of consuming bitter herbs. Xuanzi approached Muon, concern etched upon his features, and inquired, "Elder Mu, must we truly abandon that young man Li Chaoyang?" "I believe we could." Muon raised his hand, interrupting Xuanzi, and replied with a tranquil demeanor, "This is Li Chaoyang's decision." Xuanzi, his eyes wide with astonishment, stammered, "What? How could he?" Muon slowly elaborated, "This is a plan of Li Chaoyang's own making. He confided in me a month ago. Fortunately, Shrek has only suffered damage to a few structures, and some individuals sustained minor injuries. Titan and Niu Tian have shown restraint. Ultimately, this world belongs to the youth. Let them venture forth." With that, Muon vanished in a flash, like a fleeting ray of light. Xuanzi stood there, taken aback, struggling to regain his composure. With a long sigh, he reflected, "Indeed, I have grown old." Turning away, he unleashed a torrent of formidable earth elemental energy within him, embarking on the formidable task of reconstructing Shrek. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Li Chaoyang's exclusive laboratory within the Soul Guidance Department, Wang Dong, Titan, and Niu Tian arrived unimpeded, their path clear of obstacles. Wang Donger gazed at the door of Li Chaoyang's laboratory, a flicker of anticipation shimmering in her eyes as she spoke. "Uncle, second uncle. Li Chaoyang must be inside." Titan and Niu Tian exchanged subtle nods, their gazes imbued with determination and resolve. In the next moment, as if possessed of its own sentience, the laboratory doors slowly creaked open, seemingly extending a warm welcome to the uninvited guests, Titan and Niu Tian. Without a trace of hesitation, they strode boldly into the laboratory. The instant they crossed the threshold, the environment around them plunged into darkness, as if an invisible hand had dragged them into an endless abyss. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the trio found themselves in a bizarre realm steeped in the essence of death and the presence of the departed. At that moment, under the weight of the terrifying atmosphere, Wang Donger had already collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Suddenly, a voice laced with mockery and mystery echoed from all directions, resonating throughout the space. Welcome to my world. Chapter 136, Collaboration 3. Upon witnessing Wang Donger lying unconscious, Titan's eyes widened in fury, and he sprang into action, resembling two volcanoes on the verge of eruption. The aura of these quasi-divine beings surged forth unabashedly, sweeping outward like a tidal wave, rendering the air around them almost palpable. In the next instant, a brilliant radiance enveloped them, revealing 6 jet-black soul rings and 3 blood-red ones. A terrifying display reminiscent of the most resplendent stars in the night sky, exuding an oppressive aura that instilled dread. Noticing the absence of any immediate response from their surroundings, Titan took the initiative, his voice booming like thunder, laced with overwhelming rage. You, young man, are Li Qiang, are you not? I have yet to settle the score for bullying Wang Donger, and you dare to torment her in my presence? You are truly courting death. Before he could finish his words, Titan's 7th soul ring erupted in a brilliant flash, its radiance as blinding as the sun. With a roar fueled by unbridled fury, Titan declared, martial soul manifestation. In an instant, his form expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal Titan ape. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the very space around them trembled violently. As if on the verge of collapse, this Titan ape towered like a mountain, its pitch-black fur deep and infinite as the night sky, shimmering faintly under the light. Its robust muscles jutted out like solid rock, each one brimming with explosive power, as if the slightest movement could shake the heavens and the earth. Its lantern-like golden eyes sparkled with authority and wisdom, intimidating those who dared to meet its gaze, as if merely looking upon it could ensnare one's soul in terror. The imposing Titan ape stood tall, its voice reverberating like thunder. Come out, if you dare. Otherwise, I shall obliterate this entire space. The roar of the Titan apes spread like a tempest, causing the space around them to tremble once more, silently affirming its capability to utterly annihilate the realm. Yet, Li Qiang remained unfazed, responding with calm composure. Wang Donger is unharmed. She merely lies in a dream. Furthermore, I have not bullied Wang Dong. I simply allowed her a brief respite. However, Titan resolutely disregarded his explanations. Before Li Qiang could finish his words, he bellowed loudly, "That won't do." Immediately after, Titan seemed to fixate on a certain direction and unleashed a powerful punch towards it. His voice resonated like a great bell, Titan fist, with a thunderous boom. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Where Titan struck, a small mountain, towering 100 meters high, was instantaneously transformed into a colossal pit of the same depth. The ominous aura of death and ghostly energy vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. Li Qiang's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of mockery. It seems we cannot engage in a proper conversation. He turned to Emperor Tian, suggesting, "Why don't you teach him a lesson?" With a cold smile, Emperor Tian replied, "Very well, I too am eager to witness this little one's strength." As his words fell, a black hole suddenly materialized before Titan and Neo Tian, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and perilous. Within the black hole, Emperor Tian's figure flickered as he emerged. His gaze burned with intensity as he coldly declared, "Come forth, little gorilla from a millennium ago." Dragon God Claw. Emperor Tian launched his attack with full force, for Titan was no ordinary foe. He was a quasi-divine being not to be underestimated. The 7-colored claws struck like lightning towards Titan, tearing the very fabric of space with fine fissures in their wake. Upon witnessing this, Titan's expression turned ashen, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Despite having ascended to the status of a divine beast, his essence remained that of a soul beast. Emperor Tian's Dragon God Claw held absolute dominance over soul beasts, invoking a primal fear that resonated from deep within their bloodline. Gritting his teeth, Titan struggled to raise his hand and swung it toward the vibrant Dragon Claw. Braving the terror embedded in his lineage, he shouted hoarsely, "Titan Fist." The moment their forces collided, a brilliant explosion erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if 2 suns had collided in the sky. Titan, the great ape, was sent staggering back several meters, his right hand hanging limply at his side, clearly suffering a significant setback from the clash. Neo Tian, unable to contain himself any longer, felt a flicker of rage ignite within him. He activated his martial spirit, his form vanishing in an instant to reappear before Emperor Tian, exclaiming, "Emperor Tian, that is enough. Speak, what brings you two to us?" Emperor Tian maintained his playful smirk, replying, "Now, that is more like it." At that moment, another black hole appeared before Neo Tian, resembling a gateway to an unknown realm. Li Qiang, Xiong Jun, Bai Ji, and Shui Di emerged from within, each bearing unique forms yet radiating immense power. Akin to a legion of demons from the depths of hell. Niu Tian surveyed the scene, and upon spotting the only other human besides Wang Donger, he coldly remarked, "You must be Li Chaoyang." With a composed nod, Li Chaoyang responded, "Indeed, that is I." Just then, the fallen titan, upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, erupted with fury. Akin to a provoked beast, he unleashed a fierce titan fist directed at Li Chaoyang. Titan roared, "You dare bully my dong." Observing Titan's frantic demeanor, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a mocking arc. It seems some individuals are rather unruly. Immediately, a tower materialized in Li Chaoyang's hand, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity, as if it harbored boundless power. Chapter 137, Cooperation 4. Without a shadow of a doubt, what Li Chaoyang held was the illustrious Linglong Tower. Within the palm of his hand, the Linglong Tower expanded continuously, its height ascending with each moment. Just as the formidable Titan's mightiest punch was about to strike Li Chaoyang with devastating force, the Linglong Tower descended like a divine weapon, hovering above the Titan's head. In an instant, an overwhelming power of confinement cascaded down like a surging tide, enveloping the Titan's colossal form. Then, a blinding flash of white light erupted, and the towering Titan was mercilessly drawn into the enigmatic space of the Linglong Tower in the blink of an eye. Niu Tian, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in fury, ready to explode in rage. However, before he could make a move, he was firmly pinned to the ground by Di Tian's claw, as unyielding as steel, rendering him immobile. Seething with anger, Niu Tian glared at Li Chaoyang and demanded in a fierce tone, "What have you done to my brother?" Li Chaoyang remained calm and replied nonchalantly, "I have done nothing to him. I merely urged him to calm down. Rest assured, I have come to seek your cooperation." Upon hearing this, Niu Tian's anger intensified, and he bellowed, "Cooperation? Is this your notion of cooperation? Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, your soul power is merely at the 26th level. With such mediocre cultivation talent, you dare speak of cooperation? It is nothing short of a grand joke." Li Chaoyang, unfazed by Niu Tian's words, merely focused his thoughts and summoned the majestic War Dragon Emperor. In an instant, 3 resplendent soul rings, one of purple gold, one of red gold, and one of blue gold, encircled him like brilliant halos. An overwhelming dragon might erupted from Li Chaoyang, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest. Niu Tian, who had been crouching on the ground, felt the heart-stopping aura emanating from Li Chaoyang, and his eyes widened in disbelief, resembling copper bells. He distinctly sensed the terrifying power of the dragon bloodline, a force more potent than any dragon lineage he had ever encountered, surpassing even Di Tian, and far exceeding the Golden Dragon King he had witnessed in that mysterious divine forbidden land. Panicking, Niu Tian stammered, Are you the dragon god?" Li Chaoyang gently shook his head, his expression serene as he replied, "I am not yet. I am merely the inheritor of the dragon god." Upon hearing this, Niu Tian quickly concealed his panic, forcefully calming his agitated emotions, and respectfully addressed Li Chaoyang, "My lord, what is it that you require of me and Heir Ming?" Li Chaoyang's demeanor turned serious as he slowly articulated, "It is quite simple. You both must have sensed that the divine realm has departed. It may take at least 10,000 years for it to return. Currently, the only connections to the divine realm are the Haotian sect and the Sea God Pavilion. What I require of you both is quite straightforward. You must never convey any information to the divine realm. Matters concerning the Sea God Pavilion shall be resolved by me alone. We need a millennium to construct a new divine realm." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Niu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment and confusion as he blurted out, "Tang San is." However, as soon as Li Chaoyang caught wind of Niu Tian mentioning Tang San, he unhesitatingly intensified the release of his own pressure. The weight of this pressure was as formidable as a mountain, rendering Niu Tian nearly breathless. A smirk of mockery curled at the corners of Li Chaoyang's lips as he slowly articulated, "What benefits has Tang San conferred upon you? Aside from granting you resurrection, what else has he provided? If my memory serves me right, you two have laboriously toiled for Tang San for a millennium without any recompense, have you not? Reflect on it. What does Tang San truly consider you to be? If one were to serve 2 dogs, they would at least be given a couple of bones. Wouldn't they? How utterly lamentable." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's remarks, Niu Tian's expression shifted, and the conviction within his heart began to waver. Noticing this, Li Chaoyang let out a deep sigh and said slowly, "Were it not for the sea god's divine power suffusing Haotian sect, I would not go to such lengths. No need for you to swear any oaths. My trust in you too is non-existent. Let us not waste any more time. Eldest senior, it is time for you to emerge and engage." At that moment, the entirety of the world seemed to tremble. Following this, an ancient and authoritative voice resonated. "With the sun and moon in hand, I seize the stars. In this world, there exists no one like me. As this voice echoed, an overwhelming force of death and necromancy surged forth like a tidal wave. To the astonishment of all present, an elder cloaked in black robes gradually materialized. Indeed, this individual was none other than Ilex. He stood tall and statuesque, akin to a proud ancient pine. His silvery hair cascaded like moonlight, gently resting upon broad shoulders. His profound eyes resembled a mysterious abyss, shimmering with a cold, ethereal light, exuding an innate aura of wisdom and enigma. Beneath a sharply defined nose, his lips bore a resolute line, seemingly sculpted by the passage of time. In moments of silence, he radiated an air of authority that deterred anyone from approaching him lightly. Upon witnessing this figure, Neo-Tian trembled and exclaimed, "How could he possibly be a god?" Ilex, with an expression of indifference, lightly gestured towards Neo-Tian and the titan within the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. Chapter 138, 2 months ago. In Li Chaoyang's laboratory 2 months prior, sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon his focused and animated visage. He was seen twisting his waist, playfully patting his rear, all the while wholly engrossed in the creation of a soul guide device, humming intermittently, "We common folk, today we are truly joyful and loving." With the final step completed, he jubilantly exclaimed, "Oh, at last, I have completed this level 5 soul guide device. Henceforth, I too can be deemed a level 5 soul master. I am indeed a bona fide genius." After finishing the soul guide device, Li Chaoyang, feeling immensely relieved, collapsed into the chair behind him. He gazed at the painstakingly crafted soul guide, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas. Li Chaoyang pondered inwardly. The original narrative offered almost no plot during these initial 3 months of the first year, without the sanctuary of a compelling storyline. Every moment was fraught with peril, rendering him impotent in his actions. How stifling it was to endure such days. What fortunate opportunity could exist that would not only be devoid of danger, but also enhance my strength? He racked his brain until, suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, as if he had unearthed a long-forgotten treasure. With a decisive slap on the table, he murmured to himself, "Of course, I still have an Ilex." With that, Li Chaoyang immediately plunged into his mental realm. His gaze roamed the expanse of his psyche until it settled upon a small, gray sphere, quietly suspended in the ether. In a playful tone, he called out, "Elder Ilex." Upon hearing his voice, the gray sphere quivered slightly, as if stirred from a deep slumber. It then responded, tinged with a hint of exasperation, "Li Chaoyang, please, not like this. I can barely endure it. Just act normally. By the way, I'm currently unable to assist you. My energy was completely depleted while helping you resist that black-red smoke." Li Chaoyang adopted a serious tone and replied, "Elder Ilex, you have resided with me for quite some time. Isn't it time to renew your accommodation fee? My requests are modest. Just teach me necromancy." The gray sphere sighed, a touch of resignation in its voice. "Alas, my energy is running low, and I can no longer teach. I initially intended to instruct you, considering your talent, but I truly lack the energy now." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with hope. "If I procure energy for you, will you then be able to teach me?" The gray sphere nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. If you can find sufficient energy, I shall gladly instruct you." "Excellent. I know where to find the essence of life-s gold, and I will seek it for you," Li Chaoyang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Yes, the essence of life-s gold is indeed a viable option," the gray sphere responded, its voice tinged with anticipation. With that, Li Chaoyang dashed out of the laboratory, his heart brimming with visions of the future. "This is it. A great fortune awaits. I shall finally learn necromancy." Meanwhile, within Li Chaoyang's mental realm, Ilex muttered to himself, "Finally, energy. This ungrateful wretch expects me to teach him without compensation. What a scoundrel." Just as Li Chaoyang exited the Soul Guide teaching building, he collided with a crimson figure, resulting in an unexpected embrace. He then felt a soft and comforting sensation against his cheek, akin to a gentle spring breeze, warm and delightful. Li Chaoyang mused, "How pleasant. What is this?" He could not resist inhaling deeply, the fragrant aroma enveloping him, intoxicating his senses, such a familiar and delightful scent. As he wished to savor this exquisite feeling a while longer, the owner of the fragrance spoke, her tone infused with surprise and affection. "Why, it is little brother Chaoyang. It has been ages. What brings you here?" Just then, Li Chaoyang felt a tightening around his chest, as if ensnared by an unseen force. He struggled to lift his head, gasping as he said, "Sister Xiaotao, I can hardly breathe. Please loosen your grip." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Ma Xiaotao belatedly released her embrace, stepping back a couple of paces. She touched the back of her head, a hint of apology and embarrassment in her expression. "I'm sorry. Brother Chaoyang, I got a bit too excited." Li Chaoyang gazed at Ma Xiaotao's radiant visage, akin to the warm sun of spring, his cheeks involuntarily tinted with a blush. He spoke with a slight urgency. It's all right, Sister Xiaotao. I have an urgent matter to attend to at the auction in Xinglua City, so I must take my leave now. Ma Xiaotao was momentarily taken aback by Li Chaoyang's words, then softly murmured to herself, Xinglua City. It carries a sense of elusive contemplation. In the next instant, Ma Xiaotao's figure flickered, and like a nimble swallow, she swiftly intercepted the hurriedly departing Li Chaoyang. Her gaze filled with concern as she asked, Brother Chaoyang, are you going to Xinglua City alone? Li Chaoyang nodded gently, his eyes reflecting a hint of determination. Upon seeing this, Ma Xiaotao's expression turned anxious as she exclaimed, That is far too dangerous. Unfortunately, I am currently bound by another task and cannot accompany you myself. Otherwise, I would certainly ensure your safe passage. Li Chaoyang was about to assert his strength, saying that he did not require protection. But his words were cut off by Ma Xiaotao's clear and urgent voice, leaving him no opportunity to speak. With a surge of emotion, her eyes brimming with worry, she declared, I just remembered. A friend of mine is also headed to the auction in Xinglua City to make a purchase. Since your purposes align, he can accompany you on your journey. This is settled, no refusal allowed. Before Li Chaoyang could protest further, he felt an overwhelming and irresistible force as Ma Xiaotao, with her sole emperor prowess, unceremoniously pulled him along. Despite his resistance, it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree against her formidable strength. Before long, Ma Xiaotao brought Li Chaoyang to the bustling square of Shrek. She scanned the area with keen eyes, and moments later, her gaze brightened as she exclaimed, Perfect. They haven't left yet. With a slight upward curve of her lips, she displayed a radiant smile, and then called out loudly, Ling Luoqing, wait a moment. Her voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing across the square and nearly reaching half of Shrek. Instantly, many turned to look. Among them a girl with blue hair who slowly turned her head. Li Chaoyang, recalling the descriptions from the original text, mused to himself that this icy beauty must indeed be Ling Luoqing, as mentioned by Ma Xiaotao. Her blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, reminiscent of ancient ice that never melts, flowing down to her waist, the tips shimmering with a cold silver light, as if she were cloaked in a layer of frosty elegance. Her skin, pale and delicate, appeared as though sculpted from frost and snow, smooth and refined, akin to a magnificent work of art. Her ice-blue eyes resembled deep whirlpools, as if capable of drawing in one's very soul. The slightly upturned corners of her eyes bore the sharpness of a finely honed blade, exuding a touch of cold pride and untamed spirit. Her lips, painted in a pale hue, appeared as if dusted with a delicate layer of snow, evoking a sense of chilling solitude. She donned a uniform adorned with icy patterns and silver edges. The exquisite design seemed to capture the traces of frost upon the fabric. The ribbon at her waist danced in the breeze, reminiscent of icicles swaying gracefully in midair. Indeed, Li Chaoyang's conjectures were correct. This individual was none other than Ling Luoqing. Ma Xiaotao tugged at Li Chaoyang's arm, hastening toward Ling Luoqing with a face full of anticipation. Luoqing, could you do me a favor? My brother, like you, wishes to attend the auction in Xinglua City. However, he is a support-type soul master, and I cannot bear to let him go alone. Furthermore, I am bound by my own tasks and cannot accompany him. Upon finishing her plea, her eyes sparkled with hope as she clasped her hands together, gazing earnestly at Ling Luoqing. Ling Luoqing regarded Ma Xiaotao's eager and endearing demeanor, the corners of her mouth curling slightly as she replied softly, All right, I can help. She then turned her gaze toward Li Chaoyang, her voice cold yet melodious. I am Ling Luoqing. May I ask your name? Li Chaoyang, captivated by the beauty before him, felt his cheeks flush involuntarily as he stammered, Li Chaoyang. Very well, little brother Li Chaoyang, let us be on our way, Ling Luoqing declared, her voice akin to the gentle babble of a mountain spring, crisp and enchanting. She then took Li Chaoyang from Ma Xiaotao's grasp and glided forward with an ethereal grace. As Ma Xiaotao watched the pair recede into the distance, she called out, Be safe. Ling Luoqing turned her head back, nodding gently at Ma Xiaotao before leading Li Chaoyang out of the Shrek Plaza. At the entrance of Shrek City, a gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a refreshing chill. Ling Luoqing and Li Chaoyang had successfully exited Shrek City, arriving at an open expanse. Ling Luoqing slowly retrieved a level 5 flying soul guide and a level 2 flying soul guide from her spatial soul guide, inquiring softly, Little brother Chaoyang, are you familiar with using flying soul guides? Upon finishing her question, she lifted her gaze, her expression softening as she looked at Li Chaoyang. At that moment, Li Chaoyang, adorned with a flying soul guide featuring 12 jet nozzles, soared into the air like a light and agile bird. Witnessing this, an awkward expression crossed Ling Luoqing's face. Noticing her reaction, Li Chaoyang quickly turned to her and exclaimed, Sister Luoqing, What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Chapter 140, Su Jiujiu. Ling Luoqing's face flushed with embarrassment as her gaze involuntarily returned to Li Chuyang, whose skillful and graceful handling of the Flying Soul Guide was evident. She lowered her eyes, quietly retracting the Level 2 Flying Soul Guide into her possession. In her heart, she pondered, I initially assumed that Ma Xiaotao's brother would possess relatively low soul power, which is why I brought the Level 2 Flying Soul Guide, yet I never anticipated that his proficiency with the Flying Soul Guide would far surpass my own. Behold his demeanor. The grade of his Flying Soul device must undoubtedly be quite high, and his soul power likely profound. Thankfully, he did not witness my actions, which would have been exceedingly embarrassing. Nevertheless, at least I have not become a burden to him. Subsequently, Ling Luoqing composed herself, donned her Flying Soul device, and soared toward Stardo City alongside Li Chaoyang. Meanwhile, within Li Chaoyang's soul device laboratory, the space suddenly warped, and a black hole materialized out of thin air. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged from the black hole, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura of darkness, his every movement reflecting the imposing presence of a superior. The man scanned his surroundings, meticulously searching the laboratory for Li Chaoyang, but found no trace of him. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, "Where has that boy Li Chaoyang wandered off to? Well, he must be preoccupied with something urgent. There is no need for me to search for him intentionally. I shall simply wait for his return here." As soon as he finished speaking, another black hole appeared beneath his feet, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. Li Chaoyang and Ling Luoqing continued their flight, still 500 kilometers away from Star Luo City. Ling Luoqing looked up at the sky and softly suggested, "Brother Chuyang, it is getting late. Let us rest briefly in the forest below." Li Chaoyang beamed with a radiant smile and cheerfully replied, "All right." With that, they descended slowly, seeking a flat and open area within the forest to set up their tent. Before long, Ling Luoqing, accustomed to executing tasks outdoors, completed the tent assembly first. She stood and turned to Li Chaoyang, who was still struggling with his tent, and kindly inquired, "Brother Chuyang, you have attempted this 3 times. Do you need your sister's assistance?" Upon seeing the failed tent before him once more, a stubborn resolve surged within Li Chaoyang, and he felt a tinge of frustration. He replied somewhat irritably, "No need, Sister Luoqing. I can manage on my own. I refuse to believe that setting up a tent is more challenging than crafting a soul device." With that, he plunged back into his battle with the tent. Ling Luoqing, observing Li Chaoyang's adorable yet obstinate demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle, saying, "Then continue your efforts. I shall venture out to find some soul beasts to roast for dinner tonight." Li Chaoyang, preoccupied with his struggle against the tent, responded absent-mindedly, understood." Soon after, Ling Luoqing began her search for soul beasts in the forest. Half an hour later, a wild boar soul beast was instantly frozen by her ice-based soul technique, standing rigidly in place, unable to move. The next moment, Ling Luoqing gracefully appeared beside the wild boar, a slight smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "At last, I have found a delectable prey." With a gentle wave of her hand, she stored the wild boar soul beast in her storage soul device. Just then, a resounding crash shattered the tranquility of the forest. A jolt of alarm surged through Ling Luoqing as she quickly turned her gaze towards the source of the noise, secretly relieved that it did not originate from Li Chaoyang's direction. However, a sudden realization struck her. The aura emanating from that sound was that of an evil soul master. Ling Luoqing's expression hardened as she resolutely dashed towards the source of the explosion. Upon her arrival, she beheld a figure cloaked in black, laughing heartily. "Ha, Princess Su Jiujin, I never expected to encounter you while merely intercepting a transport convoy. It seems I shall have quite the delightful time today." This individual was surrounded by 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, clearly a formidable 5-ring soul king. At that moment, a gravely injured 7-ring soul sage staggered towards a distinguished young woman, Princess Su Jiujin herself. Despite his labored breathing, determination radiated from his eyes as he urged, "Princess, you must flee. I will give my life to ensure your safety." Chapter 141, The Hand of Death, Harbinger of the Reaper. The malicious Soul King smirked menacingly, bellowing, "A mere soul sage is simply courting death." Corpse explosion technique. As his words echoed, a blinding white light erupted beneath Su Jiujin's feet. This wicked Soul King had long concealed corpses beneath every inch of this land to ambush the convoy. Indeed, he was the notorious Hand of Death, the most powerful 5-ring Soul King, who had previously annihilated the Shrek's 7 monsters and narrowly escaped under the hand of Xuanzai. The Soul Sage, witnessing the sudden emergence of the white light beneath Su Jiujin, was horrified and shouted, "Princess, be careful." Before he could finish, he summoned all his strength to shove Su Jiujin away. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the soul sage who protected Su Jujin lost his legs in an instant. His body reduced to a horrific sight, scorched and gasping for breath, as if life itself was slipping away. Su Jujin, witnessing this, cried out in despair, "Lai Fu, are you all right?" However, before her words could fully escape, the harbinger of the Reaper, like a phantom, mercilessly stepped onto the fallen soul sage, causing him to spew forth a torrent of blood, extinguishing the flame of life within him. The chilling laughter of the harbinger echoed, "Now, only you remain. Serve me well, and perhaps I shall consider transforming you into a puppet, allowing you to remain by my side forever." A flicker of despair crossed Su Jujin's eyes. Yet the harbinger of the Reaper advanced towards her relentlessly. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a clear and resolute voice resonated from afar. "Ice Radiance Ring." It was Ling Luoqing. In an instant, the harbinger was ensnared within a crystalline ice prison. Turning towards the source, the harbinger's expression shifted dramatically. Grinding his teeth in fury, cursed Shrek brats. Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in Su Jujin's eyes. She rapidly patted her chest to steady her racing heart, silently rejoicing. "Thank goodness, Shrek's people have arrived." The harbinger, observing Su Jujin's expression, sneered, "Don't celebrate too soon. It's merely a 5-ring soul king." Corpse explosion technique. Ling Luoqing, about to issue a warning, noticed the ground illuminating once more with white light. Her heart sank as she quickly donned her level 5 flying soul guide, attempting to escape. Alas, it was too late. As Ling Luoqing ascended 10 meters, he was abruptly engulfed by a deafening explosion. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang was present, fuming with indignation, demanding to know who had the audacity to disturb his tent-erecting endeavor at such an ungodly hour. "I was just on the brink of success," he bellowed, glaring at the tent that was nearly complete. "This is the 37th time. Whoever dares to unleash explosives in the forest at this hour, I shall make you pay dearly." With that, Li Chaoyang summoned his elemental staff spirit. For soul rings, white, purple, red, and gold, danced around him. He shouted, "Fourth soul skill, mental detection." Amplified by the power of the divine realm, his mental probing reached an astonishing range. A sly grin crept across his face, reminiscent of a cunning villain. "Found you." In a flash of white light, Li Chaoyang vanished from his original position. At the same time, Ling Luoqing was gravely injured from the earlier corpse explosion. Her body intact but poisoned and immobile. Princess Su Jiujio, witnessing this, fell into despair once more. The Grim Reaper's emissary, seeing her plight, was about to smirk in triumph when, suddenly, a fist like lightning descended from above. Chapter 142, Joyful Iron Fist. With a fierce gust of wind, the joyful iron fist sliced through the air, like a golden lightning bolt piercing the icy prison, striking the so-called Grim Reaper's emissary with unerring accuracy. This thunderous blow was delivered by none other than Li Chaoyang, whose stature stood tall, eyes shimmering with wrath and resolve. As he swung the joyful iron fist, he thundered, "I won't tolerate your midnight wailing and bomb-throwing in this forest. Do you realize I have erected this tent 37 times because of you? Oh no. You'd best clear out, or the Grim Reaper shall seek vengeance for me." The emissary blustered, attempting to maintain a facade of bravado. Li Chaoyang, smirking derisively, retorted coldly, "I am the Grim Reaper now." Before he finished speaking, another heavy punch landed, akin to a small mountain crashing down upon the emissary. "Ah, please stop. I realize my mistake." The emissary howled in agony, begging for mercy in a pitiful state. From a distance, Su Jiujio and Ling Luoqing beheld this scene, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Su Jiujio thought to herself, "This individual is astonishingly powerful. His strength is unfathomable." Ling Luoqing furrowed her brow, contemplating. "Xiao Tao mentioned that Brother Chaoyang needs my protection? With such prowess, who is to protect whom?" After 5 minutes, Li Chaoyang felt his wrath had been sufficiently vented. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending the Grim Reaper's emissary soaring away. With arms crossed, he coldly declared, "Get lost, and do not let me see you again. Should I encounter you, I shall strike you down each time." The Grim Reaper envoy, having been kicked away, cast a terrified glance at Li Chaoyang, feeling a chilling dread surge from his feet to his head, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In the next moment, he hastily merged into the shadows, fleeing like a frightened mouse. At that instant, Ling Luoqing, who had been watching from a distance, finally reacted, urgently calling out, "Chaoyang, the person you just struck is an evil soul master. Do not let him escape to harm others." Li Chaoyang paused for a moment, turning toward the voice. Upon seeing Ling Luoqing, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "Sister Luoqing, what are you doing here? Did you just say he is an evil soul master?" Li Chaoyang's expression gradually morphed into something malevolent, a sinister curve forming at the corners of his mouth, as he let out a chilling laugh. "Rest assured, Sister Luoqing, I shall not allow him to flee. At last, I have a fitting reason to end his life. Immediately thereafter, a blinding white light flashed, and Li Chaoyang vanished like a specter before Ling Luocheng and Su Jiujiu. Su Jiujiu turned to Ling Luocheng, her eyes filled with confusion. Are you certain that the one who laughed in such a manner was not an accomplice of the evil soul master? Ling Luocheng hesitated for a moment, responding uncertainly, perhaps. Then she shook her head resolutely, stating, absolutely not. He is a student from Shrek's outer court. Su Jiujiu regarded her with a mix of doubt. Is that so? Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper envoy had collapsed beside a large tree, gasping heavily, muttering to himself, having come this far. I should be far enough away from that harbinger of death. Safe at last, finally safe. Just as he uttered the word safe, a rustling noise emanated from the surrounding trees, followed by a shower of leaves cascading down like deadly projectiles. At that moment, Li Chaoyang's cold voice echoed from all directions. We meet again. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the envoy's heart leapt into his throat, as if it might burst forth. In his mind, he thought in terror. This presence is even more sinister than that of an evil soul master. No, even more so than that. Which would imply he is the very essence of the evil soul master. In an instant, clarity dawned upon the Grim Reaper envoy, and without hesitation, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, My lord, I truly do not know where you are. Please spare me this once. Li Chaoyang, observing the envoy's demeanor and his words, felt momentarily bewildered. He pondered internally, could it be that he perceives me, a righteous and benevolent person, as a harbinger of death? It must be so. Indeed. Chapter 143, The New Most Powerful Soul King, Li Chaoyang. A wicked smile graced Li Chaoyang's lips as he let out a chilling laugh, imbued with a sense of foreboding. I have foretold that our next meeting shall herald your demise. Upon hearing this, the Grim Reaper envoy trembled violently, his eyes wide with terror as he stammered, no, wasn't it said that seeing you once would only result in a single strike? It cannot be like this. Li Chaoyang released another spine-chilling laugh, his gaze as frigid as ice. Is that so? Alas, you know far too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chaoyang's right hand underwent a sudden transformation, morphing into a formidable dragon cannon, enveloped by an aura of terror. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he intoned, Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying force of spatial energy intertwined with destructive power, shooting forth like a beam of annihilation towards the harbinger of death. Wherever the light passed, everything was rendered to nothingness. The harbinger did not even have time to emit a scream before perishing on the spot, leaving no trace behind. Li Chaoyang strolled to the spot where the harbinger had stood, only to find it utterly vacant, devoid of anything. The extreme force of destruction had completely erased all remnants. He paused for a moment, then shook his head helplessly, murmuring to himself, Sigh, I should refrain from using the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension in the future, otherwise, I won't even have a single trophy. With that, Li Chaoyang flickered and vanished from his original location, reappearing beside Ling Luocheng. As he materialized, he noticed Su Jiujiu delicately tending to Ling Luocheng's wounds, her movements gentle and focused. Seeing this, Li Chaoyang felt warmth in his heart and softly said, Allow me to take over, healing domain. As soon as he spoke, a wave of warm and potent life energy radiated from him, enveloping Ling Luocheng and Su Jiujiu like the gentle sunlight of spring. They both felt a soothing flow enter their bodies, their injuries healing at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, they sensed the mysterious and powerful aura emanating from Li Chaoyang, and they exclaimed in unison, Domain. Li Chaoyang nodded slightly, surveying his surroundings, then inquired, Besides the two of you, is there anyone else alive here? Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of sorrow crossed Su Jiujiu's eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she replied, No, they are all dead. Feeling a surge of compassion, Li Chaoyang sighed softly and reassured her, Do not be saddened. I have avenged you. Ling Luocheng looked at Li Chaoyang, her eyes filled with gratitude and curiosity. Is that vile soul master dead? Li Chaoyang affirmed, Dead beyond resurrection. Not a remnant remains. Su Jiujiu felt a wave of gratitude swell within her upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words. She retrieved a token from her spatial soul guide and solemnly handed it to him, saying, Thank you. This is a token of appreciation for your contributions to the Star Luo Empire. Li Chaoyang accepted the token and examined it closely before asking, What is this? Su Jiujiu explained, This token is the princess token of the Star Luo Empire. I am Princess Su Jiujiu of the Star Luo Empire. Merely presenting this token will grant you preferential treatment anywhere within the empire. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with surprise. So you are a princess of the Star Luo Empire. Does the Star Luo Grand Auction offer discounts? Su Jiujiu nodded and smiled. Certainly, there is a 30% discount. The moment Li Chaoyang heard the words 30 discount, his eyes lit up as if he beheld countless treasures beckoning to him. He hurriedly stowed the token in his storage soul guide, exclaiming, "Wonderful, this is truly splendid." Ling Luochan gazed at Li Chaoyang, whose excitement was palpable, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. She lifted her gaze to the sky, noting the encroaching dusk, and remarked, "The hour is quite late. You should accompany us to our camp for some rest, Princess Jojo." Upon hearing Ling Luochan's words, Su Jujo nodded in agreement. "Then allow me to escort you back," Li Chaoyang said, and without waiting for a response from Ling Luochan and Su Jujo, he waved his hands gently, enveloping both women in an embrace. In a flash of white light, the three figures vanished from their location. When Ling Luochan and Su Jujo regained their senses, they found themselves within the confines of the camp. After a brief moment of astonishment, they turned to face Li Chaoyang, a wave of awe washing over them. This fellow is remarkably powerful. However, upon observing Li Chaoyang's somewhat lewd expression, an inexplicable fear surged within them, prompting them to instinctively take a step back. Yet, Li Chaoyang seemed oblivious to their reaction, muttering to himself, "I refuse to believe it." He then lunged forward, initiating a bout of chaos. Chapter 144, The Annihilation Mission 1. Ling Luochan and Su Jojo stood quietly to the side, their eyes fixed on Li Chaoyang, who was preoccupied with some task, exchanging silent glances laden with exasperation. Moments ago, they had been speculating on various possibilities, only to witness Li Chaoyang engaged in a clumsy battle with a tent, struggling to erect it. Ling Luochan observed his flustered demeanor, a teasing smile curling at her lips as she softly inquired, "Brother Chaoyang, do you require assistance from your elder sister?" Li Chaoyang, without raising his head, firmly declined. "No need." Ling Luochan, not wishing to press further, gracefully turned away to prepare for her barbecue feast. 10 minutes later, Li Chaoyang's jubilant shout shattered the tranquility. "I finally did it." He joyfully rushed over to Ling Luochan and Su Jiujio, who were engrossed in their grilling, his face beaming with pride. "Sister Luochan, Princess Jiujio, look. I succeeded." "Ha!" Su Jiujio and Ling Luochan exchanged a glance, responding with feigned enthusiasm. Truly impressive." To an unknowing observer, Li Chaoyang's exuberance might have suggested he had won a grand prize in a lottery. Unfazed by their lackluster response, Li Chaoyang seized the skewered meat beside Ling Luochan and began to grill it. While cooking, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Su Jiujio with curiosity, asking, "Princess Jiujio, why have you ventured out alone this time? Typically, a princess would be accompanied by a guardian of formidable prowess, would she not?" Su Jiujio lowered her head slightly, a tinge of bitterness in her voice as she explained, "The situation is this. Recently, Duke White Tiger has become increasingly audacious, seemingly bolstered by some unknown force. Furthermore, following the recent defeat of the Sun and Moon Empire at the hands of Shrek Academy's director, Yan Shaozhe, they have been significantly weakened, rendering them unlikely to mobilize for the next decade. Duke White Tiger may well be contemplating rebellion. My brother, the king of the Star Luo Empire, intends for me to marry the Duke's eldest son to quell the unrest. Unwilling to submit, I stealthily followed the grain convoy to escape. Alas, who could have anticipated such misfortunes?" As I spoke, a crystalline tear slipped down Su Jiujio's cheek. Li Chaoyang, witnessing this, sighed softly and said, "Could you share with me the tale of Duke Baihu? I harbor some grievances against him." Upon hearing this, Ling Luoqing looked up at Li Chaoyang, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "What grievances?" Li Chaoyang waved his hand dismissively and replied, "That rascal Dai Huabin has a loose tongue. I saved his father, yet he insulted me. In a fit of rage, I rendered him incapacitated." Su Jiujio, taken aback, exclaimed, "I have met Dai Huabin. He seemed quite normal." Li Chaoyang regarded Su Jiujio with disbelief. "That is impossible. I incapacitated his sea of consciousness and sea of soul. He could not possibly." Before he could finish, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations. You have received a system task. Eliminate Dai Huabin, controlled by a mysterious force. Reward: War Dragon Emperor upgraded weapon, Dragon King Cannon, left hand upgraded version, Dragon Head Cannon original version." Ding. "Congratulations. You have received a system task. Eliminate Dai Yaoing, controlled by a mysterious force. Reward: 2 level 10 fixed spirit guided shells." Ding. "Congratulations. You have received a system task. Eliminate Dai Hao, controlled by a mysterious force. Reward: Extreme Battle Soul Douluo transformation device. Note: has severe side effects." Ding. "Congratulations. You have received a system task. Eliminate Zhu Zhuxia, controlled by a mysterious force. Reward: Mysterious Shards of Divine Consciousness." Ding. "Congratulations. You have received a system task. Eliminate Dai Luali, controlled by a mysterious force. Reward: Randomly control any biological entity for 1 day. Li Chaoyang gazed at this series of system tasks, secretly relieved. Fortunately, I did not directly kill Dai Huabin that day. This system task lost in thought, he inadvertently drooled. Ling Luoqing and Su Jiuzhou exchanged astonished glances and instinctively stepped back. Chapter 145. The Annihilation Plan. Ling Luoqing observed Li Chaoyang's pensive demeanor and gently inquired, Brother Chaoyang, are you contemplating how to confront Duke Baihu? At this, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a confident smile as he nodded slightly. Indeed, it is better to strike first. I do not wish to be ambushed by Duke Baihu's men unexpectedly. That would spell disaster. Hearing Li Chaoyang's intentions, Su Jiuzhou's expression turned grave, and she hastily advised, Chaoyang, your actions are far too perilous. You must think twice. Dai Hao and Zhu Zhuxia have already ascended to the Super Duo realm, and they are not ordinary Super Douluos. The Grand Offering of the Star Luo Empire once stated that Dai Hao has at least reached level 97, while Zhu Zhuxia is at least level 96. Together, their martial spirit fusion technique can unleash the power of an extreme Douluo. Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow but exhibited no fear, contemplating briefly before responding. They have advanced so rapidly? Nevertheless, rest assured, I have my strategies. By the way, where did you initially plan to go? Su Jiuzhou sighed gently and replied, I intended to journey to the distant Aurora City in the far north. Such a far-off place, he remarked. Hearing this, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a playful smile. Then you may proceed ahead. Perhaps by the time you arrive, you will hear the good news of my resolution regarding the White Tiger Duke. Ling Luoqing, who was listening nearby, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly responded, I can barely match Dai Yaoing, let alone lend you a hand. Indeed, fear had welled up in Ling Luoqing's heart, for the disparity in strength between the two sides was too vast. Yet, Li Chaoyang merely gazed at her gently, offering reassurance. It's all right, Sister Luoqing, I can manage on my own. Ling Luoqing recalled the admonitions from Ma Xiaotao before her departure, her expression fraught with inner turmoil. This journey is fraught with peril. Perhaps we should reconsider. However, Li Chaoyang resolutely shook his head. I have compelling reasons to proceed. You cannot dissuade me. With a resigned sigh, Ling Luoqing caressed her cheek with her right hand. Very well, if it must be so, then I shall assist you. I owe Ma Xiaotao a favor, and more importantly, I promise to protect you. Alas, this is exhausting. Li Chaoyang looked at Ling Luoqing with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Luoqing. He had no intention of declining her assistance, for as the sole king of Shrek, her prowess could rival that of a sole emperor, making her support invaluable. Turning his attention to Su Jiuzhou, he inquired, Princess Jiuzhou, could you provide me with further intelligence regarding the White Tiger Duke? Where are they currently located? After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiuzhou replied slowly, since Dai Yaoheng withdrew from Shrek, the White Tiger Duke's family has relocated to Xinglua City. The following morning, sunlight bathed the earth in a golden hue. Li Chaoyang, accompanied by Ling Luoqing and Su Jiuzhou, arrived at a quaint town. Su Jiuzhou had rented a carriage and hired 5 soul saints along with a dozen soul emperors as escorts, and they set forth toward the far north. As Li Chaoyang and Ling Luoqing watched the carriage of Su Jiuzhou recede into the distance, they exchanged a knowing smile. Let us first explore the Xinglua Grand Auction before we confront the White Tiger Duke. Ling Luoqing nodded in reluctant agreement. In the next moment, their figures vanished from sight, leaving only a faint remnant behind. Chapter 146, Xinglua City. Within the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, Yan Shaozhe was wholly absorbed in his laboratory, meticulously crafting a piece of soul-guiding apparatus. The laboratory shimmered with the glow of intricate instruments, and various materials seemed to be infused with life under Yan Shaozhe's deft hands, constantly transforming shape with his movements. Just as he was deeply focused, his fingers dancing across the core formation in an attempt to complete a brilliantly intricate design. The door of the laboratory was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. Yan Shaozhe frowned, about to reprimand the intruder when he recognized it was Qian Duo. Qian Duo appeared flustered, his face etched with urgency and concern. Before Yan Shaozhe could utter a word, he blurted out, "This is bad. The soul hunting team, led by Kai Meyer, has come under sudden attack from the forces of the White Tiger Duke." Upon hearing this, Yan Shaozhe's movements froze instantly, and a surge of fury erupted from the depths of his heart. As his hand trembled, the core formation array, which was on the verge of completion, flickered with light before ultimately dimming, signaling a failed creation. Yan Shaozhe slammed his hand on the table, causing the sturdy surface to resonate with a loud crack. He bellowed, "What did you just say? The White Tiger Duke attacked Kai Meyer? What a formidable foe. Speak more specifically." Qian Duo took a deep breath and hurriedly responded. Kai Meyer and her team encountered a Limit Douluo level spectral white tiger. The creature's power is terrifyingly immense. Among the soul hunting team, Except for the severely injured Kai Meyer who narrowly escaped, the others perished. A surge of fiery blood rushed to Yan Shaozhe's head as his eyes widened in fury, and he slammed his palm down on the table once more. This time, the force shattered the table into splinters. The tremendous impact caused the entire Soul Guidance Department building to tremble slightly, as if mourning the tragic news. Gritting his teeth, Yan Shaozhe's voice was laced with anger and a thirst for vengeance. First, I must check on Meyer. I will ensure those responsible pay a heavy price. With that, Yan Shaozhe and Qian Duoduo disregarded everything else and hurriedly bolted out of the laboratory, racing towards the infirmary. Meanwhile, at the distant gates of Xinghua City, Li Chaoyang and Ling Luochan had just arrived. Li Chaoyang, brimming with excitement, turned to Ling Luochan, his eyes sparkling, and exclaimed, "Sister Luochan, we have finally arrived at Xinghua City." Ling Luochan smiled gently, looking at Li Chaoyang, nodding slightly in affirmation. The two then descended slowly, retracting their flying soul devices. Ling Luochan gazed up at the towering city gates and suggested, "Let us enter directly." She reached out to grasp Li Chaoyang's arm, preparing to step into the city. However, Li Chaoyang remained rooted to the spot, motionless. Ling Luochan turned back in confusion, asking, "What's wrong, Brother Chaoyang? Why aren't we moving?" Li Chaoyang frowned slightly and replied, "Didn't Su Jojo mention that the entire Xinghua City is currently swarming with the White Tiger Duke's men? It may not be safe for us to stroll in openly. Perhaps we should teleport directly inside instead." As his words fell, a dazzling white light flashed, and Li Chaoyang activated his soul skill, vanishing with Ling Luochan in an instant. When the brilliance faded, they found themselves in an empty street within Xinghua City. Ling Luochan, astonished by the sudden change in surroundings, remarked, "Impressive. This distance is no small feat." Li Chaoyang nodded, though his expression remained tense, stating, "It's still a bit risky." Just then, a gentle glow emanated from his head. In an instant, both Li Chaoyang and Ling Luochan underwent a remarkable transformation. Li Chaoyang morphed into an elegant young gentleman, while Ling Luochan became a commanding middle-aged figure, exuding authority in every gesture. It turned out that Li Chaoyang had just utilized the skill simulation from the million-year-old dream Ice Silkworm Skull. Ling Luochan looked down at her new form, then touched her face in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is astonishingly realistic. I can't sense any fakeness. How many levels of cultivation can your illusion deceive?" Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke in a teasing tone. "Under the divine, no one can be discovered." Ling Luocheng was amused by his words and laughed heartily, replying, "You certainly know how to boast. However, with your teleportation ability, we needn't worry too much about safety. Let us proceed." With that, the two walked side by side towards the Grand Star Luo auction house. Before long, they arrived at the magnificent edifice of the auction house. Li Chaoyang gazed upward at the imposing structure and couldn't help but exclaim, "The Star Luo auction house is truly vast." Ling Luocheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, such scale is rare across the continent. As Li Chaoyang observed the auction house, a glimmer of mischief flashed in his eyes as he remarked, "If only we could seize this place, but alas, it does not belong to the White Tiger Duke." Upon hearing this, Ling Luocheng cast him a curious glance. Noticing her expression, Li Chaoyang quickly laughed and clarified, all right, I am a person of integrity. The Star Luo Empire has not wronged me, so how could I create trouble for them? It is simply a pity that it is not the White Tiger Dukes. Now let us go inside." With that, Li Chaoyang took Ling Luocheng's hand once more and strode confidently into the Star Luo auction house. Chapter 147, The Auction One. Before the grand entrance of the Star Luo auction house, adorned with intricate carvings and opulent designs, stood two imposing guards, resembling iron towers, blocking the path of Li Chaoyang and Ling Luocheng. One of the guards, with a stern gaze and an expressionless face, stated coldly, "This auction event is of red-level prestige and possesses a high standard. Anyone wishing to enter must present an invitation or prove substantial financial capability of possessing 1 million gold soul coins." Upon hearing this, Ling Luocheng furrowed her brows slightly, about to retrieve the Shrek invitation from her storage soul guide. Just then, Li Chaoyang, quick-witted, raised a hand to gently halt her movement. Subsequently, he whispered through the sound transmission technique, his voice quietly reaching Ling Luocheng's ear, "Sister Ling, do not forget, we are here in disguise. We must act with caution and avoid exposing our identities." With an air of composure, Li Chaoyang then leisurely retrieved the princess token gifted by Princess Shuzhou from his storage soul guide. The token shimmered with a soft, noble light under the sunlight, exuding an invisible authority. Holding the princess token, Li Chaoyang slightly raised his chin and with calm confidence inquired, "Might this allow us entry?" The guards exchanged glances, their eyes widening in astonishment, their faces filled with reverence. Without hesitation, they performed a standard royal salute, their movements synchronized and respectful. One of the guards inclined his body slightly and humbly stated, "Of course, esteemed friend of the princess, please enter." Then, one of the guards respectfully stepped aside to lead the two into the main hall. Inside the hall, he summoned a graceful young lady, her figure curvaceous and alluring. As she glided towards them with delicate steps, a sweet smile graced her face, and her voice rang out like a melodious silver bell. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Under the guidance of a curvaceous figure, Li Chaoyang and Ling Luoqing arrived at the entrance of the private room. The young lady slightly bowed and softly said, "Gentlemen, please enter. Your room number is 5. Li Chaoyang and Ling Luoqing nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then stepped into the room. The interior of the private room was exquisitely arranged, with plush sofas exuding a subtle scent of leather, creating an atmosphere of comfort. The two took their seats on the sofa. The captivating figure beside them was about to inquire, "Gentlemen, do you need anything?" However, before she could finish, Ling Luoqing gently waved his hand and, with an indifferent expression, remarked, "No need, you may leave now." The young lady was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded respectfully, "Understood." With that, she gracefully retreated, softly closing the door behind her. Seated on the sofa, Li Chaoyang casually glanced back at the captivating figure a few times, secretly pondering, "What a pity it would be if I do not encounter Ma Xiaotao this time." Ling Luoqing looked at Li Chaoyang, inwardly relieved that the simulation soul technique allowed them to disguise their identities. Otherwise, the earlier scene at the entrance would have been quite awkward. Ling Luoqing gently spoke, her voice melodious and charming. "Chaoyang, the auction will officially commence at 8 p.m., which is in 30 minutes. What do you plan to purchase?" Li Chaoyang slightly turned towards Ling Luoqing, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am looking for a ranked carving knife. I suspect it will appear at this auction." He then inquired, "What about you, Luoqing? What do you wish to buy?" Ling Luoqing delicately brushed her hair behind her ear and replied, "I am interested in acquiring a treasure with ice attributes. It might aid in my cultivation." Li Chaoyang chuckled, confidently patting his chest, "If funds are insufficient, feel free to ask me. I am a level 5 soul master and have earned quite a bit, so I am quite wealthy." Ling Luoqing smiled slightly in response. "Thank you for your kindness. However, I am not lacking in resources, coming from a prominent family." As she spoke, Ling Luoqing turned to look at Li Chaoyang, only to find his expression momentarily stunned, his eyes suddenly filled with a piercing aura. As if an invisible chill had swept over the room, Li Chaoyang coldly remarked, "Interesting company has arrived. I did not expect to encounter so many familiar faces." Immediately, a terrifying and powerful mental force surged from Li Chaoyang like a tidal wave. Yet, this force was skillfully contained within the confines of the private room, with no hint of leakage. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Ling Luoqing was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat perplexed. Soon after, Li Chaoyang's mental energy quietly infiltrated her mind, activating 2 soul techniques, mental detection and mental sharing. Ling Luoqing felt a sudden clarity in her mind, as if she had attained a far-reaching vision, with everything around her vividly displayed before her. After sensing this, she instantly stood up and looked at Li Chaoyang, stammering, "So vast." Li Chaoyang nodded slightly in affirmation, replying, "Indeed." However, Ling Luoqing remained somewhat bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. Upon witnessing Ling Luoqing's puzzled expression, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "All right. Please take a seat. I possess considerable prowess." Ling Luoqing nodded, slowly taking a seat, her respect for Li Chaoyang's abilities deepening. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he began, "Sister Luoqing, there are 3 private rooms that warrant particular attention. Room 1 houses Su Jiawei, the emperor of the Xinghua Empire. Room 2 is occupied by Dai Hua Bin. Intriguing indeed. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to act later. Room 8, rather unexpectedly, is occupied by Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchun, along with a rank 9 soul mentor. This is truly a rare gathering." Upon hearing this, Ling Luoqing's eyes widened slightly as she inquired, "Is he the foremost genius of the Sun and Moon Empire?" Li Chaoyang nodded, a hint of gravity flickering in his gaze. Chapter 148, The Auction, Part 2. Half an hour later, a young lady adorned in an exquisite, luxurious gown gracefully ascended the auction stage with light and elegant strides. Her figure was enchanting, and her demeanor exceptional, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present. The young lady, with ruby lips parting slightly, spoke in a melodious voice, "Good evening, everyone. I am Su Xingxing, and it is my honor to serve as tonight's auctioneer." Following this, the girl named Su Xingxing performed a series of royal protocols befitting the Xinghua dynasty, her movements precise and graceful, exuding an air of nobility. Observing this, Ling Luoqing furrowed her brow slightly and whispered, "So it is the Xinghua royal etiquette. She must be of royal descent." Li Chaoyang, upon hearing Ling Luoqing's remark, smiled with a hint of amusement, saying, "The Xinghua Empire is indeed quite fascinating. Even the princess has taken on the role of auctioneer." After Su Xingxing's enthusiastic introduction, the auction officially commenced. Soon after, four sturdy men pushed a cart, meticulously draped in crimson fabric, onto the stage. Once they positioned the cart suitably, Su Xingxing beamed brightly, declaring, "All right, I know everyone is eagerly anticipating this moment. The auction is now officially underway. The first item of the annual Crimson Auction is..." As her words fell, the four men simultaneously grasped the red cloth and dramatically unveiled it. A bird-like soul beast, confined within a cage, was revealed before the crowd. This soul beast boasted iridescent feathers, emanating an aura of mystery. Ling Luocheng could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "The Yin-Yang bird." Hearing her exclamation, Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Yin-Yang bird, why does that name sound so familiar?" He felt as though he had encountered this name in the original text, yet could not recall the specifics, leaving him in a state of confusion. Turning to Ling Luocheng with a puzzled expression, he asked, "What is the Yin-Yang bird?" After a moment of contemplation, Ling Luocheng replied, "I am not entirely sure of the details, but I recall from the records in the Shrek Academy Inner Library that over the past 10 millennia, Shrek has faced 8 major beast tides, 3 of which were instigated by the Yin-Yang bird." Li Chaoyang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What?" He then remembered the Yin-Yang bird's appearance in the 4th competition, silently pondering, "Is this truly the Crimson Auction?" Such explosive revelations right from the outset. Upon concluding his words, Li Chaoyang's mind stirred, and he entered the sea of consciousness. He fervently directed his mental energy towards the Silver Dragon King's reverse scale within that ethereal realm. Immediately, the reverse scale began to emanate a resplendent array of 7 colors. Li Chaoyang spoke first, "Esteemed Silver Dragon King, do you require my assistance in acquiring the Yin-Yang bird? We must avoid causing a beast tide." The Silver Dragon King's reverse scale radiated its vibrant hues lazily, replying, "What is it? I am still in slumber. Wait, the Yin-Yang bird, let me take a look." Soon, the brilliance of the reverse scale intensified, and it continued, "Ah, do not be alarmed. This is merely a false one. A feather left behind by the Yin-Yang bird in its flight." Li Chaoyang patted his chest within the sea of consciousness, exhaling a sigh of relief. "So, that is the case. You nearly frightened me to death. By the way, Emperor Tian has gone to seek you. He is currently waiting for you at Shrek." The reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King informed him. Li Chaoyang's eyes brightened, saying, "Is that so? Could you summon Emperor Tian here? I am in need of a strong ally." The Silver Dragon King's reverse scale sighed in resignation, stating, "Very well, wait a moment while I summon Emperor Tian." Subsequently, Li Chaoyang exited the sea of consciousness with a cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the atmosphere at the auction site was fervent, and the price of the Yin-Yang bird soared to an astonishing 2 million gold soul coins. Ling Luocheng turned to Li Chaoyang, inquiring, "Chaoyang, should we purchase this?" Li Chaoyang shook his head confidently, asserting, "No need, it is a counterfeit." "A counterfeit?" Ling Luocheng exclaimed in disbelief, unable to contain his astonishment. Li Chaoyang smirked with a teasing grin, remarking, "The credibility of the Xinghua Grand Auction is rather low. Ultimately, this counterfeit Yin-Yang bird was auctioned off as if it were genuine, fetching a staggering price of 3.5 million gold soul coins." Chapter 149, The Auction, Part 3. With a crisp sound, the auctioneer Su Xingxing struck the gavel with vigor once more, the sound echoing throughout the spacious auction hall, drawing the attention of all present. Su Xingxing proclaimed excitedly, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 2, who has successfully acquired this Level 8 Melee Soul Guide, the White Tiger Blade, for a high price of 2.3 million gold soul coins." Inside Box 2, the atmosphere was exuberant and indulgent. Dai Huabin, with a young woman on either side, languidly leaned against the plush sofa. A black-red mist, invisible to others, swirled around him, symbolizing his unruly arrogance. He laughed heartily, his voice filled with greed and possessiveness. "Mine. Oh mine. Ha ha." As he spoke, his grip on the young woman tightened inadvertently, eliciting playful protests from her. In stark contrast, Box 1 presented a different scene. Although crowded, only Su Jiaowei sat comfortably on the sofa, resembling a star surrounded by planets. An elderly man with silver hair approached Su Jiaowei respectfully, whispering, "Your Majesty, the Duke of White Tiger has been increasingly." Su Jiaowei gently waved his hand, interrupting the elder, his eyes flashing with sharpness. "I am aware. In these special times, we must treat matters with special consideration." However, their jubilant frolics would not endure for long. As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he had everything firmly in his grasp. In box number 8, Xiahonkin and Meng Hongchen sat side by side. Both esteemed prodigies of the Sun and Moon Empire, looking down upon the current state of the three great empires with disdain. Zhuang lightly waved his folding fan, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The mightiest of the three empires, the Xinglua Empire, is still so woefully behind. An 8th grade close combat soul guiding tool in our Sun and Moon Empire is merely considered a lowly 7th grade item, yet it can fetch a staggering 3 million gold soul coins here. Quite lamentable indeed. Meng Hongqian nodded in agreement, her expression equally scornful. It is indeed the case. I have also heard that a 9th grade soul master has emerged among the three empires. In my opinion, that is but a fabrication. Zhuang concurred, great minds think alike. Beside them, a silent 9th grade soul master shared their sentiments. He understood well that without the support of a legacy, the three great empires could never cultivate genuine 9th grade soul masters. In the Sun and Moon Empire, an 8th grade soul guiding tool is often regarded as a 9th grade item in the three great empires. The disparity is beyond mere words to convey. In box number 5, Ling Luoqing trembled with excitement, as if on the verge of acquiring a long-coveted treasure. Li Chaoyang, noticing her fervor, inquired with concern, "Sister Luoqing, is the next auction item the one you have been dreaming of?" Ling Luoqing vigorously nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, a platform slowly rose on the auction stage, draped with a vibrant red cloth, as if concealing boundless secrets. The auctioneer, Su Xingxing, announced with fervor, "The next item for auction is the supreme cultivation artifact for Ice-type soul masters, the Millennium Extreme Ice Snow Lotus." With a flourish, he dramatically unveiled the red cloth, revealing a snow lotus exuding an aura of purest ice, akin to a celestial fairy, evoking awe among the onlookers. The crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment, captivated by the beauty and mystique of the Millennium Extreme Ice Snow Lotus. Ling Luoqing, overwhelmed with excitement, murmured to herself, "Fantastic. This is the treasure I have been seeking." On the auction stage, Su Xingxing continued, "The Millennium Extreme Ice Snow Lotus is a rare gem of nature. Any ice attribute soul beast that consumes it can enhance its ice attribute quality and may even evolve into the ultimate ice form. Moreover, this effect is not limited to soul beasts. Ice attribute soul masters can likewise benefit. The starting bid is set at 1 million gold soul coins. Now, let the auction commence." As Su Xingxing's words echoed, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Bids rang out in a crescendo, like an intense symphony. 1 million gold soul coins. 15 million gold soul coins. 4 million gold soul coins. 3 million gold soul coins. The bidding soared, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. 10 minutes later, the price of the Millennium Extreme Ice Snow Lotus had skyrocketed to 7.2 million gold soul coins. At this juncture, bids from outside the boxes dwindled, with only a few formidable bidders remaining steadfast. Just then, Ling Luoqing took a deep breath, summoning her courage to shout, 8 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Xingxing immediately turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, the private room number 5. With palpable excitement, he proclaimed, "The bid from room 5 stands at 8 million gold soul coins." Li Chaoyang, upon hearing Ling Luoqing's voice, turned to look at her and was met with her animated expression, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. A sense of astonishment washed over him. This young lady possesses considerable wealth. Truly, she is a little heiress. Chapter 150, The Auction, Part 4. As Ling Luoqing's cool, melodic voice resonated, it was akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brief, yet captivating. In that moment, a steady and powerful voice emanated from room 2, 9 million gold soul coins. The tone carried an undeniable certainty, as if the auction item were already destined for them. Ling Luoqing paused, momentarily taken aback, then her gaze sharpened, piercing through to the direction of room 2, her eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and competitive spirit. In swift succession, as if to counter this provocation, a voice from room 8 chimed in, 10 million gold soul coins. The sound was bright and melodious, yet laced with an unmistakable arrogance. Ling Luoqing's expression darkened instantly, an expression of animosity as she cast a fiery glare towards room 8. Within that room, Xiao Hongqian's lips curled into a sly smile as he turned to his companion, Meng Hongqian, and remarked, "Sister, this suits you rather well." Meng Hongqian, with a playful wink, responded cheerfully, "Thank you, brother." Her demeanor was innocent and lively, yet imbued with a cleverness. Nearby, a level 9 soul mentor furrowed his brow, his expression revealing a mixture of helplessness and disapproval. He spoke slowly, "Gentlemen, the effect of the Millennium Extreme Ice Snow Lotus on soul masters is rather minimal. Any further bidding would be unwise." His tone conveyed a blend of caution and concern. In room 5, Li Chaoyang summoned forth a formidable mental energy. Akin to an invisible tide, probing towards the Millennium Extreme Ice Snow Lotus. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Ling Luocheng, gritting her teeth, interjected with resolute determination, 15 million gold soul coins. Her declaration bore the weight of a desperate resolve. Li Chaoyang, upon hearing Ling Luocheng's bid, widened his eyes in shock. Unable to fathom the extent of her wealth, he mused internally, this girl possesses such riches, truly a hidden gem. Shortly after, a voice from room 2 resounded again, 17 million gold soul coins. The tone remained steady but carried an added layer of provocation. Ling Luocheng, upon hearing this, clenched her teeth, a flicker of struggle evident in her eyes. Just as she was about to increase her bid again, Li Chaoyang reached out to stop her. Suddenly recalling the true worth of the item, he spoke rapidly, Sister Luocheng, hold on. I scanned the Millennium Extreme Ice Snow Lotus with my mental energy. And it's filled with impurities, it's not worth this price. Ling Luocheng turned to Li Chaoyang, her eyes reflecting reluctance as she replied. But it could help me break through to the ultimate ice. Li Chaoyang smiled confidently, saying, as for the ultimate ice, I have my ways. I will find a solution for you in the future. Moreover, if you truly desire the Millennium Extreme Ice Snow Lotus, do not forget who resides in box 2. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Ling Luocheng momentarily faltered, then sighed softly, uttering, yes, Dai Huabin. On the auction stage, Su Xingxing observed the surroundings. Noting that no one had continued to bid, she slightly raised the auction hammer in her hand and declared, 17 million gold soul coins, for the first time. 17 million gold soul coins, for the second time. Her voice resonated throughout the auction hall, striking a chord within the hearts of all present. 17 million gold soul coins. For the third time. With the final utterance, the hammer fell with a resounding thud, akin to thunder cracking in the auction hall. Su Xingxing announced, congratulations to Box 2 for acquiring the Millennium Extreme Ice Snow Lotus. Immediately, uproarious laughter erupted from Box 2. Huh? The laughter was arrogant and triumphant. As if proclaiming their victory to all, time flowed quietly, and after approximately 30 minutes, the coveted spirit carving knife, which Li Chaoyang had longed for, finally appeared on the auction stage. This carving knife sparkled like a brilliant star, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Su Xingxing, her face flushed with excitement, stammered, next. We present the treasure for soul mentors. As her words fell, both Box 2 and Box 8 simultaneously expressed interest, like two undercurrents surging quietly. Su Xingxing continued, indeed. It is the ranking carving knife. Her voice brimmed with allure, as if igniting the desires within everyone present. Within Box 8, a flicker of fervor ignited in Xiao Hongchen's eyes as he turned to the 9th level soul mentor, saying, Old Ma, has the ranking carving knife surfaced recently? Old Ma shook his head, a hint of gravity in his gaze, replying, no, this knife should be. Then, on the auction stage, Su Xingxing slowly unveiled a piece of red cloth, her motion akin to unveiling a mysterious treasure. She exclaimed, indeed. This is the 99th ranked spirit-devouring blade of the ranking carving knife. As her words echoed, intense discussions erupted from the audience, the sound resembling surging tides, each wave crashing upon the next. Listening to the fervor of the conversations, Su Xingxing's expression soured slightly as she added, of course, this ranking carving knife does have its shortcomings, but if you can resolve this flaw, it can be utilized as a top 10 ranking carving knife. The starting bid is 100,000 gold soul coins. Her voice carried a blend of anticipation and resignation. In Box 8, Old Ma furrowed his brow, a trace of concern evident in his eyes, stating, indeed, removing the flaw would allow it to function as a top 10 ranking carving knife. But can anyone truly break the seal laid by a Limit Douluo level evil soul master at the cost of their life? His tone bore a hint of skepticism and unease. Chapter 151, Auction Part 5. As Su Xingxing's words faded, the once boisterous auction hall, teeming with voices, abruptly fell into profound silence. The cacophony ceased, and the entire venue became as still as the air had frozen, with not a single soul daring to place a bid. Time elapsed minute by minute, and as a minute passed, no bids had been placed. At this moment, a hint of embarrassment began to manifest on Su Xingxing's face. After all, for an auctioneer, having items go unsold at an auction they preside over is undeniably a matter of great humiliation. Just as Su Xingxing was on the verge of reluctantly announcing the failure of the auction, a steady and resolute voice emerged from Box 5. 100,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, gasps of disbelief echoing throughout the room, as all eyes shifted towards Box 8, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Meanwhile, in Box 1, Su Jiawei slightly tilted his head and inquired of the middle-aged man beside him, who was in Box 5. The middle-aged man respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I am unaware of their specific identity, but they entered the auction hall holding the princess's decree. Hearing this, a meaningful smile crept onto Su Jiaowei's lips as he pondered. Interesting, my sister has just left, and now someone of such remarkable talent appears. I must find an opportunity to meet this person. On the auction stage, upon hearing the bid from Box 5, Su Xingxing's eyes glimmered with gratitude as she swiftly turned towards Box 5. She had initially believed that the coveted ranking knife would undoubtedly go unsold, but to her surprise, someone was willing to place a bid. Su Xingxing swiftly and decisively struck the auction hammer, the crisp sound resonating throughout the hall. 100,000 gold soul coins. First call. In Box 5, Ling Luoqing looked at Li Qiuyang with a worried expression, her brow furrowed. Qiuyang, why put yourself through this? That is the soul-devouring blade, a fearsome weapon capable of consuming the user's soul. Li Qiuyang turned to Ling Luoqing, confidence shimmering in his eyes. Sister Luoqing, there is no need for concern. I have a solution to neutralize its malevolence, ensuring absolute safety. I came to this auction specifically for this blade. Ling Luoqing fell silent, recognizing that Li Qiuyang's strength and methods far surpassed her own. If he was so confident, he must have a plan. On the auction stage, Su Xingxing struck the hammer once more, her voice ringing out clearly and powerfully. 100,000 gold soul coins. Second call. Following this, she struck the hammer again, proclaiming 100,000 gold soul coins. Third call. Sold. Congratulations to Box 5 for successfully acquiring the ranking knife. The subsequent auction proceedings felt rather dull. The remaining items either failed to catch the discerning eyes of Li Qiuyang and Ling Luoqing or were priced exorbitantly high. Notably, the grand finale of this red-tier auction featured a 90,000-year-old Ice Tiger right soul bone, which was ultimately won by Dai Huabin from Box 2 for the astronomical sum of 120 million gold soul coins. However, Li Qiuyang and Ling Luoqing expressed no interest. They did not leave early but patiently awaited Dai Huabin's departure, as they already harbored plans to intercept him. They were merely uncertain of when Dai Huabin would leave or which route he would take, and so they waited until the auction concluded, finally spotting his whereabouts. After the auction concluded, Li Qiuyang swiftly approached the front desk to settle his account and retrieve the soul-devouring blade. Subsequently, he found himself in a shadowy corner outside the auction venue, patiently awaiting Dai Huabin's departure. After approximately 10 minutes, Dai Huabin finally emerged from the auction house. Accompanied by 2 enchanting maidens and 2 bodyguards, he ascended into his carriage and departed with haste. Li Qiuyang and Ling Luoqing refrained from immediate action, fully aware that the bustling crowd surrounding the auction house would likely provoke a rapid response from the city guards of Xinghua. Thus, the duo chose to trail behind Dai Huabin's carriage, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 152, The Demise of Dai Huabin. Li Qiuyang and Ling Luoqing had been stealthily following Dai Huabin for a considerable half-hour. At this juncture, Dai Huabin's carriage gradually entered a desolate street, where only a few solitary figures hurriedly passed by. Observing this, Li Qiuyang's heart surged with excitement. At last, the opportunity had arrived. He then communicated his plan to Ling Luoqing through a sound transmission technique. Sister Luoqing, I possess the ability of teleportation and shall initiate the surprise attack, while you merely need to employ your control soul skills to assist me. Fear not, Dai Huabin's bodyguards are but at level 30, hardly a threat. Ling Luoqing nodded slightly in understanding. Following this, Li Qiuyang whispered, Heavenly Dream Head Soul Bone Skill Simulation. Under the precise simulation of Li Qiuyang's formidable spiritual power, everything around them seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious veil, misleading all gazes except for Li Qiuyang and Ling Luoqing. He then retrieved a level 5 melee soul guiding artifact, the Shadow Dagger, from his spatial soul guiding device. In a flash of white light, Li Qiuyang instantaneously appeared behind one of Dai Huabin's bodyguards. With a chilling gaze, he flicked his wrist, and the dagger pierced the guard's neck like a viper striking its prey, followed by another thrust that penetrated his chest. The guard did not utter a single scream before succumbing to death, thanks to the cover provided by the simulated soul technique. None except for Ling Luoqing and himself perceived the swift series of actions. Li Qiuyang repeated his previous maneuver, teleporting, attacking the neck, delivering a finishing blow to the chest, and concealing himself with the same method. He dispatched the remaining bodyguard to the underworld as well. Thus, only an unarmed coachman remained in front of the carriage, along with the 2 delicate maidens and Dai Huabin inside. However, Li Qiuyang chose not to target the innocent coachman, but instead made his way directly towards Dai Huabin within the carriage. Bolstered by the dual assistance of the simulated soul technique and teleportation, Li Qiuyang infiltrated the carriage like a ghost, silently approaching. He regarded Dai Huabin's smug countenance coldly, contemplating. Humph, how infuriating. I have yet to indulge in such leisure. Wait, you have an unwed fiancée, which renders you utterly unforgivable. With a resolute intent for murder swelling within him, Li Chaoyang decided to deliver a fatal blow to Dai Huabin at the height of his arrogance, ensuring his complete obliteration amidst the soft allure. Thus, he opted for his familiar approach, wielding the shadow dagger, and aimed directly for Dai Huabin's neck. As the dagger was about to pierce Dai Huabin's skin, a dazzling white light suddenly emanated from the necklace around his neck, and a robust shield instantaneously rose, forcefully repelling Li Chaoyang's dagger. At the same time, the two young maidens, unable to withstand the impact of the soul-guided shield due to their feeble soul power, were violently thrown from the carriage, landing on the street below. Fortunately, thanks to Li Chaoyang's simulated soul skill providing cover, their fall went unnoticed by passers-by. However, the graceful forms of the two maidens as they fell caught Li Chaoyang's eye, prompting him to glance back a few extra times. Meanwhile, on Ling Luoqing's side, the shield surrounding Dai Huabin flickered with light as he shouted in a mixture of shock and anger, "Who on earth are you?" "I am." However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Chaoyang unleashed the Imperial Royal Beast's external skull skill, firmly binding Dai Huabin with a powerful mental force. Helplessly immobilized, Dai Huabin could only widen his eyes in terror. Li Chaoyang smirked coldly and remarked, "An 8th-level peak automatic trigger defensive soul guide, quite intriguing. Yet, it only lasts for a minute, and now, there are merely 10 seconds remaining. TSK, in the final 10 seconds of your life, let us have a little chat." How quaint. As his words faded, Li Chaoyang once again brandished the dagger, plunging it into Dai Huabin's neck, followed by another strike that pierced through his heart and brain. In an instant, Dai Huabin's breath ceased, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. However, Li Chaoyang felt an unsettling void within him, a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar restoration of Dai Huabin's sea of consciousness and soul from their prior encounter. Thus, he swiftly searched through all of Dai Huabin's storage soul guides, and subsequently summoned a Dragon Emperor's dimensional blast, unleashing it violently upon Dai Huabin's corpse. Under the onslaught of terrifying destructive power, Dai Huabin's body was utterly reduced to ashes, dissipating into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations on completing the system task of eliminating Dai Huabin, who was under the control of mysterious forces. Reward: War Dragon Emperor Upgrade Weapon. Dragon King Cannon. Hearing the system's notification, Li Chaoyang muttered to himself, "That's more like it." Chapter 153, Dai Yaoing. Following this, with a mere thought, Li Chaoyang cast a severely weakened mental impact on the two maidens and the carriage driver. This gentle yet irresistible force swiftly enveloped the three of them, plunging them into a deep slumber, as if time itself had pressed the pause button for them. A brilliant white light suddenly flashed, resembling a tunnel through time and space. As Li Chaoyang's figure materialized beside Ling Luoqing, he gently patted the back of his head, offering a sheepish smile. "Apologies, Sister Luoqing. I didn't leave you an opportunity to act." Ling Luoqing turned slowly to look at Li Chaoyang, responding tenderly, "It's nothing, do not dwell on it." Suddenly, Ling Luoqing seemed to remember something significant, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she eagerly inquired, "Did you manage to seize the extreme ice snow lotus?" "Let me check," Li Chaoyang replied, his face beaming with confidence, as if victory was already assured. He then began to slowly infuse soul power into the storage soul guide he had seized from Dai Huabin. Not long after, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he exclaimed with excitement, "I found it." With that, Li Chaoyang carefully retrieved the millennium-old extreme ice snow lotus from his storage space, cradling it as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, before directly handing it to Ling Luoqing. As Ling Luoqing accepted the extreme ice snow lotus, her eyes sparkled with exhilaration and joy as she softly murmured, "At last, I have you. All the hardships along the way have been worth it." Observing Ling Luoqing's expression of triumph, Li Chaoyang solemnly cautioned, "Sister Luoqing, you must not absorb the extreme ice snow lotus directly. It contains numerous impurities that require purification first." Just then, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from the shadows, stating, "If there are impurities, then you should not absorb it either." Fourth spirit skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Before the words had fully left the speaker's lips, a cascade of brilliant white meteors erupted from the shadows, hurtling towards Li Chaoyang and Ling Luoqing like celestial projectiles. Having recently vanquished Dai Huabin, Li Chaoyang had momentarily deactivated his mental detection and simulation skills to conserve soul power, rendering both him and Ling Luoqing oblivious to the impending threat. Consequently, they fell victim to this unexpected assault. The White Tiger Meteor Shower poured down like a torrential rain, successfully striking both Li Chaoyang and Ling Luoqing, even affecting the extreme ice snow lotus in Ling Luoqing's grasp. They both coughed up blood simultaneously, and Ling Luoqing felt a void in her hand. The extreme ice snow lotus had vanished. She hurriedly looked down, only to find shards of the precious lotus scattered around her. A wave of boundless anger and sorrow surging within her. My extreme ice snow lotus. Ling Luocheng roared, her voice filled with indignation and fury. Swiftly, Li Chaoyang activated his mental detection, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself. Ah, yet another prey has arrived. A most generous gift indeed. I truly cannot comprehend why, after killing my brother, you still linger. Ling Luocheng, you are becoming increasingly pathetic. The voice from the shadows spoke again, laced with mockery and disdain. As the words faded, Dai Yaoheng emerged from the darkness, enveloped in a layer of black-red mist invisible to others, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Ling Luocheng turned to face Dai Yaoheng, her eyes ablaze with fury as she shouted, Dai Yaoheng, return my extreme ice snow lotus. I will kill you. With that, Ling Luocheng summoned her ice martial spirit, donning a combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings, radiating the powerful aura of a level 51 soul master. Dai Yaoheng regarded Ling Luocheng with derision and contempt, casually remarking, a mere 51 ranks, you are merely courting your own demise. In the next moment, a white tiger spirit materialized behind Dai Yaoheng, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red soul rings, exuding the terrifying presence of an 85-level soul Douluo. Li Chaoyang and Ling Luocheng gazed at Dai Yaoheng in astonishment, with Ling Luocheng incredulously exclaiming, how is this possible? Dai Yaoheng, weren't you only at level 61 before? How have you suddenly transformed into a soul Douluo? Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng erupted into a chilling cackle, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He coldly replied, the dead need not know so much. 7th spirit skill, martial soul, true body. As he spoke, Dai Yaoheng's figure surged violently, charging fiercely towards Li Chaoyang and Ling Luocheng. Upon witnessing this, Li Chaoyang swiftly summoned his elemental staff martial soul, positioning it protectively in front of Ling Luocheng. The 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings adorned him, falsely, radiating a brilliant glow. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, First soul skill, upgrade. Second soul skill, space. Chapter 154, The Fixed Soul Guidance Cannonball. Li Chaoyang's first and second soul rings flickered in succession, resembling 2 resplendent streams of light in motion. Immediately, the upgraded soul skill he unleashed transformed into an enigmatic force, directly bestowing Ling Luocheng with a level increase. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed like a meteor, captivating and radiant. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang, accompanied by Ling Luocheng and Dai Yaoheng, arrived at a serene grove on the outskirts of Xinglua City. The forest was lush, with intertwining branches and leaves, resembling a hidden sanctuary in the mundane world. Dai Yaoheng gazed in astonishment at the sudden transformation before him, his face reflecting sheer incredulity, his eyes wide open as if struggling to believe the sight. Conversely, Ling Luocheng, having previously experienced Li Chaoyang's teleportation, appeared considerably calmer this time, although turbulent emotions stirred within. He was no longer as astonished. Li Chaoyang wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Luocheng, and gravely stated, Sister Luocheng, first attempt to see if you can eliminate him. If not, we shall teleport away. Ling Luocheng nodded slightly, responding succinctly yet firmly, understood. At that moment, the recovering Dai Yaoheng curled his lips into a mocking smile, disdain evident on his face as he declared, you 2 mere 5-ring soul kings are nothing but a grand joke. Today, I shall show you the vast chasm that separates us. With that, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th soul rings on Dai Yaoheng's body erupted with dazzling brilliance, resembling 3 blazing stars. He shouted, First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. 5th soul skill, White Tiger Demon God Transformation. With the concurrent enhancement of these 3 formidable soul skills, the White Tiger Phantom behind Dai Yaoheng became increasingly solid, its muscles bulging like steel, exuding an overwhelming aura. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, reminiscent of a peak soul Douluo, sweeping forth like a surging tide. This fearsome oppression descended upon the grove, causing the trees to sway precariously, their leaves rustling as if trembling in fear. Next, Dai Yaoheng cast a contemptuous glance at Li Chaoyang and Ling Luocheng, his eyes filled with disdain. In the following moment, he forcefully slammed his right foot down, causing the ground to shatter, dust soaring into the air. Like a flash of lightning, he charged once more towards Li Chaoyang and Ling Luocheng with blinding speed, leaving one breathless. However, just as his attack was about to connect with Li Chaoyang and Ling Luocheng, a burst of white light suddenly flashed, splendid and dreamlike. Li Chaoyang activated his space soul skill, his figure flickering as he swiftly evaded Dai Yaoheng's crushing blow, taking Ling Luocheng with him. As the white light flickered again, amidst the radiance, Ling Luocheng's voice emerged, First soul skill, Ice Staff. Third soul skill, Ice Prison. The white light dissipated, revealing Li Chaoyang alongside the gleaming first and third soul rings of Ling Luocheng, both standing resolutely in place. Immediately, a frigid prison manifested around Dai Yaoing, crystalline ice binding him tightly and restraining his movements. He turned to face Ling Luocheng, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he taunted. Do you truly believe your Soul King's control skills can subdue me? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a surge of soul power erupted from him, resulting in a violent tremor that shattered the ice prison, sending shards flying like razor-sharp blades in all directions. Just as he prepared to mock Li Chaoyang and Ling Luocheng further, several dark figures appeared before him, ghostly and silent. Boom, boom, boom. The fifth-level fixed spirit cannon fired, its projectiles streaking across the sky like meteors, carrying tremendous force as they hurtled toward Dai Yaoing. In an instant, the explosive sound was deafening, smoke billowing and obscuring the sky. As the haze began to dissipate, Dai Yaoing was left bloodied and in disarray. He glared furiously at Li Chaoyang, bellowing, "You scoundrel! You dare to use fixed spirit cannon shells. Do you not know they are forbidden in soul battles?" Li Chaoyang offered no response to Dai Yaoing's outburst. However, his subsequent actions served as a reply. Once again, brilliant white lights flashed, heralding another barrage of fifth-level fixed spirit cannon shells. Boom, boom, boom. Another relentless assault ensued, the projectiles raining down and leaving devastation in their wake around Dai Yaoing. Li Chaoyang observed Dai Yaoing with a mocking grin, stating, "This is a life-and-death struggle. Who abides by the rules regarding fixed spirit cannon shells?" Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang unleashed yet another wave of bombardment, though his demeanor remained unervingly calm. As if everything lay within his control, his heart bled internally. He thought to himself, 1 million gold soul coins, 15 million gold soul coins, my wealth. All of it squandered. Ling Luocheng watched in astonishment at Li Chaoyang's astonishing maneuvers, rendered speechless. Her eyes widened with disbelief, completely unprepared for the fact that mere reliance on spirit devices could enable a quasi-soul king to suppress the pinnacle of a soul fighter like Dai Yaoing. At that moment, her previously unwavering belief that the soul masters of Shrek were the rightful path began to waver, like a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples of doubt across its surface. Chapter 155, The Demise of Dai Yaoing. 3 minutes, an eternity, a harrowing nightmare. Li Chaoyang, armed with the fifth-level fixed spirit cannon, mercilessly unleashed a relentless barrage upon Dai Yaoing. Each second of cannon fire echoed like the cruel pronouncement of fate. To the casual observer, 3 minutes may seem but a fleeting moment, as brief as a shooting star traversing the night sky. Yet for Li Chaoyang and Dai Yaoing, each minute and second stretched on, feeling as interminable as a century. Dai Yaoing, a resilient mountain enduring relentless torment, bore the weight of this astonishing 3-minute onslaught of fixed spirit cannon fire. The relentless barrage of cannon fire fell like a torrential rain, slicing through his body and the surrounding air as if wielded by countless blades, wreaking havoc. How could Li Chaoyang remain oblivious to the excruciatingly prolonged 3 minutes? With each passing second, his assets dwindled like water slipping through fingers, plummeting by a staggering 200,000 gold soul coins. Each moment felt like a sharp dagger piercing his heart, causing it to bleed, while his wealth flowed away like a flood unleashed from a broken dam. 3 minutes, totaling 180 seconds, equated to a staggering loss of 36 million gold soul coins. This colossal figure was enough to drive many into madness, yet within this brief span, it silently evaporated from Li Chaoyang's grasp. At that moment, where Dai Yaoing once stood, a shocking 100-meter deep pit had emerged. The lush grove, once vibrant with life, was now unrecognizable. Trees lay toppled and askew, as if ravaged by a tempest, while others had vanished entirely, leaving only charred stumps to bear witness to the brutality of the recent conflict. Just as the situation began to ease, a crisp notification tone rang out, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, announcing the successful completion of the system mission to eliminate the mysterious force-controlled Dai Yaoing. With a reward of a level 10 fixed soul cannonball, Li Chaoyang gazed at the flashing notification on the system interface and let out a deep sigh, a mixture of relief from fulfilling the task and reflection on the fierce battle that had just transpired. He then slowly turned, his gaze soft yet resolute, meeting the bewildered eyes of Ling Luocheng, who had yet to recover from the tumult of the fight. He gently said, "Sister Luocheng, Dai Yaoing is dead. Let us teleport once more." Ling Luocheng paused momentarily, then nodded, her previously vacant expression gradually regaining its former clarity and vibrancy. In a flash of brilliant white light, akin to a mysterious veil, Li Chaoyang and Ling Luocheng were enveloped within. When the radiance faded, they found themselves in an entirely new grove. Here, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering the tales of the recent events. As soon as Li Chaoyang completed the teleportation, he eagerly opened Dai Huabin's storage soul guide, his focused and urgent demeanor suggesting he was in search of something precious. Observing his fervor, Ling Luoqing felt a surge of curiosity and softly inquired, "Brother Chaoyang, what are you doing?" Li Chaoyang did not immediately respond to Ling Luoqing, but remained engrossed in his search within the storage soul guide. After a while, his eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "I found it." In his hand appeared a small square box. Although diminutive, it emanated a mysterious aura, as if concealing boundless secrets. Ling Luochang, intrigued, looked at Li Chaoyang with a puzzled expression and asked, "Brother Chaoyang, what is this?" Li Chaoyang furrowed his brows, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he remarked, "This is precisely why Dai Yaoheng was able to locate us, through the tracking soul devices. Wait, let me search again." As time ticked away, 10 minutes later, Li Chaoyang unearthed 5 tracking soul devices from his storage soul device. He laid them out before him, letting out a long sigh, and helplessly stated, "Finally, they are gone. I truly cannot believe it, Sister Luochan, can you?" There were actually 5 tracking soul devices among them. Without delay, Li Chaoyang once again teleported alongside Ling Luochan. This time, they arrived at a small grove. In this serene woodland, the sunlight shone more brilliantly, and the birds chirped joyfully from the branches, as if celebrating their victory. Shortly thereafter, Li Chaoyang cast a peculiar glance at Ling Luochan, a glint of teasing and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Ling Luochan, observing the odd expression on his face, felt a tightening in her chest. Instinctively stepping back a pace and cautiously asking, "What are you planning to do?" Her cheeks flushed as she thought to herself, "What does this eccentric want? I seem unable to contend with him. Am I doomed?" Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists before relaxing moments later. Then, Li Chaoyang plopped down onto the ground, nonchalantly proclaiming, "Of course, we are dividing the spoils. Come here quickly." Upon hearing his words, Ling Luochan's tension dissipated significantly, and her expression returned to normal. She approached Li Chaoyang eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she inquired, "What treasures do we have?" Suddenly, Ling Luochan recalled the 90,000-year-old ice tiger right arm bone that Dai Huabin had purchased for 130 million gold soul coins. That was an invaluable treasure. With this thought, a surge of exhilaration coursed through her, and her gaze intensified with fervor. Chapter 156, Absorbing the Soul Bone. Li Chaoyang then cautiously retrieved the chilling 90,000-year-old ice tiger right arm soul bone from the storage soul device seized from Dai Huabin. A radiant smile adorned his face as he turned to Ling Luochan and said, "Sister Luochan, I examined it closely. Apart from this soul bone, the rest of the spoils consist of some cultivation resources and several million gold soul coins. The combined value of these resources and coins is roughly equivalent to that of this 90,000-year-old ice tiger right arm soul bone. Since I am not attuned to the ice attribute, why don't you absorb this soul bone? I will keep the rest. What do you think?" With that, Li Chaoyang extended the soul device towards Ling Luochan, earnestly assuring her, "Please examine it thoroughly. I guarantee you will not be at a loss." Ling Luochan regarded Li Chaoyang's sincere demeanor, giving a gentle nod as she replied, "No need. I trust you." Subsequently, she accepted the soul bone from Li Chaoyang's hands, her heart brimming with joy. The sorrow she felt from losing the 1,000-year extreme ice snow lotus evaporated in an instant. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance as she fixated on the exquisite soul bone, yet a hint of unease lingered within her. Turning to Li Chaoyang, she said, "Brother Chaoyang, could we find a quiet place to absorb the soul bone? With such a precious treasure in my possession, I cannot help but feel somewhat anxious." Li Chaoyang observed Ling Luoqing's cautious demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Very well, there happens to be an empty cave nearby. Let us proceed." He understood Ling Luoqing's apprehension, especially after having narrowly escaped an assassination attempt by Dai Yaoheng. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of white light enveloped them, transporting Li Chaoyang and Ling Luoqing into a vast, vacant cave. Within the cave, Li Chaoyang meticulously scanned the surroundings several times, confirming the absence of any signs of soul beasts inhabiting the area. He deduced that this cave was likely man-made, eliminating the possibility of soul beasts temporarily leaving to forage. Turning to Ling Luoqing, he urged, "Sister Luoqing, please commence your absorption. This cave appears to have been excavated by humans, showing no indications of soul beast habitation, and any traces of human life have long since faded. I shall guard you. You may absorb the soul bone with confidence." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Ling Luoqing responded with excitement. She then, With trembling hands, placed the 90,000-year-old ice tiger right arm bone against her own arm and sat cross-legged to begin the absorption process. Watching her intently focused on the soul bone, Li Chaoyang let out a soft sigh, contemplating his own 100,000-year-old purple radiance destruction dragon right arm bone, inwardly pondering. I too must find the time to absorb my soul bone. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang settled into a meditative position to protect Ling Luoqing, while simultaneously heightening his spiritual awareness to its utmost, remaining vigilant to any disturbances around them. Meanwhile, at the Duke White Tiger's residence, Yan Shaozhe had already arrived. As he approached the entrance, two shadowy figures appeared before him like phantoms. Din Yan, Lord Wu Yan, your uninvited arrival is rather discourteous, the figures said with a mocking tone. Upon hearing their words, Yan Shaozhe scoffed, replying, Humph, there is no need for pleasantries with you two nefarious individuals. Spare me the chatter, let us get straight to business. Dai Hao Zhu Xia. Indeed, the dark figures were none other than Dai Hao and Zhu Xia, the very duo responsible for obliterating the Shrek team and severely wounding Yan Shaozhe's wife, Kai Meyer. With that, a radiant aura emanated from Yan Shaozhe, as 6 black and 3 red soul rings shimmered brilliantly, summoning a majestic radiant phoenix behind him. The entire sky was soon bathed in golden hues, the overwhelming pressure of a Limit Douluo surging forth like a tidal wave. In that moment, a fierce wind howled, and dust was swept into the air. Suddenly, Dai Hao's eyes turned blood red, and he exclaimed excitedly, How intriguing! At long last, I have encountered a divine inheritor in this world. Ha ha! This power is comparable to that of around 70 levels. Chapter 157, An Odd Aura. Yan Shaozhe, taken aback by Dai Hao's sudden and nonsensical remarks, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Furrowing his brow, he demanded, Dai Hao, what nonsense are you spouting here? In response, Dai Hao's lips curled into a cold smirk, and with a disdainful sneer, he retorted, You are not worthy to know. In an instant, the black and red mist surrounding Dai Hao and Zhu Xia surged like a tumultuous tide, the eerie aura permeating the air, sending chills down the spine. Indeed, Yan Shaozhe was unable to perceive the enigmatic mist. Subsequently, an aura, profound and reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, emanated from Dai Hao and Zhu Xia, instilling a sense of reverence in all who beheld it. At that moment, 2 sets of soul rings manifested, shimmering vividly around Dai Hao and Zhu Xia. Their configuration was an extraordinary 1 purple, 6 black, and 2 red, a combination both rare and formidable, captivating the attention of everyone present. Concurrently, the terrifying energies of level 98 and 97 surged forth from them like a tempest, creating an oppressive pressure that rendered the very air around them almost palpable. The sky itself appeared to be enveloped by a vast black curtain, so dark it was suffocating. Yan Shaozhe felt the unfamiliar yet potent aura radiating from Dai Hao and Zhu Xia, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. His brow furrowed as he pondered, What manner of essence is this? Why does it feel so alien? Furthermore, the rapid and significant elevation of their soul power and rings was simply beyond comprehension. With a serious demeanor, his gaze fixed intensely on Dai Hao and Zhu Xia. He spoke in a low voice, Dai Hao, Zhu Xia, have you two become evil soul masters? In response, Zhu Xia let out a disdainful snort, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes as she retorted coldly, Evil soul master? Do not sully me with such vile terminology. 7th soul skill, Netherworld, true form. As her words fell, the agile Zhu Xia transformed instantaneously into a Netherworld spirit cat. The cat, sleek and swift as a flash of black lightning, darted toward Yan Shaozhe with breathtaking speed. Upon witnessing this, Yan Shaozhe's eyes narrowed, and he bellowed, You seek your demise, sovereign of the world. Instantly, a colossal hand materialized from thin air, descending upon the Netherworld spirit cat with the force of a crashing wave, tearing through the air with a piercing howl. However, just as the hand was about to strike the spirit cat, it vanished into the ground like a wraith, becoming a shadow and eluding Yan Shaozhe's formidable assault. Stunned, Yan Shaozhe's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he exclaimed, How is this possible? When did the Netherworld spirit cat acquire such a trait? No sooner had he spoken than the spirit cat appeared silently behind him, its eyes fierce as it lunged with claws sharp as daggers, glinting ominously, as if capable of rending anything asunder. Yet, with a crisp sound, a transparent energy shield manifested, steadfastly blocking the attack. The spirit cat paused momentarily, inquiring, What is this? Yan Shaozhe turned, his countenance austere, and replied, A level 9 soul guidance device, the 8 directions shield. In the next instant, he flickered and struck toward the Netherworld spirit cat. Yet, its speed was unparalleled, akin to a streak of black lightning traversing the air, allowing it to deftly evade Yan Shaozhe's strike once more. Observing this spectacle, Dai Hao's lips curled into a playful smile as he remarked with keen interest, "How intriguing." Immediately, the 8th Crimson Soul ring on Dai Hao radiated a brilliant glow as he proclaimed loudly, "8th Soul Skill, Boundless Piercing." No sooner had the words left his lips than countless black spikes rained down upon Yan Shaozhe like a tempest. These spikes gleamed ominously, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. In an instant, a thick fog erupted, obscuring the skies. Yan Shaozhe remained composed. Summoning the 8 directions shield once more, the transparent barrier enveloped him tightly, successfully deflecting this fierce onslaught. Without delay, Dai Hao activated his 7th soul skill, transforming into a formidable white tiger that charged fiercely towards Yan Shaozhe. The white tiger, massive and imposing, seemed to shake the very earth with each stride. Observing this, Yan Shaozhe did not hesitate to unleash his martial soul's true form. In a flash, a colossal phoenix took to the skies, engaging in a breathtaking battle with the white tiger and the nether spirit cat. Logically, the phoenix should have held the upper hand, for it is the king of all birds, possessing immense power and majesty. Yet, to his astonishment, the cooperation between the tiger and the cat was remarkably seamless. They coordinated their attacks and defenses with precision, managing to hold their ground against the phoenix in a fierce stalemate. At that moment, Yan Shaozhe was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he pondered. What was that peculiar aura emanating from Dai Hao and Zhu Xia? It granted them such formidable enhancements, allowing them to contend with me evenly. Then, Yan Shaozhe bellowed, unleashing the might of ruling the world. A tremendous force surged forth like a tidal wave, pushing Dai Hao and Zhu Xia back several paces. Following this, the 9th soul ring on Yan Shaozhe illuminated brightly. His expression grew serious as he declared, "9th soul skill, Phoenix Annihilation Light." Instantly, a terrifying beam of phoenix light shot forth towards Dai Hao and Zhu Xia, igniting the air in its wake, radiating a searing brilliance that seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. Meanwhile, at Li Qiuyang's location, he suddenly felt the mark left by the destiny-summoned soul skill within him pulsing frantically, evoking a dire sense of foreboding. He contemplated inwardly. Has something happened to Din Yan? Subsequently, Li Qiuyang turned to glance at Ling Luoqing. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to wait a little longer. After all, Ling Luoqing still required his protection, and he could not leave hastily. Chapter 158, 3 Level 9 Fixed Position Soul Guided Artillery Shells. The Duke of the White Tiger's estate, once a magnificent and opulent mansion, now lay in ruins, reduced to a barren wasteland. Amidst the billowing smoke and shattered walls, the former splendor was utterly lost, leaving only a haunting silence and desolation. In the sky above, the winds and clouds shifted ominously. The phantoms of the phoenix, white tiger, and nether spirit cat collided with the force of 3 meteors streaking across the heavens. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos, as terrifying energy waves surged outward like a tumultuous tide. In that moment, the blazing flames of the phoenix, the fierce aura of the white tiger, and the eerie glow of the nether spirit cat intertwined, creating a breathtaking tapestry of chaos. In the wake of a dazzling display of light, the phoenix, the white tiger, and the nether spirit cat once again separated, each stabilizing their form in midair. At this moment, Yan Shaozhe's visage was as dark as a stormy sky, his brows knitted tightly together, his eyes filled with apprehension and vigilance. An ominous premonition stirred within him, suggesting that a formidable tempest was on the horizon. However, fate has a penchant for playing cruel tricks. In the blink of an eye, the very scenario Yan Shaozhe feared most unfolded mercilessly before him. The white tiger and the nether spirit cat began to resonate with one another, their radiance intensifying as they commenced a slow fusion. Their figures blurred, ultimately coalescing into a blinding white light, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky. As the white light dissipated, a colossal and formidable nether white tiger materialized before the onlookers. This magnificent creature boasted wings that stretched several feet wide, resembling a vast, dark cloud that obscured the heavens. It emanated a mysterious and potent aura, as if it were an ancient behemoth from primordial times, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Then, from the depths of the nether white tiger, a deep and authoritative voice resounded. "Martial soul fusion skill, nether white tiger." The voice echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the cosmos. Accompanied by this mighty roar, the nether white tiger let out a spine-chilling howl that pierced the air. The sound was akin to a multitude of sharp blades, piercing the heart, as if it aimed to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. A powerful shockwave surged forth from the nether white tiger, crashing toward Yan Shaozhe like a tumultuous tide. He felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, nearly toppling him. Cold sweat instantly enveloped his brow, trailing down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground in tiny droplets. Through gritted teeth, Yan Shaozhe muttered to himself, "This is dire. A demigod-level foe." His voice, though low, resonated with helplessness and despair. A demigod, an entity standing atop the pinnacle of this world, with his current strength. Contending against such a being was akin to a mere insect attempting to halt a chariot. However, with the battle reaching this critical juncture, Yan Shaozhe had no alternative. He could only clench his jaw and muster all his strength to confront the impending challenge. The nether white tiger opened its maw and bellowed, "Nether white tiger break." In an instant, a blinding beam of white light shot forth from its mouth, akin to a laser, carrying an aura of annihilation as it surged toward Yan Shaozhe. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Yan Shaozhe's eyes. His ninth spirit ring flared to life, its brilliance illuminating the sky like a blazing sun. He shouted, "Ninth spirit skill, Phoenix Annihilation Light." In that fleeting moment, a colossal phoenix apparition emerged behind him, its wings unfurling as it unleashed a torrent of searing flames that collided violently with the white light emitted by the nether white tiger. The two formidable beams clashed in a fierce confrontation, reminiscent of a grand fireworks display. They intertwined and devoured one another, producing a sizzling sound. At the convergence of their energies, the very fabric of space began to warp and shatter, revealing dark voids that appeared to be gateways to another realm. Then, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! A tremendous shockwave swept across the battlefield like a tempest, uprooting trees and obliterating structures in an instant, causing the very ground to tremble. Under the force of the explosion, both the ethereal white tiger and the phoenix were thrown aside. Yan Shaozhe felt an overwhelming surge of power. His martial soul's true form was instantly shattered, and his body plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Thud! Yan Shaozhe crashed heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, accompanied by fragments of his internal organs. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, his breath faint, as if he were on the brink of death. The ethereal white tiger fared no better. Its luminescence dimmed, as if it were about to extinguish completely. Its body swayed precariously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Yet, as a demigod-level being, it regained its composure after a brief pause. The abyssal aura surrounding it surged once more, reminiscent of a slumbering giant awakened. With heavy steps, the ethereal white tiger approached Yan Shaozhe, its voice dripping with scorn. Oh, is this the so-called heir of the deities in this world? Not so impressive after all." The disdain in its tone mocked Yan Shaozhe's audacity. However, upon observing Yan Shaozhe's expression, the ethereal white tiger was taken aback. A faint smile graced Yan Shaozhe's lips, radiating confidence and determination, as though everything lay within his grasp. In the next moment, the ninth soul ring around Yan Shaozhe glimmered brilliantly, illuminating the darkened realm like a resplendent star. With blood at the corner of his mouth, he resolutely declared, "Ninth soul skill, Phoenix Heavenly Punishment Seal." In an instant, the intertwining golden and black-blue lights in the sky vanished. As if wiped away by an invisible hand, the sun re-emerged, casting a warm and radiant light upon the land. This illumination served as a sacred baptism, bathing the earth in its glow. Everywhere the light touched, time appeared to freeze, everything held in a moment of stillness. The ethereal white tiger, too, found itself ensnared by this wondrous radiance, struggling in vain as it realized it was trapped within an invisible prison, unable to escape. Its eyes brimmed with terror and fury, yet it was of no avail. Then, Yan Shaozhe slowly rose from the ground. Though his body wavered, his gaze was resolute and unwavering. He advanced step by step towards the ethereal white tiger, each footfall resonating like a drumbeat against its heart. Upon reaching the creature's side, Yan Shaozhe unhesitatingly retrieved 3 level 9 fixed-position soul-guided shells from his storage soul device, placing them directly upon the ethereal white tiger. He then spat blood towards the creature with a mocking smirk, his lips curling in disdain. "Regardless of who you are, you currently inhabit Daihao's body, and you are obliged to repay him with 3 level 9 soul-guided fixed-position shells." In the next moment, the 3 level 9 shells radiated a dazzling light, akin to 3 suns on the verge of detonation. With a swift movement, Yan Shaozhe vanished from sight. Boom! With a deafening roar, it was as if the very bells of the apocalypse had sounded. 3 ninth-tier fixed-position soul-guided artillery shells detonated simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy akin to a devastating tempest, obliterating everything in its vicinity in an instant. The once ruined Duke White Tiger's mansion, already ravaged by the conflict among Daihao, Zhu Xia, and Yan Shaozhe, was now entirely erased from existence, leaving behind only a profound crater and swirling plumes of smoke. Meanwhile, in another location, Li Chaoyang patted his chest, still trembling with trepidation, exclaiming, "That scared me to death." Moments ago, the fateful summoning mark within his spiritual sea had dimmed abruptly, as if shrouded by a thick veil of dark clouds. An intense wave of unease surged within him, as if something dreadful loomed on the horizon. However, shortly thereafter, the fateful summoning mark regained its brilliance, its radiance restored. Li Chaoyang pondered quietly, "I wonder who possesses the power to force Director Yan into such a predicament." His gaze was rife with confusion and curiosity, as if he yearned to pierce through the layers of mist to unveil the truth concealed within. Chapter 159, Mission Accomplished 2. Ding. Congratulations on completing the system task of eliminating Dai Hao, who was under mysterious control. Reward, Extreme Battle Douluo Transformation Device. Note, severe side effects may apply. Ding. Congratulations on completing the system task of eliminating Zhu Xia, who was also under mysterious control. Reward, Mysterious Fragments of Consciousness. As Li Chaoyang listened to the melodious chime of the system's task completion notification, he momentarily paused, contemplating. So it was Director Yan who intervened. Quite impressive. The rewards are indeed substantial. Let me take a closer look. With that thought, Li Chaoyang focused his mind, and the system's personal panel unfurled before him. Character information. Host, Li Chaoyang. Age, 12 Soul Power. Level 50, Innate Soul Power. Level 10, Soul Rings. First Martial Soul. First Soul Ring. White, 99 years. Soul Skill. Upgrade Second Soul Ring. 1,000 years, 1,400 years. Soul Skill. Space Third Soul Ring. 200,000 years. Soul Skill. Crimson Demon Shield. Regional Flame Fourth Soul Ring. Platinum 1,000,000 years. Soul Skill. Mental Detection. Mental Sharing. Energy. Purple Crystal. Mental Interference. Second Martial Soul. First Soul Ring. Purple Gold 1,000,000 years. Divine Level Self-Created Soul Skills. Dragon Emperor Dimensional. Beaded Dragon Emperor Cannon. Dragon King Shield. Dragon King's Thunderwing Physique. 75 Mental Strength. 50234 Martial Soul. Elemental Staff Battle Dragon Emperor Technique. Supreme Cultivation Method. Innate Soul Guided Device Knowledge Soul Bones. Emperor Auspicious Beast External Head Bone. 45,654 years. Regional Three-Headed Mastiff Right Leg Soul Bone. 200,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Dream Ice Silkworm Head Soul Bone. Soul Mentor Level. Level 5 Innate Soul Guided Device. Elemental Mayfly Cannon. Level 5. Items. Resurrection. Card for the Deceased. Mysterious Secret Realm Map 2. Alex, 100,000 years. Purple Destruction Dragon Right Arm Bone. 10-year Soul Bone. Dragon Ball. Soul Devouring Fierce Blade. 10 level Fixed Position Soul Guided Artillery Shells X2. Extreme Battle Douluo Transformation Device. Note, severe side effects may apply. Mysterious Fragments of Consciousness Artifact. Exquisite Treasure Pagoda. The Extreme Limit Douluo Transformation Device. Note, it has severe side effects when in use. One must loudly chant Balala Energy Wukalaka Little Magical Fairy Transform, instantly changing into a randomly selected powerful attack type Extreme Limit Douluo Quasi-Demigod level for a duration of 1 hour. However, the random side effects can be extremely grave. Thus caution is advised. Mysterious Fragments of Divine Consciousness. These are remnants of a deity of the water element that fell, and if one possesses exceptional water affinity, unexpected rewards may arise. Li Chaoyang gazed at the system interface, pondering to himself. Random side effects? System, what exactly does that entail? It won't activate in the heat of battle, will it? The system chimed brightly and responded. The side effects will take effect after the battle concludes. And they are varied and all quite severe, such as a reduction in height. Hearing this, Li Chaoyang could not help but gasp, inwardly lamenting. I am only 12 years old. If that were to happen, this reward would be worse than having none at all. Let us just consider this reward non-existent. His gaze then fell upon the mysterious fragment of divine consciousness, and he sighed again. Ah, it seems this will be of no use either. At that moment, the black sphere in his mind quivered slightly, and the voice of Ilex emerged. Kid, why haven't you let me purify the devouring spirit blade yet? I've been waiting for ages. Li Chaoyang hurriedly entered his mental sea and replied, Elder Ilex, I am currently protecting that little girl. How about you teach me some incantations first? Ilex readily agreed. Certainly. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light burst forth from the gray sphere, shooting into Li Chaoyang's mind. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge flooded into his brain. Meanwhile, at the Duke of White Tiger's residence, Yan Shaozhe looked upon the estate, now reduced to a crater, and sighed softly. Just then, he seemed to sense something, and his brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 160, The Super Artifact. In the place where the Duke of White Tiger's residence once stood, a bizarre and enigmatic purple-black light erupted, reminiscent of a demonic glow emerging in the dark of night. soaring into the sky as if to stain the very fabric of this realm with a mysterious and perilous hue. Upon witnessing this anomaly, Yan Shaozhe's gaze sharpened, and he moved like lightning toward the source of the light in the crater. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the core of the strange purple-black radiance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a mysterious formation laid out before him. On the Douluo continent, formations are not uncommon. For instance, there are many spirit-gathering formations in Shrek Academy. However, with Yan Shaozhe's profound knowledge as an extreme Limit Douluo, he found himself completely baffled by this particular formation, unable to discern its nature. Moreover, he keenly sensed that the aura emanating from the formation was identical to that which had been exuded by Dai Hao and Zhu Zhuqing earlier. A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Instinctively, he took a step back, attempting to distance himself from this mysterious and dangerous formation. Boom! A sudden, thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing Yan Shaozhe to feel as though he had collided with an invisible, unyielding wall, rendering him unable to move an inch further. Overcome with terror, he spun around abruptly and bellowed, "When did this happen?" Without hesitation, Yan Shaozhe unleashed his ultimate skill, Supreme Domination, his palm striking forth with the force of a collapsing firmament, as if to sweep everything away in its wake. In that instant, a white wall materialized before him, resembling an indomitable barrier. His palm collided with the white wall with a resounding impact, and in an instant, a powerful surge of energy rippled outward like a tumultuous tide, distorting the very air around it. Then, an overwhelming force erupted from the white wall, akin to an awakening primordial beast, exuding a cataclysmic aura that propelled Yan Shaozhe several steps back. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" At that moment, the abyssal energy within the formation surged forth like a torrent breaching its dam, threatening to engulf the entire world. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations of this energy, Yan Shaozhe's heart tightened, and he swiftly turned, his gaze steely and resolute, fixated on the formation from which the energy was swelling. Before long, the abyssal energy emanating from the formation grew increasingly dense, gradually coalescing into a dark blue silhouette. As time passed, the figure became ever more defined and tangible. Clad in a flowing black robe, with collar and sleeves that spread out like bat wings, the figure seemed poised to soar into the heavens at any moment. Its complexion was pale as snow, yet bore an unsettling chill. The eyes, devoid of pupils, resembled two unfathomable abysses, as if capable of consuming one's very soul. Long fingers hung casually at its sides, seemingly nonchalant, yet radiated an elegant yet lethal intent. The overall presence was that of a sovereign forged from shadows, exuding an oppressive aura that could suffocate, as though with the slightest movement, it could upend the order of the world. Yan Shaozhe's expression hardened like frost as he gravely inquired, "Who are you?" At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. With his quasi-demigod strength, he could typically discern the prowess of even the mightiest beings on earth. Yet, before him stood a figure entirely inscrutable. A singular, chilling thought gripped him. This being could very well be a deity. The figure in black lifted the corners of its mouth in a slight, mocking smile, coldly retorting, "You are not worthy to know." No sooner had the words escaped its lips than a spear, a trident shimmering with a mysterious and formidable light, materialized in the figure's hand, as if imbued with boundless power. Upon witnessing this, Yan Shaozhe gasped, a super artifact. In the next heartbeat, the trident transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Yan Shaozhe's skull like lightning. He barely had time to react before he collapsed, blood gushing forth and staining the earth beneath him. The trident then returned to the figure's grasp as obediently as a loyal pet. The figure cloaked in black slowly turned his head, casting a glance at the magical array, a fleeting trace of regret flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "What a pity, this array is ultimately too fragile, ill-suited for the descent of my avatar. However, it will not be long now. To slay a divine progeny is not an unworthy endeavor." No sooner had his words fallen than the array above erupted with fissures, resembling a shattered mirror, a sight both startling and dreadful. The energy from the abyss plummeted abruptly, as if an invisible hand had swiftly withdrawn it. In the next moment, the figure of the cloaked man gradually became indistinct, ultimately vanishing entirely from the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, at the location of Zhuang, he was deeply engrossed in receiving the incantations transmitted by Awakens. The enigmatic verses flowed through his mental sea like a gentle stream. Yet, at that very instant, Zhuang seemed to sense something amiss. His expression shifted slightly as he decisively ceased the transmission of information from Awakens. The small black sphere, taken aback by this abrupt action, was filled with confusion. Observing this, Awakens inquired with concern, "What troubles you, Zhuang?" Zhuang did not respond immediately. Instead, His gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the mark of destiny deep within his mental sea. That mark shimmered with a mysterious radiance, as if whispering secrets untold. Not receiving a reply from Li Chaoyang, Ilex felt a pang of anxiety, his form flickering as he swiftly approached Li Chaoyang in the depths of his mental sea. What has transpired? Ilex asked once more. Taking a deep breath, Li Chaoyang's voice emerged low and grave. Director, Yan has passed away. Chapter 161, The Phoenix's Rebirth 2. In this critical moment, as Li Chaoyang remained ensnared in the depths of sorrow over Yan Shaozhe's passing, unable to extricate himself, Ling Luochan, on the other hand, was met with a momentous occasion. She had successfully absorbed a soul bone. Overcome with excitement, she leaped gracefully to Li Chaoyang's side, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Her eyes sparkling with elation as she exclaimed, "Brother Chaoyang, I have successfully absorbed a soul bone. This is my very first soul bone. It has even bestowed upon me an extraordinarily powerful soul bone skill. Moreover, my soul power has surged from level 51 to a remarkable level 58. Isn't that impressive?" Upon finishing her words, a brilliant light enveloped Ling Luochan as she released the resounding aura of her level 58 soul power, as if declaring her transformation to the world. Li Chaoyang was momentarily pulled from the abyss of his grief by this sudden joyous revelation. He managed to muster a faint smile as he looked at Ling Luochan. His voice gravelly as he said, "Congratulations, Sister Luochan, on your breakthrough to level 58. Ling Luochan, keenly perceptive, noticed the unusual expression on Li Chaoyang's face. A hint of concern blossoming within her as she asked, "Brother Chaoyang, what is troubling you? Why do you appear so burdened?" Li Chaoyang sighed softly, a glimmer of sorrow crossing his eyes as he replied, "A friend of mine is in trouble, Sister Luochan. You should return to the academy first. I need to see him. Do not worry, I will be careful and safe." Just as Ling Luochan was about to say something, she saw Li Chaoyang's figure flicker and vanish from her sight like a wraith. Ling Luocheng gazed at the faint white light left behind by Li Chaoyang's swift teleportation, a subtle sigh escaping his lips as he pondered, "Surely, this fellow will be unharmed." Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang executed his teleportation technique once more, arriving atop a majestic mountain peak. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where a colossal black dragon descended from the skies, exuding an overwhelming aura. Indeed, this dragon was none other than the formidable Di Tian, a being of immense renown. Before long, Di Tian soared before Li Chaoyang, his form shifting gracefully into that of a man, landing with poise. Li Chaoyang, his gaze resolute, inquired, "Di Tian, what brings you here for a discussion?" Di Tian responded with a slight smile, "We have discovered two locations that may very well be the Dragon King's secret realm, and we require your exploratory prowess." Li Chaoyang nodded, unwavering in his response, "Very well, but before we proceed, could you assist me with a favor?" Di Tian, with a hearty laugh, replied, "Of course. Speak your request. I shall do what I can." A glimmer of determination flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes as he stated, "I need you to help me rescue someone. He is within the White Tiger Duke's estate." Di Tian nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Before his words had fully dissipated, Li Chaoyang teleported beside Di Tian. In the next moment, Di Tian waved his hand, conjuring a black hole that emanated an aura both profound and enigmatic. Without hesitation, he led Li Chaoyang into the abyss. Within the White Tiger Duke's estate, the lifeless body of Yan Shaozhe lay still, an air of melancholy enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, two small phoenixes, one radiant and the other shadowy, appeared beside Yan Shaozhe's corpse, dancing gracefully, as if conveying a silent message. Moments later, two melodious phoenix cries pierced the heavens, and to everyone's astonishment, Yan Shaozhe's shattered head miraculously reformed. Instantly, a surge of light and darkness radiated from him, as if striving to illuminate the entire world. Yan Shaozhe slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of rebirth illuminating his gaze. Struggling to rise, his first instinct was to observe the magical array. He released a long sigh, as if shedding the burdens weighing upon his heart. Then, exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, contemplating, fortuitously, that array could not withstand the force of that black entity. Had his true form descended, the Douluo continent would surely face utter devastation. Is this the power of a divine being? Truly terrifying. I wonder what tier of divinity this represents. Thankfully, I possess the resurrection skill of Phoenix Nirvana. Had he known, I would have been doomed. With great effort, Yan Shaozhe rose, surveying the wounds upon his body, a look of horror creeping across his face. Internally, he admonished himself, "What manner of power is this? There are remnants still lingering within me. I cannot afford to delay. I must enter seclusion for cultivation. If I do not eradicate this power, my rank will continuously decline." In the next moment, Yan Shaozhe soared back towards Shrek Academy. Chapter 162, The Celestial Saint's Rift Spear. In a desolate area, 100 miles from the White Tiger Duke's estate, the once tranquil space suddenly rippled, and a deep, mysterious black hole appeared without warning. Immediately thereafter, Emperor Tian and Li Chaoyang slowly emerged from the black hole, standing firmly upon the ground. Emperor Tian furrowed his brow slightly, casting his gaze into the distance, and inquired of Li Chaoyang, "What purpose do we serve by halting here? We are still over 100 kilometers from the Duke of the White Tiger's estate." Li Chaoyang, with a calm demeanor, replied nonchalantly, "Let us first conduct a reconnaissance." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, instantly activating 3 soul techniques: mental detection, mental sharing, and the domain of fate. In an instant, Li Chaoyang's mental prowess surged forth like a torrential tide, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle, while the range of his mental detection expanded to its utmost limit. Everything in the vicinity, from the minutiae of dust to the concealed auras, lay bare before his perception. Emperor Tian keenly sensed the formidable nature of Li Chaoyang's soul techniques, and a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes as he marveled. "This truly is a divine-level soul technique. I never anticipated that the Dream Ice Silkworm possessed such remarkable utility." Before long, Li Chaoyang's mental detection transcended numerous distances, arriving at the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. Emperor Tian's expression abruptly hardened, his face etched with gravity as he intoned, "There are traces indicating the explosion of at least 2 level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shells." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's countenance darkened significantly. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation as he muttered, "Why are there only 2 corpses? What has become of the third?" As the two pondered this, Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian simultaneously turned their heads sharply, their gazes piercingly focused on a figure rapidly approaching from behind. Within their mental realm, a silhouette was racing towards them at an astonishing speed. Li Chaoyang felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and quietly asked Emperor Tian, "What is the cultivation level of this person? How can they move so swiftly?" Emperor Tian's expression grew increasingly serious as he fixed his gaze on the swiftly approaching figure, responding gravely, "A quasi-divine realm. Yet, why is he so young?" No sooner had he spoken than a young man, approximately 172 meters tall, with a handsome yet sinister appearance, appeared before them. Li Chaoyang scrutinized the individual warily, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" Simultaneously, he mused internally, "This person's visage bears a striking resemblance to Dai Yaoheng and Dai Huabin. Could he possibly be Dai Luoli?" The young man smirked derisively, his lips curling upwards slightly, and with a flick of his hands, he unleashed his blood tiger martial spirit. In that moment, 4 soul rings as dark as ink and 5 soul rings as crimson as blood alternated in a dazzling display around him, emanating a terrifying aura. Simultaneously, a surge of purple-black energy cascaded from him like a raging undercurrent, enveloping the surroundings. Recognizing the familiar blood tiger martial spirit, Li Chaoyang's heart confirmed that the individual before him was indeed Dai Luoli. However, upon witnessing the astonishing configuration of soul rings, a wave of incredulity washed over him. How is this possible? At that moment, Emperor Tian, standing beside Li Chaoyang, wore an increasingly grave expression, stating solemnly, "This energy emanates from the abyss." Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, Li Chaoyang's heart tightened, and he hastily inquired, "Is it from the abyssal plane?" Emperor Tian nodded slightly, affirming Li Chaoyang's conjecture. Upon witnessing the nod from Emperor Tian, Li Chaoyang felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet to the crown of his head, cold sweat trickling down his face as he gasped inwardly. Wasn't the abyssal plane supposed to invade only after 10,000 years in the era of Douluo III? How could it arrive so much earlier? Hearing their exchange, Dai Luoli's lips curled into a smirk, and with a mocking tone, he remarked, "Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Truly worthy of being the anomaly of world fortune spoken of by my third uncle." Li Chaoyang's heart ignited with anger as he fixed a piercing gaze on Dai Luoli and demanded, "What have you done to Dinyan?" Dai Luoli erupted into a fit of boisterous laughter, unabashedly declaring, "Dinyan? He has long since met his demise. Ha ha ha. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in battle. The sooner I eliminate you, the sooner I can break through this world's spatial barriers. The life energy of your realm is irresistibly alluring to me." With that, a flash of light emanated from Dai Luoli's hand, revealing a terrifying trident. Upon seeing the weapon, Emperor Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, "The Heavenly Saint's Rift Trident." Dai Luoli's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he retorted, "The Black Dragon whelp seems to have some discernment. However, your time has come." Before his words faded, Dai Luoli vanished in an instant, resembling a specter as he charged towards Emperor Tian and Li Chaoyang. In response, Emperor Tian dared not hesitate, unleashing the full extent of his power to summon his Black Dragon sword. The sword shimmered with a chilling glow, exuding a menacing aura. With a mighty roar, he swung the Black Dragon sword to confront Dai Luoli. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a thunderous roar. However, in an unforeseen turn of events, Emperor Tian's black dragon sword shattered upon contact with the Heavenly Saint's rift trident, fragmenting like fragile glass. Shock coursed through Emperor Tian as he narrowly evaded Dai Luoli's onslaught. Disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Dai Luoli laughed maniacally, taunting, "Black dragon whelp, it seems your knowledge is quite limited. My Heavenly Saint's rift trident disregards any defense below the divine level. What a pity for your semi-artifact." Chapter 163, The Exquisite Pagoda. In the wake of that breathtaking clash, Dai Luoli, wielding the Heavenly Saint's rift trident, descended like a god of war, charging once more at Emperor Tian with tremendous force. With the black dragon sword shattered, Emperor Tian found himself unable to withstand Dai Luoli's relentless assault, resorting instead to nimble dodges across the battlefield, rendered desperate and disheveled. Seeing this, Dai Luoli's lips twisted into a cold smile as he coldly declared, "Let us see how long you can evade. 8th soul skill, blood chains." As his words fell, the 8th crimson soul ring around him blazed to life, and countless chains as dark as night erupted from the ground, ensnaring Emperor Tian like a horde of ferocious serpents. Emperor Tian's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Bastard!" Yet Dai Luoli merely wore a mocking expression, jeering, "Let us see how you evade now. Perish." With that, he poured all his strength into the thrust of the Heavenly Saint's rift trident towards Emperor Tian. The Heavenly Saint's rift spear, an extraordinary artifact capable of disregarding all defenses below the divine level, may appear somewhat inferior among such powerful relics. However, should it strike the currently vulnerable Emperor Tian, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow. At this critical juncture, a calm yet commanding voice resonated. "Have you forgotten about me?" Li Chaoyang had already merged with the Dragon Emperor martial soul, a circle of purple gold soul rings swirling around him, emanating a mysterious and potent aura. Furthermore, 3 resplendent energy amethysts were embedded in his chest, elevating his state to its pinnacle and continuously supplying him with immense soul power. In his grasp, he held a treasure tower radiating with a spectrum of colors, known as the Linglong Treasure Tower. In the next moment, the Linglong Treasure Tower soared into the air, transforming into a colossal edifice that hovered above Dailuo Li. A blinding light descended, firmly binding Dailuo Li in place. Simultaneously, a tremendous force emanated from the tower, attempting to draw Dailuo Li into its depths. Dailuo Li struggled fiercely, even launching the Heavenly Saint's rift spear towards the Linglong Treasure Tower in a desperate bid to escape its grasp. Alas, the Linglong Treasure Tower, being a supreme artifact, effortlessly absorbed the spectral form of the rift spear. Had it not been merely an illusion, Li Chaoyang would have acquired yet another extraordinary weapon. The Linglong Treasure Tower continued to tug at Dailuo Li, but regrettably, Li Chaoyang's current level was insufficient to unleash its full potential. He could only rely on the 3 energy amethysts on his chest to provide the substantial soul power necessary for the tower's operation. Witnessing this, Emperor Tian was taken aback. Having witnessed countless artifacts during the Dragon War, he had never encountered such a terrifying control capability. He pondered inwardly, what kind of artifact is this? It possesses such formidable power. At this moment, Li Chaoyang turned to Emperor Tian and, noticing his dazed expression, bellowed, "Emperor Tian, what are you doing? Have you wasted 890,000 years? This is a life and death battle. Act swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than Emperor Tian jolted from his stupor. Summoning all his strength, he roared and finally broke free from the chains binding him. As he did, his right hand transformed into a riot of colors, proclaiming loudly, "Dragon God Claw." In an instant, a colossal 9-colored dragon claw materialized, embodying a cataclysmic force as it lunged toward Dailuo Li. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were engulfed in this radiant glow. The fearsome 9-colored dragon claw pierced through the light emanating from the Linglong Treasure Tower without the slightest resistance, striking the unsuspecting Dailuo Li with full force. A thunderous crash reverberated through the skies as the Dragon God Claw successfully impacted Dailuo Li's head, obliterating it instantly. A notification chimed. "Congratulations on completing the system task. Eliminate Dailuo Li, controlled by mysterious forces. Reward: randomly control any creature for 1 day." Consequently, Dailuo Li's body plummeted from the sky like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Li Chaoyang promptly retracted the Linglong Treasure Tower from the heavens. Chapter 164, Collecting the Remains. Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian exchanged grave glances, their eyes fixated on the lifeless body of Dailuo Li. At this moment, the remains of Dailuo Li exhibited unmistakable signs of death. Yet, an inextricable energy from the abyss lingered around his body, emanating a sinister and perilous aura. In the next instant, That abyssal energy appeared to break free from its constraints, entirely detaching itself from Douluo Li's form and coalescing into a small orb of blue-black hue. This orb pulsated with a disquieting vibration, as if it harbored boundless destructive power. Upon witnessing this, Li Chaoyang and Di Tian's expressions shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating a step in unison. Cold sweat trickled down their cheeks, their eyes filled with apprehension, as if confronting the most terrifying entity in existence. To their astonishment, the blue-black orb spoke with a chilling and arrogant voice. You should consider yourselves fortunate that this place lacks my royal array. Otherwise, both of you would undoubtedly meet your demise today. Should we cross paths again, your luck may not be so favorable. As the words echoed, the energy surrounding the orb receded like a receding tide, dissipating completely into the surrounding space, leaving behind only a faint and enigmatic aura. Once Li Chaoyang and Di Tian sensed the abyssal energy's total dissolution, they both silently exhaled in relief, their taut nerves easing slightly. Di Tian turned to Li Chaoyang and inquired, Chaoyang, when do you plan to explore that secret realm? Li Chaoyang's countenance darkened, his brow furrowed as he replied gravely, I have recently reaped significant rewards, acquiring many precious resources for growth. I intend to enter seclusion for a period to enhance my own strength. Di Tian nodded slightly, indicating understanding. That is wise. After all, the secret realm is fraught with peril, and sufficient strength is paramount for a successful passage. How long do you plan to remain in seclusion? A flicker of sorrow crossed Li Chaoyang's eyes as he responded somberly, half a month. By the way, before I enter seclusion, I must retrieve the body of Dean Yan. He has shown me kindness, and I cannot allow him to lie unburied in the wilderness. Di Tian offered, I shall accompany you. With that, he waved his hands, and a black hole materialized, exuding a deep and mysterious aura. Di Tian led Li Chaoyang forward, and they stepped into the black hole, vanishing in an instant. Above the Duke of the White Tiger's estate, the space rippled, and another black hole emerged. Di Tian and Li Chaoyang slowly emerged from it, setting foot upon this land. Immediately, Li Chaoyang centered himself in the basin where the Duke's estate resided and unleashed his mental probing skill with all his might. His mental force spread outward like a tide, meticulously scouring every inch of the terrain. After 10 minutes, Li Chaoyang halted his search with a long sigh, his eyes filled with sorrow and disappointment. Still no sign of Dean Yan's body. He clenched his teeth, seething, once I ascend to divinity, my first act shall be to obliterate that abyssal plane and make those fiends pay dearly. As he spoke, Li Chaoyang's gaze fell upon the shattered fragments of a level 9 soul-guiding artifact, the eightfold shield, scattered on the ground. A glimmer of anguish and fury flashed in his eyes as he swiftly approached the shards. He knelt down slowly, trembling hands collecting the pieces, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Gazing at the fragments in his hand, he lamented, if only I could have arrived in time at the critical moment. At that moment, Emperor Tian gently patted Li Chaoyang's shoulder and comforted him, saying, once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. Only by ascending to divinity can you avenge him. Press on, young man. Upon hearing these words, Li Chaoyang took a deep breath, wiping away his tears. He slowly rose to his feet, kneeling solemnly at the spot where the shattered pieces lay, his expression grave and respectful. Director Yan, you once saved my life. I understand that behind the abyssal plane, there lies the abyssal sovereign, along with numerous hidden formidable enemies. Regardless of who they are or how powerful they may be, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for you. With that, Li Chaoyang bowed deeply 3 times, each bow infused with his sorrow and determination. Subsequently, at Li Chaoyang's request, Emperor Tian opened a black hole once more, transporting him back to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, within the confines of Shrek Academy, a figure, filthy and clad in tattered rags, suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Disheveled and resembling a beggar, this individual was not the beggar Xuanzi, but rather the miraculously surviving Yan Shaozhe. At this moment, Yan Shaozhe had just arrived at the gates of Shrek City. Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself, is someone speaking ill of me from behind? Or have I been cursed to die? Chapter 165, The Soul Guidance Laboratory. Just then, as Yan Shaozhe took a step forward, a flash of his current disheveled appearance crossed his mind. As the head of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek, he pondered, no, I cannot present myself in this state. It would be a source of ridicule for others, especially that fellow Qian Duo, who, ever since I imparted knowledge of soul guidance devices to him, has been watching me closely, eager to find fault and mock me. Moreover, there are still members of the body sect lurking within Shrek City. Yan Shaozhe decisively resolved that he must not allow anyone to witness his current predicament. He then retrieved a level 9 invisibility soul guidance device from his storage soul guide. This remarkable item rendered its user invisible to all but those with over 40,000 mental strength, a rarity in Shrek City, where only a handful possessed such power, each confined to their own designated areas. Yan Shaozhe was confident he could easily evade them. Activating the invisibility device, Yan Shaozhe vanished like a specter, stealthily infiltrating Shrek City. Shortly after his departure, a deep, abyssal black hole suddenly appeared outside Shrek City. Li Chaoyang, with a calm demeanor, spoke to Emperor Tian, "I can enter alone. Return to this place in half a month to find me." Hearing this, Emperor Tian nodded slightly, and then conjured another black hole, vanishing from outside Shrek City. Li Chaoyang watched Emperor Tian's retreating figure, letting out a gentle sigh. This time, he chose not to teleport back to Shrek Academy, but rather to stroll leisurely, savoring the moment to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. Meanwhile, Yan Shaozhe, using the wondrous effects of the invisibility device, skillfully evaded numerous powerful individuals and arrived smoothly at his own laboratory within the Soul Guidance Department. In the shadows, Yan Shaozhe rummaged through the laboratory, muttering to himself, "This doesn't make sense. I distinctly remember there being clothes here. Where could they have gone? Could it be that Mayer took them to wash? If I had known, I would have prepared an extra outfit in my storage soul guide." He plopped down on the ground, his mind swirling with thoughts. What am I to do now? Return home? No, on Sea God Island. Old Moo is likely basking in the sun. Contact Mayer? Absolutely not. That would shatter my flawless image in her eyes. An idea struck him. He could stealthily visit Mayer's soul guide laboratory. Surely, his clothes would be there. After all, Mayer's spiritual power had yet to reach 40,000. Without further ado, Yan Shaozhe sprang to his feet and stealthily slipped out of his laboratory, heading towards Kai Mayer's lab. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang strolled absently, his destination being Kai Mayer's office, intending to return Yan Shaozhe's belongings to the dean. Before he knew it, he found himself standing in front of her office. Gently pushing the door open, he discovered the room empty. Pondering this, he thought, could Dean Kai be engrossed in her research on soul guides? With that thought, Li Chaoyang turned and made his way to the Soul Guide laboratory. On his journey, he happened upon Hui Yuhao emerging from the Soul Guide department. Li Chaoyang's expression turned grave as he looked at Hui Yuhao and inquired, "Yuhao, have you seen Dean Kai?" Noticing Li Chaoyang's troubled demeanor, Hui Yuhao felt a wave of concern and replied, "Brother Chaoyang, what's wrong? By the way, I did see Dean Kai in the Soul Guide lab just now." Li Chaoyang forced a faint smile and responded, "Thank you. I'm feeling a bit unsettled and need to discuss something urgent with Dean Kai." With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the Soul Guide department. Hui Yuhao watched his retreating figure, muttering to himself, what could possibly trouble Brother Chaoyang so? Chapter 166. Misunderstanding. At this moment, Yan Shaozhe had entered the exclusive Soul Guide laboratory of Kai Mayer. The room was aglow with the faint flicker of soul guides, as if whispering secrets unknown to others. Upon entering and finding Mayer absent, Yan Shaozhe impatiently began to search, his movements betraying a sense of urgency. As he rummaged, he muttered, "How strange. I distinctly remember placing them right here. Why are there only Mayer's clothes?" His tone was heavy with confusion and bewilderment. Afterward, he turned to the cabinet beside the bed, continuing his search with fervor. His gaze swept across every corner of the cabinet, leaving no potential hiding spot unchecked. After a while, he straightened up, his brow furrowed, and murmured, "Why isn't there anything here? Could it be under the bed?" Without hesitation, he bent down to peer into the darkness beneath the bed, murmuring, "Nothing again. This is truly peculiar." Determined, he resolved to search once more, embodying a steadfast resolve that seemed to promise he would not relent until he found what he sought. Time passed quietly, and 10 minutes slipped by in an instant. Yan Shaozhe, in a state of resignation, found himself seated on the ground, his expression filled with melancholy. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "It seems that Mayer has taken all the clothes for washing. Oh well, I might as well contact her. If my appearance is ruined, so be it. After all, we are an old married couple, and such trivialities no longer matter." With that, he slowly retrieved a communications soul guide from his spatial soul device, preparing to reach out to Kai Mayer. At that moment, the laboratory door creaked open. Hearing the sound, Yan Shaozhe's heart leaped with joy. Believing that Kai Mayer had returned to the office, he sprang to his feet, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, when he discerned that the newcomer was Li Chaoyang and not Kai Mayer, his spirits plummeted like a stone into a frigid abyss. Inwardly, Yan Shaozhe pondered, "Li Chaoyang possesses only a level 50 soul power. He should not be able to detect my presence. Yet, this fellow's mental strength is astonishingly at 50,000. Reaching the realm of divine essence. A tightening sensation gripped his heart at this realization. Swiftly, Yan Shaozhe crouched down, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks as he endeavored to suppress his aura to its lowest ebb, resembling a frightened fawn attempting to evade a hunter's gaze. Upon entering Kai Mayer's laboratory, Li Chaoyang surveyed the surroundings with a hint of wariness in his eyes. He muttered to himself, The arrangement of Director Kai's laboratory seems rather peculiar. This aura is unfamiliar. There's someone here. Instantly, Li Chaoyang's expression turned grave as he called out loudly, "Come out. Do I need to coax you out?" Those who intrude upon the core of Shrek's soul engineering department should not blame me for being impolite. His voice reverberated through the laboratory like a thunderclap. With that declaration, Li Chaoyang revealed his soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, glimmering with an enigmatic light under the illumination. Simultaneously, a staff materialized in his hand. Indeed, it was his martial soul, the elemental staff, emanating a faint elemental power as if imbued with boundless strength. Li Chaoyang's demeanor grew increasingly serious as he coldly stated, "I care not who you are. According to Shrek's rules, you must show yourself first. And then we can discuss matters. If you do not comply, I shall drag you out and end you without hesitation." At this juncture, he had yet to activate his mental detection soul skill. Should he do so, even the concealed aura of the Limit Douluo Yan Shaozhe would be laid bare before him. Understanding that he had nowhere left to hide, Yan Shaozhe sighed in resignation, slowly rising to his feet while simultaneously deactivating his invisibility soul guide. The faint sound of its closure echoed distinctly in the silent laboratory. Upon witnessing Yan Shaozhe's sudden appearance, Li Chaoyang's face transformed in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yan Shaozhe, scratching the back of his head, donned an apologetic expression as he began to speak. "Chaoyang, it's me. I was caught up in some." Yet before he could finish, a purple object shot towards his head like a bolt of lightning, its speed dizzying. Simultaneously, Li Chaoyang's voice rang out, shouting, "Behold my Rain General Flying Kick." With a thunderous crash, the flying kick struck Yan Shaozhe's head with pinpoint accuracy. Yan Shaozhe felt a buzzing sensation in his skull, and his form swayed slightly. Chapter 167, Yan Shaozhe captured. Fortunately, Yan Shaozhe possessed the unfathomable cultivation of the extreme Douluo. Otherwise, faced with this sudden and unanticipated ferocious blow, even with his steadiness, he would likely have stumbled and faltered. Steadying himself, Yan furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "Xiaoyang, what are you doing?" Li Chaoyang's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Abyssal Saint, I curse you." Before his voice faded, Li Chaoyang had elevated his spiritual power to its zenith, and an aura of tempestuous energy surged around him. Simultaneously, he activated the domain of fate, propelling his spiritual strength to the mid-stage of the divine origin realm, an imposing presence that evoked trepidation. Feeling Li Chaoyang's rising spiritual energy, Yan was about to clarify, "Xiaoyang, I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding." However, before he could finish, he heard Li Chaoyang shout, "Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's Head Soul Bone Skill, Spiritual World." As Li Chaoyang's words fell, his head erupted in a radiant light, followed by a brilliant beam that streaked across the sky like a meteor, accurately striking Yan Shaozhe. Yan felt a flash before he was drawn into a peculiar world, the spiritual world. Upon landing, he was besieged by a violent headache. As if countless needles were piercing his mind. Covering his forehead, Yan muttered to himself, "Where am I? You possess such abilities. Why is my spiritual power diminishing so rapidly? I feel utterly disoriented." At that moment, Li Chaoyang's figure also materialized before Yan Shaozhe. Looking up at Li, Yan hastily exclaimed, "Xiaoyang, I swear it's true. By the way, who is this abyssal saint you mentioned?" Hearing Yan's words, Li Chaoyang scoffed internally, his face contorting with anger. "How could that be? Do not deceive me. The fate mark on Dean Yan has vanished. He must be dead. Do you still wish to trick me?" With that, a 9-colored tower materialized in Li Chaoyang's hand, the legendary Linglong Treasure Tower. As the tower ascended, Li Chaoyang inserted 3 pieces of energy purple crystal into his body, providing a continuous source of energy for the Linglong Tower. The tower then hovered above Yan's head, unleashing a terrifying sealing power and gravitational force, firmly locking Yan in place. As Yan sensed the tower's sealing force, he attempted to plead his case. However, the chaotic effects of the spiritual world combined with the tower's overwhelming power rendered him utterly speechless. Within his mind, Yan lamented, "You rascal, I am not Xiaoyang. I possess resurrection soul skills. I am Yan Shaozhe. Alas, my disgrace will be exposed. This artifact's control is extraordinary. It must be a divine relic. Where did Li Chaoyang acquire such a thing?" Before long, Yan Shaozhe found himself drawn into the Linglong Treasure Tower. After witnessing Yan Shaozhe being drawn into the Linglong Tower, Li Chaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He murmured to himself, how could Director Yan, possessing the strength of a Limit Douluo, exude an aura akin to that of a mere novice title Douluo, much like that counterfeit? If one must feign, at least let it be done with some finesse. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang exited the spiritual realm and returned to reality. Upon his return, he encountered Kai Meyer, who, astonished by his sudden appearance, inquired, "Chaoyang, what transpired here? Was there a battle?" Li Chaoyang regarded Kai Meyer and nodded, saying, "Indeed, there was a skirmish. I just fought with an imposter posing as Director Yan. This individual only possessed the cultivation of a novice title Douluo, yet dared to masquerade as Director Yan, and I apprehended him without hesitation. By the way, Director Kai, please accept my condolences. Director Yan has perished. I found this relic of his at Duke White Tigers." As he spoke, Li Chaoyang handed a fragment of the eight-faced shield to Kai Meyer. Kai Meyer accepted the shard and was about to convey her sorrow when a thought struck her, prompting her to ask, "How did you ascertain that Director Yan has died?" Li Chaoyang explained, "The fate-summoning mark I inscribed within Director Yan has vanished. This mark only disappears upon my willful release or the death of Director Yan. But Yan Shaozhe possesses a resurrection soul skill," Kai Meyer reminded him. "Ah," Li Chaoyang exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He recalled that Yan Shaozhe had emitted no trace of abyssal energy. With widened eyes filled with terror, he stammered, But the aura that Director Yan radiated earlier was merely that of a novice title Douluo." In response to Li Chaoyang's words, Kai Meyer tenderly reached out, gently stroking his head, and soothingly remarked, "A soul skill of resurrection, a divine ability, must surely entail its own unique aftereffects." As her words lingered in the air, Li Chaoyang felt his heart leap, his cheeks flushing a vivid crimson, reminiscent of the splendid hues of a sunset. In the next moment, he flipped his wrist, and the Linglong Tower materialized in his grasp. The tower quivered lightly before soaring into the air, its size expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it securely released the beggar-like form of Yan Shaozhe. With an expression of deep remorse, Li Chaoyang gazed at Yan Shaozhe and said, "Director Yan, I sincerely apologize. I truly did not recognize you. I had just been attacked by the Abyssal Saint Lord and mistakenly thought you were him." Unaware of Kai Meyer's quiet presence behind him, Yan Shaozhe turned to Li Chaoyang and reassured him, "It's all right, Chaoyang. I am no longer the mercenary businessman I once was. By the way, did you just mention that my assailant was the Abyssal Saint Lord?" Li Chaoyang nodded eagerly, maintaining a calm demeanor, and fabricated a story with a steady voice. "I once read about such matters in an ancient text. The properties of that energy are extraordinarily unique, capable of devouring life. This is the quintessential abyssal energy, originating from the abyssal plane. The abyssal sovereign is the most powerful being of the abyssal plane, possessing the strength of a level 1 deity." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Yan Shaozhe instinctively stroked his beard, falling into deep contemplation. After a moment, he remarked, "I see. It seems I must convene a meeting at the Sea God Pavilion to discuss this matter." Just then, it appeared that Yan Shaozhe suddenly recalled something of great importance, and he quickly added, "By the way, Chaoyang, could you do me a favor and procure a piece of clothing? I have nothing in my soul guide space, and I cannot find anything in my laboratory or Dean Kai's. Please remember, do not inform anyone else, especially Dean Kai. If that fierce tigress finds out, my reputation will be utterly tarnished, and she might even take a swing at me." Li Chaoyang, upon hearing Yan Shaozhe's request, was about to caution him that Dean Kai was right behind him, but he was immediately silenced by her piercing gaze. Consequently, he awkwardly forced a smile and said, "Director Yan, I wish you the best of luck. I shall take my leave." Before he finished speaking, Li Chaoyang's form flickered and he vanished from the laboratory in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Yan Shaozhe reached out to stop him, intending to request the clothing. But before he could utter a word, Li Chaoyang had already disappeared from sight. "Ah, this lad is becoming increasingly unreliable. I should perhaps contact that fierce tigress, Kai Meyer." Yan Shaozhe lamented, shaking his head in resignation and muttering to himself. He then retrieved a communications soul guide from his pocket and leaned gently against a nearby table. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something he least wished to see, Kai Meyer herself. Yan Shaozhe awkwardly grinned and forced a smile, saying, "My dear, when did you arrive?" Kai Meyer, with her brows furrowed, retorted in a sharp tone, "You are the real tigress." What followed was a lesson filled with affection, during which Yan Shaozhe could only plead for mercy. Within the Shrek Academy, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Li Chaoyang strolled leisurely beside the sea god lake, a gentle breeze playing with the strands of hair across his forehead. At that moment, a mysterious black orb within his sea of consciousness emitted a faint glow and spoke, "Chaoyang, when do you plan to absorb the essence of life?" Li Chaoyang slightly closed his eyes and responded within his mental realm, "Well, I intend to request a short leave soon, after which I shall find a place to enter seclusion and absorb the essence." Chapter 169, Peeping. At this juncture, the mysterious black orb in Li Chaoyang's sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and the deep, somewhat urgent voice of Ilix rang out. "Why are you still leisurely strolling instead of requesting your leave?" Li Chaoyang languidly replied within his mental realm, "I just wrapped up my previous tasks." and I wanted to take a stroll to clear my mind. All right, I shall go request my leave and enter seclusion now. With that, Li Chaoyang flickered and appeared instantaneously at the entrance of Class 1. He peered inside, only to find the classroom empty, devoid of any presence. Li Chaoyang could not help but mutter to himself, "Fortunately, there are no classes at this moment. I shall venture to Teacher Zhou's office." Just as he was about to turn and employ his teleportation skill, a sudden realization struck him. He had no idea where Teacher Zhou Yi's office was located. Internally, he lamented, "How utterly embarrassing. Alas, I shall activate my mental detection and search within this office building, hoping for a swift resolution." With that thought, Li Chaoyang executed his teleportation and arrived at the teacher's office building. Upon his arrival, he promptly activated his mental detection skill. His eyes sparkled as the range of his detection expanded outward in ripples, cautious not to witness anything inappropriate. However, 2 minutes passed, and Teacher Zhou Yi's figure still eluded him. Li Chaoyang found himself pondering, "Why have I yet to catch a glimpse of Teacher Zhou Yi? I have already scoured half of this office building, and this is becoming quite the time-consuming endeavor." Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, and he mused. How could a teacher from Shrek Academy engage in any nefarious activities within their office? Indeed, they are among the finest educators on this continent, their character undoubtedly beyond reproach. With this thought, Li Chaoyang ceased to restrain the speed of his mental detection, though he strictly confined its range within the building. In the blink of an eye, Li Chaoyang's mental detection enveloped the entire office building like an invisible net. At this moment, he successfully located Teacher Zhou Yi in his office. However, the sight before him was unexpected. Teacher Zhou was not alone. Unable to contain himself, Li Chaoyang exclaimed, "Ah!" This sudden outburst drew the attention of surrounding students, their gazes converging upon him. Realizing the curious stares of his peers, he swiftly executed another teleportation, vanishing from the scene. In an instant, Li Chaoyang found himself in his soul guidance laboratory. He plopped down into his chair, murmuring to himself, "Oh my eyes. I truly did not mean to intrude. Teacher Zhou and Teacher Fan Yu, I assure you, it was not my intention to spy on you." He then sighed deeply, his cheeks slightly flushed, reflecting, "With my mental power at the spirit origin level, only renowned Limit Douluos like Elder Mu and the indomitable Poison Master could detect my mental probing. Elder Mu enjoys observing from the shadows of the new student dormitories, while the Poison Master is fond of tailing Liaison. They are certainly not present here now. Teacher Zhou and Teacher Fan's mental prowess cannot perceive my presence, so they are blissfully unaware of my recent actions. Indeed, that must be the case." Meanwhile, atop the office building, Muin let out a soft sigh, his gaze contemplative as he remarked, "Ah, the youth truly possesses boundless energy and fervor." Beside him, the toxic figure nodded slightly, a malicious smile creeping across his face as he remarked, "Indeed, that young man Li Chaoyang possesses remarkable mental strength." Following suit, Muin also nodded and slowly replied, "Indeed, I saw it." Chapter 170. The storm of leave requests within the tranquil confines of the Soul Guide Laboratory. An atmosphere of intense focus and tension permeated the air. Li Chaoyang was wholly absorbed in the creation of a 5th-level Soul Guide device, and time slipped away unnoticed as he toiled, having already spent 2 hours on this endeavor. His hands moved with both skill and caution, each gesture precise and deliberate, as if engaged in a silent, harmonious dialogue with the Soul Guide itself. At last, the moment of utmost significance arrived. Li Chaoyang's gaze sharpened, and with a flourish of his tools, he inscribed the final line upon the device. In an instant, a glimmer of light erupted, akin to the jubilant birth of the Soul Guide. Exhaling a deep sigh of relief, Li Chaoyang declared, "At last, I have completed this 5th-level Soul Guide. Teacher Zhou and Teacher Fan, you must have finished their tasks by now." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished in a flash, employing his teleportation skill to descend to the office below. This time, he refrained from using his mental probing ability to assess the situation, mindful of the previous incident when he inadvertently glimpsed something he should not have. The memory of that awkward moment still haunted him. Thus, he chose to approach Zhou Yi's office with deliberate caution, wary of interrupting any ongoing discussions. What should have been a 2-minute journey stretched into 10. As Li Chaoyang ambled slowly, mentally preparing himself for the forthcoming encounter. Eventually, he arrived at the door of Zhou Yi's office. Gazing at the closed door, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as if a timid rabbit was thumping in his chest, anxiety swirling within him. After standing at the threshold for a moment, Li Chaoyang took a deep breath, steeling himself before knocking on the door. The resounding taps echoed through the quiet corridor. Moments later, Zhou Yi's familiar yet authoritative voice called out, "Come in." Hearing the response, Li Chaoyang felt a weight lift from his shoulders, as if a great burden had been released. He gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, his gaze met Zhou Yi's, who looked up from his desk. With a slight smirk, Zhou teased, "Ah, Li Qiaoyang, it truly has been a while. I assume your holiday has come to an end. Is this visit merely to ease your return?" Li Qiaoyang, caught off guard by Zhou Yi's words, managed an awkward smile, instinctively scratching the back of his head as he replied, "Not quite, Teacher Zhou. I am here to request an extension of my leave." The moment those words escaped his lips, Zhou Yi's expression darkened instantaneously, reminiscent of the ominous sky before a storm. He slammed his hand onto the desk with a resounding crash, causing the items atop it to tremble slightly. Zhou Yi bellowed, "What did you just say? Have you forgotten that you are still a student? It has been a month since the semester began, and I have only seen you in class twice." "Twice, Li Qiaoyang? Do you even realize you are a student?" The sudden roar startled Li Qiaoyang, causing him to take a step back, a cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, and his back drenched in perspiration. He continued to rub the back of his head, awkwardly explaining, "Well, Teacher Zhou, I have an urgent matter." After calming down somewhat, Zhou Yi crossed his arms, his gaze scrutinizing, and inquired, "What could be so pressing that it prevents you from attending class?" Li Qiaoyang sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I need to enter seclusion." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's ire reignited, akin to a lit powder keg. He exclaimed loudly, "Seclusion? Li Qiaoyang, must you forsake the essentials for the trivial? Is it the class that hinders your cultivation?" Subsequently, Li Qiaoyang instinctively took another step back. A sheepish grin plastered across his face as he said, "Teacher Zhou, my situation is somewhat unique." In a fit of anger, Zhou Yi slammed his hand on the table, decisively stating, "Unique or not, you must attend class." Seeing that soft persuasion was futile, Li Qiaoyang quickly shifted tactics. A mischievous smile crept onto his face as he remarked, "Teacher Zhou, have you perhaps forgotten about Teacher Fan Yu on Sea God Island?" Zhou Yi paused momentarily, then smirked with a hint of arrogance and provocation, saying, "Your Teacher Fan has successfully become a title Douluo and no longer requires your presence. Now leave, there will be no leave granted." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Yi raised his foot and kicked Li Qiaoyang, sending him flying out of the office. As Li Qiaoyang turned to say something in return, a loud bang echoed as Zhou Yi slammed the door shut. The firmly closed door stood as an insurmountable barrier, leaving Li Qiaoyang outside. Gazing at the closed door, he let out a slight sigh, shaking his head in resignation, muttering to himself, "It seems I must devise another plan." Chapter 171. Request for leave. Li Qiaoyang strolled leisurely towards the Soul Guidance Department's laboratory, his mind preoccupied with thoughts on how to request leave from his teacher. His mind churned with ideas, and he found himself softly murmuring, "How should I ask for leave?" As he walked, perhaps too engrossed in his thoughts, he inadvertently collided with a girl clad in blue. Startled, Li Qiaoyang quickly apologized, "I'm so sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't see where I was going." Upon lifting his gaze, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the girl before him was none other than Ling Luoqing. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Sister Luoqing, you're back." Ling Luoqing nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Yes, things concluded quicker than I anticipated. I didn't expect you to return so soon as well." Li Qiaoyang grinned playfully, saying, "I had a senior escort me back, which made the journey a bit faster." Ling Luoqing's gaze settled on Li Qiaoyang, her concern evident as she asked, "What were you thinking about just now? You seemed rather troubled." "Well, Sister Luoqing." Li Qiaoyang, feeling a bit bashful, scratched the back of his head as he spoke, "I wish to take a leave. But Teacher Zhou did not approve and even dismissed me." Upon hearing this, Ling Luoqing furrowed her brow and teased, "Serves you right. It's rather absurd for a student to always be thinking about taking leave." Noticing her reaction, Li Qiaoyang quickly grasped her arm and, in a playful tone, implored, "Sister Luoqing, please think of a way for me. I genuinely have urgent matters to attend to." However, Ling Luoqing remained unmoved, resolutely shaking her head, "No way. You are currently in a crucial stage of your soul master training. If you keep taking leave, how will you progress?" Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike Ling Luoqing, and she gently tapped Li Qiaoyang's forehead with her finger, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, you little rascal, you are already at level 50. If I hadn't absorbed that 90,000 year old ice tiger right soul bone, you'd soon be catching up to me after you complete absorbing your soul rings. How on earth have you trained?" At that instant, Li Qiaoyang's eyes brightened, and he released his grip on Ling Luoqing's arm, instead gently taking her hand, and excitedly declared, "Sister Luoqing, I've thought of a solution. You must help me." Yet, Ling Luoqing remained steadfast, shaking her head once more, "I will not assist you in skipping class, Qiaoyang. Your priority right now is to focus on your training. Do you understand?" Li Qiaoyang hastily responded, I get it, Sister Luoqing. I only wish to take leave for seclusion and training." No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly activated his teleportation soul skill, whisking both of them back to his soul guide laboratory. A flash of white light erupted, and their figures appeared instantaneously within the lab. Ling Luochan gazed in awe at the rapidly shifting surroundings and exclaimed, Xiaoyang, your teleportation soul skill is truly remarkable. I want one too. Li Xiaoyang chuckled in response. I will definitely get you one in the future, Sister Luochan. With that, he fetched a chair for her to sit down. Ling Luochan, puzzled, inquired, What are you planning to do, Brother Xiaoyang? With a mysterious smile on his face, Li Xiaoyang replied, You will find out shortly. He then rummaged through a drawer filled with numerous spatial soul guides, injecting his mental energy into them, as if searching for something specific. After a short while, he suddenly exclaimed, Found it. He handed Ling Luochan a book titled Comprehensive Knowledge of Soul Masters, and said, Sister Luochan, read for a bit. I need to create a soul guide. Just wait for an hour. With that, Li Xiaoyang retrieved a carving knife from the spatial soul guide, swiftly moved to the workbench, picked up a piece of rare metal, and began meticulously engraving the magic array, fully engrossed in the creation of the soul guide. At this moment, Ling Luochan did not focus her attention on the book Li Xiaoyang had handed her, but instead observed with keen interest the process of his soul guide creation. She noted his adept techniques and fluid movements, feeling a sense of astonishment within her. This lad's speed is astonishing. Time passed quietly, and an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaoyang flawlessly completed the final stroke, successfully crafting the soul guide. He could hardly contain his excitement as he abruptly stood up, clutching the newly crafted soul guide, and another one he had just retrieved from his bag. With hurried steps, he approached Ling Luochan. Ling Luochan glanced sideways, observing the two soul guides in Li Xiaoyang's hands, a faint smile gracing her lips as she inquired, Dear Xiaoyang, what purpose do these two soul guides serve? Li Xiaoyang, his face flushed with exhilaration, raised the soul guide high and proclaimed, This, my friend, is a miraculous artifact that can aid me in skipping classes. However, I still need a user. Sister Luochan, would you be so kind as to assist me in this endeavor? He gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Ling Luochan furrowed her brows slightly, resolutely rejecting his request. Absolutely not. So you brought me here merely to solicit my help in skipping class? That is utterly out of the question. You should abandon this unrealistic notion at once. With that, she lifted her leg, intending to leave the laboratory. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Li Xiaoyang. He mused to himself. The only person I know who is a soul king and shares a similar aura with me is Sister Luochan. It appears I must make a substantial sacrifice. As Ling Luochan was about to exit the laboratory, Li Xiaoyang urgently raised his voice. Sister Luochan, I will give you a soul bone. Ling Luochan halted in her tracks, slowly turning around, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes as she replied, You are willing to make such a significant investment? Very well, tell me. How exactly do you propose we proceed? Subsequently, she elegantly resumed her previous position, gazing intently at Li Xiaoyang. However, Ling Luochan suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression sharpening as she fixed her gaze upon Li Xiaoyang, stating, I must first examine the goods. Li Xiaoyang beamed with enthusiasm and promptly replied, Of course. I will retrieve it for you right away. He began rummaging through his storage soul guide. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared, and a soul bone materialized in Li Xiaoyang's hand. Upon closer inspection, Ling Luochan's expression soured instantly, and without uttering a word, she turned to leave. It turned out that this soul bone was the 10-year soul bone from the head of a rabid baboon, which he had obtained during his first encounter with Hui Yuhao in the Stardow Forest. Seeing Ling Luochan's intent to depart, Li Xiaoyang swiftly appeared before her, anxiously exclaiming, Sister Luochan, this is indeed a soul bone. Ling Luochan, her face contorted in disdain, retorted, It is merely a 10-year soul bone. Li Xiaoyang's mind raced, and he replied, But it possesses a high bloodline. Ling Luochan shook her head gently, her tone resolute, You cannot deceive me. This is a 10-year soul bone from a rabid baboon's head. No matter how high its bloodline, it cannot alter the fact that it is a 10-year soul bone. Li Xiaoyang, feeling anxious, stammered, But, Sister Luochan, have you ever seen a 10-year soul bone? Even a 100-year soul bone is exceedingly rare. It is quite rare for a 10-year soul beast to produce a soul bone, making it highly collectible. Ling Luochan's expression remained calm as she replied coolly, Yet, we are at Shrek Academy, where strength is of paramount importance. Li Xiaoyang, undeterred, continued to persuade her, You could take it to auction. Perhaps someone would be interested in such a rare item and be willing to pay a handsome price for it. Upon hearing this, Ling Luoqing felt a stir in her heart. She took the 10-year-old soul bone from Li Xiaoyang's hands and pondered thoughtfully, saying, You have a point. Perhaps it might indeed fetch 100,000 gold soul coins. Very well, I shall take on this task. With that, she deftly turned her wrist and stored the soul bone within her spatial soul guide. Chapter 173. Taking a leave, Ling Luoqing raised her delicate brows and slightly parted her vermilion lips, softly saying, Younger brother Zhuang, if you require my assistance, Do not hesitate to speak. Li Chaoyang beamed with a bright smile and replied cheerfully, absolutely. I have 2 soul guides here. Please take one, Sister Luoqing. With that, he held out 2 exquisite soul guides, presenting them to her. Ling Luoqing accepted them, her brows knitting slightly as she inquired, what is the purpose of these 2 soul guides? A mischievous smile crept upon Li Chaoyang's lips as he responded, well, the one I just handed you is a recording soul guide. As he spoke, he gently pressed the switch of the recording device, clearly uttering the word go. Before swiftly pressing the off button, Ling Luoqing listened to the brief utterance, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes as she asked, younger brother Chaoyang, is just that one word sufficient? Li Chaoyang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, it's more than enough. You see, I often find myself dozing off in the last row during class. Ling Luoqing, taken aback by his admission, quickly queried, how could someone of your age manage to cultivate to level 50? What is your secret? Li Chaoyang nonchalantly waved his hand, replying, oh, that's a trivial matter. Not worth mentioning. Now, let us return to the main topic and examine the next soul guide. This is a simulator I just meticulously crafted. He pointed to the other soul guide in Ling Luoqing's possession. Li Chaoyang continued, this soul guide is remarkable. It can simulate everything it perceives. However, if the opponent's spiritual power exceeds 10,000 points, they will easily see through it. Ling Luoqing frowned slightly and asked, are you certain about Teacher Zhou's spiritual power? Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang nodded confidently, asserting, I am certain that Teacher Zhou's spiritual power is just over 7,000. I saw her not long ago. Ling Luoqing nodded slightly and inquired, very well. Are there any other matters I should be aware of? Li Chaoyang's eyes darted around for a moment before he said, Sister Luoqing, there is no need to deliberately suppress your aura. In fact, doing so may lead to exposing your flaws. Ling Luoqing gently nodded in acknowledgement. Li Chaoyang added, also, you must be proficient in the art of teleportation. Upon hearing this, Ling Luoqing's expression changed slightly as she forced a smile, saying, teleportation? I cannot do that. Li Chaoyang, patting his chest with confidence, reassured her, do not worry, Sister Luoqing, I have my methods. With that, he began rummaging through a pile of storage soul guides. As if shopping online. As time quietly slipped away, 10 minutes later, Li Chaoyang's eyes finally brightened as he spotted his target among the numerous soul guides. He excitedly picked up a spatial soul guide and handed it to Ling Luoqing, exclaiming, Sister Luoqing, this is a teleportation soul guide, a 6th-level spatial artifact bestowed upon me by Dean Yan. Now, I present it to you as a token of my gratitude. The method of use is quite simple. Just infuse it with soul power and mark the destination with your mental energy to arrive instantaneously. Remember to use it when you leave the classroom. Ling Luoqing accepted the soul guide, nodded gently, and inquired, is there another? Li Chaoyang tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, no, Sister Luoqing. How about we practice a bit first? Ling Luoqing agreed with a nod and promptly activated the soul guide to begin their rehearsal. 30 minutes later, outside the soul guide system, Li Chaoyang stood in place, waving energetically at Ling Luoqing, calling out, Sister Ling Luoqing, do perform well tomorrow. During class, just pretend to be asleep while secretly meditating. Ling Luoqing smiled slightly and nodded, assuring him, I will. As Li Chaoyang watched Ling Luoqing gradually fade from view, he clenched his fists in excitement, murmuring to himself, commencing seclusion, the essence of life, here I come. Chapter 174, Captured 1. With steady steps, Li Chaoyang returned to his tranquil, research-filled laboratory. Surveying the familiar surroundings, he pondered to himself, this place is certainly unsuitable for seclusion. If Ling Luoqing's plan fails, I will face numerous distractions that would hinder my cultivation. With this thought in mind, Li Chaoyang swiftly packed all the necessary items for his retreat. As he organized, he softly murmured, all set, everything is ready. He then resolutely exited the laboratory, and upon turning, affixed a conspicuous notice on the door, seclusion, please do not disturb. In an instant, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself by the shimmering shores of the sea god lake. As he steadied himself by the lakeside, Li Chaoyang unhesitatingly activated the domain of fate while simultaneously employing the simulated soul technique. In an instant, his mental energy surged like a tidal wave, reaching the pinnacle of the mid-stage divine origin realm. With the dual enhancement of the simulated soul technique and the mental energy of the divine origin realm, Li Chaoyang sped toward the direction of Sea God Island like a released arrow. This time, he refrained from using his teleportation ability, as such an act would leave spatial energy fluctuations easily detectable by passing supreme beings. Li Chaoyang understood that it was nighttime, and it was highly likely that Xuanzi and Muon were on Sea God Island. Although swimming would create splashes, his formidable mental and soul power was sufficient to suppress any noise. Even if there were slight remnants of soul power, they would dissipate swiftly. Before long, Li Chaoyang successfully landed on Sea God Island. He skillfully avoided Mu En, who was leisurely basking in the moonlight by the shore, and Xuanzi, who was secretly indulging in delicacies in a corner. Neither of them had any inkling of his presence. Li Chaoyang walked directly into the interior of the Tree of Life, sought out an empty room, and promptly commenced his secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, by the shores of the Sea God Lake, Moon slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "This young lad possesses quite the audacity. Does he not realize that the Tree of Life harbors a consciousness of its own? Nevertheless, it matters little. He is not here to pilfer, but rather to cultivate. Let him be." The following day, the time for class approached. Ling Luoqing activated the simulation soul guide, and, with the aid of a spatial soul guide, instantaneously transformed into Li Chaoyang's likeness, teleporting to the last row of the classroom. He surveyed his surroundings, inwardly rejoicing. As anticipated, the last row was utterly vacant. Before long, the crisp chime of the class bell resonated through the air. Ding! Teacher Zhou Yi, precisely on time, entered the room with a lively spirit. His gaze immediately swept to the last row, specifically to Li Chaoyang's seat. Upon spotting Li Chaoyang seated there, a smile of satisfaction blossomed on Zhou Yi's face. Silently praising, "Well done, this lad finally understands the importance of punctuality." Zhou Yi confidently approached the podium and declared, "Class is in session." The students rose in unison, exclaiming, "Good day, teacher." Naturally, Ling Luoqing could not utter these words, as Li Chaoyang had not provided him with this recorded phrase. In resignation, he merely mouthed the words, attempting to blend in. Fortunately, teacher Zhou Yi failed to notice any irregularity. Ling Luoqing inwardly sighed in relief, feeling fortunate. Subsequently, teacher Zhou Yi began to call the roll. As expected, Ling Luoqing, aided by the recording soul guide provided by Li Chaoyang, successfully passed through the attendance check. After the roll call, Zhou Yi commenced an enthusiastic lecture. Following Li Chaoyang's instructions, Ling Luoqing feigned drowsiness, while secretly entering a meditative state to focus on his cultivation. 3 hours later, the class finally came to an end. Ling Luoqing thought to himself that indeed, one word was truly sufficient. Just as Zhou Yi was about to announce the conclusion of the class, a figure suddenly appeared at the door, an elderly woman, the current vice dean of the martial soul department, Lu Lao, who was also Wang Meyer's mother. Possessing the formidable mammoth martial soul, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red. She was a formidable 97th level super Douluo known for her ruthless prowess. As soon as Lu Lao entered, she proclaimed loudly, "I have heard that our class's Li Chaoyang is present today. I have yet to meet him. Since I have some free time, I would like to see him." At that moment, Ling Luoqing, seated in the last row, felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing Lu Lao's deep and authoritative voice. His heart racing in sheer panic as if countless deer were colliding within him. He could no longer maintain his meditative state, and, in his frenzy, could only fervently whisper within his mind, "Do not see me, do not see me," his desperate and helpless prayers echoing as if they would burst from his chest. Lu Lao stood at the podium, waiting for a response. After a prolonged silence, she slowly turned her head, her piercing gaze locking onto Zhou Yi, inquiring, "Is Li Chaoyang not present in class today?" At that moment, Lu Lao's eyes subtly revealed a questioning intent, akin to 2 sharp daggers aimed directly at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden inquiry. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and turned to the last row, where Ling Luoqing was disguised as Li Chaoyang, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Li Chaoyang, wake up. Don't you see Dean Lu has come to see you?" His voice reverberated through the silent classroom, resonating with extraordinary clarity. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's call, Ling Luoqing's face turned ashen, cold sweat beading on her forehead and cascading down her cheeks, dampening her color. Gathering her resolve, she activated the soul-guiding device concealed in her hand, her trembling fingers betraying her reluctance as she slowly lifted her head, as if undertaking a task of immense agony. Then, a crisp and resonant sound emanated from the device, echoing throughout the classroom. As the last note faded, the gazes of all the students and the teacher converged upon the last row, akin to the focus of a spotlight. At that moment, Dean Lu's eyes sharpened, glinting like lightning on a cold night, instilling a sense of dread in all who met his gaze. Ling Luoqing felt her heart constrict painfully, as if gripped by an unseen force, her breath quickening in response. Dean Lu fixed his piercing gaze upon Ling Luoqing and spoke. "Something seems amiss, young lady." "No, I shouldn't call you that. I recall Li Chaoyang is supposed to be male. I assent." His words left the crowd in stunned astonishment, mouths agape as if they could accommodate an egg, their expressions laden with disbelief. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Ling Luoqing. "It's over, utterly finished." It felt as though she had plunged into an endless abyss, devoid of hope. Dean Lu advanced a step, and in an instant, a dazzling array of soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, swirled around him, radiating brilliance akin to the most resplendent stars in the night sky. The class was left agape, speechless. For such a configuration of soul rings was exceedingly rare on this continent, akin to a phoenix among mere sparrows. A terrifying pressure surged toward Ling Luocheng like a relentless tide. She felt as though an invisible mountain bore down upon her, rendering her body rigid, unable to move even a finger. Dean Lu continued, "My dear girl, who are you from the Inner Academy? This simulated soul-guiding device is quite impressive. I recall Li Chaoyang being a level 5 soul master. This must be his creation, correct?" With each measured step toward Ling Luocheng, Dean Lu's presence felt increasingly oppressive, each footfall echoing in her heart and quickening its rhythm. His intent was clear, to strip away her disguise and reveal the truth to the world. Ling Luocheng, observing Dean Lu's advancing form, was engulfed by despair, acutely aware of the dire consequences if her true identity were unveiled. At that moment, a singular, frantic thought surged through her mind. Flee. I must escape immediately. Without hesitation, she activated the spatial soul-guiding device gifted by Li Chaoyang. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped her, and she vanished before the astonished eyes of those present, leaving only a faint ripple of spatial disturbance in her wake. Dean Lu, gazing at the spot where she had just stood, could not help but display a knowing smile. He spoke, "Spatial soul-guiding devices are indeed rare. Yet I refuse to believe that your low-tier device can surpass my pursuit as a super Douluo. Left leg soul bone skill, swift." As soon as the words left his mouth, Elder Lu's left leg radiated a brilliant light, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Instantly, his formidable mental force enveloped Ling Luocheng like an invisible net. A confident smile crept upon Elder Lu's lips as he murmured to himself, "I've found you." In the blink of an eye, he dashed out of the classroom like a bolt of lightning, his speed leaving onlookers in a state of awe. Mouths agape as if they could swallow a fist. It was noteworthy that Elder Lu was a super Douluo of the defense type, with a martial spirit that was not particularly adept in speed, yet he exhibited such astonishing velocity, which was truly remarkable. At that moment, having just utilized the spatial soul-guiding device, Ling Luocheng had reached the rooftop of the outer courtyard. As she landed, barely catching her breath, she felt a terrifying mental force lock onto her like a sharp blade. This powerful and chilling force sent a shiver down her spine. Ling Luocheng clenched her teeth in frustration, cursing inwardly, "Damn Li Chaoyang, what a troublesome situation." Her anger and helplessness surged within her. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Luocheng executed another instantaneous movement, vanishing without a trace. However, as soon as she disappeared, Elder Lu had already arrived at the very spot she had just vacated. Sensing the atmosphere around him, a playful smile graced his lips as he remarked, "An intriguing spatial soul-guiding device, capable of a second use. It seems rather remarkable. This couldn't possibly be crafted by that brat Yan Shaozhe, could it?" Without pausing, Elder Lu resumed his pursuit of Ling Luocheng, his resolute steps proclaiming, "No matter where you flee, I shall capture you." 10 minutes later, Elder Lu returned to his office, striding in with Ling Luocheng, who had reverted to her original state. In tow, he gently placed her on a chair before seating himself comfortably in his expansive office chair, a hint of mockery in his demeanor. At that moment, Ling Luocheng sat hunched over, her head nearly touching her knees, shame evident on her face. Observing her, Elder Lu's lips curled into a smirk as he began to play with the 2 soul-guiding devices he had just seized from her, curiosity and amusement flickering in his eyes. "Ah, Luocheng, this spatial soul-guiding device is quite excellent. I shall graciously accept it," Elder Lu remarked nonchalantly. As if discussing an inconsequential matter, Ling Luocheng, upon hearing this, abruptly raised her head, ready to protest, but was met with Elder Lu's piercing gaze, which silenced her. After a moment of hesitation, she resignedly replied, "Very well, Elder Lu, these 2 soul-guiding devices are yours." A satisfied smile spread across Elder Lu's face at her words, and his gaze fell once more upon the devices, as if admiring rare treasures of the world. "Then, Elder Lu, I shall take my leave," Ling Luocheng said weakly, her voice barely above a whisper, fearing to disturb him. However, as soon as she rose, old Lu bellowed, "Come back. Sit still." Ling Luocheng, helpless, could only obediently take her seat, lamenting inwardly. Old Lu securely stowed away the soul-guiding device, his expression darkening as he cast a piercing gaze upon Ling Luocheng. As a key focus of our Inner Academy's cultivation and one of the Shrek 7 monsters of this generation, how dare you act so audaciously and attend class in someone else's stead? Speak. What benefits did Li Chaoyang bestow upon you? Ling Luocheng replied weakly, a soul bone. Old Lu, Upon hearing this, smirked mockingly. Luochan, are you truly so easily satisfied by a mere soul bone? Li Chaoyang is merely a first-year student from the Outer Academy. What valuable soul bone could he possibly possess? You are a genius, and I have observed your recent rise in strength. Are you not concerned that you may have absorbed a subpar soul bone given to you by Li Chaoyang? Ling Luochan hastily defended, no, old Lu. I absorbed a soul bone aged 90,000 years, of the ice attribute. Old Lu's expression sharpened as he inquired, was it given to you by Li Chaoyang? Ling Luochan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Repeat that. Old Lu's tone grew stern. At this, Ling Luochan lowered her head even further, nearly burying it in her chest. Observing her demeanor, old Lu commanded in a deep voice, produce the soul bone. Let this old man take a look. With a pitiful expression, Ling Luochan trembled as she retrieved the 10-year soul bone from her storage soul-guiding device. Upon seeing it, old Lu slammed his palm on the table, erupting in anger. Ling Luochan, this soul bone is hardly even a century old. Are you so easily appeased? Startled, Ling Luochan stammered, Old Lu, please examine it closely. This is a soul bone just over 10 years old. The chance of a century-old soul bone emerging is already minuscule. And this is a 10-year soul bone from the head. Consider its rarity. It holds collectible value. Hearing this, old Lu turned to scrutinize Ling Luochan once more, assessing the soul bone with a contemplative gaze. Deep down, he mused, this soul bone is indeed rare. The least aged soul bones I have encountered from normal soul beasts have been over 900 years. Something is amiss with this one. With that thought, old Lu snatched the 10-year soul bone from Ling Luochan's hands, coldly stating, you may leave. Ling Luochan, taken aback, opened her mouth to protest, but was silenced by old Lu's piercing glare. Resigned, she silently exited the office. Once outside, she could no longer contain her tears, lamenting, I knew the old guards of Shrek were nothing but bandits. Humph, all for naught. I gained nothing and received a demerit instead. Once Li Chaoyang emerges from his seclusion, I shall hold him accountable. Chapter 177, The Crimson Mist. In a tranquil room on Sea God Island, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a dialogue concerning semi-artifacts and souls quietly unfolded. At this moment, Li Chaoyang had successfully completed the purification of the devouring spirit blade, transforming it into the resplendent life gold. With the mysterious and formidable assistance of Ilex, the life gold was skillfully reshaped into a unique weapon, the Blade of Life's Vigil. Imbued with boundless healing power and a vibrant life essence, Li Chaoyang gently gripped this newly acquired blade, his fingertips gliding slowly over its surface. Savoring the warm and potent energy emanating from it, he wore a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, and then, addressing the floating black orb of Elix within the sea of consciousness, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, Elder Elix, this blade of guardian spirits must surely be considered a semi-artifact, correct? Within the sea of consciousness, Elix's voice resonated with steadfast assurance. Indeed, young one. I assure you, if you can procure another piece of spirit gold, I am confident I can elevate this blade of guardian spirits to the level of an artifact-grade spirit sword. What say you? Are you tempted? Li Chaoyang, hurry and seek it out. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang weighed the blade of guardian spirits in his hand once more, yet his expression gradually turned serious. His gaze deepened as though he could pierce the void and gaze directly into the depths of the sea of consciousness where Elix resided. This intense scrutiny caused Elix to feel an involuntary flutter of unease. He suppressed his trepidation and hastily interjected, Why do you regard me with such eyes? Is there something amiss with the blade of guardian spirits? It is indeed a semi-artifact capable of evolving into a true artifact. Li Chaoyang maintained his grave demeanor and spoke slowly. The blade of guardian spirits is indeed extraordinary, but it appears to lack something, does it not? Lack something? How could I possibly know? Elix replied, a hint of guilt creeping into his tone. Li Chaoyang spoke firmly. I recall that spirit gold could merge with my third eye, forming the Eye of Spirits, which would not only significantly enhance my mental prowess, but also open a second sea of consciousness. Where has that energy gone? How is it that I am left with only this blade of guardian spirits? At this moment, a trace of anger crept into Li Chaoyang's voice. Oh dear Chaoyang, how do you know all this? Elix asked, somewhat flustered. Very well, allow me to elucidate. The black orb rotated slowly in the sea of consciousness, seemingly gathering its thoughts to weave a tale of deceit. After all, everyone harbors self-interest, and he was no exception. Here is the matter. Your mental strength has already reached the divine origin realm. To advance further, a single piece of spirit gold is woefully insufficient. The piece we used, in fact, requires at least another 1,000 pieces to potentially aid your breakthrough, Elix explained. Li Chaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment. So many? The black orb bobbed up and down as if nodding, continuing, moreover, at your current level of mental prowess. A single piece of spirit gold will be of no use in forming a second sea of consciousness. Had you acquired a piece of spirit gold when your mental strength was still low, it might have been beneficial. Alas, this spirit gold has come too late. After absorbing Alex's explanation, Li Chaoyang nodded and then inquired once more, and what of that portion of energy? Where has it gone? Why do you still dwell on that portion of energy? Alex chuckled awkwardly. Very well, I absorbed it, Alex proclaimed suddenly, with a sense of conviction. Li Chaoyang's expression remained grave as he fixed his gaze upon the black orb. What did you use it for? Alex responded with unwavering confidence. Of course. To enhance my own spiritual power. You cannot imagine the effort and diligence I expended to shield you from the influence of that black-red mist. Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow. Questioning, really? Electra affirmed, of course. The source of that black-red smoke is even more formidable than I. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang was astonished once again and asked, more formidable than you? Who is it? Where does that black-red smoke originate, to be deemed superior to you? Chapter 178, Seclusion, 1. Electra's expression turned solemn as he began to speak slowly. The pervasive black-red smoke shares a resemblance in energy source with Dai Huabin, Dai Yaoing, and that young individual who has attained the 99th level Limit Douluo, radiating black-blue energy. Hearing this, Li Chaoyang's countenance instantly grew grave, his brow knitting tightly as he inquired in a low voice, similar energy? Could it be that it is akin to the energy from the Abyss realm? Electra spoke with unwavering certainty, declaring, while I can ascertain that there are differences in nature and characteristics, they undoubtedly share a common origin. Moreover, the energy level of that black-red smoke surpasses that of the Abyss energy by one tier. However, it has yet to undergo a fundamental transformation. Currently, my own energy level is roughly comparable to that of the Abyss energy, yet the tier of the black-red smoke exceeds mine. Thus, I must draw upon a portion of the energy from the golden beings, which is ultimately for your long-term consideration. After listening to Electra's words, Li Chaoyang fell into a deep reverie, his thoughts surging like a tidal wave. He pondered inwardly. If it is indeed one tier higher than Abyss energy and has not yet undergone a fundamental change, and both are of the same origin, it is highly probable that the mastermind behind this is none other than the Mother of Crimson, the progenitor of the Abyssal Sovereign. This is truly disastrous. Being targeted by a first-tier deity is already burdensome enough, and now a half-step divine king like the Mother of Crimson has emerged. How am I to navigate these troubled waters? At this realization, Li Chaoyang felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing him. Instinctively, he cradled his head in his hands, curling up painfully within his mental realm. Seeing Li Chaoyang in such distress, Electra sighed deeply, concern evident in his eyes, and gently reassured him, Chaoyang, you need not fear to such an extent. I can clearly sense that while the wielders of those two energies are not far from our Douluo realm, they would require considerable time to manifest their true forms on Douluo Star. After all, breaching the barriers of a realm is no simple task, especially with the deities of the divine realm watching closely. Furthermore, by the time that moment arrives, you will likely have grown into a formidable force in your own right. Thus, there is no need for such trepidation. Upon hearing Electra's words, Li Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback, as if catching a glimpse of dawn amidst darkness. He quietly contemplated. Indeed, in the original narrative, the invasion from the Abyss realm commenced only after 7,000 years, and the Crimson realm is even more distant, having not breached the realm's barrier in the original tale. By this reckoning, I have ample time to enhance my abilities. With this thought, Li Chaoyang's confidence surged, and the previously dim light in his eyes rekindled with brilliance. In the depths of his heart, he fervently mused, by that time, I shall at least ascend to the rank of a first-tier deity. How could the mere abyssal plains and the Crimson Mother instill fear in me? Yet, just as Li Chaoyang was coming to terms with everything and preparing to reveal a smile, an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a system mission. Devour the abyssal plains within 10 years. Reward, the supreme artifact, Dragon God Spear. Failure penalty, death. Upon hearing this sudden system notification, Li Chaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as he let out a gasp of astonishment. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Ilex was taken aback, rushing forward to support Li Chaoyang, his voice laced with urgency. Chaoyang, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me, dear old man. Fear not, truly. Even if you do not grow stronger, I possess the half-plane of the undead that can safeguard your life. You shall face no mortal peril. Upon hearing Ilex's words, Li Chaoyang felt a slight sense of reassurance, his heart no longer racing as it had before. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze drawn to a mysterious black orb not far away. The orb, noticing Li Chaoyang's attention, hastily assured him, rest assured, I shall exert every effort to protect you. After hearing Ilex's reassurances, Li Chaoyang sighed deeply and nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if recalling something of great significance, he lifted his head abruptly. Li Chaoyang declared, "Let us set aside those matters for now, yet the fact that you seized my life gold energy remains unchanged. In exchange, you must impart all your knowledge of necromancy to me." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's demand, Ilex's face lit up with joy, eagerly responding, "Very well, my esteemed guest, please. Allow me to begin teaching you the art of necromancy." Chapter 179, Seclusion 2. 10 days later. At this moment, under Ilex's meticulous guidance, Li Chaoyang had mastered the essence of most foundational necromantic spells. Simultaneously, Ilex had imparted to him the secret method to open the portal to the half-plane of the undead. Currently, Li Chaoyang stood upon the vast expanse of the undead half-plane, fully absorbed in practicing necromancy. Before him, a magical array slowly rotated, emanating a mysterious and chilling light. Drawing a deep breath, Li Chaoyang called out loudly, "Clattering skeletons, heed my summons, arise." Skeletons. As his words faded, 3 diminutive skeletons materialized before him. Upon seeing this, a triumphant smile illuminated Li Chaoyang's face, embodying the pride of a genius. Ilex, observing the scene, wore an expression of disbelief, internally muttering, "What is there to be proud of in summoning 3 mere skeletons of the great soul master level?" At that moment, Li Chaoyang turned to Ilex, his face brimming with anticipation, and inquired, "Old Ilex, am I not quite impressive?" Ilex nodded slightly, speaking earnestly. "Indeed, you have done quite well, yet further practice is essential. Do not become complacent." Upon receiving Ilex's encouragement, Li Chaoyang nodded excitedly, his eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. Immediately, Li Chaoyang directed his gaze towards the personal panel of the system. Contemplating internally, with less than 5 days remaining before embarking on the journey to the Dragon King's secret realm, he needed to assimilate the other resources first. As for necromancy, there would be ample time to practice in the future. With that thought, Li Chaoyang retrieved the 100,000-year-old right arm bone of the purple Huang extinguishing dragon from his spatial soul guide. He examined it for a moment, ultimately sighing in resignation and muttering to himself, "Perhaps this should be set aside. The age of 100,000 years is still somewhat insufficient. I shall reserve it for future alliances." After all, a soul bone can only be absorbed once at a particular location on the body, and the cost of removing a soul bone is far too great for Li Chaoyang to consider doing so again. With that, he returned the soul bone to the confines of his spatial soul guide. Next, he pulled out the dragon pearl gifted by Mon. Gazing at the now placid pearl, Li Chaoyang murmured, "Utilizing this dragon pearl to enhance my strength feels excessively indulgent. The energy waste would be considerable. I should at least wait until I attain the rank of title Douluo before employing it." However, upon searching through his spatial soul guide once more, he discovered that he had no other items to bolster his strength. A wave of bitterness washed over Li Chaoyang. Is it possible that a resourceful traveler like me possesses so little? This is rather impoverished. He sighed helplessly, as if attempting to expel all the frustration from within. Just then, Li Chaoyang suddenly remembered the card in his hand that allowed him to randomly control any creature for a day. He swiftly retrieved it from his spatial soul guide. Staring at the card, he pondered aloud, "I wonder which creature this card will allow me to control. Completely random, but why not? The sooner I use it, the sooner I may benefit. Perhaps I might even acquire resources or techniques from that being." Without further ado, he stood up and addressed the black sphere, "Ilex. Within the sea of consciousness. Ilex, I have matters to attend to for a day." Ilex, taken aback, responded, "I have always been within your sea of consciousness. Wherever you go, I follow. Why inform me of this?" Li Chaoyang, unfazed by Ilex's words, offered no explanation. He simply crushed the card in his hand and promptly fell asleep. Observing this, Ilex could not help but exclaim, "Wait, is your plan just to sleep?" And so soundly at that. Such vitality in the youth, falling asleep at the drop of a hat. Chapter 180, 24-Hour Express Edition. The Golden Dragon King causes a disturbance in the land of light. Li Chaoyang suddenly shattered the card in his hand. And in an instant, he felt as though the world was spinning. It was as if an invisible giant hand was recklessly kneading the surrounding reality, rendering his body completely uncontrollable, his consciousness adrift in chaos. After approximately an hour, the nauseating sensation of dizziness began to dissipate gradually. As Li Chaoyang slowly opened his eyes, the sight before him caused him to widen his gaze in astonishment, exclaiming within, "Where is this? How high up am I? No, it is I who has grown." He quickly focused to assess his condition. He found himself towering like a mountain, his body enveloped in a dense array of golden scales. Intricate dark golden patterns crisscrossing upon them, seemingly imbued with mysterious and ancient power. His eyes glowed a fiery crimson, akin to molten lava. radiating an intense brilliance capable of incinerating all in its path. Behind him, a pair of translucent golden membranes unfurled gently, exuding a soft yet imposing luminescence. Within his veins, it felt as though lava coursed vigorously, each heartbeat seemingly imbued with the power to obliterate worlds. Dark, golden energy swirled around his dragon claws, emanating an aura that instilled dread. All around him, a tempestuous wave of destructive energy surged like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf the entirety of existence. Yet, a flaw marred this formidable visage. His limbs were bound tightly by robust golden chains. Nevertheless, Li Chaoyang felt no hint of weakness. Rather, he sensed an inexhaustible strength within him. As if at the mere flicker of his will, he could effortlessly shatter these seemingly unbreakable bonds. It was undeniable that the being he now commanded far surpassed his original self, even eclipsing anyone he had ever encountered. A subtle intuition whispered to him that this power exceeded even that of the legendary Gu Yuna. Gazing upon his own formidable form and feeling the surging strength within, Li Chaoyang pondered, had I truly come to command the Golden Dragon King? If so, this place must indeed be the enigmatic sacred domain. How intriguing, truly intriguing. He then turned his attention to the surroundings, only to find the atmosphere cloaked in a dense, gray haze, as if shrouded by a heavy miasma. A terrifying aura of destruction permeated the air, making each breath a struggle. Were it not for the immense strength of the Golden Dragon King's physical form he now inhabited, the original Li Chaoyang would likely have been instantaneously consumed by this horrific presence, facing an inevitable demise. At this moment, Li Chaoyang was entirely convinced that he commanded none other than the fabled Golden Dragon King. Subsequently, he unleashed his formidable mental energy, which surged forth like a raging tide, spreading outward in all directions. Outside the sacred domain, the god of death and the forest god, both second-tier deities, stood vigilantly, their expressions grave. They stood tall like two majestic mountains, safeguarding this mysterious and perilous domain. At that instant, a wave of terrifying mental force descended upon them like a tempest. The two felt an invisible power strike them suddenly, causing their bodies to sway involuntarily, akin to saplings in a storm, at risk of being uprooted. However, being second-tier gods, they summoned their formidable willpower to stabilize themselves, avoiding a fall. The forest god, breaking the silence first, spoke with a hint of concern. God of death, do you think the Golden Dragon King within might erupt and cause chaos? Its overwhelming mental energy, could it be attempting to break free from its seal and wreak havoc upon the world? Should we consult the 5 great divine kings? The god of death shook his head slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, that is unlikely. It is only natural that you are unaware, being your first time guarding the sacred domain. The Golden Dragon King releases its mental energy each time it awakens. It is merely a habit. We need not trouble the 5 great divine kings over such a trivial matter. Upon hearing the words of his elder brother, the forest god nodded slightly, feeling a measure of reassurance. Inside the sacred domain, Li Chaoyang reflected. Indeed, the spatial passage within the sacred domain is under watchful guardianship. However, I currently find myself unable to access the memories of the Golden Dragon King, nor can I acquire any superior techniques, and I remain unfamiliar with the divine realm. If I recklessly venture out, I will undoubtedly be pursued by the 5 divine kings. What should I do now? Just as he was furrowing his brow in distress, a sudden, melodious chime resonated in his mind. Ding! A limited-time mission, annihilation and destruction. Mission details, in 10 minutes. The system will restore the Golden Dragon King's power to its peak, the pinnacle of the Divine King, along with all of the Golden Dragon King's combat experience, for 24 hours. The host is encouraged to wreak havoc in the Divine Realm to avenge the Dragon Clan. Rewards. Based on the extent of destruction inflicted upon the Divine Realm, rewards will be granted. Li Chaoyang gazed at the system task, a sense of joy blossoming within him. The system has proven itself considerate, just as I was pondering what to do. Wreaking havoc in the Divine Realm is indeed an intriguing proposition. First, I shall collect the debts from the 9-colored goddess Ning Rongrong, the god of food Oscar, and the sea god Tang San. With that, a wicked and cunning smile appeared on Li Chaoyang's immense dragon visage, as if he could already envision the Divine Realm trembling beneath his feet. Chapter 181. The Golden Dragon King creates chaos in the Kingdom of Light, 24-hour express edition. 10 minutes later. At this moment, Li Chaoyang felt an unfathomable force descending upon him like a surging tide, settling firmly upon him. Simultaneously, a deluge of complex information surged into his mind, as if an expansive tome had unfolded in an instant. Li Chaoyang closed his eyes, concentrating intently as he savored the wondrous process of this energy's arrival. He felt a torrent of power roiling within him, an exhilaration that overflowed, prompting him to exclaim, "Power! Is this what power feels like? Such a formidable force of annihilation. I shall make this world tremble because of me. I will destroy everything. With that declaration, Li Chaoyang exerted tremendous force through his limbs, and with a series of crisp cracks, the chains binding him shattered into dust, dissipating into the air. However, just as Li Chaoyang prepared to unleash a triumphant roar, reveling in his fervor, he suddenly broke free from the frenzied control of that immense destructive power. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he contemplated. No wonder the Golden Dragon King was so obsessed with resolving issues through violence. The side effects of this annihilating power are overwhelmingly immense, almost unmanageable. Once I elevate my level, I shall need to exercise utmost caution when confronting the annihilating power of the Dragon Emperor. Determined to regain his composure, Li Chaoyang steadied his mind and began to engage in simple contemplation and strategizing within his thoughts. Ultimately, he established the mission's objectives and devised a detailed plan. He intended to stealthily attack the tree-planting system of the Divine Realm, thereby restraining a few of the 5 Divine Kings. After all, given his current strength, facing off against 5 renowned and unfathomably powerful Divine Kings simultaneously would be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Li Chaoyang, reminiscent of a significant realization. The benevolent and malevolent gods of the Divine Realm had descended to seek their successors. A rush of ecstatic joy surged through him as he thought, "Excellent. Now that only 2 Divine Kings remain in the Divine Realm, this is indeed divine assistance." With resolute determination, Li Chaoyang immediately lowered his aura to its minimum, transforming into a specter, silent and ethereal. Gripping the resplendent golden dragon spear tightly, he cautiously approached the threshold of the divine forbidden realm. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld the 2 vigilant deities guarding the passage. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he sensed their presence and muttered to himself, "Merely second-tier gods. A swift resolution is in order." With that, he tightened his grip on the golden dragon's spear and shouted, "Golden dragon, shock the heavens." In an instant, he thrust the spear forcefully into the ground. The earth trembled violently as 8 colossal dragons, radiating dazzling golden light, erupted from the spear, charging forth with overwhelming might towards the god of slaughter and the forest god. The 2 deities were utterly unprepared to react. Swiftly ensnared by the 8 golden dragons, rendered immobile, they simultaneously let out a deafening roar. Who dares to attack the staff of the divine realm? Do you wish for oblivion? Just then, Li Chaoyang emerged slowly from the divine forbidden zone, his expression calm, but his gaze imbued with a chilling ferocity. "You are far too noisy," he remarked, his voice steady. Before his words faded, the golden dragon spear transformed into a streak of light, shooting forth like lightning towards the god of slaughter. With a sharp sound, the spear pierced through the god of slaughter. In the blink of an eye, the life force of this second-tier deity was wholly consumed by the golden dragon's spear, resulting in his instantaneous demise. The spear then returned to Li Chaoyang's hand, and as he felt the overwhelming power coursing through it, he marveled, what a potent surge of life energy. Excellent indeed. Now onto you. With that, he aimed the golden dragon's spear menacingly at the remaining forest god. Upon witnessing the fate of the god of slaughter and the malevolent smile that adorned Li Chaoyang's face, the forest god was struck with terror, his legs trembling as he stammered, "I am a subordinate of the god of life, favored by the divine king. You cannot kill me." Hearing the forest god's plea, Li Chaoyang's excitement only intensified, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he replied, "Isn't that all the more delightful?" He then advanced step by step toward the forest god, each footfall echoing like a heartbeat, amplifying the deity's dread. Upon reaching him, Li Chaoyang's gaze turned icy, and with a swift thrust of the golden dragon spear, he extinguished the forest god's life. A sharp, bloody sound erupted in the tranquil space. Li Chaoyang's expression remained steely as he exerted force, yanking the golden dragon spear from the forest god's body. In that moment, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto Li Chaoyang and lending a savage wildness to his austere demeanor. Immediately, Li Chaoyang's expression became focused as he grasped the golden dragon spear, beginning to slowly absorb the immense life energy coursing through it. This energy surged like a relentless tide, continuously flowing into his body. Moments later, Li Chaoyang slightly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise and admiration flashing within them. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The golden dragon spear truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier artifact. It even seems to hint at an elevation in my cultivation, which resides at the pinnacle of the divine king realm." Subsequently, his thoughts wandered, conjuring the image of the so-called most inferior super artifact, the celestial saint abyss halberd. A disdainful smirk appeared at the corner of Li Chaoyang's mouth as he muttered to himself, "Humph, what rubbish super artifact could possibly be compared to the golden dragon spear?" I truly cannot comprehend how that abyssal saint could have elevated the celestial Saint Abyss halberd to the ranks of super artifacts. After pondering this, Li Chaoyang took a deep breath and quietly minimized his presence, melding with the surrounding environment. He then moved, beginning to explore the mysterious realm in search of the core of the divine realm. However, just as Li Chaoyang had taken a few steps, an unexpected event transpired. A figure appeared before him, as if conjured from thin air. This individual was a level 1 god of destruction, his face contorted with rage, eyes wide like a fiery-eyed Vajra, bellowing, "Golden Dragon King, return to where you belong. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing these words, Li Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback, then let out a derisive laugh, coldly retorting, "Is that so? You, a mere level 1 god, are hardly worthy. And what if we join in?" A resounding voice boomed from afar, echoing like thunder in the heavens, painful to the ears. The crowd looked up to see 5 figures standing majestically upon the distant clouds. These 5 were renowned level 1 gods of the divine realm: the Earth God, master of terrestrial power; the Wind God, wielder of tempestuous gales; the Light God, radiating a sanctified luminescence; the Dark God, exuding an aura of chilling cold; and the Space God, governing the laws of space. As Li Chaoyang sensed the formidable aura emanating from them, his expression turned grave. He spoke earnestly. "I truly did not expect your divine realm to respond so swiftly. However, even so, it is still insufficient." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant light enveloped Li Chaoyang, his form rapidly expanding, instantly transforming into a colossal golden dragon that obscured the sky. His immense physique seemed poised to rupture the very heavens. The overwhelming pressure surged forth like a crashing wave towards the god of destruction and the others. The dark god felt a chill shoot from his feet to his head, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Trembling, he was the first to speak. How is this possible? Wasn't the Golden Dragon King severely injured? How could he suddenly possess the strength of a divine king at its zenith? The Wind God, furrowing his brows in urgency, exclaimed, "Let us not dwell on that. The most pressing matter now is to stop the Golden Dragon King from wreaking havoc." The other gods nodded in agreement, their gazes reflecting determination and resolve. Witnessing this, Li Chaoyang let out a thunderous roar, declaring, "Heaven and earth, bind the Dragon Emperor." In an instant, the heavens and the earth transformed, as the originally azure sky was suddenly shrouded by a dense veil of gloom. The entire realm appeared as if brushed by an invisible giant hand, instantaneously turning into a resplendent golden hue. The terrifying golden light, sharp as a multitude of blades, surged towards the 6 first-level deities from all directions. The god of destruction, witnessing this, changed countenance, urgently calling out, "Defend." Subsequently, each of the 6 first-level deities summoned their defensive divine techniques. The Earth God formed an indomitable earthen wall before him, channeling the surging power of the earth. The Wind God, reciting incantations, conjured a swirling wind shield. The Light God radiated with brilliance, enveloped in a sacred barrier. The god of darkness waved his hands, unleashing a depth of darkness that formed a black hole, devouring the surrounding attacks. Meanwhile, the Space God swiftly traced movements in the air, summoning spatial power to create a distorted barrier before him. Ultimately, despite the astonishing might of Li Chaoyang's Heavenly Dragon Emperor's forbidden technique, it was successfully thwarted by the 6 first-level deities. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Chaoyang's heart sank as he swiftly contemplated his next move. "I must strike hard at these 6 first-level gods. Otherwise, with the speed at which reinforcements from the divine realm arrive, the plan to disrupt the core of the divine realm would become untenable once the God King arrives. I must eliminate one to instill fear, creating an opportunity for my escape." At that moment, the Wind God stepped forward, rapidly forming hand seals and chanting loudly, "Divine technique, storm array." Instantly, a terrifying tempest of wind elements gathered around him, swirling into a colossal and mysterious magical formation. Within this array, the winds howled as if a multitude of ferocious beasts were roaring. Seeing this, a sly smile crept across Li Chaoyang's face. "There's no need to choose. It shall be you." He then unleashed a thunderous roar, declaring, "Golden Dragon Claw." With his gaze sharp as a hawk, the Golden Dragon Claw, imbued with overwhelming power, lunged directly towards the Wind God. The storm array that surrounded the Wind God, formidable as it appeared, crumbled like fragile paper before the might of Li Chaoyang's razor-sharp Golden Dragon Claw. With a mere flick of his wrist, the claw tore through the tempest as if it were gossamer, shattering the storm array effortlessly. Indeed, breaching the combined defenses of 6 peak first-level gods would not be a simple endeavor. However, at this moment, he faced merely the Wind God's offensive skill, rendering the task akin to taking candy from a child. The Golden Dragon Claw surged forth like a golden lightning bolt, piercing through the shattered storm array and striking the wind god directly. The outcome was inevitable. The wind god, unable to evade, was struck by the full force of an assault from a pinnacle god king. The claw, imbued with terrifying strength, shattered the wind god's divine armor into countless fragments. Scattering like snowflakes, the wind god plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, blood pouring from his mouth, his body riddled with wounds. Having sustained severe injuries. Upon witnessing the dire state of their companion, the remaining Tier 1 deities were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they exclaimed in unison, "Old foe, are you all right?" As they gazed upon the wind god's wretched visage, a chill of apprehension coursed through them. Yet, at that moment, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a derisive smile, as he coldly remarked, "You 5 little ones should be more concerned about your own fates." With those words barely escaping his lips, the colossal tail of the golden dragon, akin to a moving mountain, swept forth with a force that seemed capable of toppling the heavens, striking the 5 Tier 1 deities with devastating impact. Caught off guard, they were instantly launched backward, each sustaining varying degrees of injury, their anguished groans filling the air. Li Chaoyang, however, did not spare a glance for the injured deities. His gaze fixated solely on the ailing wind god. His eyes were as frigid as the sharpest winter blade, and he slowly intoned, "Wind god, bid farewell to this world." Golden Dragon Spear. As the words fell, the golden dragon, embodied by Li Chaoyang, suddenly opened its massive maw, unleashing a dazzling stream of yellow light that shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The formidable golden dragon spear, with a cataclysmic force, it struck the gravely wounded wind god with unerring precision. In that instant, the wind god felt a terrifying pull, as his life energy was drawn forth with the ferocity of a torrent breaching its dam, devoured by the golden dragon spear. The god of destruction and his divine companions, witnessing this, were consumed by urgency. The god of destruction widened his eyes and bellowed, "With all your might, save the wind god. If not, he shall perish." The remaining 4 elemental deities nodded resolutely, their eyes glinting with determination. The god of destruction was the first to act, his voice booming as he declared, "Divine technique, destruction hammer." A massive iron hammer, shimmering with dark light and imbued with annihilating power, materialized in his grasp and was hurled toward Li Chaoyang. The earth god, not to be outdone, slammed his hands onto the ground and shouted, "Divine technique, sandstone eruption." Instantly, the earth erupted with countless grains of sand, surging toward Li Chaoyang like a relentless tide. The light god clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring incantations, before softly proclaiming, "Divine technique, blessing of light." A gentle and sacred radiance emanated from him, enveloping the assembly and granting them newfound strength. The god of darkness, his eyes glimmering with a sinister light, coldly intoned, "Divine technique, realm of darkness." Instantly, the surroundings were shrouded in impenetrable darkness, concealing countless lethal threats that surged toward Li Chaoyang. The god of space swiftly formed seals with his hands and murmured, "Divine technique, spatial strangulation." The very fabric of space before him began to contort, creating sharp spatial blades that sliced toward Li Chaoyang. In quick succession, 4 distinct yet formidable assaults surged toward Li Chaoyang like furious dragons. His brow furrowed. He was acutely aware of the potency of these attacks. To withstand them head-on would certainly inflict harm upon him. Thus, he swiftly evaded, employing his extraordinary speed to dart through the gaps between the converging strikes, successfully sidestepping the combined divine techniques of the 5 Tier 1 deities. The assembled gods were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. The dark god widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Isn't the Golden Dragon King the one who scorns evading harm the most?" At that moment, Li Chaoyang paid no heed to the astonished deities, like a bolt of lightning. He swiftly approached the wind god. His gaze was icy, devoid of hesitation, and he unleashed the golden dragon claw once more, striking fiercely at the wind god. This blow shattered the wind god's divine status, causing him to fall instantly and dissolve into a radiant light that vanished into the air. Immediately thereafter, Li Chaoyang transformed into human form and drew the golden dragon spear embedded in the wind god's body. He slightly closed his eyes, savoring the rich vitality emanating from the spear, gradually absorbing its essence. Witnessing this scene, the deities were momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. In their minds, a singular thought arose. The Golden Dragon King is formidable. Why hasn't the God King arrived yet? After absorbing energy for a while, Li Chaoyang felt his internal energy reaching near saturation. He opened his eyes, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he addressed the onlookers. "I must say, the energy of a first-level deity is indeed delectable. Now it is your turn." No sooner had Li Chaoyang finished speaking than the crowd, like startled birds, began to scatter in all directions. They were acutely aware that in their current state, they stood no chance against Li Chaoyang. Remaining would only lead to their demise. Observing this, Li Chaoyang snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He remarked, "Even the lofty gods are not so impressive, are they?" Nonetheless, he chose not to pursue the injured first-level deities, but instead, with a flash of his form, transformed into a golden streak of light, swiftly heading towards the heart of the divine realm. After approximately an hour, Li Chaoyang traversed through numerous obstacles, successively slaying several reckless second-level deities. Though these second-level deities possessed considerable strength, before Li Chaoyang, they were as defenseless as ants, unable to impede his progress. At last, Li Chaoyang caught sight of the center of the divine realm from a distance. It was a magnificent edifice, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura, as though it constituted the very core of the divine realm. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes as he muttered to himself, "At last, I have found you." At that moment, a chill voice echoed from behind him, "Unstable winds." Instantly, the name of the sea god Tangsen surfaced in Li Chaoyang's mind. Chapter 184, 24-Hour Express Edition. The Golden Dragon King causes an uproar in the Kingdom of Light. Without warning, from mysterious circles emanating a profound blue glow, edged with resplendent golden frames, materialized behind Li Chaoyang. As the light pulsed, it seemed to contain boundless mysterious power, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. In the blink of an eye, these four luminous circles darted swiftly around Li Chaoyang, attempting to confine him and control his movements. Noticing this development, a smirk graced Li Chaoyang's lips as he chuckled softly, and then, with a voice like thunder, he bellowed, "Golden Dragon Dominance." The moment his words echoed, a brilliant golden light erupted around him, dazzling and radiant, akin to a scorching sun rising in the sky. Meanwhile, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, surging like a tumultuous tide, as a colossal force erupted, shattering the four golden halos surrounding him into fragments that scattered like brilliant fireworks, dissipating in midair. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang pivoted, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the three enigmatic figures behind him. These three were none other than the formidable gods of destruction, life, and the sea, Tangsan. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Li Chaoyang's lips as he coldly remarked, "I knew that neither good nor evil resides here. With the likes of you three, do you truly believe you can challenge me? Umph, you are but ants attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of your own limitations." The god of destruction let out a frosty snort, his voice chilling as if it could freeze the very air around them. He retorted, "Whether it is enough will be revealed in battle. Destruction staff, oblivion thunder." As his words fell, the divine power within the god of destruction surged violently, an overwhelming aura spreading forth that distorted the surrounding space. In an instant, the heavens of the divine realm were cloaked in a deep purple-black hue, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, while waves of terrifying destructive energy sporadically surged forth, heralding the approach of a cataclysmic storm. In the next moment, several bolts of purple-black lightning, imbued with boundless destructive power, shot toward Li Chaoyang like dragons emerging from the sea. Wherever the lightning passed, the fabric of space was torn asunder, emitting bone-chilling shrieks. Yet, Li Chaoyang stood unperturbed, choosing not to evade but to confront the oncoming lightning with unwavering pride. The bolts struck him, yet it was as if they had plunged into the depths of an ocean, inflicting not a trace of harm. Li Chaoyang scoffed, "Is this the extent of your power? Are you merely augmenting my energy?" Then, a brilliant light flashed in Li Chaoyang's hand, revealing the golden dragon spear, which radiated a divine and formidable aura, as if it could pierce through anything. The tremendous destructive force was swiftly absorbed by the golden dragon spear like a tidal wave, its brilliance intensifying. The god of destruction, witnessing this, was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a smirk as he disdainfully replied, "Old fool, I have returned to my peak. It seems you have forgotten that my mastery of destructive power far surpasses yours." At this moment, the combat energy within Li Chaoyang surged relentlessly, akin to a roaring river, his momentum growing ever more formidable. Tang San, witnessing this, widened his eyes in fury and shouted, "You bastard, we cannot allow him to continue absorbing that power. Goddess of life, let us strike him together." Divine technique, Golden 13 halberds, second form, Celestial Void. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the goddess of life nodded slightly, her expression grave as she cried out, "Divine technique, Bloom of Life." In that instant, the two divine techniques surged forth like dazzling meteors, colliding into Li Chaoyang. The formidable forces intertwined, forming a terrifying energy storm that caused the very fabric of space to collapse in their wake. Observing this, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes brimming with confidence and disdain. He bellowed, "Divine technique, Forbidden Universe, Dragon Emperor Annihilation. In an instant, Li Chaoyang transformed into a colossal golden dragon king, whose massive form loomed like a mountain, its scales shimmering with a dazzling golden light that exuded an intimidating majesty. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, it surged towards Tang San and the divine technique unleashed by the god of life. Shortly thereafter, a deafening explosion resonated, as if the entire world quaked at that moment. The point of collision erupted in a thick cloud of smoke, which surged forth like a torrential tide, obscuring the sky and rendering the situation within indistinguishable. As the smoke lingered, an intense wave of unease washed over Tang San. His instincts screamed that something was amiss. Without hesitation, he activated his amethyst magic eye, which radiated a mysterious and profound glow, seemingly able to penetrate any veil of mist. After a brief moment of observation, Tang San's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat cascading from his brow. To his horror, he realized that the Golden Dragon King had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him, sending a wave of panic through his heart. Tang San shouted, "This is bad. The Golden Dragon King has disappeared, the center of the divine realm." No sooner had he spoken than he shot towards the divine realm's core like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, he employed a special technique to convey his thoughts telepathically, commanding all deities to immediately and swiftly support the divine realm's center. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the god of life and the god of destruction felt their hearts skip a beat, an ominous premonition creeping over them. Both pondered in silence. The Golden Dragon King has always preferred direct confrontation and scorned ambushes. Why would it resort to such tactics now? Without a moment's delay, the god of life and the god of destruction hastened towards the divine realm's core. At that very moment, 7 original sin deities were poised at the divine realm's center, awaiting the god of destruction's command. These 7 were the god of pride, the god of envy, the god of wrath, the god of lust, the god of sloth, the god of greed, and the god of gluttony. Each possessed a distinct appearance and unique aura, emanating the essence of their respective sins. The god of sloth yawned first and languidly remarked, "Why don't we just head back? I'm so tired. Haven T, our lord and lady, already gone to intercept the Golden Dragon King? There's no need to be overly concerned." Following this, the god of sloth made a gesture as if to lay down and sleep, appearing utterly indifferent to the unfolding situation. Standing beside the god of sloth, the god of wrath erupted with fury upon hearing the nonchalant words of his counterpart. With a voice booming like thunder, he retorted, "Sloth, this is a grave responsibility entrusted to us by our lord. How can you treat it so carelessly? If the Golden Dragon King seizes this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, how shall we respond?" Yet the god of sloth seemed unfazed, eyes half closed, responding leisurely, "Rest assured, the likes of the proud Golden Dragon King would never stoop to such underhanded tactics." Upon hearing the words, the god of anger's fury intensified, and he was about to retort when the scornful voice of the god of pride interrupted him. "Humph, the mere Golden Dragon King is hardly worth mentioning." The god of desire gently patted the shoulder of the god of anger, a confident smile gracing his lips as he reassured, "Fear not. Should the Golden Dragon King dare to approach, he will surely come forth in a dignified manner. Even if he is a supreme deity, we shall have ample time to respond." The other deities nodded in agreement, voicing their consent. At that moment, the god of greed's eyes gleamed with excitement as he murmured, "If only I could possess a body as indomitable as that of the Golden Dragon King, I would face him head-on, and what a formidable presence that would be. My yearning is insatiable." No sooner had he spoken, a dazzling golden light suddenly enveloped the god of greed. Taken aback, he was the first to inquire, "What is this golden radiance?" The remaining 7 deadly sin gods turned their heads, following the sound. Upon seeing it, they were left utterly stunned, rooted to the spot. Before them loomed a colossal golden dragon tail, sweeping towards them with the force to obliterate worlds. In that critical moment, Li Chaoyang's booming voice resonated through the heavens. "Divine technique, golden dragon tail." Instantly, the 7 deadly sin gods were sent hurtling through the air, their expressions filled with terror as they were violently struck by the golden dragon tail, leaving them grievously injured and in disarray. The god of jealousy struggled to rise, indignantly exclaiming, "How could you so dishonorably ambush us?" Li Chaoyang, a smirk curling at his lips, dismissively replied, "You are correct. Allow me to reward you by experiencing my divine technique, Golden Dragon Claw." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a fearsome golden dragon claw lunged towards the god of jealousy, severely wounded. The god of jealousy was utterly powerless to resist and was swiftly annihilated by Li Chaoyang's full-force strike, his essence shattered. After all, the god of jealousy was merely a level 1 deity. The remaining 7 deadly sin gods, witnessing this, glared with wide eyes, their teeth gritted as they shouted, "Scoundrel! Let us unite and avenge the god of jealousy." No sooner had the words left their mouths than the 6 other deadly sin gods transformed into streaks of light, charging towards Li Chaoyang. Observing this, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he coolly stated, "Humph, I have no time to indulge these jesters." Divine technique, Path of the Sovereign. Following this, Li Chaoyang morphed into a gigantic golden dragon once more, embodying the grandeur of the Golden Dragon King as he surged towards the core of the divine realm. The attacks of the 7 deadly sin gods, upon reaching the Path of the Sovereign, vanished as if cast into the depths of the sea without a trace. The 7 deadly sin gods, realizing this, turned pale and cried out in alarm. The god of anger was the first to react, urgently proclaiming, "This is dire. The Golden Dragon King intends to assault the core of the divine realm. We must not allow him to succeed. Stop him." Without delay, the 6 other deadly sin gods transformed into streaks of light once again, desperately pursuing Li Chaoyang. Yet, alas, at that moment, Li Chaoyang's power had ascended to the pinnacle of divine kingship, bolstered by divine techniques, his speed far beyond what these level 1 deities could hope to match. In the next instant, Li Chaoyang barreled through the divine realm's core, as if traversing an uninhabited expanse. In an instant, the entire divine realm began to tremble violently, with space distorting and stars shifting, as though the apocalypse had descended. At this moment, the sea god Tang San, having just arrived, widened his eyes in fury and bellowed, "Golden Dragon King, you have destroyed the central core of the divine realm. Today, you shall pay with your life." Immediately, the azure aura enveloping Tang San transformed into a deep crimson, reminiscent of a demonic abyss. Tang San successfully ascended from the sea god to the azure god. Brandishing the azure sword and pointing it towards the heavens, he declared, "Divine technique, azure blood sword." Before his words could fade, the azure sword in his hand surged in size, expanding to half the realm itself. This colossal crimson blade, imbued with overwhelming sword intent and boundless murderous energy, swung menacingly towards Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang gazed upward at the towering azure blood sword, comparable to half the divine realm. His heart tumultuous with dread. How can it be so immense? It's over. There is no escape, only the choice to fight to the death. In that fleeting moment, he resolutely abandoned the thought of fleeing, pivoting sharply, and bellowed like a thunderclap, "Divine technique, Golden Dragon Claw." A terrifying golden dragon claw, exuding an earth-shattering force, lunged directly at Tang San. Witnessing Li Chaoyang's audacious intent to exchange injuries, Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip on the azure sword, resolutely accepting this life-or-death gamble. In the next heartbeat, Li Chaoyang was violently struck by the azure blood sword, sent flying like a severed kite, blood gushing from his mouth, leaving him gravely injured and in disarray. Simultaneously, the azure god Tang San was severely wounded by Li Chaoyang's golden dragon claw, blood spilling forth, his injuries equally dire. Li Chaoyang contemplated inwardly, "Truly, this is the mightiest attack of the azure god. Burning a third of my divine power is indeed formidable." His gaze then pierced through the layers of fog, settling upon the central core of the divine realm. At this moment, the god of life and the god of destruction were exerting their utmost strength, desperately channeling divine power to stabilize the crumbling core. Seeing this, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a cold smirk, secretly acknowledging, "The task has been accomplished. I have successfully detained the 2 divine kings. Now, it is time to hunt down the other deities." With that, he disregarded his injuries and resolutely sprinted towards the rear. Tang San, witnessing the Golden Dragon King's escape, glared in anger and roared, "Today, you shall undoubtedly perish." However, just as Tang San was about to pursue Li Chaoyang, the voice of the god of destruction thundered like a tempest. "Tang San, our divine power here with Shao LV is nearly depleted. We urgently require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Tang San glared fiercely, just about to respond, but the god of destruction interjected, "Sacrifice is inevitable. Do not forget. If the core of the divine realm collapses, we will all be reduced to ashes." Upon hearing this, the azure god Tang San no longer hesitated, resolutely abandoning his pursuit of Li Chaoyang and instead unleashing his divine power to fully repair the core. The god of destruction continued to issue commands. The 7 deadly sin deities pursue the wounded Golden Dragon King. The remaining 6 deities of the 7 deadly sins echoed in unison, transforming into 6 streaks of light as they raced towards the direction of Li Chaoyang's flight. Not long after Li Chaoyang's departure, 6 figures emerged ahead, comprising the Shura sword sheath Xiao Wu, the phoenix god Ma Hongjun, the god of speed Zhu Zhuqing, the war god Dai Mu Bai, the god of food Oscar, and the 9-colored goddess Ning Rongrong. Upon witnessing this, A cold smile crept upon Li Chaoyang's lips as he mused to himself. Both of my targets are here. It seems I have stumbled upon them effortlessly. Except for Ma Hongjun, the rest must perish. With that thought, a golden dragon spear materialized in Li Chaoyang's hand, its tip gleaming with a chilling light, radiating an insatiable killing intent. He derisively remarked, "The highest among you is merely a second-level deity, daring to obstruct my path. What a fool's errand." Before his words could fully resonate, Li Chaoyang brandished the golden dragon spear and charged towards the Shrek's 6 monsters like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The Shrek's 6 monsters, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to be complacent. Zhu Zhuqing, the god of speed, and Dai Mubai, the war god, instantly synchronized their thoughts and executed a soul fusion technique, summoning a colossal spectral beast, the nether white tiger, which emerged with overwhelming pressure, lunging at Li Chaoyang. At that moment, the nether white tiger erupted with the apex might of a first-level deity. Meanwhile, from a distance, the 9-colored goddess Ning Rongrong unveiled the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, its body shimmering with a spectrum of colors, amplifying the nether white tiger's power comprehensively. In an instant, the aura of the nether white tiger surged dramatically, reaching a terrifying level akin to a god king. In the next moment, Li Chaoyang collided with the nether white tiger, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that distorted the surrounding space. Both Li Chaoyang and the nether white tiger were simultaneously sent flying. Li Chaoyang spewed blood while the nether white tiger gasped heavily, clearly injured as well. Li Chaoyang muttered curses under his breath. Damn that Shura god Tang San. The damage from the Shura blood sword is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, from the direction of the Shrek's 6 monsters, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar ascended into the air, emanating a fearsome aura as if 3 war gods had descended upon the earth, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Li Chaoyang. Xiao Wu and Oscar, the latter having consumed the mirror image intestine, suddenly cried out in unison, their voices thunderous, divine technique, Shura slash. In an instant, 2 ethereal Shura swords coalesced in their grasp, glimmering with cold light, striking towards Li Chaoyang with an unstoppable force. Simultaneously, soaring high above, the phoenix god Ma Hongjun spread his wings and proclaimed, divine technique, Phoenix Flame. 3 attacks, each imbued with the power of a first-level deity, shot forth like meteors streaking across the sky, bearing down on Li Chaoyang. Alarmed, Li Chaoyang thought, this is bad. I have underestimated the Shrek 6 monsters. He then raised the golden dragon spear high, a resolute glint in his eyes, and bellowed, divine technique, all or nothing. With that, the golden dragon spear transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, resolutely meeting the 3 fierce attacks. In the next moment, the golden dragon spear collided with the 3 attacks from the Shrek 6 monsters, causing the heavens and earth to change in hue, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the surroundings in thick smoke, obscuring the sky and sun. The explosive shockwave simultaneously thrust Li Chaoyang and the Shrek 6 monsters backward, sending the golden dragon spear flying through the air, tracing a long arc. Li Chaoyang's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand and summoned the golden dragon spear back into his grasp like a streak of flowing light. At that moment, the smoke had yet to dissipate, and the Shrek 6 monsters remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the depths of the haze, anticipating a sudden ambush from the golden dragon king, Li Chaoyang. However, in the next instant, 5 dazzling golden beams erupted from the smoke, swift as lightning, targeting the Shrek 6 monsters. Before they could react, the 5 beams struck them, sending their bodies flying like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground while spitting blood, utterly disheveled. As the smoke gradually cleared, a golden figure wielding a long spear emerged. It was none other than Li Chaoyang. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he coldly declared, divine skill, golden dragon claw. A second-level deity is merely a second-level deity. Now, you may rest in peace. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of destruction radiated from Li Chaoyang, as though doomsday had arrived. He shouted, divine skill, absolute destruction. Before his words faded, the destructive energy surrounding him coalesced into a tangible force, sweeping toward the Shrek 6 monsters like a colossal tidal wave. In response, Ning Rongrong and Oscar stepped forward simultaneously, calling out in unison, divine skill, 9 treasure protecting divine light. Instantly, 2 massive 9 treasure glazed towers materialized, enveloping the Shrek 6 monsters in a protective embrace. The clash between Li Chaoyang's absolute destruction and the 2 9 treasure glazed towers erupted in a thunderous roar. In the next moment, Oscar's 9 treasure glazed tower shattered, dissipating into countless specks of starlight. However, Ning Rongrong's tower stood firm, successfully withstanding Li Chaoyang's lethal strike. Seeing this, Li Chaoyang's heart sank. Damn it, there is no time left, or I shall be trapped here. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, he suddenly heard two authoritative voices from behind. 7 kill thunder strikes. A sword shatters the heavens. Bone transformation, divine dragon. Before he could react, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him. He was struck simultaneously by the 7 kill sword and the shadow of the ancient dragon, sending him hurtling backward as if struck by lightning, grievously wounded and coughing up blood. Struggling to rise, Li Chaoyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he raised his gaze toward the source of the voices, where two figures stood. One figure was adorned with 7 resplendent divine rings hovering behind him, silver-white hair cascading to his shoulders, his eyes sharp as the edge of a blade. Clad in a pristine white robe, he bore a jade sword tassel at his waist. His left hand rested on the sword, knuckles tinged with a bluish hue. His aged face carved with profound depth, radiating an unsheathed sharpness, reminiscent of a sword poised to strike. The other figure was encircled by 6 divine rings, tall and slender, wrapped in a deep blue robe that clung to his bony frame. Silver-gray hair fell to his shoulders, and high cheekbones framed his haunting green eyes. His jawline was as sharp as a blade, and his long fingers gleamed with a pearly luster. Golden bone patterns faintly shimmered across his body, resembling a weapon forged from dragon bones, exuding a chilling aura. Chapter 188. The 24-hour fast-track edition of the Golden Dragon King's Rampage in the Kingdom of Light. Li Chaoyang was taken aback, suddenly raising his voice to exclaim, Sword Douluo Qinshin, Bone Douluo Gang. I never expected to encounter both of you here, with one having ascended to a level 1 deity and the other to a level 2 deity. How intriguing. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Qinshin's eyes flickered with surprise, and he slightly furrowed his brow, responding, I truly did not anticipate that the esteemed Golden Dragon King would recognize us, two newly ascended deities. Quite amusing. Li Chaoyang, growing impatient with Qinshin's remarks, interrupted him sharply, his gaze fierce as he commanded, Enough nonsense. Prepare to meet your demise. Golden Dragon Claw. In an instant, 5 fearsome claws, imbued with overwhelming force, lunged toward Qinshin and Gaiyong. However, in the next moment, a distant, chilling voice resonated from the horizon. Judgment of the divine technique. Emotional farewell. Before the words could fully settle, an incredibly sharp divine technique surged forth, colliding violently with the 5 golden dragon claws. With a thunderous roar, the claws were utterly shattered, disintegrating into specks of light that vanished into the air. Li Chaoyang spun around, his eyes wide with fury, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, the god of emotions. Rong Yinbing possesses an attack power at the level of a divine king. At that moment, beads of cold sweat trickled down Li Chaoyang's forehead, and his expression darkened significantly. He found himself surrounded by 3 formidable beings with divine king-level attack power, the Netherworld White Tiger, Rong Yinbing, and Oscar, along with numerous individuals wielding level 1 divine might. The situation was perilous for Li Chaoyang, teetering on the brink of disaster. Internally, Li Chaoyang lamented, I have indeed been overly careless. I am not the true Golden Dragon King. I lack the rich combat experience that comes with that title. This is my first battle utilizing divine techniques, and I had thought that with my peak divine king strength, I could sweep through level 1 deities as if they were mere trifles. Yet, in a mere 5 hours, I have only managed to slay 2 level 1 deities. Alas, there is no choice now but to fight with all I have and take down as many as I can. After all, my control over the Golden Dragon King is dwindling, with merely 19 hours remaining. What comes after that shall no longer concern me. At that moment, Li Chaoyang surveyed his surroundings, and abruptly, his gaze fixed upon a particular spot, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Li Chaoyang transformed from human form into a colossal Golden Dragon King, exuding a terrifying aura, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. With his head raised high, he roared, shaking the heavens, divine technique, forbidden universe, Dragon Emperor's radiance. As the words left his lips, a brilliant light erupted from his massive form, a terrifying radiance sweeping forth like a tidal wave toward the assembled deities. This was a desperate, peak divine king strike, unparalleled in its might. Even the most powerful among the deities, being merely level 1, could not withstand such a cataclysmic assault. In the following moment, the gods hastily unleashed their respective defensive divine techniques, vibrant beams of light shooting skyward in an attempt to counter this dreadful onslaught. Under the blinding golden light, all level 2 deities present, save for Ning Rongrong, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, temporarily incapacitated from the battle. Li Chaoyang observed that among the Shrek's 6 monsters, only Ning Rongrong remained standing, a surge of delight coursing through him. What a splendid opportunity. With a furious roar, he unleashed the forbidden life and death Dragon Emperor strike. The Golden Dragon King surged forth like a bolt of lightning, bearing the destructive might capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, charging fiercely towards the Shrek 6 monsters. Sword Douluo Qinshin's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and he shouted hoarsely, "Rong, be careful. Golden Dragon King, you shall not harm Rong." In the next instant, without hesitation, Sword Douluo Qinshin ignited his own soul. In a flash of brilliance, he teleported to stand before Ning Rong. He raised his 7-kill sword high, its blade radiating a majestic glow, imbued with overwhelming energy. At that moment, the divine rings behind him shone brilliantly, having reached 8 in number, signifying his complete ascension to the Divine King level. With a solemn demeanor, Sword Douluo Qinshin declared, "The sword path, Qinshin, stands here." The next moment, the colossal 7-kill sword, wielded with unparalleled might, collided fiercely with the Golden Dragon King, forged by Li Qiaoyang. A thunderous roar erupted, as if the very world trembled from the impact. Qinshin successfully thwarted Li Qiaoyang's lethal blow, yet the immense force inflicted upon him took its toll, causing him significant injury. Ultimately, having forcibly ascended from the first-level deity to the Divine King level, Qinshin's body could not withstand the burden of Li Qiaoyang's peak divine assault and shattered into pieces. Thus, Sword Douluo Qinshin fell. Chapter 189. The Golden Dragon King rampages in the Kingdom of Light in 24 hours. The Shrek 6 monsters, witnessing Qinshin collapse under Li Qiaoyang's ferocious strike, felt the flame of life extinguish abruptly, and cries of sorrow and rage tore through the air. Grandpa Sword Douluo. In that moment, 6 pairs of eyes were stained crimson with blood, intertwining grief and fury into a tsunami of emotion. Ning Rong dashed to Qinshin's side like an arrow released from a bow, waving her delicate hand to conjure a sausage out of thin air, devouring it without hesitation. In an instant, a miracle unfolded. Her left hand materialized another sausage, while the 7 treasure glazed tile in her right hand continued to shine brilliantly, undimmed in the least. The soul fusion skill, 9 treasure resurrection, divine light. Ning Rong's voice resonated through the heavens as the 2 formidable martial souls in her hands began to merge slowly, ultimately transforming into a dazzling spectrum of 9 colors that cascaded from the heavens, gently enveloping Sword Douluo Qinshin. Li Qiaoyang, witnessing this, was taken aback. Such a method is simply too defiant. I have just vanquished one, and yet you can resurrect him? I cannot allow you to succeed. He bellowed in fury, invoking his divine skill, Golden Dragon Claw. Before his words faded, Li Qiaoyang's Golden Dragon Claw had transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, hurtling towards the Shrek 6 monsters. Battle God Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock, and he roared, "Brothers, protect Rong with all your might." The remaining 4 monsters nodded resolutely, their eyes filled with determination. In a flash, Xiao Wu conjured a sausage in her hand, swallowing it without hesitation. In an instant, a 7 treasure glazed tile radiating 9 colors reappeared, and she chanted aloud. The 9 treasures emerge, with glazed tile, 1 for strength, 2 for speed, 3 for soul, 4 for defense, 5 for attack, 6 for enhancement, 7 for the true form of the 9 treasures. As the incantation fell, 21 amplifying halos streaked across the sky like meteors, landing upon Oscar, the ethereal white tiger, and Ma Hongjun. The trio's aura surged instantaneously, as though war gods had descended. Oscar consumed a sausage and bellowed, "Perish, divine skill, Azura blood sword." Immediately, a crimson torrent of Azura swords from half the divine realm surged towards Li Qiaoyang. The ethereal white tiger followed closely, roaring, "Divine skill, ethereal white tiger break." Ma Hongjun, unwilling to be outdone, shouted, "Divine skill, sacred flame." The 3 terrifying assaults surged forth like enraged dragons, aimed directly at the Golden Dragon Claw. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the 4 attacks dissipated into nothingness. Li Qiaoyang, witnessing this, felt a wave of panic wash over him. How can I possibly counter this? Though the Shrek 6 monsters were merely second-level deities, under the amplification of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the ethereal white tiger had reached the level of a divine king. While Ma Hongjun's attack had not attained divine king status, it was nonetheless at the pinnacle of first-level divinity, with a staggering range. Coupled with the mimicry of the mirror-like intestines and the resurrection skill, I initially thought this would be a weak point, but it turned out to be an impenetrable fortress. This could easily serve 4 divine kings. He roared in frustration, "Are you all trying to kill me?" With that, he turned and sprinted toward the direction of the ancient banyan tree. The emotion god, Rong Yinbing, observed this and sneered, "Trying to escape? Have you asked for my permission?" However, Li Qiaoyang, like a startled bird, dared not linger. As he ran, he defiantly gestured a middle finger at Rong Yinbing, his provocation evident. Enraged, Rong Yinbing cried, "You dare infuriate me. Golden Dragon King, halt. Today, I shall engage you in a battle of 300 rounds." With that, he transformed into a streak of light. Hot on Li Chaoyang's heels. Chapter 190. The Golden Dragon King rampages in the land of light. At the ethereal edge of the divine realm, shrouded in mist, lay what seemed to be the most mysterious place in existence. At this moment, Li Chaoyang, with the astonishing speed of a peaked divine king, raced like a golden lightning bolt for an hour. Behind him, 12 first-level deities pursued relentlessly. These 12 were renowned figures in the divine realm, 6 of the 7 deadly sin gods, excluding the god of envy, radiating an aura of malevolence and enigma. The emotion god, Rong Yinbing, whose expression was stern, eyes filled with fury and determination, the god of destruction. A towering figure whose every step seemed capable of shattering the earth. And 4 from the 7 elemental gods, excluding the gods of wind, fire, and water, wielding mysterious and formidable elemental powers. Such a lavish assembly could only be deemed the finest in the divine realm. Yet, even as they pushed their speed to the utmost, they struggled to keep pace with Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang raced onward until he reached the edge of the divine realm. Upon seeing a familiar sight, a subtle smile crept across his lips, hinting at profound significance. He mused to himself, "Finally, I have arrived. Why do the trees at the edge of the divine realm seem so familiar?" With curiosity, his gaze slowly descended. Then, Li Chaoyang halted, scrutinizing the trees with great care. He marveled inwardly. They are so similar, almost identical, just like the martial soul of my second grandfather. If I recall correctly, my father and grandfather's martial souls are also the tree of life. Once I return, I must inquire about this thoroughly. As Li Chaoyang was lost in his own thoughts, the 12 first-tier deities of the divine realm had already pursued him closely. The god of emotions, Rong Yinbing, glared with wide eyes and shouted, "First, Golden Dragon King, you have reached the end of your road. Why not surrender and face your demise?" Upon hearing Rong Yinbing's voice, Li Chaoyang curled his lips slightly, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement. He slowly turned around, his gaze piercing as he looked at the 12 pursuing deities, coldly declaring, "You have unwittingly stepped into your own grave. How tragically foolish." No sooner had his words left his lips than Li Chaoyang resolutely began to ignite the soul of the Golden Dragon King, exerting every ounce of his strength. In an instant, he emanated an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of destruction. Golden energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide, radiating brilliance that seemed poised to consume the very heavens and earth. The 12 first-tier deities were taken aback, instinctively retreating a step, their faces painted with terror as cold sweat streamed down their brows. Li Chaoyang let out a scornful laugh and bellowed, "Incompetent fools, brace yourselves. Divine technique, absolute destruction." In the next moment, the horrific power of annihilation surrounding him rapidly coalesced into a tangible form, manifesting as razor-sharp waves of energy that, like a tempest, surged fiercely toward the 12 deities. Reacting swiftly, the 12 first-tier deities simultaneously unleashed their defensive divine techniques. A kaleidoscope of dazzling lights interwove and fused together, colliding to create an indomitable barrier of protection. Ultimately, they succeeded in fending off Li Chaoyang's devastating strike of absolute destruction. The god of pride, witnessing this, smirked with a hint of derision and remarked, "Golden Dragon King, is that all you've got?" Yet, scarcely had the god of pride's voice faded when Li Chaoyang's icy tone resounded once more. "Is that so? Then perish. Divine technique, Golden Dragon Chains." In an instant, the 12 first-tier deities found themselves ensnared by enormous golden chains that bound them tightly. These chains radiated a mysterious and powerful aura, as if imbued with infinite authority. The 12 deities struggled desperately to break free from their constraining bonds. However, the golden dragon chains possessed formidable sealing capabilities, rendering their efforts futile for the time being. At that moment, the soul of the Golden Dragon King within Li Chaoyang began to whirl violently, resembling a colossal vortex that released terrifying energy. With bloodshot eyes, Li Chaoyang shouted frantically, "Activate the hidden energy in my back." Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of reality. The entire divine realm quaked, as if it were experiencing an unprecedented earthquake. This monumental sound resonated in every corner of the divine realm, clear to all who dwelled within. Indeed, Li Chaoyang had resolutely initiated a self-detonation of his divine core. The explosive force of a peak god, king-level divine core was unimaginable. The horrific energy erupted instantaneously, engulfing the gods ensnared by the golden dragon chains in its relentless fury. Li Chaoyang's self-detonation power has evidently surpassed the boundaries of the divine king level, reaching the realm once held by the dragon god. The supreme divine king is simply beyond the capacity of these 12 first-tier deities to withstand. Simultaneously, the barrier at the edge of the divine realm, in close proximity to Li Chaoyang, was shattered by this overwhelming force, with fragments scattering like meteors. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, at this moment, Li Chaoyang resolutely chose the path of self-detonation. That earth-shattering explosion instantly tore the barrier of the divine realm apart with the terrifying force of a supreme divine king, creating a colossal breach. Beyond the divine realm, the force of destruction surged like a raging tide, while the power of space acted like invisible blades, violently streaming into the divine realm. The breach expanded relentlessly under their onslaught, as if intent on devouring the entire divine realm. In the final moments of his life, Li Chaoyang, drawing upon the indomitable vitality of the Golden Dragon King, exerted the last remnants of his consciousness to forcibly drag the 12 first-tier deities sent to eliminate him, along with himself, through the breach out of the divine realm. His motivation for such an act was primarily to guard against the despicable soul fusion technique employed by Ning Rongrong and Oscar, which could resurrect first-tier deities of the divine realm at an astoundingly low cost. Should they succeed, Li Chaoyang's grand sacrifice would be rendered futile, a mere exercise in vain. In the heart of the divine realm, Tang Sen stared in horror towards the direction of Li Chaoyang's self-detonation. His eyes filled with shock and fury. He bellowed, "You fool, Golden Dragon King, God of destruction, God of life. Continue to repair the core of the divine realm while I stabilize the barrier." With that, he vanished from sight in an instant. 3 days later, through the combined efforts of the God of destruction, the God of life, and the hastily returned God of goodness and God of evil, the core of the divine realm was forcibly repaired. The breach in the divine barrier created by Li Chaoyang's self-detonation was barely sealed under Tang San's strenuous efforts, assisted continuously by Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Unfortunately, Tang San's repair efforts ultimately lagged behind. Outside the divine realm, the terrifying forces of destruction and space had surged in abundance, resulting in near annihilation of the clerics and third-tier deities, severe injuries to second-tier deities, and the first-tier deities were nearly eradicated by Li Chaoyang. The divine realm was left in a state of devastation. The consequences of Li Chaoyang's assault extended far beyond this. The core of the divine realm lay paralyzed for 3 days, akin to a rudderless vessel, gradually drifting towards the edge of a black hole in chaotic motion. The terrifying gravitational pull of the black hole, like the hand of death, relentlessly pulled the divine realm towards the abyss of annihilation. Were it not for the presence of 5 powerful divine kings, who exhausted their bodies and utilized divine power at all costs, the current state of the divine realm, with its first-tier deities nearly extinct, would have surely succumbed to the black hole, vanishing into oblivion. In the Shrek Sea God Pavilion, within the chamber where Li Chaoyang was in seclusion, he slowly opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. He softly uttered, "What a rush. By the way, is Elder E around? How long have I been asleep?" Ilex's voice carried a mix of irritation and helplessness. "Kid, what on earth happened? You just fell asleep without even informing me. Moreover, this hardly resembles slumber. It is as if your very soul has departed. Even I, a necromancer, cannot discern where your essence has fled. I am genuinely alarmed by the loss of your soul." Listening to Alex's words, Li Chaoyang scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. "I apologize, Elder E. It was my oversight. Just how long have I been asleep?" Alex retorted with irritation. "It has been 6 hours." Li Chaoyang patted his chest and exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "Thank goodness there was no time conversion. Otherwise, I would have failed my pact with Emperor Tian." Ding. Congratulations on completing the system task of destruction. Reward granted. Li Chaoyang's heart leaped with joy at the announcement, and he quickly turned his gaze towards the system panel, pondering, what could it be? Reward: 1 wolf soul beast, 1 year of cultivation. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Chaoyang was instantly petrified, frozen in place. Minutes passed before he regained his senses and queried the system. "What now, esteemed system?" However, the system seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no further response. Li Chaoyang shouted no, as snowflakes drifted and the north wind howled, his voice resonating with helplessness and sorrow. Chapter 192, The Grey Wolf. At this moment, Li Chaoyang, filled with anticipation for the system reward, was struck by despair upon learning it was merely a wolf soul beast with only a year of cultivation. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, collapsing helplessly to the ground. With a deep sigh, laden with bitterness and resentment, he lamented inwardly, "After all my struggles, enduring countless trials, and slaying so many first-level gods, how could I be rewarded with such a meager prize?" After a moment, he sighed again and spoke to himself, "Well, at least this wolf soul beast has the potential to grow. Perhaps its bloodline is extraordinary. Yes, indeed. It might possess a lineage comparable to that of the formidable dragon god. Surely that must be the case." At this juncture, Li Chaoyang was resolutely convinced of his thoughts. Successfully hypnotizing himself, as if that distant fantasy had materialized into reality. Observing Li Chaoyang's erratic and ecstatic demeanor, Elder Yi could not help but remark, "Li Chaoyang, have you lost your mind?" Li Chaoyang, with an enigmatic expression, replied, "Not at all. I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Please wait a moment, and you shall see." With that, Li Chaoyang swiftly directed his attention back to the system panel, meticulously examining the detailed description of the Wolf Soul Beast. Wolf Soul Beast, 1 year of cultivation. This is a mysterious Wolf Soul Beast, which can be forcibly summoned from another realm by loudly calling out Makabaka. However, it may be unruly and not heed the summoner's commands. To return it to its realm, simply call out Makabaka once more. Li Chaoyang contemplated inwardly. This Wolf Soul Beast hails from another dimension, not a common soul beast of this world. I hope to summon one of formidable strength. With that thought, Li Chaoyang clasped his hands together, reverently bowing to the void, and said, "I do not ask for much. If I could summon a creature akin to the Howling Celestial Dog, that would suffice." Yet, the Howling Celestial Dog does not seem to belong to the wolf family. Nonetheless, as long as it is powerful, that is all that matters. Makabaka. As soon as the words fell, the air before Li Chaoyang suddenly distorted, and a peculiar magic circle slowly emerged. Meanwhile, on a distant green pasture, a wolf proudly dashed homeward, its spoils in tow. This wolf was none other than the infamous Grey Wolf, and upon its back trembled the frightened Lazy Sheep. With a quivering voice and tears streaming down its face, Lazy Sheep pleaded, "Mr. Grey Wolf, my meat is truly unpalatable. My health is far from robust. The grass I consume daily has been treated with pesticides, particularly that dreadful paraquat, which is toxic. Moreover, I have been frail since childhood, with the village chief administering hormones and various medicines to me. If you were to take a bite, who knows what unsavory substances you might ingest." Yet Grey Wolf remained unfazed, salivating and gazing hungrily at Lazy Sheep, declaring, "I care not. I desire you, and that suffices." Upon hearing this, Lazy Sheep's lament grew more heart-wrenching as it cried out, "I do not wish for your boundless affection." 10 minutes later, Grey Wolf finally arrived at Wolf Fortress. Just as it reached for the door, a blinding white light suddenly flashed. Instinctively, Grey Wolf shouted, "Wife, I have returned with a sheep." Alas, those words would never reach his wife, Red Wolf. Meanwhile, on Shrek's Sea God Island, within the confines of Li Chaoyang's retreat, a radiant light flickered, and a smiling wolf materialized out of thin air. With excitement, it exclaimed, "Wife, I have captured a sheep." Li Chaoyang, taken aback by this unexpected scene, stood frozen until he recognized the wolf's visage and involuntarily exclaimed, "Grey Wolf." A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within his mind as he recalled Grey Wolf's extraordinary scientific prowess. A broad smile spread across Li Chaoyang's face, filled with delight. As he thought, this reward is indeed splendid. Chapter 193. Concept-level Grey Wolf. Upon hearing a response that was neither familiar nor from his wife, Grey Wolf suddenly realized that he was not in the warm abode he knew. Confusion washed over him as he murmured, "Wait, where is this place? This is certainly not my home. How could I have made such a mistake?" He instinctively scratched his head. Suddenly, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. As if something vital was amiss, Grey Wolf hurriedly turned around, his eyes widening in shock as he bellowed, "Where's my sheep?" His voice brimmed with urgency and fury. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on the sole other being present, Li Chaoyang. Grey Wolf glared fiercely, roaring, "You bipedal creature! Where have you taken my sheep? I assure you, I am formidable. Do not provoke me, or we shall all be in dire straits." Noticing the situation, Li Chaoyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily clarified, "I harbor no ill intentions. This is all a misunderstanding. I merely wish to collaborate with you." Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf's anger intensified, retorting loudly, "A misunderstanding? You forcibly brought me here, proposing collaboration? You have stolen the sheep I toiled to capture and transformed my home into this wretched place. And what of my wife and son? What have you done to them?" Li Chaoyang offered an awkward smile and remarked, "Just wait and you'll know soon. We will be reunited shortly." Upon hearing this, the cunning Grey Wolf was suddenly reminded of his own words to the lambs. "Just wait, and you will soon find out, as you will be inside my belly." This thought tightened Grey Wolf's heart, and an ominous premonition surged within him. His voice trembled as he murmured, "Could it be that my wife has children?" Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Hong Hong, Xiaowai, I shall avenge you." No sooner had he spoken than Grey Wolf resolutely retrieved a laser cannon from his bosom. His eyes filled with determination. He pressed the firing button, unleashing a blinding beam of light that surged forth, propelled by boundless rage and hatred, aimed directly at Li Chaoyang. Realizing the impending danger, Li Chaoyang inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad," and shouted, "Heavenly Dream Skull Skill, Spiritual Space." As his words echoed, a flash of light enveloped them, and both Li Chaoyang and the laser beam were transported instantaneously to a mysterious realm of spirit. In this ethereal domain, Li Chaoyang moved with agility, effortlessly evading the onslaught of Grey Wolf's laser. Observing the devastation wrought by the beam, he was astounded, muttering, "This destruction could only be caused by a level 7 soul-guiding artifact." At that moment, a realization dawned upon him. This creature was no ordinary soul beast. It was a prodigy capable of rapidly ascending to a level 9 or even 10 soul master. A flicker of admiration ignited in Li Chaoyang's gaze as he regarded Grey Wolf. The latter, perceiving the predatory gleam in Li Chaoyang's eyes, felt his anger erupt like a volcano. He bellowed, "I shall slay you for the sake of my Hong Hong." With that, Grey Wolf discarded the laser cannon and underwent a dramatic transformation, his form swelling into its ultimate state. Armed with a wrench, he charged toward Li Chaoyang like a bolt of lightning. Unfazed, Li Chaoyang smirked coldly and replied, "Then let us engage in this dance." He summoned his war dragon Emperor Martial Spirit with a powerful shout. A purple gold soul ring enveloped him, exuding a terrifying dragon pressure that surged toward Grey Wolf like a tidal wave. Yet, Grey Wolf remained undeterred, charging forth as if a fierce tiger were descending a mountain. Li Chaoyang, taken aback, pondered, "Is this immunity to control? And why has the dizziness effect of my spiritual space dissipated? Could this be the prowess of a mere one-year soul beast?" In the fleeting moment of his contemplation, Grey Wolf was upon him. The wrench danced in Grey Wolf's hands, a blur that swiftly struck Li Chaoyang's war dragon Emperor Martial Spirit. Suddenly, Li Chaoyang felt both the dragon head cannon in his right hand and the dragon king cannon in his left grow inexplicably light. Looking down, he was astonished to discover that both had been dismantled by Grey Wolf. Li Chaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "What?" Chapter 194, Concept Level Grey Wolf 2. Li Chaoyang's face was a portrait of astonishment as he exclaimed, "This is no trivial matter. This is my martial soul, meticulously crafted from my soul power. How can you speak of dismantling it so casually?" His tone was laced with disbelief and urgency. Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of anxiety surged within him, prompting him to summon the Dragon Emperor's heaven-shaking wings without hesitation. The wings radiated a brilliant light, slicing through the air like twin blades, and with a fierce momentum, they forced the Grey Wolf back several paces. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang gazed at the Grey Wolf, his expression a mix of shock and incredulity. At that moment, he was not alone in his astonishment. Deep within the recesses of Li Chaoyang's spiritual sea, Ilex was equally astounded. Ilex had conducted extensive research on the martial souls of this world, particularly on Li Chaoyang's 2 unique martial souls, with a depth of understanding that even surpassed Li Chaoyang's own comprehension. He was acutely aware that Li Chaoyang's Dragon Emperor martial soul was extraordinarily robust, akin to an impregnable fortress, making it exceedingly difficult to unravel even with divine power. Yet, the seemingly ordinary wolf had effortlessly unraveled the martial soul through mere technique. Without a single fluctuation of soul power throughout the process, how could this not leave him astounded? At this moment, the Grey Wolf, having been struck back by Li Chaoyang, steadied itself after retreating a few meters. Instead of continuing its aggressive assault, it focused intently, deftly manipulating a wrench in its hands as if it possessed a life of its own. In no time, the Grey Wolf had conjured 2 menacing weapons, a pair of scissors pulsating with potent spatial energy, and a lightsaber imbued with terrifying destructive power. The scissors and lightsaber flickered with brilliance, as if narrating tales of their extraordinary nature. Witnessing this, Li Chaoyang's mouth twitched involuntarily, leaving him momentarily frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. At that instant, the Grey Wolf's eyes erupted with 2 beams of golden light, akin to lightning cleaving through the darkness. It keenly seized the moment of Li Chaoyang's daze and acted without hesitation. With the scissors in hand, it made a swift cut, instantly creating a spatial passageway. However, this passage was not intended for the Grey Wolf's teleportation. Rather, it forcibly drew Li Chaoyang closer for a lethal close-range strike. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted, rendering the beholder momentarily blind. Li Chaoyang felt an overwhelming force envelop him, as he was abruptly transported by the Grey Wolf's spatial manipulation to its side. The Grey Wolf reacted with remarkable speed, gripping the sword of destruction tightly, and with a powerful swing, it unleashed a strike toward Li Chaoyang. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, tearing the atmosphere and producing a piercing shriek. Seeing this, Li Chaoyang was gripped by a chilling dread that surged from his feet to his head, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. In a frenzy, he summoned his elemental staff, Martial Soul. In a flash, for soul rings, white, purple, red, and platinum, encircled him, radiating brilliance and exuding an extraordinary aura. Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang activated his spatial soul skill, swiftly evading the gray wolf's lethal strike with deft agility. Upon witnessing his narrow escape, Li Chaoyang secretly exhaled in relief. Yet a lingering trepidation gripped his heart as he murmured, he is acutely aware of the unfathomable terror of the power of annihilation. It is not something he can easily withstand. The destructive force emanating from the luminous sword conjured by the gray wolf surged with overwhelming intensity, far exceeding his expectations. A voice within him incessantly warned, touch it, and you shall perish. However, before Li Chaoyang could fully comprehend his situation, the gray wolf appeared at his side like a specter. With a slight curl of his lips, a mocking smile graced his face as he whispered, one must not lose focus during battle, for it could cost you your life. Though the words were soft, they struck Li Chaoyang like a heavy hammer, reverberating through his heart. In an instant, the gray wolf raised his luminous sword high, its radiance burgeoning as if it sought to engulf the entire world. He poised himself to deliver a fatal blow, intent on concluding the conflict. Li Chaoyang, witnessing this, was engulfed by terror, his thoughts a tangled mess. How could this be possible? When did this happen? I cannot react in time. He screamed inwardly, his gaze filled with despair and helplessness. Just as the sword was a mere millimeter from Li Chaoyang's throat, a moment of crisis unfolded. Chapter 195, Conceptual Level Grey Wolf 3. Li Chaoyang fixated on the dark, pearl-like orb within his sea of consciousness, its depths as profound as the night, and bellowed with great urgency, Elder E, intervene. No sooner had he spoken than the black orb erupted with blinding brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Simultaneously, a steady and authoritative voice emanated from the orb, succinctly responding, understood. Following this, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, enveloping the gray wolf in a chilling embrace, pinning him to the ground as if held fast by an invisible giant's hand. Observing this, Li Chaoyang felt a surge of relief wash over him. Wiping the cold sweat that had trickled down his forehead, he then gently kicked aside the gray wolf's abandoned sword, which glimmered with a cold light under the sun. Breathing heavily, with a tremor in his voice, he remarked, that was frightening, Elder E. This wolf is indeed formidable. In the sea of consciousness, the being known as Ilex heard Li Chaoyang's lament and replied slowly, indeed, his methods elude my understanding to some extent. Were it not for the significant disparity in power levels, I too would find it challenging to suppress him so effectively. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang wiped the fresh beads of sweat from his face and turned his gaze toward the gray wolf, who was now pinned to the ground. His eyes ablaze with fury yet devoid of tears. He shouted hoarsely, if you wish to kill or mutilate me, do it swiftly. I must join Hong Hong. I cannot allow her to suffer even a moment of distress below. You, bipedal beast, act quickly. Li Chaoyang, witnessing this scene, felt an inexplicable surge of emotion and softly remarked, Hong Tao is truly fortunate to have a companion like you. The gray wolf, upon hearing this, glared with wide eyes and retorted sharply, that is none of your concern. Before his words could fully dissipate, the gray wolf's body began to writhe and struggle, as if attempting to break free from the intangible restraints. Li Chaoyang, upon witnessing the scene, instinctively took a step back, his voice trembling as he called out to Ilex within the realm of the spiritual sea. Elder Ilex, what has happened? Are you unable to wield your blade? Within the black orb, Ilex's voice was tinged with a hint of panic. This fellow's attributes are surging uncontrollably. You must not provoke him further, or I shall soon lose my grasp on him. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang felt a chill run down his spine and resolutely addressed the gray wolf. Gray wolf, I have come seeking your collaboration. The gray wolf glared furiously, roaring, collaboration? Nonsense. At that moment, dark gray steam began to emanate from the gray wolf, the temperature rising rapidly as if he were on the brink of combustion. Li Chaoyang, perceiving the brewing storm, hastened to add, this world is not the familiar green pasture you once knew. Your beloved Hong Hong is still alive. The gray wolf's eyes flickered with skepticism, yet fury quickly replaced disbelief. I do not believe you. His gaze had transformed into a blood-red hue, reminiscent of blazing flames. Inside the spiritual sea, Ilex's voice grew desperate and frail. I can hardly endure any longer. Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang swiftly replied, I have recognized your scientific prowess and wish to recruit you under my banner. I can provide you with 5 tons of mutton as remuneration each month. I understand your doubts towards me. Thus, I propose to first return you to your original world, allowing you to witness for yourself whether your wife still resides there. After 30 minutes, I shall summon you back, and we can discuss your employment in detail. The gray wolf, in response, bellowed, I do not believe you. Yet, behind him, a spectral figure of a wolf king began to coalesce, accompanied by an earth-shattering howl that resonated in Li Chaoyang's ears. With a thunderous boom, the gray wolf shattered Ilex's restraint, propelling himself into the air with lightning speed. In that critical moment, Li Chaoyang suddenly shouted, "Makabaka!" A blinding flash of white light enveloped the surroundings, and in an instant, the gray wolf's form vanished from this world, leaving behind only a faint afterglow that slowly dissipated. Chapter 196, Happiness. The verdant prairie lay beneath the looming, eerie silhouette of the wolf fortress, shrouded in an air of mystery. At that moment, the lazy sheep that the gray wolf had seized had cleverly slipped away, leaving the vicinity of the fortress desolate. At the entrance of the wolf fortress, Red Wolf leaned slightly forward, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed intently down the winding path leading home, waiting for the return of the gray wolf. Her brows knitted together, her lips parted slightly, murmuring to herself, "Why hasn't the gray wolf returned yet? Could something have happened?" Her voice was laden with anxiety and unease. Just then, a light-hearted patter of footsteps approached. Little Gray, like a joyful fawn, scampered over from behind Red Wolf. He leapt into her embrace, his innocent face alight with enthusiasm as he chirped, "Mama, I'm hungry. Let us go eat." "And where is Daddy?" His large, watery eyes sparkled with a yearning for food and a longing for his father. Red Tai Lang slowly turned, casting a gentle gaze upon her son, Xiao Huihui. With a faint smile that barely graced her lips, she softly said, "Xiao Huihui, your father is busy with important matters and will return shortly. He has asked me to wait for him here. Why don't you go ahead and have your meal?" Her voice, tender as a spring breeze, sought to soothe the anxious heart of Xiao Huihui. "All right, Mama." Xiao Huihui obediently nodded and promptly scampered into the wolf fortress, his small figure gradually disappearing behind the door. After watching her son leave, Red Tai Lang turned slowly, letting out a quiet sigh that concealed boundless worries. She gazed into the distance, murmuring softly, "My dear, when will you return?" At that moment, a dazzling white light flashed like lightning, illuminating the entrance of the wolf fortress. Almost instantly, the figure of Gray Tai Lang materialized, accompanied by the imposing phantom of the Wolf King, shrouded in an eerie blackish-gray mist, as if he hailed from a mysterious realm. Upon recognizing Gray Tai Lang, a spark of joy flickered in Red Tai Lang's eyes. With excitement, she called out, "My husband." Her voice brimmed with elation and longing. Eagerly, she opened her arms, longing to leap into Gray Tai Lang's embrace. Unfortunately, what awaited her was not the warmth of his embrace, but the sharp claws of Gray Tai Lang, striking with the precision of a blade aimed at Li Chaoyang. With a dull thud, Red Tai Lang felt a tremendous force overwhelm her, sending her crashing to the ground. Gray Tai Lang wore a disdainful smirk, condescendingly declaring, "So? The bipedal creature has finally grasped the might of this king." His tone was laced with arrogance and hubris. Soon after, Gray Tai Lang's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light as he slowly turned to regard the fallen Red Tai Lang. He chuckled softly, leisurely remarking, "Do not think that your transformation into a red hue can deceive me." His tone suggested that everything lay within his control. With that, Gray Tai Lang strode purposefully towards Red Tai Lang, each step firm and resolute, as though he intended to utterly vanquish the impostor before him. As he approached, he remarked, "I must admit, your portrayal of my wife is remarkably convincing. The essence, the bloodline, all identical. I nearly fell for it." His voice bore a hint of caution and mockery. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Crimson flames erupted from Red Tai Lang, dancing upon her form like enraged spirits, consuming her. Simultaneously, a colossal phantom of a flat-bottomed pot emerged behind her, radiating a formidable aura, as if it aimed to shatter all malevolence. With fury, Red Tai Lang glared at Gray Tai Lang, enunciating each word, "Gray Tai Lang." Her voice resonated like thunder at the entrance of the wolf fortress. Subsequently, a large flat-bottomed pot appeared in her hands, gleaming with a cold light that seemed to narrate its immense power. Observing this, Gray Tai Lang merely chuckled derisively before saying, "I must commend your mental fortitude. However, I shall not be deceived by you, bipedal creature." His tone was filled with disdain and confidence. No sooner had he spoken than Gray Tai Lang transformed into a fleeting shadow, surging towards Red Tai Lang with the speed of lightning, leaving behind mere afterimages in his wake. However, just as he was about to dash before the Red Wolf, a thunderous sound erupted. As if the entire world trembled in response, Gray Wolf felt a familiar and formidable force rushing towards him, and he widened his eyes in terror, exclaiming, "My dear, this feeling of being a husband is so red." His voice was imbued with astonishment and fear. Immediately afterward, Gray Wolf, like a docile lamb, blissfully closed his eyes, allowing the Red Wolf's frying pan to rain down upon him, continuing to relish this familiar beating. At that moment, little Gray heard the commotion and excitedly rushed out. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he stared wide-eyed and curiously inquired, "Dad, you're back. What are you and Mom doing?" His voice brimmed with innocence and confusion. Upon hearing little Grey's words, the red wolf hastily retracted the frying pan, as if nothing had transpired. She swiftly approached little Grey, forcing a smile onto her face, and said, "Your father mentioned that his back was a bit itchy, so I'm just giving him a massage." Her tone was gentle and natural, as if she genuinely were providing Grey Wolf with a massage. Following this, Grey Wolf, still lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head, which had sunk into the earth. He grinned through the pain and remarked, "Indeed. I'm having your mother give me a massage." His expression was a blend of embarrassment, helplessness, and a hint of happiness. Little Grey, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed, nodded and said, "I see. By the way, Dad, why did you come back so late today? What were you doing? I was so worried about you." His voice was filled with concern and affection for his father. Grey Wolf then rose from the ground, brushed off the dust from his body, and approached little Grey and the red wolf, feigning nonchalance as he stated, "The reason your father returned so late is that he found a very good job. I still need to head to the office." His tone carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. He then turned to the red wolf, speaking softly, "Red, you take our son to eat first. I have matters to attend to." His gaze was filled with regret and reluctance. Upon hearing Grey Wolf's words, the red wolf looked at him with concern and asked, "What kind of job?" Her mind involuntarily conjured an image of Grey Wolf returning invigorated by a surge of bloodline power, filling her heart with worry. Grey Wolf gently patted the red wolf's shoulder, reassuringly saying, "It's nothing to worry about, my dear." His gesture was both tender and resolute, as if he were imparting strength to the red wolf. Subsequently, the red wolf took little Grey to eat. As they walked, she frequently glanced back at Grey Wolf, her face etched with concern. Her eyes were filled with affection and a sense of longing for Grey Wolf. Once Grey Wolf watched the red wolf and little Grey depart entirely, it felt as though he had lost all his strength in an instant. He turned around and sat down on the ground, slowly removing the hat his father had given him. In his hands, the hat felt as though it bore an immense burden. He then let out a faint sigh. Chapter 197. The Disappearance of the Divine Realm. On Shrek's Sea God Island, amidst swirling clouds and mist, a tranquil retreat lay hidden, which was none other than Li Chaoyang's place of seclusion. Having just exited the realm of the spirit, Li Chaoyang stood within the confines of the retreat chamber, his mind immersed in the vast ocean of consciousness. A slight frown creased his brow as the cunning and lively visage of Grey Wolf surfaced in his thoughts. Unable to contain himself, he inquired of Elder E, who resided within the spirit sea. "Elder E, what are your thoughts on Grey Wolf?" Elder E's voice, profound and weathered, echoed through the spirit sea. "This young man is indeed remarkable, with an unfathomable potential. Given time, his accomplishments may far surpass my own." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of approval flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes, and he gently nodded in acknowledgement. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened, and his soul power surged as he activated the simulation of soul skills. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant light flashed, and his figure vanished from the retreat chamber, racing towards the outside of Sea God Island, with the intent of procuring 5 tons of mutton for Grey Wolf. On the shores of Sea God Island, a gentle sea breeze caressed the air as Mu-En stood silently, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the sky, her deep-set eyes seemingly harboring boundless worries. Just then, the space beside her trembled violently, and a dazzling white light flickered like lightning. The light quickly dissipated, revealing Yan Shaozhe, who materialized beside Mu-En. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes filled with terror as he stammered, "Master, something grave has occurred. I can no longer sense the presence of the divine realm." Upon hearing this, Mu-En slowly turned her head, her gaze calm and steady as she regarded Yan Shaozhe. With a weighty tone, she advised, "Shaozhe, do not panic. I too cannot perceive the slightest trace of the divine realm. However, you are now the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, bearing significant responsibilities. You must handle this matter with composure. By the way, is your divine inheritance intact?" Yan Shaozhe took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure as he nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, Master, the inheritance remains." A trace of relief graced Mu-En's features as she slightly inclined her head. "That is well. As for the affairs of the divine realm, they are presently beyond our concern. We must focus on our own duties." Simultaneously, such scenes were not confined to Sea God Island alone. In a bustling hotel within the lively Shrek city, in the solemn halls of the Haotian sect, within the enigmatic evil spirit forest, amidst the opulent Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, and even within the grand and majestic palace of the Sun and Moon Empire, formidable beings across various locales sensed the perturbations within the divine realm, their faces betraying astonishment and anxiety. In the distant abyssal plane, on the 108th level, a towering and magnificent palace loomed at the pinnacle of the realm. This palace, soaring to a height of 108 stories, resembled a colossal tower reaching for the heavens, emanating an aura of awe. Each level of this majestic structure represented a corresponding tier in reality, serving as a colossal energy source that could convert any non-abyssal energy into abyssal energy. Within the main hall of the palace, an oppressive and mysterious atmosphere enveloped the space. At this moment, two figures occupied the hall. No, to be precise, two deities. To the right of the grand hall, a man emanating a dark blue energy sat regally, his imposing figure surrounded by a relentless tide of energy. For he was none other than the abyssal sovereign, the ruler of the abyssal plane. To the left, another man, cloaked in fiery red, sat quietly, exuding a terrifying heat that distorted the surrounding air as if poised to ignite the very space around him. The abyssal sovereign tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at the fiery man, a sly smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Stepfather, I sense there may be some disturbances in the divine realm." At this, a glimmer of amusement flashed in the fiery man's eyes as he nodded and replied, "Indeed, I too have felt it. The essences of many old friends have vanished without a trace. My son, this is an extraordinary opportunity. You must hasten your endeavors." Upon hearing this, a flicker of greed and excitement sparkled in the abyssal sovereign's eyes. He exchanged a knowing look with the fiery man, and together they unveiled sinister and triumphant smiles, which seemed to harbor boundless schemes and ambitions. Chapter 198. The purchase of lamb. The night market of Shrek City shone like a brilliant jewel embedded in the legendary Academy town. As the lights illuminated the streets, the stalls lining either side were a delightful array, bustling with life, and the air was filled with the tantalizing aromas of various delicacies, enticing passers-by to pause. Amidst the throng of the night market, two young maidens stood out like the most radiant stars in the night sky. Dressed in the unique, deep green uniforms of the Inner Academy, their seemingly ordinary attire could not conceal their extraordinary grace. One maiden exuded a frigid elegance akin to an icy mountain, emanating an aura of aloofness that kept others at bay. Reminiscent of the proud plum blossom blooming in the harsh winter, the other, ablaze with vitality, radiated a fervent energy like the scorching sun of summer. These two remarkable young women were none other than Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaotao, renowned figures within the Inner Academy. At this moment, Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaotao were intimately linked, strolling leisurely through the streets of the night market. As they admired the surrounding sights, they engaged in soft conversation, their faces illuminated by the glow of youthful laughter. However, as they walked, Ling Luoqing suddenly seemed to recall something, her previously bright smile vanishing in an instant. She let out a gentle sigh, halted her steps, and turned to face Ma Xiaotao, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Xiaotao, do you know where that scoundrel Li Qiaoyang has run off to? I must find him to exact my revenge. Not only did I gain nothing from this, but I also received a reprimand, losing my place on this year's main team for the Continental Soul Master competition. I will teach him a lesson he won't forget, so he knows the consequences of offending me." Ma Xiaotao furrowed her brow slightly, shaking her head in resignation. "I am just as clueless about his whereabouts. I've even searched his great-uncle, old Zhuang's residence several times, yet I haven't caught a glimpse of him." Ling Luoqing scrutinized Ma Xiaotao's face intently, a hint of suspicion flickering in her gaze. "Are you telling me the truth? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Upon hearing those words, Ma Xiaotao immediately reached out, boldly wrapping her arm around Ling Luoqing's shoulder, and laughed heartily. "How could that be? You are my dearest friend. I would never speak in favor of anyone else. Rest assured, I will certainly help you find that rogue." Ling Luoqing felt her doubts dissipate at Ma Xiaotao's sincere words, and she nodded with joy, her face blossoming into a radiant smile once more. The two then linked arms and continued to meander through the night market, their laughter echoing in every corner. Meanwhile, in the brilliantly lit hall of the Xinghua Trading Company, a figure appeared quietly. This individual was Li Qiaoyang, who had simulated the aura of the Sea God Island and teleported away from Shrek Academy. He had intentionally avoided the Treasure Pavilion and the Seven Treasure Trading Company for his own reasons. The Treasure Pavilion primarily dealt in rare treasures needed by soul masters, making it nearly impossible to find ordinary items like mutton, while the Seven Treasure Trading Company did have mutton for sale. Li Qiaoyang harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and thus had no desire to enrich his enemies. Consequently, he set his sights on the Xinghua Trading Company, situated in the night market, closest to Shrek Academy, which sold mutton. With a steady gait, Li Qiaoyang approached the front desk, where a young lady in the company's distinctive uniform stood. She possessed a graceful figure and striking features, her alluring silhouette reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding an irresistible charm. Upon noticing Li Qiaoyang's approach, she slightly inclined her body, offering a sweet smile, and gently inquired, "Sir, what can I assist you with today?" Li Qiaoyang felt a sudden illumination before him. The young lady's fair skin gleamed under the lights, causing his heart to race, nearly resulting in a nosebleed. He thought to himself, how fair and ample. The young lady, noticing his silence yet maintaining her enchanting smile, softly repeated, Sir, what would you like to purchase? After 3 inquiries, Li Chaoyang finally snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. I would like to order 10 tons of mutton. The young lady momentarily paused, scrutinizing Li Chaoyang's attire, which bore the emblem of the Outer Academy, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Nonetheless, she maintained her smile and asked, Are you certain you want 10 tons of mutton, sir? Li Chaoyang nodded resolutely, affirming, Indeed, 10 tons. Is that not available? Yes, we do have it, she replied promptly. Please, wait a moment. With that, she gracefully bowed and turned to prepare the 10 tons of mutton. Watching her elegant figure gradually disappear, Li Chaoyang hurriedly used his soul power to stifle the impending nosebleed. He pondered to himself, I am already 12 years old, standing at 180 centimeters. I have everything one could wish for. Shouldn't I? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he found himself besieged by distracting images, prompting him to shake his head vigorously, striving to cast such notions aside. Immediately after, he gave himself 2 resounding slaps, internally chastising himself. How could I harbor such nefarious thoughts? I am one of the finest young soul masters from Shrek, a formidable being who has slain over half of the first-tier gods in the divine realm. How can I entertain such sordid ideas? This must be a delusion born out of a desire to avoid manipulation by spirit-type soul masters or to evade the snares of illusions. He chuckled to himself, thinking that once he dealt with his employee, the Grey Wolf, it would not be too late to pursue those thoughts. Li Chaoyang successfully concocted a self-righteous justification. 10 minutes later, in the spacious and comfortable lounge of the Xinghua Commerce, the soft sofas stood silently. Li Chaoyang sat on the couch, his gaze somewhat vacant. Yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. He pondered in silence. What exactly should I seek out later? At this moment, an increasingly peculiar expression adorned his face, subtly emanating an unsettlingly deviant aura. He continued to indulge in his fantasies. I wonder if there are any establishments in Shrek City that offer relaxing massages akin to those from my previous life. Classic Chinese massage, with its skilled techniques and precise acupoint targeting. Traditional Thai massage, stretching and invigorating. Swedish full-body massage, gentle and soothing, relaxing every muscle. Deep tissue massage, tackling pain points and relieving stress. Aromatherapy massage, fragrant and calming. Hot stone massage, warm stones dispelling fatigue. And reflexology, stimulating the soles to rejuvenate the entire body. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his expression twisted further, even eliciting laughter that resonated oddly in the tranquil lounge. Li Chaoyang continued to muse. I wonder if there are any fallen young women among the students of Shrek Academy, driven to desperation by life's circumstances. The scenes of Hui Yuhao and Zhuang Nannan, coming from less-than-ideal family backgrounds, flashed through his mind, prompting him to nod sagely. He crafted a grandiloquent rationale for himself. As an exemplary student of Shrek, it is my duty to rescue those sisters and classmates in distress. Indeed, I must conduct a thorough mental scan of the entire Shrek City. With that thought, he nodded vigorously, as if he had discovered an exceedingly noble excuse. However, at that very moment, his nose began to bleed uncontrollably, trickling down to his chin, rendering him quite disheveled. Just as Li Chaoyang was about to immerse himself further in his deviant fantasies, a strikingly graceful woman approached with light, elegant steps. Upon noticing Li Chaoyang with blood streaming from his nose and a disturbingly wide grin on his face, she paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she walked straight up to him. Sir, she said, the 10 tons of mutton you ordered are ready and stored in your spatial soul guide. That will be a total of 500 gold soul coins. At the sound of her voice, Li Chaoyang was jolted back to reality from his absurd reverie. He turned his head towards 36, casually uttering an before retrieving a bag containing 500 golden soul coins from his bosom and tossing it to her with nonchalance, while simultaneously taking the spatial soul guide from her hands. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang shifted his gaze to the window, his thoughts drifting away as he indulged in his peculiar fantasies. Observing Li Chaoyang's demeanor, 36 shook her head in resignation and turned to leave, letting out a soft sigh, as if to imply that she was not entirely displeased with the situation. Deep within, Li Chaoyang pondered. Should he choose the delight of a single portion or the ecstasy of a double? Such a question indeed warranted contemplation. He chuckled to himself. At that moment, lost in his bizarre daydreams, Li Chaoyang inadvertently caught a glimpse through the window of Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaodao wandering through the night market. Unbeknownst to him, what he saw was not a figment of his imagination, but the genuine figures of Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaodao. He assumed it was merely a product of his fantasies. Continuing his reverie, he mused, alas, Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaotao are indeed quite charming. What a pity it is that I am torn between the pleasure of a single experience and the ultimate joy of a double. Outside Xinghua Commerce, Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaotao strolled leisurely, hand in hand. Ling Luoqing gently turned her head towards the entrance of Xinghua Commerce and said, "Xiaotao, let us go inside and procure some resources for cultivation. I have exhausted the materials for my ice-based elixirs." Ma Xiaotao glanced at Ling Luoqing, but her response came out in an oddly intonation-laden no. She had caught sight through the window of Li Chaoyang's grotesque expression as he leered at Ling Luoqing with an unsettling gaze. She aimed to shield Ling Luoqing from witnessing Li Chaoyang's repugnant stare to avert any unnecessary altercations. Ling Luoqing, puzzled, inquired why. "Did you not agree to it at first?" Following this, she followed Ma Xiaotao's line of sight and turned to look at the window of Xinghua Commerce. Ma Xiaotao, slightly delayed in her reaction, quickly darted in front of Ling Luoqing, attempting to obstruct her view. Shaking her head fervently, she anxiously insisted, "It's nothing, Luoqing. Truly nothing." Meanwhile, the temperature around Ling Luoqing began to plummet rapidly, as if the very air had frozen, enveloped in a chilling aura. Ling Luoqing enunciated each word with icy clarity. "Li Chaoyang." In the ensuing moment, Ling Luoqing raised her delicate hand, summoning forth her resplendent ice martial spirit. Instantly, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings encircled her elegant figure like radiant halos, exuding an aura of mysterious and formidable power. Observing this, Ma Xiaotao felt a tightening in her chest and hurriedly urged, her voice laced with urgency and sincerity, "Luoqing, you must think this through. You are already burdened with a demerit. If you were to engage in a confrontation here in the Shrek City night market, you risk accruing another, and that could lead to your expulsion. Luoqing, please do not act impulsively." Hearing Ma Xiaotao's words, Ling Luoqing's anger diminished slightly. However, at that moment, Li Chaoyang stood nearby, silently harboring disdain. Li Chaoyang silently mused to himself, "Indeed, one cannot deny the advantages of possessing formidable mental strength. Even daydreams manifest with such vividness. How amusing." Ling Luoqing took a deep breath and addressed Ma Xiaotao, saying, "Very well, I shall heed your advice." She then proceeded to take 2 more deep breaths, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, before gradually retracting her martial spirit and soul rings. Suddenly, with a swift push directed towards Ma Xiaotao, her gaze turned piercingly towards Li Chaoyang. In an instant, the flames of rage ignited anew within her heart. She shouted furiously at Ma Xiaotao, "What kind of expression is that? Am I a source of amusement? This infuriates me, Xiaotao. You cannot stop me." No sooner had she spoken than 5 soul rings emerged around her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, forming a resplendent rainbow encircling her. The overwhelming aura of her level 59 power surged forth, instilling a sense of dread. Ma Xiaotao, witnessing this, attempted to intervene, but was taken aback as Ling Luoqing's right arm suddenly radiated a dazzling light. With righteous fury, Ling Luoqing proclaimed, "Right arm soulbone skill, Ice Snow World." Before her words could fully resonate, a brilliant beam shot forth from her outstretched arm towards Li Chaoyang. Yet Li Chaoyang showed no inclination to resist. Inwardly, he contemplated, "Is this akin to being bound? How thrilling. Since there's no video entertainment in this world, experiencing it firsthand should be quite exhilarating. This mental strength is indeed fascinating. It appears I must focus on enhancing it." In the next moment, the light enveloped Li Chaoyang, followed by a blinding white glow engulfing both Ling Luoqing and Li Chaoyang simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a realm entirely composed of ice. Li Chaoyang surveyed his surroundings, touched the ice beneath him, and exclaimed, "This feels remarkably realistic. It's like being outdoors." At that moment, atop a small hill in the icy realm stood Ling Luoqing, regal and aloof, gazing down at Li Chaoyang. She called out boldly, "You cannot escape, Li Chaoyang. Prepare yourself for a battle of 300 exchanges. First soul skill, Ice Staff. Third soul skill, Ice Prison." As her words fell, her first and third soul rings erupted with radiant brilliance. With a flourish of her staff, she exuded an aura of majesty and mystery, reminiscent of an ice goddess. In an instant, Li Chaoyang found himself ensnared within a massive ice prison. He approached the frosty enclosure, remarking, "Quite sturdy, indeed. This is impressive." Ling Luoqing, observing Li Chaoyang's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of irritation, thinking, "How dare he underestimate me, a control-type soul master? He believes my lack of offensive skills renders me powerless? Very well, I shall show him my true capabilities." Almost immediately, a mysterious array manifested upon her staff, pulsating with a chilling yet potent energy. Ling Luoqing declared, "Winter has arrived. The array began to shine ever more brilliantly, resembling the stellar constellations of the night sky. Suddenly, icicles and ice columns rained down from the heavens of the icy realm, bombarding Li Chaoyang like a tempest. Li Chaoyang, bewildered, gazed up at the sky and murmured, "This makes no sense at all. Why would I think that? Shouldn't there be some ropes?" Immediately after, a flash of white light enveloped him, allowing him to effortlessly evade Ling Luoqing's self-created soul technique. The winter has arrived. Simultaneously, he vanished from Ling Luoqing's line of sight. Startled, Ling Luoqing exclaimed, "Where did that kid go?" "I'm right behind you," Li Chaoyang mischievously replied from just behind him. As Ling Luoqing turned to strike Li Chaoyang, he was abruptly pushed to the ground before he could complete his movement. Thus commenced the spectacle. In Chapter 201, as he fled, she pursued. Yet there was no escaping her grasp. Ling Luoqing, caught off guard, was forcefully shoved by Li Chaoyang, landing heavily on the ground and stirring up a small flurry of ice and snow. A wicked grin spread across Li Chaoyang's face as he boldly sat atop Ling Luoqing, exuding an air of arrogance. Ling Luoqing's heart raced in panic, her beautiful eyes wide with terror as she tremulously asked, "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, she was not the only one gripped by fear. In Li Chaoyang's spiritual realm, Ilex was equally shaken by the unfolding scene. With a twisted smile, Li Chaoyang taunted, "What am I going to do?" You'll find out soon enough. I promise it will leave a lasting impression, and it won't be for long." "Well, actually, it might be quite a while. I'm rather formidable." Before he finished speaking, a sharp sound echoed in the still air as he raised his hand and forcefully slapped Ling Luoqing's pert backside. Her face instantly flushed crimson, akin to a vibrant sunset. Her embarrassment and indignation palpable. Li Chaoyang offered her no chance to retaliate with words. He seized her delicate, pale neck with a firm grip and wickedly threatened, "Call me daddy, or we'll just sit here and see who can endure this longer." As soon as he finished, Ling Luoqing stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide as if trying to peer through his skin to ascertain whether this bizarre individual atop her was indeed the true Li Chaoyang and not some malevolent spirit or imposter. Simultaneously, Ilex within Li Chaoyang's spiritual realm was overwhelmed with a multitude of questions. He quickly addressed Li Chaoyang. "Li Chaoyang, do you genuinely not realize this is the real world? You aren't caught in some daydream, are you? Or has that old pervert taken over your body? No, wait. How strong must one be to escape my surveillance and seize your body?" Listening to Ilex's words, Li Chaoyang confidently replied, "How could that be? Isn't this a unique function of my spirit manifesting after reaching the divine origin realm? Ilex, please, don't deceive me. I have undergone 9 years of compulsory education and possess some common sense. While spiritual power does have such capabilities, how could spiritual manifestation possess tactile sensation and temperature?" Ilex explained helplessly. As the words fell, Li Chaoyang's eyes widened with astonishment, resembling the size of copper bells, filled with terror and disbelief. He could not help but exclaim, "Oh my!" Immediately following, as if jolted by electricity, Li Chaoyang swiftly withdrew his hands from Ling Luoqing's head and the 2 oranges. In the blink of an eye, he propelled himself away from Ling Luoqing with a powerful leap, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, blushing and awkwardly scratching his head, Li Chaoyang reappeared a short distance away. Stammering to Ling Luoqing, "Sister Luoqing, just now, I was under the control of an evil spirit master. Do you believe me?" Ling Luoqing, upon hearing this absurd explanation from Li Chaoyang, felt a surge of anger. She stood up and delivered a punch squarely on Li Chaoyang's body. Gritting her teeth as she declared, "I believe you, you big-headed ghost. You're doomed." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Chaoyang swiftly dodged, appearing 5 meters away, pitifully pleading, "Please, Sister Luoqing, I'm still young. I don't want to die." Ling Luoqing glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Prepare to meet your end." With that, she charged at Li Chaoyang like an enraged lioness. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang, employing his instantaneous movement technique, darted about like a cunning fox, evading her pursuit. The scene was lively, with her chasing and him fleeing, a spectacle of chaos. Time passed, and Ling Luoqing, exhausted and breathless, felt her legs weighed down as if filled with lead. Unable to continue the chase, she collapsed onto the ground, her delicate frame trembling slightly, her eyes and nose reddening. In the next instant, tears streamed down her face like a flood breaching a dam. Witnessing this, Li Chaoyang felt a sharp pain in his heart, as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped it. He immediately ceased using his instantaneous movement skill and approached Ling Luoqing slowly. His face filled with guilt as he awkwardly said, "Please don't cry. I truly did not mean it. I thought." Yet, the words lingered unspoken on his lips. He then offered her a tissue. Ling Luoqing, her expression icy, did not reach for the tissue he extended. Observing this, Li Chaoyang let out a light sigh, resigned, and leaned in closer, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with the tissue. However, just as he was making progress, Ling Luochang's anger flared. She raised her hand and forcefully swatted the tissue from his grasp, sending it fluttering to the ground like a kite with severed strings. Seeing this scene, Li Chaoyang sighed again, his gaze filled with a mix of helplessness and affection, softly suggesting, "How about I compensate you?" Ling Luochang, with tearful eyes, shouted in a choked voice, "I don't want it. Go away, you weirdo." Li Chaoyang sighed once more, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes as he said, "I'll give you a soul bone." Ling Luochang retorted loudly, "Who cares? Go away." Unfazed, Li Chaoyang continued, 100,000 years old. Upon hearing this, Ling Luochang's sobs noticeably diminished, her hiccups suggesting she was contemplating something. Observing her cease, crying yet remain attentive, Li Chaoyang pressed on, "Additionally, I have 2 level 7 soul guiding devices." The sound of Ling Luochang's weeping not only persisted but seemed to intensify, suggesting her dissatisfaction with the circumstances. Li Chaoyang, with a glint in his eyes, resorted to a display of charm, tugging at Ling Luochang's sleeve and plaintively stating, "Sister Luochang, I am but a destitute student, possessing merely these 2 level 7 soul guiding devices. How about you make do? I promise to take responsibility for you. After all, I am the most gifted genius in Shrek Academy in millennia. You would not be at a loss. There is no one better than me." Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Ling Luochang slowly lifted her head, gazing tearfully into his eyes. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted from Li Chaoyang's lips. Indeed, Ling Luochang had successfully landed a punch squarely on his eye. As she wiped away her tears, she furiously exclaimed, "How dare you? How will I face anyone in the future?" Immediately after, Li Chaoyang, rubbing his swollen eye, replied, "Do you have any enemies? I possess the highest grade soul guiding device in the world. Let me put it this way, except for places like Shrek, which are protected by deities, I could level any place to the ground." Ling Luochang, sniffling, responded, "I have no enemies." She then looked at Li Chaoyang with astonishment, incredulously asking, "You possess such a thing? What is it for?" Li Chaoyang proudly raised his chin and declared, I intended to use it to exact revenge on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School." Ling Luochang, her eyes glinting with mischief, retorted, "You have a grudge against the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Increase the payment. Otherwise, the entire Shrek will know of this by tomorrow." Upon hearing Ling Luochang's words, Li Chaoyang's face fell, and he lamented, "Don't be like this, Sister Luochang. I truly have nothing else of value." After a long sigh, as if making a momentous decision, he pondered for a moment and then resolutely stated, "How about I concede to you instead?" Ling Luochang, upon hearing this, was both furious and exasperated, and she once again swung her fist, landing a blow on Li Chaoyang's other eye, shouting, "Get lost." At this point, Li Chaoyang resembled a raccoon, his appearance quite comical. After enduring 2 punches, Li Chaoyang, looking pitiful, conceded, "All right, I truly cannot bear to part with it." He then carefully retrieved a small shard from his storage soul guiding device. Ling Luochang glanced at the small fragment in Li Chaoyang's hand, snorted disdainfully, and remarked, "Do not attempt to fool me with trash." Li Chaoyang, hearing her words, sighed helplessly and earnestly replied, "This is not trash. It is something that would drive any powerful individual into a frenzy, leading to fierce confrontations. However, once I give this to you, there will be no more 100,000 year soul bones left." Before Ling Luochang could chastise Li Chaoyang, he suddenly adopted a serious expression and activated the domain of fate. In an instant, a terrifying mental force surged into Ling Luochang's ice and snow world soul skill. The entire icy realm began to shake violently, with shards of ice flying and snowflakes swirling chaotically. This scene left Ling Luochang utterly stunned, her eyes wide with fear, as she believed Li Chaoyang intended to silence her. In her heart, she silently mused, "Actually, when you mentioned taking responsibility, I was inclined to agree." Regrettably, at this moment, Ling Luochang found herself firmly ensnared by Li Chaoyang's terrifying mental prowess, rendering her completely immobile. Subsequently, enveloped by this formidable mental force, both Li Chaoyang and Ling Luochang ascended into the air simultaneously. In Chapter 203, titled Absorbing Mental Fragments, under the exquisite manipulation of Li Chaoyang's extraordinary psyche, they appeared to be lifted by an invisible force, gracefully soaring into the sky. At this juncture, Li Chaoyang's consciousness delved deeply into the expansive sea of spirit. Addressing the dormant yet enigmatic Elder E within that mysterious spiritual realm with utmost seriousness, "Elder E, I kindly request your assistance in helping her absorb this fragment of consciousness." Within the sea of spirit, the aged and profound voice of Ilex resonated, carrying a hint of amusement and probing. "Are you truly willing to part with it? This fragment of consciousness is of the same caliber as my own existence." Upon hearing this, a faint, serene smile graced Li Chaoyang's lips, his tone imbued with an unwavering resolve. Indeed, I am willing. Moreover, this fragment possesses a water attribute, which is incompatible with my own powers. It would be futile to retain it. Instead, I would rather seize this opportunity as a long-term investment. Very well, since you have made up your mind, relax. For I shall commence now. Ilex's voice conveyed a hint of approval. Instantly, a mysterious and potent force began to surge within the sea of spirit. In an unexpected manifestation, a black-gray soul ring emerged beneath Li Chaoyang's feet, exuding a chilling luminescence that seemed to harbor boundless mysteries. Simultaneously, a staff appeared in his hand, intricately carved with enigmatic patterns, emanating a subtle magical aura. Li Chaoyang was enveloped in a shroud of gray light, reminiscent of the mist at dawn, both mysterious and solemn. This spectacle left both Li Chaoyang and Ling Luocheng wide-eyed, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Ling Luocheng gasped inwardly. Goodness, this fellow actually conceals a martial soul. Wait, he has 3 martial souls. Shouldn't I have agreed earlier? This aura somewhat resembles that of a sinister soul master. He wouldn't be contemplating silencing me, would he? Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang pondered silently. This must be the martial soul provided by Elder E, yet he doesn't even extend a greeting. This old fellow is truly something. However, Li Chaoyang was acutely aware that this was not the moment for inquiries, as he was in the midst of infusing Ling Luocheng with the fragment of consciousness. Any distraction could lead to unforeseen consequences. Then, under the influence of Elder E's intangible power, a series of incomprehensible words began to flow from Li Chaoyang's mouth, ancient incantations resonating with a mysterious and solemn rhythm. The front wheel does not turn, yet the rear wheel spins. The front wheel spins, while the rear wheel remains still. Neither wheel turns. O celestial spirits, I take my place above. As the last syllable echoed, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the tip of the staff, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky, directly targeting the floating fragment of consciousness. Simultaneously, this radiant beam acted as an invisible tether, intricately connecting the fragment with Ling Luocheng's mind. Gradually, the fragment flowed along this luminous pathway, akin to a gentle stream, easing into the depths of Ling Luocheng's sea of spirit. Ling Luocheng felt a surge of formidable power envelop her, prompting her to swiftly close her eyes and immerse herself in the process of absorbing the fragments of divine consciousness. Simultaneously, under Li Chaoyang's guidance, she gracefully descended to the ground, sitting cross-legged like a meditative sage, lost in an infinite reverie. Once Ling Luocheng landed, Li Chaoyang followed suit, stabilizing himself beside her. Soon after, the invisible force emanating from Elder E quietly receded from Li Chaoyang's body, causing the radiance surrounding him and the enigmatic martial spirit to vanish without a trace. With a flicker of thought, Li Chaoyang re-established communication with the intellect known as Ilex within the sea of consciousness. Elder E, what was that martial spirit we just encountered? Ilex responded with a smile. That was not a true martial spirit, but rather a divine artifact crafted by me. However, constrained by the laws of this world. It manifests in a form akin to a martial spirit during use, complete with a soul ring. Upon hearing Ilex's explanation, Li Chaoyang extended his hand toward him. Ilex, noticing this, retorted with indignation, "What do you think you are doing? That belongs to me." Li Chaoyang, with a playful grin, replied, "I am aware. But it seems you ought to pay your rent." "What rent? Have I not already given you the necromantic magic? Is that insufficient?" Ilex angrily countered. Very well, very well. You may have paid," Li Chaoyang quickly amended, maintaining his mischievous smile. "You do have some conscience," Ilex scoffed, his tone tinged with resignation. At this moment, Li Chaoyang contemplated inwardly. "No matter, I shall eventually collect the rent. It is only a matter of time before it becomes mine." His gaze then shifted to Ling Luocheng, who remained seated, radiating a gentle glow as she diligently absorbed the power of the divine consciousness fragments. Li Chaoyang resolved internally, "I shall remain here to protect her, ensuring her successful absorption of this power." He muttered softly, "Makabaka." Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed before him like a bolt of lightning, causing him to instinctively squint. As the brilliance subsided, a shadowy figure resembling a wolf gradually materialized, its outline becoming clearer. To his astonishment, it was none other than the iconic gray wolf from the animated realm. As the white light gradually dissipated, akin to the slow unveiling of a stage curtain, Gray Wolf stood fully before Li Chaoyang, chest out and serious demeanor, arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. He spoke, "Bipedal creature, is it true that you promised me 5 tons of lamb each month? Furthermore, what tasks do you require this king to perform?" His tone carried an undeniable arrogance. Li Chaoyang, observing Gray Wolf's pretentious seriousness, could not suppress a smile, bursting into laughter. He stifled his mirth and replied earnestly, "Indeed, It is true. I, Li Chaoyang, am a man of my word. With that, he reached into his garment and produced a finely crafted storage soul guide, presenting it to Grey Wolf. The artifact shimmered mysteriously under the sunlight. This is a storage soul guide device, containing 10 tons of lamb, which constitutes your basic salary for the past 2 months. Should you perform admirably, there is potential for a salary increase. All you need to do is infuse your mental energy into it, allowing you to effortlessly retrieve or deposit items at your discretion. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Grey Wolf's eyes glimmered with surprise and anticipation. It gingerly accepted the storage soul guide device, slowly closed its eyes, and began to infuse its mental energy. In an instant, its expression became exceedingly exaggerated. Its eyes widened like copper bells, mouth agape, saliva uncontrollably flowing forth, for Grey Wolf beheld a veritable mountain of lamb. In its excitement, Grey Wolf exclaimed, 10. However, before it could finish speaking, Li Chaoyang, quick-witted and nimble, hastily covered its mouth and whispered, "Show. There is someone in seclusion nearby. Keep your voice down so as not to disturb them." Only then did Grey Wolf regain its composure, wagging its tail as it followed Li Chaoyang's gaze. Behind him, Ling Luoqing sat cross-legged, exuding an aura of tranquility and mystery. Grey Wolf nodded and, lowering its voice while adopting a fawning demeanor, inquired, "What task shall I undertake, dear boss? And how long must I work each day?" The transformation in its demeanor was starkly different from the arrogance it had displayed moments earlier. Li Chaoyang, unable to suppress a chuckle, teased, "I rather preferred your former untamed and imperious self." As if triggered by his words, Grey Wolf's expression shifted instantaneously. The endearing visage vanished without a trace, replaced by the haughty demeanor of the self-proclaimed king. It straightened its back, chin slightly raised, pride gleaming in its eyes. Observing Grey Wolf's amusing transformation, Li Chaoyang's smile deepened, finding it exceedingly entertaining. "Without further ado, let us discuss your work tasks. Primarily, you will be involved in the creation of soul guide devices and similar inventions, utilizing your intellect for innovation. Of course, at times, participation in combat may also be necessary. We shall set the workday at 8 hours. You will have 5 days off each month, and you may choose your rest days as you see fit. As for the specific working hours, I will wake you when I rise, which is generally not before 8:30 a.m., Li Chaoyang patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, nodding vigorously as if its head were pecking at grains. "Rest assured, boss. I am the most formidable inventor in all of Green Pastures." Following this, Li Chaoyang picked up 9 thick tomes from the side and presented them to Grey Wolf. The covers of these books, imbued with an ancient charm, emanated a faint scent of knowledge, as if they contained boundless wisdom. These volumes encompassed the knowledge of soul guides from levels 1 to 9. Study them diligently. You will commence work tomorrow. Grey Wolf solemnly accepted the 9 tomes, cradling them as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. It nodded resolutely, determination shining in its eyes. "Starting tomorrow, I shall familiarize myself with this knowledge, integrating it with my own understanding. Macabuk, I shall not detain you further. Return to the Red Wolf and indulge in lamb," Li Chaoyang said to the Grey Wolf. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang waved his hand in farewell. A burst of white light flickered, enveloping the Grey Wolf in a dreamlike radiance once more. As the luminescence dissipated, the Grey Wolf vanished from Li Chaoyang's sight, leaving behind a faint trace of wolfish aroma in the air, as if narrating the events that had just transpired. Chapter 205, The Water God. Before the gates of Wolf Castle, a dazzling white light suddenly flickered. Once the brilliance faded, the silhouette of the Grey Wolf reappeared in this familiar realm. With a face alight with joy, the Grey Wolf gazed eagerly and tenderly at the exquisite storage soul guide in his hands, his lips curling into an involuntary smile, his eyes brimming with excitement. He gently caressed the soul guide and murmured to himself, "It's still here, still here." Then, raising his voice in exhilaration, he shouted, "Wife, we have an endless supply of food." However, before he could finish his sentence, the Grey Wolf's expression suddenly faltered as the adorable visage of Little Grey flashed in his mind. Little Grey had an excellent rapport with the lambs of the village, often frolicking together. As the Grey Wolf sank into contemplation, the Red Wolf strode out of the castle. Upon seeing the Grey Wolf's demeanor, her eyes filled with concern. She hurried to his side and inquired with genuine worry, "Husband, what is the matter? Are you all right?" The Grey Wolf snapped back to reality, gazing tenderly at the Red Wolf, and smiled, "Wife, do not worry, I am fine. I have found a fantastic job." Upon hearing this, the Red Wolf's brow remained furrowed as she pressed on with concern, "Is it dangerous, dear?" The Grey Wolf gently shook his head, exuding confidence as he replied, "Not at all. I merely need to apply my intellect. Moreover, the pay is in lamb, quite substantial." A glimmer of surprise flickered in the red wolf's eyes. Yet her brow still creased with doubt as she queried, "That sounds marvelous, but what troubles you? You seem downcast." The gray wolf sighed softly, confessing, "I worry that little Gray will refuse to eat. He is such good friends with the lambs in the village, and I fear he might sulk if he knows." The red wolf considered this for a moment, her brow slightly knitting as she responded, "Indeed, that is a concern. Let us be discreet and ensure he does not find out." The gray wolf nodded in resignation, a hint of worry glimmering in his eyes as he remarked, "I hope that when little Gray learns the truth, he will not harbor resentment towards us." With great care, the gray wolf handed the storage soul guide, containing 10 tons of lamb, to the red wolf, patiently instructing her on how to utilize this remarkable device. Upon receiving the soul guide, the red wolf peered inside, her eyes widening in astonishment, sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "So much lamb." Observing the red wolf's delighted expression, the gray wolf chuckled, "Wife, good times are upon us. Cheer up, I shall go see about my work." With that, he gently kissed her cheek and darted off towards his laboratory like a gust of wind. The red wolf watched the gray wolf's retreating figure and called out, "Be safe." The gray wolf turned, a confident smile gracing his face as he replied, "Nothing will go awry. I am the most brilliant scientist of the green pasture." Meanwhile, in the distant world of ice and snow, within the sea of consciousness of Ling Luocheng, time seemed to have lost its passage, leaving her unaware of how long it had been. At this moment, Ling Luocheng's figure gradually materialized within the sea of consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes, filled with curiosity and astonishment, and softly murmured, "Is this truly my sea of consciousness? What remarkable gift has that scoundrel Li Chaoyang bestowed upon me that enables me to explore the realm of awareness?" Having uttered these words, Ling Luocheng surveyed her surroundings, only to behold the vast and boundless sea of consciousness, shimmering like 1,000 stars. As she turned around, her gaze was suddenly captivated by a shard radiating an ethereal blue light. This fragment resembled a brilliant star, appearing particularly enigmatic amidst the expanse of the sea of consciousness. Intrigued, Ling Luocheng pondered aloud, "What is this object? Why do I feel so irresistibly drawn to it?" As she spoke, she found herself unconsciously stepping closer to the luminous blue shard. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with the fragment, an instant later, the entire sea of consciousness was enveloped in a brilliant blue glow. The light surged forth like a roaring tide, engulfing everything in its wake. Soon after, the blue light flickered incessantly, and a beautiful figure began to emerge gradually. It was a stunning woman with blue hair and azure eyes, her graceful form exuding an air of elegance, reminiscent of a fairy descending from a dream. The blue-haired beauty regarded Ling Luocheng, appraising her from head to toe, and remarked nonchalantly, "You are adequate, I suppose. Ice attributes have their nuances, and you seem to manage well enough." "Very well, I have little choice in the matter." Ling Luocheng, bewildered, stared at the blue-haired beauty and inquired, "Senior, who are you?" "I am the water goddess," the blue-haired beauty replied. No sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming surge of divine power, akin to a tumultuous wave, descended upon Ling Luocheng's sea of consciousness. In an instant, the brilliance within the sea intensified, and Ling Luocheng felt herself lifted by an enigmatic force, slowly ascending within the sea, surrounded by a halo of peculiar light. The ethereal form of the water goddess hovered at the center of the sea of consciousness, her gaze reflecting a mix of resignation and determination as she addressed Ling Luocheng. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to commence the divine assessment with merely this fragment of divine awareness. Yet now, having perished, I have no alternative but to gamble everything on this. Upon hearing the water goddess's words, Ling Luocheng's eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding her expression as she exclaimed, "The divine assessment." Her voice trembled slightly, imbued with both trepidation and anticipation for the unknown challenge that lay ahead. At that moment, the shard of the water goddess's consciousness ignited with fervor, beginning to burn fervently. Each fragment released a torrent of pure, magnificent blue energy, weaving through the air like vibrant azure threads, racing toward Ling Luocheng's forehead. Before long, the water goddess's fragment had burned away completely, transforming into countless specks of starlight that faded into nothingness. Simultaneously, a crystalline droplet symbol gradually emerged upon Ling Luocheng's forehead, pulsating with an enchanting blue luminescence, as if concealing infinite mysteries. Shortly thereafter, a solemn and majestic voice reverberated within Ling Luocheng's mind. "The 9 trials of the water goddess are officially commencing. The first trial of the water deity, attaining the pinnacle of ice attributes. Time, unlimited. Reward, an increase of 10 in the affinity with the water deity, and an extension of all soul ring durations by 1,000 years." The voice, resonating like a great bell, lingered in Ling Luoqing's mind until it gradually faded. Subsequently, Ling Luoqing felt a solid grounding beneath his feet, having landed. As soon as he set foot on solid ground, a warm and encouraging voice echoed around the vast expanse of his spiritual sea. Child, persevere. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, yet felt as if it were right beside him, bestowing upon Ling Luoqing boundless strength and courage. Soon after, the entire spiritual sea fell into a profound silence, as if all the clamor had dissipated, leaving only Ling Luoqing standing there, quietly absorbing the gentle chill emanating from the droplet mark on his forehead. He tenderly touched the droplet mark, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "Well, let us forgive him. However, I must say, this first trial appears to pose quite a challenge." Meanwhile, in a vast, boundless realm of snow and ice, Li Chaoyang sat cross-legged, eyes closed, focusing intently on the supreme cultivation technique he had acquired from the system. A soft, icy blue glow surrounded him, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding snowy landscape, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tranquility. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the system task. Elevate Ling Luoqing's martial soul ice attribute to the pinnacle of ice. Reward, an unknown domain. The system's voice abruptly interrupted Li Chaoyang's meditation. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's eyes flew open, a flicker of surprise and helplessness crossing his features. He immediately exited his meditative state and stood, involuntarily gazing in the direction of Ling Luoqing. He inwardly muttered, "Isn't this investment a bit excessive? I merely gave her a light tap on the backside, and the price seems rather steep. What a loss." Then, it felt as though an invisible force grasped Li Chaoyang, causing his body to tremble slightly, pain evident on his face. At that moment, a delicate, jade-like hand appeared before him. Li Chaoyang slowly raised his gaze, following the hand's direction, to find Ling Luoqing standing before him, a playful smile gracing her lips. Li Chaoyang's heart leapt with joy, a cheeky grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Are you asking to hold my hand? How delightful. I could not wish for more." With that, he swiftly reached for Ling Luoqing's hand. However, she was quick-witted and withdrew her hand in an instant, leaving him grasping at air. Fuming, Li Chaoyang glared at Ling Luoqing and demanded, "What are you doing?" Ling Luoqing, amused by his audacity, raised an eyebrow and retorted with a mocking smile, "What am I doing? Perhaps you should consider what you are doing instead. But never mind. I want to hold it against you. Hand over 100,000 years worth of soul bones, and I shall pretend today never happened." With that, she extended her empty hand towards Li Chaoyang once more, her eyes gleaming with an undeniable resolve. Li Chaoyang gazed at Ling Luoqing, who was demanding an exorbitant price, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are you serious? Your charges are outrageously above market value. Be careful, or I might accuse you of extortion." "No way. This is too much unless you allow me to, well, you know." He then wore a disturbingly lecherous grin, casting a lascivious glance at Ling Luoqing. Ling Luoqing, repulsed by Li Chaoyang's appalling demeanor, felt a wave of nausea wash over her, with her brow furrowed and a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She kicked toward Li Chaoyang's face. However, he seemed to have anticipated her move, evading her strike with a swift maneuver, effortlessly catching her foot. He then brought her foot to his nose, inhaling deeply with a look of rapture, declaring, "How fragrant." Chapter 207, The Dragon God's Legacy. A blush crept onto Ling Luoqing's cheeks as her heart raced. Flushed with indignation, she spat, "Pervert." Before she could finish her retort, she clenched her fist, filled with a mix of shame and fury, and launched a fierce punch at Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang, quick as a flash, dodged her unexpected attack with an agile movement, simultaneously releasing her foot. Observing the heightened color in Ling Luoqing's face due to her anger, he inwardly marveled at how truly incensed she had become. Thus, he decided to cease his teasing and stated earnestly, "In no more than 3 years, I can elevate your martial soul's ice attribute to its utmost pinnacle. If you desire anything beyond that, additional compensation will be required." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chaoyang cast a peculiar glance at Ling Luoqing. "Really?" she inquired, a glimmer of excitement flickering in her eyes. At that moment, she thought to herself how simple the first test appeared to be. Crossing his arms and raising his chin slightly, Li Chaoyang feigned arrogance as he replied, naturally, "Well, I must take my leave now. I need to enter seclusion for cultivation. So please take care of my class and avoid causing any trouble." Ling Luoqing, about to inform him of the discovery regarding her substitute teaching, noticed that Li Chaoyang had already activated his spatial soul skill, vanishing in an instant from her icy realm. With a resigned sigh, Ling Luoqing muttered to herself, "Oh well, that pervert will find out sooner or later." On Sea God Island, Li Chaoyang continued to deploy his simulation soul skill, racing back to his secluded space. Upon returning to his chamber, he seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes in contemplation. Now, there are no premium cultivation resources available, and I have 2 days until Emperor Tian arrives to fetch me. What should I do in the meantime? He then opened his eyes and turned his attention to the System Task panel. Ding. System Task, Subdue Xiaohongchun. Reward. Healing Domain elevated to Intermediate. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a System Task. Resolve Ma Xiaotao's Evil Fire Issue. Reward. 1 Divine Soul Ring. Ding. System Task issued. Discover the identity of the Puppet Master. Reward. Dragon God's Legacy. Ding. System Task issued. Annihilate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward. Level 1 God's Legacy. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the System Task. Devour the Abyssal Plane within a century. Reward. The Super Artifact Dragon God Spear. Failure penalty. Death. Ding. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the System Task, elevate Ling Luo Chen's Martial Soul Ice attribute to the utmost perfection of ice. Reward. An unknown domain. Li Chaoyang gazed at the myriad tasks displayed on the system panel, inwardly lamenting, what a pity, during the last visit to the Xing Luo auction house. I failed to adequately teach that laughing red dust a lesson. This task has been lingering for a year. The next time we meet, I must give him a thorough beating. As it stands, none of the tasks seem feasible. Sigh. He scrutinized the system task panel 2 or 3 more times. Lost in thought, his gaze wavering between task 3 and task 5. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Of course, initially, I disregarded the Abyssal Holy Monarch as a character from Doodela 3 and the Crimson Mother from Doodela 4, thus failing to connect them. Li Chaoyang exclaimed in astonishment to himself. Without delay, he sprang to his feet, excitedly addressing the system in his mind. The Puppet Master is the Abyssal Holy Monarch. However, 10 seconds passed without any response from his mind. He then attempted again. The Puppet Master is the Crimson Mother. No sooner had the words left his mouth than ding. Congratulations on completing the system task. Discover the Puppet Master behind the black-red smoke. Reward. Dragon God Heritage. As the system's voice echoed, a magnificent 9-colored beam of light descended from the skies above Shrek City, enveloping Li Chaoyang in an instant, rendering him immobile. Following this, Li Chaoyang activated his mental detection soul skill. This sudden turn of events caused the inhabitants of Shrek City to look up, gazing towards the direction of Sea God Island. Li Chaoyang's heart raced in alarm. Oh no, why is there such a commotion? Chapter 208, Pressure. Beneath the vast sky, on Sea God Island of Shrek, a towering 9-colored pillar of light surged into the heavens, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance, as if it sought to pierce the clouds and reach an unknown realm of mystery. Subsequently, within Shrek City, a storm brewed. All Soul Saints and above sensed an indescribable call and excitement. They sprang into action, soaring into the sky like streaks of light slicing through the air, heading straight for the location of the 9-colored beam. Yet, just as their curiosity compelled them to investigate, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from above Sea God Island, shaking the very earth. The sound was deafening, reminiscent of an ancient dragon awakening, exuding infinite majesty and power, sweeping across the land in an instant. This dragon's roar transformed into an invisible pressure, forcefully pinning all those who had taken flight. Soul Saints, Soul Douluos, even titled Douluos and Super Douluos, down to the ground, immobilized as if time itself had frozen. In that moment, the entirety of Shrek City fell into an unprecedented silence and oppression. Yet, amidst this profound stillness, 8 individuals remained able to move freely. Among the 3 individuals, there are the formidable Limit Douluos, the undying Poison Immortal, and Yan Shaozhe, all of whom possess extraordinary strength and command great respect. Alongside them stand 2 Peak Douluo, Elder Jean and Elder Xian of the Body Sect, who, despite their slight struggle under the weight of soul skills, still manage to maintain a semblance of movement. The remaining trio, safeguarded by divine power, consists of Wang Donger, Li Yizhen, and Ling Luoqing, who, like favored children of destiny, are able to retain their freedom amidst this terrifying pressure. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures materialized above Sea God Island. Myun, Poison Immortal, Yan Shaozhe, Elder Jean, and Elder Xian. They hovered in the air, their gazes piercing, focused intently on the 9-colored light pillar, their hearts brimming with confusion and astonishment. Poison Immortal, staring at the resplendent 7-colored glow, furrowed his brow and asked gravely, Myun, what on earth is happening? How can there be such a formidable pressure? Myun, upon hearing this, knitted his brows tightly and shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. I do not know. This power is unlike anything I have ever encountered. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Yan Shaozhe, who appeared remarkably relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he had anticipated all of this. Just as Myun was about to mentally inquire further, he noticed Xuanzi beside him, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg, embodying a carefree demeanor. Suddenly, Xuanzi tossed the chicken leg aside and bellowed, "Let's go and test it out. Martial soul, true body." No sooner had he spoken than Xuanzi transformed into a colossal Taotai divine ox, charging toward the nine-colored light pillar with earth-shattering vigor. This spectacle left everyone present in stunned silence, each silently contemplating the audacity of Xuanzi. The crowd exchanged glances, and not a single person entertained the idea of rescuing Xuanzi. After all, allowing him to face some hardship was not necessarily a bad thing. Myun, witnessing this, felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness for Shaozhe in this generation, otherwise, I cannot imagine the chaos that would ensue under Xuanzi's leadership. In an instant, Xuanzi's transformed Taotai divine ox reached the nine-colored light pillar. But just as it was about to make contact, a deafening dragon roar erupted, shattering Xuanzi's martial soul true body into oblivion. Simultaneously, Xuanzi was sent sprawling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, a pitiable sight. Myun, alarmed, observed that Xuanzi had merely sustained some superficial injuries and was not gravely harmed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He mentally reached out to Yan Shaozhe, inquiring, "Shaozhe, do you have any insight into what this is?" Yan Shaozhe smiled slightly in response. "It is a divine trial, and a powerful one at that. It must belong to a student from the Inner Academy. Indeed, there is more than one." Myun, taken aback, mentally exclaimed, "What do you mean, more than one?" "Yes, I sensed another one within Shrek City," Yan Shaozhe affirmed, his tone imbued with certainty. Upon hearing this, Myun's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the outskirts of Shrek Academy, a movement that did not escape the notice of Poison Immortal. Curiosity piqued, Poison Immortal asked, "Myun, what were you and Yan Shaozhe communicating about just now? And why are you looking toward Shrek City? Do share with me." Upon hearing this, Muin smiled faintly and replied, "The secrets of Shrek Academy are not for disclosure." He then communicated telepathically with Yan Shaozhe, saying, "I hope these two individuals are indeed students of Shrek. Shaozhe, once the pressure dissipates, you shall seek them in Shrek City, while I will search within the inner courtyard." Yan Shaozhe responded respectfully, "Understood, Master." Chapter 209, The Dragon Clan in a Distant Realm Far from Shrek City. In the heart of the enigmatic and profound Star Doe Forest, there lies a life lake that resembles a treasure of the world. The water is crystalline and mirror-like, yet seems to harbor endless mysteries, as if connecting to another mysterious dimension, quietly exuding a soft and enigmatic radiance. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the lake began to ripple, as if a slumbering giant beast from ancient times was about to awaken. Following this, a terrifying black dragon surged forth from the water, its massive form akin to a moving mountain, creating towering waves with each movement. This black dragon is none other than the super soul beast, Emperor Tian, who has existed for an astonishing 890,000 years. Possessing the ultimate attribute of darkness, it reigns as the sovereign of shadows, devouring all light in its vicinity. Emperor Tian's abyss-like eyes gazed towards Shrek City, murmuring in a deep, hoarse voice, "Another one? What is happening lately?" His words were laced with confusion and unease, as if he sensed an unusual aura quietly spreading in the air. Then, Emperor Tian slowly raised his head, piercing through layers of cloud and mist, directing his gaze towards the vast, boundless sky. Within him, ripples of contemplation began to stir, pondering, what is happening in the divine realm? Why are such anomalies occurring in succession? However, before Emperor Tian could delve deeper into his thoughts while gazing at the sky, a terrifying dragon's roar erupted within him like thunder. The sound seemed to resonate from the primordial chaos, carrying with it an overwhelming majesty and pressure that directly suppressed the noble and powerful bloodline within Emperor Tian. Upon feeling the reverberation of the dragon's roar, Emperor Tian's body jolted, his face displaying shock akin to encountering a specter. He abruptly turned his head, once again directing his gaze towards Shrek City, exclaiming, "Impossible! This aura feels so familiar. It is the dragon god." His voice was filled with disbelief and astonishment. No sooner had Emperor Tian's words faded than the life lake stirred again, and a dragon radiating a mysterious purple glow emerged from the water, gracefully approaching Emperor Tian. This dragon was none other than Ziji, whose elegant form exuded an innate nobility and coolness. Ziji followed Emperor Tian's gaze towards Shrek City, her brows furrowed tightly, her expression filled with confusion and gravity. She inquired, "Emperor Tian, what is that? Why is there such a powerful bloodline suppression that instills awe within me?" Emperor Tian's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, and he responded gravely, "That is the dragon god. I must personally investigate what secrets lie behind this." Ziji's eyes widened in shock as she repeated, the dragon god. Her voice betrayed an unmistakable blend of astonishment and curiosity. Emperor Tian nodded slightly, his expression resolute. Subsequently, it slowly raised its arm, and with a gentle wave, a profound and mysterious black hole gradually materialized in the void, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Just as Emperor Tian was poised to plunge into the black hole, eager to explore the secrets of Shrek City, a dazzling, resplendent nine-colored radiance abruptly manifested before the black hole like a shooting star. This radiant light was breathtakingly brilliant, seemingly harnessing all the colors of the world, imbued with an irresistible force that successfully halted Emperor Tian's advance. Sensing a familiar essence within this nine-colored light, Emperor Tian felt a stirring in his heart. Slowly turning to say respectfully, "My lord, what is this?" At that moment, an ethereal and majestic voice resonated from the lake of life. That young man, Li Chaoyang, has attained the dragon god's legacy. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment once again crossed Emperor Tian's face as he exclaimed, "Li Chaoyang has received the dragon god's inheritance? I thought the treasures of the dragon god had emerged into the world." Following this, Emperor Tian fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, his gaze hardened as if he had made a resolute decision, saying, "My lord, should I eliminate him to prevent future troubles?" "No need," replied the Silver Dragon King, its voice calm and resolute, as though everything lay within its control. Emperor Tian widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face as he retorted, "But he is human. If a human deity becomes a dragon god, will our spirit beasts ever have a chance for redemption?" The Silver Dragon King smiled gently, a glimmer of wisdom and tranquility in its laughter, saying, "There is no need for such concern. He is not an ordinary human. Moreover, his dragon bloodline is not inferior to yours. Otherwise, how could you believe he would gain the Dragon King's recognition?" Meanwhile, in Shrek City, beside the ethereal sea god lake, an elderly man radiating pure white light suddenly appeared. Though aged, this dignified figure exuded a terrifying life force as if he were ageless, shining alongside the sun and moon. Indeed, this man was Elder Zhuang. Standing quietly by the lake, he gazed longingly at the nine-colored radiance on Sea God Island, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. While a comforting smile graced his lips, he murmured to himself, indeed, the future of spirit beasts finally holds hope in the divine realm." Following this, the immense soul power that had been suppressed within Elder Zhuang erupted uncontrollably, the fluctuations of quasi-divine soul power spreading outward like a surging tide. Fortunately, Elder Zhuang reacted swiftly, vanishing from the vicinity of the sea god lake in an instant. Thus, he cleverly evaded the keen gazes of the 3-level 99 Limit Douluo hovering above Sea God Island, remaining undetected amidst this sudden upheaval. Chapter 210, Dragon God 13. 1 hour later, within the secluded chamber where Li Chaoyang was in seclusion on Shrek Sea God Island, a flickering light shimmered. At this moment, Li Chaoyang had finally completed the acceptance of the Dragon God inheritance mark. Having just endured this overwhelming power, he struggled to communicate with Ilex in the sea of consciousness, saying, "Elder E, the realm of the undead." However, before he could finish his sentence, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, and he suddenly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Elder Yi's demeanor remained serene and resolute as he waved his hands and directly opened the gate of the undead. A flickering ethereal light emanated from within, seemingly infused with an endless, mysterious power. With a gentle push, Elder Yi sent Li Chaoyang into the portal. Shortly after Li Chaoyang's departure, a white figure suddenly flashed into the secret chamber, appearing silently. This individual was none other than Li Chaoyang's great-uncle, Elder Zhuang. Elder Zhuang gazed at the spot where the unconscious Li Chaoyang had vanished, a slight frown creasing his brow as he murmured to himself, "What is happening? Perhaps it is merely this young one's peculiar method." With that, Elder Zhuang's form flickered and he vanished from sight. Simultaneously, he employed his skills to deftly erase any traces of Li Chaoyang's presence, as if he had never been there at all. Above the Sea God Island, the atmosphere grew tense. Yan Shaozhe and Mu In wore stern expressions as they activated their martial spirits, their soul rings gleaming brightly, emanating a power that surpassed even that of Dudu and Elder Jean. Dudu and Elder Jean exchanged glances, weighing their options. In the past, Dudu would have charged forward without hesitation, fully aware of the odds against him. However, the present circumstances were different. They bore the weight of a critical mission, and it was unwise to jeopardize their relations with Shrek Academy. Reluctantly, Dudu and Elder Jean shared a look and chose to withdraw, setting aside thoughts of this so-called opportunity. After their departure, Mu In and Yan Shaozhe exchanged a knowing smile and proceeded to implement their earlier plan. Yan Shaozhe moved swiftly towards Shrek City, searching diligently throughout. Mu In remained in the inner courtyard, meticulously inspecting each room. 2 hours later, Yan Shaozhe and Mu In reconvened, both shaking their heads in resignation, having found nothing. Everything appeared to be entirely normal. Unbeknownst to them, Li Chaoyang had escaped their search by entering the half-plane of the undead. Meanwhile, Ling Luoqing was wholly absorbed in her divine trial. Although Yan Shaozhe had located her, he discerned no abnormalities upon a cursory glance. Feeling unfulfilled, the two proceeded to search the outer courtyard once more, yet the result remained unchanged. Everything was as it should be. Finally, they decided to cease their efforts. Following a discussion, they attributed the events to the divine manifestation of sea god Tang, San, from a millennium ago. Furthermore, Yan Shaozhe and Mu In urgently convened a meeting at the Sea God Pavilion to deliberate on subsequent matters. Swiftly, news spread like wildfire from Shrek City to all corners, akin to the rapid emergence of spring shoots after a rain. How many would believe this information remained uncertain? In the undead plane, 1 day later, Li Chaoyang gradually awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he anxiously inquired, "Elder Yi, how many days have passed?" The gentle voice of Awakens resonated in his mind. 1 day. "Oh no, Makabaka!" Li Chaoyang exclaimed in alarm. Just then, a flash of light appeared, revealing Grey Wolf, dressed in pajamas and soundly asleep on the ground before him. Grey Wolf was deeply ensconced in dreams, murmuring, "Wife, I want another one." As soon as the words left his lips, he lunged toward Li Chaoyang's foot to plant a kiss. Li Chaoyang, quick to react, retreated several steps to avoid the unintended affection, his expression one of exasperation. He thought to himself, I had hoped that would be the end of it. Without delay, Li Chaoyang swiftly penned a letter and handed it to Grey Wolf, instructing him to commence the fabrication of soul-guiding devices, as he had matters of his own to attend to. In tandem, he produced a soul-guiding device filled with rare metals and placed both the letter and the device into Grey Wolf's hands. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang declared loudly, "Makabaka." No sooner had the words been uttered than Grey Wolf transformed into a beam of light, vanishing without a trace. Once the arrangements were in place, Li Chaoyang gazed upward at the mysterious dragon god emblem glowing above him. He then took a deep breath, channeling both his soul power and mental energy into the emblem. In an instant, an ancient and majestic voice resonated in his mind. Dragon God Trial 13. First trial. Elevate a soul beast lifespan from 1 year to 500,000 years. Reward. Dragon God Affinity 5. Li Chaoyang sighed, muttering to himself, "It appears I truly need Grey Wolf. I should inquire with Emperor Tian on how to expedite the cultivation of soul beasts. He would likely be supportive." With that, Li Chaoyang commenced his cultivation in the realm of the undead. The following day, Li Chaoyang gradually concluded his overnight meditation, leisurely opening his eyes, which sparkled with a radiant light, signifying the end of his seclusion. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, his stomach audibly protested with rumbling sounds, as if urgently demanding attention. Instinctively, he placed a hand on his belly, a playful smile gracing his lips as he said, "Apologies, dear belly. I was so engrossed in my training that I neglected your needs. Just a moment longer. Oh, Makabaka." No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling white light flashed, and amidst the radiance, Grey Wolf appeared unexpectedly, covered in bubbles and enjoying a bath. As he scrubbed his soapy body, he cheerfully hummed, "Oh, how I love bathing." Yet, upon noticing Li Chaoyang, his eyes widened in terror, and he shrieked, "Aw, pervert." In an instant, Grey Wolf seized a bar of soap and hurled it at Li Chaoyang, while desperately shielding his modesty, a sight both comical and chaotic. Li Chaoyang, bemused, chuckled softly and remarked, "Not now. It's morning. Why are you bathing at this hour? Besides, I am a respectable man, only interested in beautiful women. And might I remind you, you are a wolf and I am a human. My inclinations are perfectly normal." Grey Wolf rolled his eyes in response, retorting, "Who knows? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Perhaps you harbor some peculiar preferences. I am devoted solely to Hong Hong." Li Chaoyang's eyes glinted mischievously, and he smirked as he provocatively added, "Your lamb." Upon hearing the words mutton, Grey Wolf's demeanor instantly shifted. His previously arrogant expression transformed into one of servility, as he bowed and said, "Boss, you are absolutely right. I shall heed your advice." Li Chaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling a sense of triumph within, he thought, "With such limited skills, you truly believe I cannot handle you?" He then waved his hand and instructed, "You may return for now. I shall summon you in an hour." As soon as the words left his lips, Grey Wolf became a flash of light and vanished from Li Chaoyang's sight, swiftly returning to the verdant pastures. "Perhaps it's time for a meal," Li Chaoyang mused, patting his rumbling stomach. He then employed his simulation and spatial soul techniques, and with a flicker of movement, he arrived at the dining hall of the outer courtyard. The dining hall was bustling with activity, filled with the lively chatter of students. After purchasing his meal, Li Chaoyang settled into a window-side seat and began to eat voraciously. His appetite drew the attention of several students from the outer courtyard. It seemed that news of Li Chaoyang's escapade involving Lin Luoqing's substitute teaching and his subsequent truancy had spread like wildfire, culminating in a reprimand from the dean of the martial spirit department. Consequently, Li Chaoyang had become quite the notable figure in the outer courtyard, known to all. However, Li Chaoyang remained blissfully unaware of the attention he garnered. He attributed it to his striking handsomeness, believing that was the reason for the stares. Yet, he noticed that many of the onlookers were male students, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Furrowing his brow, he thought to himself, there are so many male students in Shrek. I must be cautious about my safety from now on. After a while, as he was halfway through his meal, a wrinkled hand gently rested on his shoulder. Startled, Li Chaoyang turned to see an elderly woman. Pausing his eating, he wore a confident smile and said, "Ah, it is you, Elder Lu. What brings you to seek me?" Elder Lu smiled at his nonchalant demeanor and replied, "Continue your meal. I am in no hurry." Nodding in compliance, Li Chaoyang resumed his eating, for he had not eaten in 3 days and was famished. In a ravenous frenzy, he consumed his meal entirely and even refilled his plate 7 times. Elder Lu observed him with a furrowed brow. Chapter 212, Elder Lu's Education 2. After finishing his 12th bowl of delicacies, Li Chaoyang leaned back in his chair, contentedly patting his belly. He then inadvertently let out a small, fragrant belch. With a grin, he exclaimed, "I am full." Suddenly recalling Elder Lu's presence, he quickly glanced up to find her frowning deeply. Her brows knitted together as if concealing the power to squash a mosquito with ease. Feeling slightly remorseful, Li Chaoyang offered, "Elder Lu, would you care to join me for a bite? I was so famished that I neglected to consider you." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, she slammed her hand on the table. The resounding crash echoed as the table splintered into fragments, and the dishes clattered to the floor with a sharp sound. The sudden turn of events startled Li Chaoyang, causing him to tremble, while simultaneously drawing the attention of numerous Shrek Academy's outer courtyard students, who cast curious and astonished glances in his direction. Old Lu's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Li Chaoyang, do you comprehend the magnitude of your misdeed?" Li Chaoyang, bewildered, scratched his head and replied, "Is it because I didn't bring you something to eat?" Old Lu, infuriated, glared with indignation and shouted again, "Repeat that." Trembling with fear, Li Chaoyang stammered, I've been quite normal lately, haven't I?" At that moment, a sense of panic began to creep into his mind as he muttered to himself. Could it be that Ling Luoqing took the money and didn't he fulfill his part? Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Old Lu could no longer contain his wrath and summoned his formidable mammoth spirit. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, encircled him like radiant stars, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Immediately, a palpable pressure akin to a tidal wave surged toward Li Chaoyang. Seeing this, Li Chaoyang made no attempt to resist, allowing the overwhelming force to pin him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Old Lu roared with fury, "I've heard that you audaciously dared to skip class and even hired someone to attend in your stead. Li Chaoyang, how bold you are." Struggling to lift his head, Li Chaoyang stammered, "Old Lu, I had urgent matters, and teacher Zhou wouldn't grant me leave, so I had no choice but to resort to this." Old Lu continued to thunder, "What urgent matters could possibly exist that even your great-grandfather, Elder Zhuang, is unaware of? Clearly, you simply wish to avoid school. Were it not for your lineage as Elder Zhuang's grandson, you would have been expelled long ago." As he spoke, Old Lu intensified the pressure, and Li Chaoyang felt as if a 1,000-pound weight bore down upon him, making it exceedingly difficult to breathe. With great effort, Li Chaoyang managed to utter, "I suppose I must extend my gratitude to the elder." At these words, Old Lu's anger flared even more, and he declared, "You may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment is inevitable. From now on, you shall endure 3 hours under my pressure daily until you can break free." Li Chaoyang's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope at this proclamation, and he quickly replied, "Old Lu, you are a rank 97 super Douluo. How could I possibly escape your pressure? Isn't that tantamount to bullying? I feel like I'd be under your thumb, even in the inner courtyard. Old Lu, I believe you deserve an incentive that way. I would have enough motivation and wouldn't need to trouble you every day." Upon hearing this, Old Lu burst into laughter, the frown on his face easing with amusement. He then increased the pressure slightly. With a teasing tone, Old Lu remarked, "An incentive? You cheeky lad, do you not relish skipping class? If you can elude my pressure, you need not attend classes anymore. You can study freely." Li Chaoyang's eyes gleamed with excitement at this declaration, and he exclaimed, "That's what you said, Old Lu. You mustn't go back on your word." Old Lu crossed his arms confidently and assuredly replied, "Naturally. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying dragon roar erupted within the Shrek cafeteria, a sound potent enough to shatter the heavens and earth, instantly obliterating old Lu's oppressive aura. Simultaneously, under the control of Li Chaoyang's formidable mental prowess, this power did not spread elsewhere, sparing the surrounding environment from harm. Immediately, a terrifying black dragon appeared around Li Chaoyang, soaring and spiraling through the air. The dragon's form continuously expanded, and its oppressive aura grew increasingly formidable, effectively subduing Elder Lu. Indeed, this was Li Chaoyang's simulated soul skill. Elder Lu gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, taking a half-step back as he exclaimed, "Emperor Heaven! How can this be possible?" Suddenly, the ethereal visage of Emperor Heaven materialized in the air, its majestic and overwhelming presence instantly enveloping the surroundings, leaving Elder Lu wide-eyed and rooted to the spot. Simultaneously, this terrifyingly vivid spectacle struck the students dining in the Shrek cafeteria, for none could be unaware of such a legendary soul beast. An atmosphere of unease permeated the cafeteria, with many students displaying expressions of dread. Fortunately, Li Chaoyang reacted swiftly. Leveraging his vast and precise mental strength, he meticulously contained the range of the simulated pressure, thus averting a catastrophe where students might faint from fear. With a mischievous grin, Li Chaoyang cheekily said to Elder Lu, "Elder Lu, I've won. So, I would like to request another month off, hee. I'm leaving now." As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his thoughts and deactivated the simulated soul skill. In an instant, the illusion of Emperor Heaven dissipated like a fleeting dream, as if it had never existed. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang strolled leisurely towards the cafeteria exit, embodying the demeanor of someone who had merely completed a light-hearted game. Elder Lu remained rooted in place, momentarily dazed before recovering his composure. Once he did, he became enraged, his face contorting with fury as he bellowed, "How dare you toy with me, Li Chaoyang? Your audacity knows no bounds." Before his words had fully escaped, Elder Lu vanished, appearing like a specter behind Li Chaoyang in an instant. He swiftly reached out a hand towards Li Chaoyang's shoulder, his speed astonishing. However, in that fleeting moment, Li Chaoyang's constantly activated mental detection skill proved pivotal. Every motion of Elder Lu seemed to slow down dramatically before his eyes, entirely under his control. Just as Lu's hand was about to grasp his shoulder, Li Chaoyang's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he activated his spatial soul skill. In an instant, the space around him warped, and with a flash, he vanished from his original position, reappearing at the entrance of the cafeteria. Elder Lu, taken aback, had not anticipated that Li Chaoyang possessed such abilities. He glanced at Li Chaoyang by the entrance, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he remarked, "Good lad. You actually have spatial soul skills. I underestimated you." Li Chaoyang turned back, maintaining his playful demeanor, and replied, "Elder Lu, you must keep your word." Hardly had he spoken when he executed another teleportation, seamlessly blending into the air and vanishing without a trace. Elder Lu, incensed by Li Chaoyang's words, erupted in fury, cursing, "You rascal, don't let me catch you." At that moment, Elder Lu noticed the curious gazes of the outer courtyard students, as if they were witnessing a spectacular performance. Lu Lao felt a sudden wave of humiliation wash over him. He bellowed at the surrounding students, "What are you staring at? Do you wish to be punished as well?" As soon as the words left his lips, the onlookers, who had been eagerly observing the spectacle, scattered like startled birds, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, a dazzling light erupted from Lu Lao's left leg. He proclaimed loudly, "Left leg soul bone skill, swift strike." Before his voice could fade, Lu Lao transformed into a whirlwind, dashing out of the cafeteria with breathtaking speed. He silently vowed to confront Li Chaoyang and make him pay for his insolence. At that moment, Li Chaoyang was leisurely making his way to the Soul Guidance Department, humming a cheerful tune while contemplating the upcoming Secret Realm trial. He mused to himself, "What a delightful day, basketball is far too perilous." Just as he reveled in his own little world, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. It was not that Li Chaoyang was stuttering. Rather, Lu Lao had materialized before him like a specter. Lu Lao, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red soul rings, emanated a radiant brilliance that spoke of his strength and authority. As he advanced towards Li Chaoyang, he coldly declared, "You dare to mock me, causing me to lose face in front of others? Today, you shall pay the price. Come, let us go to the battle arena, or else you will regret it." Seeing this, Li Chaoyang could not help but smile sheepishly, saying, "All right, Lu Lao, but please be gentle. I fear pain." Without uttering another word, Lu Lao seized Li Chaoyang's arm and leaped into the air, propelling them both towards the exclusive battle arena of Shrek Academy. Before long, they arrived at an empty arena. Lu Lao landed on one side of the battlefield and, with a motion akin to tossing a sandbag, threw Li Chaoyang to the opposite side. Li Chaoyang tumbled through the air, completing 3 somersaults before finally coming to a stable stop. He dusted off his clothes and, with a glint of inspiration flashing in his mind, devised a brilliant plan. Chapter 214, Muin's Test 1. Li Chaoyang observed Lu Lao, whose body trembled slightly with rage, and a playful smile crept across his lips. He softly suggested, "Lu Lao, why not calm down? Let us add a little wager to our contest, shall we?" Upon hearing the term wager, Lu Lao's fury intensified. He stamped his foot and coldly huffed, his voice as frigid as ice. "Very well. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you a soul bone." "All right, Lu Lao, you must honor your word," Li Chaoyang replied, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He secretly calculated that, as a prominent figure in Shrek, Lu Lao undoubtedly possessed soul bones of considerable age. However, Li Chaoyang was not one to readily absorb such offerings. After all, the most Lu Lao could provide would be a soul bone of merely 10,000 years, certainly not one of the rarest varieties exceeding that age. Lu Lao could not possibly possess such wealth without a soul bone of at least 10,000 years, unless it was an external soul bone. Li Chaoyang would never accept it lightly. Old Lu glared with wide eyes and coldly remarked, "When I speak, my word is as good as gold. However, what will you do if you lose? It would be best to focus on your studies rather than indulge in such futile fantasies." At that moment, a sharp glint flickered in old Lu's eyes, fixating intently on Li Chaoyang. Unfazed, Li Chaoyang met Lu's gaze and proclaimed, "That would not do during class, but I can wager an 8th level soul guide as my stake." Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept across Lu's face. "Very well, in that case, let us commence." Before his words had fully settled, a middle-aged referee, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, approached the judging table with measured steps. Just as the referee was about to announce the start of the match, Lu interrupted with a wave of his hand. "You may step back. Your presence is no longer required here." The middle-aged referee stammered, but Lu furrowed his brow and asserted firmly, "There is no but. Step aside." The referee hesitated momentarily, caught off guard, when an unkempt old man quietly appeared on the viewing platform. It was Elder Xian. With a calm smile, Elder Xian said, "Step down. I am here." Relieved upon hearing Xian's voice, the referee promptly withdrew without hesitation. Elder Xian then declared, "Let the match begin." Almost simultaneously, Li Chaoyang and old Lu summoned their respective martial spirits. Li Chaoyang's aura shimmered with 2 yellow and 2 purple, false, soul rings, which were in fact 1 white, 1 purple, 1 red, and 1 platinum. In his hand materialized an elemental staff radiating a mysterious glow. Old Lu, in contrast, boasted dazzling soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, with the formidable silhouette of a mammoth elephant materializing behind him, exuding an overwhelming presence. Seeing this, Elder Xian pondered inwardly. Could it be him? In the shadows, Mu In and Yan Shaozhe observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Mu In whispered, "Is that the boy Li Chaoyang?" Yan Shaozhe shook his head in resignation. "I cannot perceive it. Li Chaoyang's mental prowess is far too formidable, creating a qualitative gap between us. Even my spiritual sense fails. His mental strength has undoubtedly reached a divine level." Yan Shaozhe then inquired, "What leads you to suspect this boy Li Chaoyang?" With a sigh, Mu In replied, "That lad sneaked off to cultivate atop the golden tree half a month ago." Yan Shaozhe expressed his astonishment. "What? How did I not notice? Though indeed, I cannot feel it." Mu In continued, "I was informed by the golden tree itself. The boy possesses an alarming ability to conceal himself. Nevertheless, since Li Chaoyang is the grandson of Elder Zhuang, whose family has diligently served in Shrek for over 8,000 years, their background is impeccable. Furthermore, with the healing sect now annihilated and only him remaining, I chose not to intervene excessively. After all, he was merely in seclusion to cultivate. The crux is, I do not know when he left, nor could I locate him during the last internal search. I am uncertain if he hid from me using his mental prowess. Alas, I truly am getting old." Yan Shaozhe then asked, "Why not consult the golden tree?" Mu In shook his head and said, "Ever since the issues arose, the golden tree's consciousness has vanished. The trial set by old Lu was arranged by me to gauge Li Chaoyang's depth." Yan Shaozhe nodded in understanding of his master's words. Immediately afterward, Mun inquired about the situation concerning the Sun and Moon Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. Yan Shaozhe's expression darkened as he replied, "The situation is quite dire." In Chapter 215, titled Mun's Probe 2, the atmosphere in the soul battle arena was so intensely charged it felt as though it could ignite the very air. Lu Lao, a formidable soul master boasting a power level of 97, emanated an oppressive aura akin to a towering mountain, clashing head-on with the grand pressure simulated by Li Chaoyang. To everyone's astonishment, amidst this invisible yet fierce contest of might, Li Chaoyang subtly gained the upper hand, reminiscent of the rising sun, though its brilliance was still feeble. It exhibited an indomitable spirit eager to break through the clouds. At this moment, a sly smile curled at the corners of Li Chaoyang's mouth as he addressed Lu Lao, saying, "Lu Lao, look at our soul power levels. There is at least a 40-level difference between us. How about you let me take a shot?" His tone carried a hint of provocation, intertwined with a touch of strategy. Lu Lao, taken aback by this remark, soon broke into a hearty smile, reminiscent of the warm winter sun dispelling the gloom. "Very well, let us see just how formidable your move truly is," he replied, his voice steady and imbued with unwavering confidence. Seeing his scheme succeed, a glimmer of pride flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes as he promptly pressed on. "That's soul power." Lu Lao, not allowing him to finish, stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and declared, "I know my limits. Hurry up, or I shall strike first." Li Chaoyang inhaled deeply, his demeanor growing serious, and proclaimed, "All right, Lu Lao, be careful." No sooner had the words left his lips than a peculiar beam shot forth from his head, resembling a streak of lightning piercing through the darkness. Infused with a mysterious and potent energy, Lu Lao, momentarily taken aback, had anticipated an astonishing soul skill, but was instead met with this extraordinary phenomenon. In an instant, the beam struck Lu Lao with precision. The next moment, a scene that left onlookers astounded unfolded. Both Li Chaoyang and Lu Lao vanished simultaneously, as if swept away by an enigmatic force into another realm. It turned out that the beam represented Li Chaoyang's dream skull skill, manifesting a mental space that acted like an invisible vortex, drawing the two into this unique domain. On the spectator platform, Xuanzi, Mun, and Yan Shaozhe were all momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with shock. Yan Shaozhe was the first to regain his composure, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he marveled, "What a powerful skull skill, capable of opening a space. Alas, we cannot witness the battle within." Within the mental realm, a void enveloped them, as though time and space had lost all significance. Lu Lao and Li Chaoyang found themselves within this mysterious place. Reacting swiftly, Li Chaoyang immediately employed a simulated soul skill, perfectly concealing himself, merging seamlessly into the void, rendering him nearly undetectable. Lu Lao slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, feeling a slight headache from the unfamiliar space. Even this seasoned veteran found himself grappling with a sense of challenge. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "This young lad possesses a soul bone of the spatial type." However, before his words could fade, Lu Lao's lips curled into a meaningful smile, overflowing with confidence as he declared, "I possess a soul skill capable of manipulating space. The 8th soul skill." His voice resonated like a thunderclap within the realm of the mind, imbued with an aura of profound authority. Upon hearing the mention of the 8th soul skill, Li Chaoyang felt a sudden tremor within his heart, as if an invisible pressure bore down upon him. Under this weight, the simulated soul skill faltered slightly, akin to ripples disturbing a tranquil lake. To Lu Lao, an experienced and formidable fighter, this minuscule flaw was as conspicuous as a beacon in the dark. A glimmer of sharp insight flashed in Lu Lao's eyes, and in an instant, he appeared by Li Chaoyang's side like a wraith. With a swift right hook, Lu Lao unleashed a punch that sliced through the air, reminiscent of a cannonball being fired, striking Li Chaoyang with tremendous force. Li Chaoyang felt an overwhelming power strike him, sending his body uncontrollably hurtling away, rolling 5 times on the ground before coming to a halt. At that moment, he tasted a metallic sweetness in his mouth, and could not suppress a spurt of fresh blood. Shakily, he stood up, his eyes ablaze with fury and questions, shouting at Lu Lao, "Didn't you say you would exercise restraint? Why employ the 8th soul skill?" Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Lu Lao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonant and bold, as if capable of dispelling all gloom. "Youngster, I did not employ any soul skill just now. Your combat experience is woefully inadequate. You have fought far too infrequently. As a direct descendant of Shrek, you've still allowed me to exploit a weakness. Surrender now and return to your studies." Lu Lao's words carried both a sense of mentorship and a hint of disappointment. In the next moment, Lu Lao moved, transforming into a streak of light, darting towards Li Chaoyang like a bolt of lightning. The speed was so swift that Li Chaoyang scarcely had time to react. With a tightening of his chest, he hastily invoked the spatial soul skill, narrowly evading Lu Lao's assault. Now positioned behind Lu Lao, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ignited with a fiery rage as he declared, "Old fraud, how could I have ever trusted you? Just wait, I shall unleash my true power." His voice roared like a wild beast, brimming with indomitable spirit. Lu Lao, hearing Li Chaoyang's declaration, once again allowed a smile to grace his lips, his eyes sparkling with provocation. "Then come at me directly." 8th Soul Skill. Chapter 216, Muin's Test 3. Observing that Li Chaoyang had betrayed not a hint of his presence within the mental realm, Lu Lao felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, his lips curling into an approving smile. He then spoke again, his voice steady and powerful, 8th soul skill. Yet, the mental space remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Seeing this, Lu Lao nodded approvingly, secretly commending Li Chaoyang's composure and restraint. He continued, "Youngster, emerge. You have passed this trial. Should you remain hidden any longer, I shall indeed resort to the 8th soul skill to breach your spatial defense." Lu Lao waited patiently, but the mental realm remained utterly still. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Are you not coming out yet?" The only response was an echo. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang had quietly departed the mental realm, finding himself in the arena of battle spirit. Upon seeing Li Chaoyang return alone, Xuanzi, Muin, and Yan Shaozhe were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with speculation. This lad's soul technique can conceal individuals, and quite formidable ones at that. The mobility of this war god technique is simply unimaginable. Although Li Chaoyang's spiritual world soul technique would induce mental disorientation in anyone but himself, it was merely a trivial trick to genuine powerhouses. At that moment, having just exited the mental space, Li Chaoyang wore a mischievous grin, muttering to himself, "That ugly old hag dared to scheme against me. Let me see how I should repay her." With that, Li Chaoyang trotted over to the very spot where old Lu had been trapped in the soul technique within the mental realm. Xuanzi and the others looked on, bewildered, their minds awash with confusion. What on earth is this lad up to? However, they soon grasped Li Chaoyang's intentions. He retrieved several 5th-level fixed spirit cannon shells from his spatial spirit tool, as if intending to upend the entire arena. Seeing this, Yan Shaozhe erupted in fury, bellowing, "Chaoyang, this is merely a spar, not a life-and-death battle. You must refrain from using fixed spirit cannons and taking out over 60 at once. Is your aim to raise the arena to the ground?" Li Chaoyang turned at the sound, offering an apologetic smile. "My apologies, Dean Yin. I momentarily forgot." With a sigh, he returned the 60-plus 5th-level fixed spirit cannon shells to their place. Yet inwardly, he mused, "How unfortunate that Dean Yin is also here. I wanted to experience what it feels like to blow up a school." In the blink of an eye, Li Chaoyang summoned his life-bound spirit tool, the elemental floating cannon. The 5 elemental floating cannons began to charge simultaneously, patiently awaiting old Lu's appearance. Meanwhile, in the mental space, old Lu continued to call out anxiously, "Come out. Otherwise, I shall truly unleash my soul technique. Come out." At this point, old Lu was becoming increasingly flustered, for her earlier words were merely a ruse to deceive Li Chaoyang. She possessed no soul technique capable of breaching the space. It is crucial to understand that there are only 2 possibilities for a soul technique to destroy space. One must either possess a soul technique specifically designed for that purpose, or one's attack power must reach the level of a title Douluo. Currently, old Lu was at the 97th rank, capable at most of unleashing a peak attack of the 98th rank. Reaching the 99th was impossible, as the transition from 98 to 99 is a divine punishment. As old Lu grew more anxious with Li Chaoyang's continued silence, she thought to herself, "I'm doomed. I've fallen into my own trap. Could it be that this lad has already exited?" 5 minutes later, in the outside world, Xuanzi and the others pondered what this lad was scheming. At this point, Li Chaoyang had become somewhat numb from the buildup of energy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to Xian Lao and inquired, "Xian Lao, does old Lu possess any soul technique that can break open space?" Xian Lao shook his head, "Of course not." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Xian Lao, Li Chaoyang, Muin, and Yan Shaozhe changed abruptly. Li Chaoyang felt a sinking sensation in his heart and blurted out, "This is bad." In that moment, within the mysterious realm of his spiritual space, a colossal mammoth had arrived at the very edge of this ethereal domain. The mammoth, its body as imposing as towering mountains, exuded a breathtaking power with each breath it took. It was relentlessly and ferociously battering against the walls of the spiritual space with a sense of unwavering determination. Indeed, this formidable mammoth was the manifestation of old Lu after he had unleashed his martial spirit's true form, its fearsome tusks and robust limbs epitomizing its terrifying strength. As time trickled by, 5 continuous minutes of relentless assaults rained down upon the walls of the spiritual space like a tempest. Astonishingly, not even a single crack marred the surface of the walls. Only the deep imprints left by old Lu's furious collisions seemed to narrate the brutality of this fierce confrontation. Another round of vigorous attempts to break through the barrier ended in failure once more. Enraged, old Lu's face flushed with fury, and he bellowed, "Damn it! How can this wall be so unyielding? I refuse to believe this." Just as old Lu prepared to launch yet another reckless charge, Li Chaoyang's calm voice resonated like a gentle spring breeze. "Old Lu, why not concede? he suggested leisurely. This spatial-type soul skill can only be breached by a terrifying level of 99. You lack the specific soul skill that can affect space. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, old Lu's face turned an ashen hue, and he retorted indignantly, "You insolent brat, weren't you just saying you wouldn't leave this spiritual space?" Li Chaoyang smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed." Old Lu was momentarily stunned and then exclaimed, "What did you say? Old Lu, did you not claim to possess a soul skill that could disrupt space? I am simply waiting outside for you to demonstrate your prowess. Truly, I have been meticulously charging the soul-guided cannon during these 5 minutes. Yet you have remained trapped within this spiritual realm." A sly grin adorned Li Chaoyang's face as he spoke mischievously. Upon hearing this, old Lu's face flushed crimson, as if scorched by flames. At that moment, he heightened his spiritual power to its utmost, as if casting an invisible net, desperately searching for Li Chaoyang's presence in an attempt to drag him out. Seeing old Lu's silence, Li Chaoyang continued, "Old Lu, perhaps it would be wise to concede. Otherwise, I may just step outside. At that point, you would remain confined here indefinitely. After all, it's merely a soul bone, not excessively costly." Old Lu gritted his teeth and replied, "Then you should come out first." "I won't. I'm afraid if I step out, you will strike me," Li Chaoyang retorted decisively, his tone laced with playful provocation. Realizing his scheme had failed, old Lu sighed, but a glint of resolve flickered in his eyes as he asserted, "Then I shall not hold back. Let us see. 7th soul skill, Diamond Mammoth. 8th soul skill, Mammoth Storm." As the words fell, the 8th and 9th crimson soul rings on the mammoth elephant blazed forth like resplendent stars, radiating a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, the mammoth elephant became enveloped in a layer of unyielding stone, as if donned in impenetrable armor. A terrifying aura surged forth from the creature, akin to a tidal wave, instilling a deep sense of reverence. With the dual enhancement of the true martial spirit and the augmentation from 10,000 years of soul skills, the Elder Lu's presence ascended to a formidable level of 98. Then, a thunderous trumpet of the elephant echoed, as if to rend the heavens and the earth. In an instant, 4 additional mammoth elephants appeared beside the leading one, standing shoulder to shoulder, their combined might overwhelming. Behind these 5 giants, an innumerable throng of mammoth elephants surged forth, reminiscent of a colossal tide. Of course, the latter were significantly smaller in stature compared to the foremost 5. Li Chaoyang, witnessing this awe-inspiring display, could not help but ponder. This must be Lu's ultimate strike. To what level of power has he ascended? Surely, he has not approached his limit. I hope this is merely an illusion of intimidation. In the blink of an eye, the 5 leading mammoth elephants charged towards the wall of the spiritual realm, accompanied by their countless brethren, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses. A resounding crash echoed, akin to thunderclaps in the ear. The multitude of mammoth elephants collided with the wall simultaneously, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur that moved onlookers profoundly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Chaoyang inwardly exclaimed, "This is dire." In the next moment, a faint crack appeared on the barrier of the spiritual realm, as if a small stone had been cast into a serene lake, sending ripples that disrupted the previous tranquility. Li Chaoyang's gaze sharpened, his eyes becoming as piercing as an eagle's, and he thought, "Alas, I have underestimated the profound heritage and extraordinary tactics of the elders from Shrek Academy. I cannot allow him to breach this barrier, or I shall face grave consequences." With this in mind, Li Chaoyang resolutely activated the domain of fate, channeling his mental energy to its utmost, akin to a surging tide, relentless and unyielding. Simultaneously, he propelled his simulated soul skill with all his might, allowing this ethereal technique to radiate with even more vivid brilliance. Then, a brilliant light erupted from his right hand, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky. Dazzling and magnificent, the exquisite pagoda emerged in response, materializing in his palm before soaring into the air, its size rapidly expanding into a towering edifice, exuding an aura both ancient and enigmatic. Under the clever guise of the fully activated simulated soul skill, this illusory yet tangible assault successfully deceived the Elder Lu, who was focused on attacking the barrier. In that fleeting moment, a powerful and forbidden force descended like a net, ensnaring Lu tightly. Startled by the sudden binding power, Lu, who was vigorously assaulting the barrier, pondered in alarm. What is this? Li Chaoyang's spatial soul skill possesses such remarkable efficacy. I have truly underestimated him. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lao's 7th, 8th, and 9th soul skills dissipated like ephemeral dreams, and his formidable form of the mammoth swiftly reverted to its original state, appearing somewhat disheveled. Observing this, Li Chaoyang couldn't help but smile confidently. Stepping out from the concealment of his simulated soul skills, akin to a sage who commands the entire situation. With a grin, he remarked, "Lu Lao, I truly did not anticipate that your offensive prowess could reach the level of an initial Limit Douluo. Such strength is indeed astonishing. However, had it not been for my invincible control techniques, I might have truly faced defeat at your hands today. Lu Lao, might we consider your concession now? Do prepare your soul bone. He. As he spoke, Li Chaoyang excitedly rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with the gleam of golden soul coins, as if envisioning mountains of wealth. It is worth noting that even the least valuable soul bones are worth tens of thousands of golden soul coins, enough to afford him a period of carefree enjoyment. Upon seeing Li Chaoyang's smug demeanor, Lu Lao let out a cold snort and disdainfully retorted, I have not yet lost. I refuse to believe you can maintain this soul skill indefinitely. Soon, the scales of victory will tip back in my favor. No matter how well you control it, it will be of no use. Do not forget, you cannot breach my defenses. Your formidable control is merely a waste of time. Li Chaoyang, you should prepare yourself for my instruction. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Lao erupted into a boisterous laugh, filled with scorn and provocation. Li Chaoyang, witnessing this, simply shook his head gently, his confident smile unwavering as he replied, Lu Lao, it appears you still do not fully comprehend me. I am renowned for my endurance. The duration of my soul skills is not governed by soul power, but by physical stamina. With that, Li Chaoyang retrieved a cup of fragrant beverage from his spatial soul guide, leisurely sipping it before Lu Lao, as if indulging in a delightful afternoon tea. He chuckled. Having said so much, I find myself a bit parched. Lu Lao, would you care for some? He glanced at Lu Lao, awaiting his response. Yet, Lu Lao remained silent, merely casting a cold glare in his direction. Unfazed, Li Chaoyang continued. As for whether I can breach your defenses, Lu Lao, I genuinely advise against testing that. The consequences may well be beyond your capacity to endure. Just as he finished speaking, Li Chaoyang once more produced 2 level 10 fixed soul-guided artillery shells from his spatial soul guide. Under Li Chaoyang's precise mental control, the 2 shells soared forth like dragons poised to strike, gradually approaching Lu Lao. Their imposing lengths of 3 meters exuded a terrifying pressure, as formidable as a mountain, instilling a sense of fear in Lu Lao. With his extensive experience, Lu Lao could immediately discern that these were level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Regrettably, he misjudged them to be level 10. Observing Lu Lao's grave expression, Li Chaoyang felt a surge of pride within. Lu Lao, recognizing the situation, sighed in resignation and conceded, I admit defeat. She was acutely aware that even a level 9 soul-guided cannonball could unleash the full power of a Limit Douluo's ultimate strike. In his current state, being controlled and defenseless, even a defensive soul master would be obliterated by a single shot, let alone 2. With a heavy sigh, old Lu expressed his resignation, his voice laden with the weight of experience and compromise. He gradually uttered, I concede, please release me. In response, Li Chaoyang stood tall and resolute, asserting, no. His tone was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. Am I not giving you face, you insolent brat? Why? Old Lu's frustration boiled over, his eyes wide with indignation as he questioned loudly. Li Chaoyang, however, remained unfazed, casually waving his hand and responding, there's no choice, old Lu. You've deceived me several times today. You must first give me the soul bone. His demeanor conveyed an air of absolute control. Then, Li Chaoyang manipulated the exquisite tower, further diminishing the confinement upon old Lu, allowing him to retrieve the soul bone from the soul-guided device. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, old Lu's anger surged, and he exclaimed, is my credibility with you so low? His voice was filled with grievance and reluctance. Li Chaoyang nodded without hesitation, his gaze resolute. Witnessing this, old Lu's fury escalated, and he retorted, fine, I will give it to you. With that, he produced a soul bone encased in a delicate box, which emanated a faint glow as if revealing its extraordinary nature. Old Lu forcefully tossed the soul bone toward Li Chaoyang, his actions infused with irritation. Li Chaoyang caught the box, sensing the potent aura emanating from within, and smiled slightly as he said, thank you, old Lu. I shall take a month off. See you in a month. His tone was so casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chaoyang vanished, re-entering the wondrous realm of simulated soul skills. He then gently beckoned, retracting the exquisite tower back into the soul-guided device. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's intention to take a month off, old Lu erupted, bellowing, what do you mean by that? Just take the final exam directly. His voice reverberated like thunder in the air. Li Chaoyang, unperturbed, replied, old Lu makes a valid point. Let it be so. He concluded with a relaxed smile. At that moment, the confinement upon old Lu dissipated entirely, leaving him feeling light, yet increasingly infuriated. He shouted vehemently, you little brat, come out. Let's see if I won't break your legs. His voice brimmed with rage and menace. Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang closed the mental space soul skill, offering no response, seemingly intent on provoking old Lu further. As they returned to the battle arena, Li Chaoyang glanced at old Lu, casually waving his hand in farewell with an air of nonchalance. In an instant, he vanished like a flash of lightning, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing the scene, old Lu was infuriated, stamping his feet in rage, causing the stones beneath him to scatter as if mirroring his tempestuous emotions. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "That little rascal runs remarkably fast." Just then, Xuanzai, Muin, and Yan Shaozhe, upon seeing the conclusion of the match, swiftly appeared on the competition stage. Subsequently, the four of them vanished simultaneously, akin to four streaks of light, returning to the Divine Sea Island. Upon their arrival at the island, Xuanzai was the first to speak, his gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation and curiosity. What is the extent of Li Chaoyang's combat prowess? Did he employ any divine artifacts? His tone was steady and powerful, as if probing a significant secret. Old Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement and seriousness as he replied, "That young man's survival skills are exceptional. Without the power of a Limit Douluo, one cannot hope to vanquish him. It's undoubtedly him. He possesses formidable control techniques that can completely suppress even a Limit Douluo. He may possess a divine artifact." His voice was filled with admiration and astonishment. Upon hearing old Lu's words, Xuanzai, Muin, and Yan Shaozhe nodded in unison, their expressions reflecting agreement. In their minds, a singular thought flashed like lightning. It must indeed be him. Old Lu continued, "I haven't tested his offensive capabilities, but—" He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He then turned to Yan Shaozhe, inquiring, "Why does that young man possess a 9th-level fixed soul-guided artillery shell? The pressure it exerts is terrifying, akin to that of a peak 9th-level fixed soul-guided shell. Even the 9th-level soul engineer, Silver Moon Duo from the Sun and Moon Empire, has not been able to produce such a thing in nearly a decade, has he?" His tone was filled with surprise and confusion. In response, Yan Shaozhe chuckled and shook his head, his expression relaxed. It must be a simulation of soul skills. After all, with Li Chaoyang's formidable mental power, if he can simulate Emperor Tian, he could certainly replicate the aura and pressure, deceiving even my divine power. It is entirely plausible that he could simulate a 9th-level fixed soul-guided artillery shell. Moreover, he is a 5th-level soul engineer and has sought my guidance in mastering fixed soul devices, so he possesses a certain level of understanding regarding 9th-level soul devices. His explanation was coherent and convincing. Upon hearing Yan Shaozhe's words, the others nodded in agreement, their previous doubts gradually fading away. Mu In then interjected, "Let's not dwell on irrelevant thoughts. Li Chaoyang being a divine examiner is undoubtedly a boon for us at Shrek. His identity is clear. He is an absolute direct lineage of Shrek, without question. Everyone harbors secrets. Perhaps that young man is indeed undertaking divine examinations." His voice was steady and resolute, as if providing reassurance to the group. The others nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation and trust. Mu In continued, "As for the remaining divine examiner, let us search within the inner academy for those who show rapid advancement, particularly the following individuals: Zhang Lishuan, Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luocheng, and the others." His suggestion was succinct and to the point. Once again, the group nodded, as if they had reached a consensus. Chapter 220, Waiting for the Bus. Outside the gates of Shrek City, a serene tranquility enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, Li Chaoyang had just crossed the threshold of the city, stepping onto a secluded and deserted path. In his hand, he delicately weighed the box he had cunningly acquired from the elder Lu, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as he hummed a cheerful tune. Today is a splendid day, indeed. The jubilant melody seemed to herald an impending surprise. Not long after traversing the path, Li Chaoyang arrived at the predetermined meeting place with Emperor Tian. He paused, surveying his surroundings, and softly murmured to himself, "This must be the spot. I shall wait here in tranquility." With that, his gaze unconsciously fell upon the box containing the soul bone. A glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes as he raised both hands in a playful, coaxing manner, teasingly intoning, "Oh, dear soul bone, kindly open your gate. Whether you wish to or not is of no consequence. Pray, let me behold the treasures concealed within." No sooner had he spoken than he gently lifted the lid, and to his astonishment, the box opened effortlessly. In an instant, a blinding flash of white light erupted, dazzling and ephemeral, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Before it swiftly faded away, the once glimmering, avaricious light in Li Chaoyang's eyes dimmed in an instant. Indeed, the soul bone before him was none other than the 10-year-old soul bone from the frenzied baboon, known for its god-slaying abilities. Faced with this revelation, Li Chaoyang instantly covered his face with his hands, as if struck by lightning, his heart filled with a desperate hope that all of this was merely an illusion. He silently prayed that upon reopening his eyes, this decade-old soul bone would transform into a millennia-old relic, though even a 1,000-year bone would suffice. After a brief moment, he slowly lowered his hands, only to find, with resignation, that the soul bone remained unchanged, still a mere decade in age. Clutching his heart in anguish, he lamented, "Oh, the pain. How could it be you? Wasn't I supposed to use it to deceive Ling Luochen?" Sighing, he resolved to keep it for the time being, reasoning that perhaps he could employ it to deceive once more in the future. With that, Li Chaoyang reluctantly stowed the soul bone back into his spatial soul guide. Shortly thereafter, he focused his thoughts and accessed his personal panel. Character information, host, Li Chaoyang age, 12 years soul power, level 50, innate soul power, level 10, soul rings, first martial soul, first soul ring, white, 99 years. Soul skill, upgrade second soul ring, 1,000 years, 1,400 years, soul skill, space third soul ring, 200,000 years, soul skill, red demon bodyguard. Regional flame fourth soul ring, platinum 1,000,000 years, soul skills, mental detection, mental sharing, energy purple crystal, mental interference second martial soul, first soul ring, purple gold 1,000,000 years, divine level self-created soul skills, Dragon Emperor alternate dimension, Pearl Dragon Emperor Cannon, Dragon King Shield. Dragon King Tremor Wing Body Necromantic Magic Physique, 76 Spiritual Power, 52, for 34 Martial Soul, Elemental Staff, Battle Dragon Emperor Cultivation Technique, Top Tier Cultivation Method, Knowledge of the Soul Guide of One's Fate. Soul Bone, Emperor's Divine Beast External Skull, 55, 555 years, Regional Three-Headed Mastiff Right Leg Soul Bone, 200,000 years, 1,000,000. Year Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm Head Soul Bone. Soul Master Level, Level 5. Personal Soul Guiding Device. Elemental Mayfly Cannon, Level 5. Items. Resurrection Card of the Deceased. Mysterious Secret Realm Map 2. Elixirs, 100,000. Year Purple Radiance Destroyer Dragon Right Arm Bone. Dragon Pearl, Level 10 Fixed Soul Guiding Shells 2. Ultimate Battle Douluo Transformation Device. Note. Severe Side Effects. Artifact. Linglong Treasure Tower. Semi-Artifact. Blade of Guardian Spirits. Soul Beast. Grey Wolf for 1 year, 10-year Soul Bone. Divine Position Inheritance. Dragon God. Elder Yi's Artifact. Undead Staff. Li Chaoyang gazed at the information on his personal panel, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself. This seclusion has turned out quite well. My mental fortitude has significantly increased, Makabaka. Just then, a dazzling white light flashed, followed by a grey wolf clad in white garments and wearing glasses, who stumbled and fell to the ground. The grey wolf struggled to rise, adjusting his glasses and looking around in bewilderment, asking, "Where am I?" Upon spotting Li Chaoyang not far away, his eyes instantly brightened as he excitedly exclaimed, "So it's the boss." Chapter 221, Waiting for the Bus 2. As soon as the last syllable left the grey wolf's lips, a grave expression enveloped his face, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm, revealing an unusual seriousness. Observing this, Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow and inquired with concern, "What is the matter? Your demeanor seems unusually solemn. Could there be a troublesome issue?" The grey wolf took a deep breath, his tone laced with a hint of apprehension. "Boss, your summoning this time was truly perilous. I was engrossed in the crafting of the soul guiding device, you know? Thankfully, it was not during the engraving of the critical core array. Otherwise, my home would have been reduced to ashes." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's understanding blossomed, a look of remorse crossing his face. "I see. It was my oversight. I did not anticipate this. However, rest assured, it shall not happen again. I have a solution. Please do not resist." The grey wolf nodded slightly, a glimmer of trust flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, a brilliant glow emanated from Li Chaoyang's right leg, radiant as the midday sun. He declared in a deep voice, "Regional Three-Headed Mastiff Right Leg Soul Bone Skill, Destiny's Summoning." In an instant, golden light cascaded like a waterfall, binding the two together tightly, as if an invisible thread of fate intertwined them. This brilliance was mysterious and powerful, imbued with an indescribable force. Before long, the golden light gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Li Chaoyang, with urgency in his voice, asked, "Can you sense the mark of fate within you?" The grey wolf, upon hearing this, closed his eyes in concentration, his consciousness diving into the vast sea of awareness. After a moment, he opened his eyes and nodded, "Yes, I can feel it." Li Chaoyang's face lit up with excitement. "This mark is a soul technique of mine. It possesses the ability of spatial teleportation, allowing either of us to be summoned instantly to each other's side. It can also utilize mental power for impact, and the other's mark will resonate in response. In the future, whenever I wish to summon you, I shall activate this mark, and you will respond. Then I shall proceed with the summoning. It is advisable to refrain from utilizing the teleportation ability of this mark too frequently, as it is tremendously taxing. Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf's eyes gleamed with excitement. And he nodded eagerly. Understood, boss. Subsequently, Grey Wolf and Li Chaoyang began to experiment with the mark's effects. After their initial trial, both were satisfied and nodded in agreement, recognizing the formidable power of the mark. Once the experimentation concluded, Li Chaoyang rubbed his hands together, gazing intently at Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, how is your progress on the creation of the soul-guiding device? By the way, it doesn't necessarily have to be a soul-guiding device. Have you crafted any powerful weapons? At this, Grey Wolf turned directly around, lifting his head slightly to gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if conversing with the heavens. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, casting a glow upon his excited visage. He proclaimed, I am the most brilliant scientist of the green pastures. Fear not, boss. I have successfully advanced to an 8th-level soul master. Li Chaoyang's expression transformed into one of astonishment, disbelief flickering in his eyes. An 8th-level soul master? Is that true? Grey Wolf turned, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course. It took me merely one day to achieve this advancement. Hee. At that moment, Grey Wolf maintained his pose of gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, seemingly declaring his achievements to the world. Li Chaoyang excitedly patted Grey Wolf on the shoulder. That's wonderful. Truly splendid. However, Grey Wolf abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, a hint of regret lacing his words. He slowly lowered his head, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. Li Chaoyang inquired, what troubles you? Do you harbor unspoken concerns? With a sigh, Grey Wolf lamented. The information in the book you provided me about 9th-level soul masters and higher ranks is far too sparse. If only I had a mentor to guide me, I could reach that realm swiftly. Yet, pursuing this knowledge alone is far too slow and tedious. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang waved his hand reassuringly. It's all right. Within a month, I will find you a 9th-level soul-guiding device mentor. If I weren't so occupied at the moment, you could have gone already. Grey Wolf's eyes sparkled with surprise. Really? That is fantastic. You are truly wonderful, boss. He then excitedly wagged his tail, his gaze brimming with a thirst for knowledge and anticipation for the future. Chapter 222, Waiting for the Bus. Li Chaoyang observed Grey Wolf's elation, his animated demeanor causing a wave of joy to swell within him, his lips curving into a radiant smile. With a light-hearted chuckle, Li Chaoyang teased, Grey Wolf, seeing your jubilant spirit, have you indeed successfully ascended to the 8th level? Show me the soul-guiding device you've newly crafted. I am eager to behold it. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Grey Wolf's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and he excitedly replied, certainly, please hold on for just a moment, boss. With that, he swiftly turned around, his hands moving with the speed of lightning. In an instant, a surge of smoke erupted like a tumultuous tide, while socks, undergarments, and various knickknacks fluttered through the air like snowflakes. Time slipped away quietly amidst the busyness and anticipation, and in the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. Grey Wolf, his face flushed with excitement, abruptly turned and exclaimed, I found it, Li Chaoyang followed the sound of Grey Wolf's voice and beheld him tightly clutching a small cannon. A glimmer of expectation flickered in Li Chaoyang's eyes as he curiously inquired, Grey Wolf, what treasure is this? Please elaborate. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's request, Grey Wolf first wiped his nose vigorously, then, brimming with enthusiasm, danced about and declared, Boss, this little cannon is my painstaking creation. I have named it the Invincible Sheep Capture Device. It is a genuine level 8 soul-guiding apparatus. Li Chaoyang paused momentarily, puzzled, and repeated, Invincible Sheep Capture Device? Grey Wolf beamed proudly, launching into an elaborate description. Indeed, using the Invincible Sheep Capture Device is quite simple. Just point it at the sky and gently press the fire button, and a massive net will soar into the air like an eagle spreading its wings. It will then automatically fly to any location within 100 kilometers where sheep are present, capturing them all in one fell swoop. Moreover, upon ensnaring the sheep, it emits a staggering voltage of 100,000 volts. Ha ha ha, what do you think of my invention, O great king? As Li Chaoyang listened to Grey Wolf's enthusiastic presentation, an inexplicable sense of strangeness welled up within him, causing him to furrow his brow and display a large question mark upon his face. He inquired, what exactly is the purpose of this Invincible Sheep Capture Device? Grey Wolf, with an air of obviousness, replied, Boss, that goes without saying. It is, of course, for capturing sheep. As he spoke, he scratched the back of his head, revealing a hint of confusion on his visage. Li Chaoyang pressed further. Can it capture anything other than sheep? Grey Wolf tilted his head, pondering seriously for a moment before responding. It can only capture sheep, boss. Upon hearing Grey Wolf's answer, Li Chaoyang felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, unable to restrain himself from covering his face with his hands and letting out a resigned sigh. With an exasperated tone, he remarked, Grey Wolf, I instructed you to create a soul-guiding device for combat, not for capturing sheep. Grey Wolf gazed at Li Chaoyang with a look of bewilderment and innocently asked, what is a human? Is it tastier than sheep? As he spoke, a glimmer of greed shone in his eyes, and saliva involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. Li Chaoyang found himself both amused and exasperated by Grey Wolf's words. Delivering a playful punch to him, Li Chaoyang, in annoyance, clarified, a human is someone like me. Grey Wolf, cradling the noticeable bump on his head, replied, understood, boss. Li Chaoyang continued, are there any other functional soul-guiding devices, not intended for capturing sheep? Grey Wolf sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, no, boss. All the soul-guiding devices I created are for capturing sheep. At that moment, 3 distinct black lines appeared on Li Chaoyang's face, as if overshadowed by dark clouds. As 2 or 3 crows cawed and flew overhead, Li Chaoyang took a deep breath and said, all right, let me impart some knowledge about soul mentors. Time flowed gently amidst the transmission and absorption of wisdom. An hour later, it seemed as if countless light bulbs were illuminating the mind of the Grey Wolf. As a gateway to a brand new realm of knowledge slowly opened before him. Trembling with excitement, the Grey Wolf exclaimed, boss, I understand everything. Rest assured, I will surely satisfy you next time. Observing this, Li Chaoyang nodded in satisfaction and encouraged, keep it up, Makabaka. At that moment, a dazzling white light flickered like lightning, accompanied by a familiar and resolute declaration, I will return. Upon hearing that voice, which seemed etched into his very soul, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a subtle smile. Yet he couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, as if reflecting on something or anticipating an event. Deep within, he mused, why does that fellow Grey Wolf cling so fervently to that line? Humph, when we meet next time, I shall inquire thoroughly about his unwavering dedication. With that thought, Li Chaoyang wasted no time. With a flicker of intent, he retrieved a rocking chair from the spatial soul guide and donned his sunglasses before gracefully settling into it, resembling a steadfast statue awaiting the arrival of Emperor Tian. Time seemed to be delicately manipulated by an invisible hand, and before long, the sky above Li Chaoyang began to distort. A deep, night-like black hole materialized, akin to a mysterious eye of the universe, quietly observing the world below. Li Chaoyang slightly adjusted his exquisite sunglasses, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, at last it has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal black dragon surged forth from the black hole like a bolt of dark lightning. It emanated a chilling aura of terrifying darkness, with a majestic presence that seemed capable of engulfing the entire world. Indeed, this imposing black dragon was none other than Emperor Tian. As Emperor Tian emerged from the black hole, he instantly unleashed a formidable mental force that spread outward like a tidal wave, meticulously probing every movement in the vicinity. Following this, his piercing gaze fell upon Li Chaoyang, who sat in the rocking chair. In a deep, commanding voice, he ordered, get on. Li Chaoyang's face broke into a brilliant smile as he cheerfully replied, all right. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he vanished from sight, appearing instantaneously atop the massive back of Emperor Tian. He gave the dragon's enormous body a gentle pat, as if urging an old friend, and called out, let us go. Hearing this teasing remark, Emperor Tian shot him a glance, exasperatedly retorting, your audacity grows by the day. Let us move. Hold on tight. In an instant, Emperor Tian surged forward, carrying Li Chaoyang like a streak of black meteorite, plunging once more into the enigmatic black hole. In the distorted and fantastical realm of the black hole, Li Chaoyang was the first to shatter the silence, inquiring, Senior D. Tian, what is our destination this time? D. Tian replied in a deep voice, there are 2 destinations. One is the Sunset Forest, and the other is overseas. Li Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he asked, overseas? Almost instantly, a thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, reminding him of the dragon tomb in the Star Luo Empire from Douluo 3, which lay across the sea. He recalled that the mountain dragon king was buried there. Yet, he could not fathom a reason to mention this matter to D. Tian and chose to keep the secret of the dragon clan's hidden realm to himself. Li Chaoyang asked once more, is the island overseas large? D. Tian answered nonchalantly, not large, it is but a small island. Li Chaoyang nodded, pondering to himself, it's not the dragon tomb. On this small island in the sea, which dragon king's burial site could it possibly be? His mind raced like a high-speed machine, contemplating various possibilities. At that moment, D. Tian observed Li Chaoyang lost in thought and suddenly remarked, Chaoyang, Have you perhaps received the inheritance of the dragon god? Upon hearing Di Tian's question, Li Chaoyang instinctively responded with a simple yes. A moment later, both Di Tian and Li Chaoyang seemed struck by a thunderbolt, their eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Li Chaoyang was the first to exclaim, "What?" Simultaneously, his expression changed drastically, and his body swayed slightly on Di Tian's back, appearing somewhat unsteady. Noticing this, Di Tian's surprise dissipated in an instant, and he secretly sighed with relief, thinking, "What a fright. It seems he hasn't fully grasped it yet. Otherwise, why would he respond to every inquiry? Oh, how is the dragon goddess inheritance chosen anyway? But then again, even if he hasn't come to terms with it, that doesn't seem like a good sign." Di Tian then let out a long sigh internally, a deep concern for the future of the dragon clan and soul beasts overshadowing his heart like dark clouds. Li Chaoyang struggled to steady himself while calming his racing thoughts, then asked, "Senior Di Tian, how do you know?" Upon hearing this, Di Tian sighed again, reflecting. He is still a mere child, only 12 years old. Sigh, the future of soul beasts is indeed worrisome. It was evident that Di Tian was dissatisfied with Li Chaoyang's demeanor. At this moment, Li Chaoyang's heart was a tumult of confusion, as if countless ants were gnawing at his reason. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a delicate pagoda materialized in his palm, shimmering with colors and emanating an aura of mystery and authority. He secretly gathered his strength, preparing to use this artifact to subdue the imposing Di Tian beneath him. In truth, Li Chaoyang's thoughts had drifted back to the narrative of Douluo 3, recalling the Silver Dragon King's covetous gaze upon Tang Wulin's golden dragon bloodline. The insatiable desire to devour, all in pursuit of evolving into the supreme dragon god. Although his relationship with Guyu Na was relatively harmonious, her profound affection for Tang Wulin, coupled with the hidden ambition lurking beneath her tenderness, filled Li Chaoyang with an unsettling chill, amplifying his sense of panic. Di Tian raised his gaze, inadvertently glancing at the exquisite pagoda in Li Chaoyang's hand, and could not help but let out a sigh within his heart, contemplating, "Alas, it seems I must make do with it." At last, Di Tian spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "This is what the sovereign has informed me. The Silver Dragon King?" Li Chaoyang's brow furrowed, he blurted out. Di Tian slightly nodded, affirming Li Chaoyang's speculation. "What is her stance on this?" Li Chaoyang inquired, urgency evident in his tone. "Her stance? Naturally, it is one of support," Di Tian replied slowly. "Your identity is rather unique. Had it been anyone else, they would have long found themselves in peril." "Unique? What precisely makes me so? Why am I utterly oblivious to it?" Li Chaoyang expressed a look of bewilderment, his confusion palpable. Di Tian shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "This matter cannot be revealed to you just yet, as it pertains to your future divine trial. By the way, what is your first trial?" Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang silently calculated. "It appears I must keep my distance from Guyu Na. She surely intends to fatten me up before devouring me." The thought sent a shiver of fear through him, yet it was not the time to confront her openly. After all, the divine trial required the assistance of soul beasts, and more critically, he knew all too well that he was no match for Guyu Na. "Di Tian, my first trial task is to elevate the age of a soul beast from 1 year to 500,000 years. Li Chaoyang inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Di Tian, upon hearing this, abruptly turned his head, astonishment etched across his face. "How much? From 1 year to 500,000 years?" At that moment, disbelief adorned Di Tian's countenance. It must be noted that within the Douluo forest, aside from the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na, even with the passage of countless years and the rich resources of the forest, there are but a handful of soul beasts that have attained such a formidable cultivation of 500,000 years. Bai Ji boasts 60,000 years of cultivation. The king of all demons 53,000 years, while he, Di Tian, barely reaches 89,000 years of cultivation. Di Tian understood that the human lifespan is limited to but a mere 1,000 years, and that is under perfect health, making such an achievement nearly impossible. To cultivate a soul beast of 500,000 years within a millennium is akin to scaling the heavens. Contemplating this, images of those vile soul beasts that devour life flashed through Di Tian's mind. Perhaps only by recklessly harnessing these malevolent beings could this seemingly impossible task be accomplished. However, the price to be paid is something Di Tian is loath to witness. Yet, for the future of the soul beasts, for the resurgence of the dragon god, every sacrifice appears worthwhile. Di Tian took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and spoke. "Li Chaoyang, do you have a suitable candidate for a soul beast in mind? If not, I can assist you in the search. The Douluo forest will surely lend its full support." "I am grateful, Di Tian," Li Chaoyang responded appreciatively. "However, I have already selected a soul beast." Di Tian, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback. "Oh, you have made a selection? What soul beast is it?" My perspective is quite broad. Perhaps I can advise you on its potential to surpass 500,000 years. Li Chaoyang smiled slightly, speaking with an air of mystery. Senior, let us wait until I arrive at my destination to summon it for you. Mere names may not suffice for you to envision its form. I assure you, you are utterly unfamiliar with that spirit beast. Upon hearing this, Ditian could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Unfamiliar? That is inconceivable. I have traversed every corner of this planet, from the icy expanses of the far north to the hidden depths of the ocean, and even to the distant continents beyond the seas. I know it all like the back of my hand. I refuse to believe there exists a spirit beast of which I am unaware. Are we nearing our destination? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ditian moved, transforming into a streak of light, accelerating forward. Chapter 225. Ditian meets the Grey Wolf. In the blink of an eye, as if merely a fleeting moment, Ditian, accompanied by Li Chaoyang, burst forth from the profound abyss like an arrow piercing through darkness. In an instant, a lush, vibrant forest, teeming with life, appeared before their eyes without warning. Towering trees intertwined with one another, sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows, reminiscent of a dreamlike realm. Li Chaoyang tilted his head slightly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and inquired of Ditian, Senior Ditian, is this the sunset forest or the mysterious woodland from the distant island? Ditian's lips curled into a gentle smile as he replied, the sunset forest. Li Chaoyang lowered his head slightly, whispering, the sunset forest, his voice barely above a murmur, as if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of this woodland. He then pondered quietly, the Eye of Ice and Fire must surely be the dwelling place of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. However, I wonder if the soul bones of these esteemed beings still remain here. Alas, considering I am the inheritor of the dragon god's legacy, surely they would be generous in their gifts. And what of the abundant celestial herbs? With these, I could successfully complete both tasks. Hee. At this thought, Li Chaoyang couldn't help but burst into laughter, his mirth brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming rewards. In the blink of an eye, Ditian brought Li Chaoyang down to the ground with the speed of a meteor. Observing this, Li Chaoyang swiftly descended, landing gracefully as if a phantom. Simultaneously, Ditian transformed from the imposing black dragon into a humanoid form, standing tall and exuding an extraordinary aura. Ditian regarded Li Chaoyang with a playful glint in his eye and said with a smile, Young one, summon the spirit beast. Let me see the quality of this spirit beast. Li Chaoyang responded enthusiastically, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he concentrated his spirit and launched an assault on the fate mark within his spiritual sea. The fate mark flickered with mysterious radiance in response to the impact. After receiving a reaction from the Grey Wolf, Li Chaoyang suddenly shouted, Makabaka. Ditian, taken aback by Li Chaoyang's sudden exclamation, raised an eyebrow and inquired, Makabaka? Immediately, a blinding white light flashed like lightning, dazzling enough to obscure vision. As the brilliance gradually subsided, a wolf materialized before Ditian and Li Chaoyang. This wolf was lithe and agile, its eyes sparkling with life, and a sly smile played at the corners of its mouth. The Grey Wolf grinned and said, What brings you to seek me, boss? Its tone was casual and relaxed, as if conversing with an old friend. Upon seeing the Grey Wolf, Ditian frowned slightly and remarked, A wolf? Ditian surveyed the Grey Wolf with a furrowed brow, his expression deepening in intensity. Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn upon him as he spoke. A wolf-like soul beast capable of speech, and yet its cultivation barely surpasses a century? His voice carried a note of astonishment and skepticism. Upon hearing Ditian's words, Li Chaoyang quickly interjected, No, the Grey Wolf has indeed reached a century of cultivation. As he spoke, he affectionately reached out to pat the Grey Wolf's head, smiling as he remarked, Your progress has been quite remarkable. The Grey Wolf, bewildered by Li Chaoyang's words, inquired innocently, What do you mean by cultivation? Its expression resembled that of an innocent child, lacking in understanding. Li Chaoyang replied, Cultivation refers to your strength. However, your prowess far exceeds your cultivation level. The Grey Wolf raised its proud head and declared, Of course, I am a genius. Turning its gaze towards Ditian, the Grey Wolf asked, Who are you? Its eyes were filled with a wary curiosity. Ditian regarded the Grey Wolf calmly and stated, I am the beast god, Ditian. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. The Grey Wolf tilted its head, confusion etched upon its face, and retorted, Beast god Ditian? Well, I am still the Grey Wolf King. There was a hint of defiance in its tone. Upon hearing the Grey Wolf's words, a flicker of anger surged within Ditian, prompting him to unleash the overwhelming pressure of his dragon lineage. The force swept towards the Grey Wolf like a surging tide, causing the very air to feel as if it had solidified in its wake. The gray wolf sensed the pressure, its body trembling slightly, yet it quickly steadied itself. Looking back at Tion, a glimmer of surprise flickered in its eyes as it remarked, "So you are of the dragon lineage. How intriguing." With that, the gray wolf assumed an aggressive stance, crouching slightly, its front paws digging into the ground, eyes gleaming with ferocity as if poised to strike at any moment. Tion observed the gray wolf's posture, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "An intriguing soul beast. Its bloodline strength rivals my own." His voice tinged with admiration. The gray wolf retorted, "Soul beast? I am not a soul beast. I am merely a wolf. Moreover, the blood coursing through me is that of the noble wolf king." Its tone was resolute, as though fiercely defending its identity. Li Chaoyang, sensing the tension, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing a confrontation between the two. He quickly patted the gray wolf and said, "Gray wolf, do not be alarmed. We are all allies here." No sooner had he spoken than the gray wolf relaxed its aggressive stance, its body gradually easing as it regarded Tion with newfound calmness. Seeing this, Tion burst into hearty laughter, the sound ringing out joyously through the forest. "Very well, I confess I am not acquainted with this soul beast. So, Li Chaoyang, what manner of soul beast is this?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Turning back to the gray wolf, Tion added with anticipation, "Would you be interested in joining us in the Stardew Forest?" The gray wolf, puzzled, responded, "The Stardew Forest? Where is that?" Its expression resembled that of a rustic who had never ventured beyond the confines of its village. At that moment, a large question mark appeared above the gray wolf's head, rendering it an endearingly comical sight. Chapter 226, The Aura of Killing. Li Chaoyang slightly raised his gaze and caught sight of Emperor Tian attempting to persuade Grey Wolf, as if he intended to lure away his capable subordinate. Observing this, Li Chaoyang swiftly appeared before Grey Wolf, arms wide open like a protective hen shielding her chicks, firmly placing himself between Grey Wolf and Emperor Tian. With unwavering determination, he stated emphatically, "Absolutely not. Grey Wolf is mine. And he is not a soul beast of this realm. He hails from another plane. I summoned him here through the art of summoning. And under the influence of the power of rules, he temporarily assumes the form of a soul beast. There is no way he can join you in the Stardew Great Forest." Grey Wolf gazed at Li Chaoyang's resolute back. Warmth surged within him, and his gratitude was palpable. Subsequently, with a wag of his tail and a proud stance, he proclaimed, "Indeed, this king intends to work diligently alongside my boss. I shall not join your little forest. After all, I manage a vast expanse of forest in the green pasture and have no time for your territory." Emperor Tian, witnessing this, helplessly waved his hand and turned his attention to Grey Wolf, his tone softening somewhat. "Since that is the case, so be it. Little one, should you ever change your mind, the gates of the Stardew Great Forest shall always be open for you." Grey Wolf scoffed, dismissively curling his lip. "Humph. This king would never go." Emperor Tian smiled gently and then addressed Li Chaoyang. "By the way, if you find yourself lacking resources while nurturing Grey Wolf, feel free to seek me out in the Stardew Great Forest." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a cunning smile as he nodded without a hint of politeness. "Rest assured, I shall definitely come." Emperor Tian chuckled softly. "Then let us proceed into the Sunset Forest." However, just as Emperor Tian took a step forward, Grey Wolf suddenly called out, "Stop right there." Emperor Tian turned back, puzzled. "What is it, Grey Wolf?" With a serious expression, Grey Wolf replied, "There is a murderous aura ahead." Li Chaoyang, upon hearing this, chuckled dismissively. "Murderous aura? This is the Soul Beast Forest. It is entirely normal to encounter such a presence." Yet, upon hearing Grey Wolf's words, Emperor Tian furrowed his brow and said in a somber tone, "Something is amiss. How did you perceive this murderous aura? If there truly is such an aura, it is indeed concerning. With my noble lineage as a true dragon here, and without any suppression of bloodline, the soul beasts here should not harbor any murderous intent towards us. There is definitely something wrong." Li Chaoyang, astonished by Emperor Tian's words, looked at him in surprise. Pondering inwardly, could there really be a problem? He then fixed his gaze solemnly on the depths of the Sunset Forest, muttering to himself, "It is said that within the ice and fire duality lies Tangsan's consciousness." As this thought crossed his mind, Li Chaoyang's expression grew increasingly grave. At that moment, Emperor Tian also noticed the change in Li Chaoyang's demeanor and asked, "Chaoyang, do you know something?" Li Chaoyang nodded and then turned to Grey Wolf, inquiring, "How did you come to perceive this murderous aura, Grey Wolf?" Grey Wolf scratched his head and replied, "A few days ago, while I was eating mutton, I somehow suddenly gained this ability to sense murderous intent." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian nodded thoughtfully. "It must be the innate ability you awakened after surpassing the century mark of soul beasts. Given the strength of your bloodline, the accuracy of this innate soul skill should be quite remarkable." A flicker of solemnity crossed his eyes as he continued, There is undoubtedly something ahead, and it seeks our demise. Even I, a quasi-deity, have not sensed its presence. Li Chaoyang, upon hearing this, spoke in a low voice. It can only be a divine existence. Senior, is our destination the Eye of Ice and Fire? He turned his gaze towards Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Li Chaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we did not fly directly inside. I have heard that the Eye of Ice and Fire was claimed by the sea god Tang, sent over 10,000 years ago, and his divine consciousness may still linger within. At this revelation, both Emperor Tian and Li Chaoyang's expressions darkened. Emperor Tian inquired gravely, "What shall we do then?" Li Chaoyang chuckled lightly. "Fear not. Bound by the rules of the plains, even the mightiest form of Tang San's divine consciousness is merely infinitesimally close to true divinity, not an actual deity. As long as it is not a god, we can manage. I possess treasures capable of unleashing divine-level attacks, and there are 2 of them. Indeed, they are level 10 fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Level 9 shells can unleash the full might of a Limit Douluo, and level 10 shells surpass them, achieving damage of divine caliber. Although these level 10 shells were originally intended for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with the assistance of Emperor Tian and other soul beasts, there is no need to use artillery to swat a mosquito, especially considering Tang San is also an enemy. Emperor Tian looked at Li Chaoyang in astonishment. "You possess such valuable items." Li Chaoyang nodded with pride. Emperor Tian urged, then hastened to produce them. However, Li Chaoyang waved his hand. "Before that, I need to examine Grey Wolf's skills to ascertain their authenticity." He crouched down, feigning scrutiny of Grey Wolf's eyes, causing Grey Wolf to blush. Taking a step back, he exclaimed, "I am a male, boss, and I have a wife. I will not divorce her. I love my children dearly." Upon hearing Grey Wolf's words, Li Chaoyang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "I am not a male who prefers females either," he replied. Grey Wolf retorted angrily, "I will never give you Hong Hong. She is mine." Li Chaoyang, bemused, felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. He then delivered a light punch to Grey Wolf's head, exclaiming, "I merely wanted to check on your condition, not to express interest in Hong Hong." Subsequently, Li Chaoyang focused his gaze, this time not on Grey Wolf's eyes, but on his head. In truth, his consciousness had silently infiltrated Grey Wolf's system panel. Chapter 227, Carpet Bombing 1. The information panel of Grey Wolf unfurled before Li Chaoyang's eyes, each datum clear and resplendent. Grey Wolf's panel. Cultivation, 110 years. Age, 28 years. Gender, male. Bloodline. The noble blood of the Wolf King flows through his veins. Skillful genius scientist on the green pastures, the awakening of the Wolf King bloodline. And the murderous aura perception of the genius scientist's red frying pan. Level 8 soul mentor. No divine artifacts. Equipped with the indomitable sheep capture device and the red frying pan, among others. Annotations. Genius scientist on the green pastures. This skill elevates Grey Wolf to the pinnacle of the scientific community in the green pastures, making him the most formidable entity. It is noteworthy that the village chief, Slow Sheep, also possesses this talent, and the 2 take turns presiding over the scientific summit every month, sharing the glory of this esteemed position. Awakening of the Wolf King bloodline. This ability unleashes the latent power of the Wolf King within, allowing Grey Wolf's strength to undergo a transformative leap. Murderous aura perception. 100% accurate detection of murderous intent within a 100-mile radius, rendering enemies unable to hide. Genius scientist. Everything can be dismantled, and everything can be created. This epitomizes Grey Wolf's relentless pursuit of science. Red frying pan. The miraculous key in times of crisis, enabling Grey Wolf to unleash boundless potential under the loving strikes of Red Wolf. Li Chaoyang gazed in astonishment at Grey Wolf's comprehensive mechanics and extraordinary prowess, silently marveling. This is nothing short of a monstrous existence. Following this, his gaze shifted to the cultivation section. Pondering, it must be due to the mutton I provided him recently. After all, normal soul beasts experience growth in cultivation years when consuming the flesh of their kind. Considering that the mutton contains soul beast meat, Grey Wolf's situation seems quite similar. Yes, once we enter the Eye of Ice and Fire, I must seek out some exquisite celestial herbs for Grey Wolf to help him ascend further. Completing the first trial brings us one step closer. As thoughts swirled, Li Chaoyang exited the system interface and turned his attention to Emperor Tian, stating gravely, "I have indeed sensed the presence of murderous intent. There is no doubt about it." Emperor Tian, with a furrowed brow, inquired solemnly, "How shall we respond?" Grey Wolf chimed in, "Indeed, boss, perhaps we should retreat. I sense that aura is terrifyingly powerful, much stronger than this nearby dragon clan." However, Li Chaoyang shook his head gently, exuding confidence. "There is no need for concern. I have my trump card." Before his words had fully settled, Li Chaoyang retrieved 2 colossal level 10 fixed soul-guided cannonballs from the spatial soul guide, which now bore the name Godslayer's soul-guided cannonballs. Emperor Tian, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from these cannonballs, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Has human soul-guided technology truly developed to such an extent? I feel I could barely withstand the impact of one." Cold sweat began to bead on Emperor Tian's forehead. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf, upon sensing the oppressive aura of the cannonballs, was so frightened that he plopped down on the ground, his face a mask of fear, yet unable to suppress his admiration. This is truly a work of art. Even a genius like myself cannot fathom its secrets. As soon as he spoke, a look of infatuation crossed Grey Wolf's face. His eyes fixated on the cannonballs as if he sought to see through their essence. He then excitedly turned to Li Chaoyang, pleading, "Boss, could you allow me to apprentice under the soul-guiding master who created these cannonballs? I am willing to pay any price." Li Chaoyang gazed at the enraptured visage of Grey Wolf, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "These 2 level 10 fixed soul-guiding cannonballs were a fortuitous acquisition of mine. To my knowledge, there exist only these 2 in the entire world. As for their creator, I fear he has long since departed from this realm." With a composed demeanor, Li Chaoyang uttered a falsehood, for the matters concerning the system were indeed beyond discussion. Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Grey Wolf's eyes momentarily dimmed, his disappointment palpable. "I see. How unfortunate." Yet, almost immediately, he lifted his gaze towards the heavens, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if Slow Sheep can unravel the mysteries contained within." In that moment, Grey Wolf beheld the visage of Slow Sheep materializing in the sky, as if engaged in a silent communion with him. Meanwhile, Tian, having overheard Li Chaoyang's remarks, breathed a silent sigh of relief, inwardly grateful. It is fortunate that such terrifying weapons cannot be mass-produced. Otherwise, the future of soul beasts is too dreadful to contemplate. Tian's gaze then returned to Li Chaoyang, awaiting his subsequent decision. Observing Grey Wolf's demeanor, Li Chaoyang gently patted him on the shoulder, reassuring, "Fear not, Grey Wolf. You shall surely be capable of crafting them in due time." Grey Wolf, in response, nodded earnestly. Tian, witnessing this exchange, felt a flicker of surprise, pondering, "This wolf can indeed forge soul-guiding devices." Subsequently, a spark ignited in Tian's eyes. Chapter 228. Carpet Bombing 2. Li Chaoyang slowly turned his head, directing his gaze at Tian, and continued, "Senior Tian, after much contemplation, I believe that possessing only 2 level 10 fixed soul-guiding cannonballs will be insufficient to address the prevailing circumstances. In my opinion, we ought to procure additional level 8 or 9 fixed soul-guiding cannonballs. The vast expanse of the Star Do Forest undoubtedly holds numerous level 9 soul masters from the Sun Moon Empire who have perished here. Do you, Senior, have any readily available soul-guiding cannonballs?" Upon hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Tian couldn't help but lament, lightly striking his cheek with his hand, and sighed deeply. Alas, what a pity, since the fierce clash between the Sun Moon continent and the 3 great empires, many soul masters have indeed met their untimely demise in the Star Do Forest, including numerous level 8 and 9 experts. I have personally slain many. Regrettably, we soul beasts are incapable of wielding human techniques, rendering their relics utterly useless to us. We can only destroy them with a heavy heart. However, I shall make it a point to be more vigilant in the future." Li Chaoyang, upon hearing this, let out a soft sigh, remarking, "Such a situation is indeed lamentable." At this moment, Tian was also filled with melancholy, never having anticipated that those seemingly trivial items in his eyes could possess such utility. Li Chaoyang then turned his gaze back to Grey Wolf, inquiring, "Grey Wolf, do you happen to have any cannonballs? I require a considerable quantity." Grey Wolf, upon hearing this, became instantly animated, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Of course, I have plenty." Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a faint smile as he asked, "And what of their power and range?" Grey Wolf, brimming with confidence, replied, "In my estimation, they can undoubtedly reach the caliber of the level 7 fixed soul-guiding cannonballs documented in the texts I provided to His Majesty." Li Chaoyang looked at Grey Wolf in astonishment and said, "A level 7 fixed position soul-guided artillery shell? While it may not be the finest, it is certainly serviceable. By the way, how many do you have? I shall take as many as you possess. I am willing to exchange 50 tons of mutton for them." "What do you say?" Upon hearing the mention of 50 tons of mutton, Grey Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could already envision mountains of mutton before him, murmuring, 50 tons of mutton. Shortly thereafter, he raised his voice, exclaiming, "I, Grey Wolf, am about to strike it rich." He then added, "Boss, I must return to the Wolf Fortress to prepare the shells. All the ammunition is stored there and not in my possession at the moment." Note: in the realm of the Wolf tribe on the vast grasslands, Mutton serves as a universal currency. Li Chaoyang nodded slightly, and then produced 3 empty, spatial soul-guided devices from his bosom, handing them to Grey Wolf. He remarked, "These 3 spatial soul-guided devices are a gift for you, perfectly suited for storing the shells and artillery." Grey Wolf gratefully accepted the devices with both hands, saying, "Thank you, boss." "Makabaka," Li Chaoyang casually replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than a flash of light occurred, and Grey Wolf vanished from the sight of Li Chaoyang and Di Tian in an instant. Then, Li Chaoyang turned to Di Tian and said, "Senior Di Tian, let us also prepare the mutton." Di Tian nodded in agreement. In an instant, Di Tian transformed into a colossal dragon, opening his immense jaws, from which a deep, dark vortex emerged, pulling Li Chaoyang into its depths. Inside the wolf fortress on the grasslands, a burst of white light flickered, and Grey Wolf materialized on the bed. At that moment, Red Wolf was indulging in a leisurely afternoon nap. Overwhelmed with excitement, Grey Wolf, without taking a moment to survey his surroundings, shouted, "I, Grey Wolf, am about to strike it rich." Before he could finish, a frying pan flew towards his head like lightning. Instinctively, Grey Wolf reached out and caught the pan securely in his grasp. He turned to Red Wolf, his eyes filled with affection, and softly said, "Dear." Red Wolf, however, was fuming, her brows furrowed as she scolded loudly. "How dare you disturb my slumber in the middle of the day and catch my frying pan? Grey Wolf, your audacity knows no bounds." In the next moment, a radiant light erupted behind Red Wolf, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage, as nearly 100 frying pans appeared in perfect alignment behind her. With her hands on her hips, she declared fiercely, "Let us see if you dare to catch them this time." As her words fell, the multitude of frying pans shot towards Grey Wolf like arrows released from their bows. Grey Wolf's eyes sparkled with determination. He moved with the swiftness of a phantom. In the blink of an eye, amidst the dazzling flashes of light, Grey Wolf skillfully evaded the onslaught of frying pans. In an instant, he was beside Red Wolf. The next moment, Grey Wolf tenderly embraced Red Wolf, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, and softly said, "Hong Hong, my boss has given me a lucrative deal. Soon we shall have wealth." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed towards the laboratory. Red Wolf gazed at Grey Wolf's retreating figure, a slight smile unconsciously gracing her lips as she softly scolded, "That rascal." Chapter 229, Carpet Bombing 3. 5 hours slipped away quietly, like a fleeting shadow. Di Tian, accompanied by Li Chaoyang, once again arrived at the edge of the Sunset Forest. Concurrently, Xiong and Wan Yaowang also descended upon this place alongside Di Tian. With a steady gaze, Di Tian turned to Xiong and Wan Yaowang, commanding in a low voice, "Xiong, Wan Yaowang, you two must go and thwart those formidable beings intent on infiltrating the Sunset Forest. I shall not tolerate any disturbances to our plans at this critical moment. Furthermore, should there be excessive commotion within the forest, do not rashly enter. Even if you do, it would be of no avail, and this is for your safety." Hearing these words, Xiong and Wan Yaowang replied in unison, "We shall obey your command." With that, they swiftly darted off in opposite directions, their figures quickly vanishing into the vast expanse of the forest. Subsequently, Di Tian shifted his gaze towards Li Chaoyang, inquiring, "Has there been any news from Grey Wolf?" Li Chaoyang nodded slightly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Yes, it has been received, Makabaka." As soon as he spoke, a dazzling white light flashed, and Grey Wolf's figure materialized before Di Tian and Li Chaoyang. With a confident smile illuminating his face, he clenched his fist and declared with fervor, "Boss, I am ready. Just watch, I will ensure those fellows taste defeat, so much so that they won't even recognize their own mothers." Li Chaoyang couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Excellent. By the way, here is something for you." As he spoke, he handed Grey Wolf a spatial soul guide filled with 50 tons of mutton. Upon receiving the spatial soul guide, Grey Wolf's mental energy instantly probed inside. Upon seeing the mountainous pile of mutton, he couldn't help but salivate, his eyes gleaming with greed. After a considerable pause, Grey Wolf snapped back to reality, hastily wiping his mouth and excitedly saying, "Boss, rest assured, I guarantee no blade of grass will grow within a 100-kilometer radius." With that, Grey Wolf's movements were as swift as lightning, casting numerous afterimages. In the blink of an eye, 500 imposing cannons appeared before Di Tian and Li Chaoyang. Seeing this, Di Tian furrowed his brow. Perplexed, a century-old soul beast possesses such speed? This is truly hard to believe. Li Chaoyang smiled slightly and explained, "He is unique, possessing extraordinary qualities." Grey Wolf quickly adjusted the cannon's position and angle, then, in a flash, appeared before Li Chaoyang. At this moment, he had donned a sharp military uniform. Exuding a gallant demeanor, saluting with precision, Grey Wolf announced, "Reporting, sir." The 500 cannons are ready, requesting to commence the first round of bombardment. Li Chaoyang nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. By the way, Grey Wolf, how many shells have you brought? Grey Wolf saluted again and boldly declared, reporting, sir. I have brought a total of 100,000 shells. How many? Li Chaoyang and Di Tian exclaimed simultaneously, their faces etched with disbelief. It is worth noting that Grey Wolf had previously claimed that the power of his shells was equivalent to that of a level 7 fixed soul-guiding cannon shell. Even for a formidable being such as Emperor Tian, 100,000 such artillery shells is no trivial matter. Although a single level 7 fixed spirit cannon shell poses little threat to Emperor Tian, should the quantity reach hundreds or even thousands, it would certainly command his attention. Moreover, this time, the Wolf King carries a staggering 100,000 shells, enough to annihilate 10 Emperor Tians. As Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian remained enshrouded in astonishment, the Wolf King once again saluted and declared, report, Commander, I request an indiscriminate bombardment within a radius of 100 kilometers. Upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat broke from Li Chaoyang's forehead, and he hastily replied, there is no need for such a grand display. Simply bombard this location. No sooner had he spoken than Li Chaoyang activated the realm of fate, employing the 3 divine techniques of mental probing and mental sharing. Under the amplification of his mid-stage spiritual power, the range and precision of the mental probe reached unprecedented heights. Every detail within the Sunset Forest was vividly presented within the minds of Emperor Tian, Li Chaoyang, the Wolf King, Bear Lord, and the King of all monsters. Upon witnessing this scene, they simultaneously exclaimed, divine technique. With a stern gaze, Li Chaoyang fixed his eyes upon the Wolf King and intoned gravely, Wolf King. Do you see that area ensconced in layers of treacherous poison? Direct your firepower there. Striking elsewhere would merely squander our energies. The area enveloped by the poison was none other than the Eye of Ice and Fire. Since this menacing aura emanated from Tang San, it was only logical that Tang San's consciousness, in its guardianship of the Eye of Ice and Fire, would be concealed within. To disperse their forces and attack elsewhere would undeniably deplete the strength of the soul beasts in vain. Furthermore, even if Tang San's consciousness were not present, his deep reverence for the Eye would compel him to appear for protection, while the bombardment could potentially harm the rare celestial herbs within the Eye, even reducing them to dust. Li Chaoyang had no choice but to make this decision for the sake of his own safety and to achieve the primary objective of gaining the approval of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King to enter the secret realm. Moreover, the tasks of assisting Ling Luocheng in upgrading his martial soul to the pinnacle of ice and addressing Ma Xiaotao's demonic fire did not necessarily require celestial herbs. Alternative methods could suffice. The Wolf King, with a solemn expression, nodded gravely in agreement. Understood, boss. Li Chaoyang continued, once we commence fire, Soul Masters will undoubtedly come to investigate. I hope you can provide timely fire support. Can you manage that? With a proud stance, the Wolf King responded emphatically, absolutely. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. As soon as he finished speaking, the Wolf King swiftly turned to finalize the adjustments of the 500 cannons. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang adeptly readied his level 10 fixed spirit cannon shell. Turning to Emperor Tian, Li Chaoyang earnestly cautioned, when you observe Tang San's consciousness weakening, do not rush into the fray. Allow me to first subdue him before you make your move. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of brilliance illuminated Li Chaoyang's hand, revealing the wondrous Linglong Pagoda. Hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Emperor Tian gave a slight nod, signaling his understanding. Li Chaoyang further emphasized, remember, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Having said this, he turned his gaze towards Grey Wolf. After finishing his tasks, Grey Wolf turned to face Li Chaoyang and, saluting, declared loudly, report, boss, everything is ready, and we can launch at any moment. By this time, Li Chaoyang had donned a pair of sunglasses, adding an air of coolness and aloofness to his demeanor. With a casual wave of his hand, he commanded, launch. Almost simultaneously, Grey Wolf decisively pressed the red button. In the next instant, 500 cannons roared in unison, their shells cascading like a torrential downpour towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. In the blink of an eye, the shells fired by Grey Wolf exploded within the Eye of Ice and Fire. A series of deafening explosions echoed, and massive mushroom clouds erupted within the Eye, as if seeking to tear apart this mysterious realm. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, the slumbering spirit of the fragrant and exquisite fairy was abruptly awakened by the thunderous cannon fire. Rubbing its sleepy eyes, it grumbled in discontent. Who dares disturb my slumber? Soon after, the fairy beheld the swirling mushroom clouds and the octagonal ice grass ruthlessly obliterated by the cannon fire. A blood-red soul ring of 100,000 years appeared before its eyes, causing the fairy to widen its gaze in terror and exclaim, Octagon. Almost immediately, The fairy seemed to sense something, and it abruptly looked up to see another shell hurtling towards the eye of ice and fire. The fairy glanced at its still sleeping companions, feeling a pang of anguish in its heart. It thought to itself, I cannot simply sit idly by. I must not watch my sisters and brothers perish before my eyes. I hope a powerful being arrives to save us soon. As soon as the thought crossed its mind, the fairy made a resolute decision. It fervently ignited its own essence of 100,000 years, shouting with all its might, Sisters and brothers, wake up. We are under attack. This call resonated like thunder, shaking the souls of many sleeping spirit herbs. However, before the echo could fade, another shell came crashing down like a tempest. The fairy witnessed some of the slumbering 100,000-year spirit herbs falling in the onslaught of cannon fire, their life blooms withering in an instant. More soul rings of 100,000 years ascended. Tears streamed down the fairy's face as it weakly cried out, No, please, not this. Its voice was filled with despair and helplessness. In this tumultuous moment, as the fragrant fairy, at any cost, burned the profound essence of its 100,000-year soul beast, it awakened the slumbering 100,000-year spirit herbs in a nearly tragic manner. The once tranquil and mysterious realm had erupted into chaos. The fiery apricot blossoms, awakened from their long slumber, ignited with fury upon beholding the scene before them. She surveyed her surroundings, and her homeland had been irrevocably transformed. The tranquility of yesteryear had been supplanted by the scars of devastation, stirring an overwhelming blend of sorrow and fury within her. How could this be? How had my sanctuary fallen so low? Oh, Octagon, Earth Dragon, you wretched humans, how did you find this place? Do you not fear inciting the wrath and retribution of such formidable existences? No sooner had she voiced her thoughts than a piercing wail erupted from the heavens. The sound of Grey Wolf's artillery shells slicing through the air, heralding destruction. Yan Shaozhe, with her gaze sharpened, commanded with a fierce voice, Quickly, all units, defend and protect our home. At her command, the myriad of 10,000-year spirit herbs, just roused from slumber, simultaneously unleashed their defensive spirit techniques, forming a dazzling and resilient barrier in a desperate bid to stave off this sudden calamity. Yet, despite their collective effort and activation of their ultimate defenses, a number of spirit beasts remained incapacitated from the earlier bombardments, suffering grievous injuries. Moreover, Grey Wolf had unleashed a volley of 500 cannons, each shell imbued with the terrifying power akin to that of a spirit saint manifesting their true martial spirit. Perhaps a single shot could be withstood, but 500 fell like rain, and even a peerless powerhouse like Emperor Tian would struggle to emerge unscathed. In quick succession, another fierce bombardment ensued, claiming the lives of several more 10,000-year spirit herbs amidst the unrelenting cannon fire. Brilliant 10,000-year spirit rings and precious spirit bones materialized in the air, bearing witness to this tragedy. Simultaneously, the protective shield forged by the spirit beasts shattered under the onslaught. The few survivors were grievously wounded, their spirit power expended. Unable to conjure a barrier of such magnitude again, Yan Shaozhe gazed at her fallen brethren, her heart shattered. How could it come to this? Tears flowed like pearls on a broken string as she wept inconsolably, her voice laden with helplessness and despair. At that moment, the haunting sound of artillery shells gliding through the air echoed once more. Yan Shaozhe slowly lifted her gaze to the familiar, destruction-laden shells, murmuring, Why must it be like this? Then she gently closed her eyes, as if resigning herself to this inescapable fate. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the divine, Tang San was exerting every ounce of his strength to control the divine domain, striving to escape the voracious grasp of the black hole. Yet, in that critical juncture, he sensed something amiss, a tightness clenching his heart. Oh no, the eyes of ice and fire. He swiftly turned to the evil god king beside him, exclaiming, Evil, take over my control of the divine realm. I have urgent matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, the evil god king immediately soared into action, channeling divine power into the heart of the divine realm, assuming the mantle of control. At the same time, a look of perplexity crossed his face as he inquired, Tang San, what is happening? Tang San offered no reply, merely casting a profound glance at the evil god king before settling into a meditative posture, focusing intently, attempting to perceive the situation through the faint thread of divine consciousness he had left beneath the eyes of ice and fire. Initially, Tang San left his consciousness beneath the eyes of ice and fire merely to supervise those who entered, without issuing any protective commands. He was confident that before his ascension to divinity, he had fortified the poisonous barriers surrounding the eyes of ice and fire, believing that no one or soul beast could trespass without his divine acknowledgement, a venture that would surely lead to death. Yet, at this moment, his heart was filled with boundless regret and self-reproach. Chapter 232, The Emergence of the Chicken Foot. At this time, deep within the imperial city of the Heavenly Soul Empire, an air of solemn grandeur enveloped the scene. Within a resplendent and magnificent hall, two venerable elders were engaged in spirited conversation. One, adorned in a luxurious robe embroidered with dragon patterns, exuded an imposing presence. He was the king of the Heavenly Soul Empire. The other, with flowing white hair yet vigorous spirit, emanated a terrifying aura. He was the esteemed Yan Shaozhe, the foremost devotee of the empire, a super Douluo of level 97. Just as their laughter filled the air, a series of deafening explosions suddenly shattered the tranquility, rolling forth like thunder, striking at the very core of their hearts. Indeed, it was the resounding roar of cannonballs meticulously crafted by the Grey Wolf. The expressions of the two elders shifted dramatically as they turned towards the source of the sound, Sunset Forest. The king of the Heavenly Soul furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly, "What is happening? Could it be that the Sun Moon Empire has launched an attack? Such a commotion, employing so many level 7 fixed soul-guided cannonballs. How could I be unaware of any developments?" Yan Shaozhe shook his head gently, a flicker of seriousness in his gaze. "It should not be. The sound originates from Sunset Forest. Perhaps those scoundrels from the Sun Moon Empire encountered formidable foes in the forest, prompting them to recklessly deploy numerous high-level soul-guided cannonballs." Having said this, Yan Shaozhe stroked his beard thoughtfully and declared, "I shall investigate. We cannot allow them to feel too comfortable. Your Majesty, please inform Shrek Academy," instructing them to be prepared as well. No sooner had his words left his lips than Yan Shaozhe transformed into a brilliant white light, akin to a shooting star streaking across the sky, racing towards Sunset Forest. Observing this, the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire called out urgently, "Yan Shaozhe, take great care." He swiftly issued orders to notify Shrek Academy. While still harboring concerns for Yan Shaozhe's safety, he commanded that other devotees of the Heavenly Soul Empire accompany him for support. Simultaneously, similar events were unfolding elsewhere. Not far from Sunset Forest, the Douluo Empire also dispatched its foremost devotee, Yan Shaozhe, along with numerous other devotees to investigate the situation. Numerous sects, both large and small, sent forth their own powerful individuals, each seeking to uncover an opportunity amidst this unforeseen tempest. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, in a grand hall dominated by a 9-story pagoda, 13 super Douluos sat in assembly, each emanating an awe-inspiring aura, all of them at least level 95. Among them, possessed extraordinary power, capable of rivaling Yan Shaozhe of Shrek Academy. Strangely, they were enveloped in an imperceptible layer of black-red mist, adding an eerie quality to the solemn hall. The middle-aged woman at the forefront on the left, with piercing eyes, gazed at the figure seated at the main throne and inquired in a deep voice, "Master, what directives have been issued from above? What orders are to be conveyed?" The individual on the throne fell silent for a moment, his hands gripping the black and crimson 9-treasure glazed pagoda, which suddenly began to spin rapidly, emitting a flickering light as if it contained boundless secrets. After a while, the pagoda ceased its rotation, and the figure on the throne spoke slowly. "A message has arrived from above. There is no need to heed the words of that trio any longer. The collaboration is terminated. There has been an incident in the divine realm." As soon as the words left his lips, a series of eerie cackles echoed throughout the grand hall, reverberating in every corner of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. On the streets within the sect, two children were diligently sweeping the ground when they suddenly heard the strange laughter emanating from the main hall. They exchanged terrified glances. One child elbowed his companion and whispered, "Perhaps we should withdraw from the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. This place feels increasingly sinister, and there are far fewer people now. Just a few days ago, my roommates, Xiao Kai, Xiao Su, and Xiao Kuan, went missing, and now I am the only one left in our dormitory. I am so frightened. Let us leave together." The other child, equally fearful, responded, "All right, there are only 2 of us left in our dormitory as well. I share your sentiments. If we don't leave, I fear I might be next. Let us depart now. Yes, let us go. I will never return to this ghost town of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect." With that, the 2 children dropped their brooms and other cleaning tools, bolting towards their respective dormitories. However, they had barely taken a few steps when a ghostly shadow materialized silently before them. The shadow was as dark as ink, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes that shimmered with an eerie glow. Upon seeing those blood-red eyes, the children collapsed in terror, trembling uncontrollably. They hurriedly got up and turned to flee. Yet, just as they were about to scream for help, the familiar black shadow reappeared before them. The children glanced again at the blood-red eyes, and in the next moment, 2 jets of blood mist erupted before the dark figure. Indeed, a mere second glance would lead to an explosion. In Chapter 233, Carpet Bombing 6, at the Eye of Ice and Fire, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, and peril loomed. In the sky, The gray wolf projectiles descended like locusts, approaching the fragrant and ethereal essence with a frenzied intensity. At that moment, the essence was filled with despair. It gazed at the oncoming projectiles while casting a glance at its heavily injured brethren beside it, their lives hanging by a thread. And an overwhelming sorrow enveloped its heart. They had once jointly safeguarded this mysterious realm, yet now, faced with this sudden assault, they were unable to form a cohesive defense and could only await the judgment of fate and helplessness. In the distance, Tian, utilizing Li Chaoyang's spiritual detection abilities, observed everything unfold before his eyes. He could not help but let out a soft sigh, filled with complex emotions. However, this sigh was not for the 10,000-year-old spirit beasts. In Tian's heart, these spirit beasts were his adversaries, loyal to Tang San, and irreconcilable with the spirit beast clan. To the adversary, Emperor Tian has always shown no mercy. What he laments is the terrifying pace at which human technology is advancing. Gazing at the formidable artillery shells, he is acutely aware that if humanity's technological prowess continues to escalate at this rate, the future of the spirit beasts will be perilously endangered, with extinction potentially being merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Emperor Tian cast a complex gaze towards Li Chaoyang. He then exhaled softly, silently pondering. Thankfully, the heir of the dragon god has arrived. Perhaps this is the turning point for the spirit beast clan. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light flashed above the ice-fire duality eye, as if summoned by a mysterious force from the depths of the ocean. A colossal and majestic sea god apparition materialized, standing in the air. This sea god figure possessed flowing silver-blue hair that cascaded like a waterfall, sparkling with countless starlit glimmers, seemingly imbued with the boundless mysteries of the universe. At the center of his brow, a resplendent blue crystal gleamed like a deep-sea vortex, exuding a profound and enigmatic aura. His irises shimmered with an indigo hue, reflecting the glimmering waves, as if a myriad of stars twinkled within. Beneath the semi-transparent battle armor, his muscles coiled like coral formations, showcasing unparalleled strength. In his hands, he wielded a golden trident, the legendary sea god's trident. And it was none other than the sea god Tang San who held this mighty weapon. Upon his emergence, Tang San's gaze immediately locked onto the artillery shells in the air. He frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he brandished the sea god's trident and bellowed, 13th strike of the sea god, 10th form, son of the sea. As his words fell, a terrifying mini-sun abruptly appeared atop the trident, radiating a chillingly formidable light. This brilliance sliced through the air like a multitude of sharp blades, directly targeting the gray wolf's artillery shells. Under the fearsome illumination, the shells disintegrated like fragile bubbles, intercepted mid-air and erupting into nothingness. The fragrant Shiluo celestial product and the other surviving celestial herbs observed this scene with tears of exhilaration welling in their eyes. They seemed to glimpse the dawn of hope, the continuation of life. The fragrant Shiluo, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Which esteemed one has arrived. I knew that such a being would never abandon us." In the distance, Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian observed this spectacle, their expressions instantly turning grave. Li Chaoyang murmured to himself, "At last, he has come. It appears that this storm is unavoidable." At that moment, the gray wolf also sensed the familiar aura emanating from Tang San, trembling with excitement as he declared, "The killing intent radiates from him. The aura is identical. It is him." Li Chaoyang turned, his gaze stern as he addressed the gray wolf. "Gray wolf, continue firing. Simultaneously, keep a vigilant eye on those soul masters attempting to approach the inner sanctum of the Sunset Forest. Should they come near, engage them with direct fire. You may utilize 100 cannons to intercept them. Wait, they are already here. So soon. Quickly deploy the 100 cannons to intercept." The gray wolf straightened up, responding with fervor, "Yes, boss. I will ensure the mission is executed flawlessly." As the words fell, the gray wolf swiftly sprang into action, immediately repositioning 100 cannons while simultaneously controlling the remaining 400, unleashing a furious barrage towards the illusory figure of the sea god. The shells soared through the air like black lightning, cutting through the vast expanse with boundless wrath, screeching towards the phantom of the sea god. Tang San, poised above the ice and fire duality eye, had just intended to proclaim that for the peace of the continent, he had embraced the path of demise, when he was interrupted by the sight of more incoming shells from the gray wolf. Internally, Tang San lamented, "Here they come again, truly troublesome." With that, he tightened his grip on the sea god's trident. Chapter 234. Carpet bombing in the mixed zone of the Sunset Forest. A dense twilight enveloped the area, as if shrouded by a mysterious veil. At this moment, the other offerings of the Heavenly Soul Empire, swift as arrows, had caught up to the snowy sky offering. This group of 6, each possessing a vigorous physique and emanating a surge of soul power like a tumultuous tide, raced towards the core of the sunset forest with astonishing speed. However, the Heavenly Soul Empire's offering legion had not flown for long when, in the sky to their right, another team of 6 appeared unexpectedly. Their figures darted through the air, radiating a chilling and terrifying aura that seemed almost tangible, clearly indicating that these 6 were formidable titled Douluo-level experts. The Snowy Sky offering, with keen perception, immediately sensed the movement of the team to the right. His expression hardened, and without hesitation, he gestured for the entire group to halt, stabilizing them in midair. Simultaneously, the leader of the opposing team mirrored this action, resulting in a tense standoff between the two groups, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. The Snowy Sky offering's gaze pierced through the distance, locking onto the leader of the right side team. A slight smirk graced his lips, laced with a hint of mockery as he remarked, "Tianyang Douluo, what brings you out on such a leisurely day, accompanied by so many aides?" Indeed, the team on the right belonged to the Spirit Empire's offerings. Upon hearing these words, Tianyang Douluo replied with a cold smile, not backing down. "Old Snowhead, spare us the pretense. We both know each other's intentions. Those scoundrel soul masters from the Sun and Moon Empire are our mutual adversaries. Now that we've ventured so deep into enemy territory, if we cooperate, we can ensure they don't return. Let us divide the spoils of the soul-guided devices evenly, shall we?" At this, the Snowy Sky Douluo frowned slightly, clenching his fist as he feigned irritation. "While you're calling me Old Snowhead does not sit well with me. For the greater good, cooperation is acceptable. However, I must take the larger share." Tianyang Douluo scoffed, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Very well, continue playing the Grand Lord." As soon as the words left his lips, an unseen force seemed to ripple through the air, causing all 12 individuals to simultaneously gaze upwards. In that instant, astonishment filled their eyes. In the sky, over 80 gray wolf projectiles descended like rain, whistling ominously as they approached. Each shell shimmered with an eerie luminescence, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. Upon witnessing this, both the Heavenly Snow and Heavenly Sun elders were struck with alarm, simultaneously unleashing a thunderous roar, "Flee!" Yet, before their warning could dissipate, their extensive combat experience led them to discern that the grade of these soul-guided artillery shells was not particularly high. Almost in unison, they abandoned the thought of escape, resolute determination flashing in their eyes. With a unified command, they chanted and swiftly formed seals to summon their martial spirits. Behind Heavenly Snow, a snowflake-shaped spirit emanating a terrifying chill materialized, its crystalline beauty concealing an endless frost that seemed to freeze the very air around it. Concurrently, Heavenly Sun's spirit, radiating intense heat, burst forth, its brilliance so fierce it appeared capable of igniting the entire world. Beneath them, for soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, alongside a red one, emerged in vibrant hues, their resplendent light intertwining like the most luminous stars in the night sky. With piercing focus, Heavenly Snow declared, "Eighth soul skill. Snow burial." Not to be outdone, Heavenly Sun bellowed, "Eighth soul skill, solar flare." As their voices faded, the 8th black soul rings on their bodies pulsed violently, brimming with immense power on the verge of eruption. In an instant, 2 expansive skills surged forth like a tidal wave, targeting the multitude of gray wolf projectiles hurtling towards them. Wherever these skills passed, the very fabric of space appeared to warp, unleashing a dreadful force. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the projectiles were successfully intercepted by the combined might of Heavenly Snow and Heavenly Sun's techniques. The intercepted shells detonated under the impact, producing a deafening roar, flames soaring skyward, and smoke billowing in the aftermath. However, a small fraction of the projectiles, evading their defenses through agile trajectories, continued to rush towards the 12 individuals. Realizing the danger, Heavenly Snow and Heavenly Sun ceased their offensive maneuvers. The other 10 titled Douluos halted in their tracks, their expressions grave, fully aware of the peril they faced. Each of them keenly felt that the artillery shells were all grade 7 soul-guided projectiles. They understood that the Empire of the Sun and Moon's grade 7 artillery, once unleashed, could generate destructive power on par with a soul Douluo. Should they be struck, while not fatal, the injuries sustained would be severe, and in such a treacherous situation, being wounded could spell disaster. Consequently, the 10 titled Douluos wasted no time in unleashing their 8th and 9th soul skills, weaving an array of dazzling abilities in midair to form formidable defensive barriers, striving to intercept the escaping projectiles. After an intense barrage, the group emerged unscathed. Though their soul energy was significantly depleted, their faces pale and breaths quickened. Yan Shaozhe and Yan Yang, upon witnessing the complete interception of the artillery shells, felt the tension that had gripped them finally dissipate, allowing them to exhale a long sigh of relief. Yet, curiously, both simultaneously furrowed their brows, their gazes revealing a hint of confusion and vigilance, as if they sensed an even greater crisis looming ahead. In Chapter 235, Carpet Bombing. The sunsetting forest mixed zone lay shrouded in a heavy twilight, the surrounding stillness almost oppressive, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The battle Douluo Yan Shaozhe, with her brows knitted in concern, turned to her companion Tianyang, her voice low and urgent. Tianyang, do you sense the presence of the aerial detection soul guide? Tianyang shook his head slightly, his brow equally furrowed. I have no perception of it. As I recall, the aerial detection soul guide of the Sun and Moon Empire has a maximum detection range of merely 8,000 meters. Given our strength, we should not be entirely oblivious. Before he could finish, as if they shared an unspoken connection, both suddenly turned their heads sharply, their gazes piercing into the depths of the sunsetting forest. In that instant, their eyes widened in astonishment, filled with dread. They beheld numerous dark spots in the sky above the forest, surging forth like a swarm of locusts. Indeed, it was the artillery shells fired by Grey Wolf, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound, seemingly intent on devouring the entire forest. Intercept! Tianyang and Tian Shui exclaimed in unison, their voices reverberating through the woods. In that fleeting moment, the various soul rings around them blazed forth with vibrant light, resembling a resplendent rainbow unfurling in the darkness, as powerful soul energy radiated outward, igniting the air around them with a sizzling sound. Not far off, deep within the sunsetting forest, a giant bear, as massive as a mountain, lay concealed. It emanated a terrifying aura, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath it. This was the bear monarch, a soul beast with an impressive cultivation of 480,000 years, the king of the dark golden claw bear clan. At that moment, a stern and commanding voice echoed in the bear monarch's mind. It was Emperor Tian. Bear monarch, do not engage the title Douluo unless absolutely necessary. Should you choose to fight, ensure that you eliminate them all without leaving any survivors. We must cleverly frame this on the soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire. The bear monarch snorted disdainfully, its voice rumbling like distant thunder in the forest. These mere humans are hardly to be feared. With a single swipe of my claw, I could effortlessly tear apart a title Douluo. I fail to comprehend what there is to fear. Even if I perish, I shall engage in a glorious battle with the strongest, so as not to squander this life. However, as the words left its mouth, the bear monarch's gaze inadvertently swept across the image presented by its mental detection technique. Within the sunsetting forest mixed zone, over 20 title Douluo and nearly 100 soul Douluo intertwined their energies, creating an overwhelming pressure. A glint of cunning flashed in the bear monarch's eyes as it mused. Humph. I shall first evade their might and target those solitary title Douluo and those of lesser ranks. That seems far more advantageous. Simultaneously, the king of 10,000 beasts received the same intelligence. As the wise strategist of the realm of great ferocity, the king of 10,000 beasts was astute and exceptionally intelligent. He wholeheartedly accepted the command from Emperor Tian and, like the silent specter of a ghost in the dark night, stealthily traversed the forest, executing swift assassinations on the isolated human warriors. At the eye of ice and fire, brilliance shimmered and soul power surged. The sea god Tang San, wielding the sea god trident, presented an imposing figure, his demeanor as stoic as a pine tree. He swung the trident once more, unleashing a barrage of fierce rays that sliced through the sky like lightning, successfully intercepting 400 cannonballs launched by the Grey Wolf. Tang San's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Grey Wolf, Li Chaoyang, and Emperor Tian, his voice resonating with the force of thunder. Imbued with boundless wrath and authority, two soul beasts and a human daring to commit such wanton slaughter, harming kin, and betraying humanity. You have committed an unforgivable crime. Your path to demise is already set. Today marks your end. Yet, before Tang San could finish his declaration, an unforeseen change transpired. Li Chaoyang, employing a simulated soul technique, revealed a cunning smile, unhesitatingly pressing the launch button for the 10th level fixed soul-guided cannonball. In the next instant, the 10th level cannonball, akin to a dazzling meteor, surged forth with cataclysmic force, racing towards Tang San alongside the projectiles from the Grey Wolf like a tempest. Of course, the simulated soul technique that Li Chaoyang executed was not a mere imitation of the 10th level cannonball. After all, even Tang San's sea god phantom spirit could easily discern its true nature. The purpose of his simulation was to confound the approaching soul masters. In the simulated imagery, several formidable figures adorned with 9 soul rings, shouldering an array of soul-guided devices, unleashed a furious bombardment upon a 30,000-year-old spider-type soul beast. At this moment, No soul masters had yet reached Li Chaoyang's vicinity. His actions were primarily a precaution against those possessing detection abilities among the titled Douluo. In the blink of an eye, 401 cannonballs surged forth like a torrential tide, relentlessly closing in on the sea god Tang San, igniting the air in their wake with shrill howls. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's expression darkened, fury igniting within his eyes. Could you not wait for me to finish speaking? You, mere outsiders of the heretical path, are no match for the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. With this trident alone, I could shatter all your projectiles without the need for any skills. As soon as the words left his lips, Tang San fiercely brandished the sea god trident, unleashing an exceedingly sharp intent that surged forth like tumultuous waves. Bearing a momentum capable of obliterating the heavens, and charged towards the 401 cannonballs with unparalleled ferocity. In that instant, the very heavens and earth transformed, the winds and clouds roiling in turmoil. Chapter 236, Carpet Bombing 9. Tang San coldly snorted, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, and spoke icily. Insect-like beings. How dare you provoke me with your petty schemes? Behold the might of the sea god trident. With that proclamation, his aura shifted dramatically, as if an immense tidal wave surged within the void. In the next moment, Tang San's figure darted forth like lightning, targeting the largest of the cannonballs. His sea god trident radiating a brilliant light, echoing with the roar of dragons reverberating through the heavens. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, the cannonball detonating with a cataclysmic force, flames erupting skyward, staining half the sky with a blood-red hue. Just as Tang San was about to speak again, his voice coldly declared, "Do not struggle in vain. All is futile." However, before the words could escape, a surging force akin to a tempest assailed Tang San's visage with unrelenting ferocity. Subsequently, at the eye of ice and fire, a towering mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene that struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. Observing this, Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a knowing smile as he chuckled softly. Those who put on airs are about to experience the gravity of my prowess. Concurrently, both Grey Wolf and Emperor Tian turned in unison to gaze upon the rising mushroom cloud, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Grey Wolf gasped, his eyes alight with fervor as he murmured, "Ah, the artistry. This is the beauty of an explosion. If only I could fathom its secrets." As he spoke, he hastily adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down his nose in shock, his gaze brimming with eagerness and curiosity. Noticing this, Emperor Tian momentarily paused, contemplating. The advancement of human technology has reached such heights. I fear I may be unable to withstand this. It is imperative. With this thought, Emperor Tian instinctively glanced towards Li Chaoyang, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. The dragon god must re-emerge in this world, he silently vowed. At that moment, Li Chaoyang chose not to launch another level 10 fixed soul cannon for a finishing blow, deeming such a powerful projectile too extravagant, especially against merely the phantasm of the sea god. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if a realization dawned upon him. He abruptly turned. Seriousness etched upon his face as he admonished Grey Wolf. "Grey Wolf, what are you daydreaming about? Continue monitoring the projectiles." Awakened from his reverie by Li Chaoyang's words, Grey Wolf promptly replied, "Yes, boss." No sooner had he spoken, than a fresh barrage descended like raindrops, plunging the eye of ice and fire once more into a sea of flames. Following Li Chaoyang's earlier bombardment with the level 10 fixed soul cannon, the eye of ice and fire lay in utter ruin. Waves of blood-red 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, shimmering with enticing brilliance. Meanwhile, the phantasm of the sea god Tang San had collapsed to the ground, its radiance flickering as if it might vanish into nothingness at any moment. Indeed, the sea god Tang San's mental energy had been severely depleted by the earlier strike of the level 10 fixed soul cannon. While a single cannonball alone might not have inflicted such grievous damage, Tang San's previous arrogance led him to forego any defensive measures, opting instead to endure the impact head-on, resulting in catastrophic injury. At this moment, the phantasm of the sea god Tang San weakly opened his eyes, only to be met with the familiar sight of a meteor shower wrought by Grey Wolf's cannonballs. Tang San turned his gaze towards the eye of ice and fire, witnessing its utter transformation, devoid of its former glory. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Foolishness!" As soon as his words fell, the phantasm of the sea god Tang San erupted, radiating a brilliant light, as if experiencing a resurgence. Paying no heed to the 400 incoming Grey Wolf cannonballs, he raised the sea god's trident high, targeting Li Chaoyang, Emperor Tian, and Grey Wolf, their eyes shimmering with resolve and madness. As the phantasm of the sea god Tang San began to dissipate gradually, it was evident that he was igniting the last remnants of his mental power. Tang Xin bellowed fiercely. I shall ensure that you accompany the Eye of Ice and Fire to the grave. With a commanding presence, he unleashed the 13th and 14th forms of the Sea God's martial art, merging them into the twilight of the Sea God. In an instant, he hurled the Sea God trident, and the heavens and earth were enveloped in a dusk-like hue. Li Chaoyang's simulated soul technique unexpectedly faltered at this moment, marking the first time he had encountered such a situation. A formidable force of confinement surged forth like a tidal wave, ensnaring Li Chaoyang, Di Tian, and Grey Wolf, rendering them utterly immobile. They could only watch in despair and indignation as the Sea God trident approached like the Grim Reaper's scythe. In this moment, the Sea God trident shot forth like a piercing bolt of golden lightning, carrying with it an apocalyptic momentum aimed directly at Li Chaoyang, Di Tian, and Grey Wolf. The proximity was so acute that time seemed to freeze, bolstered by the overwhelming force of confinement. It was almost certain that this strike would obliterate them beneath its terrifying power. Just as impact loomed, the ethereal visage of Sea God Tang Xin emitted a cold snort, a sound that resonated from the depths of the abyss, chilling and authoritative. Unexpectedly, this typically stern and solemn figure revealed a smile imbued with profound significance. Tang Xin spoke slowly, his voice echoing across the cosmos. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Before his words completely faded, the ethereal figure of Tang Xin dissipated like a candle flickering in the wind, vanishing above the Eye of Ice and Fire, leaving no trace behind. Then, a deafening roar erupted, akin to a slumbering behemoth awakening with a furious bellow. A cataclysmic explosion detonated at the location where Li Chaoyang, Grey Wolf, and Di Tian had stood. The resultant shockwave surged forth like a tumultuous tide, wildly expanding in all directions. Ancient trees were uprooted or snapped in half, collapsing as if a green calamity had descended. Simultaneously, a colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky, piercing the heavens with a grandeur far surpassing that of the previous explosion caused by the 10th level fixed soul cannon. This spectacle attested to the extraordinary power contained within Tang Xin's final strike, unleashed just before his consciousness faded. A thick, malevolent smoke billowed forth, enveloping the epicenter of the explosion, obscuring the events within from view. The tranquil atmosphere of the periphery of the Sunset Forest's mixed zone was shattered by this sudden, fearsome shockwave. The force barreled toward the Eye of Ice and Fire, stirring up dust and debris in its wake. This overwhelming power caused both Tiansu Duo and Tianyang Duo to stumble, their forms swaying precariously as they struggled to maintain their balance. Quickly regaining their composure, the two joined forces, channeling their entire soul power to thwart the further spread of the shockwave. As the turbulent air gradually subsided, the formidable Tianshuo wore an expression of sheer terror, her eyes brimming with astonishment. She turned to Tianyang Duo, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. Tianyang, this damage does not appear to be caused by a level 9 fixed soul-guided cannon, does it? This shockwave is utterly terrifying, beyond imagination. At that moment, beads of cold sweat adorned Tianshuo Duo's face, trickling down her cheeks and glistening in the sunlight. Tianyang Duo nodded in agreement, his gaze equally filled with shock and perplexity. He then spoke slowly. Indeed, the magnitude of this power. Could it be a level 10 fixed soul-guided cannon? Is it possible that Inu Douluo, after breaking through to a level 10 soul master, has created such a fearsome weapon? Tianshuo Duo replied, it is possible. Look, the bombardment from the level 7 fixed soul-guided cannon has ceased. Should we proceed? No sooner had she finished speaking than both Tianshuo Duo and Tianyang Duo turned to glance at their accompanying worshippers. They beheld the once imposing worshippers now suffering varying degrees of severe injuries, their faces pale and breaths weak. Among them, the team from the Doling Empire was particularly tragic. A newly appointed worshipper lay lifeless on the ground, silently narrating the brutality of the battle. Seeing this, Tianyang Duo could not help but let out a long sigh, his expression filled with helplessness and regret. He spoke softly, it is futile. One titled Duo has already perished, and I cannot explain this to the higher-ups. Moreover, do you think Inu Douluo would easily allow others to wield a level 10 fixed soul-guiding device? Thus, it is certain that Inu Douluo remains inside. Before breaking through to a level 10 soul master, he could contend with a level 99 titled Douluo, now that he has advanced. Even with the two of us at level 97, along with these individuals below, we would merely be offering ourselves as sacrifices. We must retreat. I fear they might silence us, possibly employing a level 9 fixed soul-guided cannon even. Upon hearing Tianyang Douluo's words, Tianshuo Duo nodded in profound agreement, her eyes reflecting a mix of relief and fear. She remarked, let Shrek grapple with this matter. Furthermore, the Sun Moon Empire is advancing aggressively. We must strengthen our collaboration. Tianyang Duo replied, indeed, you are correct. Additionally, We should involve the Star Luo Empire as well. Exchanging a glance, Tianxue Douluo and Tianyang Douluo simultaneously declared, retreat. As their words echoed, the original team of 11 swiftly divided into two groups, fleeing the mixed zone of the sunset forest like startled birds. Meanwhile, at Xiongju's location, his soul power surged with intensity, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding a terrifying aura. He let out a thunderous roar, dark golden terror claw. As the words left his mouth, a resplendent dark golden light shimmered on Xiongju's enormous paw, and a colossal claw shadow, sharp as a blade, sliced through the air towards the three formidable soul masters before him. The trio scarcely had time to react before they succumbed to this devastating strike, their bodies plummeting to the ground like kites severed from their strings. Observing the lifeless forms below, Xiongju's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a disdainful smile as he contemptuously uttered, boring. With such meager strength, they dare to pry into our mission. Truly, they overestimate themselves. Let us seek another target. As the words fell, a terrifying wave of energy, akin to a ferocious beast, roared from the distance, striking fiercely against Xiongju. Though his form swayed slightly, he quickly steadied himself, his gaze cold as he contemplated the source of the oncoming tempest. Chapter 238, After the Battle. In the mixed terrains of the blood-red sunset forest, dusk stained the horizon. Xiongju's expression was one of alarm, his eyes fixated on the direction from which the energy surged. A tempest of anxiety surged within him. How could this energy be so formidable? What kind of adversary was Di Tian facing? He wished for their safety. Before he could complete his thought, just as Xiongju intended to turn and employ his mental detection skills to seek human traces and eliminate them, he was startled to find that his mental probe sank into oblivion, leaving no trace. A chill ran through him. Something was amiss. How could his mental detection fail? Could it be that power? With this thought, Xiongju hastily spun around, his gaze sharp, peering into the depths of the blood-red sunset forest. A deep concern etched on his face. Not long after, just as he was about to seek out Di Tian, the long-lost mental detection skill astonishingly re-emerged in his mind. Guided by this newfound perception, Xiongju distinctly saw Li Chaoyang, Di Tian, and Grey Wolf, all safe and sound. He let out a silent sigh of relief and turned once more, embarking on his quest to hunt human powerhouses. A multitude of thoughts flooded Xiongju's mind. The soul-guiding devices of humans had grown increasingly potent. Even a mere soul Douluo could inflict harm upon him. Thankfully, Di Tian remained unharmed. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom the plight of soul beasts in 10,000 years. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded at the Wan Yao Wang's domain. Wan Yao Wang felt a surge of relief. I knew they would surely turn danger into safety. At the eye of ice and fire, the space suddenly warped, and a black hole, imbued with the essence of the undead, materialized. Li Chaoyang, Di Tian, and Grey Wolf emerged from the black hole, as if they were warriors returning from hell. Li Chaoyang expressed his gratitude to Ilex in the Sea of Spirits. Thank you, Elder Ilex, for your timely intervention. Had you not opened the portal to the half-plane of the undead, we would likely have perished at the hands of Sea God Tang San. Ilex replied, it was nothing. We are one, so saving you equates to saving myself. It turned out that just as Tang San's final blow was about to descend, Elder Ilex had intervened, forcibly transporting the three to the half-plane of the undead, thus evading the lethal strike. Unfortunately, Grey Wolf's cannon and ammunition were lost in the calamity. As Li Chaoyang exited the black hole, he unhesitatingly activated his mental detection skills, simultaneously linking his mental probe with Di Tian, Grey Wolf, Xiongju, and Wan Yao Wang. The mental detection swept across the eye of ice and fire like a wave of light, causing Li Chaoyang to furrow his brow. He then activated the domain of fate, maximizing his mental power for another sweep. This time, his frown deepened. Turning to Grey Wolf, Li Chaoyang spoke earnestly, Grey Wolf, use your murderous intent to sense if you can detect the killing aura from earlier. At this moment, the Grey Wolf cradled the remnants of his cannon and shells, tears streaming down his face. Oh, my artistry! How could it meet such a fate? Li Chaoyang, observing the Grey Wolf's indifference, felt a surge of annoyance. Grey Wolf, it is time to work. Be careful, or I shall deduct your salary. No sooner had he uttered the words than the Grey Wolf instantaneously appeared before Li Chaoyang. Bowing respectfully, Boss, what are your commands? Li Chaoyang instructed, harness the aura of killing. Understood, boss. Huh, it's gone, the Grey Wolf replied. Li Chaoyang cast another glance at the Grey Wolf's system panel, and upon seeing the words 100% accuracy, he sighed in relief. He softly said, take a break. It is safe now. The Grey Wolf, perplexed, asked, Boss, do you trust me so implicitly? Li Chaoyang remained composed, his heart steady. Of course. Now, you should clock out. By the way, create more cannons and shells. It is a pity they have all been lost. If you need mutton for raw materials, just let me know. The gray wolf responded affirmatively. Yes, boss. Makabaka. Chapter 239. The Beast Tidal Wave. The gray wolf's figure silently faded into the void, and Li Chaoyang promptly turned, his gaze piercing as he directed it towards Emperor Tian. He spoke in a low voice. Emperor Tian, a large number of soul masters are swiftly approaching this location. You must reveal yourself and drive them back. Remember to attribute the blame to the Sun Moon Empire, claiming that several level 9 soul masters brazenly hunted a 300,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor. Let this burden rest squarely on the shoulders of the Sun Moon Empire, while I remain here to clear the battlefield and tidy up the aftermath. Emperor Tian nodded slightly, a glimmer of agreement flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, a pair of terrifying black dragon wings unfurled behind him, and with a powerful beat, he soared like lightning into the vast sky. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Tian transformed into an imposing dragon, gliding majestically across the heavens. Then, a deafening dragon roar erupted, reverberating like the collapse of the heavens and earth, resonating in all directions with overwhelming force. Soon, the entire sunset forest was engulfed by the chilling roar of Emperor Tian and the overwhelming might of his dragon presence. At that moment, all human soul masters attempting to approach the core area of the sunset forest were shaken to their core by this unexpected turn of events, their steps involuntarily halting. Following this, Emperor Tian thundered with a voice like rolling thunder. The audacious soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire dare to recklessly hunt the 300,000-year-old ferocious beast. The Death Spider Emperor. You deserve nothing less than death. Soul beasts, heed my command. Before Emperor Tian's words could fully resonate, the soul masters within the sunset forest, who had been cursing the Sun Moon Empire, were taken aback, then collectively exclaimed, "This is bad. Run." Emperor Tian is enraged. In an instant, a multitude of soul masters fled like startled birds, racing towards the outskirts of the sunset forest. Emperor Tian spoke again, his voice booming like thunder. Unleash the beast tidal wave and annihilate all soul masters and soul tutors who dare to set foot in the sunset forest. As his words fell, the entire sunset forest seemed to awaken, with deafening roars echoing throughout, signaling the arrival of the beast tidal wave. Meanwhile, in a bid to render the performance even more authentic, Emperor Tian deliberately employed some unique means of communication to inform ZG to instigate a beast tide in the starry forest, thereby amplifying the spectacle. Outside the sunset forest, the formidable Tian Snow Daw was listening to the thunderous roars of beasts emanating from the forest, a wave of trepidation washing over her. She murmured to herself, "It is fortunate that I did not delve deeper into the sunset forest, otherwise, the consequences would be dire." Simultaneously, within the offerings of the Do Ling Empire, a similar scene unfolded. Tianyang Douluo, equally stricken with fear, echoed Tian Snow Daw's sentiments in hushed tones. He continued, "A 300,000-year-old ferocious beast. The Sun and Moon Empire is truly audacious. It seems I must inform Shrek Academy. I hope this beast tide subsides swiftly." Within the ice and fire duality eye, Li Chaoyang had already stepped into the desolate ruins, devastated by the bombardments of Grey Wolf's artillery and 10th-level fixed soul-guiding cannons. He surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the scattered crimson soul rings of 10,000 years. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang employed his mental probing skills, capturing the distant scenes in their entirety. He let out a soft sigh, lamenting, "What a pity for these 10,000-year soul beasts. Although anyone can absorb the soul rings of beasts slain by soul-guiding devices, there is not a single individual around me capable of doing so. Alas, I am merely at level 50. Without the sacrifice of a soul beast, I cannot absorb these soul rings." Upon finishing his words, a look of disappointment crossed Li Chaoyang's face. Well, at least there are still over 20 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. These should suffice to win hearts. Li Chaoyang shook his head in resignation, offering himself a modicum of solace. Just as he bent down to pick up a soul bone at his feet, a sudden flicker of light emanated from the gray sphere in his mental realm. Chapter 240, Soul Rings and Soul Bones. The gray sphere shimmered slightly, exuding a faint glow before returning to silence. Ilex spoke, his voice steady and resonant. "Chaoyang, please hold on for a moment. I have my methods to temporarily store these soul rings." Li Chaoyang, who had been bending over, straightened up abruptly upon hearing this. He could no longer pay heed to the alluring 10,000-year soul bone on the ground, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. "Elder Ilex, is what you say truly the case?" Ilex smiled faintly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Of course, come now. Relax, do not resist. I shall be as gentle as possible." Upon hearing this, A bead of cold sweat trickled down Li Chaoyang's forehead as he inwardly muttered, "Why does this sound so wrong?" However, Ilex seemed oblivious to his unease, continuing, "Is that so? I do not share that sentiment. Now, come quickly, do not resist. It will be over soon, and it will not hurt." Li Chaoyang hesitated, words caught in his throat. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, an inexplicable force enveloped him. Black-gray gas began to swirl around him, akin to ethereal mist, encasing his entire being within. The voice of Ilex echoed in Li Chaoyang's ear, laced with a hint of jest. Indeed, Chaoyang, your physique has become increasingly robust. Even I find myself somewhat tempted." In a state of sheer terror within the ocean of his mind, Li Chaoyang shouted, "No, Ilex. I am not delectable." Ilex chuckled softly, his tone tinged with amusement. "Within your body flows the esteemed blood of the dragon lineage. If only I could savor a taste." As he spoke, Ilex exerted control over Li Chaoyang's form, gently licking his lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. "It must be exquisitely delicious." Li Chaoyang trembled with fear, his voice quivering. "Dragon lineage blood? Is it truly coursing through my veins?" Ilex nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, otherwise why would the Emperor Tian heed your every command? Moreover, your bloodline is of a higher caliber than his, surpassed only by that Silver Dragon King, and that is solely due to your current low level." At this revelation, Li Chaoyang was astounded. "Am I truly so formidable? It seems I must find an opportunity to inquire with my second grandfather." Ilex suppressed his mirth, adopting a serious demeanor. "Enough of this idle chatter. If we do not act swiftly, the energy of these 10,000-year soul rings will begin to dissipate." Li Chaoyang nodded eagerly. Yes, Ilex, please proceed." Without hesitation, Ilex took command of Li Chaoyang's body, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, a staff exuding a potent aura of the undead materialized in Li Chaoyang's grasp. Almost immediately, a gray-black soul ring quietly appeared beneath his feet. Ilex muttered in a low, indistinct tone, "Refund, refund, refund." "Oh dear, what are you doing? This has always been the price. You must reflect on your own issues. I would rather starve." In an instant, accompanied by a series of incomprehensible incantations uttered by Li Chaoyang, a colossal magical array began to materialize beneath him. The array shimmered with light, emanating a mysterious and formidable presence. Once the array was formed, it unleashed a terrifying gravitational pull. All the 10,000-year soul rings within the ice and fire duality, I seemed to respond to the call, swiftly gravitating towards the magical array. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, numerous elder members had gathered, each seated in their designated places. The current head of the pavilion, Yan Shaozhe, occupied the central position, surveying the surroundings with a slight furrow in his brow. Turning to his companion, Elder Xian, he inquired, "Elder Xian, where has Elder Zhuang gone?" Dressed in a beggar-esque attire and chewing on a chicken leg, Elder Xian replied indistinctly. Elder Zhuang, upon hearing of the beast tide, was concerned about potential casualties and directly ventured to the Star Do Forest to assist. The Sea God Pavilion meeting did not have the opportunity to inform him. He has already arrived at the Star Do Forest. "So soon?" Yan Shaozhe exclaimed in surprise. Elder Xian waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "It is quite normal. The last time you weren't yet an elder, Elder Zhuang was the first to learn of the beast tide. After all, students evacuated from the Star Do Forest due to the beast tide would inevitably seek out Elder Zhuang's medical facility. Historically, members of Elder Zhuang's family have always acted this way, prioritizing rescue efforts over attending meetings. It's quite customary." Yan Shaozhe pondered momentarily, nodding in understanding. Chapter 241, The Imperial Auspicious Beast. In the Starry Forest, a place revered as sacred by soul beasts, an air of mystery and ancientness pervades. At the heart of this vast woodland lies the Lake of Life, akin to a brilliant jewel, quietly nestled within. The water shimmers with a radiant glimmer, seemingly harboring boundless vitality and secrets. Beside the lake, on a smooth, warm boulder, lounged a three-eyed, golden-haired creature, the imperial auspicious beast known as the Three-Eyed Jinli. This majestic beast possessed a robust physique, its entire body adorned with resplendent fur akin to molten gold, each strand shimmering with a faint golden halo, radiating a divine and enchanting glow under the sun's embrace. Prominently featured on its forehead was a striking third eye, its crimson golden slit pupil resembling a flickering flame. Imbued with infinite majesty and mystery, the tail end embellished with dark red markings, enhancing its otherworldly allure. Its limbs were long and powerful, reminiscent of a lion or tiger, exuding tremendous vigor, with claws that glinted coldly, as though capable of rending anything with a mere swipe. The tail, fluffy like a blazing fire, swayed gently in the breeze, while its tip was adorned with a cluster of dark golden tassel-like fur, shimmering with a unique luster in the interplay of light and shadow. At this moment, the imperial auspicious beast lay upon the stone, yawning languidly, a sight both adorable and slightly lethargic. It squinted its eyes and murmured, "Where has Emperor Tian gone? Ever since the incident with the Scarlet King, I haven't ventured out at all. Emperor Tian, Bear King, and the king of all beasts have gone out to frolic without taking me along. How dull it is." Just as it was about to continue, the imperial auspicious beast's demeanor shifted suddenly, the previous languor replaced by a surge of excitement. It sprang up from the stone, shook its fur, eyes sparkling with mischief, and grinned. "Why not sneak out for a little adventure myself? I'll do it." No sooner had the words left its mouth than it pushed off with its hind legs, gracefully leaping down from the stone, eager to dash away. At that moment, a dazzling white light flashed like lightning, and an elderly figure clad in white appeared beside the imperial auspicious beast. The old man exuded an ethereal presence, akin to a celestial being, his gaze sharp and imposing. With a mere lift of his hand, he pinned the imperial auspicious beast to the ground with the force of an iron claw. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the beast froze momentarily before erupting in fury. "Who are you?" It struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the old man's grasp. However, upon raising its head and recognizing the elder before it, the beast's tone softened, muttering, "Zhuang Lao. Why is it you? How come you have time to return to this perilous place?" Zhuang Lao observed the imperial auspicious beast's flustered yet indignant demeanor and couldn't help but smile. "Let us set that aside for now. Did you not just say you were planning to sneak out for some fun?" As he spoke, Zhuang Lao's eyes glimmered with a green light, resembling two eerie lanterns, fixating intently upon the imperial auspicious beast's eyes. The beast felt a shiver run down its spine under Zhuang Lao's penetrating gaze. Clasping its paws together in a pitiful plea, "Zhuang Lao, I didn't mean to, woe is me." It resembled a contrite child, adorably attempting to appease its elder. However, Elder Zhuang remained unfazed, merely letting out a grunt. The imperial beast, sensing the futility of its situation, drooped its head and said dejectedly, "All right, it was me. Please, can you refrain from telling Tian, Elder Zhuang?" Elder Zhuang's expression instantly darkened, and with a grave tone, he replied, "Absolutely not. Do you have any idea how significant you are? You are the imperial beast, the beacon of hope for the Stardow Forest, the very fate of the Soul Beast clan. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of the Stardow Forest? What would happen to the Soul Beast race? Do you comprehend the countless lives that would be lost due to your misfortune?" After much anticipation, the heir of the dragon god has finally appeared, and the fortunes of the Soul Beasts have begun to rise. Should you falter, the fate of the Soul Beasts will plummet, and the resurgence of the dragon god may become a distant dream. Do you understand? As he spoke, Elder Zhuang's agitation grew, and he could not help but administer a sharp slap to the ungrateful imperial beast. The imperial beast covered its head, lamenting, "I understand, Elder Zhuang. I won't venture out again, truly. Please, spare me your lectures." Yet, Elder Zhuang seemed deaf to its protests, continuing his tirade. "Oh, imperial beast." The imperial beast, in despair, covered its ears and pleaded, "Please stop, Elder Zhuang, I beg you." The voice was laced with boundless helplessness and despair. Immediately after, Elder Zhuang seized the imperial beast, locking eyes with it, and declared, "I feel it is best to confine you for your safety." Upon hearing this, the imperial beast panicked, writhing and exclaiming, "No, Elder Zhuang, if that happens, I..." Tears streamed from the imperial beast's eyes, cascading down its cheeks. Elder Zhuang, however, remained unmoved, gripping the imperial beast's neck firmly and forcing it to meet his gaze. With utmost seriousness, he asked, "Were you just contemplating self-harm? Look me in the eye. You little rascal. Your thoughts are perilously dangerous." At this moment, the imperial beast was gripped by fear, cold sweat cascading down its body in uncontrollable tremors. Elder Zhuang let out a couple of sinister chuckles and continued, "With thoughts like yours, I have every reason to confine you. Do not worry. I possess various means to ensure you cannot harm yourself and remain safe." The imperial beast continued to weep. "Please, I have elders above and below me. I cannot be imprisoned. I am still young, Elder Zhuang." Yet, Elder Zhuang remained indifferent, calmly stating, "Rest assured, it won't be for long. A maximum of 100 years will suffice." The imperial beast tearfully inquired, "And the minimum?" Elder Zhuang replied, "Perhaps a minimum of 80 years. Upon hearing this, the imperial beast sobbed even harder, stuttering, "No, Elder Zhuang, my uncle Qi Wang's sole wish before he passed was for me to live joyfully every day. Please do not confine me." The sight was simultaneously exasperating and amusing. Chapter 242. Urging Birth. Elder Zhuang's gaze was piercing as he slowly spoke, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Enough. Struggling is but a futile endeavor. Your thoughts are far too perilous. I must find a suitable place to confine you at this very moment. As the words left his lips, the emperor's auspicious beast wept profusely, resembling pear blossoms drenched in rain, its voice trembling with desperation. Old Zhuang, please. I will change, I promise. Do not confine me. Yet, old Zhuang appeared unperturbed, continuing to grasp the neck of the emperor's beast as he steadily approached the enigmatic lake of life. He remarked, you need only to rest soundly. All will settle in due time. The emperor's beast sobbed, its tone laced with boundless grievance. But I shall perish from boredom. Just as old Zhuang reached the lake's edge, the surface suddenly roiled, and a violet figure erupted from the waters, none other than the infamous hell dragon, Ziji, among the 10 fearsome beasts. She possessed an enchanting grace, her purple garments billowing like those of a celestial being, yet she exuded the ferocity befitting a beast of legend. Ziji hastened forward, beseeching Old Zhuang. Old Zhuang, the auspicious beast acknowledges its folly. I implore you to grant it clemency this once. I shall ensure it is strictly monitored, preventing any further transgressions. Upon recognizing Ziji, Old Zhuang nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the emperor's beast, his tone softening. For Ziji's sake, I shall spare you this day. However, should you dare to entertain thoughts of escapades or self-harm in the future, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Old Zhuang released his grip, causing the emperor's beast to stumble and fall into the mud. Rising quickly, it showed no sign of anger but instead dashed away, calling out through its tears. I will remember this, and thank you, Ziji. Ziji exchanged a knowing smile with Old Zhuang, but in an instant, Old Zhuang's gaze sharpened, piercing through Ziji like a blade. A chill raced through her, compelling her to take a step back, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She thought to herself, oh no. Having dealt with the auspicious beast, am I next? Had I known, I would not have meddled. Old Zhuang stroked his beard, speaking with earnestness. Little Ziji, how long have I urged you? From the moment you became a 10,000-year-soul beast, I began my prodding. Now, as you stand on the brink of joining the ranks of 300,000-year beasts, why is there still no progress? What is the reason for this? Ziji's heart sank, realizing the anticipated moment had arrived. She swiftly transformed into her dragon form, attempting to soar into the sky. However, despite her efforts, her wings felt as though they were burdened by an immense weight, rendering her incapable of flight. In terror, she turned to see a vibrant vine snaking from the ground, ensnaring her dragon feet, and continuing to spread. Old Zhuang's eyes sparkled with a green glimmer as he smiled at Ziji. My dear, where do you think you are off to? That gaze caused Ziji to shudder, as if doused in icy water. In the blink of an eye, her dragon form was bound tightly by the vine, immobilized like a rice dumpling. Though bitterness filled her heart, she held back her tears, knowing that the more she resisted, the harsher Old Zhuang would become. Old Zhuang continued. Little Ziji, now that pure-blood true dragons are scarce, apart from your lord, there remains only you and Emperor Tian. You have been wed for many years. Why have you not yet laid any dragon eggs? Dragons are inherently lustful. You both must strive harder. Surely there cannot be an issue between you? If so, do not hesitate to speak. I have remedies. With resignation, Ziji replied, no need for remedies, Old Zhuang. We are indeed married, but that was your insistence. There are no feelings between us, and I truly do not wish for it. Before his words could fade, Elder Zhuang's head had already collided with Ziji's, causing her to wince in pain. Elder Zhuang glared, exclaiming, I care not for these trivialities. Within 20 years, I must see the dragon egg. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures to compel you to speak. His laughter echoed eerily, sending chills down the spine. Ziji's cheeks flushed crimson, a mixture of humiliation and anger, yet she could only acquiesce. I understand, Elder Zhuang. I shall do my utmost. No sooner had she spoken than the lake of life surged once more, and a verdant figure emerged from the depths, the fierce beast of 600,000 years. The matriarch of the Emerald Swan clan. She was graceful, draped in green attire and adorned with emerald tresses, resembling a woodland fairy as she alighted gracefully before the assembly. Upon witnessing this, Elder Zhuang chuckled. Ah, another has arrived. Chapter 243. Urging birth. A knowing smile graced Elder Zhuang's lips as he turned to Bai Ji. Ah, Bai Ji, you too have come. How fortuitous. With your vibrant vitality, I have an idea, to pair you with Tian. Though the likelihood of producing a pure-blood true dragon may diminish, the strength of Tian's lineage, combined with your formidable life force, might yield several subdragons, which would be a commendable outcome. Before he could finish his sentence, Elder Zhuang waved his hand cheerfully towards Bai Ji. In an instant, the ground trembled as if awakened from slumber, and countless vines erupted from the earth, hurtling towards Bai Ji with fierce momentum. Bai Ji, displaying remarkable reflexes, transformed into her original form and soared into the sky, seeking to evade the sudden onslaught. Elder Zhuang, witnessing this, laughed heartily. Oh, you managed to escape. Quite intriguing, indeed, more so than that girl, ZG. But do you truly believe you can evade me? Let us see how you managed to escape. With that, the trees of the ominous land seemed to respond to his call, as their branches swayed. Innumerable vines surged forth from all directions, engulfing Bai Ji like a green tidal wave. Before long, she too found herself ensnared, much like ZG, bound tightly and resembling a verdant Zongzi, appearing beside her. Elder Zhuang gazed upon the securely bound ZG and Bai Ji and could not suppress a series of eerie chuckles that reverberated through the stillness, sending shivers down the spine. At that moment, Bai Ji, her face flushed, spoke with a blend of shyness and urgency. Elder Zhuang, you must have come for something of great importance. Perhaps we should address the matter at hand rather than trouble us two younger generations further. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuang stroked his beard, suddenly enlightened. Ah yes, how could I forget? It is your lack of ambition in producing dragon eggs that has muddled my mind. At his words, both ZG and Bai Ji felt a wave of frustration wash over them, silently cursing his lack of understanding. Bai Ji quickly interjected, Elder Zhuang, the revival of the dragon god is of paramount importance. Matters regarding the dragon eggs can be deliberated upon after the dragon god's resurgence. Elder Zhuang nodded, his demeanor growing serious. Very well, let us focus on the pressing matters. By the way, what has triggered this beast tide? Half an hour later, Elder Zhuang's expression turned grave, his brow furrowed, as he intoned, it appears the situation has grown increasingly complex. The divine realm has inexplicably vanished, and now, without the suppression of its formidable beings, the abyss and scarlet plains have become increasingly unrestrained. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is awash in abyssal and scarlet energies, a situation mirrored in the Sun and Moon Empire, while even the Body Sect has encountered issues. Moreover, how could those two traitorous soul beasts from the Haotian sect amass so many enemies? Very well, I shall take action once more. You two remain here and focus on nurturing the dragon egg while I resolve this predicament. Since the calamity has already reached the Sun and Moon Empire, let us strike from there. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light flashed, and the figure of Elder Zhuang vanished before the eyes of ZG and Bai Ji. Blushing, Bai Ji turned to the equally flushed ZG and whispered, ZG, do you think we truly have to bear the dragon egg with Ditian? ZG, also blushing, forced a smile and replied, I believe what we should be most concerned about right now is not that, but rather these vines entwining us. Our master is in seclusion, and we cannot disturb him. Currently, only Ditian and Xiong possess the strength to sever these vines. But they are still occupied outside. What shall we do? Bai Ji's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, right. Do we have to remain bound like this? Wait, isn't there the Rue beast? Its supreme fire attribute should be able to incinerate these vines. ZG sighed helplessly. Theoretically, that is feasible, but our cultivation levels differ vastly. When Ditian and the others return, if the vines are not fully burned away, we may find ourselves thoroughly roasted. That old man is truly infuriating. Just as ZG was on the verge of tears, the mocking voice of Elder Zhuang echoed around them. I believe I just heard someone cursing me. Excellent. Let me enhance the strength of the vines so that only Ditian can break free. And then, well, it will be time for the dragon egg. Do your best, and strive to make progress. As soon as he finished speaking, the vines binding ZG and Bai Ji suddenly glowed with an eerie green light. Almost simultaneously, they both uttered a lament. No, had we known, we wouldn't have meddled. Perhaps it would be best to keep the Rue beast confined. Time passed quietly. Above the sunset forest, the winds and clouds surged, as if a momentous confrontation was about to unfold. At this moment, Yan Shaozhe stood in a tense standoff with Ditian. Ditian had already learned from ZG that Elder Zhuang intended to stir up trouble in the Sun and Moon Empire. Yan Shaozhe's expression turned grave, and he spoke in a deep voice. Ditian, immediately cease this beast tide. Otherwise, Shrek Academy is not to be trifled with. Ditian smirked coldly, disdain evident in his tone. Humph, mere Shrek is nothing but an inconsequential ant by the roadside. If you know what's good for you, you'll skedaddle. Our target is those few level 9 soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire. Furrowing his brow, Yan Shaozhe, filled with concern, inquired, what exactly have those soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire done to provoke someone of your caliber? With that, Yan Shaozhe instinctively cast his gaze toward the sunset forest behind Ditian, as if seeking to unravel the truth hidden within its dense foliage. Ditian gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with seething hatred, and bellowed, those scoundrels have ruthlessly slain a 300,000-year-old spider emperor beast. They must pay a grievous price for this. Yan Shaozhe, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, A 300,000-year-old spider emperor beast? I have never heard of such a creature. And it is not even listed among the top 10 ferocious beasts. Tian let out a cold snort, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he replied, "Ignorant child. The so-called top 10 ferocious beasts is merely the tip of the iceberg that you comprehend. Enough of this idle chatter. No one shall thwart the beast tide today. With your mere entry into the extreme Douluo realm, you are no match for me." Dragon God Claw. Indeed, Tian's initial move was a deadly strike. Fully aware that only such ferocity could render the spectacle convincing. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal dragon claw, radiating a myriad of colors, materialized from the void. With a cataclysmic force, it lunged fiercely toward Yan Shaozhe. Gazing up at the sky, where the resplendent claw blotted out the sun, Yan Shaozhe felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and couldn't help but curse, "Madman." Before he could finish, he swiftly summoned his light phoenix martial soul. In an instant, a brilliant glow enveloped him, as 6 black spirit rings and 3 red spirit rings shimmered in an alternating pattern, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. In a flash, Yan Shaozhe attempted to evade the Dragon God Claw's assault. However, the claw's speed was astonishing, and its might overwhelming. Despite his best efforts to dodge, he ultimately could not escape unscathed, and was brutally slammed to the ground by the strike. With a painful cry resembling a phoenix's lament, the earth was instantly shattered, creating a massive crater and sending dust billowing into the air. Tian observed this scene with a cold gaze and remarked, "Indeed, humanity is favored by the heavens. In merely 6 years, you have ascended from rank 95 to 99. Given more time, you might reach the heights of a dragon god Douluo. Moreover, you possess a hint of divinity within you. It seems today, I cannot allow you to live." As his words fell, a glint of cold light flickered in Tian's eyes, and he intended to deliver a finishing blow to Yan Shaozhe. Yet, from afar, a brilliant pillar of light surged into the sky. Upon this pillar, spirit rings shone brightly, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 3 red, casting a dazzling glow. Simultaneously, a majestic light sacred dragon appeared, partially obscured within the radiance. Indeed, it was Muon. Tian's expression turned grave, and he muttered, "Dragon God Douluo." In the blink of an eye, Muon stood before Tian. With piercing eyes, he demanded, "Tian, what is your true intention?" Tian's lips curled into a mocking smile as he replied, "Dragon God Douluo, your name brings me increasing discomfort." "Oh, your body has healed. How peculiar. Very well. Allow me to reveal a secret. Do you know why you were harmed by the malice of the Dragon Pearl?" Muon furrowed his brow, questioning in confusion, "Why?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Tian's eyes as he suddenly shouted, "Because of the Dragon God Claw." Taken aback, Muon reacted with fury, shouting, "Bastard! How dare you launch a sneak attack? 7th spirit skill, martial soul, true form, reign supreme." In an instant, Muon transformed into a colossal, radiant dragon, exuding an aura of divine strength. With a powerful sweep of his mighty claws, he struck fiercely toward the dragon god's talon. However, as soon as contact was made, Muon's supremacy began to falter. Tian scoffed disdainfully, asserting, "This is not a sneak attack." In the next moment, the sky-rending claw descended. Suddenly, the heavens shifted, and the winds darkened. A vast, black claw materialized from thin air, rushing toward Muon with the force to tear apart the sky. The sky-rending claw struck like lightning, successfully ambushing Muon. Just as the claw was about to make contact with Muon's body, 3 shields, each radiating a distinct brilliance, appeared around him. Yet, the might of the sky-rending claw was formidable, swiftly breaching one of the shields. Meanwhile, as Muon was distracted by the claw, Tian's dragon god Talon seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand, shattering Muon's dominion and subsequently dismantling the remaining 2 shields. The tremendous impact sent Muon reeling over 100 meters, but he steadied himself mid-air, his expression grim. At that moment, Xiong let out a cold snort, mockingly stating, "Now that is what I call a sneak attack. Furthermore, how come you from Shrek possess 3 9th-level defensive soul tools? How intriguing. Has your academy produced a 9th-level soul master?" Following this, Tian continued, unflinching, "I now harbor serious doubts regarding your clandestine collusion with the Sun Moon Empire. Perhaps that 300,000-year-old Spider Emperor Soul Beast was slain by your hands." As he spoke, Tian's gaze became piercing, fixating intently on Yan Shaozhe and Muon, as if attempting to see through them. Chapter 245. Suddenly, a resounding and authoritative manifestation of martial spirit erupted in the air, striking the heart like thunder. In an instant, a massive, resplendent phoenix soared skyward from the ground, its form graceful and its wings unfurling to shower the area with an endless, sacred radiance. It then gracefully flew to Muin's side. Yan Shaozhe's expression turned grave, his gaze sharp as he focused on Tian and Xiong, declaring, recently, none of our esteemed elders from Shrek have ventured into the Sunset Forest. That 300,000-year-old beast was certainly not hunted by us. Moreover, we would never conspire with the Sun-Moon Empire. I strongly suspect there are hidden truths behind this matter, casting doubt on its authenticity. As he spoke, Yan Shaozhe's demeanor grew increasingly stern, locking his gaze onto Xiong and Tian, as if striving to penetrate their thoughts. Upon hearing Yan Shaozhe's words, Xiong momentarily froze, his massive form exhibiting a fleeting stiffness. Even Tian, usually as steady as a mountain, displayed a brief flicker of surprise in his eyes. Alas, soul beasts are ultimately too naive. In the art of deception and theatrics, they cannot rival the masterful finesse of humanity. Fortunately, at this moment, the clever aid of Li Chaoyang's simulated soul skills ensured that this performance unfolded seamlessly, without a hint of flaw detected by Mu In and Yan Shaozhe. Tian's gaze turned as frigid as a frozen lake, and he coldly remarked, "Words are futile. You humans are notoriously adept at eloquence and deceit." No sooner had he spoken than a glint of cold light flashed in Tian's hand, as the black dragon sword was drawn. In an instant, he transformed into a piercing black light, surging forth like lightning towards Yan Shaozhe and Mu In. At the same time, Xiong, having momentarily come to his senses, beheld the charging Emperor Tian and let out a furious roar, revealing his razor-sharp, dark golden claws that shimmered with a chilling radiance, rushing forth with equal ferocity. In that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yan Shaozhe and Mu In like a surging tide. Observing this, Yan Shaozhe's eyes flashed with determination, without a moment's hesitation. He bit down hard and retrieved the energy purple crystal gifted by Li Chaoyang. This crystal exuded a mysterious and formidable aura, as if it contained boundless energy. Yan Shaozhe forcefully embedded the energy purple crystal into his chest, and instantly, a tremendous power surged within him. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly tossed 3 energy purple crystals to Mu In at his side. Then, with a flash, Yan Shaozhe transformed into a brilliant yellow light, hurtling towards Emperor Tian and Xiong like a bolt from a crossbow. At that moment, Mu In, gazing at the 3 energy purple crystals radiating an unusual glow in his hands, understood completely. After all, when Li Chaoyang had purified his malevolence, he had previously utilized the energy purple crystal and was well aware of its efficacy. Without a trace of hesitation, Mu In decisively embedded the energy purple crystal into his own body. Instantly, he felt a powerful force surging wildly within him, and he too transformed into a dazzling stream of light, charging towards Emperor Tian and his companions with great speed. In the ensuing moments, the sky above the Sunset Forest resembled a grand, ever-changing tapestry. The colors of the heavens alternated ceaselessly, at times enveloped by the radiant yellow light of Yan Shaozhe and Mu In, dazzling and brilliant, as if capable of dispelling all darkness. At other times, shrouded in the ominous black aura of Emperor Tian and Xiong, foreboding and terrifying, seeming to consume all vitality. In the distance, outside the Sunset Forest, the 2 titled Douluos, Tian Shui and Tian Yang, stood side by side, quietly observing the ever-shifting colors in the sky, their expressions grave. Tian Shui furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. "In my opinion, it must be the Sea God Pavilion Master Yan Shaozhe and the former Pavilion Master Mu In. These 2 Limit Douluos, clashing with Emperor Tian." Tian Yang nodded lightly and remarked, "That seems to be the case. I just witnessed the 2 of them flying into the Sunset Forest. However," he added with uncertainty, "I wonder if they can emerge victorious in this battle." Tian Shui gently stroked his beard, pondering thoughtfully. "I have heard that even among Limit Douluos, there are distinctions in their realms. I wonder if those 2 can withstand Emperor Tian." A look of concern crossed Tian Yang's face as he replied, "If they cannot, it would be dire indeed. By the way, have your people discovered any traces of the Sun and Moon Empire?" Tian Shui shook his head and replied, "None have been found." Tian Yang furrowed his brow further and continued, "That is strange. Could it be the work of the Star Luo Empire?" Tian Shui resolutely denied, "Absolutely not. The Star Luo Empire does not possess so many level 7 fixed soul guidance artillery shells. In my view, this is likely the handiwork of the Silver Moon Douluo. After all, a level 10 soul master can rival the older Limit Douluos. The Limit Douluo possesses the ability to command spatial attributes. Perhaps even a level 10 soul engineer could create high-grade spatial soul tools." No sooner had the words left his lips than both the Tianyang Douluo and Tianshuada furrowed their brows in unison, as if shrouded by a veil of ominous foreboding, an inexplicable unease swelling within their hearts. Chapter 246, The Mysterious Bell. in the vast and enigmatic expanse of the Star Doe forest at this moment. Xuanzi resolutely ventured deeper into the mixed zone of the forest alone. This area, teeming with soul beasts, was fraught with peril, as a terrifying wave of beasts surged forth. Yet, Xuanzi stood unwavering like a towering mountain, confronting the overwhelming danger head-on. Damn soul beasts! Xuanzi's eyes widened in fury, and a thunderous roar erupted from his lips, resonating through the forest like a mighty bell. As soon as he spoke, he moved like lightning, striking down a 10,000-year soul beast in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a dark 10,000-year soul ring slowly ascended from the beast's lifeless body, emanating an aura both mysterious and formidable. Subsequently, Xuanzi turned his gaze slowly, and the scene before him stirred a ripple of emotion within his heart. He beheld a tapestry of purple and black soul rings, reminiscent of eerie stars twinkling in the night sky, drifting languidly above the carcasses of the soul beasts. The sight was both magnificent and tinged with an unsettling chill. Xuanzi let out a chilling laugh, its sound jarringly out of place in the stillness of the forest. "This should suffice for my absorption," he murmured, his eyes glinting with a greedy and exhilarated light. No sooner had the words escaped him than tendrils of dark mist began to emanate from his being. The black mist surged forth with the swiftness of a dragon breaking the waves, rapidly enveloping all the soul beast remains, as if shrouded by a mysterious veil. Before long, the black mist gradually dissipated, leaving the corpses seemingly drained of all vitality. Xuanzi stretched lazily, loosening his limbs, a contented smile gracing his features. "Oh, it has been far too long since I experienced such unadulterated pleasure. How amusing that the esteemed elder of the Holy Spirit sect has been tasked with playing the role of an undercover agent. Were it not for Aunt Shui asking me to look after him, Yan Shaozhe, I would have long since departed." He shook his head in resignation, murmuring to himself as if voicing his inner discontent and frustration. With a sudden clenching of his fist, a wave of energy erupted from his hand, akin to an invisible storm sweeping through the surroundings. "My strength has increased yet again, though it is a pity. Had I not been injured by my master, the elder brother of the previous Sea God Pavilion Master, Mun, after being discovered, I would have long since transcended to the ultimate realm." He spoke through gritted teeth, resentment and reluctance flashing in his eyes. As his words faded, the leaves of the tree beside him trembled slightly, as if an unseen force was stealthily approaching. Xuanzi whipped his head around, his gaze sharp as a hawk, and bellowed in anger, "Who goes there? Step forth." His voice thundered, reverberating as though it could rend the very air around him. "Elder Xian, it is I," came a voice from the thicket, followed by the emergence of a middle-aged man clad in black, his face obscured by a mask. The figure flickered in the shadows of the forest, exuding an air of mystery. Upon noticing this, Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. "It's Shaozhe," he exclaimed. Indeed, the person approaching was none other than Zhongli Wu. In an instant, Xuanzi, like a wraith, darted to Zhongli Wu's side. He slapped Zhongli Wu's shoulder with vigor, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he said, "It has been so long since we last met. Your cultivation has nearly matched mine. Remarkable." His tone was filled with appreciation and admiration. Zhongli Wu chuckled and replied, "Elder Xian, how could I possibly compare to you? If it weren't for your injuries, you would have already reached the pinnacle of your power." His words were imbued with respect and reverence for Xuanzi. Hearing this, Xuanzi let out a sigh and then said to Zhongli Wu, "Let us not dwell on that. My brother, let us go drink." His eyes sparkled with a sense of camaraderie and nonchalance. Zhongli Wu, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Indeed, Elder Xian. You must now tell me why my mother sent you to infiltrate Shrek." His eyes gleamed with curiosity, as if he could hardly wait to unravel this enigma. Xuanzi scratched the back of his head, his gaze evasive, and replied, "Perhaps another time." He resembled a mischievous child evading a question. Zhongli Wu pressed on, "How many times have you repeated this? I just heard that my mother instructed you to look after someone at Shrek." He scrutinized Xuanzi closely, leaving no trace of expression unexamined. Xuanzi, still scratching his head and glancing around in apparent disarray, stammered, "Did I? I was unaware." He sought to mask his embarrassment in this manner. Observing Xuanzi's demeanor, Zhongli Wu effortlessly wrapped an arm around Xuanzi's shoulder, firmly holding his body and head in place, rendering escape impossible. "Brother Xian, just tell me. You cannot evade this today." His tone was laced with an undeniable authority. Seeing Zhongli Wu's determined expression, Xuanzi sighed helplessly and said, "You must inquire with your mother. I cannot make that decision." A hint of a bitter smile graced his lips. Zhongli Wu tightened his grip further, eyeing Xuanzi intently as he declared, "If my mother told me, would I still need to seek you out?" His gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. Realizing he could not avoid the conversation, Xuanzi relented. All right. You must not reveal that it was I who told you." His tone bore a note of concession. Zhongli Wu nodded, loosening his grip slightly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Xuanzi continued, "First, allow me to have a drink." His gaze fell upon the gourd-shaped flask at his waist, which sparkled softly under the sunlight. Zhongli Wu made no attempt to stop him. He understood well the unique significance this drink held for Xuanzi, whose martial spirit was that of the gluttonous divine ox. With that, Xuanzi lifted the gourd-shaped flask, slowly unscrewing the cap. He then tilted the flask to his mouth, simultaneously infusing a trickle of soul power into the vessel. Indeed, this gourd was a soul tool, possessing extraordinary properties known only to a select few. At this moment, Zhongli Wu had sensed something amiss. A glint of wariness flickered in his eyes as he discovered Xuanzi stealthily infusing soul power into the wine gourd. Alarmed, he exclaimed, his voice laden with astonishment and urgency. "Oh no, it's a soul-guiding device." Just as Zhongli Wu reached out to seize the wine gourd and prevent Xuanzi from continuing to drink, it was regrettably too late. Xuanzi had already closed his eyes slowly, drifting into slumber against Zhongli Wu's chest, his demeanor akin to one ensnared in an endless sleep. Chapter 247, An Excessive Curiosity. Zhongli Wu gazed down at the sleeping Xuanzi in his arms, the serene expression illuminated by the gentle light, creating an extraordinarily tranquil scene. The only sound was the rhythmic snoring, seemingly narrating his current state of relaxation. Yet, this snoring ignited a firestorm of rage within Zhongli Wu. His brow furrowed deeply, his eyes widening in fury as his voice escalated, tinged with a sense of gritted teeth. "Xuanzi, how dare you pretend to be intoxicated in my presence? Do you truly believe I am blind, unable to discern your little trickery of drugging your own drink? Humph, even devoid of soul power, your pretense is rather convincing. Very well, if you choose not to speak, then so be it." With a heavy sigh, Zhongli Wu exhaled, his breath infused with boundless helplessness and disappointment. In the next instant, a dazzling white light flickered like a meteor, as Zhongli Wu's soul power surged, enveloping Xuanzi and vanishing from the spot, leaving behind an expanse of emptiness, as if they had never lingered there at all. Before long, a figure clad in black and red attire emerged stealthily, akin to a specter, at the location where Zhongli Wu and Xuanzi had just stood. Her piercing gaze scrutinized every trace left on the ground, as if seeking to uncover some hidden secret from these minute details. After a brief moment, a flash of determination crossed her eyes, and she darted forth like an arrow, pursuing the direction in which Zhongli Wu and Xuanzi had departed. Shortly thereafter, Zhongli Wu arrived at a secluded cave with Xuanzi. This cave was deep and tranquil, permeated with an aura both primal and enigmatic. However, within resided a 6,000-year-old unicorn rhinoceros soul beast, its formidable presence radiating a fierce energy, as if it were the guardian of this cave. As Zhongli Wu stepped into the cave, his gaze locked with that of the unicorn rhinoceros soul beast. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes, and he moved like lightning, charging towards the beast. With a slight elevation of his palm, a torrent of colossal soul power coalesced, transforming into a sharp gust of wind that struck the unicorn rhinoceros with tremendous force. The beast barely had time to react before it was reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into nothingness. With the unicorn rhinoceros's demise, a purple 1,000-year soul ring slowly ascended, shimmering with a mysterious light in the dim cave. Simultaneously, a piece of 6,000-year-old unicorn rhinoceros bone, exuding a faint phosphorescence, appeared on the ground. Zhongli Wu's gaze swept over the purple soul ring, his expression betraying no sign of excitement. For him now, the allure of the soul ring had diminished significantly. His attention ultimately settled upon the 6,000-year unicorn rhinoceros bone, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. He gently bent down to retrieve the soul bone, holding it delicately in his hands, as if admiring a peerless treasure. "Elder Xian, ever since you have graced my side, my fortune seems to have taken a turn for the better." Zhongli Wu gazed at the soul bone in his hands, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Typically, the probability of obtaining a Millennium Soul Bone from a Millennium Soul Beast is exceedingly low, yet today, fate has bestowed this upon me. Is this truly serendipity? Subsequently, Zhongli Wu tenderly cradled Xuanzi and placed him upon a relatively clean stone, as if fearing to disturb his beautiful slumber. Once Xuanzi was settled, Zhongli Wu's gaze unconsciously fell upon the charming little mustache adorning Xuanzi's chin. The mustache quivered gently with Xuanzi's breath, exuding a unique allure that held Zhongli Wu's gaze captive. As his eyes grew increasingly affectionate and complex, he spoke slowly, his voice low and tender. "Elder Xian, when I first laid my heart bare before you, you must have understood my sentiments, did you not? I cannot believe that today you merely imbibed without intention. You claim to be devoid of worldly desires, yet you tightly close your eyes, unwilling to meet my gaze. Should you choose to open your eyes and see me, I cannot accept that your gaze would be empty. Do you truly not harbor feelings for me, brother? You once spoke of going undercover in Shrek, bound by a promise to my mother, vowing to assist me in the next life if fate permits. However, all I wish for is to accompany you in this life. Though we may be temporarily parted, there shall surely be a day of reunion. Brother, I have arrived. What is power and wealth to fear when one's heart is steadfast? Speak not of the constraints of rules. My resolve is unwavering, so lead me away to freedom. As soon as the words left his lips, a flicker of determination flashed in Zhongliwu's eyes. His movements, though seemingly gentle, concealed boundless strength as he directed his hand toward Xuanzi. Thus commenced a one-sided torment at the hands of Zhongliwu, leaving Xuanzi defenseless in his slumber, passively enduring the onslaught. Over an hour later, above the cave, Feng Ling held a recording stone, her eyes fixated on the unfolding scene within, her expression morphing from initial fury to a twisted visage of disbelief. With her teeth clenched, her voice trembled with rage. Why does it not come to an end? After all these years, you have not laid a finger on me. And it turns out you enjoy this. I thought you could not accept my ex-boyfriend, Yan Shaozhe, but had I been able to match you in strength, you would not have dared to be so audacious today. No, I must file for divorce. I will inform your mother, Yi Shishui, to decide for me. If she does not take my side, you shall see, Zhongliwu. And as for Xuanzi, how is it that I, with my figure, cannot compare to this old man of over 200 years? It drives me to madness. With that, Feng Ling furiously struck the cave ceiling. By all accounts, the tremendous noise should have captured the attention of Zhongliwu, the pinnacle of a 98-level Douluo. Yet, within the cave, Xuanzi seemed to emanate a unique charm, ensnaring Zhongliwu in its depths, rendering him oblivious to all external commotion. Chapter 248, Escape. In the depths of the Sunset Forest, the enigmatic and perilous realm of the ice and fire duality, I lay like a forgotten sanctuary within the heavens, suffused with extraordinary and formidable energy fluctuations. At this moment, a tall and poised man stood there, encircled by a mysterious gray soul ring, gripping a chilling necromancer's staff in his hand. This individual was none other than Li Chaoyang. After successfully absorbing the last soul ring formed from the 10,000-year celestial herb spirit beast, he contentedly stretched, as if he had just completed a leisurely stroll rather than a heart-pounding journey of soul ring absorption. Li Chaoyang slightly tilted his head, gazing into the void, which seemed to harbor endless mysteries within the spiritual sea. There, 26 blood-red 10,000-year soul rings radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to the most resplendent stars in the night sky, exuding an air of reverence. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, finally done. All this toil has indeed been worthwhile. His gaze drifted over the 26 soul rings, filled with satisfaction. Indeed, with these, future concerns regarding soul rings would no longer plague him. Subsequently, his attention shifted to his spiritual detection ability. Utilizing this remarkable skill, he clearly perceived the intense battle unfolding in the mixed zone ahead. He observed Ditian, Xiangjun, Mu'en, and Yan Shaozhe embroiled in a fierce confrontation. Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow. Yet a hint of playful amusement flickered at the corners of his mouth as he mused. How long have they been fighting? Ah, never mind. I shall first collect the soul bones. Hee. His laughter brimmed with the joy and anticipation of impending gains, as if he could already envision a mountain of soul bones beckoning to him. A bountiful harvest of soul bones awaits, he excitedly whispered, his voice soft yet unable to conceal the exhilaration within. His gaze broadened, arriving at the mixed zone of the Sunset Forest. Here, the air was thick with the smoke of battle, and the sounds of energy collisions echoed relentlessly. Ditian, Xiangjun, Mu'en, and Yan Shaozhe were simultaneously repelled by a formidable force, each stabilizing themselves mid-air, their faces etched with fatigue and gravity. In the midst of Mu'en and Yan Shaozhe, tension hung palpably. Yan Shaozhe, his expression anxious, communicated telepathically with Mu'en, saying, "Teacher, they seem to have grown significantly stronger. My skills barely graze them. And they always find our vulnerabilities to counterattack. If it weren't for the energy purple crystal that Li Chaoyang provided, offering us a continuous energy recovery, I fear we would be in dire straits today." Mu'en's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed his gaze on Ditian and Xiangjun, replying, "Indeed. The terrifying recovery capacity of the energy purple crystal has prevented us from collapsing swiftly in this battle. Yet even so, we can barely maintain an upper hand. Ditian and Xiangjun must have acquired some monumental opportunity, or perhaps a mysterious expert is aiding them from the shadows." In the vicinity of Ditian and Xiangjun panted heavily, his fur disheveled from the fierce combat. He communicated telepathically to Ditian, "Ditian, my energy is nearly depleted. We've been fighting for a day and a night. If it weren't for Li Chaoyang's extraordinary spiritual detection skill, I would have sustained serious injuries under the relentless assault from Yan Shaozhe and Mu In. Moreover, their soul power seems inexhaustible. It feels as though it never ends. Di Tian nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness and fatigue as he responded telepathically, indeed. His serious gaze fell upon the energy purple crystals embedded in the chests of Mu In and Yan Shaozhe. He naturally recognized the object in question, as it was crafted from the fourth soul skill of Li Chaoyang, of which he possessed several. However, at this moment, he could not utilize it. If he did, Yan Shaozhe and Mu In would surely discern the alliance between him and the soul beast, leading to unimaginable consequences. In the next instant, as if attuned to one another, Di Tian and Mu In simultaneously initiated a mental transmission. Di Tian conveyed to Xiong, "Let us unleash one more wave. If they refuse to depart, we shall flee to the king of all beasts. I refuse to believe that 3 Limit Douluos combined cannot vanquish them." Meanwhile, Mu In communicated with Yan Shaozhe, "Let us retreat. Di Tian and Xiong are significantly drained. A large-scale beast tide should not erupt in the short term. If we continue this battle, we may find ourselves unable to endure." Subsequently, Xiong and Yan Shaozhe responded in unison through mental transmission. Understood. No sooner had the transmission concluded than Di Tian and Xiong sprang forth like tigers unleashed. Di Tian emanated a terrifying aura, poised to unleash the unparalleled Dragon God Claw, while Xiong, with eyes wide in fury, readied his claws like razor-sharp scythes to execute the Sky Tear Claw. They intended to deliver one final, all-out assault, seeking to turn the tide of battle or force their adversaries into retreat. Observing this, Yan Shaozhe and Mu In wasted no time in turning to flee, their speed akin to lightning. They understood well that should they remain in the face of Di Tian and Xiong full force strike, they would no doubt struggle to withstand it. At that moment, all 4 combatants noticed that their opponents had ceased their attacks, and they collectively exhaled in relief. The taut nerves finally relaxed at that instant. While running, Yan Shaozhe glanced back at the unfolding events, inwardly grateful. Indeed, my teacher's foresight was commendable. Retreating was the right choice. Otherwise, I would lack the stamina to withstand the full force of those two. Di Tian and Xiong, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Di Tian gazed into the distance, contemplating. At last, it is over. This battle has been exceedingly arduous. Xiong, utterly fatigued, lamented, "I'm utterly drained. Next time, I will insist that the king of all beasts handle this task. I simply cannot endure it any longer." Chapter 249, Ice and Fire Dragon King. Deep within the Sunset Forest, at the mysterious and unique site of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, an extraordinary scene was unfolding. After a long day of labor, Master Li Chaoyang had finally gathered all 26 fragments of the 100,000-year-old celestial herb soul bones scattered across the ground. Standing upright, he stretched widely and muttered to himself, "At last, I have finished collecting. I am utterly exhausted. I haven't even had a bite to eat all day." With that, Li Chaoyang retrieved some compressed rations from his spatial soul guide. Eagerly, he took a bite, only to hear a crunch as the rations remained unmoved. His teeth rattled slightly, but thankfully, they did not fall out. Frowning, Li Chaoyang exclaimed in anger, "What sort of rations are these? Hard as bricks. I suppose I'll have to soak them in water." Alas, had I known, I would have bought more lamb to save for myself. Now, I'm left to gnaw on this brick-like substance. How unfortunate. 10 minutes later, Li Chaoyang looked at the unappetizing soaked rations in his hand. Lamenting to himself, "This looks utterly uninviting." At that moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the distant, fierce battle. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, let us witness the pinnacle of soul battles." Subsequently, bolstered by the formidable enhancement of his mental detection skill, Li Chaoyang swiftly arrived at the edge of the battlefield like a specter, quietly observing the breathtaking clash among Emperor Tian, Xiong, Mu In, and Yan Shaozhe. Just then, all 4 were simultaneously repelled by an overwhelming force. Li Chaoyang, exhilarated, clapped his hands together and shouted, "Splendid." He then eagerly took a bite of the rations in his hand, murmuring, "Go for it, Emperor Tian. Use your Dragon God Claw to seize him fiercely." "Oh, why hasn't Director Yan utilized his native soul guiding device yet? Hurry, bring it out. And your fixed soul guiding artillery shells can't be blamed for your failure to break through the demigod realm. You are too miserly." On the distant battlefield, both Emperor Tian and Xiong surged forward, their assault as ferocious as a tempest. Li Chaoyang watched, his blood surging with excitement as he shouted, "Yes, that's it. Strike him hard." However, the good times were fleeting. Before Li Chaoyang could revel in his joy any longer, Yan Shaozhe and Mu In unexpectedly turned to flee. Instantly, He found the food in his mouth tasteless, and with great difficulty swallowed it down, then furiously discarded the rations, exclaiming, truly unpalatable. With my energy purple crystal in play. Why are they fleeing, causing me to lose my appetite? Soon after, Li Chaoyang, his face clouded with frustration, approached the Eye of Ice and Fire. It was evident that the eye had been ravaged by the Grey Wolf artillery shells and the level 10 fixed soul-guiding artillery shells. So much so that it was unrecognizable as a lake. It could only be described as a small pond, having lost much of its water either to the blasts or evaporation. Li Chaoyang stared blankly at the Eye of Ice and Fire, his expression gradually turning vacant as if lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course, how could I forget? To enter the Eye of Ice and Fire, one needs the fire apricot and the 8-angled profound ice grass. This is a disaster." Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment, walking around the small pond twice before uncertainly saying, "Should I give it a try? My Battle Dragon Emperor martial spirit appears so robust. Perhaps it could work." Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang summoned his Battle Dragon Emperor martial spirit. In an instant, an overwhelming dragon might erupted from him, as if everything around was subdued by this pressure. Simultaneously, a circle of purple golden soul rings shimmered with a mysterious and powerful radiance around him. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, influenced by this terrifying dragon might, two formidable dragon souls slowly opened their eyes, revealing an aura of infinite majesty and mystery. Outside the Eye of Ice and Fire, Li Chaoyang gazed at the enigmatic waters, still filled with uncertainty, murmuring to himself, "It should be feasible, right?" He then took a deep breath and cautiously extended the tip of one foot into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Chapter 250, Fist. Li Chaoyang cautiously extended the foot of the Battle Dragon Emperor's martial soul-formed mech into the enigmatic waters of the Ice and Fire duality eye. In an instant, a searing pain struck him like lightning. Unable to suppress a piercing scream, Li Chaoyang instinctively clutched his foot, his body uncontrollably breaking into a comical ballet dance. His face contorted in agony, his voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. "Oh, my foot! What torment is this?" In a flurry of panic, Li Chaoyang seized his leg and lowered his gaze to inspect his foot. To his dismay, the once mighty Battle Dragon Emperor mech was now over half corroded. The surface of the mech was marred by the residual droplets of the Ice and Fire duality eye, which seemed to possess a life of their own, relentlessly eroding the mech while emanating an intense heat, akin to a roaring flame, searing Li Chaoyang's foot as if it had transformed into a pig's trotter. He hastily shook his foot, attempting to rid himself of the vexing droplets. After a frantic struggle, when he finally noticed that the mech was free of the Ice and Fire duality eye's water, he let out a sigh of relief, his taut nerves easing slightly. At that moment, Li Chaoyang murmured to himself, "Fortunately, my Battle Dragon Emperor mech is a martial soul, formed from soul power, not the tangible mechs of a millennium hence. Otherwise, the cost of repairs would be staggering. However, this pain is truly excruciating. I shall wait for Emperor Tian to arrive and see if he has any solutions." Meanwhile, deep within the waters of the Ice and Fire duality eye, a blue dragon soul consciousness gradually stirred to life. Indeed, it was the soul of the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a heart full of confusion. Why has this place become so cramped? The scenery outside has also changed dramatically. Could it be that a fierce battle has just transpired? And that young lad outside? At that moment, a golden gleam flickered excitedly in the eyes of the Ice Dragon King's soul, as if some power was surging forth. Just as he prepared to manifest and greet Li Chaoyang, he suddenly heard raucous laughter echoing through the waters. The Ice Dragon King furiously turned his gaze, only to find the dragon soul of his partner, the Fire Dragon King, cackling incessantly nearby. Seeing this, the Ice Dragon King was consumed by fury and immediately rushed over, delivering a forceful blow to the Fire Dragon King's head. The Fire Dragon King, about to retort, turned to see his wife and instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. He weakly remarked, "Dear, you're awake too. Why hit me?" With eyes wide open in anger, the Ice Dragon King snapped, "What were you laughing at just now?" The Fire Dragon King, still meek, attempted to explain, "I wasn't laughing for no reason. Look at that child outside. He dared to reach out and touch our lake's waters, and his one-footed dance earlier. Was it not amusing?" Upon hearing the Fire Dragon King's words, the Ice Dragon King's fury intensified. She raised her hand and struck the Fire Dragon King once more, exasperated. "Look more closely." The Fire Dragon King, clutching his head, reluctantly turned to glance outside again, dismissively commenting, "Isn't it just a human? What is so captivating about that?" At this moment, the face of the Ice Dragon King was as dark as the bottom of a pot, just as she prepared to swing her fist, as large as a sandbag. To teach the Fire Dragon King a lesson, he suddenly opened his mouth wide in excitement. as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Observing the Fire Dragon King's expression, the Ice Dragon King slowly lowered her raised fist. She lamented in her heart, "How could I have fallen for such a foolish creature? Alas, at least he seems to be awakening now. There might still be hope." At that moment, the Fire Dragon King's voice changed in pitch due to his excitement. "My dear, I understand now. He bears the aura of the Purple Emperor, the Annihilator Dragon King. He must be the reincarnated form of the traitorous dragon, Zhuang, who was slain by the dragon god himself. I grasp your meaning. I will confront him immediately and ensure he cannot pose a threat to our kin again." Just as the Fire Dragon King was about to charge, he was struck down hard by the Ice Dragon King's fist. Trembling with rage, the Ice Dragon King exclaimed loudly, "What was I thinking to choose you? You only focus on the most trivial matters. Take another good look." Chapter 251. The sacrifice. Caught off guard by his wife's powerful blow, the Fire Dragon King took a moment to scrutinize Li Qiaoyang before him. After a brief moment, he looked bewildered and mumbled, "There's nothing particularly special about him. He's merely the reincarnation of the Purple Emperor, and his aura is too obvious." Before he could finish speaking, the Ice Dragon King's brows furrowed, and she struck him again on the head. Enraged, she chastised, "You truly are hopeless. Can you not sense the unique aura of the dragon god emanating from him? Moreover, the pure and noble bloodline flowing within him is certainly not that of the Purple Emperor." As soon as her words fell, a light seemed to illuminate the Fire Dragon King's mind, and inspiration struck him. He suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "A descendant of the dragon god. But wait, how can he be human? No, I must destroy him. I cannot allow the position of the dragon god to fall into the hands of a human deity. Cursed human deities." Before he could finish, the Ice Dragon King delivered yet another blow. Quivering with fury, she bellowed, "You fool. How could the blood of a pure-blooded dragon king manifest in a human? That is the Life Dragon King. Come, we must take him for the sacrifice." Rubbing the back of his head, the Fire Dragon King looked aggrieved and said, "If you had said so earlier, I would have understood. But wait, how could he possess such overwhelming powers of destruction and spatial manipulation, both of which have reached their zenith?" The Ice Dragon King took a deep breath and continued to explain, "Bloodlines do not deceive. During the Dragon God War, the Life Dragon King had only just been born. Perhaps he awakened later. It is entirely possible that his life bloodline has yet to be activated. Especially since he is under the care of the first deity of the life tree, it is only natural for him to be unaware of this." Scratching his head, the Fire Dragon King still looked perplexed, but he shouldn't possess destructive attributes. Upon hearing this, the Ice Dragon King, filled with rage, struck him once more. She roared, "If the Father God has chosen him as a successor, how could there be any mistake? Come, let us assist the future dragon god in ascending to the ultimate pinnacle. Perhaps in the future, we might yet be resurrected." The Fire Dragon King, caressing his swollen head, lamented, "Understood, my dear." Subsequently, the two transformed into a streak of light and sped towards Li Qiaoyang. At this moment, at the Eye of Ice and Fire, Li Qiaoyang had activated his healing domain. Diligently tending to his burned foot, gazing at his still crimson foot, he lamented in agony, "Had I known, I would not have tested the waters. Now I am in excruciating pain." As Li Qiaoyang cradled his foot, blowing on it to alleviate the pain, Emperor Tian quietly descended. Observing Li Qiaoyang's disheveled state, he inquired with curiosity, "Li Qiaoyang, what has happened to you?" Li Qiaoyang turned, weariness etched upon his face, and replied, "The fiery apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass have been obliterated, right? Unable to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire. I thought to test the water temperature with my foot." Upon hearing this, a shadow of disbelief crossed Emperor Tian's face as he silently chastised. The Eye of Ice and Fire was crafted by the hands of 2 dragon kings at the level of divine kings, containing boundless energy from their lifetimes. Though years have passed, that energy remains formidable. Even I would not dare to touch it directly. The future of this soul beast truly concerns me. Before Emperor Tian could fully process his thoughts, 2 brilliant dragon souls suddenly erupted from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Indeed, they were the souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King was the first to speak, grinning broadly. "Ah, is this not the child of the Light Dragon King and the Dark Dragon King? Little Emperor Tian, it has been a while." At this, Emperor Tian looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "An Ice, Uncle Fire." Following his words, Li Qiaoyang also raised his gaze towards the dragon souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, excitement shimmering in his eyes. In his heart, Li Qiaoyang secretly rejoiced. What a stroke of luck. Finally, I need not confront the icy waters within the Eye of Ice and Fire any longer. My foot is saved. Chapter 252, The Sacrifice 2. The Ice Dragon King cast a glance at Emperor Tian and spoke leisurely. "Indeed, little Emperor Tian. Were it not for the ironclad rule that soul beasts cannot ascend to divinity, with your talent, you would have surely reached the level of a first-tier deity by now. Coincidentally, we are about to be sacrificed for this little fellow, and there will be ample residual energy, perfect for your ascension. Upon hearing this, a flicker of wild joy crossed Emperor Tian's eyes, but in an instant, he seemed to remember something, and his expression grew complex. He then slowly spoke. His tone tinged with resignation. Let it be, Li Chaoyang is the one. With that, Emperor Tian pointed towards Li Chaoyang. He continued. His first test as a dragon god requires elevating a soul beast from 1 year of cultivation to 500,000 years. Currently, the soul beast Li Chaoyang has chosen has merely just crossed the century mark. If I intervene now, it would be unjust. Let us not contend over this. The Fire Dragon King chuckled lightly. Only a century of cultivation? In that case, let it be decided. Emperor Tian nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Li Chaoyang, and spoke solemnly. Quickly, summon the Grey Wolf. Li Chaoyang responded promptly, understood. Not long after, the Grey Wolf appeared before Li Chaoyang, scratching his head in confusion as he inquired, Boss, what do you require of me? Li Chaoyang offered a subtle smile and replied, to enhance your strength. By the way, he then turned to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, asking, esteemed elders, how long must I endure the sacrifice? The Grey Wolf still had a family to return to for a farewell. The Ice Dragon King pondered for a moment and responded, 2 days should suffice. Li Chaoyang nodded in agreement, very well. Meanwhile, the Grey Wolf also glanced at the dragon spirits of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he exclaimed, another dragon lineage? What extraordinary fortune have I stumbled upon? To encounter dragons again is remarkable. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, upon hearing this, did not take offense, for this was the subordinate of the future dragon god, and should not be easily slighted. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang addressed the Grey Wolf earnestly, do not be disrespectful, go bid farewell to your wife. The Grey Wolf nodded and sheepishly remarked, I was merely curious. With that, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from Li Chaoyang's sight. The Fire Dragon King gazed in the direction of the Grey Wolf's disappearance, marveling. Such formidable summoning skills. Even I, a being of divine sovereignty, cannot fathom the intricacies involved. By the way, young one, are you certain you wish to choose that wolf spirit? It appears rather weak. Just as Li Chaoyang was about to elucidate the Grey Wolf's extraordinary qualities, he was interrupted by a sharp reprimand from the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King glared at the Fire Dragon King, exclaiming in anger, I must have been blind to marry you. Have you ever seen a century-old spirit beast capable of human speech? Even among dragons, it takes a millennium to attain such ability. I was once in the same position. The Fire Dragon King, rubbing his head, sighed, understood, dear wife. Let us proceed as you say. The Ice Dragon King continued, by the way, after our demise, we left behind 2 divine soul bones, the bones of our arms. I see you have yet to absorb them, so hold on to them for now. When that wolf returns, you should absorb the soul bones first, and I will then perform the sacrifice. This way, you will glean greater energy. Your own strength is of utmost importance. Furthermore, as you have now reached level 50, we shall each condense a soul core for you and the Grey Wolf. Simultaneously, we will endeavor to compress your soul power as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang was overwhelmed with excitement and quickly replied, excellent. At that moment, his heart brimmed with joy as he contemplated a level 50 soul core. In this era, aside from prodigies like Hui Yuhao, who else achieves a soul core before becoming a title Douluo? Once I succeed, what an achievement that will be. I must find an opportunity to challenge a title Douluo. Just as Li Chaoyang immersed himself in delightful fantasies, the fateful summoning mark in his spiritual sea suddenly pulsed, signaling that the Grey Wolf was prepared. Chapter 253, Sacrifice 3. Li Chaoyang then called out with a booming voice, Makabaka. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant white light flashed, and the Grey Wolf reappeared before him, his face aglow with excitement as he proclaimed, Boss, I am ready. Li Chaoyang nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze fell upon the vibrant lipstick adorning the Grey Wolf's face, teasingly suggesting, Grey Wolf, perhaps you should wipe off that lipstick first. Upon hearing the words, Grey Wolf's face flushed deeply, reaching the roots of his ears, and he hurriedly began to wipe furiously. I apologize, boss, I didn't notice, he said. Li Chaoyang replied, it's nothing. He then strode confidently towards the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, declaring, I am ready. We can begin. The Dragon Kings nodded in unison, and in an instant, their immense dragon souls shone brilliantly, akin to the blazing sun, blinding to the eyes. In the blink of an eye, the light within the Ice and Fire twin eyes glimmered, and 2 soul bones, radiating a mysterious, yet formidable aura, burst forth. One was the divine right arm bone of the Fire Dragon King, searing as flames. The other was the divine left arm bone of the Ice Dragon King, chilling as ice. Subsequently, the two soul bones, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, adhered to Li Chaoyang's arms. He immediately sat cross-legged, focusing his mind, and commenced the arduous process of absorbing the soul bones. At that moment, the gentle voice of the Ice Dragon King resonated, "Rest assured. With the assistance of the two Dragon Kings, your absorption will be remarkably smooth. It won't take long, nor will it be overly painful." Li Chaoyang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Soon after, the two Dragon Kings transformed into streams of light, simultaneously entering his body. In the next moment, Li Chaoyang began to levitate, floating gracefully above the ground. Observing this, Grey Wolf's eyes widened, and a lens appeared over them as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Could this terrifying energy cause any issues?" Emperor Tian, maintaining his composure, reassured him, "Do not worry, nothing will happen. By the way, it will soon be your turn. Stay vigilant here while I deal with the nefarious scoundrels outside." Grey Wolf nodded emphatically, replying, "Rest assured." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Tian transformed into a massive black dragon and soared towards the exterior of the Ice and Fire Twin Eyes. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardow Forest, in the cave where Xuanzi and Zhong Liwu were concealed, the dawn gradually brightened the sky. Zhong Liwu concluded her appalling acts of cruelty, stretching languidly and exclaiming, "How delightful." Her gaze then fell upon Xuanzi's alluring little mustache, captivating her attention. Unable to resist, she leaned in and gently kissed him on the cheek, murmuring, "So adorable." At that moment, Feng Ling atop the cave seethed with fury, roaring, "Am I not as attractive as that old man Xuanzi? Just because I lack a mustache? How infuriating. I shall take the recording stone and seek a divorce from your mother." No sooner had she spoken than Feng Ling transformed into a streak of black light, becoming a dark phoenix that soared into the sky. Inside the cave, Zhong Liwu seemed to sense something amiss, frowning slightly. "It must be some 10,000-year-soul beast. I hope it won't disturb my intimate world with Brother Xian. Otherwise, even Emperor Tian shall feel my wrath." With that, she returned her gaze to Xuanzi's enticing little mustache. Her eyes filled with infatuation. Suddenly, Xuanzi's body stirred slightly, causing Zhong Liwu to pale in fright. She mused to herself, "I can't let you awaken so soon. Having finally seen you, I must indulge myself. Did you not poison yourself? Then do not blame me for being ruthless." Upon this thought, Zhong Liwu retrieved a pouch of crimson powder from her spatial soul guide device, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips, reminiscent of a playful young girl. An idea suddenly struck her, and she mused inwardly. A touch of something else would add to the intrigue. After all, it had been far too long since you last came to see me. With a beaming smile, she added a sprinkling of white powder to the red, intended to enhance the potency. Subsequently, to ensure the effectiveness of her concoction, she poured out all of the powders and mixed them with water. Observing the bowl emanating a peculiar aura, she nodded in satisfaction, harboring no concerns for Xuanzi, as he was, after all, a formidable level 98 super Douluo. Without hesitation, she forced the entire potion down Xuanzi's throat. During this process, Xuanzi stirred as if on the verge of awakening, only to be firmly pushed back into slumber by Zhong Liwu's hand. The excess potion that dribbled from his mouth was promptly sent back by her in a mouth-to-mouth exchange. Thus, within the cave, a one-sided display of torment unfolded once more. In the vast borders of the Sun and Moon Empire, at this moment, Elder Zhuang stealthily arrived at this pivotal location. He stood tall, his robe billowing in the gentle breeze, resembling a war god emerging from the annals of ancient myth, exuding unquestionable authority and dominance. His deep, abyss-like eyes slowly surveyed the two imposing and formidable encampments, the Fire Phoenix Soul Master Legion and the Imperial Dragon Soul Master Legion. Banners fluttered in the wind, and the soul devices sparkled with a cold, perilous glimmer, akin to slumbering beasts poised to pounce. Yet, as Elder Zhuang beheld this spectacle, a slight smirk graced his lips, a blend of disdain and confidence that seemed to contain boundless strength and resolve. Then, with a piercing gaze, he inwardly mused, "Perfect. Last time, Yan Shaozhe and Li Chaoyang joined forces to annihilate the evil Monarch Soul Master Legion and the Terror Claw Soul Master Legion. Now, let me extinguish these two legions as well. Once the Royal Soul Master Legion of the Sun and Moon finds itself isolated, perhaps the Empire will learn to temper its arrogance and behave more modestly. No one shall obstruct the resurgence of the Dragon God." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling aura erupted from his entire being, an overwhelming green light surging forth like a tumultuous tide, illuminating the darkened borderlands as if intent on engulfing the entire world in its boundless luminescence. Chapter 254, Annihilation. In the far and enigmatic borders of the Sun and Moon Empire, the winds of change were stirring, heralding a cataclysmic upheaval. Elder Zhuang's expression turned steely as he uttered a cold proclamation: "They all must perish." In an instant, the heavens seemed to shift. The sky shrouded in an eerie green hue, unfurling like a terrifying tapestry across the firmament. Countless thick and grotesque vines erupted from the encampments of the Fire Phoenix Soul Master Legion and the Imperial Dragon Soul Master Legion. As if clawing forth from the depths of hell, they writhed and twisted, exuding an eerie aura that swiftly enveloped the entire camp. At that moment, the soldiers patrolling the Fire Phoenix Soul Master Legion and the Emperor Dragon Soul Master Legion were blissfully unaware that danger had silently descended upon them. The vines approached stealthily, ensnaring the soldiers' bodies with ghostly swiftness, as sharp tendrils pierced their vital points in an instant. The soldiers could barely emit a scream before succumbing to death, whether in slumber or terror, leaving no trace behind. Regrettably, the Sun Moon Empire possessed formidable aerial reconnaissance soul tools, which detected this horrifying massacre with clarity, a glimmer of light in the darkness, yet incapable of altering the impending tragedy. Before long, a thunderous roar erupted simultaneously from the two largest tents within the Fire Phoenix Soul Master Legion and the Emperor Dragon Soul Master Legion, reverberating through the air like a clap of thunder, shaking the atmosphere around them. Indeed, these roars emanated from the leaders of the two great legions, the Fire Phoenix Soul Master Legion leader, the Fire Phoenix Douluo Wanfeng, a level 92 titled Douluo, whose lithe figure radiated an intense fiery aura, akin to a phoenix reborn from flames, and the Emperor Dragon Soul Master Legion leader, the Emperor Dragon Douluo Tianyuan, a level 93 titled Douluo, whose imposing presence resembled a colossal dragon soaring through the skies. As the two powerful titled Douluos unleashed their earth-shattering roars and prepared to retaliate against the vines below with their 9th-level soul tools, they were caught off guard as two vines, like lightning, pierced through their chests. Blood gushed forth, and the two formidable titled Douluos fell victim to a merciless demise. Completely unprepared. Meanwhile, Elder Zhuang stood quietly at a distance, pondering to himself. The soul tools are indeed intriguing. They managed to detect my presence. But that is all they can achieve. Soon after, this one-sided massacre came to a close. Elder Zhuang slowly made his way to an open area, gathering a formidable force in his hands, etching 14 powerful characters into the ground. Dare to slay ferocious beasts, await the endless wrath of soul beasts. The inscription seemed to emanate an aura of boundless authority and anger, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Upon completing the inscription, Elder Zhuang sighed softly and muttered to himself, I have grown old, and have been infected by that deceiving habit of Dtion. Ah, by the way, I heard that Dtion intends to collect soul tools. Perhaps I should gather them and send them to him. As soon as the words left his lips, the previously motionless vines began to thrash wildly once more, akin to green dragons tumbling through the air. Concurrently, two immense spatial rifts materialized above the two Soul Master Legion camps, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura, as if leading to another unknown realm. The vines continued to dance, sweeping up soul tools one after another, which vanished into the depths of those spatial rifts, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, a crucial meeting was convened once again. At the head of the table, Yan Shaozhe wore a grave expression as he turned to his mentor, Muin, and inquired, Teacher, has Elder Xian not returned yet? Muin maintained a serene expression and spoke slowly. No, Elder Zhuang has not returned, likely still preoccupied with healing. As for Xuanzi, he is probably off indulging himself elsewhere, especially with the beast tide providing ample sustenance. No need to concern ourselves, as the beast tide in the Stardoe forest has already subsided. Let us commence the Sea God Pavilion meeting. The rest need not wait. Yan Shaozhe nodded and, with a solemn demeanor, formally declared, the Sea God Pavilion meeting is now officially underway. As the meeting commenced, Elder Song rose, his gaze resolute as he stated, I suspect this incident is a meticulously orchestrated scheme by the soul beasts. There is no such thing as a 300,000-year-old Spider Emperor soul beast, nor a 9th-level soul master from the Sun and Moon Empire. I believe we must immediately dispatch personnel to probe the depths of the Sunset Forest to ascertain the truth. Yan Shaozhe furrowed his brow and replied, Your point holds some merit, yet the soul beasts. Before he could finish, Zhang Lishuan rushed into the Sea God Pavilion, breathless and pale with fear, exclaiming, This is bad. News from the borders of the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire indicates that the King of all Demons has annihilated the Fire Phoenix Soul Master Legion and the Imperial Dragon Soul Master Legion of the Sun and Moon Empire. At once, the eyes of everyone in the Sea God Pavilion widened in unison, and they exclaimed in disbelief, How can this be possible? Chapter 255, After the Battle. Zhang Lishuan, her expression grave, continued, The last remaining Soul Master Legion of the Sun and Moon Empire, the Royal Soul Master Legion, has reached the borders of the Star Luo Empire. Simultaneously, the infantry legions of the Sun and Moon Empire, having nearly emptied their ranks, are now poised at the borders of the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul Empires. Even more astonishingly, the Sun and Moon Empire has launched a fierce offensive against the Ming Do mountain range, unleashing a torrential downpour of 9th-level fixed soul cannons, causing the mountain range to collapse amidst the relentless explosions. At this moment, both the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul Empires are urgently signaling for our assistance. With her words concluded, all eyes instinctively turned towards Yan Shaozhe at the head of the table. Yan Shaozhe, his demeanor calm and composed, responded, "I believe the Sun and Moon Empire will not stir up much trouble." Presently, the 5 guardians of the nation consist only of the Royal Soul Master Legion of the Sun and Moon Empire. Though they rank first among the 5 and possess exceptional strength, they must remain on guard against the counterattacks from the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul Empires. Thus, they can only fortify their borders and dare not act rashly. Should they attempt to invade, we can readily strike deep into their rear to deal them a devastating blow. Elder Lu, Elder Song, you shall each proceed to the borders of the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul Empires to oversee operations, preventing any opportunistic incursions from the Sun and Moon Empire. Furthermore, Zhuang, please elaborate on the specifics of the battle between the Fire Phoenix Soul Master Legion and the Imperial Dragon Soul Master Legion. I have a feeling that this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. The King of all demons does not appear to possess such formidable strength. Zhuang respectfully replied, "Understood, Pavilion Master." Meanwhile, outside the encampment of the former Fire Phoenix Soul Master Legion and the Imperial Dragon Soul Master Legion of the Sun and Moon Empire, Su Tianran and Jing Hongshan stood atop a mountain, gazing down at the tumultuous scene below, where the entangled vines and the valiant soldiers of the Sun and Moon Empire fought fiercely against the onslaught. Su Tiankong, consumed by anger, fiercely struck his staff against the ground, shattering it into pieces, and bellowed, "Who can enlighten me on this matter?" First, the evil Monarch Soul Master Legion and the Terror Claw Soul Master Legion were annihilated by Shrek. And now the Fire Phoenix and Imperial Dragon Soul Master Legions have encountered such calamity. What on earth is happening? Jing Hongshan stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Your Majesty, please calm your fury. According to spies from the kingdoms of heaven and spirit, a large contingent of level 9 Soul Masters, armed with an abundance of level 7 and 9 fixed soul-guided artillery, surrounded and slew a 300,000-year-old ferocious beast in the Sunset Forest. This provoked the Soul Beasts, prompting both Emperor Tian and Bear Monarch to appear in the Sunset Forest, which incited a beast wave. The current head of Shrek and the head of the Commerce Alliance collaborated to barely stabilize the situation. Subsequently, in retaliation, the King of all beasts attacked the Fire Phoenix and Imperial Dragon Legions. Su Tiankong, seething with rage, exclaimed, "We did not interfere. Why must they assault our Soul Master Legions? By the way, have our fixed soul-guided artillery been stolen?" Jing Hongshan quickly responded, "In the Mingda Hall. I conducted a thorough inspection before my departure, and nothing is missing." Su Maoshan, standing to Su Tiankong's left, also stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, I have checked the treasury as well, and everything remains intact." Su Tiankong's eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth. How dare the soul beasts be so audacious? Jing Hongshan, are you certain of the accuracy of this information? Jing Hongshan replied respectfully, "It is entirely accurate." Su Tiankong, lost in thought for a moment, suddenly erupted. "The Holy Spirit Church dares to make me clean up this mess. How infuriating. If it were not for our diminished military strength, would I allow you such insolence? Holy Spirit Church, prepare for the consequences." With that, Su Tiankong clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, clearly enraged. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of a super Douluo radiated from his being. After a brief moment, Su Tiankong seemed to recall something, his brow furrowing as he murmured, "No, the King of all beasts cannot possess such formidable power. Even if the 2 Soul Master Legions cannot contend with Emperor Tian, they should not be unable to defeat a 600,000-year-old King of all beasts." Jing Hongshan, slightly bowing, spoke with a respectful demeanor. "Perhaps it is the work of high-level soul beasts lurking in the world. After all, that 300,000-year-old Spider Emperor Soul Beast possesses enough might to rank among the top 10 ferocious beasts, and we have never heard of it before." Upon hearing this, Su Tiankong's expression darkened, and he thundered, "Is it possible that this is a scheme orchestrated by someone?" Jing Hongshan shook his head, continuing, "That is utterly impossible. Among the plant-type titled Douluos, the highest cultivation level is merely level 92, and they are from our Sun Moon Empire. It is inconceivable that they could cause such horrific destruction." Su Tiankong, upon hearing this, felt his tightly clenched fists tremble slightly before he gradually relaxed them. He sighed deeply and addressed Jing Hongshan, My dear minister immediately announced to the outside world that the hunting of the 300,000-year-old ferocious beast was not perpetrated by our Sun-Moon Empire. Should the soul beasts of the Star Do Forest dare to infringe upon our Sun-Moon Empire's military again, they shall understand the might of our millennia-long legacy of soul devices. Furthermore, I must ask you to personally oversee the border. I have no one else I can rely on. Jing Hongqun bowed and accepted the command. As you wish. I vow to safeguard every inch of the Sun-Moon Empire's borders. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Tianran nodded slightly and turned away, his steps imbued with a sense of helplessness and weight. Despite having received support from the Abyssal Realm and his cultivation ascending to the level of a Super Douluo, the Sun-Moon Empire has seen the emergence of numerous newly minted level 9 soul engineers, and even the venerable Kong Lao, Silvermoon Douluo, has attained the rank of a level 96 Super Douluo along with a level 10 soul engineer. However, the 5 great guardians of the nation now consist solely of the Royal Soul Engineer Legion, which must remain stationed to defend the borders and cannot be recklessly mobilized. Su Tianran is acutely aware that this is not the opportune moment to deploy a multitude of level 8 and level 9 soul engineers to launch an assault on the 3 great empires. Such actions would swiftly obliterate the advantages possessed by the soul engineers. Moreover, within the 3 great empires, Shrek Academy, and those hidden sects, formidable warriors abound. The Sun-Moon Empire's raiding forces would likely meet a fate of complete annihilation. Even if one were to disregard all caution and force an attack, the strong from Shrek and the 3 great empires would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch counterattacks on the Sun-Moon Empire's rear, with catastrophic consequences. Su Tianran understands that patience is the only wise course of action at this juncture. As for the Holy Spirit cult, he has grown increasingly hesitant to collaborate with them. The initial premise for their alliance was rooted in his capability to eradicate the Holy Spirit cult. However, now that the cult is governed by puppets, it has become a trivial matter. After all, the Holy Spirit cult consists of individuals who derive pleasure from killing. Su Tianran dares not contemplate further. Meanwhile, in the inner court of Shrek Academy, Yan Shaozhe, Elder Song, and Elder Lu, alongside the Sea God Pavilion Master, hastily departed the inner court. Along the way, an icy beauty caught their attention, Ling Luochan. She happened to witness the elders and the pavilion master flying toward the outer court and pondered silently. What business could they possibly have? Never mind. It is of no concern to me. I have taken leave and must hasten home to consult my grandfather about elevating my martial soul to the ultimate ice techniques. With this thought, Ling Luochan's lips curled into a slight smile as she skipped toward the outer court, departing from Shrek City and embarking on her journey to the Heavenly Soul Empire. In a secret cavern deep within the Star Do Forest, Zhong Liwu had meticulously arranged Xuanzi's garments, and the cleaning was complete. He rose, gazing affectionately at Xuanzi, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Alas, the time spent with Brother Xuanzi always feels so fleeting. I have compelling reasons to return, primarily to address matters of divorce. But please believe, we shall meet again soon, and when that time comes, we will be together forever, never to part. With that, Zhong Liwu turned and soared away, tears cascading down his cheeks. Yet he made no effort to wipe them away. In his heart, it was a profound love for Xuanzi, an everlasting imprint. In the Sunset Forest, Emperor Tian had received news of Elder Zhuang's slaughter of the 2 soul engineer legions of the Sun-Moon Empire. He addressed the king of all beasts. Elder Zhuang seems to have acted in your name to eliminate the 2 soul engineer legions of the Sun-Moon Empire. To prevent the outside world from discovering Elder Zhuang's existence, you should remain hidden. The king of all beasts replied respectfully, understood, Emperor Tian. Subsequently, Emperor Tian turned his gaze toward the depths of the Sunset Forest, expressing his hope that all would proceed as normal. Chapter 257, The Left and Right Arm Bones. At the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, the air was thick with a mysterious and formidable aura. At this moment, Li Chaoyang had successfully absorbed the energies of 2 divine soul bones, emanating a magnificent and overwhelming aura that far surpassed his past, akin to a surging tide that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. In this awe-inspiring moment, the deep and majestic voice of the Ice Dragon King resonated. First, take a look at the new skills you have acquired. Afterwards, we shall commence the sacrificial rites. The soul bone skills we provide are truly extraordinary. Li Chaoyang, with a respectful demeanor, bowed deeply and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, esteemed Ice Dragon King and esteemed Fire Dragon King." As his words faded, with a mere thought, Li Chaoyang summoned the personal panel of the system, which unfolded before his eyes. Character information, host, Li Chaoyang age, 12 years soul power, level 50, innate soul power level 10, soul rings, first martial soul, first soul ring, white, 99 years. Soul skill, upgrade second soul ring. 1,000 years, 1,400 years, soul skill, space third soul ring. 200,000 years, soul skill, crimson demon protection. Regional flame fourth soul ring. Platinum 1,000,000 years, soul skill, mental detection, mental sharing, energy amethyst, mental interference second martial soul, first soul ring. Purple gold 1,000,000 years, divine level self-created soul skills, Dragon Emperor dimension, Pearl Dragon Emperor cannon, Dragon King shield, Dragon King thunder wing form, necromancy physique, 90 mental power, 53. 998 martial soul, elemental staff, battle dragon emperor cultivation method, supreme cultivation technique, knowledge of destiny soul guidance devices soul bones, emperor auspicious beast external head bone, 66, 666 years. Regional three-headed mastiff right leg soul bone, 200,000 years, 1,000,000. Year dream ice silkworm head bone, divine level fire dragon king right arm bone. Divine level Ice Dragon King left arm bone soul mentor level. Level 5 Destiny soul guidance device. Elemental Mayfly cannon. Level 5. Items. Resurrection card. Mysterious secret realm map 2. Ilex 100,000. Year purple radiance exterminating dragon right arm bone. Dragon Ball. 10 level fixed soul guidance. Shell 1. Battle ultimate Douluo transformation device. Note. Severe side effects. 26 strains of immortal grass 100,000. Year soul bone. Soul ring. 10 years soul bone divine artifact. Exquisite treasure tower semi-divine artifact. Blade of guardian spirits soul beast. Grey wolf 1 year divine position inheritance. Dragon god divine level fire dragon king right arm bone divine skill. 9 heavens flying dragon technique. When this technique is invoked, it generates 9 terrifying dragon heads of fire, charging towards the enemy with a destructive force that disregards any defense below the divine level. Note, it consumes a tremendous amount of soul power. The remaining 3 divine skills cannot be utilized due to insufficient level. Divine level Ice Dragon King left arm bone divine skill. Ice and Snow Cube. Under the radiance of the Ice and Snow Cube, any being below the divine level will be instantly frozen, as if time and space itself were momentarily suspended. Note, it consumes a tremendous amount of soul power. The remaining 3 divine skills cannot be utilized due to insufficient level. Li Chaoyang gazed intently at the newly acquired 2 soul bone skills, now referred to as divine skills. His thoughts swirling within. Although with my current strength, I can only barely wield these 2 divine skills. Incorrect, I possess energy amethyst. The consumption of soul power is hardly an issue. It is my divine skill. How could it have vanished? However, at this moment, Li Chaoyang's expression gradually turned rather grim. Outside, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King happened to capture this scene. The Fire Dragon King, feeling somewhat irate, exclaimed, "Hey kid, what kind of expression is that? Is our divine skill not commendable?" As soon as the Fire Dragon King's words fell, the Ice Dragon King unhesitatingly raised his dragon claw and delivered a resounding strike to the Fire Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King glared at the Fire Dragon King and retorted, "How dare you speak like that? Be careful, or I shall teach you a lesson." At this moment, Li Chaoyang emerged from his reverie, his consciousness returning to his physical form. He hastily addressed the Fire Dragon King with respect, saying, "Senior, please do not be angry. The divine skill is indeed exceptional." The Fire Dragon King, still seething with anger, pressed on, "Then what did that expression of yours signify?" Li Chaoyang, feeling helpless, explained, "It is merely that my level is still low, and I am unable to utilize 6 divine skills, which naturally leaves me somewhat regretful." The Ice Dragon King, speaking earnestly, advised, "That is well and good, do not aim too high. Given your current soul power, the consumption of soul skills is exceedingly substantial, do not rush." Li Chaoyang nodded slightly and respectfully replied, "Thank you, Ice Dragon King, for your guidance. I shall remember it." He refrained from further elaboration, feeling that explanations at this moment would be a waste of time. After all, through his mental detection skill, he had sensed the perilous situation outside. With Emperor Tian ruthlessly slaughtering human soul masters, he feared that someone might seize the opportunity to intrude and disrupt this crucial process. Then, the Ice Dragon King continued, "Now, summon your other martial soul, the one resembling a dragon. And that gray wolf, bring it forth as well." Upon hearing his name, the gray wolf leaped with excitement, shouting, "I'm coming." Subsequently, Li Chaoyang summoned the Battle Dragon Emperor martial soul and, together with the gray wolf, approached the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. In an instant, 2 towering beams of light surged skyward from the dragon souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Simultaneously, the sky transformed dramatically, half becoming a profound blue, reminiscent of a frigid abyss, The other half ignited into a blazing red, akin to roaring flames. Soon after, under Li Chaoyang's perfect manipulation of the simulated soul skill and divine origin realm's spiritual power, this earth-shattering scene went unnoticed by anyone. It was fortunate that the divine realm had already vanished. Otherwise, the divine kings from that realm, particularly the renowned Tang Divine King, known for her purity and elegance, would have certainly sensed the disturbance and intervened, as she regarded Douluo Star as her private garden. In the next moment, the two beams of light cascaded simultaneously upon Li Chaoyang, followed by a smaller beam diverging from him and gradually flowing towards the gray wolf. Before long, both Li Chaoyang and the gray wolf moved simultaneously, slowly ascending into the air, resembling two radiant stars shimmering with mysterious and formidable light amidst the intertwining realms of ice and fire. Chapter 258. The mystical theater of the Xianbel Deep. Within the evil demon forest lies a mysterious and unfathomable underground palace. Inside the palace, the intricately carved beams and painted pillars exude a chilling yet magnificent aura, with flickering ghostly lights seemingly whispering untold secrets. At this moment, a captivatingly beautiful woman languidly reclined on a plush sofa, her gaze dreamy and distant. Occasionally, a slight, almost foolish smile would grace her lips. This exquisite lady was none other than Yi Shishui, the former leader of the Holy Spirit Sect, renowned for her formidable presence. Before long, a composed middle-aged man approached, delicately balancing a finely crafted fruit platter in his hands. He was Long Xiaoyao, a highly esteemed elder of the Holy Spirit Sect. Gently placing the platter before Yi Shishui, his eyes filled with concern and tenderness, he softly remarked, "Shishui, I have just picked these century-old snow-like grapes. They are fresh and succulent. Do indulge a little." Yi Shishui nodded slightly, picking a grape and savoring it with a distracted air, her gaze never once meeting Long Xiaoyao's, as if she were lost in her own world, pondering unspoken troubles. Observing her demeanor, a ripple of unease stirred within Long Xiaoyao, prompting him to reflect. Ever since her last meeting with Yan Shaozhe, Shishui had often appeared in such a daze, a state previously unknown to her. Perhaps it is necessary for me to find a moment to deal with Yan Shaozhe, to eliminate any future complications. As for Mu'in, his time is limited, so I shall let him be for now. Yet, I must devise a foolproof plan to carry out this deed without Shishui discovering my involvement. At this juncture, Long Xiaoyao's brow furrowed slightly as his mind raced with strategies. However, before he could formulate a coherent thought, a mournful cry shattered the tranquility of the palace. In rushed Feng Ling, her face streaked with tears, stumbling as she cried out, "Mother, your son has been unfaithful. I want a divorce." The moment her words fell, both Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they stood in alarm, their gazes fixed on Feng Ling. At that instant, Feng Ling's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling with despair. Without hesitation, Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao simultaneously activated their teleportation abilities. Appearing instantly beside Feng Ling, they carefully helped her to her feet and guided her to the sofa, gently seating her. Yi Shishui tenderly stroked Feng Ling's hair, her eyes filled with compassion and indignation, urgently asking, "Tell mother, what exactly has that scoundrel Zhong Liwu done? I will ensure that Vixen is dealt with. Indeed. And your uncle Long is here. He will not allow you to suffer this injustice." Long Xiaoyao vehemently concurred from the side. Yet, at that moment, Feng Ling seemed utterly submerged in her sorrow, her tears flowing ceaselessly, rendering her unable to respond. Seeing her in such distress, Yi Shishui felt a flicker of doubt, but still gently reassured her. "Is this truly the case? I can hardly believe it. You are so strikingly beautiful, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Zhong Liwu should be utterly besotted with you. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding." "Yes, there must be some hidden truth," Long Xiaoyao added, nodding in agreement. After a long silence, Feng Ling finally began to sob and spoke softly. "Mother, Zhong Liwu likes men. Moreover, he is involved with that Xianzi from Shrek. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They are together." The moment these words escaped her lips, it was as if a heavy bomb detonated within the palace. Yi Shishui felt a ringing in her ears, and a surge of rage ignited within her, as painful memories from the past flooded her mind like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, Long Xiaoyao internally lamented his misfortune, thinking, "Is this truly what I should be hearing at this moment? I hope Shishui won't resort to silencing me for the sake of secrecy." A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Yi Shishui, suppressing her fury, grasped Feng Ling's hands tightly, her gaze resolute as she declared, "Mother will always stand by your side. Tell me everything. I will ensure justice is served." Feng Ling, still sniffling, continued, "Mother, haven't you been urging me to have children with Zhong Liwu lately? Ever since that time he was forced to be with me. He hasn't touched me again. I thought it was my fault and felt immense guilt. Then, one day, I accidentally saw him staring blankly at a picture of a man. That man was Xianzi. From that moment, I began to harbor suspicions and secretly followed him. To my astonishment, I saw Zhongli Wu with Xianzi in the Stardow forest, and then, at this point, Feng Ling could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into Yi Shishui's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Yi Shishue tenderly held Feng Ling, gently patting her back as she comforted her. Do not cry, mother will take charge. We must teach that arrogant little rascal Zhongli Wu a lesson. Indeed, and Uncle Long will ensure he pays for this. Long Xiaoyao added, filled with righteous indignation. However, as soon as Long Xiaoyao's words fell, Yi Shishue suddenly sensed an unusual shift, and her heart ignited with a fierce murderous intent toward Zhongli Wu, as if it could engulf the entire palace. Chapter 259, Xianzhong Mini Theater 2. Yi Shishue maintained a calm facade as she discreetly infused a strand of spiritual energy, as delicate as a thread, into Feng Ling's body. This act was an endeavor to ascertain whether Feng Ling's words were sincere or mere fabrications. Moments later, the truth became crystal clear. Feng Ling spoke nothing but the truth. Furthermore, Yi Shishue keenly discerned a staggering revelation. Feng Ling was indeed pregnant. Moreover, through her acute perception, she sensed that the unborn child was a boy. What astounded her further was the warm and sacred aura surrounding the fetus, identical to the radiance emitted by her own celestial phoenix bloodline. Yi Shishue was certain she could not be mistaken. In that instant, for resounding words echoed in her mind. Inheritance across generations. At this moment, Yi Shishue's emotions surged like tumultuous waves, a complex blend of overwhelming joy intertwined with boundless fury. In the depths of her heart, she silently seethed, thinking, Zhongli Wu, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you treat my future grandson in such a manner? Just wait. I shall not let you off so easily. Yi Shishue furrowed her brow slightly, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she began to calculate in her mind. No, Feng Ling must still be blissfully unaware of her pregnancy. I must first resolve the matter with Zhongli Wu and Xuanzi thoroughly, so that I can find peace of mind. Yes, it is settled. Having firmed her resolve, Yi Shishue rose without hesitation. Her gaze was unwavering as she looked at the tearful Feng Ling and said gently, yet resolutely, Feng Ling, I am going to avenge you now. Rest assured, I have a plan. That scoundrel shall not escape unscathed, but you must not let yourself be overwhelmed. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Shishue stormed out with a stride that echoed her fury. Simultaneously, she did not forget to instruct Long Xiaoyao loudly, Long Xiaoyao, take good care of Feng Ling. She must not suffer any harm. With that, Yi Shishue strode towards the door, her silhouette radiating an undeniable determination. Long Xiaoyao hurriedly replied with respect, yes, Shishue, I will ensure the task is completed. However, just as Yi Shishue reached the threshold, a sudden flash of insight struck her, as if she had recalled something of utmost importance. She halted abruptly at the door. In her mind, she pondered, I haven't informed Long Xiaoyao about Feng Ling's pregnancy. Moreover, being a man, Long Xiaoyao may find it difficult to attend to Feng Ling's needs with the necessary sensitivity. If Feng Ling were to discover that she carries Zhongli Wu's child, and that Zhongli Wu has committed such a betrayal, I cannot fathom the impact it would have on her. The thought of her acting rashly is too dreadful to contemplate. With this realization, Yi Shishue turned decisively, calling out to Long Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, you should go and beat Zhongli Wu to within an inch of his life and bring him back. It would be inconvenient for you to care for Feng Ling. Allow me to handle this. Long Xiaoyao suppressed his laughter, exerting all his willpower to maintain a serious demeanor, and replied earnestly, yes, I will ensure the task is completed. At that moment, Long Xiaoyao was internally elated, thinking, splendid, this is truly effortless. I was just pondering how to find an unassuming reason to seek out Yan Shaozhe, and Shishue has provided me with the perfect excuse. As Long Xiaoyao was lost in his thoughts, Yi Shishue had already approached the still sobbing Feng Ling, gently comforting her with words that flowed like a soft breeze, attempting to soothe the pain within her heart. Long Xiaoyao, coming back to reality, sighed softly at the scene before him, feeling a mix of emotions. He then turned and walked towards the door, though his steps were steady. His mind was racing with thoughts. Just as Long Xiaoyao reached the entrance, Yi Shishue suddenly called out to him, saying, wait. Then, she quickly stepped forward, taking Long Xiaoyao's hand as they exited together through the door. In Chapter 260, titled The Mysterious Bell Theater 3, Yi Shishue gently raised her jade hand, guiding Long Xiaoyao to the doorway. With a flick of her delicate fingers, an invisible barrier of silence enveloped them, isolating all sounds as if the very air had solidified. Long Xiaoyao surveyed the unusual tranquility, turning his gaze back to Yi Shishue, and in a deep voice asked, Shishue, What is it that you require my assistance with? Yi Shishui's expression turned grave as she articulated each word with deliberate precision. Feng Ling is pregnant. Long Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment, his shock evident. What did you just say? Yi Shishui continued, her tone resolute and unwavering. This is absolutely true, and you must keep it a secret. Do not let Zhong Liwu know. You must incapacitate him severely and imprison him. I will handle the rest. Long Xiaoyao nodded slightly, then inquired, should I seek an opportunity regarding Xuanzi? Yi Shishui sighed softly, interrupting him. There is no need for you to concern yourself with Xuanzi. He is a revered elder of the Holy Spirit sect, entrusted with a significant mission. Long Xiaoyao was taken aback once more. Xuanzi is actually an elder of the Holy Spirit sect? I had no idea. Yi Shishui elaborated. This matter is shrouded in secrecy, and you were not present at the time, so it is understandable that you are unaware. It was Xuanzi who recognized Zhong Liwu's unusual affections and sought me out for a mysterious task. Clearly, Zhong Liwu has employed some hidden means. However, let us not dwell on this. You must not divulge any details regarding Xuanzi's mission. I am aware of your interactions with Muan. Yet if this matter were to leak, you would no longer be welcome in the Holy Spirit sect. With a firm gaze, Yi Shishui fixed her eyes on Long Xiaoyao. He, with a solemn expression, assured her, rest easy, Shishui, I will not utter a single word. Yi Shishui nodded slightly, reiterating her caution, remember your promise and your mission. With that, she waved her hand once more, and the invisible barrier dissipated as if it had never existed. Long Xiaoyao then turned to seek Zhong Liwu, while Yi Shishui gracefully made her way to accompany Feng Ling. Meanwhile, deep within the Star Dough forest, in an unknown cave, Xuanzi gradually awakened. Stretching languidly and murmuring to himself, this slumber was truly refreshing, but why do my legs ache so? Struggling to rise, he limped out of the cave, pondering inwardly. It seems I have forgotten something important. Yes, it feels like something is amiss. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, Xuanzi shook his head and smiled wryly. Never mind. If I can't recall it, it's best not to dwell on it. The beast tide has receded. I must return to the academy, or I will raise suspicions. Thankfully, I typically conduct my affairs casually. With a yawn, he took to the skies, soaring swiftly towards Shrek Academy, quickly exiting the borders of the Star Dough forest. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Star Dough forest, in a place deemed a forbidden zone, a fierce battle was unfolding. As a strange shadow relentlessly attacked two figures bound tightly by vines. The two rice dumplings, intricately bound by the venerable Zhuang with a unique technique, are none other than the enchanting purple princess and the elegant green princess. The peculiar shadow, ranked 10th among the formidable beasts of lore, is a demon spirit that has relentlessly attacked for over an hour, leaving merely a faint crack in the entwining vines. Just as a glimmer of hope ignited in the hearts of the three monstrous beings, the very vines that ensnared purple and green princess suddenly lashed out like whips toward the demon spirit. With a sharp crack, the spirit was flung away, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, it lamented, "Dear ladies, I truly have exerted my utmost. I am gravely wounded. Should such assaults continue, I fear I shall." Hearing this, Green Princess sighed softly, preparing to cast a healing spell, only to discover that her soul power was also shackled, rendering her incapable of action. Observing her plight, the demon spirit hastily proposed, "Shall I summon the auspicious beast for assistance?" Purple Princess sighed again, shaking her head. "Let it be. If you cannot withstand the onslaught, how long could the auspicious beast endure? You should rather seek the jade flying goose for healing. Alas, who might come to my rescue? Had I known it would come to this, I would have steered clear of this matter." With that, a bittersweet and resigned smile graced her lips, as if bowing to fate, yet harboring a flicker of hope for a miracle. Green Princess, in anguish, lamented, "Indeed, when will Emperor Tian return?" Chapter 261, The Beast Tide Retreats. The realm of the ice and fire duality appeared as a mystical wonder within the cosmos. At this moment, the soaring dual columns of ice and fire gradually retracted their dazzling brilliance, slowly dissipating into the ether. The once vibrant blue and crimson sectors of the sky, imbued with the power of ice and fire, began to shrink like receding tides, returning to their original clarity. Concurrently, the two dragon souls of the Ice Fire Dragon King seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, transforming into radiant streams that flew directly into Li Chaoyang's magnificent dragon emperor martial spirit, merging flawlessly. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of ice and fire power erupted violently from within Li Chaoyang, sweeping outward like a raging tide. Following this, three resplendent soul rings, one violet gold, one red gold, and one blue gold, materialized out of thin air, settling upon him and radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. Li Chaoyang clenched his fists slightly, feeling the tumultuous, seemingly boundless power within him. His eyes sparkling with excitement and confidence. I feel an unprecedented strength coursing through me at this moment. Simultaneously, the gray wolf slowly opened his eyes. Filled with surprise and curiosity. Boss, I feel the same. Moreover, it seems as though something additional has emerged within me. It must be the soul core spoken of by those two dragons. Before long, the two towering columns of ice and fire vanished completely. Li Chaoyang and Grey Wolf descended gracefully from the sky, like deities gracing the mortal realm. Just then, two mysterious and authoritative voices resonated simultaneously in their minds. Persevere. May you soon restore the dragon god to this world. The future of the soul beasts rests upon your shoulders. Li Chaoyang and the Grey Wolf shared an unspoken understanding, resolutely responding in their hearts. Rest assured, we shall not fail your expectations. Shortly thereafter, Li Chaoyang turned to the Grey Wolf and smiled, saying, "It has been 2 days. You should return home now and take the time to familiarize yourself with your newfound powers." The Grey Wolf nodded excitedly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, boss." With a soft exclamation, in the blink of an eye, the Grey Wolf vanished from Li Chaoyang's sight, leaving only a faint afterimage. Just as Li Chaoyang was about to contemplate the extraordinary treasures and formidable abilities he had recently acquired, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and Di Tian materialized before him. Di Tian's gaze was urgent, and he spoke rapidly. "Li Chaoyang, has the sacrifice concluded? Has the Grey Wolf departed?" Li Chaoyang nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes. The sacrifice has been successfully completed, and the Grey Wolf has been teleported home." Upon hearing this, Di Tian said no more but grasped Li Chaoyang's arm tightly. Transforming into a colossal black dragon, its scales shimmering with a chilling luster, exuding a terrifying aura. It steadied Li Chaoyang upon its back and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Li Chaoyang, taken aback by this sudden development, quickly responded, "There is no need to rush. First, let South thoroughly destroy this place to prevent any future troubles." Di Tian nodded slightly, in agreement. "Indeed, watch this, black dragon flame." As soon as the words left his mouth, a terrifying black flame erupted from Di Tian's mouth, its searing heat seemingly capable of incinerating the very fabric of space around them. This black flame surged forth like an enraged fire dragon, charging towards the long-battled ice and fire twin eyes. In an instant, the entire ice and fire twin eyes was engulfed in a sea of flames, roaring wildly and crackling with a cacophony of sound. Before long, this once glorious sight had completely vanished, leaving behind only scorched earth, devoid of its former appearance. After this was accomplished, Di Tian soared high into the sky. Due to the great distance to their destination, Di Tian refrained from using spatial teleportation, knowing that it would severely deplete his energy. And there were still many matters ahead requiring his utmost effort. While soaring through the skies, Di Tian conveyed orders to the king of all beasts and Xiong below using a special method. "The mission is complete. The beast tide is to retreat. You two must return to the starry forest at once." Hearing this, Xiong and the king of all beasts did not dare to delay, promptly responding with respect, "Yes, Lord Di Tian." Subsequently, the two great beast kings swiftly relayed the orders down the chain. One command after another spread like ripples, and the once tumultuous beast tide gradually receded, restoring the calm of yesteryear. Outside the Sunset Forest, at the defense line constructed by the Heavenly Soul Empire against the Soul Beasts, Tian Shuedaw stood quietly, gazing into the distance, murmuring, "The beast tide has finally come to an end." At that moment, a soldier happened to overhear Tian Shuedaw's words and immediately burst into jubilant cheers. "The beast tide is over. We have won." The exuberant cheers ignited the fervor of the entire defense line like a spark kindling a great flame. One transmission led to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. The entire defense line erupted in a cacophony of jubilant shouts that reverberated through the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Tian Shuedaw could not help but display a gratifying smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded at the outpost of the Douling Empire. Chapter 262, Reaping Rewards. In a lofty expanse shrouded in mist, a serene atmosphere permeated every inch of the air. At this moment, Li Chaoyang was wholly absorbed in gazing at his personal panel, which unfurled before him like a mysterious and powerful scroll. The second martial soul section emanated a heart-stirring brilliance. The first soul ring, a purple golden hue, was a million-year divine soul ring. The second soul ring, a red golden color, also a million-year divine. The third soul ring, a blue golden hue, yet again a million-year divine. His physique stood at 94, and his soul core was of the ice and fire type. The soul beast was a gray wolf, aged 300,000 years. Li Chaoyang's gaze swept slowly across the system panel, and he mused inwardly. My physique has already reached level 94, and my mental strength is unequivocally sound. With the enhancement of my soul core, absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring should pose no challenge. When I find an opportune moment, I must first absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. At that time, perhaps I too can challenge a title Douluo at 5 rings, and face a super Douluo at 6 rings, just as Lan Xuanyu did in Do 4. However, reaching 7 rings to attain divine status is a rather unrealistic daydream. There may still be a glimmer of hope in achieving 5 rings to confront a title Douluo, but ascending to divine status at 7 rings is beyond my reach, as I lack that extraordinary bloodline. Reflecting on the awe-inspiring bloodlines of Lan Xuanyu, Golden Dragon King, Silver Dragon King, Sea God, and Shura God, each a formidable lineage in its own right, Li Chaoyang could not suppress a resigned sigh, a lamentation imbued with a sense of injustice from fate. Soon after, his gaze fell upon the Soul Beast section, and he was taken aback. The Grey Wolf had remarkably attained a cultivation level of 300,000 years. Such prowess would rival even the top 10 ferocious beasts. Let me take a closer look. With a gentle tap, the personal panel of the Grey Wolf unfurled instantaneously. Grey Wolf panel, cultivation, 300,000 years. Age, 28 years. Gender, male. Within its bloodline flows the immensely noble blood of the Wolf King, intertwined with the most pure and exalted dragon lineage. Once unleashed, it can generate a formidable dragon pressure, compelling all beasts to submit. Skills, genius scientist. Pinnacle of the green pastures. Awakening of the Wolf King bloodline. Killing intent perception, awakened at 100 years. Crimson flat pan. Ice and fire manipulation, bloodline. Wolf King's command, awakened at 1,000 years. True dragon bloodline awakening, bloodline. Mecha summoning, 10,000 years. Thunderous flash, 100,000 years. Elemental mage, 200,000 years. I love flat pants, 300,000 years. Soul mentor level 8. Soul core, ice and fire soul core. Artifact, none. Equipment, invincible sheep capture device, red flat pan, etc. Note, ice and fire control, possessing absolute authority over ice and fire elements, as if the deity of ice and fire has descended upon the mortal realm. The Wolf King's command. With a thunderous howl, an endless stream of wolves will manifest around Grey Wolf, the number of which depends on the amount of soul power used. Akin to an inexhaustible legion of wolves. True dragon bloodline awakening. Activating the dragon blood within, bestowing unparalleled strength, as if capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Mecha summoning. Fully encased in armor, weapons can be selected from all those crafted by Grey Wolf, a perfect amalgamation of technology and power, instilling terror in enemies. Thunderous flash. Commanding fearsome thunder to strike freely at foes. The storm is relentless and unstoppable. Elemental mage, capable of wielding various elements to launch magical assaults, intertwining elements to create a torrent of destruction. I love the frying pan, bestowed with infinite possibilities upon being struck by Red Wolf's frying pan. Provided that Red Wolf is in a state of danger, Li Chaoyang, upon reading the last skill of Grey Wolf, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Well, the I love the frying pan skill is utterly useless. Given such stringent conditions, it can hardly be utilized. How could Red Wolf possibly be in danger while I am battling alongside Grey Wolf? Even if Grey Wolf were to know, activating the skill would be of no consequence to me. I have no means of bringing Red Wolf to the vast green pastures. Meanwhile, within a luxurious estate in Tianhun City, the tranquil atmosphere enveloped every corner of a nobleman's residence. At this moment, Ling Luoqing lay languidly upon a soft bed, his exquisite visage adorned with a hint of languor and anticipation. Ling Luoqing murmured, "Why hasn't grandfather returned yet? Didn't he promise to take me hunting for soul rings? Sigh, will my hard-earned vacation suffice?" His voice, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a zither, carried traces of helplessness and urgency. Chapter 263, Xianzhong's Little Theater 4. At the edge of the vast and boundless territory of the Star Do Empire, adjacent to the enigmatic Star Do Forest, this borderland serves as the threshold between earth and forest, imbued with the essence of worldly existence, while subtly infused with the mystery and unknown from the depths of the forest. At this moment, a figure, soaring freely in the sapphire sky, is none other than Zhong Liwu. His form is light and graceful, akin to a sprightly bird, his face radiant with joy as he hums a whimsical tune. I desire the taste of sweetness. I crave fragrant bubbles, countless garments and shoes. Ancient attire must be coordinated. Laugh and dance. Happiness begets no worries. The melody, crisp and melodious, floated through the gentle breeze, as though even the air was tinged with a hint of joy. Within Zhong Liwu's heart, a unique sentiment surged forth. He secretly contemplated, this time, I must pursue a divorce. Oh, and then I can be with my beloved brother Xuanzi forever. Just the thought of brother Xuanzi's gentle gaze and warm smile caused Zhong Liwu's lips to unconsciously curve upwards, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. I am a girl, a beautiful girl, and Zhong Liwu continues to hum a tune, her voice imbued with a touch of playfulness and charm. She is completely immersed in her little world, utterly oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding her. However, just as Zhong Liwu is lost in her joyful melody, the previously clear sky is suddenly shrouded by a heavy darkness in the blink of an eye. This darkness spreads like a surging tide, swiftly engulfing the entire expanse of the sky in a cloak of inky blackness. Upon witnessing this, Zhong Liwu's heart begins to race with alarm. Her expression instantly turns grave, and her once rosy cheeks pale slightly, with cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Drawing upon years of experience in the martial world, she understands that what now looms before her is undoubtedly a formidable adversary, potentially possessing the terrifying strength of an ultimate Douluo. Taking a deep breath, she suppresses her inner dread and calls out boldly, "Who are you? Step forward and reveal yourself. I am the leader of the Sacred Spirit Sect, and within my ranks, we have an ultimate Douluo standing guard. Are you certain you wish to confront me?" Her voice reverberates through the darkness, laced with authority and caution. As her words echo, a massive rift suddenly appears in the darkened sky. From within this fissure, a colossal black sacred dragon emerges, its imposing form radiating an aura of terror, as if capable of devouring everything in its path. Perched upon the back of this black sacred dragon is a figure cloaked entirely in black robes, their face obscured by a dark mask, rendering their features indistinguishable. This individual is none other than Yan Shaozhe, the one who has come to hunt Zhong Liwu. The black sacred dragon is, in fact, Yan Shaozhe's renowned martial spirit, the dark sacred dragon. Recognizing the visitor as Yan Shaozhe, Zhong Liwu breathes a sigh of relief. She pats her chest and chuckles. "Ah, it's you, Uncle Long. You nearly frightened me. I thought it was still Emperor Tian." With that, she wipes the cold sweat from her face. In the next moment, Zhong Liwu swiftly darts to Yan Shaozhe's side, her face alight with enthusiasm. "Uncle Long, what brings you here this time? Do you have a mission?" Yan Shaozhe nods, his voice deep and steady. "Yes, there is a task." "Ah, a mission. But let us not rush. First, may I ask for your help in analyzing something?" Zhong Liwu blinks her bright, expressive eyes, looking up at Yan Shaozhe with a hopeful gaze. Yan Shaozhe hesitates for a moment, feeling a twinge of confusion, yet he still consents with a nod. "All right. Wonderful," Zhong Liwu exclaims, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Without hesitation, she links her arm with Yan Shaozhe's in a natural and affectionate manner. Upon seeing this, Yan Shaozhe breaks into a cold sweat. He feels a surge of discomfort wash over him, and he quickly responds, "This is inappropriate." Then, with a swift motion, he distances himself from Zhong Liwu. "This distance is acceptable. Please proceed with your matter, or I shall have to attend to my mission." Yan Shaozhe stands a short distance away, his voice imbued with an undeniable firmness. Zhong Liwu, observing this, furrows her brow slightly, and, feeling a bit aggrieved, replies, "Uncle Long, you've changed. I've always hugged you like this since we were young." Yan Shaozhe took a step back in fear and hurriedly exclaimed, "Yes, I have changed. I am indeed different now." At that moment, his heart was tumultuous, akin to a raging sea. "Who would have imagined you were a man? I had always thought your fondness for resting your arm around me stemmed from our childhood, but now you. No, I absolutely cannot become the next Xuanzi. I must maintain my distance. I belong to Yi Shishui, and this situation is too chaotic." Immediately, Zhong Liwu pouted, a hint of disappointment glimmering in his eyes. Observing this, Yan Shaozhe quickly averted his gaze from Zhong Liwu and said, "If you have something to say, please be quick. I am pressed for time." Zhong Liwu, still pouting, murmured, "All right." Yan Shaozhe silently lamented, "Ugh, thankfully my self-control is strong." Externally, he maintained an impassive expression, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 264, Xianzhong's Small Theater 5. Zhong Liwu's demeanor was fervent, his eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement as he declared, "Uncle Long, tell me, what is the likelihood of my divorce from Fengling?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Yan Shaozhe's expression darkened suddenly, resembling the ominous clouds before a storm, with dark lines appearing on his forehead. Yet, Zhong Liwu, oblivious to the shift, continued to revel in his thoughts. Filled with anticipation, "Uncle Long, I must tell you, I have never really liked her. Guess what? Recently, I encountered my true love. The moment I saw him. Do you think my mother will approve? You understand her thoughts better than anyone. What will her reaction be?" Long Xiaoyao, his face still grim, coldly inquired. Is that the only question? Zhongli Wu nodded eagerly, hope glimmering in his eyes. Long Xiaoyao roared in anger. I can unequivocally tell you that if you share what you just said with your mother, she will beat you half to death. Zhongli Wu, puzzled, asked why. Long Xiaoyao gritted his teeth as he replied, because my mission this time is to drag you back, half broken. You have strayed, and your counterpart is a man. Just as he was about to reveal Feng Ling's pregnancy, he suddenly remembered Yi Shishui's instructions and forcefully swallowed the words. As soon as he spoke, Long Xiaoyao's expression darkened further, as if it could drip with water. He abruptly unleashed his soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red. 9 soul rings shimmering around him, exuding a terrifying aura. Following this, a powerful pressure surged towards Zhongli Wu like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Zhongli Wu's expression changed drastically. And he exclaimed, you all know? Long Xiaoyao maintained his scowl and coldly stated, what else could it be? You had better comply quietly. Do not think of escaping. If your mother comes to capture you personally, then you are utterly finished. Let me tell you, she is completely on Feng Ling's side. As soon as the words left his lips, Long Xiaoyao's hand shot towards Zhongli Wu like lightning. Sensing the urgency, Zhongli Wu summoned his death demon puppet martial spirit without a moment's hesitation. 6 black soul rings and 3 red soul rings instantaneously enveloped him, emanating a bizarre yet formidable aura. Shortly thereafter, the 7th red 100,000-year soul ring on Zhongli Wu shone brilliantly, its radiance blindingly intense. Zhongli Wu proclaimed loudly, 7th soul skill. Martial soul, true form. Accompanied by the terrifying amplification of the martial soul true form, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. With a swift motion, he successfully evaded Long Xiaoyao's targeting, narrowly escaping a lethal grasp. Zhongli Wu exclaimed, how is this possible, Uncle Long? You mustn't deceive me. I am my mother's biological son. How could she possibly side with the outsider Feng Ling? Long Xiaoyao bellowed in fury. At this point, you still do not repent. Today, I shall reveal to you the true disparity between level 99 and level 98. This will also aid you in your future breakthrough to level 99. And by the way, all of this is your mother's command. Do not blame me. Dark Ascending Dragon. As his words fell, 9 spatial rifts abruptly appeared around Long Xiaoyao. In the blink of an eye, 9 terrifying dark sacred dragons emerged from the rifts, their massive forms exuding an overwhelming presence as they charged towards Zhongli Wu, seemingly intent on devouring him. Zhongli Wu, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, his complexion paling. He shouted, Uncle Long, you come at me with a death blow right off the bat. Are you truly intent on beating me to a pulp? Long Xiaoyao replied coldly. What else should I do? This is your mother's command. Moreover, you have gone too far. Gritting his teeth, Zhongli Wu declared loudly, Demonic Puppet Domain, 9th Soul Skill. Death's End. Meanwhile, at the border defense line of the Mingdo mountain range, Elder Song stood solemnly, his gaze fixed on a distant patch of darkness in the sky. This darkness, reminiscent of ominous clouds, pervaded the heavens, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. The more he observed, the deeper the furrows on Elder Song's brow became, as if he were beset by endless unease. Before long, Yan Shaozhe approached Elder Song. Noticing the grave expression on his face, he inquired with concern, what troubles you? Elder Song, you seem off. Elder Song pointed towards the distant darkness, his voice laced with worry, an ultimate Douluo, and of the dark attribute. Yan Shaozhe turned his gaze toward the horizon, his brow furrowing as he stated solemnly, indeed, it could very well be the supreme offering of the Holy Spirit cult. Long Xiaoyao, Elder Song, astonished, turned to Yan Shaozhe, incredulously asking, is he the one renowned alongside Muin, known as the Light and Dark Sacred Dragon? The Dragon Emperor Douluo with the Dark Sacred Dragon as his martial soul? Yan Shaozhe nodded gravely, responding, I shall investigate. There must be malevolent soul masters involved. There is undoubtedly a hidden secret. Elder Song, you must guard the Mingdo mountain range. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Shaozhe transformed into a radiant phoenix and soared towards the battleground of Zhongli Wu and Long Xiaoyao. The luminous phoenix, with its agile form, spread dazzling light with each flap of its wings, seemingly intent on dispelling the darkness. Elder Song watched Yan Shaozhe's departing figure, calling out, be careful, Sect Master. Chapter 265, The Xianzhong Skit 6. In that realm thick with tension, Zhongli Wu and Long Xiaoyao found themselves amidst the aftermath of a fierce confrontation. At this moment, Zhongli Wu lay exhausted upon the ground, gasping for breath as if each inhalation drained every ounce of his strength. His garments, battered by Long Xiaoyao's relentless soul techniques, were in tatters, resembling a forlorn banner flailing helplessly in the wind. In stark contrast, Long Xiaoyao stood tall and composed. With only a trivial stain marring the hem of his attire, akin to a fleeting cloud drifting across the night sky, utterly unperturbed by his extraordinary poise. This exemplified the insurmountable chasm between a level 98 and a level 99 powerhouse, a formidable divide akin to an impassable gorge separating the two. Long Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of playful mockery curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Little Zhuang, surrender. What mischief could your Uncle Long possibly conjure? If your mother were to arrive, oh dear, I dare not imagine the scene. As Zhong Liwu lay on the ground, those words conjured the imposing and fearsome visage of his mother in his mind, sending a chill coursing through his heart. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Ultimately, Zhong Liwu chose to surrender. Upon observing this, a barely perceptible glimmer of delight flickered in Long Xiaoyao's eyes. His lips curved upward as he remarked, "Good choice." However, what an irksome little pest appears to be lurking here. Before his words could dissipate, a formidable mental shockwave surged forth, entwined with a profound and enigmatic dark power. Akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, racing toward the insect Long Xiaoyao had sensed. In the blink of an eye, Yan Shaozhe materialized before Long Xiaoyao and Zhong Liwu like a wraith. With his characteristic beaming smile, Yan Shaozhe exclaimed, "Indeed, it's no surprise that the Dragon Emperor Douluo, renowned alongside my teacher in bygone days, Long Xiaoyao, could see through even a pinnacle level 9 concealed soul device. Truly impressive." Long Xiaoyao's heart soared at the sight of Yan Shaozhe. With a cold snort and a glint of fierce determination in his eyes, he replied, "Yan Shaozhe, fortuitously, I was contemplating how to trouble you. Yet here you are, presenting yourself to me. Excellent. Last time, you narrowly escaped. This time, luck shall not favor you." With that, in the next moment, the 2nd, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 9th soul rings on Long Xiaoyao's body erupted with dazzling brilliance. Akin to 5 resplendent stars illuminating the night. 5 formidable enhancement abilities enveloped him instantaneously, one of which reached an astounding level of 100,000 years. In an instant, the aura he exuded became as terrifying as a volcanic eruption, escalating uncontrollably. In the mere blink of an eye, he shattered the invisible barrier between semi-deity and quasi-deity, unleashing a powerful quasi-deity presence that surged toward Yan Shaozhe and Zhong Liwu, akin to a towering mountain weighing heavily upon their hearts. At this moment, Yan Shaozhe inwardly lamented, pondering, "This fellow is incredibly powerful. How has he grown even stronger? Am I truly destined to falter here?" Zhong Liwu silently marveled. "Uncle Long is remarkably strong. No wonder he is the foremost general under my mother, only slightly inferior to my brother Xuanzi." Long Xiaoyao's gaze was piercing as he bellowed, "Dark ascending dragon." As his voice resonated, 9 familiar dark sacred dragons surged forth like streaks of black lightning from the rift in space that Long Xiaoyao had torn open, hurtling towards Yan Shaozhe with an earth-shattering aura. Upon witnessing this, Yan Shaozhe was consumed by a singular thought: escape. He calculated inwardly, "I am undeniably no match for Long Xiaoyao, but he is burdened with a level 98 injured companion. I refuse to believe you can catch a desperate Limit Douluo fleeing for his life. Even if your cultivation has reached the quasi-divine realm, and I am merely a quasi-demigod, with a disparity of over 6 times in soul power, I still doubt your ability to pursue me." Long Xiaoyao, realizing that his self-created soul skill had missed its mark, noticed Yan Shaozhe's frantic flight and frowned slightly, muttering, "Is the esteemed disciple of Mu and only capable of fleeing? Quite disappointing." At this moment, Yan Shaozhe had no time to heed Long Xiaoyao's words. His sole unwavering belief was that survival was paramount. Long Xiaoyao, feeling utterly disregarded, furrowed his brows even tighter, a flicker of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he seized Zhong Liwu and charged in the direction of Yan Shaozhe's escape, marking the commencement of a breathtaking chase across the vast expanse. Chapter 266, The Death Coaster. Far across the seas, there lay a mysterious island shrouded in mist, where the winds howled and clouds swirled above. Li Chaoyang sat serenely atop the grand and imposing form of Di Tian, both resembling a streak of black lightning soaring through the heavens. Di Tian's deep and resonant voice echoed in the wind, laced with certainty, "The next island is our destination." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Have we arrived so soon? Senior Di Tian, why don't we pause briefly on the island below? It would provide me the perfect opportunity to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring." Di Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise, questioning, "A 100,000-year soul ring? Yet there are no 100,000-year soul beasts in this vicinity for you to absorb," he suggested. "I believe it would be prudent to wait until we return to the Star Do Great Forest." Li Chaoyang's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "You see, Senior, I have already sealed the 100,000-year soul rings of the celestial herb soul beasts within the ice and fire yin yang eye. Now is the perfect time for me to absorb them. Di Tian, taken aback, nodded in understanding. I see. Given your current physical prowess, you have indeed reached the rank of titled Douluo, and your mental fortitude surpasses even mine. Absorbing this 100,000-year soul ring should pose no difficulty. However, you must hold on tightly. What do you mean by hold on? Li Chaoyang asked, bewildered, before he could fully grasp the situation. In the next moment, a piercing and agonizing scream shattered the stillness, echoing through the air. Ah! It was none other than Li Chaoyang who emitted this cry. Suddenly, Emperor Tian plummeted at a vertical angle of 90 degrees, akin to a meteorite hurtling towards the earth, simultaneously accelerating with an astonishing swiftness that left all in awe. His speed surpassed that of free fall. Li Chaoyang, caught utterly unawares, felt as though he were aboard a frenzied roller coaster hurtling towards death, screaming wildly against the gale. His body mercilessly tugged by the winds, engulfed in sheer terror. Before long, Emperor Tian's form wavered, reverting to that of a human. He effortlessly lifted the utterly exhausted Li Chaoyang, who resembled a mere puddle of mud, and landed him safely on the ground. Subsequently, as Emperor Tian gently released his grip, Li Chaoyang collapsed like a limp mass, gasping for breath as if he were a fish out of water, each inhalation laden with exhaustion and disarray. Observing Li Chaoyang's disheveled state, Emperor Tian could not suppress a grin, teasing, "You're rather feeble, aren't you, skinny dog?" Li Chaoyang, panting heavily, weakly retorted, "You're the skinny dog. You could have at least given me a heads up. I thought you were going to drop me." He continued, "And if my physical condition hadn't reached the level of a titled Douluo, no mere level 50 spirit king could have endured your reckless antics." Emperor Tian scoffed dismissively. "Just admit your weaknesses instead of making excuses. I've heard that those from the body sect must undergo such rigorous training to achieve a second awakening." Li Chaoyang, bewildered, widened his eyes and inquired, "How do you, a spirit beast, know about this?" With a self-satisfied smile, Emperor Tian replied, "That's simple. I naturally acquired the secrets after dispatching members of the body sect, and studied their techniques myself. They wouldn't just hand over their secrets to me. Is that so? Next time I venture into the Stardow Forest, you must show me," Li Chaoyang stated. "Now, I shall begin absorbing the spirit ring." Emperor Tian nodded slightly, indicating that he could proceed. Li Chaoyang then slowly closed his eyes, initiating a connection with Ilex in the Sea of Spirit. Deep within the recesses of the Sea of Spirit, Li Chaoyang softly spoke, "Old Il, I wish to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring, specifically the one from the Chilotulip." Ilex's gentle and steady voice resonated, understood. In an instant, a terrifying and mysterious necromantic energy surged around Li Chaoyang like a roaring tide, as if intent on consuming the entire world. Soon, a 100,000-year spirit ring, radiating resplendent light, gradually materialized above Li Chaoyang's head, its brilliance dazzling and seemingly imbued with limitless power. Concurrently, a long unseen staff appeared from thin air. It was Li Chaoyang's elemental staff, his martial spirit. At the same time, the already magnificent configuration of his spirit rings, one white, one purple, one red, and one platinum, was further enhanced with an aura of mystery and might. The 100,000-year spirit ring, as if animated, steadily and incessantly moved closer to Li Chaoyang. The ritual of absorbing the soul ring has officially commenced. Di Tian stood quietly beside, his gaze fixed intently on Li Chaoyang, pondering to himself, the power of the undead, truly an extraordinary opportunity for the life uncle. Perhaps the Soul Beast clan can indeed be saved, O Dragon God. Meanwhile, in the distance, deep within the path that Li Chaoyang and Di Tian aimed for, waves of profound and malevolent abyssal energy emerged quietly, like black phantoms, seemingly brewing a tremendous conspiracy. In the far reaches of the horizon, a small island concealed within ethereal mists is cloaked by a lush, mysterious, and deep forest. Within this seemingly tranquil and harmonious forest lies a peculiar spatial rift, quietly existing. It resembles a gash torn in the fabric of the universe, subtly radiating an eerie aura. Occasionally, strands of black and blue abyssal energy waft through the rift, drifting through the air like specters, as if recounting terrifying tales from another world. This spatial rift serves as a gateway to the unknown, connecting to the fearsome abyssal plane. At this moment, on the 108th layer of the abyssal plane, a towering colossal tower pierces the heavens, standing proudly. The first hall within the tower is permeated with a heavy and mysterious atmosphere. Within the hall, the abyssal saint sits opposite a figure radiating a scorching crimson light. The abyssal saint slightly inclined his body, a hint of respect and trepidation on his face, addressing the fiery figure beside him. "Stepfather, why has our target suddenly stopped on another island? Could it be that we have been discovered?" The crimson figure slightly raised his chin, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, speaking in a deep and confident voice. Humph, that is impossible. The divine realm of Douluo star has long since ceased to exist, and the number of beings above the divine level is exceedingly rare. Among them, the highest is merely a frail half-step divine king. With my strength and the concealment techniques I employ, only someone of divine king caliber or above could possibly see through it. The abyssal saint furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before replying, "Stepfather, I sense an exceptionally strong aura of the undead emanating from them, and their level is quite high, nearly on par with mine. The power at our disposal on Douluo Star is already limited. Could this impede our plans?" The crimson figure waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm and composed. "Rest assured, the source of that undead aura is merely a fragment of divine consciousness, at best a first-level deity. It won't be long before this consciousness dissipates on its own. However, the cost during this process may increase slightly." As he spoke, the fiery figure turned his gaze to the abyssal saint, his eyes filled with scrutiny. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the abyssal saint's eyes as he quickly responded, "I see, then I can accept that." Truly impressive that the fire god of the Douluo divine realm can transcend the first-level deity limitation of the fire god position. No sooner had he spoken, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed throughout the 108th layer of the colossal tower, reminiscent of demons from the abyss reveling in their triumph. Meanwhile, beyond the distant borders of Shrek City, a thrilling chase unfolds. Long Xiaoyao, bearing the unconscious Zhuang Liwu, relentlessly pursues Yan Shaozhe, having dashed from the fringes of the Xinglua Empire for a full day and night. Yan Shaozhe escapes ahead with fervent determination, while Long Xiaoyao remains steadfast in his pursuit. At this moment, the silhouette of Shrek City begins to materialize before Yan Shaozhe, a magnificent fortress exuding an aura of reassurance. As he runs, Yan Shaozhe glances back, a mocking smile gracing his face, and calls out, "Senior Dragon Emperor, we are almost at Shrek City. Why not join me for a visit? My master, the renowned dragon god Douluo, would surely be delighted to see you." Ha! Upon hearing the name of Shrek City, Zhong Liwu, who lies in a deep slumber in Long Xiaoyao's grasp, suddenly awakens as if struck by lightning, her eyes wide open. In her heart, she muses, "Brother Xuanzi must have returned. This means I will see him again. How blissful." Long Xiaoyao, infuriated by Yan Shaozhe's taunts, grits his teeth and glares fiercely, bellowing, "You scoundrel, let us see if you can make it back alive." His eyes blaze with rage, as if aflame with fury. In his heart, Long Xiaoyao vows that for his beloved Shishui, she shall be his alone. In a fit of wrath, he roars, "You have forced my hand. Soul bone armor." Yan Shaozhe, taken aback, widens his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What?" Before he can finish his sentence, a brilliant light erupts from Long Xiaoyao's right arm, right leg, head, and torso. Simultaneously, the 6 absorbed soul bones appear around him, summoned by an enigmatic force. A blinding flash of white light envelopes him, revealing a set of black armor that emanates a chilling and powerful aura, as if it could withstand all assaults of the world. In that instant, Long Xiaoyao's aura surges, reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-divine realm. Only a mere essence separates him from the divine level, as if one more step would lead him into the coveted domain of the gods. Turning back, Yan Shaozhe witnesses the successful fusion of Long Xiaoyao's soul bone armor, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaims, "How is this possible? How could you possess the soul bone armor of the legendary Tang San?" Chapter 268, Soul Bone Armor 2. Long Xiaoyao emits a cold snort, his voice as frigid as frost. "In this world, nothing is impossible. You, an ancient relic from 10,000 years ago, have yet to condense a single soul core. And Shrek Academy dares to treat you as a treasure. How utterly laughable. Humph, today, you shall not step foot in Shrek City again." 9th Soul Skill, Dark Sacred Dragon Annihilation. At the moment his words fall, the 9th Soul Ring, glowing a blood-red hue, bursts forth, its brilliance streaking across the darkness like a meteor blazing through the night sky. Immediately, Long Xiaoyao's figure began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His body swelled, scales as dark as ink glimmering with a chilling sheen, and his eyes turned a fiery crimson, reminiscent of blazing flames. In an instant, a terrifying dark holy dragon emerged, its colossal form obscuring the heavens, casting the sky into an endless abyss of black, as if the world itself were being dragged into a chasm. The next moment, a devastating breath of destruction erupted from the dragon's maw, akin to a bolt of black lightning, imbued with an inexorable force of annihilation. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of the heavens and earth shifted. The once azure sky was torn asunder by grotesque fissures, and the space shattered like fragile glass, resonating with a thunderous roar. Yan Shaozhe, witnessing this spectacle, turned as pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with terror as he muttered, "It's over. Even a full-force strike from a pinnacle demigod now leaves me with only a desperate fight." Just as his words faded, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, and an additional trio of resplendent red soul rings emerged, complementing the 6 black and 3 red rings he already possessed. This newfound energy surged forth, elevating Yan Shaozhe's aura to a terrifying magnitude, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, brimming with boundless power. Simultaneously, a resplendent phoenix of light appeared beside him, and alongside it, a dark phoenix emerged, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. The 2 phoenixes let out a triumphant cry, intertwining and merging, their soul rings commencing a wondrous fusion. Ultimately, a phoenix born of both light and darkness manifested, encircled by a vibrant orange-red soul ring, radiant and fierce like flames, adorned with 8 fearsome golden inscriptions, emanating a mysterious and formidable presence. Yan Shaozhe stood tall and declared, Spirit Fusion Technique, coexistence of light and darkness. In the next heartbeat, the light-dark phoenix emitted a thunderous cry, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the darkness, charging towards the terrifying breath unleashed by the dark holy dragon. The 2 forces collided instantaneously, erupting in a dazzling brilliance, as if the entire world were illuminated. Long Xiaoyao roared in fury, Die, Yan Shaozhe, today, your demise is certain. Unfazed, Yan Shaozhe retorted loudly, The one who shall perish is you. Then, an earth-shattering explosion ensued, as if the heavens were enraged. The shockwave from the cataclysm surged outward like a torrential tide, leveling everything in its path. Yan Shaozhe was thrust backward several thousand meters by the immense force, crashing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, blood gushing from his mouth, mingled with visceral fragments, a gruesome sight indeed. In contrast, Long Xiaoyao merely staggered back a few steps, a faint trickle of blood staining his lips. Subsequently, Long Xiaoyao slowly raised his hand, delicately wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He cast a cold glance at the crimson fluid on his hand, a smirk creeping upon his lips, filled with contempt and cruelty. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed, and Long Xiaoyao's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing above the pit formed by Yan Shaozhe's retreat. From his elevated position, he looked down coldly at Yan Shaozhe in the pit and remarked, You indeed possess some talent. Given more time to develop, I can hardly imagine the terrifying heights you could reach. To be honest, observing a genius grow step by step is quite intriguing, but alas, today you must die. With a look of deep resentment, Yan Shaozhe cast a glance at Long Xiaoyao and gritted his teeth, declaring, If you wish to kill me, then do it directly. At that moment, Yan Shaozhe had secretly infused his soul power into the spatial storage soul guide, which contained a vast array of 9th and 8th level fixed soul cannon shells, sufficient to obliterate anyone below the divine level. Long Xiaoyao snorted dismissively, replying with impatience, Very well, no more trivialities. I shall grant you your wish. A villain falls to their own verbosity. In the next instant, 9 spatial rifts manifested around Long Xiaoyao, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to conceal an endless abyss. His icy voice echoed once more, Dark Ascending Dragon. In an instant, 9 dark holy dragons slowly emerged from the rifts, their heads stretching forth, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Just then, a furious roar reverberated from a distance. You scoundrel! How dare you! Following that, a powerful voice proclaimed, Martial Soul True Form. Taotai Bloodline Awakens, self-created soul skill, devour heaven and earth. As the words fell, a thunderous sound rolled across the sky. In the blink of an eye, a Taotai surged forward like a lightning bolt from the distance. This Taotai seemed to have traversed through time and space from the ancient primordial era, its form resembling a colossal beast, exuding an overwhelming presence. Its head was exceedingly fearsome, with eyes wide open like copper bells, revealing a glint of greedy ferocity that seemed capable of piercing one's soul, sending shivers down the spine. Its gaping maw extended to the roots of its ears, filled with interlaced fangs as sharp as swords, intent on devouring all in existence. 2 horns spiraled from its head, sharp as blades, pointing towards the heavens as if aiming to pierce the vast sky. Its body lurked within shadows, its scales glistening with a chilling sheen. Each scale seemed to harbor boundless power, showcasing the might of an ancient ferocious beast. It radiated a potent aura akin to a quasi-demigod, sweeping forth like a surging tide. Simultaneously, a black hole manifested within the Taoye's mouth, resembling a bottomless abyss that relentlessly drew in everything around it. This was indeed its formidable skill of devouring heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the Taotai darted directly before Long Xiaoyao. It then opened its massive jaws, and the black hole within expanded dramatically, as if seeking to engulf the entire world. An overwhelming suction emanated from the black hole, raging like a tempest. Long Xiaoyao's incompletely formed self-created soul skill, Dark Ascending Dragon, was rendered utterly powerless against this terrifying force and was swiftly swallowed by the black hole. The failure of his self-created soul skill inflicted upon Long Xiaoyao a catastrophic backlash. His complexion suddenly turned as pale as paper, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Upon witnessing this, Cao Tai summoned all his strength and charged at Long Xiaoyao like a moving mountain, propelling him 100 meters away. After executing this feat, Cao Tai appeared utterly drained, as if all his vitality had been siphoned away. Blood continued to pour from his mouth, and his body flickered like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. After all, even though Long Xiaoyao's attack had not fully manifested, it was undeniably a genuine divine strike. Cao Tai, being merely on the threshold of demigod status, enduring such a devastating blow was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Yan Shaozhe, lying on the ground, trembled with excitement at the sight, exclaiming loudly, "Elder Xian." Indeed, this Cao Tai was a manifestation of the Cao Tai bloodline awakened by Xuanzi's divine bull martial soul. Simultaneously, this transformation allowed Xuanzi to momentarily ascend from level 98 to the terrifying level 99. Long Xiaoyao, his face flushed with fury, bellowed, "Xuanzi, how dare you meddle? Do you wish to remain here as well?" Suddenly, Long Xiaoyao recalled Xuanzi's status as a high elder of the Sacred Spirit Sect, and doubt crept into his mind. Surely Xuanzi knows I am a revered elder of the Sacred Spirit Sect. Why would he stand up to protect Yan Shaozhe? Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhong Luwu gazed at Xuanzi with fervent emotion and deep affection, silently pondering, "Brother Xuanzi, we meet again. I am so fortunate. Yet why are you so determined to protect that fellow, Yan Shaozhe?" Just then, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flickered in Zhong Luwu's eyes, which soon blazed with a fiery crimson, as if ignited by an inner flame. As Long Xiaoyao and Zhong Luwu were lost in their respective thoughts, a towering beam of light suddenly erupted from Shrek City, shining like a brilliant star, illuminating the entire realm. In the blink of an eye, this beam descended like a meteor beside Xuanzi and Yan Shaozhe. Observing this, Long Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a hint of mockery as he spoke. "Muan, it has been a long time." Indeed, this radiant beam was the result of Mu-En wielding the light of the sea god. Mu-En, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, responded calmly, "Long Xiaoyao, it has indeed been a long time. I truly did not expect you to achieve the soul bone armor like our predecessor Tang San. Impressive. I must commend you. I am no longer your equal. You must be the foremost soul master in the world now." Long Xiaoyao snorted disdainfully, his eyes filled with scorn, retorting, "I did not expect your ailment to have healed, and your breakthrough to demigod status is quite remarkable. However, even with the blessing of the sea goddess light, your current prowess is still far from mine. Moreover, the two severely injured near demigods by your side are hardly a match for me. I offer you a chance, leave now, and I shall spare your life." Mu-En's gaze was resolute as iron, and he declared unequivocally, "Impossible." Long Xiaoyao smiled, saying, "Very well. I have one final thing to convey. Do not compare me to the ancient relic Tang San from a millennium ago. I am far superior to him. Had it not been for the conditions obstructing my path to divinity, I would have ascended long ago." In the next moment, Long Xiaoyao's arms suddenly radiated a resplendent light, illuminating the surroundings like two brilliant stars, simultaneously conveying an essence of fusion. At this instant, the aura emanating from Long Xiaoyao's arms surged forth like a tumultuous tide, an overwhelming power seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Concurrently, the energies from the other four soul bones he possessed converged towards the two soul bones on his arms, akin to countless rivers merging into the sea, their brilliance dazzling and their momentum awe-inspiring. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, Yan Shaozhe, Mu-En, Xuanzi, and Zhong Luwu were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Deep within their hearts, a profound fear surged forth in unison, whispering in silent horror, "God level." The might of this strike is utterly terrifying and simply insurmountable. After a brief moment of astonishment, the group swiftly regained their composure. Yan Shaozhe, on the ground, narrowed his eyes, his movements as swift as lightning. Without hesitation, he retrieved numerous level 9 fixed soul-guiding cannonballs from his spatial soul guide, loading and aiming. His series of actions flowed like water, preparing for battle with unwavering resolve. In the skies above, Mu-En also bore a resolute expression, exerting all his strength to activate every amplifying soul skill he possessed. A radiant light erupted from him, as if he were willing to sacrifice his very life in preparation for a desperate struggle against Long Xiaoyao. Yet, even in this peak state, facing Long Xiaoyao's world-shattering blow, a profound sense of helplessness engulfed him. Zhong Luwu, witnessing Long Xiaoyao's intent to commit a heinous act against Xuanzi and the others, was about to voice a protest. At that moment, Xuanzi's gaze sharpened, and with a commanding tone, he threatened, Long Xiaoyao, do not act foolishly. If you unleash this strike today, there will be no place for you in this vast world. I know you have joined the Holy Spirit sect, but I recognize that you are no evil soul master. You must contemplate the consequences of this strike. There must be some misunderstanding. Should you attack recklessly, you shall regret it for a lifetime. As his words fell, Xuanzi's aura surged dramatically, like a tempest rising, a powerful presence enveloping him. At this juncture, Xuanzi contemplated inwardly, Long Xiaoyao, you have always been exceptionally wise. There must be hidden truths behind this matter. I hope you comprehend my earnest concern. Yan Shaozhe is your grandson. Upon hearing Xuanzi's words, a flicker of hesitation stirred within Long Xiaoyao's heart. He understood that Xuanzi, being the grand elder of the Holy Spirit sect, must have profound reasons behind his words, which were not uttered lightly. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, Xuanzi's keen gaze caught sight of Zhongli Wu in the distance, his eyes glowing with intent, fixated upon him. In the blink of an eye, while Long Xiaoyao remained in a daze, Xuanzi's figure flashed, appearing beside the feeble Zhongli Wu like a specter. He acted with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly subduing Zhongli Wu. Following this, Xuanzi produced a level 9 fixed soul-guiding cannonball and firmly positioned it against Zhongli Wu's neck, executing the motion with decisive precision, devoid of any hesitation. Zhongli Wu felt an unusual sweetness swelling within her. Secretly pondering, my brother Xuanzi has taken the initiative to embrace me. How unexpectedly blissful. Once everything was arranged, Long Xiaoyao seemed to awaken from a dream, regaining his senses. Meanwhile, the radiance of the soul technique he had been conjuring gradually dimmed, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Long Xiaoyao abruptly turned, glaring furiously at Xuanzi, and bellowed, what nonsense is this? Yet Xuanzi remained composed, coldly replying, Long Xiaoyao, step back. Let today's affairs come to a halt. I dare assert that your soul technique cannot possibly rival the speed of my level 9 fixed position soul-guided artillery shell. You must think carefully. At this moment, Zhongli Wu is in a dire state, even weaker than a soul Douluo, and she cannot withstand the terrifying power of this level 9 shell. Witnessing this scene, Zhongli Wu felt an indescribable joy surge within her, secretly musing, is my ultimate wish about to be fulfilled? To perish alongside brother Xuanzi, hoping that we might be buried in the same grave. How blissful that would be. Long Xiaoyao, upon seeing this, clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. After a moment, he sighed deeply and said slowly, very well. At this moment, Long Xiaoyao contemplated, Xuanzi must be carrying out a special task assigned by Shishui. I cannot allow a moment of impulsiveness to jeopardize Shishui's grand plans. Thus, I shall let this matter rest for now. Having come to this realization, Long Xiaoyao felt a weight lift off his shoulders, and he released his tightly clenched fists. In the distance, Yan Shaozhe and Mu In, witnessing the scene, finally relaxed their taut nerves and exhaled deeply, as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. Chapter 271, Soul Bone Armor 5. Subsequently, Long Xiaoyao's expression turned solemn as he spoke deliberately, release Zhongli Wu at once. Xuanzi scoffed, his gaze icy, and slowly replied, you may leave first. Rest assured, you are more aware than I of Zhongli Wu's evasion skills with her death magic puppet spirit. Moreover, even if you fail to notice her departure, you can always return to wreak havoc at Shrek. At present, no one here at Shrek can truly stop you. Without a hint of hesitation, Long Xiaoyao nodded slightly, turning decisively to leave, responding, very well. As he faded into the distance, Mu In, Xuanzi, and Yan Shaozhe collectively sighed in relief, their taut nerves finally easing at that moment. However, amidst the crowd, only Zhongli Wu wore a displeased expression. She muttered inwardly, ultimately, my dreams have been shattered once more. How frustrating. Moreover, I must soon part ways with brother Xuanzi. Once Long Xiaoyao had departed, Xuanzi did not hesitate to release his hold on Zhongli Wu. Without a moment's pause, Zhongli Wu swiftly vanished like a wraith into the ground, escaping in an instant. She dared not look back at Xuanzi, nor did she entertain thoughts of following Long Xiaoyao, for she understood well that any further entanglement would only bring endless trouble to Xuanzi. Just as Zhongli Wu made her escape, Xuanzi's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if even a gentle breeze could topple him. In the distance, Mu In and Yan Shaozhe felt a sudden tightness in their hearts. A flash of white light enveloped them, and in an instant, they arrived beside Xuanzi, supporting him on either side as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Concern etched on his face, Mu In urgently inquired, Xuanzi, are you all right? Xuanzi gently shook his head, forcing a faint smile as he replied, it's nothing. Merely a slight depletion of my essence. Alas, I have just returned from the starry forest and have encountered this predicament. It seems I must enter seclusion for a few days to recuperate. Following closely, Yan Shaozhe, his expression equally troubled, added, Master, I too wish to meditate for a few days. Mu In nodded slightly, his demeanor composed as he said, "Go ahead. I am here. My old bones can still manage a bit of movement." As soon as he finished speaking, in optimal health, Mu In utilized his spatial displacement ability, enveloping the three of them in a soft white light, which swiftly transported Xuanzi and Yan Shaozhe back to the Sea God Pavilion. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhongli Wu raced forward, finally arriving at the location where Long Xiaoyao awaited him. Upon seeing Zhongli Wu's arrival, Long Xiaoyao's lips curled into a slight smirk as he teased, "I thought you might take the opportunity to flee." Zhongli Wu pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, though a tempest of anger surged within him. He was acutely aware that Xuanzi, having forcibly broken through to level 99, must have paid a tremendous price. Noticing Zhongli Wu's disregard, Long Xiaoyao remained unfazed. He reached out and grasped the back of Zhongli Wu's neck, propelling them both into the air. At that moment, Zhongli Wu silently prayed for Xuanzi's well-being. Just as his heart brimmed with worry, Long Xiaoyao suddenly interjected, "What is the situation with Yan Shaozhe? What do you know? Speak to me." Zhongli Wu continued to maintain his silence, seemingly impervious to the inquiry. Observing this, Long Xiaoyao scoffed with a cold smile, threatening, "Humph, then I shall go find Xuanzi. And I shall do so openly. At that time, he will have no choice but to confront me, and if I were to apply a bit more force." Zhongli Wu also let out a cold snort, undaunted as he replied, "Go ahead. Xuanzi is currently executing a special mission for my mother. I am not privy to the specifics, but if my mother learns of your actions, you can brace yourself for dire consequences." Long Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Pondering for a moment but unable to devise a countermeasure, he finally said to Zhongli Wu, "Oh, you certainly address Xuanzi with affection. Very well, you win this round." In an instant, a blush crept onto Zhongli Wu's cheeks, reminiscent of the rosy clouds at dusk. Just as Long Xiaoyao was about to abandon his line of questioning, Zhongli Wu recalled Xuanzi's desperate protection and spoke up. "The mission Xuanzi is undertaking is related to Yan Shaozhe." Long Xiaoyao's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, as he eagerly asked, "What else do you know? How did you come by this information?" Zhongli Wu playfully blinked, replying, "A woman's sixth sense." Long Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "All right, I believe you." Chapter 272 Douluo. At that moment, the Sea God Pavilion stood tranquil and majestic, as if the very air were imbued with the weight of time's passage. Mu'en, along with Xuanzi and Yan Shaozhe, flickered into view, their figures appearing before the Sea God Pavilion in an instant. As they made their appearance, a graceful figure swiftly approached Yan Shaozhe, who was on the verge of collapse. It was Kai Meyer. Her eyes brimmed with concern as she gently caught Yan Shaozhe. Upon seeing Kai Meyer arrive, Mu'en felt a sense of reassurance and relaxed his grip, a hint of relief evident in his gaze. Xuanzi surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. "Master Uncle, please take me to the seclusion chamber in the Sea God Pavilion." Mu'en nodded slightly, and, without wishing to interrupt the reunion between Kai Meyer and Yan Shaozhe, instantaneously transported Xuanzi away. Once the two had departed, Kai Meyer could no longer hold back her tears. Sobbing, "Yan Shaozhe, how could you sustain such severe injuries? Who did this? I will make them pay." Yan Shaozhe gently waved his hand, forcing a smile. "It's nothing. Just a minor injury that will heal soon. Also, please do not seek vengeance. That person possesses extraordinary strength, far beyond what we can contend with." Kai Meyer cried even harder. "How can you call this a minor injury? Come, let us return home. I will seek out Elder Zhuang for your treatment." Yan Shaozhe nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with tenderness. Amidst her tears, Kai Meyer implored, "Can you promise me not to act recklessly in the future? If anything were to happen to you, what would become of me and the child?" Yan Shaozhe was taken aback, puzzled. "Child?" Kai Meyer, through her tears, smiled and confirmed, "Yes, I am pregnant." Upon hearing this, Yan Shaozhe's heart soared with joy. He gently placed his hand on Kai Meyer's shoulder, tenderly infusing her with soul power to sense the child within her womb. Kai Meyer beamed. "I consulted with Elder Zhuang and Elder Mu. They said it's a girl and seems to possess a dark attribute, likely your Dark Phoenix." Yan Shaozhe was overjoyed. "A daughter, how wonderful. I, Yan Shaozhe, will have a legacy." Subsequently, Kai Meyer and Yan Shaozhe returned hand in hand to their cozy home. As night fell, the lights of Shrek City twinkled. A tattered beggar soared through the streets, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. However, the residents of Shrek City were unfazed, for they recognized this airborne beggar as Xuanzi, the third in command of Shrek. Xuanzi often engaged in such antics, and the elders of the Sea God Pavilion had never doubted him. After all, Xuanzi had dedicated so much to Shrek, his qualifications and contributions were unparalleled. Before long, Xuanzi arrived at a secluded alley where not a soul was in sight. He lightly tapped a particular stone on the wall, and a mysterious communication soul guide materialized in his hand. A sly smile crept across Xuanzi's lips as he swiftly typed on the soul guide. Long Xiaoyao intends to eliminate Yan Shaozhe, reason unknown. Additionally, Kai Meyer is pregnant, and it's a girl with a dark attribute. After sending the message, Xuanzi replaced the soul guide and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, at Yan Shaozhe's residence, a young girl named Ma Xiaotao was running frantically, gasping, "I'm exhausted." Inside, Kai Meyer and Yan Shaozhe lay side by side in bed, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Kai Meyer expressed her concern. "With so much going on, should I prepare your medicine first or mine? Will Xiaotao be overwhelmed with all her tasks?" Yan Shaozhe chuckled nonchalantly. "It's nothing. Otherwise, why would I take her as my disciple? Once our child is born, we can have Xiaotao help take care of them, just like Dehua." "Yes, just like Dehua. Then we can enjoy our freedom." Upon hearing this, Kai Meyer couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, had I known earlier, I would have found a disciple as well." Chapter 273, The Ultimate Escape 1. In a secluded island hidden deep within the vast ocean, enveloped in swirling mists, it appeared as though a mysterious veil separated this land from the mundane world. At this moment, Li Chaoyang and Di Tian found themselves amidst this enigmatic isle. Li Chaoyang sat cross-legged on the ground, fully immersed in absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, his body radiating a shimmering light as he engaged in a fierce communion and balance with this formidable power. Di Tian stood by like a towering mountain, silently guarding him, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, leaving no movement unnoticed. Time quietly elapsed, and 2 days and nights had already passed. Suddenly, Li Chaoyang, who had been quietly absorbing the soul ring, trembled violently, akin to a lion awakening from a deep slumber, springing to his feet. At the same time, the red 10,000-year celestial herb soul ring above his head, radiating intense brilliance, descended gracefully like a shooting star, encircling Li Chaoyang and accentuating his enigmatic strength. In quick succession, a dazzling array of soul ring lights burst forth. First came the pure white first soul ring, followed by the mysterious deep purple second soul ring. Then the blazing red third soul ring, succeeded by the sacred white gold fourth soul ring, and lastly, the chilling red fifth soul ring. The aura of these 5 soul rings exploded forth, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks, freely illuminating the sky above the island. Level 60, indeed, it was level 60. Li Chaoyang distinctly sensed the tumultuous power surging within him, as if a slumbering dragon was stirring awake. He even felt an inkling that a surplus of energy still lingered within him. Should he absorb another 10,000-year soul ring at this moment, he might very well leap to level 70. After all, the energy gathered within him was overwhelmingly vast, enriched by the 300,000 years of profound essence from the Scarlet King, the million-year ethereal energy of the Dream Ice Silkworm, the 10,000-year pure soul power of the Chilutulip, and the divine energy left by the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings during their sacrificial offering. At this moment, Li Chaoyang felt as though he was immersed in an ocean of power, lacking for nothing. However, he dared not absorb another 10,000-year soul ring, at least for the next 6 months, fearing the potential loosening of his soul power. Observing this, Di Tian approached Li Chaoyang with measured steps, a hint of concern and inquiry in his gaze. "Chaoyang, are you satisfied with your soul abilities?" Li Chaoyang, his face flushed with excitement, nodded vigorously, his voice trembling as he responded, "I am utterly satisfied." Following this, Li Chaoyang focused his thoughts and opened his personal panel. Soul Power, level 60, Innate Soul Power level 10. The Elemental Staff's 5th soul ring, a crimson hue, boasts an astonishing age of 180,000 years, accompanied by the soul skill of Evolution and Ultimate Breakthrough. Note: Evolution. This soul skill acts as a divine stroke of genius, allowing the soul master's martial spirit or soul beast to undergo a temporary evolution, thereby acquiring formidable strength and an all-encompassing enhancement of attributes, as if experiencing a complete rebirth. Ultimate Breakthrough. This ability elevates the physical condition to its pinnacle, augmenting all attributes by 60 on top of the existing foundation, resulting in a remarkable surge in power. Di Tian nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. He then stated, "Let us proceed." However, Li Chaoyang waved his hand, saying, "Wait a moment, I must summon Grey Wolf to ascertain if there are any issues." Upon uttering this, Di Tian was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang began to chant, and after a flash of light, the familiar figure of Grey Wolf appeared before Li Chaoyang and Di Tian 5 minutes later. Li Chaoyang addressed Grey Wolf, saying, "Grey Wolf, utilize your abilities." Yet, before Li Chaoyang could finish his sentence, Grey Wolf's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Erecting its ears, it warned, "There is a murderous intent." Both Li Chaoyang and Di Tian were momentarily stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, rooted in place. Di Tian then inquired urgently, "Where is it?" Grey Wolf extended its claw, pointing toward the small island that Li Chaoyang and Di Tian had initially intended to reach, stating, "It is there." Li Chaoyang and Di Tian exclaimed simultaneously, "What?" Di Tian, with a grave expression and furrowed brow, remarked, "Could there be a mistake? I distinctly sense the Dragon King's aura there. It should not be erroneous." Li Chaoyang, his gaze resolute, affirmed, "It cannot be mistaken. Grey Wolf's perception of murderous intent is infallible." He then asked Grey Wolf, "Does the murderous intent originate from the Dragon Clan?" Grey Wolf shook its head, responding with a hint of regret, "I do not know." Li Chaoyang's brow furrowed in concern as he queried, "How many cannons and shells have been manufactured?" Grey Wolf scratched its head, somewhat sheepishly replying, "Only 50 cannons have been made. There are plenty of shells." Li Chaoyang sighed worriedly, "That is insufficient. What shall we do now? There are traps ahead, and we must tread carefully." As both Di Tian and Li Chaoyang found themselves ensnared in vexation, their brows knitted in uncertainty, Grey Wolf suddenly stepped forward, thumping its chest confidently, declaring, "Boss, I have a plan." Half an hour later, Li Chaoyang and Grey Wolf sat securely atop Di Tian's broad back as he soared into the sky like a streak of black lightning toward the targeted island. At that moment, Li Chaoyang mentally communicated with Grey Wolf, "Grey Wolf, do you truly believe your plan will succeed? I can't shake the feeling that it's rather unreliable." Di Tian joined this mental dialogue, adding, "I also find it dubious." In response, Grey Wolf offered Li Chaoyang and Di Tian a reassuring glance, one imbued with undeniable confidence, as if to say, "This king's plans have never faltered, rest assured." Di Tian had begun to believe, yet Li Chaoyang remained increasingly apprehensive. Chapter 274, The Ultimate Escape 2. Before long, Li Chaoyang, Grey Wolf, and Di Tian successfully arrived at the mysterious island that was their destination. The trio did not linger on the beach, but instead proceeded directly towards the forest that lay ahead. They opted not to soar through the sky to reach their destination, as an unshakable anxiety gripped them. They feared that an unforeseen circumstance might arise, leaving them vulnerable to encirclement. With measured steps, they ventured deeper into the forest. With each step inward, their hearts grew heavier, and the tension in the air became palpable. The vegetation on this island exuded an ineffable strangeness. The gnarled branches and the oddly colored leaves seemed to silently narrate the anomalies that pervaded this place. As they traversed about half the distance, Li Chaoyang could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Senior Di Tian, was the scene the same when you first arrived here?" Di Tian shook his head slightly, his expression grave as he replied, "Not at all. Everything was perfectly normal then. It appears that something has indeed gone awry here. Everyone, be prepared for action." Both Grey Wolf and Li Chaoyang nodded solemnly in response. Li Chaoyang then recited an incantation, summoning his elemental staff spirit, its brilliance radiating in luminous waves. Grey Wolf retrieved the Red Wolf's frying pan from behind, its metallic sheen glinting in the sunlight. Di Tian, too, brandished his razor-sharp dragon claws, glistening with a chilling light. The trio cautiously advanced a step further. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sky seemed to be smeared by an invisible hand, transforming into a deep blue-black hue, akin to the descent of a profound night, infused with an unsettling and oppressive aura. Soon after, a terrifying wave of abyssal energy surged forth, sweeping in from all directions and enveloping the entire forest. The air itself appeared to freeze in the wake of this energy, producing a crackling sound. Upon witnessing this, Li Chaoyang reacted with alarming swiftness, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "It's abyssal energy. The abyss plane, the abyssal sovereign is here." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling and ominous voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. "You guessed correctly. However, none of you shall leave here today." The voice belonged to the infamous abyssal sovereign. In the next moment, as if to validate his words, a multitude of abyssal creatures materialized around Li Chaoyang and Di Tian. These creatures varied in form. Some resembled twisted vines, others monstrous beasts, and still others spectral apparitions. Yet they all shared a common trait. Their bodies radiated a terrifying abyssal energy that seemed capable of devouring all vitality. Li Chaoyang's complexion turned ashen upon this sight, panic seeping into his voice as he uttered, "How is this possible? Has the abyss plane invaded to such an extent? There are so many abyssal creatures." Almost immediately, the chilling voice of the abyssal sovereign resounded once more. "You seem to know quite a bit, young one. However, today, you must meet your demise, along with those wretches behind you." The sinister laughter echoed like the chilling call of a night owl, sending shivers down one's spine. As the words fell, the Grey Wolf suddenly emerged from behind Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian, standing tall and proud, pointing skyward as he mockingly declared, "How dare you? A coward too afraid to show your face. Wish for our deaths? Dream on. Behold the might of this great king. In the next moment, the gray wolf executed a jaw-dropping maneuver, extracting an antique clock from his trousers. Its surface shimmered with an uncanny glow. The abyssal sovereign cast a disdainful glance at the gray wolf, sneering, "You? Hardly worth my attention. And that trinket in your hand, devoid of any soul energy, is nothing but a joke." Just as the abyssal sovereign continued his derisive taunts, the gray wolf snorted coldly, retorting, "Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's invention, my magnificent replica." Upon finishing his sentence, the abyssal sovereign could not help but mock. "Are you a stutterer? Great-great-great-great-great-great. Ha ha ha, utterly laughable," while the abyssal sovereign doubled over in laughter. A glint of cunning flashed in the gray wolf's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the invention of his great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, my copy. He deftly pressed the switch on the clock while loudly proclaiming, "Time, freeze." As the words left his lips, a terrifying wave of confinement energy surged forth, enveloping the entire island like a relentless tide. Where the energy flowed, time appeared to stand still, and the very fabric of space trembled. All creatures on the island seemed to be ensnared by an immobilizing spell, falling into an eerie silence, devoid of sound. Only the triumphant laughter of the gray wolf echoed through the still air. "Ha! I knew my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's invention was unparalleled. My identical replication ability is indeed the mightiest." Just as Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian felt a sense of relief over the gray wolf's unexpected plan, believing the crisis had been averted, they suddenly realized with horror that they could not move, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to shift even a finger. At that moment, Li Chaoyang lamented inwardly, "I knew there was something amiss." Chapter 275, The Ultimate Escape. At this juncture, the gray wolf remained blissfully unaware that trouble had arisen. He continued to stand there, unabashedly laughing, his mirth resonating sharply in the air like a series of piercing notes. "Indeed, I, the gray wolf, am an unparalleled genius. Even my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's enigmatic time clock, I can replicate flawlessly." With hands on his hips and a triumphant expression, the gray wolf proclaimed loudly. He then abruptly tilted his head back to the heavens, a smug smile gracing his lips, bellowing, "Keep on calling. Can you move now? La 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 la." His demeanor resembled that of a mischievous child reveling in a successful prank. Subsequently, he even turned his back to the sky, performing a comical gesture as if to flaunt his grand achievements to the world. Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian stood to the side, rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle, their foreheads seemingly adorned with 3 dark lines. At that moment, Li Chaoyang silently lamented within, "There are still 2 living beings here. Help us, Gray Wolf. I surrender. This binding force is overwhelmingly potent. Even my mental energy cannot escape." Meanwhile, high above, the abyssal sovereign seethed with wrath, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. How infuriating! If it weren't for my inability to wield divine power at this moment, would you dare to mock me so freely? He ground his teeth in fury, his emotions threatening to ignite the very sky. In a distant rift of space, the fire god glared with wide eyes, emanating a chilling aura as he bellowed in rage. "Worthless, to be subdued by mere mortals. You cannot even manage such trivial matters," forcing my hand to intervene. As his words fell, flames erupted from his body, torrents of fire like surging magma warping the surrounding space. At that moment, Gray Wolf and Li Chaoyang, along with Emperor Tian, were present. Gray Wolf, exhausted from his antics, paused momentarily, glancing skyward with a mocking grin, declaring, "This king has grown weary of twisting about. Next time, I shall return and assure you a grand spectacle. Rest assured, you shall be thoroughly entertained, ha ha ha." As his words echoed, dark lines rapidly etched across the abyssal sovereign's face, his fury palpable, as if he wished to consume Gray Wolf whole. At that instant, he yearned to slay Gray Wolf, his anger churning within like a relentless tide, reaching its zenith. He cursed inwardly, "Scoundrel, you must die, you must perish." Meanwhile, Gray Wolf had turned to gaze upon Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian, observing their immobile stance, convinced that they were entranced by his flamboyant display. He smugly mused, "It must be so, ha ha ha." A cunning smile crept onto his lips as he proudly lifted his head, angling it at a grandiose 70 degrees towards the sky, his nose purposefully elongated, as if to showcase his uniqueness. With a haughty demeanor, he proclaimed, "Let us proceed. My plans have never faltered. Do not envy my greatness, ha ha ha." Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian regarded Gray Wolf's ludicrous demeanor, struck once more into silence. As if struck by lightning, Emperor Tian inwardly muttered, "Is Gray Wolf truly suitable to be the sole beast for the first trial of the dragon god? It feels like such a waste of resources." I hope this effort is not in vain. Li Chaoyang, in a state of urgency, silently cried out, Grey Wolf. We are trapped, save us. However, after finishing his speech, Grey Wolf did not glance back at Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian, striding forward with determination, his silhouette exuding an air of resolute desolation. He remained oblivious to the fact that Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian stood frozen in place, akin to two statues ensnared in time. 3 hours later, Grey Wolf had circled the entire island, yet still found no destination. It halted. A look of bewilderment etched on its face as it exclaimed, Strange, Master, why have we not yet reached our destination? Furthermore, these abyssal creatures possess a peculiar energy within them. Perhaps I could harness it. As Grey Wolf continued to mutter to itself, it suddenly beheld the unmoving figures of Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian before it. Alarmed, Grey Wolf quickly turned around, only to find that Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian had vanished from sight. It began to suspect that it had fallen prey to an illusion. Subsequently, Li Chaoyang attempted to summon his killing intent, yet was met with an overwhelming silence, devoid of any sensation. Grey Wolf was increasingly perplexed, frowning as it remarked, There are no ambushes, nor traps. My sense of killing intent cannot be mistaken. Gradually, it approached Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian, inquiring, Master, what are you and Emperor Tian doing here? Weren't you just behind me? How have you appeared before me now? Observing the stillness of Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian, Grey Wolf fell into deep contemplation, its brow furrowed as it murmured, Could it be? Chapter 276, The Ultimate Escape. At that moment, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Grey Wolf's mind, akin to a thunderclap resonating within its consciousness. Fear enveloped Grey Wolf in an instant, and it tremulously called out, Master, you aren't trapped here, unable to escape, are you? Li Chaoyang remained silent, not out of a desire to withhold a response, but because he was utterly at a loss for words. Nevertheless, this silence spoke volumes, rendering the answer painfully obvious. The more Grey Wolf pondered, the more alarmed it became, as dread surged within like a tidal wave. In a frenzy, it babbled incoherently, This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. It then dashed about like a headless fly, frantically spinning in circles as if such actions could dispel its inner terror. Before long, Grey Wolf began to act foolishly, hastily leaping onto Li Chaoyang's shoulder. With a pitiful gaze, it pleaded, Master, you wouldn't fire me, would you? You wouldn't dock my pay, would you? A minute passed without a response from Li Chaoyang, prompting Grey Wolf to declare to itself, Since you haven't replied, I shall take it as your tacit approval. Master, I shall now find a solution for you. No sooner had it finished speaking than Grey Wolf sprang from Li Chaoyang's shoulder, landing firmly on the ground. To everyone's astonishment, it retrieved a hefty tome from its trousers, the cover boldly emblazoned with the words Complete Guide to Wolf King Academy. With hands flying, Grey Wolf rapidly flipped through the pages, scouring for information. It was as if countless bulbs of wisdom sparked to life above its head, inspiration flowing forth like an unending fountain. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian wore expressions thick with exasperation, their faces a silent testament to their helplessness and disbelief. Li Chaoyang sighed inwardly, Alas, when did Grey Wolf become so unreliable? Nevertheless, at least it is attempting to find a solution now. Let us hope it can lead us to salvation. Tian secretly contemplated, Alas, once this incident concludes, I must persuade Li Chaoyang to replace his soul beast. I recall that Xiong is expected to give birth soon. That will do. What a waste of resources. Meanwhile, within the underground castle of the evil demon forest, Yi Shishui meticulously cared for the pregnant Fengling. During Yi Shishui's attentive nurturing, Fengling frequently experienced bouts of nausea, and it was through this persistent discomfort that she ultimately realized her condition. This revelation brought a wave of queasiness that engulfed her in despair, casting a shadow over her thoughts, and even leading her to contemplate ending her own life. Just as Fengling prepared to take that fateful step, Yi Shishui appeared like a specter, intervening just in time. With Yi Shishui's patient coaxing and the genuine feelings Fengling harbored for her, she ultimately consented to bring the child into the world. After a long day of tending to Fengling, Master Yi successfully lulled her to sleep. She tiptoed out of Fengling's room and collapsed onto the sofa in the hall, her body resembling a puddle of soft mud. Yi Shishui muttered to herself, I'm utterly exhausted. Finally, she's asleep. When you return, Shaozhe, I shall surely give you a proper scolding. If it weren't for you, would I be this drained? I feel as though I'm on the brink of prenatal depression. Truly, this is unbearable. With that, Yi Shishui intended to steal a brief nap. However, just as she was about to drift off, a particular communication soul guide within her spatial soul device suddenly illuminated. Instantly, a mental imprint surged into her consciousness like lightning. Yi Shishui's brows furrowed, and she roared with indignation, Who is it? Disturbing my sleep in the dead of night. Don't you realize how unethical it is to interrupt someone's rest? You could cause someone to faint. Enraged, she retrieved the glowing communication soul device from the spatial apparatus. Upon discerning its contents, she abruptly sprang to her feet, her aura becoming somewhat uncontrollable, as the unique pressure of a demigod emanated from her, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Just as she was about to unleash a tirade, the door to Feng Ling's room swung open, and she cautiously peeked out, concern etched on her face. "Mother, what is it? Is there an intruder?" she asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. As soon as she spoke, Yan Shaozhe instantly transformed her expression, forcing a gentle smile as she replied, "It's nothing, just Shrek causing trouble again. You should return to sleep. The quality and duration of a pregnant woman's rest are crucial." She then gently guided Feng Ling back into her room, ensuring she was comfortably asleep before slowly retreating. Chapter 277, Ultimate Escape 5. After ensuring Feng Ling was peacefully slumbering, Master Yi quietly exited her room once more. As she stepped out, she leaned against the nearby wall, taking a moment to catch her breath. Her gaze fell upon the communication soul device in her hand. Its displayed content tightening her heart with sudden intensity. Long Xiaoyao harbored a desire to eliminate Yan Shaozhe, the reasons for which remained shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Kai Meyer was pregnant with a girl who possessed dark attributes. Upon absorbing this brief yet shocking news, Yan Shaozhe felt a surge of fury swell within her heart like a tumultuous tide. She clenched her teeth tightly and, with great effort, articulated the name, Long Xiaoyao. Simultaneously, she deliberately lowered her voice, fearing that her pent-up rage might disturb Feng Ling, who remained blissfully unaware in slumber. Concurrently, on the enigmatic island where Li Chaoyang, a lone wolf and a dragon resided, Grey Wolf, through relentless efforts, finally unearthed the method to free Li Chaoyang and Di Tian from their confinement within the pages of the complete guide to Wolf King Academy. Overwhelmed with excitement, it meticulously followed the steps outlined in the tome. As a faint glow enveloped the air, the shackles binding Li Chaoyang and Di Tian were finally lifted. Upon regaining their freedom, their immediate reaction was to dash towards Grey Wolf like arrows released from a bow. At that moment, Grey Wolf was still immersed in the euphoria of success, utterly oblivious to the impending onslaught of the two. It let out a long sigh, slumping to the ground, and wearily remarked, "It's finally over. I'm utterly exhausted." Almost immediately, it closed its eyes and turned, beaming with pride as it addressed Li Chaoyang, "Boss. Am I not impressive?" Oh dear, however, before it could finish its sentence, Grey Wolf felt an unexpected lightness, realizing it had been yanked into the air by both Li Chaoyang and Di Tian. Subsequently, the two showed no mercy as they exacted their retribution upon Grey Wolf. This punishment continued for half an hour before finally reaching its conclusion. Li Chaoyang and Di Tian dusted off their hands as if brushing away filth, while Grey Wolf curled up in a corner, weeping and pleading, "Boss, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall not dare again." "Another time?" Li Chaoyang retorted, his eyes wide with fury. Grey Wolf, terrified, shook its head vigorously, hastening to clarify, "Never again, I assure you." "Very well, I will take you at your word. Now, let us discuss serious matters," Li Chaoyang said, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. He continued, his expression becoming increasingly serious. "How long can this confinement last? Also, during your tour of the island, what did you find?" Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf stood, scratching its head in embarrassment as it replied, "This timepiece is my first usage, and it's a replica, so I cannot specify the exact duration." Li Chaoyang's irritation flared. "What did you just say?" Seeing the displeasure, Grey Wolf hastily accelerated its speech. "My great-great-great-great-grandfather's timepiece can last for 2 days, equating to 48 hours. This replica should sustain at least 24 hours. As soon as the words left its mouth, Li Chaoyang retrieved a watch from his spatial soul guide, glanced at the time, and stated, "That's acceptable. There are still 18 hours remaining, which is sufficient. Please continue. How many of these do you have left?" Grey Wolf scratched its head again and, with a rueful smile, replied, "I only possess this one. It has already been used. Moreover, it is a one-time use item. By the way, I did not discover any spatial tunnels during my exploration of the island." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian spoke, "It is quite normal. Only a true dragon can perceive the passage to the Dragon King's secret realm. Even possessing the bloodline of the Dragon King within you is insufficient. Please continue." Grey Wolf nodded and went on, "I have noticed that the creatures surrounding us are composed of pure energy. If we could absorb it, it would significantly enhance our capabilities. This resource is exceedingly precious, and both the quality and quantity of their energy are remarkably high. I could create powerful inventions." No sooner had Grey Wolf finished speaking than Li Chaoyang's eyes brightened, as if he had recalled something of great importance. Chapter 278, Ultimate Escape 6. In Li Chaoyang's mind, Memories of Douluo 3 were as vivid as ever. He distinctly remembered that among the divine artifacts, two possessed the extraordinary ability to absorb abyssal energy. One was the resplendent golden dragon spear, and the other was the luminous silver dragon spear. At this moment, both artifacts were not in human hands, but had instead fallen into the possession of soul beasts. More specifically, they lay quietly within the collection of the Silver Dragon King. Guyuna. Given Li Chaoyang's esteemed status as the inheritor of the dragon god, had he requested to borrow them from Guyuna, she would undoubtedly oblige. However, a subtle hesitation and discontent stirred within him. The use of these artifacts was no simple task. They imposed stringent requirements on one's bloodline. At the very least, one needed the power of the golden dragon or silver dragon bloodline to wield them. Yet, Li Chaoyang found himself empty-handed, devoid of any bloodline to rely upon. As he contemplated this, his brow gradually furrowed, resembling two small mountains rising upon his forehead. In his heart, he pondered, at present, only two individuals can effortlessly wield the golden dragon spear and the silver dragon spear. One is Guyuna, the Silver Dragon King, who is currently in seclusion to recover from injuries and is entirely unable to assist me. The other is the Emperor Beast, the three-eyed golden lion. But this presents its own set of complications. Should the beast appear, unforeseen consequences may arise. According to the grand narrative of the original work, in this era, the Emperor Beast would sacrifice its life and soul power to Hui Yuhao. While this act would lead to Hui Yuhao's glory, it would also transfer a significant portion of the Soul Beast's fortunes onto him. Thus began the gradual decline of the Soul Beast tribe. Yet now, the wheel of fate has turned. Li Chaoyang has traversed into this world and firmly stands within the Soul Beast camp. How could he bear to witness such a tragedy unfold once more? After all, what he inherited is the supreme position of the dragon god. The decline of the Soul Beast's fortunes would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the battles to come, with far-reaching implications. Thus, Li Chaoyang resolved, no matter the cost, he must prevent the Emperor Beast from falling into peril and ensure that such a tragedy does not repeat itself. With this thought, his brow knitted ever tighter, as if he could crush a fly with it. Seeing Li Chaoyang frown slightly, Emperor Tian expressed concern and quickly inquired, Li Chaoyang, what troubles you? If you have worries, do not hesitate to share. I shall assist you in finding a solution. The soul beasts of the Star Doe Forest will undoubtedly support you unconditionally. Hearing the words of Emperor Tian, Li Chaoyang felt a stirring within, his thoughts racing like lightning. He surveyed his surroundings and observed the abyssal creatures, ensnared by the power of space, frantically struggling. Raising his gaze to the sky, the vast, profound firmament seemed to conceal endless secrets and perils. Li Chaoyang pointed toward the heavens, sighed deeply, and spoke slowly. Let us hold off on this matter until it concludes. If the one above becomes aware, it may invite boundless troubles. Both Emperor Tian and Grey Wolf nodded in silent understanding. At this moment, Emperor Tian proposed an idea, and Grey Wolf, seemingly sensing the shift, took action. Let us first venture to the Dragon King's secret realm, exclaimed Emperor Tian. Li Chaoyang smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. That sounds splendid. Immediately, both Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian turned their attention to Grey Wolf. To their astonishment, Grey Wolf was engaging in a comical display, exaggeratedly shaking his rear and wagging his tail as if to provoke and mock an entity in the sky. Indeed, it was the Abyssal Saint. Above the island, the Abyssal Saint was incensed by the spectacle, roaring, "You scoundrel! I shall slay you. I will chop off your rear and feed it to the dogs." However, at that moment, the Abyssal Saint appeared to be bound by an invisible force, unable to open his mouth, reduced to silent howls, akin to a ferocious beast trapped within a cage. Observing this, the fire god could no longer bear to watch. He reached out with his spiritual consciousness to offer consolation. All right, just bear with it a little longer. Although I cannot descend to Douluo continent as you do, once the three of them approach the spatial rift, I will intervene directly. At that time, I will lift all spatial restraints, and you may act as you wish. Upon hearing this, the Abyssal Saint felt a measure of solace and inwardly responded, very well. On the mysterious and tranquil island, sunlight dappled every inch of land. Li Chaoyang, observing Grey Wolf's ludicrous antics, felt speechless, his mouth twitching slightly. Without hesitation, he reached out and seized Grey Wolf. Enough of this embarrassment. Let us seek the Dragon King's secret realm. Li Chaoyang's expression was serious, his tone resolute and undeniable. Though being held by the scruff, Grey Wolf maintained a cheerful demeanor, ingratiatingly saying, "Boss, I understand, but could you please let me down?" His voice was as sweet as honey. "Certainly," Li Chaoyang replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. As soon as the words left his lips, he released his grip in one fluid motion. Grey Wolf, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground with a thud, his face meeting the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Chaoyang, however, did not spare Grey Wolf a glance and promptly addressed Emperor Tian. Senior Emperor Tian. Let us move on to the Dragon King's secret realm. Emperor Tian nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his deep eyes. And together they strode forward with great purpose. At that moment, Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian had already covered some distance, their figures gradually fading from view. Grey Wolf finally managed to extricate his head from the ground, his expression a portrait of disarray, with blades of grass clinging to his hair. Upon noticing that his boss had distanced himself, panic gripped him, prompting him to scramble to his feet with great urgency. While sprinting after his superior, he called out in an excessively obsequious tone, fearful that he might lose his job. Meanwhile, deep within the sinister confines of the evil forest, the atmosphere in the clandestine underground castle of the Holy Spirit sect was stifling. Yi Shishui sat poised on a plush sofa, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Her fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Before her lay an exquisite communication soul guide, specifically designed for contacting Long Xiaoyao. Yi Shishui had been waiting on the sofa for an extended period, and according to her internal clock, Long Xiaoyao should have returned by now. Yet, his absence persisted, gradually eroding her patience and giving rise to a swell of anxious emotion. At that moment, Yi Shishui speculated inwardly. Could it be that Long Xiaoyao has gone to confront Yan Shaozhe once more? The mere thought ignited a fire within her, causing her eyes to redden with rage. It must be noted that Yan Shaozhe was her grandson. Furthermore, news of a great-granddaughter had emerged, alongside the revelation of another granddaughter on the way. This should have been a time of joyful celebration. How had the involvement of these two insensible individuals turned the situation so dire? The more Yi Shishui pondered, the more her anger surged, nearly erupting forth. Just as she was on the brink of explosion, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, the communication soul guide on the table suddenly illuminated, casting a faint glow. Seeing this, Yi Shishui hastily adjusted her expression, striving to appear calmer. Gradually, she directed her attention to the contents of the soul guide. Zhong Liwu has been imprisoned in the dungeon. Yours lovingly, Long Xiaoyao. Upon reading this brief yet profound message, a smile twisted onto Yi Shishui's face, more grotesque than tears. A blend of fury, helplessness, and a hint of relief. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "All right, I'm coming." Her voice, as if squeezed through gritted teeth, dripped with unending resentment. Before long, Yi Shishui stormed into the dungeon with fervor. She did not bother knocking. Instead, she delivered a swift kick to the door, sending the heavy barrier crashing against the opposing wall with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. Striding in, each step seemed to resonate upon the hearts of those present. Zhong Liwu, witnessing this, was instantly paralyzed with fear, his complexion as pale as parchment. He hastily fell to his knees, pleading desperately, "Mother, I am your own son. You cannot treat me this way." His voice trembled, laced with terror. Long Xiaoyao, taken aback by the scene, couldn't help but marvel internally. Shishui remains as fierce as ever, the familiar Shishui I know. He then regarded Zhong Liwu with a look of regret, saying, "Shishui, be gentle." Otherwise, however, before Long Xiaoyao could finish his sentence, Yi Shishui coldly interrupted, "In your dreams." In the next moment, Yi Shishui unhesitatingly raised her fist, exuding an imposing aura. Upon witnessing this, Zhong Liwu, terrified, closed his eyes and trembled uncontrollably. Unfortunately, his act of closing his eyes proved futile, for Yi Shishui's fist struck Long Xiaoyao with tremendous force, sparing Zhong Liwu from her wrath. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the dungeon. Chapter 280, The Ultimate Escape 8. In the dark corner of the dungeon, Zhong Liwu curled up, his hands cradling his head, emitting whimpers akin to a whimpering dog. "Mother, please stop. I understand my mistakes," he pleaded, his voice quaking with tears. I shall never dare again," he continued, his cries filled with desperation. Each utterance from Zhong Liwu was punctuated with an "ah," not from his own lips, but rather from Long Xiaoyao's agonizing cries. Time passed slowly amid the sounds of wails and pleas for mercy, and after a while, Zhong Liwu suddenly realized that the relentless pain had ceased to fall upon him. He mused inwardly, "My mother ultimately loves me. She cannot bear to be too harsh on this child." With this thought, he slowly raised his head, intending to express his heartfelt gratitude by saying, "Mother, you have worked hard," only to find that his mother was unleashing a tempest of blows upon Long Xiaoyao. At this sight, a sudden understanding dawned upon Zhong Liwu. He repeated to himself, "Indeed, something is amiss. My mother still loves me." He then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Mother, teach Uncle Long a lesson. He was quite ruthless when he brought me back." Yi Shishui, already resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, found her inner fury ignited by Zhong Liwu's words. Her eyes widened in anger as she bellowed, "Shut up. You are next. If you dare to utter another word, I have no qualms about dealing with you right now." Seeing this, Zhong Liwu instinctively recoiled, resembling a frightened quail, and hurriedly retreated to his familiar corner, squatting obediently. Ah! Oh! Ah! Long Xiaoyao's cries of anguish reverberated in the dungeon, chilling to the bone. 3 hours passed quietly, and Long Xiaoyao was now swollen and in a pitiful state. During the beating, he had not even dared to use his soul power to defend himself, let alone summon his martial spirit or retaliate. He understood well that to do so would only provoke Yi Shishui to strike harder, and he dared not offend her in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Shishui's hands were beginning to ache from the relentless assault, rubbing her hands. She then delivered a powerful kick, sending Long Xiaoyao sprawling, coldly stating, "If you ever dare to lay a hand on Yan Shaozhe or his family again, you are as good as dead. You need not remain in the Holy Spirit sect, understood?" Long Xiaoyao, his lips now resembling swollen sausages, muttered incoherently, "Why Shishui? Yan Shaozhe is." Yi Shishui, infuriated, interrupted loudly, "There is no why. Go take care of Fengling." Long Xiaoyao, not daring to speak further, quickly stood up and replied, "Yes." He then trudged out of the dungeon with heavy steps, feeling thoroughly dejected. Upon emerging from the dungeon, Long Xiaoyao pondered silently. It seems that the plan regarding Yan Shaozhe must be abandoned. Why not target Yan Shaozhe? Could it be that he is also a member of the Holy Spirit sect? Filled with confusion, Long Xiaoyao dejectedly made his way to the hall, standing beside Fengling. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Zhong Liwu was also deep in thought. It appears that I too must refrain from provoking Yan Shaozhe. Given my mother's fervor in confronting Uncle Long today, I truly dare not imagine the consequences. Wait, Uncle Long's conflict with Yan Shaozhe is a recent occurrence. My mother must have learned of it promptly thanks to Brother Xian. Upon this realization, Zhong Liwu couldn't help but break into an involuntary grin, even chuckling aloud. This laughter, resonating through the silence of the dungeon, was particularly jarring, catching the attention of the irate Yi Shishui. Yi Shishui glared fiercely, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at?" Xiaozhong. As soon as her words fell, Zhong Liwu felt a chill shoot from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He hurriedly replied, "It's nothing, really, mother." But before he could finish, a flash of brilliance enveloped Yi Shishui as her martial spirit manifested, unleashing a formidable aura. Chapter 281, The Ultimate Escape Game 9. At that moment, Zhong Liwu sensed the gravity of the situation, his heart racing in panic. He called out frantically, "Mother, I am your own son. You cannot treat me this way." Yi Shishui, consumed by rage, retorted fiercely, "Fengling is someone I have raised since infancy. How dare you engage in such betrayal, especially with a man?" As her words echoed, Yi Shishui, filled with fury, unleashed a powerful punch towards Zhong Liwu. He was struck with such force that he was propelled backward, crashing against the wall as though nailed to it. Yi Shishui, still ablaze with wrath, continued her assault. Berating him, "I'll teach you a lesson for your infidelity, for seeking out Xuanzi." With each successive blow, Zhong Liwu found himself pinned against the wall, immobilized as if fused with it. Moments later, Zhong Liwu's body was left battered and swollen, yet he dared not defend himself. He knew all too well the temperament of his mother. Should he attempt to summon his martial spirit for protection, the consequences would be dire. The fear overwhelmed him, preventing him from contemplating further. After a prolonged onslaught, Yi Shishui finally showed signs of fatigue, her strikes slowing. After all, this was her own flesh and blood. She ceased her attack, sternly questioning, "Do you understand your mistake? What are your plans moving forward?" Zhong Liwu lay on the ground, weak and breathless, muttering, "My love for Brother Xian is genuine. Genuine love, my foot." Upon hearing this, Yi Shishui's fury reignited, and without restraint, she launched herself at Zhong Liwu once more. Meanwhile, on a distant overseas island, Tian, guided by his acute sensitivity to the Dragon King's secret realm, successfully led Li Chaoyang and Grey Wolf to the space rift. Tian gestured towards the front, informing Li Chaoyang, "Ahead lies the space rift." Li Chaoyang nodded slightly, and then addressed Elder E in the Sea of Consciousness. "It's time to get to work, Elder E." Li Chaoyang prepared for Elder E's spectral demiplane to absorb the Dragon King's secret realm. "All right," Elder E responded cheerfully. However, just as Alex finished speaking, he glanced outside and his expression instantly changed. Alex urgently shouted, "Stop! There is danger." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang also hurriedly called out, "Stop!" Tian and Grey Wolf simultaneously halted their steps, looking at Li Chaoyang with confusion. "What is it, Li Chaoyang?" Tian inquired. "What is it, boss?" Grey Wolf also looked bewildered. As the dragon and wolf spoke, a sinister voice suddenly emanated from the rift. "It's too late. You will all remain here." In the next moment, terrifying flames surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Li Chaoyang, Tian, and Grey Wolf. Feeling the dreadful might of the flames, Tian roared in fury, It's divine level, you bastard. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Grey Wolf cried out in agony, his body gradually weakening. Li Chaoyang was no better off. He swiftly summoned his battle dragon Emperor Martial Spirit. At that moment, 3 energy amethyst crystals were embedded in the chest of the battle dragon Emperor, and Li Chaoyang frantically absorbed the energy within to withstand the terrifying heat. Simultaneously, he clutched an ice element cube, a divine technique known as the Ice and Snow Cube, derived from the bone of his divine Ice Dragon King's left arm. He unleashed a frigid blast in a desperate struggle against the searing temperature. Were it not for the divine level values he wielded, he likely would not have survived even a single round. Observing this, the entity from the rift mockingly chuckled. Indeed, an anomaly. How intriguing. Though I can only use one move, this move is far from over. In the next instant, a horrific tsunami of magma surged toward Li Chaoyang, Tion, and Grey Wolf like a ferocious beast. Realizing he could not evade it, Li Chaoyang steeled himself and stepped forward. He frantically retrieved energy amethyst crystals from his spatial soul guiding device and hurled them around. Energy Shield activate. Chapter 282, Ultimate Escape. Once again, a move purely defined by overwhelming numerical superiority. In an instant, a protective shield crafted from brilliant energy amethyst crystals descended like a divine canopy, enveloping Li Chaoyang, Tion, and Grey Wolf securely. The shield radiated a mysterious and resplendent light, seemingly harboring boundless power. Note: the energy shield is an absolute energy barrier forged by the release of immense energy from a multitude of energy amethyst crystals. Ultimately, the surging and ravenous magma tsunami was forcefully repelled by this energy amethyst shield, failing to breach the protective barrier surrounding Li Chaoyang and the others. At that moment, the fire god within the spatial rift keenly sensed the protective shield formed from pure energy by Li Chaoyang. He understood that his previous attack had been successfully thwarted. However, constrained by the powerful suppression of the dimensional plane, the fire god could not unleash his full strength. He was well aware that if he were to attack with all his might, Li Chaoyang's shield would crumble effortlessly. Yet, the shackles of the dimension limited him to unleashing a strike that approached the realm of divinity. Furious, the fire god clenched his teeth and roared, "Bastard!" However, bound by the constraints of the dimensional suppression, he found himself powerless to strike again. Yet, he was unwilling to accept his fate. Even as the forces of the dimension relentlessly pushed him out of this space, he exerted every ounce of his strength to unleash a surge of energy. In that instant, the fire god erupted into a maniacal laughter, his voice echoing with madness and ferocity. "Stay here. Ha ha ha." With that deranged cackle, the spatial rift quietly vanished, as if nothing had ever transpired. At that moment, Li Chaoyang and his companions found themselves in a precarious situation. Utilizing the protective energy crystal shield, Li Chaoyang successfully withstood the fire god's onslaught. As the residual waves of the attack dissipated, he hastily activated the Ice and Snow Cube, striving to mitigate the soaring temperatures caused by the volcanic tsunami. Noticing a prolonged absence of further attacks, Li Chaoyang turned to Emperor Tion and inquired, "Senior Emperor Tion, can you still sense the aura of the Dragon King's secret realm?" Emperor Tion's expression darkened as he slowly shook his head, a hint of remorse in his voice as he confessed, "No, I can no longer sense it. I was deceived. The aura of the Dragon King's realm has vanished." Li Chaoyang offered a gentle smile, attempting to reassure him, "It's all right, Senior. After all, we are all still alive." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tion let out a deep sigh, his eyes filled with self-reproach. At that moment, he felt as though an immense weight was pressing down on his heart, making it unbearably heavy. Nearby, the Grey Wolf patted his chest, still shaken, and said, "You scared me to death, boss. I thought I was done for." Emperor Tion turned to Li Chaoyang once more, asking, "Chaoyang, how did you discern this?" Li Chaoyang replied candidly, "It wasn't me, it was Elder E." He mentioned that there was an energy at the rift that surpassed his tier. Elder E keenly sensed that this energy did not belong to the Dragon Clan, but was rather simulated. Fortunately, due to the constraints of the dimension, otherwise, Elder E might have had difficulty detecting it. Both Emperor Tion and the Grey Wolf nodded in shared trepidation. The Grey Wolf eagerly questioned, "So, boss, what should we do now?" Li Chaoyang responded matter-of-factly, "Of course, we must flee quickly." He glanced at his watch and continued, "We have 15 hours left, which should be sufficient for our escape." Emperor Tion then asked, "What about the abyssal creatures here?" With unwavering confidence, Li Chaoyang assured him, "Do not worry." Elder E stated that the dimensional suppression is currently quite strong, and these abyssal beings will perish on their own in no time. We should leave at once. Exchanging glances, both Emperor Tion and the Grey Wolf nodded in agreement with Li Chaoyang's decision. Consequently, Li Chaoyang and the Grey Wolf prepared to leap onto Emperor Tion's form to make their escape. However, at that moment, A multitude of abyssal creatures surged forth from all directions and the sky, surrounding them like a black tide. Suddenly, a blue-black figure materialized in the sky. It was the abyssal holy monarch, who had just been rescued by the fire god. With an icy glare, the abyssal holy monarch fixed his gaze on the gray wolf, gritting his teeth as he declared, "That wolf, I will ensure your demise." Li Chaoyang, taken aback by this revelation, instinctively stepped back in shock, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" He then turned to the gray wolf. The gray wolf, realizing the gravity of the situation, panicked and waved his hands in a flurry of protest. "Boss, it's not my fault. The item is definitely fine." Li Chaoyang nodded, affirming, "I believe you. Prepare for a breakout, Senior Dtion, along with Grey Wolf." Both Grey Wolf and Dtion exchanged resolute glances, their expressions steeled for the imminent, heart-pounding battle of escape. Chapter 283, Ultimate Survival. At this moment, the Abyssal Sovereign, flanked by an imposing legion of abyssal creatures, confronted Li Chaoyang, Dtion, and Grey Wolf with palpable tension. The Abyssal Sovereign hovered majestically in the sky, exuding a chilling aura of dominance. The relentless tide of abyssal beings encircled the trio, creating an impenetrable barrier, as if they were ensnared within an invisible net, intent on binding them completely. With a disdainful snort, the Abyssal Sovereign's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his piercing gaze fixed on Grey Wolf as he coldly commanded, "Capture that one." Yet, before he could finish his order, Dtion's eyes narrowed, energy surging around him as he instantly activated a spatial shift, whisking Grey Wolf and Li Chaoyang away. In a flash of light, the three vanished, leaving behind the furious roars of abyssal creatures and a bewildered Abyssal Sovereign. Indeed, Li Chaoyang and his companions had successfully escaped. Enraged at the audacity of their flight, the Abyssal Sovereign's fury erupted, his eyes wide with indignation as he bellowed, "Scoundrels! How dare you flee before I finish speaking? This is utterly outrageous." No sooner had he uttered these words than he too employed his spatial movement skill, swiftly disappearing from his position. Simultaneously, the multitude of abyssal creatures surged forward like a relentless black tide, pursuing the direction in which Li Chaoyang and his companions had fled. In the blink of an eye, Dtion had transported Li Chaoyang and Grey Wolf to a tranquil island. Just as he prepared to utilize long-distance teleportation once more to whisk everyone away from this perilous place, his expression abruptly shifted to one of astonishment. His teleportation had failed. While still reeling from this shocking setback, he witnessed the fabric of space ahead contorting, and a massive black hole materialized. Moments later, the Abyssal Sovereign emerged from the darkness, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he taunted, "Run, if you dare to continue fleeing." Yet, before the Abyssal Sovereign could finish his sentence, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Chaoyang's eyes as he shouted, "Dragon Emperor, dimensional shift." Instantly, a torrent of fearsome energy erupted from his hands, akin to a radiant star piercing through the darkness. Dtion, undeterred, clenched his fists and roared, "Dragon God Claw." Enormous dragon claws materialized, hurtling towards the Abyssal Sovereign with cataclysmic force. Concurrently, Grey Wolf swiftly set up artillery, unleashing a barrage of formidable shells that whistled through the air towards the Abyssal Sovereign. In an instant, the island was engulfed in thunderous explosions, the blinding light illuminating the surroundings, while the powerful shockwaves reverberated through the very space itself. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, the Abyssal Sovereign roared in fury, "Scoundrels!" disregarding the rules of combat. Fortunately, at this moment, the Abyssal Sovereign was constrained by the dimensional pressures, only able to unleash powers that were nearly godlike. The coordinated assault by Li Chaoyang and his companions effectively disrupted the offensive of the Abyssal Saint, compelling him to retreat momentarily. At this juncture, Li Chaoyang, Emperor Tian, and Grey Wolf exchanged glances, resolutely turning to flee. As they ran, Emperor Tian addressed Li Chaoyang and Grey Wolf, stating, "The space is sealed off, and the area is vast. We must immediately escape the confines of this spatial blockade. Otherwise, we will be akin to fish in a barrel. Moreover, the Abyssal Saint possesses a higher rank than I do. Even if we manage to escape, his teleportation speed exceeds mine. We must devise a solution to this predicament." Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of confidence. He nodded and declared, "Watch me." As soon as he finished speaking, Grey Wolf produced an exquisite box from his bosom. With a casual toss, the box rapidly morphed in midair, and before long, a uniquely designed flying apparatus materialized before the trio. Emperor Tian, observing this, hastily remarked, "I can fly. This is unnecessary." However, Grey Wolf quickly countered, "This is different. It can render us completely invisible, allowing us to elude the Abyssal Saint's pursuit undetected." Before Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian could express their astonishment, they promptly boarded the flying device, with Grey Wolf following closely behind. Subsequently, Grey Wolf strode confidently to the cockpit and settled into the seat. Taking a deep breath, he announced with vigor, "Wolf Fortress, activate." A gentle yet mechanical voice emanated from the flying apparatus, responding, "Yes, my master." Instantly, the screen on the device flickered with data, racing like meteors, as if narrating the extraordinary journey about to unfold. Shortly thereafter, Grey Wolf pressed a finger against a section of the screen, his gaze revealing determination and confidence. At this moment, Li Chaoyang was taken aback by the extraordinary sights unfolding before him. He mused inwardly, "Indeed, Grey Wolf is remarkable. He has even managed to create this concept-level apparatus. I can hardly fathom what a prodigy like Slow Sheep, who shares the same caliber as Grey Wolf, might conjure." Curiosity piqued, Li Chaoyang stealthily glanced at Grey Wolf's control panel. He noticed the inscription, "Genius Scientist. Pinnacle of the Green Pastures." This skill unconditionally elevates Grey Wolf to the zenith of the scientific community in Green Pastures, the most formidable. Notably, the village leader Slow Sheep equally possesses this talent, the two alternate monthly, sharing the glory atop the pinnacle of science. This skill can be inherited by descendants or disciples. Li Chaoyang marveled inwardly. The genius scientist of the Green Pastures, such a fearsome ability, is beyond imagination. Chapter 284, Ultimate Great Escape 12. Within the confines of the Wolf Fortress flying apparatus, the ambience was soft and enigmatic, with various wires and intricate instruments shimmering with ethereal light, seemingly whispering the endless mysteries of technology. Grey Wolf, standing tall, exuded confidence and determination as he addressed the control panel, proclaiming, "Invisibility mode, activate." As soon as he uttered these words, a clear and melodious female voice resonated from the control panel, "Affirmative, Master." The voice was ethereal and melodious, akin to the song of a nightingale. Soon after, the external scenery underwent a wondrous transformation. The Wolf Castle vessel appeared to be enveloped in an ethereal veil, its contours gradually blurring and colors fading until it became entirely transparent, ultimately vanishing like a phantom into the void, leaving behind only silence, as if it had never existed. At that moment, Tian, upon hearing the words of the Grey Wolf, felt a surge of anxiety and hastily remarked, "Grey Wolf. Although the Abyssal Sovereign has not yet reached the divine level in strength, his mental prowess has already attained the pinnacle of a first-level deity. Your cloaking ability may." Before Tian could finish his thought, Grey Wolf elegantly waved his hand, a confident smile gracing his lips, as he replied, "Rest assured. The cloaking function of my vessel has been forged through countless trials and is immensely powerful, incomparable to the ordinary." Tian furrowed his brow, still wishing to interject, but with a sly grin and a glimmer of cunning and wisdom in his eyes, Grey Wolf assured, "Just trust me. I have cleverly concealed the Wolf Castle vessel within a secret pocket dimension. As we move along with this entire pocket space, I firmly believe that he cannot breach the spatial barriers or scan across dimensions." "Ha, what do you think? Am I not a genius?" Li Chaoyang, filled with excitement, promptly responded, "Indeed." At that moment, he mused inwardly. The way Grey Wolf manipulates this pocket dimension is truly remarkable. He is extraordinarily skilled. Alex, within Li Chaoyang's sea of consciousness, could not help but exclaim, "Indeed impressive. At my level of power, I could never achieve such a feat following this." Li Chaoyang nodded slightly in agreement. Outside, the Abyssal Sovereign, having endured the damage, slowly emerged from the swirling smoke. Towering in stature, he exuded a chilling aura. Each step he took seemed to carry an immense pressure. As he walked, he idly swirled the smoke before him, as if toying with the very fabric of reality. Furious beyond measure, the Abyssal Sovereign bellowed like a thunderclap, "You scoundrels! Wait!" At that moment, his keen senses detected something amiss, a foreboding feeling surging within him. The Abyssal Sovereign roared again, "Where are you humans? Where has that cursed wolf gone? He must not escape today." The thought of that cunning Grey Wolf, who had wagged his tail at him while concealing his slyness, ignited an uncontrollable rage within the Abyssal Sovereign. As his words fell, the Abyssal Sovereign's body erupted in a blazing light, as if an invisible force surged wildly within him. His form began to combust violently, flames dancing like ferocious serpents, and the energy within him surged like a torrent breaking through a dam. In an instant, his power escalated to the threshold of divine status. Alas, had it not been for the formidable suppression of the Douluo dimension, the strength of this avatar of the Abyssal Sovereign would undoubtedly surpass mere entry into the divine realm. At this moment, the Abyssal Sovereign possessed a terrifying strength of approximately level 102. Such power was enough to spell doom for Li Chaoyang and his companions. Fortunately, due to the dimensional suppression, the Abyssal Sovereign could not remain in this realm for long. Before long, he would be automatically expelled and vanish. Immediately, the Abyssal Sovereign roared furiously, "Stagnation of the Abyss." No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal eye materialized above him. This eye, resembling a profound black hole, emanated a terrifying abyssal energy that warped the very fabric of space around it. Subsequently, this dread eye unleashed successive beams of purple-black radiance, akin to razor-sharp blades, sweeping across the nearby sea with overwhelming force. The waters churned violently, waves crashing as if heralding the apocalypse. Before long, this ominous light reached the vicinity of Grey Wolf's vessel. Within the Wolf Fortress aircraft, alarms blared abruptly. A large exclamation mark flashed on the control panel, its vivid crimson hue painfully piercing to the eyes. The Wolf Fortress urgently proclaimed, "Warning, warning, scanned by an unidentified force, detected, detected, detected." Instantly, a torrent of complex data surged onto the control panel, flickering incessantly and overwhelming the senses. Grey Wolf gazed at the data on the panel, his complexion turning ashen, disbelief flooding his eyes. He slammed his fist onto the console, shouting in outrage, "How is this possible? Such energy exists. This. He then seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the floor, trembling slightly, and in a voice laced with terror, he uttered, "How can this be? This defies science. What on earth is this?" Just as Grey Wolf succumbed to despair, Li Chaoyang stepped forward, gently placing a reassuring hand on Grey Wolf's shoulder. With a steadfast yet gentle gaze, he said, "This is not your fault. It is divine-level power, far beyond our capacity to contend with. Moreover, you have never encountered it before, so your confusion is understandable." Grey Wolf looked up, fear etched in his eyes, confusion and helplessness swirling within him as he murmured, "Divine." Chapter 285, The Ultimate Escape 13. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the Abyssal Sovereign was so tense it felt as if it could drip with moisture. A cold snort escaped his nostrils, his voice chilling as ice. "Found you. Perish." Before his words faded, a trident suddenly appeared in his hand. This trident was none other than the super-divine artifact, the Celestial Abyssal Spear, its shaft shimmering with a ghostly light, as if it could devour all vitality. As the Celestial Abyssal Spear emerged, the Abyssal Sovereign assumed a poised stance for throwing a javelin, his figure graceful and his momentum formidable. He snorted again, his tone dripping with disdain and arrogance. A plane of existence devoid of divine energy protection is but a flimsy construct before the Celestial Abyssal Spear, easily shattered. With that, he hurled the Celestial Abyssal Spear with tremendous force. It shot forth like a streak of light, carrying cataclysmic power towards the Wolf Fortress aircraft, distorting the space in its wake. Inside the Wolf Fortress, alarms blared sharply. "Warning! Warning! Under attack! Target locked!" Grey Wolf's face turned pale with fear as he shouted in terror. What do we do now?" Just as his words fell, a tremendous explosion rocked the Wolf Fortress. Flames soaring high, and thick smoke billowing forth. The aircraft, ravaged by the fierce assault, was utterly destroyed, reduced to mere rubble. At this moment, above the Wolf Fortress, a colossal black dragon struggled to fly, dragging its injured body. Its right arm was drenched in blood, droplets cascading down, while it carried both a man and a wolf on its back, none other than the esteemed Detion. Detion glanced down at his wounded right hand, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding dragon scales. Grinding his teeth in fury, he uttered through clenched jaws, "Damn it." Fear surged within him like a tidal wave as he contemplated. Fortunately, the Celestial Sacred Splitting Halberd had to first breach the spatial barriers. Had it attacked me directly, I would have. He understood that had such a scenario unfolded, he would likely have met his demise. Just as Detion harbored thoughts of fleeing, the Abyssal Sovereign's figure flickered and instantaneously appeared before the trio. With a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, the Abyssal Sovereign taunted, "Continue your escape. I am eager to see how you flee. Ha! That wolf. Today I shall chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Just wait." Yet, the Grey Wolf displayed no fear, stepping forward boldly, chest out, and declared loudly, "You are nothing but a cowardly turtle, daring to boast here." Li Chaoyang, taken aback by Grey Wolf's audacity, momentarily paused, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes before he responded, "Indeed, Grey Wolf. Let us unite and gather his energy for your research." Upon hearing this, the Grey Wolf was instantly filled with excitement. His face flushed as he jumped in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Really? Thank you, boss." Meanwhile, beneath them, Detion was utterly speechless, shouting, "Are you too serious? That is a deity-level powerhouse. If we don't flee quickly, what are we doing here posturing?" The Abyssal Sovereign, infuriated, roared with fury, "Hey, do you hold me in such low regard?" Li Chaoyang snorted coldly, a proud expression adorning his face, and retorted, "Those who wield energy command fate. Insignificant beings usually know their place." The Abyssal Sovereign trembled with rage, pointing at Li Chaoyang and bellowing, "You!" However, before he could finish, Li Chaoyang let out another disdainful snort, muttering incantations, "Balala energy, Ukalaka little fairy, transform." The Abyssal Sovereign paused, anger flooding his voice as he questioned, "What did you just say?" Note: Extreme Battle Soul Transformation Device. Warning: severe side effects when activated. One must loudly declare Balala energy, Ukalaka little fairy, transform, to instantaneously transform into a randomly assigned powerful assault type Extreme Battle Soul, quasi-demigod level, lasting for 1 hour. However, the random side effects can be extremely severe. Use with caution. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Chaoyang's aura surged dramatically, a powerful force swelling like a raging tide until it reached the quasi-demigod realm. Immediately after, a red summoning device flashed on his wrist, emanating a mysterious and formidable presence. Upon witnessing Li Chaoyang's combat power soar to the quasi-demigod level, Tian, Grey Wolf, and the Abyssal Sovereign were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Immediately following, the Abyssal Saint Lord emitted a cold snort, a disdainful curve gracing the corner of his mouth as he icily declared, "Humph. Merely a quasi-demigod dares to flaunt their might before me, utterly laughable." Before his words had fully dissipated, a glint of chilling light flickered in the Abyssal Saint Lord's eyes as he prepared to wield the celestial rending abyssal spear with the intent to crush Li Chaoyang and his companions in one fell swoop. At this critical juncture, Li Chaoyang also let out a cold snort, his demeanor unruffled, a hint of mockery glimmering in his gaze as he replied, "Oh, is that so?" At that moment, Li Chaoyang radiated an unparalleled aura of confidence, as if he held dominion over all that transpired. He had instantly discerned the true nature of the crimson summoning device on his right hand as the ability lock of the Fire Unicorn. Li Chaoyang's unwavering confidence stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within both Emperor Tian and the Abyssal Saint Lord, their initial certainty beginning to waver. Meanwhile, the Grey Wolf's eyes gleamed with excitement, his exhilaration causing him to dance about as he shouted, "Boss, defeat him. Vanquish him." Li Chaoyang nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he commanded, "All right, Super Beast Armament." However, the moment the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only a few crows flapped their wings overhead, cawing noisily as if mockingly deriding the scene. Ding! The long-forgotten system notification chimed once more. Note: the Fire Unicorn's ability lock requires a day's wait before transformation. The next day, one may invoke the Super Beast Armament. On the 4th day, one can independently wield the Fusion Ultimate skill. By the 8th day, one will be able to manually summon the Nebula Body, with power equivalent to that of a Supreme God King at level 188. Li Chaoyang's mind raced tumultuously, and he could not help but roar in frustration, "No, big brother, I can only use it for an hour." Yet the system replied unhurriedly, "That is not my concern. By the way, you still possess the Fire Cloud technique. I almost forgot to mention that." Li Chaoyang's heart leapt with joy as he quickly inquired, "What is the Fire Cloud technique? What level does it belong to?" The system replied nonchalantly, "It is equivalent to the full force strike of a Supreme God King." Li Chaoyang trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Then give it to me quickly." The system, however, responded with indifference, "That is your skill. You inherently possess it." At this moment, Li Chaoyang felt an unnameable rage surging within him, nearly driven mad by the system's nonchalance. In his heart, he furiously cursed at the system, "I possess it, my foot." Outside, the Abyssal Saint Lord, Grey Wolf, and Emperor Tian regarded the dazed Li Chaoyang with puzzled expressions, as if observing a peculiar creature. One must concede, the Abyssal Saint Lord could be deemed a man of martial virtue, for he had yet to strike, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. However, as impatience began to gnaw at him, the Abyssal Saint Lord furrowed his brow and called out loudly, "Hey, how much longer must I wait? Is this not ready yet? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted." As his words echoed, Li Chaoyang finally snapped back to reality from his tirade against the system. Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, he offered an awkward smile, saying, "My apologies. I had a minor matter to attend to. Let us commence now." The Abyssal Saint Monarch nodded, his gaze sharpened, and coldly commanded, "Let us proceed directly." No sooner had he spoken than he moved without the slightest hesitation, darting towards Li Chaoyang like a bolt of lightning, wielding the celestial Saint Abyssal Spear that glimmered with a chilling radiance, as if it sought to rend the very heavens and earth asunder. Witnessing this, Li Chaoyang's expression hardened, and he promptly summoned the War Dragon Emperor spirit. He then slipped away like a specter, simultaneously activating his mental detection skills to perceive every subtle motion around him. Under his guidance, Grey Wolf narrowly evaded the Abyssal Saint Monarch's onslaught, Fortunately, at that moment, Li Chaoyang possessed the sole power of a quasi-demigod. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to dodge such a fierce strike from the Abyssal Saint Monarch. Di Tian also narrowly escaped the Abyssal Saint Monarch's defenses. Aided by Li Chaoyang's mental detection and shared skills, the Abyssal Saint Monarch snorted coldly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes as he remarked, "Humph. Now it's becoming interesting." As soon as the Abyssal Saint Monarch finished speaking, a mysterious and formidable binding force descended like an intricate web, enveloping him and rendering him completely immobile. Indeed, this binding power emanated from the exquisite artifact, the Linglong Pagoda, in Li Chaoyang's possession. Observing this, the corner of the Abyssal Saint Monarch's mouth curled into a disdainful smirk, scoffing, "Humph, is this all the strength you possess? It's hardly worth my attention." Immediately, the binding force began to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The chasm between divine and non-divine was akin to an insurmountable abyss, difficult to traverse. Even though Li Chaoyang had reached the pinnacle of level 99 as an ultimate Douluo, a quasi-demigod, he could only maintain control over the level 102, Abyssal Saint Monarch for a fleeting 2 to 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, a second had already elapsed. Tiny fissures began to appear upon the binding force, indicating its imminent shattering. In the next moment, just as the binding power teetered on the brink of destruction, Di Tian's gaze became piercing, and he moved with agility, wielding his golden dragon spear which sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, carrying an unstoppable might as it lunged directly at the Abyssal Saint Monarch. The golden dragon spear struck true, penetrating the Abyssal Saint Monarch's form, and then, like a ravenous beast, it voraciously began to devour the surging abyssal energy within him, incessantly converting this energy into strength to replenish Di Tian. Li Chaoyang, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt within his heart, momentarily frozen in place. He pondered inwardly, the golden dragon spear. Is it not an artifact that can only be wielded by those possessing the bloodlines of the Golden Dragon King or Silver Dragon King? Yet, at this moment, amidst the ferocious battle, with life and death hanging in the balance, Li Chaoyang suppressed his curiosity and refrained from directly questioning Di Tian. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly formed seals with both hands, the dragon power within him surging fiercely, coalescing into a formidable force of the Dragon Emperor from another dimension within his palms. At this moment, the Abyssal Sovereign gazed down at the golden dragon spear deeply embedded in his chest, a flicker of anger and resentment flashing in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, "Damn it!" In the next instant, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from within the Abyssal Sovereign, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, forcing Emperor Tian to stagger back several steps. Simultaneously, the golden dragon spear was forcibly extracted from his chest, trailing a stream of blood as it flew away. Just as the Abyssal Sovereign exhaled a sigh of relief, he witnessed Li Chaoyang's Dragon Emperor from another dimension and the thunderous assault of Grey Wolf converge upon him. The two forces intertwined, forming a cataclysmic storm that surged toward the Abyssal Sovereign. Following this, a thick cloud of smoke billowed up, obscuring everyone's vision. "Damn it!" Within the smoke, the Abyssal Sovereign's voice emerged, twisted with fury and filled with bitterness and hatred. He then waved his hand, and the enveloping smoke dissipated as if manipulated by an invisible force. With piercing eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and coldly declared, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you the vast chasm that separates divine beings from the ordinary. Open the divine abyss realm." As his words fell, the heavens appeared to change hue. A mysterious and potent energy enveloping the area, drawing Li Chaoyang and his companions, along with the Abyssal Sovereign, into an extraordinary space brimming with abyssal energy. Upon their arrival, the trio was captivated by the unfamiliar and terrifying environment, unable to restrain their curiosity. However, at that moment, an intangible pressure descended upon them like a mountain, forcing them to their knees, rendering them immobile. Li Chaoyang, filled with terror, struggled to inquire, What is this power? I cannot muster even a shred of resistance." Emperor Tian, enduring the overwhelming pressure, replied in a deep tone, "This is the domain of the divine, a terrifying power that can only be wielded by god-level beings." Soon after, a cacophony of arrogant laughter echoed from the Abyssal Sovereign, reverberating throughout the space. "Ha, indeed. This is the domain of the divine. Within this realm, I am the invincible entity. Though I am currently constrained by dimensional suppression and time is limited, it is sufficient to eliminate you all. Die." Before his words could fully resonate, the Abyssal Sovereign raised the celestial holy spear, a chilling aura radiating from it, aimed directly at Li Chaoyang and his companions. In that moment, Li Chaoyang sensed an unprecedented threat of death, fully aware that if struck by this spear, their demise was assured. Yet, just as the celestial holy spear was about to make contact, a gray figure suddenly appeared behind Li Qiuyang. It was an elder wielding a staff, the necromancer cataclysm, Ilex. The staff in his hand shimmered with strange arrays of ghostly light, seemingly containing endless mysteries. In an instant, the necromancer's staff emitted a dazzling beam of light, striking the celestial holy spear. The once formidable artifact, under the radiance of this light, became feeble, as if it had lost all its power, akin to impotence. Upon witnessing Ilex's emergence, the abyssal sovereign was taken aback, pondering inwardly, how is this possible? A god-level being. Level 128. Hasn't the divine realm been consumed by a black hole? It is not as it seems. Fortunately, this is merely a fragment of consciousness. Upon this realization, the abyssal sovereign quietly exhaled in relief, continuing to contemplate in his mind. It is fortunate that it is just a fragment of consciousness. Otherwise, even with my true form strength at level 124, I would be utterly incapable of contending against it. After neutralizing the onslaught of the celestial holy rift spear, Ilex too breathed a sigh of relief, internally acknowledging, my energy is dwindling. I must quickly dispel this realm. With that, he wielded the undead staff once more, conjuring countless magical formations that interwove across the abyssal realm, creating an immense net that enveloped the entire space. Soon after, the abyssal realm began to shatter in pieces, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Eventually, Li Qiuyang, the Grey Wolf, and the abyssal sovereign returned to their previous location. At this moment, the three of them, along with the abyssal sovereign, lay weakly on the ground, as though all their strength had been sapped away. Ilex, having exhausted his own power, dragged his weary body back into Li Qiuyang's sea of consciousness, seeking a tranquil spot to sink into a deep slumber and recuperate. Just then, the abyssal sovereign, mustering his frail form, slowly rose, reflecting inwardly, how utterly detestable. The abyssal realm was forcibly breached, and the backlash I suffered was devastating. Now, I am only at level 102, heavily injured, and coupled with the damned planar suppression, I can scarcely endure much longer. As the abyssal sovereign gasped for breath, striving to calm his racing heart, Li Qiuyang, the Grey Wolf, and the Emperor Tian supported each other, unsteadily rising to their feet. However, they appeared pallid and feeble, resembling individuals recovering from a grave illness. The group paused momentarily to rest, striving to adjust their states. At this juncture, the Grey Wolf took a deliberate step forward, his resolute stride seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Seeing this, Li Qiuyang was taken aback, hastily addressing the Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, you cannot possibly. The Grey Wolf unwaveringly shook his head, determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared, Boss, leave the rest to me. No sooner had he spoken than the abyssal sovereign let out a piercing mockery. You? Spare yourself the effort. Just wait. I shall reduce you to mere pulp. With a scoff, the Grey Wolf curled his lips into a disdainful smirk, retorting, Umph. It shall be I who reduces you to pulp first. With that, a series of ethereal steps materialized before the Grey Wolf, radiating a mysterious light, leading up to the heavens. And upon those clouds appeared a throne, exuding an aura of infinite majesty and mystery. Without hesitation, the Grey Wolf resolutely ascended the steps, each movement seemingly adding a layer of sanctity and solemnity to his being. Li Qiuyang's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of terror as he blurted out, the throne of divine seals. Wait, when did the Grey Wolf acquire this artifact? He then urgently inquired of the system. The system responded in its mechanical yet composed tone. This is the Grey Wolf's mech summoning skill. In the realm of mech summoning, one can fully encase themselves in armor, selecting weapons from the vast array previously crafted by the cunning Grey Wolf. In his mind, Li Qiuyang silently scoffed, questioning the emergence of such a divine artifact amidst the supposed mech transformation, a divine throne, no less. Yet, the system responded with utmost seriousness. A product of the system is assuredly of the highest quality. At that moment, Li Qiuyang, having finally regained his composure from the shock, fixed his gaze intently on Grey Wolf, who was steadily ascending the steps toward the throne, as if fearing the loss of any detail. Before long, Grey Wolf reached the throne's front, inhaled deeply, then swiftly turned and seated himself with poise. In an instant, an overwhelming force of technological power surged forth from the throne like a tidal wave, bearing down upon the abyssal sovereign. The abyssal sovereign, however, regarded this technological might with disdain, standing tall and proud, scoffing, Humph, you think you can suppress me with such insufficient power? A delusion indeed. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf, seated upon the throne, cast a scornful look at the abyssal sovereign and proclaimed loudly, I shall bear the infinite power of technology, wielding the creative force of endless innovation to usher in a new era for this world. No sooner had he spoken than Grey Wolf sprang to his feet. In that very moment, the throne behind him began to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, the throne transformed into a suit of armor imbued with futuristic technological aesthetics, shimmering with strange lights that seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of the cosmos. This armor automatically adorned Grey Wolf, enhancing his formidable presence and exuding an air of dominance. Immediately, the aura emanating from Grey Wolf surged like a volcanic eruption, its overwhelming intensity threatening to rend the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The aura escalated to a terrifying magnitude of 500,000 years. Just as the tumultuous energy finished releasing, a crisp chime resonated in Li Qiaoyang's mind. Congratulations on completing the first trial of the Dragon God 13 examination, elevating a soul beast's lifespan from 1 year to 500,000 years. Reward, Dragon God Affinity 5. Li Qiaoyang, filled with astonishment, pondered in disbelief. Is this truly possible? Before he could fully process this surprise, another voice echoed in his mind. Dragon God 13 examination. Second trial. Assist the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor in overcoming their tribulations of 700,000 years and 400,000 years, respectively. Reward, Dragon God Affinity 10. All Soul Rings 10,000 years. Gazing at the newly revealed divine examination contents in his mind, Li Qiaoyang could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming inwardly, finally, I shall no longer rely on that white 10-year first ring. Chapter 289, Eternal Heaven. The Abyssal Sovereign coldly scrutinized the tattered armor of Grey Wolf, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he contemptuously remarked, Do not think that donning this scrap of metal will bridge the chasm between us. It is far from sufficient. Ha ha. As his words faded, the Abyssal Sovereign's right hand erupted with a torrent of abyssal energy, and a long blade, forged from the depths of dark blue-black abyssal energy, materialized in his grasp, radiating a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. As the Abyssal Holy Monarch prepared to unleash a ferocious assault on Grey Wolf, a calm, yet powerful voice resonated, asserting, Why the haste? I am here. Indeed. The speaker was Li Qiaoyang. As he spoke, he gracefully appeared, wielding his elemental staff, the manifestation of his first martial spirit. With the emergence of the staff, 5 resplendent soul rings, white, purple, red, platinum, and red, danced around him, showcasing the formidable aura of a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Soon after, the first, fourth, and fifth soul rings on Li Qiaoyang's body shimmered in succession, and he declared in a deep voice, First soul skill upgrade, fourth soul skill, mental detection, mental sharing. Fifth soul skill, evolution, ultimate breakthrough. As the words left his lips, beams of light surged forth from Li Qiaoyang's staff, slicing through the air towards the suspended Grey Wolf. With each beam that struck, Grey Wolf's aura swelled, as if an inexhaustible power was awakening within him. As the brilliance faded, Grey Wolf clenched his fist and proclaimed proudly, Now I lack for nothing. Gate of time and space, appear. At his command, a mysterious door materialized behind him, slowly opening, unleashing a terrifying aura capable of shaking the very heavens, causing all present to shudder in fear. Upon witnessing this, the Abyssal Holy Monarch's expression shifted drastically, exclaiming, This is bad. He must be stopped. He felt an unprecedented threat of death and charged recklessly toward Grey Wolf. A sinister smile crept across Grey Wolf's lips as he disdainfully remarked, A futile struggle. Everything is already fated. Die, and farewell to the eternal heaven. However, the declarations of Grey Wolf seemed to elude both Emperor Tian and the Abyssal Holy Monarch, with only Li Qiaoyang feeling profound dread, contemplating. Could this be the legendary Level 12 fixed-position soul-guided missile, the Eternal Heaven, from the Tales of Douluo Continent 3? This is disastrous. In an instant, the missile of the Eternal Heaven hurtled forth, and upon seeing this, Li Qiaoyang felt a surge of panic and urgently shouted to Emperor Tian beside him, Emperor Tian, flee. The power of that missile is immense and widespread. Emperor Tian, bewildered, questioned, What are you saying? Li Qiaoyang, nearly frantic, shouted again, Run. Yet, it was too late. With a thunderous roar, the Eternal Heaven accurately struck the Abyssal Holy Monarch, and the terrifying explosion unleashed a cataclysmic force, as if it sought to tear the very world asunder. Aware that escape was impossible, Li Qiaoyang abruptly turned, frantically scattering energy purple crystals, while fervently chanting, Makabaka. As his incantation resonated, a protective net composed of energy purple crystals swiftly enveloped him and Emperor Tian. In the external realm, Grey Wolf was safely transported back to the verdant pastures, thanks to Li Qiaoyang's enigmatic summoning spell. Meanwhile, within the protective net, Li Qiaoyang exerted every ounce of his strength to maintain the supply of energy purple crystals, bracing against the horrific shockwave generated by the explosion of the Eternal Heaven. He silently prayed, I hope Grey Wolf remains unscathed. Chapter 290, abyssal beings. Within the energy protective net, radiance flickered and energy surged. Li Chaoyang's expression was fraught with urgency and gravity, his hands deftly scattering energy amethyst crystals like a whirlwind. The resplendent crystals traced brilliant arcs in the air, continually merging into the protective barrier, providing an unceasing stream of energy. At that moment, the explosive sounds from the Eternal Kingdom reverberated across the Douluo continent like thunder, the deafening roar seeming capable of rending the very heavens asunder. The aftershocks of the explosion surged like relentless tides, violently assailing everything around. And this horrifying detonation showed no signs of abating even now. Standing to the side, Emperor Tian observed the apocalyptic scene, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead involuntarily. His countenance was one of alarm as he turned to Li Chaoyang and inquired loudly, "Qiang, what was that attack unleashed by Grey Wolf just now?" At the mention of Grey Wolf, Li Chaoyang, wholly absorbed in maintaining the protective barrier, involuntarily shuddered slightly. He quickly began to chant, "Makabaka." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dazzling white light flashed, and Grey Wolf appeared, lively and animated, before Li Chaoyang and Emperor Tian. As soon as Grey Wolf materialized, he beamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, I'm perfectly fine. You just happened to transport me away during the explosion." Li Chaoyang turned to look, his actions of scattering the energy amethyst crystals unwavering, seeing Grey Wolf unharmed. The tension in his heart finally eased, and he exhaled deeply, saying, "That's wonderful, Grey Wolf. I'm glad you're safe. By the way, you must never use that level 12 fixed-position soul-guiding artillery shell, the Eternal Kingdom, again." Grey Wolf blinked in surprise, scratching his head as he replied, "So it's called the Eternal Kingdom. How impressive. Don't worry, boss, I want to use it again. I can only utilize this advanced technology once." Li Chaoyang breathed a sigh of relief once more and nodded, "That's good." Then Grey Wolf added, "Oh, and boss, I sensed other level 12 fixed-position soul-guiding artillery shells. I can still use the others in the future." Before he could finish, Li Chaoyang was startled and interrupted. "Be cautious when using them next time, at the very least. Give me a heads up." Grey Wolf chuckled and nodded, "Understood, boss." At this juncture, Emperor Tian, having observed the conclusion of Li Chaoyang and Grey Wolf's exchange, hastily approached and asked, "Li Chaoyang, where did that level 12 fixed-position soul-guiding artillery shell come from?" Grey Wolf explained with a grin, "That's a product of human technology from 1,000 years in the future. I borrowed it through a spatial portal." Emperor Tian's eyes widened in terror at these words, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Inwardly, he mused, the technology from a millennium hence can already pose a threat to deities, even capable of slaying a god. Having spent time in the divine realm, Emperor Tian was acutely aware of the terrifying power of that strike, which had reached the level of a full force attack from a rank 129 deity. Such a blow could wound even a deity king if they were not careful. With this thought, Emperor Tian felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He turned his gaze to Li Chaoyang, secretly relieved, thinking, "Fortunately, the dragon god has re-emerged. Without Li Chaoyang, it is difficult to fathom what soul beasts will be like a millennium hence. They may well be domesticated by humanity, reduced to mere tools for the provision of soul rings." With a resigned sigh, Emperor Tian silently vowed to safeguard Li Chaoyang with utmost diligence. 40 minutes later, Li Chaoyang, Emperor Tian, and the Grey Wolf found themselves suspended in midair. Beneath them, the small island had been utterly obliterated by the cataclysmic explosion of the Eternal Heaven Kingdom, reduced to a void. Soon, the tumult of the Eternal Heaven Kingdom's explosion began to wane. Simultaneously, the duration of Li Chaoyang's Extreme Douluo summoning card reached its conclusion, quietly coming to an end. Upon witnessing this, Li Chaoyang let out a long breath and remarked, "Thank goodness, it has finally come to an end." However, the prolonged expenditure of energy and heightened mental strain rendered his body unable to bear the burden. A gentle breeze swept by, causing Li Chaoyang to sway unsteadily and plummet downward. Noticing this, Emperor Tian and the Grey Wolf swiftly flickered their forms, arriving at Li Chaoyang's side in an instant, steadying him with care. Observing Li Chaoyang's tightly shut eyes, both Emperor Tian and the Grey Wolf furrowed their brows in concern. The Grey Wolf promptly employed his skills to conduct a meticulous examination of Li Chaoyang, then spoke, "There's nothing to worry about. He has merely succumbed to unconsciousness, with a slight decrease in soul power." Upon hearing the Grey Wolf's assessment, Emperor Tian gradually relaxed his furrowed brow and sighed in relief, saying, "That is reassuring." No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of abyssal creatures emerged from the sea beneath and the skies above Li Chaoyang, Emperor Tian, and the Grey Wolf.